Chapter 1 Useless Talent. Juchi from Class 219 has awakened the natural type talent Fire Rain. Rating, B. Bagua from Class 220 has awakened his Superman type talent Iron Skin. Rating, C. Lan Aoshue from Class 222 has awakened the illusion type talent Heavenly Void Eye. Her rating is S. On the playground of Xingho City No. 2 Middle School, all the senior students gathered, craning their necks to look at the awakening platform in front of them. The awakening platform is made of tens of thousands of psionic stones and has the function of stimulating potential and helping people awaken their talents. One by one, the students walked onto the awakening platform, where various colored lights flashed continuously. Principal Sun, a robust and energetic young man, reported on the students' awakening in turn. When someone awakens a C-level talent, the students react indifferently, taking it for granted. But when someone awakens a talent of B level or higher, an unavoidable commotion erupts in the crowd. When Lan Aoshue awakened her S-level talent, cheers erupted from the crowd. Half a year has passed since I came into this world. Whether I can defy fate depends entirely on this day. In a corner of the crowd, Li Suifeng was also looking at the awakening platform, his face filled with tension and anticipation. This world is called the Azure Realm, and it is very different from the Blue Star where he originally lived. The wilderness outside the city is ruled by monsters and is fraught with danger. Even at the highest point of the heavens, extraterrestrial demons roam, coveting the mortal realm. The deepest abyss is also teeming with countless alien races eyeing it covetously. This world is far more dangerous than Earth. Humans are able to live and thrive here not because of high technology such as artillery, but because of talented martial artists. Humans living in this world are nourished by spiritual energy and can undergo an awakening ceremony at the age of 17. More than 90% of humans can awaken their talents during the ceremony. Talents come in all shapes and sizes, ranging from the 5 elements metal, wood, water, fire, earth to having 3 heads and 6 arms, or bones of copper and iron. Talent is further divided into 8 levels: SSS, SS, A, B, C, D, and E. The higher the awakened talent level, the greater the awakened person's potential and the higher their potential for achievement. All the senior high school students have gathered here today to participate in this life-changing awakening ceremony. Boldly, whether we'll be spending our days in nightclubs with young models or toiling away in the sex industry depends entirely on today. Beside Li Suifeng, Kai Su, who was round-figured and had 2 small tiger teeth, nervously rubbed his hands. At this moment, Principal Sun on the stage shouted, "Kai Su from Class 222, come up to the stage for the awakening ceremony." Is it my turn already? I wasn't prepared at all. I'm so nervous. My legs are shaking. Old Li, can you help me calm down? Kai Su, whose name was called, turned pale, trembled, and was so nervous that he could hardly move. Brother Chicken, no problem. Li Suifeng slapped him across the face. Smack! A clear 5 fingerprint appeared on Kai Su's chubby cheek. He looked surprised and asked, "Old Li, what are you doing?" "Brother Chicken, I'm just trying to calm you down. Are you less nervous now?" "I'm not as nervous anymore, but Lao Li, I think I'm a little angry, and I feel like strangling you." Kai Su covered his cheek and exclaimed in frustration. Being angry is better than being nervous. "Brother Chicken, the principal is waiting for you, hurry up and go." Li Suifeng pushed his best friend to the front of the crowd. Kai Shu Gan covered his cheek as he walked onto the awakening platform. The psionic stones beneath their feet shimmered and reflected each other. Kai Su's body fat disappeared at a visible rate, replaced by solid muscles. In a few breaths, he shrank a size. He still looked a bit fat, but he had gained a more imposing and robust aura. As a purple light flashed across the awakening platform, Principal Sun scrutinized Kai Su with sharp eyes and announced, "Kai Su from Class 222 has awakened the superhuman dual abilities Copper Bones and Giant Strength, with a talent rating of B+. Wow!" Before anyone in the audience could say anything, Kai Su jumped up excitedly. "Dual talent is one thing, but the rating is B+. I've got it. I've got the life of going to brothels and lavish massage parlors." The crowd below was stunned. Principal Sun, his face darkening, shouted, "Kai Su, step down." Next. Amidst the uproar, Kai Su excitedly rushed off the awakening platform. "Old Li, your slap not only relieved my tension, but also brought me good luck. I love you to death, buddy." He opened his arms to give her a bear hug. Li Suifeng took a step back. "Stop, Brother Chicken. From now on, you'll be one of the elites of the world. You need to maintain your image in public. That's true, geniuses are always proud. Kaisu coughed twice, his expression turning serious again. As the saying goes, you reciprocate. Oldly, you gave me a lucky slap in the face, so as your good buddy, I have to return the favor and help you awaken a talent of B level or higher. Before he could finish speaking, Li Suifeng, who had just been called out by the principal, quickly walked toward the awakening platform. Oldly, I haven't given you my lucky slap yet. No need, brother chicken, you can keep it for yourself. Li Suifeng walked onto the awakening platform without looking back. As the light from the spiritual energy stone beneath his feet flashed and disappeared, a ball of white light appeared above his head. Principal Sun announced without any emotion, Li Suifeng from Class 222 has awakened the natural talent light flow, with a talent rating of E. What? Li Suifeng felt as if he had been struck by a heavy blow, and his face instantly turned deathly pale. In a world where everyone is awakened, human class is determined by innate talent. Even the worst C or D level talents are still a drop in the ocean. With proper development, they can barely get into a second or third-rate martial arts university, and finding a decent paying job after graduation isn't difficult. However, level E talents are the lowest end of the talent system, with no upper limit whatsoever. They're not even worth mentioning, they're practically worthless. Of all the students just now, none of them had awakened an E-level talent. How could I have stumbled upon such a useless talent? That's so unlucky. The moment Li Suifeng stepped off the awakening platform, he was completely stunned. Even after the awakening ceremony ended, he was still in a daze when he arrived at the school gate. Old Li. Kai-su, who is usually jovial, looked genuinely distressed and tried to comfort her. Brother Chicken, congratulations in advance on getting into a top-tier university. Don't worry about me. Li Suifeng forced a smile and said something, ignoring the strange looks from those around him, before quickly crossing the road. Kai-su wanted to give chase, but then he thought that his best friend's Dao heart was currently broken, and no amount of comfort would be of any use. It would be better to let him calm down first, so he gave up the chase. I'm a transmigrator, yet I've awakened this thing? This is utterly terrible. In a secluded alley, Li Suifeng stretched out a finger, the tip of which flickered with a drop of light no bigger than a soybean. Although the light was golden, it was extremely faint, and seemed to extinguish with a gentle breath. This is his awakened talent, Light Flow. It has no offensive capabilities, no auxiliary uses, and it's not even as bright as a firefly. What would I do with this thing? Li Suifeng angrily flung his hand away, the light at his fingertips instantly extinguishing. Just then, something unexpected happened. Chapter 2, Talent Enhancement. Kill a fluorescent ant, talent value +1. A line of text suddenly appeared before my eyes. My cheat code bonus is here? As a transmigrator, Li Suifeng was not frightened, but instead full of anticipation. Do you have a control panel? The next moment, more text appeared, forming a panel. Li Suifeng. Realm, none. Constitution, 1. Spirit, 1. Talent, Light Flow E rank plus. Technique, none. Physical skills, none. Talent value, 1. Li Suifeng carefully examined the panel and couldn't help but say, both my physique and spirit are 1, which means I'm at the average level of an ordinary person? My cultivation level is so low, I'm so weak. Criticism is one thing. In reality, Li Suifeng was quite pleased. The attribute panel in front of him was undoubtedly a perk for him as a transmigrator, a cheat code. With this thing, his bleak life might be turned around, leading him to glory. There's a plus sign after talent, which means it can be upgraded. System, upgrade me. Noticing the unusual thing on the panel, Li Suifeng tried to silently recite it. The next moment, system text flashed, consuming 1 talent point. The E-rank talent light stream has been upgraded to the D-rank talent light sphere. Personal spirit +2. My talent actually improved from E-rank to D-rank? And my personal mental strength increased as well? Is this for real? Li Suifeng looked like he'd seen a ghost and glanced at the panel again. Li Suifeng. Realm, none. Constitution, 1. Spirit, 3. Talent, Light Sphere D rank. Technique, none. Physical skills, none. Talent value, 0. Li Suifeng covered his mouth, trying hard not to scream. His talent level has indeed been raised to D rank. My mental strength has reached 3 points, which is 3 times that of an ordinary person. A series of changes. It was just a random stat allocation? I feel like I'm about to take off. Taking a deep breath, Li Suifeng regained his composure and looked at the system text that had flashed before his eyes for the first time. The little bit of talent I just gained was from killing fluorescent ants. Where are the fluorescent ants? Li Suifeng subconsciously looked down and saw an ant under his foot. It was no bigger than a fingernail, with a brown shell and blood on its body. It had been accidentally stepped on and killed by Li Suifeng. They really are fluorescent ants. Li Suifeng's eyes lit up. It's not just humans who are nurtured by spiritual energy and develop innate talents. All animals in the world also undergo transformations after being cleansed by spiritual energy. For example, these fluorescent ants look similar to ordinary ants, but their bodies emit fluorescence at night, making them very eye-catching. Fluorescent ants are also one of the most common mutant insects in Xingho City. I can gain talent points by stepping on a fluorescent ant. Talent points can be used to upgrade talent levels. In other words, as long as there are enough talent points, this D-level talent can still be upgraded to C-level, B-level, A-level, and even SSS-level talent? Damn it, nobody can stop me from slaughtering fluorescent ants. Li Suifeng roared excitedly, then hurriedly looked down to search for other prey. Ants are social creatures. When you see one ant, it means there are many more ants nearby. Although fluorescent ants have undergone mutations, their social habits remain unchanged. As expected. A few minutes later, Li Suifeng arrived at a corner of the alley and discovered fluorescent dots on the ground, which were fluorescent ants foraging for food in the dark. I'm rich. Li Suifeng raised his leg and stomped wildly on the ground. With a clattering sound as the ants were trampled, one by one, the fluorescent ants were crushed. System text kept flashing before my eyes. Kill a fluorescent ant, talent value +1. Kill a fluorescent ant, talent value +1. Killed a fluorescent ant, talent value +1. In the time that followed, countless fluorescent ants perished under Li Suifeng's feet. As night falls, the alley is plunged into darkness, and no more lights twinkle. All the fluorescent ants are dead. Li Suifeng opened the panel and found that the accumulated value in the talent bar was 128 points. Behind the talent orb of light, another plus sign has indeed appeared. System, max out my talent. Without hesitation, Li Suifeng shouted, and then the system text flashed by. Consuming 120 talent points, the D-level talent orb has been upgraded to the B-level talent Dawn of Light. Personal mental strength +9. Li Suifeng. Realm, none. Constitution, 1. Spirit, 12. Talent, Dawn's Light rank B. Technique, none. Physical skills, none. Talent value, 28. It really took off. After reviewing the panel properties, Li Suifeng was overjoyed. Although 100 talent points were consumed, there are still 28 talent points remaining. When mental energy reaches 12 points, it is 12 times that of an ordinary person. Suppressing his emotions once again, Li Suifeng noticed a line of talent details below the Dawn of Light. Dawn's Light, AB rank light type talent. Once activated, it grants the power of light, increasing physical strength and speed tenfold simultaneously. 10 times the speed and power? Doesn't that mean activating Scion mode? Hiss. Let's see how it goes. Li Suifeng took a deep breath and focused his attention on his entire body. In a short time, every pore on his body opened, and golden energy flowed out, transforming into a radiant glow like flames. The dim alleyway brightened with the light. Suddenly, an indescribable power surged within his body. There happened to be a trash can lying on its side, and Li Suifeng kicked it instinctively. With a clang, the trash can slammed into the wall like a shot-off ball, and upon landing, it twisted into a pretzel-like mass of scrap metal. Garbage spilled all over the floor. Damn, was my kick that powerful? Boaka would have broken his leg, right? Li Suifeng was overjoyed and sprinted back and forth in the alley, his speed so fast that he could easily break the world record for sprinting on Earth. TSK TSK TSK. Is this the power of the Dawn's Light? So brutal. So fierce. Li Suifeng smiled from ear to ear, but soon felt a wave of weakness rising in both his mind and body. It seems that using my talent continuously has exhausted my mental energy. I should go back and replenish my energy. Li Suifeng walked out of the alley with a smile and jogged home. Brother, what talent did you awaken today? As soon as I entered the house, Li Jiayue, dressed in a white dress and with 2 ponytails, looked like a delicately carved jade doll and came to greet me. It's yeah. Li Suifeng wiped the sweat from his forehead, and before he could answer, his mother, Wang Wen, carrying a plate of vegetables, came out of the kitchen and scolded, Yeah, your brother has worked hard all day, don't disturb him. Li Jiaoyue stuck out her tongue, I'm just concerned about my brother. Wang Wen placed the dishes on the table and smiled at Li Suifeng, saying, You must be hungry to get home so late. Come on, let's eat first. Li Suifeng walked towards the dining table, serving himself rice as he asked, Dad isn't back yet? The factory has been quite busy lately, and we're working overtime. Let's eat first. Wang Wen smiled as she served food to Li Suifeng. Li Suifeng noticed that her smile was unnatural, and her eyes were filled with disappointment. On such an important day, Mom didn't even ask about my awakening. She must have found out the truth in the parents' group beforehand. Little does she know I've already obtained a cheat code to defy fate. But my changes aren't amazing enough yet. I'll keep a low profile for now. When the college entrance exam results come out, I'm going to surprise Mom with admission letters from 8 top universities. Li Suifeng quickly ate his rice, silently making a vow in his heart. After dinner, Li Suifeng returned to his bedroom and took out his phone to look up information about martial artists. Through his research, he learned that a martial artist's strength is determined by their physique and mental state. Natural system of spirit cultivation. Superhuman-style body tempering. This is the most common training method for martial artists. Both mental strength and physical constitution are actually part of a martial artist's vitality. Therefore, a martial artist's level of skill is entirely determined by their vitality. According to official sources, when a person's vitality reaches 30 points, they are considered to have entered the awakening stage and can become a prospective martial artist. Currently, thanks to the B-level talent Dawn of Light, Li Suifeng's mental strength has reached 12 points, and with 1 point of physical constitution, his vitality is 13 points. If both attributes continue to increase, the vitality will break through the 30-point mark. He can be considered a prospective martial artist. In the days to come, I must find more places to grind monsters and accumulate more talent points to upgrade my talent to S level. By then, my vitality should be able to cross the 30 mark, and as a prospective martial artist, my martial arts exam will be basically secured. Thinking of this, Li Suifeng smiled expectantly. Chapter 3, Frenzied Bug Hunting in the Grove, Talent Value Exceeds 1,000. Early morning. At a stall near the entrance of the second middle school, Kai-Su grabbed a freshly made jianbingguozi Chinese crepe and took a couple of bites. A figure came along and snatched the jianbingguozi from his other hand. Thanks for breakfast, brother chicken. Old Li, are you alright? Kai-Su's eyes widened slightly. What could possibly be wrong with me? Li Suifeng took a big bite of the jianbingguozi Chinese crepe, looking completely calm. Kai-Su nodded with relief. Her best friend's ability to adjust her mindset is really strong, she recovered from her grief so quickly. He immediately raised his fist and said, Old Li, after we're assigned to different classes, we won't be able to spend every day together, but our brotherhood will last forever. Li Suifeng raised his fist to meet the blow and asked, Brother Chicken, where in our school are there the most mutated insects? Mutant insects? Those must be the grove of trees outside the gym. I was there for 5 minutes and got bitten all over. Kai-Su and Li Suifeng ate their breakfast as they walked into the school, and Kai-Su asked, Why are you asking about this? Just asking casually. Li Suifeng responded and arrived at the door of class 222 with Kai-Su. The classroom was initially filled with cheerful laughter, but as Li Suifeng approached, the atmosphere quickly quieted down, and many people cast glances at him with emotions of mockery, ridicule, pity, and disdain. Ignoring all the stares, Li Suifeng sat down in his seat. Before long, another tall, fair-skinned, and beautiful girl appeared at the door. In stark contrast to their treatment of Li Suifeng, the students looked at the girls with admiration and worship. The reason is that the girl's name is Lan Aoxue. She is not only the class monitor of class 222, but also one of only 2 geniuses in the entire school to awaken S-level talent. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lan Aoxue strode into the classroom and sat down next to Li Suifeng, a gentle smile on her face. Talent alone cannot determine a person's future. Diligent practice and hard work are also crucial. History has seen some individuals with ordinary talent achieve extraordinary things. I hope you won't give up. Those around him looked puzzled. Class monitor, you are a super genius with S-level talent. Is it worth wasting your breath on trash with an awakened E-level talent? Even if you're sitting next to someone, is it really necessary? Squad leader, thank you for your encouragement. I will work harder. Li Suifeng smiled and replied. 3 years ago, Lan Aoxue was not yet a famous genius, but just a helpless girl suffering from hypoglycemia. It was the former master who noticed Lan Aoshue's unusual condition and gave her the breakfast bread, which relieved her symptoms. Since then, Lan Aoshue has shown her former master a rare gentle side. That's good. Lan Aoshue responded and lowered her head to organize the books. Shortly after, the homeroom teacher entered the classroom with a beaming smile. Dear students, according to school tradition, after the awakening ceremony, the senior year students will be reassigned to new classes. Before that, I have some good news to share. Lan Aoshue has been exceptionally selected by Tianhuan University for awakening her S-level talent, the Heavenly Void Eye. She is the first genius in the entire Xingho city to enter one of the 8 great universities. These words caused an uproar in the room. Everyone's face was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. The 8 great institutions are the 8 top martial arts universities in the Dragon Kingdom. More than 80% of the powerful awakened martial artists in the Dragon Kingdom come from the 8 major universities. All students in the Dragon Kingdom will strive to get into one of the 8 prestigious universities. But those who actually achieve their wishes are extremely rare. This is because the admission requirements of the 8 universities are extremely high. Even geniuses with S-level talent are not guaranteed admission. Lan Aoshue was able to enter Tianhuan University without taking the entrance exam, which is an exception to the usual requirements. That is indeed a remarkable achievement. Lan Aoshue herself seemed to have known about this news all along, and didn't even raise her head. Li Suifeng, who was standing to the side, secretly watched her, his mind wandering. The 8 great universities are known for their fairness and strictness, and they don't easily admit students without examination. It seems that Lan Aoshue's Heavenly Void Eye is a rare talent with extremely high development potential, which is why she was admitted to Tianhuan University through an exception. This girl is bound to take off in the future. We hope that Lan's story will inspire all students and help you get into your dream university. Now I'm going to divide you into classes according to the school rules. Students who have awakened D-level talents, please report to Martial Arts Class 4 later. Students who have awakened C, B, and A-level talents will go to Martial Arts Class 3, 2, and 1 respectively. As for Lan Aoshue, you should go directly to the principal's office. The principal will do his best to cultivate you in the remaining time. After the college entrance examination, you can go to Tianhuan University to report. After the class assignment process was completed, the students who had awakened different talents left the classroom together and headed to the gymnasium. Li Suifeng was left all alone in the classroom. Teacher, where am I going? Li Suifeng inquired. The homeroom teacher walked over and said meaningfully, Shu, you can stay in the classroom. A new classmate will come to keep you company soon. The new students the homeroom teacher mentioned were all ordinary people, like Li Suifeng, who had awakened E-level talents, or even those who had not awakened any talents at all. These people were considered useless by the school, and their future studies consisted only of academic subjects. They were not only ineligible to enter the physical education hall, but also ineligible to participate in the martial arts exam. Teacher, may I request to have my talent assessed again and be reassigned to a different class? Li Suifeng asked earnestly. The homeroom teacher shook his head and said, You were judged to have E-level talent yesterday, so you can only stay in the regular class. There's no way to change that. Li, ordinary people are also part of the world, and they can live wonderful lives too. The homeroom teacher patted Li Suifeng on the shoulder to comfort him. Then, a number of ordinary students with sorrowful expressions arrived at the classroom one after another. Once the classroom was full and the homeroom teacher left, another teacher came in to teach a history lesson. Not many students were able to concentrate on the lesson. Most were engrossed in playing on their phones, and some were even sleeping on their desks. Some even left the classroom in anger to find a place to vent their emotions. Li Suifeng also decisively left through the back door. Students in regular classes are considered abandoned children, and the school basically relaxes its management. Skipping classes is generally not a problem. After leaving the classroom, Li Suifeng did not slack off, but instead went to the grove near the gymnasium to look for prey. As Kaisu said, this area is teeming with all kinds of tiny creatures. There are golden bees hovering among the flowers, their bodies as if cast from pure gold. A giant longhorn beetle about the size of a palm, with hooked horns. There are also limeworms, whose bodies are covered with fine, sharp spines and leave behind a trail of poisonous sap when they crawl. In the past, Li Suifeng would always avoid this place when passing by, but today he took the initiative to go into the forest, his eyes shining. These mutated creatures are far larger than fluorescent ants. How many talent points would I gain if I eliminated them all? Full of anticipation, Li Suifeng charged toward these creatures. Kill the golden bee, talent value +1. Slaying the mighty longhorn beetle grants +3 talent points. Killed a lime bug, talent points +2. The mutated creatures that are left on campus are generally not very combat capable. Therefore, Li Suifeng could slaughter them without lifting a finger. You don't even need to use the Dawn of Light talent. As the system text kept flashing before his eyes, Li Suifeng was like a man possessed, frantically dashing through the grove and crushing the monsters. He was so engrossed that he didn't even hear the school bell ring. Students walked out of the nearby gym in groups. To their surprise, they discovered that someone was hunting and killing mutated insects in the grove. Isn't this that good for nothing who awakened an E-level talent? I think his name is Li Suifeng? From Class 222? Class 222 is quite peculiar, having both a prodigy like Lan Aoxue and a good-for-nothing like Li Suifeng. But what is Li Suifeng doing? Why is he slaughtering these innocent insects? Is it because he awakened his useless talent and became obsessed, taking out his frustrations on these innocent insects? How pitiful. The students who were making comments stayed away from the grove, afraid of being caught in the crossfire of Li Suifeng's crazy outburst. After they all left, Li Suifeng, covered in dust and grime, revealed a look of wild joy. My talent value has exceeded 1,000. I'm rich. I'm rich. It turns out that after a morning of grinding monsters, Li Suifeng had actually accumulated over 1,000 talent points. And behind the talent Dawn of Light, a plus sign has just been added, which means it can be upgraded again. System, upgrade me. As Li Suifeng roared inwardly, the system text appeared before his eyes. Consuming 1,000 talent points, the B-ranked talent Dawn of Light has been upgraded to an A-ranked talent. Chapter 4 A-level talent, Raging Light, punching power exceeding a ton. Consuming 1,000 talent points, the B-level talent Dawn of Light has been upgraded to the A-level talent Raging Light. Personal Spirit +5. Raging Light, a rank light type talent once activated, strength and speed can increase 20-fold simultaneously. Li Suifeng. Realm, none. Constitution, 1. Spirit, 17. Talent, Raging Light rank A. Technique, none. Physical skills, none. Talent value, 1. With the arrival of the new talent, mental strength has increased to 17 points, getting closer and closer to the 30 mark. The talent Dawn has been transformed into the new A-rank talent Raging Light. The resulting increase in power and speed also skyrocketed to 20 times. Compared to Dawn's Light, Intense Light's effect is doubled. That's incredibly powerful. Unfortunately, in order to obtain the Blazing Light, I paid the price of 1,000 talent points and became penniless again. The pressure of poverty made Li Suifeng a little anxious, and just then his stomach began to rumble, and a feeling of weakness swept over him. A morning of work had left his stomach empty and his energy completely depleted. Let's eat first, we need to be full to have the energy. Li Suifeng headed out of the school and took out his phone to check the messages. He found that his mother, Wang Wen, had sent 4 or 5 messages asking when he would be back for dinner. Li Suifeng usually goes home for lunch, but it's almost 1 o'clock now, and it'll be too late to get back. So he sent a message to Wang Wen, saying he wouldn't be going home for dinner and would be having a meal off campus by himself. Wang Wen immediately sent a red envelope, worried that her son wasn't eating well at school. Li Suifeng felt very warm inside. After entering a noodle shop, he ordered a super large bowl of beef noodles and added 3 eggs. After quickly finishing the noodles, Li Suifeng, without even taking a lunch break, returned to the grove near number 2 middle school to start grinding monsters. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. As the students returned to the gymnasium, they noticed figures working in the woods, and many showed disdainful expressions. School ends at 5 p.m. As the students walked out of the gymnasium in groups, their eyes widened in surprise when they discovered that Li Suifeng was still in the woods. Has this kid really gone mad? Working from morning till afternoon? Does he hate these insects that much? He's a complete pest extermination maniac. Some students got excited and started complaining while observing from outside the woods. Despite being covered in dust and dirt, Li Suifeng ignored everyone and remained focused on his monster hunting mission. As darkness fell, the students who had been watching the play got bored and left. Li Suifeng was left all alone in the forest and the surrounding area. As visibility decreased, Li Suifeng found it increasingly difficult to spot the insects hiding among the flowers. He gave up on continuing to grind monsters, rubbed his slightly sore lower back, and walked out of the grove with a joyful expression on his face. After an afternoon of work, the talent value column on the panel showed a number of 260. The number isn't large, but it's still over 200. I'm barely feeling panicked anymore. Swish. On the steps of the gymnasium in the distance, a cleaning lady was busy cleaning. Seeing this, Li Suifeng suddenly had an idea. He walked past the old lady and came to the entrance of the fitness center. The electronic fence, which is over a meter high, has been closed, but there is still enough space above the fence to enter the building. Grabbing the fence, he flipped over and jumped into the building. Li Suifeng slowly walked into the hall. In a corner of the dimly lit hall, there was a machine with sandbags hanging on it. This is a strength testing platform. Normally, students with superhuman abilities use this machine to test their newest powers after they have increased their strength. Li Suifeng sneaked into the fitness center, naturally wanting to use this machine to test himself. After surveying his surroundings and confirming that no one was around, Li Suifeng activated his new talent, Raging Light. In a short time, a dazzling light enveloped his entire body. Her hair danced even without wind. An immense power permeated his body. Li Suifeng followed up with a punch. Whoosh! Bang! A fist, shrouded in golden light, slammed into the sandbag. The spot where the fist struck suddenly dented into a fist-shaped indentation. Amidst the ringing sound, a number flashed on the instrument's electronic screen. 1,001 kilograms. That was the power of Li Suifeng's punch just now. One punch equals 1 ton? Holy crap, am I really a Logia-type awakener? Li Suifeng's eyes widened, shocked by the number. Those who awaken through the natural system often pursue spiritual growth, thus their physical bodies tend to be relatively weak. This instrument is primarily used for testing strength, and it's something they usually keep their distance from. However, as a natural-type awakened being, Li Suifeng's punch has a power exceeding 1 ton. What does this mean? Mike Tyson, the boxing champion of the Blue Star, had a punching power of nearly 400 kilograms at his peak. However, compared to Li Suifeng's current achievements, there is still a gap of 600 kilograms. Imagine Li Suifeng and Tyson fighting a boxing match today. If he had thrown that punch, Tyson might have been killed instantly. Given my weak physique, my punching power with the Raging Light technique can still exceed 1 ton. Once my physique improves, won't my punching power be tens of tons, hundreds of tons? This damn aircraft carrier probably can't withstand it either. Li Suifeng was deeply impressed when he heard a clattering sound coming from outside the gym. Someone's coming? We need to get out of here. As Li Suifeng's energy increased, his hearing also improved rapidly without him even realizing it. In the grove, he could clearly hear the sound of insects crawling across the grass. Therefore, he clearly caught the footsteps that echoed outside the gym. Li Suifeng dashed out of the stadium, jumped over the fence, and disappeared into the night. 1 minute later, the electronic gate opened, and a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a gray suit, who looked quite refined, walked into an office inside the building. After a short while, the refined-looking man emerged carrying a briefcase. I'm not even 50 yet, and my memory is already this bad? I clearly remember bringing my briefcase. Just as he was about to walk out the door, the man suddenly stopped in his tracks, turned around and looked at the screen of the strength testing device on the side, his face full of astonishment. Am I seeing things? Because they had only been awakened for 1 day, this year's graduating class of high school students had not yet had time to begin their grueling training. Their talent development level will not be very high. Therefore, the average punching power of all the students in the Superman department at the school is only around 300 to 500 kilograms. But what's with this 1,000 kilograms of punching force on the testing equipment? The man approached with suspicion, touched the sandbag, and found that it was still a little warm. Considering that this strength testing device has never malfunctioned. In other words, did someone really deliver a punch with a ton of force just now? Who is it? The man looked around but couldn't find his target, so he went to the steps outside the gymnasium. Auntie, did you see anyone go into the gym just now? The man asked the cleaning lady, who replied vaguely, it seems to be a student, but I couldn't see which class he was in. All right. The man was not disappointed. Regardless of who the student was, the fact that he could enter the gymnasium meant he must be a student from number 2 middle school. It's not too late to find him tomorrow. He possesses a punching power of 1,000 kilograms after only 1 day of awakening. This student is destined for great potential. He is a seed-level genius. They must be given priority in training. Chapter 5. I want to take the college entrance exam in your place. Time flies, and 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye. For the past 3 days, Li Suifeng arrived at school on time but never stepped into the classroom, spending almost the entire day in the grove grinding monsters. Through his efforts, his talent points increased rapidly, accumulating to 690 points without him even realizing it. I think Principal's son should arrange a sanitation worker position for the pest control maniac. Wherever he goes, all the insects are slaughtered. It's too bloody. That afternoon after school, several students stopped at the edge of the woods, discussing Li Suifeng with mocking expressions. Go home obediently after school. Aren't you afraid of your parents spanking you if you linger on campus? A voice came from nearby, and several students looked up to see a slightly chubby young man carrying a boxed lunch, his expression very unfriendly. Several people knew that the fat man was Kai Su, the best friend of the insect extermination maniac Li Suifeng. He had not only awakened 2B-level talents, but also had a powerful family background and was not someone to be trifled with. Let's go home. Several students quickly slipped away, and Kai Su glared at them as they left before entering the woods. Buzz 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 buzz. Some mosquitoes buzzed around his ears, which annoyed Kai Su a bit, but when he got close to Li Suifeng, he smiled and said, "Old Li, dinner's ready." These days, Li Suifeng's story of killing insects has spread throughout the entire school. It's hard for Kai Su not to hear his name. Although he didn't know what had gotten into his good friend, Kai Su stayed by his side and brought him lunch and dinner whenever he had time. Ignoring the stains on his clothes, Li Suifeng grabbed the lunchbox and started eating. Thanks, brother chicken. Kai Su fanned away the mosquitoes and flies around his ear and asked, "Old Li, you're so ruthless in killing insects, why don't you care about these mosquitoes?" Because ordinary flies and mosquitoes do not undergo mutations and cannot grant me talent points. Li Suifeng thought to himself, but said aloud, "The mosquitoes are too small to catch." Kai Su said, "Oh," and casually asked, "By the way, Lao Li, were you in the grove 3 days ago after school? Why are you asking this?" Li Suifeng was puzzled. Director Zhang, who was in charge of the gym, said that a student went to the gym after school that afternoon and left a record of 1,000 kilograms on the strength testing machine. I'd like to ask if you saw this person? Old Li, do you know what that means? Half of our seniors are paramecia-type awakened beings, but only a handful can generate 500 kilograms of force. Even I, with my paramecia-type talent, can only generate 320 kilograms of punching power, which is still far from 1,000 kilograms. After pouring out his heart, Kai Su noticed his best friend's strange expression and asked, "Old Li, what's wrong?" "Brother Chicken, if I said I was the one who set that record, would you believe me?" Ha 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 ha. Kai Su couldn't help but laugh and put his arm around Li Suifeng. "Old Li, I never knew you were so humorous." Li Suifeng. If Brother Chicken doesn't believe it, then there's nothing we can do. However, was Director Zhang looking for me because he was unhappy with my abrupt entry into the fitness center, or because he thought I had great talent and wanted to discover some of it? As Li Suifeng was pondering, Kai Su clapped his hands and said, "Old Li, it's late, shouldn't we go back?" "Let's go back." Li Suifeng nodded and walked side by side with Kai Su to the school gate. As they parted, Kai Su said earnestly, "Old Li, there's less than a month until the college entrance exam. Actually, a regular university isn't bad either." Faced with his best friend's gentle persuasion, Li Suifeng simply smiled and said, "Brother Chicken, don't worry, I know what I'm doing and won't let it ruin my future." "That's fine then." Kai Su left feeling completely at ease. Li Suifeng turned and headed in another direction. When he was about a kilometer away from home, Li Suifeng suddenly stopped and looked up at the building with the sign Jingxiang Martial Arts Hall. In a world where martial arts examinations determined one's fate, parents who hoped their children would succeed would arrange extracurricular tutoring for them. The dojo serves as a place for students to receive extra lessons outside of school. Currently, various dojos are springing up all over the world. In the small city of Starfire alone, there are over 1,000 dojos. This Jingxiang Martial Arts School ranks among the top 10 in the city, holding a prestigious position. "Excuse me, what can I do for you?" As Li Suifeng entered Jingxiang Martial Arts Hall, a girl in a short skirt greeted him with a smile. "I want to join Jingxiang Taekwondo Academy," Li Suifeng said. He's been having a blast grinding monsters in the woods these past few days. However, due to its high efficiency, very few of the mutated insects remained in the forest. In order to continue gaining superpower points, Li Suifeng also began to think about other ways to make a living. Jingxiang Martial Arts School is his new way out. Do you want to become a student and prepare for the college entrance examination? Then please go to the hall and wait. A martial arts instructor will come to assess you soon. The girl guided Li Suifeng through a passage and into the training hall inside the martial arts school. Standing in the hall were a group of young boys and girls with youthful faces, numbering over 100, all high school students who wanted to join the dojo. Tiger is here. Get out of the way. As Li Suifeng merged into the crowd, a commotion arose from behind him. The students all stepped back to the walls on both sides, making way for a passage. A young man, standing at least 2 meters tall, with dark skin and a muscular build like an iron tower, walked over with a cold expression. Behind the young man was a skinny, weak boy who was just trying to intimidate others. He was the one who started shouting. It's the lackey Yan Hao and his master Tang Hu. I heard that Tang Hu was originally a student at number 3 middle school, but a few days ago he was recruited by the head of the martial arts school for a large sum of money because he awakened the A-level talent earth element condensation. He is to represent Jingxian Martial Arts School in this martial arts exam? To be treated as an honored guest at such a young age, no wonder he's so arrogant. The men and women at the scene whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy as they looked at Tang Hu. The students at the dojo can be divided into regular students and students who take the exam on behalf of others. Ordinary students are those who come specifically to learn skills in preparation for the college entrance examination. The substitute test takers are students who represent the dojo in taking the college entrance exam. They are geniuses who have the hope of getting into top universities, or even the 8 major universities. Once the martial arts exam is passed, this will make the dojo famous throughout the city, bringing it great recognition and attracting more students to join, thus creating a virtuous cycle. At this moment, Tang Hu, who was taking the exam on behalf of the student, came to a corner of the training hall, took off his coat, and revealed his muscular body. Wow! Many girls' eyes lit up immediately, and they exclaimed in admiration. The aloof Tang Hu ignored the surrounding disturbances. Suddenly, an earthy yellow aura flowed from his body, transforming into a layer of armor that seemed to be a solid substance, enveloping his tall figure. A rank talent, earth element condensation. Drink! With a roar, Tang Hu threw a punch. With a bang, the roly-poly dummy flew high into the air and landed very close to the crowd, swaying back and forth, causing the floor to shake violently. This? The surrounding students were instantly dumbfounded. Li Suifeng, who was in a corner of the crowd, nodded secretly. The earth element condensation skill truly lived up to its A-level talent the moment the punch was thrown. It not only seamlessly covered Tang Hu's body to form a defense, it also gave him extremely strong burst power. This roly-poly dummy weighs at least 100 kilograms, yet Tang Hu can send it flying with a single punch. This shows how strong he was. My raging light is not necessarily inferior to Tang Hu's. Unlike the other students, Li Suifeng did not feel resentful. Due to a shortage of space, our martial arts school is currently limited in the number of members we can recruit. Students with talent below sea level, please leave. A moment later, the young and vigorous Zhang Dayong, with bulging temples, suddenly appeared. His first words disappointed many students, causing them to leave. Soon, only 26 people remained in the huge training hall. Zhang Dayong added, the students who stay may have the talent required by our institution, but if they want to join, they will have to pay a tuition fee of 1,000 yuan. The students, who had come prepared, walked up to Zhang Dayong's assistant one by one to hand over their tuition fees. After collecting the money, the assistant noticed a handsome young man still standing there and asked, "Excuse me, what's your tuition fee?" Everyone stared at the boy who stood motionless. The boy calmly replied, "I didn't bring any money." "If you didn't bring any money, why did you come to the dojo to register?" The assistant frowned. Ignoring his assistant, the boy looked at Zhang Dayong with a serious expression. "Master Zhang, I represent your institution in this college entrance examination." "Young man, are you kidding me?" The assistant stared wide-eyed and complained. The martial arts examinations in the Dragon Kingdom are not only open to public schools. Some martial arts schools can also recommend students to participate in martial arts exams. However, dojos are like private schools, and their teaching staff cannot compare with that of public schools. This often leads to a lack of talent, requiring them to pay a price to poach geniuses from public schools to join them. Take the arrogant Tang Hu, for example. He only chose to join Jingxian Martial Arts Academy after being offered a large sum of money. He can also be considered a substitute test taker at Jingxian Martial Arts Academy. At the moment, this boy actually wants to volunteer to become a substitute examinee at the dojo? That sounds absurd. After all, geniuses are often passive. Those who willingly offer themselves up are often not geniuses, but rather incompetent fools. Young man, this is no place for jokes. Go find somewhere cool to stay. The assistant waved him away, clearly annoyed, but a hand reached out from the side stopped him from continuing. It was Zhang Daong. He looked at the young man with a serious expression. Young man, it's not impossible for you to become a substitute examinee, but you have to demonstrate your talent. Before he could finish speaking, the boy walked toward the dummy that Tang Hu had knocked away. Under everyone's gaze, he raised an arm, and his entire body was instantly enveloped in a golden glow. This is? Zhang Daong's eyelids twitched, and the seriousness on his face turned into anticipation. And at that moment, the boy's fist, wrapped in golden light, slammed into the dummy's chest. Boom! The heavy dummy flew more than 20 meters like a kite with a broken string. When it landed, it shook the floor violently and never stood up again. Its upper body was so badly broken by Li Suweifeng's fierce punch. Chapter 6, Join Xingqiang Dojo and earn 20,000 yuan. What the hell? At this moment, both the assistant and the students in the room were dumbfounded. They didn't know the boy's details, but they could tell that what he had just used was clearly a remarkable talent. Further into the training area, Tang Hu, who had been punching another, even larger dummy, stopped and fixed his gaze on the boy with a serious expression. This is since he stepped into the training hall. This is the first time I've ever looked at someone properly. The most excited person in the room was Zhang Daong. He rushed up to the young man and asked excitedly, Young man, what's your name? Li Suifeng. Dispel the raging light, Li Suifeng replied. What's the name of the talent you just used? Zhang Daong asked, his breathing rapid. There are all sorts of talents in this world. Even he couldn't immediately discern the true extent of Li Suweifeng's talent. But he was certain. This is definitely an A-level talent. Just like Tang Hu, he has a level talent. A grade light type talent, Raging Light. As soon as Li Suifeng spoke, a commotion arose around him. The trainees' gazes toward Li Suifeng were no longer calm, but filled with emotions such as envy and jealousy. According to relevant statistics, in each high school, the percentage of students who have awakened B-level talent is approximately 5% 8%. Only 1% 3% of students have awakened A-level talents. In other words, any student who can awaken an A-level talent can be considered a genius among the best. Young friendly, so you're interested in joining our Xingqiang Martial Arts Academy as a substitute examinee? Having confirmed his suspicions, Zhang Daong suppressed his joy and asked. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come. Okay. Zhang Daong's face lit up with ecstasy. Not to mention having a genius like Tang Hu. Suddenly, a second genius, Li Suifeng, emerged. This martial arts exam will bring Xingqiang Martial Arts Academy fame once again. Young friendly, shall we discuss this further in the inner room? After calming down, Zhang Daong asked again. Li Suifeng nodded and, led by Zhang Daong, entered the office. Young Master Li, I was blind to your greatness just now, please don't take offense. The assistant who came with him put on a fawning face, completely different from before. Li Suifeng shook his head dismissively, and his assistant breathed a sigh of relief and left at Zhang Daong's signal. The latter spoke earnestly, Young friendly, what are your requirements for joining us? Li Suifeng replied with a rather aloof air, It's up to you, master. Zhang Daong nodded solemnly, I'm a straightforward person, I don't like beating around the bush, and I especially dislike negotiating with people. Usually, my assistant does this kind of work, but he was blind to my abilities just now, which made me uncomfortable. Therefore, I intend to take full responsibility for negotiating with Young Friendly. He paused, then said seriously, 20,000. If Young Friendly gets into a top university, I'll add another 20,000 in bonuses. If he gets into one of the top 8 universities, the bonus will be 200,000. What do you think? Li Suweifeng's breathing suddenly became rapid. In other words, as long as you become a substitute examinee at Xingqiang Martial Arts School, you can directly get a commission of 20,000 yuan? Wait until I get into a good university. Are there any additional bonuses? Making money is too easy. Li Suifeng extended his hand and said, Master, it's a pleasure to cooperate with you. You're so kind, young friend. It's a pleasure doing business with you. Zhang Daong laughed and shook hands with Li Suifeng. After shaking hands, Zhang Daong personally wrote a contract and handed it to Li Suifeng for inspection. The content is roughly about Li Suifeng being recommended by the Martial Arts Academy to participate in the martial arts exam. If you achieve good results, you can receive a bonus from the dojo. Even if the results are poor, the dojo will not blame Li Suifeng. This contract is unusually unfavorable to Party A. Li Suifeng, as the second party, faced no risks and only received benefits. The seemingly unfair contract actually reflects the current social reality. There are many geniuses with amazing talents. However, these schools are all controlled by public schools. It's too difficult for private dojos to poach talent from public schools. They won't come unless you pay a hefty price. Although Li Suifeng volunteered himself, the talent he displayed was clearly no less than that of Tang Hu. Therefore, Zhang Daong was not stingy and gave him the same treatment as Tang Hu. After signing the contract, Zhang Daong gave Li Suifeng a card engraved with the 4 characters Xinqiang Daoguan. This card served as the ID card and examination admission ticket for the Daoguan substitute examinee. On the day of the martial arts exam, Li Suifeng only needs to bring this item to enter the exam hall and take the exam. As Li Suifeng played with his identity card, Zhang Daong chuckled, "Before the martial arts exam arrives, we'll have to trouble you, young friendly, to withdraw from school first. Now that I've become a substitute examinee at Xinjiang Martial Arts Academy, Li Suifeng can no longer represent number 2 middle school for the exam. That's the rule." "I understand." Li Suifeng had already known this principle, so he nodded. Anyway, he was studying in the humanities class at number 2 middle school, so he couldn't participate in the martial arts exam. He switched jobs to Xinjiang Martial Arts Academy to participate in the martial arts exam. That was his decision to take a different approach and burn his bridges. "Young friendly, have you studied physical skills at school?" Zhang Daong then asked with a smile. "I haven't had a chance to learn it yet," Li Suifeng lied. The truth was, he wasn't qualified to join the awakening class, which was why he hadn't learned physical techniques. "That's alright, we still have more than 20 days, enough time for you to master a basic martial art." Zhang Daong smiled and handed Li Suifeng a tablet. There are some book covers on the screen, with the names of various martial arts techniques written on them. 8 Desolate Falling Leaves Leg, Spiritual Rhinoceros Wind and Rainfinger, 9 Steps of the Spiritual Serpent, Mountain Pushing Palm, Emperor Taizu Long Fist. Some of these physical skills are the common, mass-produced techniques taught in public schools. Some of them are Xinjiang Martial Arts School's own products. The technology in this world is quite advanced. Even martial arts manuals are in e-book format. Li Suifeng didn't rush to make a choice. He asked, "Master, my blazing light can provide me with a boost to strength and agility for a certain period of time. Which physical technique do you think I should learn? Can both strength and speed be increased simultaneously?" This natural talent has an effect comparable to that of a paramecia-type talent. That's very peculiar, and also very powerful. Zhang Daong felt envious. Although he was the head of a club, he had only awakened AB-level superhuman talent, which was incomparable to the effect of the blazing light. He has also diligently cultivated himself and worked hard to get to where he is today. Compared to Li Suifeng, his starting point was indeed much lower. "Judging from your talent, martial arts are the best choice for you." Zhang Daong offered his advice. Li Suifeng nodded thoughtfully. With the college entrance exam just around the corner, the best way to quickly improve combat skills is to learn a type of physical martial art that is easy to learn. Since ancient times, punching and kicking have been human instincts. Martial arts skills are often the easiest to master. Li Suifeng made his decision and tapped the cover of Taizu Changquan with his finger. Soon, the content of Taizu Changquan, a style of Chinese martial arts, is presented on a tablet in the form of pictures and text. Zhang Daong said, "Young friend, let's add each other as friends. I will transmit the contents of Taizu Changquan to you, but the contents are encrypted. You can only study it yourself and cannot transmit it to others. I also hope that you will not teach it to others without my permission. Clear?" Li Suifeng nodded. This Taizu Changquan is a special physical technique of the dojo, hence the rule. If physical education is common in public schools, there's no need to be so cautious. After adding each other as friends, Zhang Daong promptly sent Li Suifeng the content of Taizu Changquan and asked for his bank card number, then directly transferred 20,000 yuan in commission. Upon receiving the large sum of money, Li Suifeng was extremely excited, but he did not show it, instead pretending to be deep in reading Taizu Changquan, a book on martial arts. Don't be afraid of geniuses working hard. What I fear most is that geniuses are lazy. Seeing this, Zhang Daong showed a satisfied expression. If you need a private practice room, young friend, I can provide you with one. Training at home is quite inconvenient, so it would be better if you trained at the dojo more often in the future. He said a lot, but Li Suifeng didn't look up to listen. Instead, he was engrossed in reading. Zhang Dayang's eyes showed even more admiration, and he didn't disturb him any further. Half an hour later. After thoroughly reading through the contents of Taizu Changquan, Li Suifeng was surprised to find that the panel had undergone some changes. Chapter 7: Buying Medicine and Leaving the City. Li Suifeng. Realm, none. Constitution, 1. Spirit, 17. Talent, Raging Light rank A. Technique, none. Physical skills, Taizu Changquan Beginner Plus. Talent value, 690. In the physical skills section of the panel, a new option for Taizu Long Fist has been added, with a plus sign next to it. Could it be? Li Suifeng's eyes lit up, and he subconsciously chanted in his mind, "System, upgrade my Taizu Long Fist." The next moment, the system text appeared, consuming 1 talent point. Taizu Long Fist has been upgraded to the beginner level, and physique has increased by 1. Is this all there is to it? Li Suifeng was overjoyed. According to the document, although Taizu Changquan was only a basic physical technique, it would take an ordinary person about a week to learn it. Even those with high comprehension will need about 3 days. I just finished reading the content, and I can master it with just 1 point? Outrageous. System, give me the full power of the Taizu Long Fist. Having tasted the sweetness, Li Suifeng silently repeated to himself once more. Consumes 100 talent points, upgrades Taizu Long Fist to mastery, personal physique plus 5. The words flashed by again, and a surge of power suddenly welled up within Li Suifeng's body, mainly concentrated in his arms. His arms, beneath his long sleeves, visibly became noticeably thicker. Li Suifeng. Realm, none. Constitution, 7. Spirit, 17. Talent, Raging Light rank A. Technique, none. Physical skills, Taizu Changquan Master. Talent value, 589. Let's look at the panel again. As expected, Taizu Changquan was improved to the level of proficiency, and his physique also increased to 7 points, resulting in a tremendous change. Improving physical skills can increase physical fitness. So, in addition to pursuing talent improvement, I can't neglect improving my physical skills either. Improve my talent to enhance my spirit, improve my physical skills to enhance my physique, and continue in this way, and I will surely possess both divine and physical strength, without any weaknesses. Li Suifeng's eyes were bright, but he still felt regret in his heart. Taizu Long Fist is a low-grade mortal-level physical technique, used to help students strengthen their bodies and build a solid foundation. Its upper limit is the mastery level. Physical techniques in the world can be divided into multiple levels, such as mortal, spiritual, earthly, and heavenly. Physical techniques within the same level are also distinguished by 4 grades: lower, middle, upper, and special. Physical skills above the mortal level are often divided into 6 realms: beginner, minor achievement, proficiency, major achievement, perfection, and artistic conception. The deeper one's realm, the greater the power of their physical techniques. Master Zhang, may I learn another martial art? Having tasted the sweetness, Li Suifeng asked with eager anticipation. Zhang Dayang refused decisively, no. Physical training is not child's play, it requires diligent study and hard work to succeed. Right now, you haven't even mastered the basics of Taizu Changquan. If you were to learn a second physical technique, it would only distract you and leave you with nothing to learn. With the college entrance exam just around the corner, your priority should be to master the basics of Taizu Changquan, a style of Chinese martial arts to enhance your hand-to-hand combat skills. Only in this way will you have a chance to achieve good results in the martial arts exam. Li Suifeng really wanted to demonstrate his mastery of Taizu Changquan, a style of Chinese martial arts, to persuade Zhang Dayang. But to think that I've only read the book once and yet I've mastered it to an expert level is absurd to the point of being beyond basic logic. If this gets out, it will surely cause a global sensation, and might even attract government investigations, exposing the secret of the cheat code. Let's hold back for now and wait for the right moment to unleash the Taizu Long Fist. Even if Marquis Zhang Dayang is shocked, then he won't see me as a monster. Li Suifeng suppressed his emotions and left the office under the pretext of going home for dinner. Watching Li Suifeng leave, Zhang Dayang's eyes showed suspicion. Why did it seem like Li Xiaoyu had suddenly grown taller and stronger? Was it just his imagination? Night falls inside the bedroom. Amidst the whistling wind, Completely naked except for a pair of boxer shorts, Li Suifeng was practicing Taizu Changquan with great vigor. The essence of this fist technique lies in its expansive and powerful movements, delivering swift and decisive blows to the enemy. With the memory of mastering the Taizu long fist, Li Suifeng perfected the fist technique. Clang! As a punch was thrown from a distance, the desk lamp on the table 3 meters away was blown away by the force of the punch, and the lampshade cracked as it fell to the ground. My mother's voice came from outside. Suifeng, what's wrong? It's okay, Mom. I just accidentally knocked the lamp to the ground, but it's not broken. Li Suifeng picked up the desk lamp and responded with an embarrassed expression. Oh, then be careful. My mother muttered something, and then fell silent. Li Suifeng rearranged the desk lamp and gazed intently out the window. With my mastery of the Taizu long fist and the A-level talent, Raging Light, I now have the basic ability to protect myself. I should be able to go outside the city and grind some monsters. The next morning, after eating breakfast made by his mother, Li Suifeng left home with a camouflage backpack on his back. Instead of heading to the second middle school as usual, he went in the opposite direction. While passing through the bustling city, I casually walked into a department store called Tianwu Pavilion. Tianwu Pavilion is one of the 6 major department stores in the Dragon Kingdom. It is famous for selling items needed by martial artists, and its stores are located in major cities throughout the Dragon Kingdom. As soon as I entered the building, a female sales assistant came up to me and asked, "What would you like to buy, sir?" Li Suifeng took out his phone and read aloud from the screenshot of the list, "I want 5 portions each of nutritional supplements and energy pills. Also, 2 sticks of beast-repelling incense, 3 portions each of compressed biscuits and canned food." The sales assistant was quite surprised. How could such a young customer want to buy so many things? Is he preparing to leave the city? The sales assistant immediately smiled and said, "Dear customer, please wait a moment during your break. I'll be right there." He then left. 5 minutes later, the sales assistant returned with a military green suitcase. "Sir, everything you ordered is here. The total is 18,000 yuan. The military suitcase is a free gift. Here is the price list, please take a look." Li Suifeng took the list, confirmed that the prices matched the online survey, checked the products to make sure they were correct, and then scanned the QR code on the list to pay. 18,000 silver dollars were spent just like that. Li Suifeng felt a sudden emptiness in his heart. This 18,000 yuan should have been enough for his family's living expenses for at least half a year, right? And I just squandered it all in one go. Damn, the path to becoming a martial artist is really expensive. After placing his suitcase into his camouflage bag, Li Suifeng walked out of the building and headed west towards Xingho City, accompanied by a smiling sales assistant. Half an hour later, Li Suifeng arrived at the west gate of Xingho City. It was morning, and many people were leaving the city, most of them robust martial artists. Li Suifeng mingled into the crowd and lined up. When it was his turn, the guard on duty stopped him, saying, "Please show proof of your city status." Beyond the city walls lies a desolate wilderness, teeming with monsters and fraught with danger. To prevent the weak from going out to their deaths, and to prevent despicable demons from infiltrating human cities and committing evil deeds, the government had long ago issued a decree prohibiting people from leaving the city at will. From high-ranking military officers to ordinary citizens, everyone needed proof to enter or leave any city. Li Suifeng took out his Xingqiang Martial Arts Academy ID card. "I am a candidate from Xingqiang Martial Arts Academy for this year's exam. I plan to go out and train before the martial arts exam." The guard checked the ID card and looked surprised. "Young man, are you alone? Where are your companions?" "I'm waiting outside." Li Suifeng lied, mainly because he was afraid that Shi would be too enthusiastic and prevent him from leaving the city alone. "Then be careful." The guard returned the ID card and allowed passage. Li Suifeng followed the passage out of the city and soon saw a field of interwoven plants. Various small, strangely shaped demonic beasts lurked in the wilderness. Some of the humans who had ventured out of the city were fighting them, while powerful warriors raced across the plains, heading deeper into the distance. They clearly looked down on these low-level demonic beasts on the outskirts of the city. Just as the book said, monsters roamed the area outside the city. Li Suifeng gazed at the various monsters on the plain. Killing a slightly mutated insect will give me 1 to 3 talent points. How many ability points would I get from killing a real monster? There are so many monsters around here. If I wipe them all out, how many talent points will I accumulate? Could we take advantage of this, to make a fortune? Chapter 8: Killing 4 Black Gold Hyenas. A gentle breeze rustled through the vegetation on the wilderness. Beneath the lush, leafy tree, a 2-meter-long, thick-bodied, long-limbed, black gold hyena with a pointed snout and monkey-like cheeks was gnawing on a pile of monster carcasses. Its earlobes twitched, and it suddenly raised its head to look into the distance. There! A boy carrying a camouflage bag is walking slowly towards them. Wah! The black gold hyena opened its blood-stained mouth, revealing sharp teeth, and growled, its dark eyes locking onto the boy with greed and longing. Humans! Weak and young humans! This human's flesh and blood must be fresh, sweet, and tender. The food in my mouth suddenly doesn't taste good. Day. The agitated black gold hyena spat out the blood and flesh in its mouth, stomped its hooves, and charged towards the boy. Because of its high speed, it stirred up gusts of wind wherever it went. It's even faster than described online. Li Suifeng looked surprised, but as the black gold hyena approached, he quickly regained his composure, and a golden aura rose from his body. Talent, a blazing light. In that instant, Li Suifeng's aura surged to its peak. A punch, imbued with golden energy, was unleashed with the speed and precision of a cannonball, striking the onrushing black gold hyena squarely in the jaw. Physical techniques, Taizu Changquan. Crack! With the sound of bones breaking, the black gold hyena flew backward, landing on the ground stiff and motionless, blood quietly flowing from its 7 orifices. Kill the black gold hyena, talent value +10. The system message flashed, confirming that the fallen hyena had died suddenly. Li Suifeng looked at his fist with an incredulous expression. Although the black gold hyena is only at the bottom of the wild beast herd, it is still a demon beast and is somewhat dangerous to non-martial artists. In the end, I killed it with 1 punch. My outburst was more powerful than I expected. Before I could even wake up, I heard a commotion nearby. Li Suifeng looked up and saw 3 black and gold hyenas getting up from their sleep in the hollow behind the tree. Noticing the death of their companion, their faces contorted in rage, their dark eyes filled with intense killing intent. Wah! A low growl, like a mournful cry. The 3 black and gold hyenas quickly rushed over, but instead of attacking Li Suifeng immediately, they circled around him, baring their teeth. Li Suifeng remained expressionless. Having studied for so many years, he naturally had a wealth of information about demonic beasts in his mind. Like martial artists, monsters are also divided into levels, namely ordinary level, elite level, lord level, king level, and each level is further divided into 9 tiers. Most black gold hyenas are of the first tier of the common level. They are the most common monsters outside Starfire City, known for their speed and powerful bite, but their defense is relatively weak. Because its fur is jet black and reflects a sheen in the sunlight, resembling black gold, it got its name. The relatively weaker black and gold hyenas, in order to survive in the wild, often attack their targets in packs, employing tactics of flanking and pulling, then attacking the target from behind. I'm such a handsome, dashing, and delicious man, and you 3 animals' first thought isn't to eat me, but to rip my ass out? Damn it! Li Suifeng cursed angrily and activated the raging light once again. As his body shimmered with a golden glow resembling flames, Li Suifeng shot forward like an arrow, instantly reaching a black gold hyena and unleashing a punch. Before the hyena could even react, with a crack, its head exploded like a watermelon, and the huge headless corpse crashed to the ground. Wah! The other 2 black and gold hyenas screamed in terror upon seeing their companion die, then turned and ran away, too frightened to even attempt to tear open Li Suifeng's anus. Trying to run? It's too late. Li Suifeng's face was icy cold as he sped along, moving as fast as a breeze, catching up with the 2 hyenas and launching an attack. Click-clack. With a crisp cracking sound of bones breaking, both black and gold hyenas collapsed to the ground, dying instantly. Kill the black gold hyena, talent value +10. Kill the black gold hyena, talent value +10. Kill the black gold hyena, talent value +10. Another 30 talent points arrived, but Li Suifeng didn't even glance at the panel. He took out a small knife, knelt down, and began to dismember the black gold hyena's corpse. The corpses of high-level monsters are often treasures. However, there are too many low-level monsters, and they are everywhere in the wild, so they are not very valuable. Their flesh and blood are priced similarly to farmed pork, beef, and mutton. Li Suifeng wasn't interested in the flesh and blood of the 4 hyenas, he was mainly focused on cutting their teeth. Because of their sturdy texture, hyena teeth can be incorporated into iron to forge weapons. They are not cheap, costing around 50 Chinese coins per gram. After cutting off all the teeth from the 4 hyenas and putting them into his camouflage bag, Li Suifeng estimated that if he sold them, this batch of hyena teeth would be worth several hundred yuan, which would be a small fortune. After disposing of the corpse, Li Suifeng felt dizzy and rubbed his temples. I'm a little dizzy. It seems I've been using the blazing light too frequently, and my energy can't keep up. The duration of use for natural type talents is determined by one's mental state. Li Suifeng used the fierce light continuously for about a minute. His current energy level is not yet up to the standard of a martial artist, so his energy is quickly exhausted as he uses his talent, and he enters a state of mental fatigue. Fortunately, I had bought some energy-restoring pills beforehand. After Li Suifeng took the medicine, the dizziness in his head subsided in less than a minute and was replaced by a feeling of clarity. This energy pill is so miraculous? No wonder it costs 1,500 yuan apiece. Li Suifeng exclaimed in surprise. Items related to martial arts practitioners often have exorbitant prices. This small energy pill is actually made from 36 kinds of expensive medicinal herbs, and it sells for about 1,500 yuan a pill on the market. The additional nutritional supplements also contain various vitality elements, which can not only restore strength, but also enhance nutrition and satiety, making them an essential supplement for awakened martial artists during their growth period. I heard that the rich kids in the awakening class drink this stuff every day. The brief battle with the 4 demonic beasts not only exhausted Li Suifeng's energy, but also left him with aches and pains in many parts of his body, as well as a noticeable feeling of hunger. Without hesitation, Li Suifeng took out a vial of nutritional supplement and drank it. Gurgle, gurgle. The moment the green liquid entered my stomach, a warm current swept through my entire body. The lost power is revived in every inch of flesh and blood. Li Suifeng quickly felt himself fully recharged. No time to rest, keep grinding. Li Suifeng rubbed his hands together, looking eagerly into the distance. There. More and more different kinds of common-level monsters have gathered in groups. Because awakened martial artists have such high standards, they simply look down on them. These monsters were left behind, and naturally became experience points in Li Suifeng's eyes. Let's get to it. Li Suifeng, his face flushed, resembled a greedy wolf as he crept towards the area densely populated with low-level monsters. Chapter 9, Deducing the Heavenly Light Long Fist, Achieving the Status of a Preparatory Martial Artist. 3 poles in the sun. The intense sunlight draped the green fields in the suburbs in a golden veil. On the plains near Starfire City, dismembered monster corpses lay scattered on the ground. Most are black and gold hyenas, but there are also small monsters such as bloodthirsty lynxes and gold diamond rats. Their deaths were gruesome. Some had their heads smashed, some had fist-sized gashes in their waists and abdomens, and some had even been skinned alive. Among the countless demonic beast corpses, a golden diamond rat, no more than half a meter long, chirped and trembled as it burrowed into the ground. Call. The wind howled as a figure bathed in golden light rushed forward, arriving 10 meters away 1 second and right in front of the golden diamond rat the next. Bang! The fist, shrouded in golden light, slammed down like a cannonball. The poor golden diamond rat squeaked as its bones shattered, blood gushed out, and it turned into a puddle of minced meat. The 36th head. As the golden light faded, Li Suifeng murmured to himself. Since leaving the city, he has been fighting for 4 hours and has killed a total of 36 monsters. Although they are all ordinary first-tier demonic beasts like black gold hyenas. Each one can bring between 10 and 30 talent points. All things considered, his talent points have accumulated at an astonishing rate. Li Suifeng. Realm, none. Constitution, 7. Spirit, 17. Talent, Raging Light rank A. Technique, none. Physical skills, proficient Taizu Changquan Common can be deduced. Talent value, 1889. Isn't 1700 talent points enough to level up Blazing Light? Li Suifeng was a little troubled. He didn't know how many talent points would be needed for the next upgrade of the Blazing Light. The estimates suggest the numbers will be staggering. 2,000 or 3,000 might not even meet the requirements. Perhaps it will cost more than 5,000? So what if it's 5,000 or 10,000? There are so many monsters outside the city. As long as I keep killing them, I'll eventually accumulate enough talent points. Li Suifeng quickly regained his fighting spirit and his gaze fell on the back of the Taizu Long Fist martial art. System, what situation can we deduce? Li Suifeng silently thought to himself that this was his first time trying to communicate with the system, but he was surprised to receive a response. Consuming 1,500 talent points, the Taizu Long Fist physical technique can be deduced into the Mortal Grade Superior physical technique Bright Long Fist. The compatibility between the Light Fist and the innate Fierce Light is 100%. Ha, the system has this function? Li Suifeng's eyes were very bright. This world is full of diverse talents and a plethora of physical skills. There is also a concept of compatibility between physical skills and natural talent. For example, suppose Li Suifeng possesses a water-based talent that is primarily gentle and peaceful, but cultivates a set of powerful fist and body techniques. Therefore, this talent and physical skills are not a good match. The power it unleashed was also quite ordinary. The fierce light that Li Suifeng possesses now is similar in style and attributes to the Taizu Long Fist, but the compatibility can't be 100%. It might be around 80% or 90%, but not 100%. At the moment. According to the system. By consuming 1500 talent points, Li Suifeng can deduce the new physical technique, Bright Long Fist. Its grade surpasses the original fist technique by 2 levels, and its compatibility with the Law Raging Light is 100%. When combined with the Blazing Light, it will surely unleash Li Suifeng's full potential and deal maximum damage. Should we perform a deduction? With fate before him, Li Suifeng was once again plagued by a headache. He worked so hard to accumulate talent points in order to upgrade his A-level ability, Fierce Light, to S-level as soon as possible. However, if a new physical technique is developed now, the talent value will be reset to 0. It seems unlikely that the Radiant Light skill can be improved in the short term. System, I want to upgrade my A-level talent to S-level. How many talent points will it cost? Li Suifeng asked again in his mind, but no system message appeared, clearly indicating that the system was not going to answer the question. With the college entrance exam just around the corner, I need to focus on improving my combat skills as much as possible so that I can achieve good results in the exam. My A-level talent, combined with my superior mortal level physical skills, should be enough to make me stand out in the martial arts exam. As for S-level talent, I'll continue to accumulate talent points to improve it when I get to university. After some deep thought, Li Suifeng quickly cleared his mind and said, System, deduce the Taizu Long Fist for me. Consuming 1500 talent points, Taizu Long Fist is transformed into Heavenly Light Long Fist. As the system text flashed by, the Taizu Long Fist in the body techniques section of the panel suddenly changed to the Heavenly Light Long Fist. However, his mastery of the Heavenly Light Long Fist technique was still in its infancy. Obviously. The evolved Tianguan Long Fist has become a new martial art. To master it, you must spend talent points to upgrade it. Are they trying to drain all my talent points? Li Suifeng muttered a complaint and shouted in his mind, System, max out the Heavenly Light Long Fist skill for me. Consuming 300 talent points, Heavenly Light Long Fist has been upgraded to mastery. Personal Constitution plus 6. The system text flashed by, and a memory of the Heavenly Light Long Fist flooded into Li Suifeng's mind, making him feel a little dizzy. After a moment, the memory was fully received, and Li Suifeng's mind returned to clarity. He instinctively threw a punch. With golden light enveloping his 5 fingers, Li Suifeng's punch no longer seemed like a fist. It was a golden cannonball. Whoosh! Bang! The fierce wind subsided, replaced by the sound of air friction. Li Suifeng was overjoyed. He could tell that the power of the lesser completion level Heavenly Light Long Fist was at least twice as strong as the proficient level Taizu Long Fist. Although it used up all the talent points, the output was at least twice as strong, so it's still acceptable. Li Suifeng grinned, but he was also puzzled. Improving Taizu Changquan to the point of mastery will grant 6 points to Constitution. The Bright Long Fist is more advanced than the Taizu Long Fist. If it is also upgraded to mastery, it should bring more Constitution points, but why is it only 6 points? Li Suifeng pondered for a moment, recalling the martial arts he had learned in class, and soon came up with an answer. Strength, agility, endurance, explosive power, and blood and chi are all part of physical constitution. Enhancing these attributes can increase physical constitution. Physical training belongs to martial arts, but it is also a form of physical exercise that can effectively temper the body. Taizu Changquan is a style of boxing that can strengthen the upper limbs when learned. As he added points, Li Suifeng's upper limbs were tempered imperceptibly, becoming not only thicker but also stronger, thus improving his physique. Before Li Suifeng practiced Taizu Changquan, he was completely helpless. With a little training, his progress was naturally very fast. When Li Suifeng added points to the Bright Long Fist, his upper limbs already had a foundation. Even with continued training, the rate of improvement would certainly not be comparable to before. This is similar to a beginner's progress in fitness. The improvement can be astonishing. However, once you have a certain foundation, the progress in fitness is not as good as in the early stages. My upper body strength is nearing its limit. There is very limited room for improvement if I continue to practice other fist techniques, palm techniques, or other physical techniques that temper the upper body, and my physique will not increase much accordingly. Only by practicing leg techniques or core techniques can I quickly increase my physique. Li Su Weifeng's understanding deepened. In the early stages of a superhuman martial artist's growth, they train various physical techniques such as leg techniques, fist techniques, finger techniques, and core techniques to temper all parts of their body, including the lower limbs, upper limbs, torso, and so on, until they reach their physical limits. After that, a martial artist's physique will have reached a considerable level, at which point they can cultivate chi and blood techniques to further temper their physical body, break through their limits, and continue to enhance their physique. It's okay if my physique increases a little less, as long as there's progress. Let's check the panel first. Li Suifeng regained his composure and opened the panel. Li Suifeng. Realm, Awakening Rank 0. Constitution, 13. Spirit, 17. Talent, Raging Light Rank A. Technique, none. Physical skills, Heavenly Light Long Fist Mastery Plus. Talent value, 89. On the panel, due to the arrival of the new physical technique, the physique has reached 13 points, gradually catching up with the rapidly increasing mental strength. The Heavenly Light Long Fist still has a plus sign at the end, indicating that it can still be upgraded. However, because the talent points have been exhausted, it is currently impossible to continue improving. I've become a prospective martial artist. Li Sui's eyes were very bright. After his physical constitution broke through 13 points, combined with his original 17 points of mental strength, Li Su Weifeng's vitality was considered to have broken through the 30 mark. Therefore, he met the official standards and was considered a qualified prospective martial artist. In just a few days, I actually went from a good-for-nothing to a prospective martial artist. The leap is just too big. No, becoming a prospective martial artist is just the beginning of my glorious journey. I can't be arrogant, I must continue to work hard. After a moment of excitement, Li Suifeng tried to calm himself down and looked even more greedily at the monsters in the distance. Keep going. Chapter 10 Team Invitation. Sister Rue, can we really kill that saber-toothed tiger? Outside Xingho City, a slightly chubby boy wearing a camouflage hat and with 2 short axes hanging from his waist looked around warily. The slightly chubby boy was accompanied by 3 other companions, 2 boys and 1 girl, all of whom appeared to be high school students. 2 of the boys looked very similar and were twins. They appeared calm, but the sweat on their foreheads betrayed their nervousness. The only girl was 1.75 meters tall, wearing military-style short boots, with a broad chest and a hot, sexy figure wrapped in a tight-fitting combat suit. She took out her binoculars and gazed into the distance. Last time, due to insufficient preparation, we almost killed the saber-toothed tiger. Now, we've learned our lesson and are well prepared. Taking down that saber-toothed tiger shouldn't be a problem. Sister Rue, let's stop fooling ourselves. That saber-toothed tiger is a second-tier demonic beast. Last time we didn't even manage to scratch it. Even with the help of the Zhang brothers this time, it will be very difficult to kill it. At this point, the slightly chubby boy nervously patted his chest. I don't know what the teacher was thinking, making hunting saber-toothed tigers the graduation exam, just to make things difficult for us. The college entrance exam is just around the corner, and they're putting so much pressure on us. It's outrageous. Alright, Wang Jun, stop talking. We've all brought smart watches. If we really encounter a life or death crisis, the guards in the city will definitely save us. Zhang Shui, the older of the twins, spoke first. Yes, Wang Jun, what if your shouting attracts a pack of beasts? Don't forget, even though this place is close to the city, there are still quite a few monsters active here. Our target is the saber-toothed tiger, there's no need to waste our energy on other monsters. As the younger brother, Zhang Sharan, was speaking, the girl pressed her hand down, signaling him to calm down, and then asked suspiciously, "Can you smell blood?" The smell of blood? It does seem to be there? Wang Jun twitched his nose slightly and pointed in a certain direction. Where did the sound come from? Let's go take a look. Sister Rue put down her binoculars and led the team toward the direction from which the smell of blood was coming. A few minutes later. Suddenly, the view opened up. But all the tall weeds had been broken off. Lying on the grass were the corpses of monsters that had been skinned, dismembered, and gutted. Under a tree, a boy in camouflage was crouching on the ground, using a knife to pry off a tooth from a black and gold hyena. The skill in his movements was so adept that it reminded one of the legendary butcher, Cook Ding, carving up an ox. What? This scene left Sister Rue stunned. The number of monsters here is enough to form a small herd. As a result, they all died? Was this boy's doing? He killed so many monsters all by himself? Is it true or false? Holy crap! Wang Jun, who was standing to the side, was so frightened by the scene that he swore. Who is it? Li Suifeng, who was under the tree, had just removed the last tooth from the black gold hyena when he suddenly heard a noise. He stood up abruptly and looked up, his face grim. Moment! A murderous aura emanated from him, making the atmosphere in the area seem to freeze. This person has such a strong presence. It makes me very nervous. Zhang Shuyi muttered in surprise. Wang Jun instinctively raised his hand and shouted, "Brother, we're just passing by. Please stay calm, don't kill me." Kill you? Li Suifeng was speechless. Was he really that ruthless? However, it was also clear that Wang Jun and the others were mostly students like themselves. Since we're just passing by, let's go. Li Suifeng waved them away, showing no interest in negotiating with them. Wang Jun breathed a sigh of relief, winked at Sister Rue, and gestured for her to run. Sister Rue, however, revealed an intrigued expression. "Fellow Daoist, my name is Tian Rue, and I'm a senior high school student at Xingho City No. 4 Middle School. Judging from your appearance, you're also a student, right? May I ask which middle school you attend?" "Second middle school," Li Suifeng replied casually. "Could you be Su Kai?" Tian Rue's eyes lit up. "No." Li Suifeng shook his head. Su Kai is one of only 2 geniuses in No. 2 middle school to awaken S-level talent. He is currently studying under the principal along with Lan Aoshui. He has awakened to have extremely strong talent, making him the undisputed No. 1 fighter in No. 2 middle school at present, and a strong contender for the top scorer in the martial arts exam in the future. Besides Su Kai, does No. 2 high school have another expert like you? Expert, what's your name? Wang Jun's eyes widened, and he interrupted with a surprised expression. This genuine flattery pleased Li Suifeng, and his attitude softened somewhat. Li Suifeng. Li Suifeng? What a nice name. Wang Jun clapped his hands repeatedly, excitedly whispering to Tian Rue, "Sister Rue, our team is 1 short. That saber-toothed tiger is too ferocious. If a skilled player joins us, our chances of killing it will definitely skyrocket." Tian Rue's eyes lit up. She said that killing the saber-toothed tiger wouldn't be a problem, but in reality, she was very unsure. As Wang Jun said, Li Suifeng's ability to kill so many demonic beasts undoubtedly makes him one of the top candidates among the recent graduates. With his help, the chances of killing the saber-toothed tiger will be much higher. Li, the 4 of us are going to hunt a second-tier demonic beast, the saber-toothed tiger. Would you be interested in joining us? Tian Rue smiled sweetly and extended an invitation. A second-tier demonic beast? Li Suifeng's eyes lit up. After becoming a prospective martial artist, he had little talent left and was in dire need of grinding monsters. I wonder how many talent points I'll get for killing this second-tier demonic beast. I'm willing to join you, but how should we divide the corpses of these monsters after they die? Second-tier monsters are not like the common black gold hyena. Their numbers are relatively small, and their flesh and blood have begun to be valuable. Li Suifeng didn't want to get into a conflict of interest with the 4 people after killing the level 2 demon beast. The saber-toothed tiger's carcass is homework, and we have to hand it in to the teacher. We can't give it to you. But, Li, we can offer you some money to help us. What do you think? Tian Rue's smile remained unchanged. Li Suifeng valued the talent value of the second-tier demon beast more than its corpse. If the other party offers sufficient benefits, it's not impossible to concede. 20,000. Li Suifeng raised his hand, gave a number, and prepared to bargain. To everyone's surprise, Tian Rue smiled and nodded, "Deal." Li Suifeng. Are these guys rich kids? Then he took out 20,000 without even considering it? Damn, that's asking price too low. Li Suifeng harbored a great deal of resentment. Tian Rue smiled and approached, fiddling with her smartwatch, and asked, "Li, what's your contact information?" After adding each other as friends, Tian Rue transferred 20,000 yuan to Li Suifeng in less than 3 seconds. They're incredibly wealthy. Li Suifeng pretended to be calm and accepted the transfer, but in his heart he was even more resentful, thinking that it was too little. Alright, Li, that saber-toothed tiger is probably in the vicinity. Do you want to rest for a bit, or come with us? Tian Rue asked with a smile. Li Suifeng took out a vial of nutritional supplements, drank it all, and said simply, "The sooner we finish work, the sooner we can go home." "Then let's go." Tianrui smiled and nodded, leading the team deeper into the wilderness, while keeping an eye on the detailed map on her smartwatch. After a while, the weeds ahead grew even more luxuriantly, further obstructing everyone's view. Even so, Tianrui still noticed the tracks. After crouching down to examine the ground, she said warily, "These are saber-toothed tiger footprints, meaning it's very close. We need to be ready for battle at any moment." The words had barely left his mouth. "A whoa!" It roared like an engine. From the grass less than 10 meters wide, a huge shadow that had been lying prone leaped high into the air and pounced on the group with ferocious momentum. Chapter 11, One-hit kill with a fist against a saber-toothed tiger that's a master. Watch out, it's a saber-toothed tiger. The sudden turn of events caused Tianrui to gasp in surprise. Despite her delicate appearance, she is actually a decisive and strong woman. She clasped her hands together, protecting her chest. Wall of vines. A wall of vines. B rank wood type talent. It can summon the power of heaven and earth plants, which can be transformed into vines and condensed into a wall. Bang! The enormous shadow crashed against the wall of vines, creating a violent tremor. The moment the wall shattered, the shadow landed smoothly, growling incessantly, revealing its true form. It was a giant tiger, 5 meters long, with thick limbs and covered with yellow and black fur. His fierce, piercing eyes revealed a menacing nature. Its split mouth revealed fangs that were half a meter long and as sharp as swords. This was precisely the target of Tianrui and the others, the level 2 demonic beast, the saber-toothed tiger. Damn it! This saber-toothed tiger not only spotted us first, but also launched a sneak attack on us? How despicable and cunning! Luckily, Sister Rui reacted quickly enough and used a wall of vines to protect us. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. But Sister Rui, your wooden wall is broken. It seems we're out of security. The chubby boy, Wang Jun, exclaimed repeatedly. The two Zhang brothers looked slightly panicked. However, the two of them had made ample preparations beforehand, having accepted the invitation. With his mind at ease, Zhang Shuyi's body swelled up, his originally thin frame suddenly becoming burly, transforming into a muscular giant weighing 300 pounds, almost bursting his clothes. B-level superhuman talent body expansion. It can make the body expand like a balloon, simultaneously increasing explosive power. Bang! Zhang Shuyi, now a giant, stomped his foot and charged towards the saber-toothed tiger like a bulldozer. His enormous fist smashed into the tiger's face like a falling meteor. It was clearly a martial arts technique used. Zhang Shaoren, the younger brother, waved his hands, and wind blades shaped like willow leaves condensed in the air, passing Zhang Shuyi first and striking the saber-toothed tiger's body. B-rank wind-type talent, wind manipulation. Ding ding ding. Despite being made of flesh and blood, the saber-toothed tiger's fur was actually as resilient as soft armor. Therefore, it was continuously hit by the wind blades without breaking through its defenses. Taking advantage of the wind blade's distraction and diverting the saber-toothed tiger's attention, Zhang Shuyi arrived on horseback and delivered a punch straight to the saber-toothed tiger's head. Bang! With a dull thud, the saber-toothed tiger lowered its head as it was struck. Nice! Wang Jun jumped up excitedly, but his expression changed drastically the next moment. Forced to lower its head, the saber-toothed tiger raised its proud head again, its glaring eyes filled with anger and ferocity. Its enormous claws suddenly slapped Zhang Shuyi's chest. A click sound. Zhang Shuyi was sent flying backwards. When he landed, his arms were torn and covered in scratches. One of his forearms was even bent unnaturally, as it had been broken by the blow. If he hadn't instinctively blocked with his hands, his injuries would have been much more severe if the saber-toothed tiger's claw had landed on his chest. My brother broke his arm. He can't be the main attacker anymore. Seeing this, Zhang Shaoren looked at Tianrui with an anxious expression. As Wang Jun helped Zhang Shuyi up, Tianrui's face paled slightly as she said, I can use my second talent to take the lead in attacking, but that would increase my mental strain, and I'm afraid I won't be able to use the vine wall for defense anymore. She then looked at Li Suifeng. Li, what is your talent? Can you take charge of defending everyone against saber-toothed tigers? That's how things have come to this. Li Suifeng also noticed it. These four companions weren't particularly strong, but their execution and teamwork were quite good. This can be seen from Zhang Shuyi's action of hitting the saber-toothed tiger. In fact, if the saber-toothed tiger's defense were a little weaker, or if Zhang Shuyi's explosive power were a little stronger. The situation might not be like it is now. I'm not interested in being a tank, let's go straight for the attack. Facing Tian Rui's gaze, Li Suifeng uttered a single sentence and strode towards the saber-toothed tiger. Li, you? Tian Rui was stunned. Despite the tragedy that happened to Zhang Shuyi, Li Suifeng still dared to take the initiative to confront the saber-toothed tiger head-on. Isn't that too bold and too radical? If he gets injured too, and the team has 2 wounded, let alone killing the saber-toothed tiger. Even whether they can escape unscathed is questionable. Li? Wait a minute. Tian Rui shouted anxiously, trying to persuade Li Suifeng to change his mind. What can be done? Li Suifeng is like Jingko, who attempted to assassinate the king of Qin. Once the action is taken, there is no turning back. Zhang Shuren, attack from the side, harass the saber-toothed tiger, and create an opportunity for Li left with no other choice. Tian Rui could only look at Zhang Shuren. The latter nodded blankly, about to control the wind blades to harass the saber-toothed tiger. Li Suifeng, who had already sprinted halfway through, was suddenly enveloped in a golden glow that burned like flames. Immediately afterwards, his speed suddenly increased dramatically, and he became a blur as he collided with the saber-toothed tiger. Because it was so fast, neither Tian Rui nor Zhang Shuren had time to react. Click, click. By the time Tian Rui and the other person reacted, they heard the sound of bones cracking. Then, the ferocious saber-toothed tiger crashed to the ground with its chin touching the ground. What the hell? Tian Rui and the others were completely dumbfounded. The saber-toothed tiger had fallen? What exactly is going on? What are you all standing there for? Come and search the body. Otherwise, don't blame me for beating you to the punch and breaking my promise. At this moment, the golden light on Li Suifeng's body dissipated, and he stood in front of the saber-toothed tiger and shouted. Tian Rui moved instinctively and cautiously approached, only to see the enormous saber-toothed tiger lying on the ground, its eyes pale, its sharp teeth embedded in the ground, and a notch on its skull from which blood and brain matter were gushing out. It was completely still, dead beyond any doubt. How did you do that? Looking at the saber-toothed tiger's corpse and then at the composed Li Suifeng, Tian Rui's voice trembled. The saber-toothed tiger is dead. He was killed by Li Suifeng with a single punch. Get close, then punch him in the head, it's that simple. Li Suifeng gestured for a moment, his face full of reminiscence, but the strength of these second-tier demonic beasts is truly far superior to that of first-tier demonic beasts. Even the feeling of killing them is different. It's so exhilarating. Tian Rui's lips twitched. This saber-toothed tiger had given us a lot of trouble, but you, on the other hand, took it down with a single punch. Still think it's easy? Are you a student or a formal martial artist? As Tian Rui was muttering to herself, Wang Jun rushed over, knelt down, and hugged Li Suifeng's leg. Brother Gaosho, after this battle, we're practically brothers who've been through thick and thin together. From now on, we'll share both the good times and the bad. This is the kind of move that's about to desperately cling to someone's coattails. Li Suifeng swung his leg and said, Student Wan, let's talk this out. There's no need to kneel. Master, you saved our team, so it's only right that I kneel down to you. Master, from now on we're brothers, right? If I get beaten up in the future, will you come to my aid? Wang Jun got up without batting an eye. Li Suifeng rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, go cool off somewhere else. His gaze fell on Zhang Shuyi, who was being helped over by Zhang Shuren. Are you all right? It's nothing serious. Thank you for saving us, Master. Zhang Shuyi's face was pale, but his expression was full of admiration and worship. Both involved taking the initiative. His punch had limited effect on the saber-toothed tiger. Li Suifeng's punch killed the saber-toothed tiger. It is clear that his strength and speed are far inferior to Li Suifeng's. Therefore, he held Li Suifeng in high esteem. That's fine then. Li Suifeng nodded, then said to Tian Rui, now that the prey has been killed, our deal is done. I'll be leaving now. See you again someday. They went in the opposite direction of the group. Hey, expert! Wang Jun cried out reluctantly. Tian Rui stood up, looking at Li Suifeng's retreating figure with a complicated expression. Did you guys figure out what talent he used just now? I can't quite figure it out, but it seems to be a light-type talent? And a very high level? Zhang Shuren tried to analyze. Zhang Shuyi said with certainty, besides his talent, he also used an extremely powerful physical technique just now, which increased his explosive power. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill the saber-toothed tiger with one punch. I never expected that besides Sukai, number 2 high school also had a monster like Master Gao. It seems that number 2 high school is going to make a name for itself in this year's martial arts exam. Wang Jun sighed with regret, then slapped his forehead, annoyed. I forgot to ask for the expert's contact information, damn it. Chapter 12 New Talent, Golden Jade Skin. After a day of grinding, Li Suifeng returned home feeling exhausted, both physically and mentally. My mom had just finished cooking and was waiting in the dining room. My younger sister, Li Jiayue, was watching TV with great interest. Hearing the noise, she turned off the TV and came running over to hug Li Suifeng's leg. Brother, you're home so punctual today. School let out on time today. Li Suifeng smiled, patted Yeya's head, and led her to the dining table. After dinner, Li Suifeng returned to his bedroom, locked the door, and a line of text appeared before his eyes. Killed a saber-toothed tiger, personal talent value plus 200. Gained D-level talent tough skin, personal constitution plus 1. Resilient skin, a superhuman talent that grants skin resilience and increases physical defense. The system notification appeared the moment the saber-toothed tiger was killed. However, with so many people around, Li Suifeng dared not delve into the matter. Now I only dare to explore when I'm back in my bedroom. After killing the saber-toothed tiger, I actually gained a new talent? Could this saber-toothed tiger be like a boss to me right now, because I only got a better reward after killing the boss? So, does that mean I can gain more talents by defeating more bosses in the future? Thinking this through, Li Suifeng's face was filled with excitement. It seems so. He underestimated the power of the system. Killing monsters not only grants talent points, but can also directly grant talents. This is tantamount to giving him unlimited potential to acquire talent. Noticing the plus sign next to the new talent, Li Suifeng didn't hesitate. System, upgrade me. Consumes 200 talent points, upgrades D-level talent resilient skin to B-level talent golden jade skin. Personal physique plus 5. Golden skin, a superhuman talent that grants extremely resilient skin all over the body, capable of withstanding blunt or sharp weapon attacks without breaking, greatly increasing physical defense. It's a defensive talent, let's test its effect. Li Suifeng picked up a fruit knife from the desk and slashed at his left forearm. With a slight thought, the skin on my forearm became unusually taut, like hard leather. The knife tip fell, but the skin on the forearm was not pierced. With a forceful stroke, a faint white mark appeared on my forearm, but the skin was not broken. You've got something. Li Suifeng's eyes lit up, and he began to slash wildly at his forearm with a fruit knife. After a frantic act of self-harm, white marks appeared on his forearm, but the skin never broke. This golden jade skin seems a bit too powerful. Li Suifeng was overjoyed. Natural martial artists pursue the path of refining the spirit, and close combat and defense are often their weaknesses. Such martial artists would purchase a variety of protective gear to protect their bodies from injury. Clearly, Li Suifeng's future will not be plagued by this problem. Thanks to his golden skin, even without any defensive equipment, his physical body was exceptionally sturdy. Considering that golden jade skin is only a B-level talent. As long as the talent value is sufficient, the talent can continue to grow. Perhaps it won't be long. With Li Suifeng's defense surging, he was able to resist spiritual weapons, magical weapons, and even Dao weapons with his flesh and blood. Wow! Just thinking about it makes me excited. Li Suifeng grinned, not forgetting to check the panel. Li Suifeng. Realm, Awakening rank 0. Constitution, 19. Spirit, 17. Talents, Raging Light rank A, Golden Skin rank B. Technique, none. Physical skills, Heavenly Light Long Fist Mastery plus. Talent value, 310. With the appearance of the Golden Jade Skin talent, his physical constitution also increased to 19 points, finally surpassing his mental strength. After the talent points were deducted, there were 310 points left, not enough to upgrade Golden Jade Skin, but enough to improve the level of Heavenly Light Long Fist. However, Li Suifeng did not intend to use up all his talent points. The mastery level of Heavenly Light Long Fist is already enough to kill a saber-toothed tiger, which is obviously sufficient at the current stage. It would be better to continue accumulating talent points, first upgrade Golden Jade Skin to a level, and continue to enhance defense. Immovable as a mountain, combining offense and defense. This is the path of martial arts that Li Suifeng pursues. A week passed in the blink of an eye, and there were less than 3 days left until the martial arts exam. That day, inside Jingxiang Martial Arts Hall, Li Suifeng had just stepped out of the private practice room. The eyes in the hall turned to look at them. They were high school seniors from various schools, many of whom had only recently joined the dojo. Young people are competitive, and the trainees present were no exception. They looked at Li Suifeng with curiosity and fighting spirit. What kind of strength does this boy named Li Suifeng possess that led Jingxiang Martial Arts Academy to select him as a substitute examinee? Creak! It was at this moment the door to another separate practice room opened. Tang Hu, who was 1.9 meters tall and as burly as an iron tower, walked out, accompanied by his lackey Yan Hao. Li Suifeng, the martial arts exam is coming soon. Would you like to spar with senior brother Tang to test your strength? Yan Hao shouted loudly, and Li Suifeng, who was about to leave the hall, stopped and turned around to ask, "Why would I have such thoughts?" Yan Hao continued, as fellow disciples taking the exam on behalf of others, "Don't you want to know who is stronger between you and senior brother Tang? This kind of thing, you don't even need to fight to know. Of course I'm stronger." Li Suifeng looked confident, while Tang Hu frowned and snorted to express his dissatisfaction. Yan Hao immediately said, "What a coincidence. I personally think that senior brother Tang is stronger. Do you dare to spar with senior brother Tang so that I can confirm my guess?" Upon hearing this, the surrounding students began to jeer. They were already curious about Li Suifeng and his companion. Now that we have the opportunity to witness their true abilities, we certainly don't want to miss it. Li Suifeng replied indifferently, "Who do you think you are? Why should I satisfy you?" The Tiandao Hall was filled with discussions about who was stronger, Li Suifeng or Tang Hu. Whenever Yan Hao heard this, he would always assert that Tang Hu was stronger and Li Suifeng was not so good. Little did they know that these malicious words had already reached Li Suifeng's ears. He certainly didn't like Yan Hao, the lackey. "You?" Yan Hao's face flushed red, and he wanted to retort, but he dared not speak because of Li Suifeng's status as the substitute examinee. "Tang Hu, if you want to fight me, why don't you just ask me?" At this moment, Li Suifeng turned to look at Tang Hu. Tang Hu pointed at Li Suifeng, his face contorted with malice. "You, me, come, let's have a friendly spar? Why does it have to be so drawn out for a single sentence? Tang Hu is such a show-off." Li Suifeng thought to himself that he and Tang Hu were both students who took the exams on behalf of others, but they usually kept to themselves and never interacted. This was actually his first conversation with Tang Hu. Come on. Li Suifeng strode towards Tang Hu. Forced by his imposing manner, Yan Hao took a step back and shouted, "Li Suifeng, according to the rules of the dojo, formal sparring requires stepping onto the ring." Before he could finish speaking, Li Suifeng suddenly accelerated, each step he took on the floor making a thump sound. Upon reaching him, his fist slammed into Tang Hu's face like a cannonball. A strong wind howled, and Tang Hu's breathing became increasingly rapid, but his eyes remained very bright. It was imbued with a burning fighting spirit. Chapter 13 easily defeats Tang Hu. "Come!" Tang Hu roared, and an earthy yellow aura emanated from his body. As he blocked with both hands, an earthy yellow aura condensed into a shield in front of him, blocking Li Suifeng's fist. Bang! Amidst the impact, the earthen yellow shield remained undamaged, while Li Suifeng was forced back 3 steps by the shockwave. Is this Tang Hu's A-level talent, earth element condensation? The defense seems amazing? It's about the same as a typical shield-type spirit weapon, right? If I had this kind of talent, it would be hard for me to get a bad score in the martial arts exam. Their first encounter drew discussion from those around them. Outside an office far from the crowd, the owner, Zhang Dayong, stood with his hands behind his back, while his somewhat thin assistant stood beside him. "Master, it seems Tang Hu has the upper hand," the assistant whispered. Young Friendly did not use his talent, so it's hard to say who was better. However, the fist technique that Young Friendly used just now is somewhat similar to Taizu Chanquan, but not entirely. What's going on? Zhang Dayong was puzzled. In the field. Li Suifeng laughed loudly. "Tang Hu, you've got some skills. Let's see how long you can last against me." He charged at Tang Hu again, his arms striking out wildly as if he had a speed boost. Each punch was powerful, heavy, and incredibly fast. Each punch that landed on Tang Hu's condensed earth element caused a shockwave. In the student's eyes, although Li Suifeng's punches were powerful, Tang Hu was able to easily block the former's attacks by relying on the condensation of earth element, which clearly made him superior. They were even more amazed by Tang Hu's strength, believing that Tang Hu had gained the upper hand in this battle. Zhang Daong, standing behind, had a different opinion. He stared at Li Suifeng in shock. This fist technique is extremely powerful. It's definitely not the Taizu long fist. When did you, young friendly, master such a powerful technique? The assistant was quite surprised. Master, is Li Suifeng's boxing skill really that strong? But to me, his punches seem to only tickle Tang Hu. They can't break through Tang Hu's defense at all. How can he possibly win this battle? Zhang Daong smiled slightly. You seem to have forgotten that young friendly has not yet used his talent. That's right. The assistant slapped his forehead. So far in the battle, Li Suifeng's relentless attack seemed fruitless, but this was only because he hadn't used his light element talent. If he uses his talent, his attack power will definitely increase dramatically. How could Tang Hu possibly withstand it? In the field, Tang Hu was filled with resentment after being bombarded by Li Suifeng. He roared with a ferocious expression, trying to drop his defenses and switch to offense to fight Li Suifeng head-on. It was at this moment Li Suifeng's body shone with a golden light, and an indescribable aura of danger emanated from him. Call! As he threw another punch, golden light shone brightly, dazzling the onlookers. Talent, a blazing light. Boom! With a loud bang, the earth elemental shield blocking his way shattered like glass, and Tang Hu's body flew out like a kite with a broken string, crashing into the wall before sliding to the ground. Puff! Tang Hu braced himself with one hand, trying to get up, but the pain in his chest made him cough up a mouthful of blood. When he looked down, he discovered that his chest was slightly dented, and that 3 of his sternum bones were broken. I lost? Tang Hu's pupils contracted, his brows furrowed in disbelief and shock. Because of his competitive nature, Li Suifeng has been practicing even harder since joining the dojo, all in preparation for today's battle. I thought I could finally defeat Li Suifeng. But unexpectedly, they lost? And lost so decisively? Looking back, Tang Hu didn't even have the strength to fight back. The difference is too big. This? Off the field, many students who had high hopes for Tang Hu were stunned. Just now, wasn't Tang Hu effortlessly fending off Li Suifeng's attacks? How did he get injured by Li Suifeng the moment he broke through his defenses? Is Tang Hu too weak? Or is Li Suifeng just too fierce? Alright, you two, since this is a friendly spar, let's stop here. Amidst the shock of the entire scene, Zhang Daong swiftly entered the battlefield, helped Tang Hu to his feet, and handed him a vial of nutritional supplements and a pill to treat internal injuries. Regardless, Tang Hu was also a substitute candidate for Jingqiang Martial Arts Academy. With the college entrance examination just around the corner, he can't take the exam while injured. Tang Hu looked dazed, still reeling from his defeat. Young friendly, you've won this battle, but the college entrance exam is just around the corner. I heard you haven't dropped out of school yet. Zhang Daong handed Tang Hu over to his assistant to comfort him, and asked with a smile. Li Suifeng said, I've been a bit busy these days, so I'll drop out of school tomorrow. That's good. Young friendly, if you need anything else, please feel free to contact me. Beneath Zhang Daong's gentle exterior lies an excited heart. In his calculations, someone with Tang Hu's abilities would have no problem getting into a top university. Li Suifeng, however, was able to crush Tang Hu, who was from a top-tier university. Such talent is incredible. He definitely has a chance of getting into one of the top 8 universities. The dojo could also make a fortune from this. Master, I will contact you if I need anything. Li Suifeng nodded and then walked out of the dojo. As soon as he left, the scene erupted in uproar. The excited trainees were all discussing the battle they had just fought. Master, I'm all right now. Tang Hu snapped out of his daze, took the nutritional supplements and healing pills, and spoke in a low voice. Young friend Tang, shall I take you back? Zhang Daong asked. No. No need. Tang Hu refused, lowered his head, and quickly left the dojo. The night grew deeper. After finishing her extra training, Lan Aoshue walked through the gate of the villa area and arrived in front of a mansion. Unexpectedly, she saw a burly young man standing at the door. The boy seemed preoccupied, his face showing unease. Little tiger, what are you doing here? Lan Aoshue was puzzled. Sister Shui, you're back. Hearing the noise, the boy looked up, his face filled with pain. I lost to him. Who did you lose to? Another substitute candidate from your dojo? Lan Aoshue approached and patted the dust off the boy, showing great concern. The burly young man was named Tang Hu. He was her neighbor and also her cousin. The two had grown up together and had a deep bond. Lan Aoshue would share everything with Tang Hu, and Tang Hu would share things with her in return. It's him. Tang Hu speaks very slowly and has a slight stutter. This is his congenital defect and the reason why he maintains a cool and aloof demeanor at the dojo and rarely speaks. Lan Aoshue laughed irritably. If you lose, you lose. You can win it back next time, right? The college entrance exam is just around the corner. Don't be upset about it. Take good care of your body and mind and get a good score. The path of martial arts is like climbing Mount Tian. There are no shortcuts or easy paths. Just because you are not as good as him at the foot of the mountain does not mean that you will be not as good as him at the top. Lan Aoshue's words of comfort made Tang Hu's expression much better. Thank you, Sister Shui. Go back and get some rest if you're alright. Lan Aoshue pinched Tang Hu's cheek, making his face turn red, and walked silently toward the mansion next door. By the way, little tiger, what was the name of the person who defeated you? Lan Aoshue suddenly asked. With Tang Hu's innate physical qualities and a level talent, he has a good chance of entering the top 20 in the city in this year's college entrance examination. That boy is able to defeat Tang Hu, so maybe he can secure a spot in the top 10? Such a person is worth paying attention to. Li Suifeng, Tang Hu said. Li Suifeng? Really? Lan Aoshue's eyes widened. It's true. He is Li Suifeng, and he's from your number 2 middle school. After Tang Hu finished speaking in a stammering manner, he noticed that Lan Aoshue's eyes were wide open, as if she had seen a ghost, and asked again, what happened? Sister Shui? I have a classmate whose name is also Li Suifeng. Lan Aoshue smiled wryly. He awakened an E-level talent and is still in a regular class. He probably just shares the same name as the person you mentioned. It's strange that this small number 2 high school has 2 people named Li Suifeng, and both are senior students taking the college entrance exam. Tang Hu did not delve into this topic. Li Suifeng, who defeated him, not only possessed a level talent, but his physical techniques were also incredibly smooth and domineering, leaving Li Suifeng still feeling lingering fear. Such a monster could not possibly be the useless classmate that Sister Shui mentioned. The two simply share the same name. Chapter 14, Dropping Out, Boxing Test. Morning. Inside the Teaching Affairs office of number 2 middle school. The teachers are working diligently. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and a young man in casual clothes walked in. Excuse me, is Director Sun here? Director Sun, wearing reading glasses, glared at him and said, Student, what do you want with me? Hello Director Sun, my name is Li Suifeng, and I am a student in class 222 of the 3rd year of high school. I am here to process my withdrawal from school. As Li Suifeng approached, Director Sun couldn't help but widen his eyes. Li, are you sure you're not joking? The other teachers put down their work and stared at them in disbelief. There are only 2 days left until the college entrance examination. All the senior high school students in the city are training and studying day and night. Li Suifeng is quite something, he even has the leisure to drop out of school? Have they gone mad? Director Sun, I'm not joking, look. Li Suifeng took out a card. Director Sun took it, adjusted his reading glasses, and his eyes widened even more. This is the identification card of a student who took the exam on behalf of another at Xinjiang Martial Arts Academy. It is also equivalent to the admission ticket for students taking the college entrance examination. Isn't class 222 of Senior 3 a regular academic class? Why was Li Suifeng from that class able to become a substitute test taker at Xinjiang Martial Arts Academy? Despite still having doubts, Director Sun didn't say anything, and returned the card to Li Suifeng, saying, Li, I wish you good luck in the college entrance examination. Thank you, Director Sunday. This is my withdrawal document. Director Sun took out his seal and stamped it forcefully on the document. Noon. Covered in sweat and panting, Kai Su walked out of the gymnasium. Unexpectedly, a familiar figure was standing at the bottom of the steps. Old Li, were you waiting for me? Kai Su instantly perked up, quickening his pace to approach, a smile on his face. I haven't seen you in the grove lately, looks like you've been studying hard? Yes, I've been studying all along, brother chicken. I'm here today to say goodbye. Li Suifeng put his arm around Kai Su's shoulder, not caring that he was covered in sweat and smelled bad. Saying goodbye? I will be representing Xinjiang Taekwondo Academy in the college entrance examination in a couple of days, so I probably won't be able to meet you at school. After Li Suifeng finished speaking, Kaisu nodded. Oh, then I wish you all the best in your college entrance exam. Before he could finish speaking, his eyes widened suddenly. Wait, Lao Li, you just said you wanted to represent Xinjiang Martial Arts Academy in the college entrance examination? Yes. Li Suifeng showed his Xinjiang Martial Arts Academy ID card. Kaisu snatched it, examined it carefully, and then took out his phone to search for information. Finally, he confirmed that it really was the identity card of Xinjiang Dojo. My best friend only has an E-level talent, right? How did I become a substitute test taker for Xinjiang Martial Arts Academy? These martial arts schools clearly have very high requirements for proxy test takers. Old Li, what's going on here? Kaisu asked, looking completely bewildered. Li Suifeng laughed and said, there might have been a mistake in the awakening ceremony last time. My awakened talent was actually not E-level, but a level. Later, the people from Xinjiang Dojo discovered me and made me a substitute examinee. Hiss. Is that even possible? Kaisu was stunned for a full 5 seconds, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I knew my best friend, the genius Kaisu, couldn't be a slacker. Old Li. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. I'm afraid my friend will suffer, but I'm also afraid my friend will drive a Land Rover. This is what many people truly think. But Kaisu is different. He sincerely hoped that his best friend could escape his suffering and drive a Land Rover. He was happier than anyone else to learn that his best friend had awakened an A-level talent. Old Li. What exactly is your A-level talent? With a broad smile, Kaisu put his arm around Li Suifeng's shoulder. Brother Chicken, if you want to know, I can go to the gym and demonstrate for you. Do you have that authority? Li Suifeng gestured with his lips towards the front. Sure. Let's go. Kaisu was very decisive, and put his arm around Li Suifeng as they arrived at the entrance of the fitness center. I took out my student ID and it beeped on the detector at the entrance. The barrier opened, revealing a passage. Kaisu let Li Suifeng go first, while he himself quickly entered the hall. The gym is very large. One of its halls is even larger than the Xinjiang Dojo. Otherwise, it would be impossible to accommodate more than 2,000 senior high school students for training at the same time. In the most prominent place in the hall, there was that familiar punching power testing machine. Li Suifeng pointed at the machine and asked, Brother Chicken, what's your current punching power? My basic punching power is over 700 kilograms. With the addition of my talent, physical skills, etc., the best punching power I've ever delivered is 2,300 kilograms. I've been working incredibly hard lately, and with these grades, I'm definitely in the top 10 among this year's superhuman students. Kaisu smiled smugly, then asked suspiciously, Old Chu, you asked me about my punching power. Does your awakened A-level talent mean it's a superhuman type? It's a Logia type, but it can enhance burst damage. As Li Suifeng spoke, he took off his coat and walked towards the punching power testing device. There were still some students in the hall at that time. Seeing Li Suifeng walk towards the punching power testing device, they all looked over curiously. Nature-based? It can also enhance explosive power? This talent is rather peculiar. Kaisu was muttering to himself when he suddenly realized that his best friend had arrived in front of the testing equipment, his whole body muscles bulging and nodded. He immediately widened his eyes, wondering when his best friend had become so strong. He's even more masculine than me, isn't he? It was at this moment. Li Suifeng's fist landed on the sandbag with a thud. A fist-shaped indentation appeared in the sandbag. The monitor displayed the number 2,469 kilograms. What? Kaisu's mouth suddenly opened, and his eyes were filled with intense shock. Who is this guy? He's so fierce. The other students who were spying also looked like they'd seen a ghost. A punch with nearly 2,500 kilograms of force. This score would rank 6th among the top senior students in the number 2 high school superhuman program. The student ranked 6th was named Yin Jiqiang. He was dark-skinned and short, clearly not the student in front of him. Who exactly is he? Old Li, are you on drugs? You beat me with just one punch? At this moment, Kaisu rushed over, looking at Li Suifeng as if he had seen a ghost. He quickly remembered something and suddenly asked, Old Li, there were no elemental fluctuations on you just now. You haven't used your A-level talent yet, have you? It's not used yet, it's just a punch with basic strength and physical skills. Li Suifeng nodded slightly. He had come here to test his latest power. Even without the raging light, just the basic strength plus the light fist alone gives him 2,000 kilograms of power. What if we add the power boost from the blazing light? Li Suifeng's heart began to pound. He was already excited about that terrifying number. Old Li, why don't you test your talent again? After saying this, Kai Su subconsciously held his breath. Because Li Suifeng raised his arm once again. He made the same move, but this time, a golden aura, like flowing flames, surrounded Li Suifeng. The moment his fist struck, a dazzling golden light filled his 5 fingers as his fist landed on the sandbag. Smack! The sandbag, which had withstood countless blows from students, suddenly burst open. The flying sand made Kai Su retreat frantically, his skin stinging. Once he stood still and came to his senses, he was completely stunned when he saw the situation on the monitor. Chapter 15 Director Zhang is shocked. Li Suifeng is the person I'm looking for? Instead of numbers, 3 question marks appeared on the screen. This means that Li Suifeng's punch exceeded the instrument's weight limit, which is why this situation occurred. This guy blew the test sandbag apart with one punch? They say the sandbag's maximum strength is 20,000 kilograms. Did this guy's punch just now exceed 20,000 kilograms? Holy crap! Is this even human? The students in the distance couldn't help but scream in surprise. The sound startled Kai Su awake. He stared at Li Suifeng as if he had seen a ghost, his voice trembling. Old Li. You. Before he could finish speaking, Li Suifeng took a step back with an embarrassed expression. Brother Chicken, I think I broke the machine. I shouldn't have to pay for it, right? Kai Su. Is the question now whether or not to pay compensation? Old Li, your punch caused the sandbag to explode and the machine to malfunction. It clearly weighed more than 20,000 kilograms. When did you become so fierce? A full minute passed. Kai Su swallowed hard, barely managing to calm himself down. Old Li, you suddenly became so fierce, and you kept it from me for so long, you're inhuman. Li Suifeng shrugged and said, Brother Chicken, when did I hide anything from you? Didn't I tell you back then? Kai Su suddenly remembered that several days ago, he had asked Li Suifeng about the mysterious student who had left a record of 1,000 kilograms on this machine. Li Suifeng said that the student was him, didn't he? I thought Lao Li was joking, but it turns out it was true? Was the person who left the record really Old Li? Hiss. Kai Su gasped and gave Li Suifeng a thumbs up. Old Li, you're awesome. Brother Chicken, so do I need to pay for this machine? Li Suifeng asked. Compensation, my foot. Our school isn't that stingy. If they really demand compensation, I'll pay for it. Old Li, you suddenly became so fierce, you've destroyed my Dao heart. Kai Su howled with a bitter expression. These days, he has been working harder than ever before, and he could even be considered a top performer. Even with such great effort. The difference in strength between him and Li Suifeng is more than tenfold. This is absolutely devastating. Damn it, no way. Old Li, you've ruined my mindset. You have to make it up to me. You're buying me lunch. Without waiting for a reply, Kai Su hooked his arm around Li Suifeng's shoulder and headed out of the gym. I'm going to Sister's Spicy Hot Pot, and I'm ordering a 100 yuan set meal. You're not allowed to refuse. Okay, chicken bro, no problem. That friend of Kai Su's, surnamed Li, looks familiar. Is his name Li Suifeng? Yes, it seems to be this Li Suifeng. Isn't Li Suifeng the pest control maniac in the Grove, the loser from the regular class? How come he's so powerful? What's going on? As Li Suifeng and his companion left, the students gradually recovered from their shock, though some confusion remained in their hearts. As they were discussing this, a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses and a refined demeanor walked out of an office. Seeing the yellow sand splattered on the ground and the display screen with 3 question marks, the man paused, then looked at the students. What happened here? Hello, Director Zhang. Several students bowed respectfully, and one of them even exaggeratedly described what had just happened. You're not seeing things? After hearing the whole story, Director Zhang looked astonished. The incident of students smashing sandbags. This has only happened once in the history of No. 2 Middle School. The fierce man who smashed the sandbag back then has now become a renowned martial arts master in China. Not long ago, he even killed a king-level monster in the extreme cold ice plains, making him famous all over the world. Now, someone has actually replicated this miracle? Director Zhang, seeing is believing, this is the evidence. A student took out his phone and handed it over. It turned out that just before Li Suifeng attacked the sandbag for the second time, he had turned on his phone and recorded a video. Upon seeing Li Suifeng in the video, radiating golden light, smashing a sandbag with a single punch, Director Zhang was so excited that his blood was boiling and he couldn't contain himself. It's true. Just now, a super genius named Li Suifeng smashed a sandbag with a punching force of over 20,000 kilograms, creating an incredible miracle. You guys shouldn't linger at school. Go eat and rest quickly, and prepare for your afternoon classes. After giving a few words of advice to the students, Director Zhang rushed out of the gymnasium and headed to the nearby archives building. Old Zhang, what's wrong? The teacher in charge of the archives was about to leave work when she saw Director Zhang rushing around, and was quite puzzled. Old Su, help me check a student's information, quick! Director Zhang roared excitedly. He had a vague feeling that this student named Li Suifeng was likely the one who left a 1,000-kilogram punching force on the instrument a day after the awakening ceremony. And it was the very genius he had been searching for. Such a promising talent, and I only discovered him right before the college entrance exam. What a pity! However, even without my individual guidance, his growth rate is still so astonishing. Such talent is truly extraordinary. He will surely achieve remarkable results in this year's college entrance examination, and perhaps he will even be able to get into one of the top 8 universities? Director Zhang was distracted when Old Su handed him a tablet with detailed information about Li Suifeng on it. What the hell? After reviewing Li Suifeng's information, Director Zhang was dumbfounded. The records show that Li Suifeng awakened an E-level talent, and was even relegated to a regular class to waste his time. If it weren't for the fact that Li Suifeng's photo in the file matched the appearance of the boy in the video. Director Zhang once suspected that Lao Su had investigated the wrong person. Could it be a second awakening? Director Zhang came to his senses and realized that the accuracy rate of the awakening ceremony's assessment was actually around 90%, not 100%. A small number of people are misjudged during the awakening ceremony. Some people are able to achieve a second awakening after the awakening ceremony. The second type of people, in particular, are very few, but without exception, they are all geniuses. It seems that Li Suifeng is very likely the second type of person. If nothing unexpected happens, Li Suifeng's talent should be around a level. However, his physical attributes and martial arts skills are astonishing, and his overall strength may not be inferior to Su Kai's. He might even have a chance to compete with Su Kai for the top 3 in the city. I never expected that our number 2 high school would have such a super genius as Li Suifeng in this year's class, besides Su Kai. We're really lucky. Director Zhang was feeling quite pleased with himself when Old Su took the tablet, fiddled with it for a while, and then said in confusion, I just received an update on the file. The Li Suifeng you're looking for has already dropped out of school. Drop out of school? Are you kidding me? Director Zhang's face froze in shock, his hands gripping Old Su's arm tightly, his expression contorted with rage. Hey Lao Zhang, what are you doing? My arm is about to break. Old Su cried out in pain, and only then did Director Zhang release his grip, exclaiming, Old Su, did Li Suifeng really drop out of school? Yes, it happened this morning. What's wrong with this student? It's bad enough that he's getting into your investigation, Mr. Zhang, but he dares to drop out of school with the college entrance exam so close to date? Old Su asked, increasingly puzzled, when Director Zhang rushed out of the archives room with a whoosh. Old Zhang, where are you going? Find Li Suifeng. Make him get back into school. Chapter 16, Recruiting Fails, Director Zhang is disappointed, Li Suifeng becomes famous throughout number 2 middle school. A packed Malatang spicy hot pot restaurant across from number 2 middle school. Kaisu carried a bowl of spicy hot pot containing rice noodles, shrimp paste, sliced meat, boiled egg, and other ingredients to a table in the corner, set it up, and said with a smile, Old Li is so generous. Li Suifeng ate his spicy hot pot with gusto, taking a sip of cola as he went. Brother Chicken, I've been mooching meals from you for so many years. I'm finally giving you a meal back, and this is all you're going to order? 3 servings of rice noodles, 5 servings of shrimp paste, 10 servings of beef slices, 20 eggs. Isn't that enough? Old Li, I'm a human, not a hippopotamus. Kaisu happily ate her spicy hot pot for a while, then stared wide-eyed at the shop entrance. Isn't that Director Zhang? That Director Zhang who's in charge of the fitness center? Li Suifeng glanced back, then immediately buried his head in his spicy hot pot, ravenously eating. He's not here to ask me for compensation, is he? It doesn't matter, does it? As Kaisu was muttering to himself, Director Zhang walked into the store and called out, Are Li Suifeng and Kaisu here? The noisy atmosphere suddenly became quiet. The students looked bewildered. Why did Director Zhang seek out Kai Su and Li Suifeng? In the corner, Li Suifeng lowered his head even further, while Kai Su looked embarrassed, wondering whether he should respond to Director Zhang. What if he really comes to ask Laoli for compensation? Kai Su, Director Zhang is looking for you, why aren't you answering? Just then, a student at the next table recognized Kai Su and shouted out. Whoosh! Director Zhang's gaze swept across the corner table like a laser beam, glancing over Kai Su's face before quickly moving to the boy across the table. The casual clothes the boy was wearing matched perfectly with Li Suifeng in the video. Found it! Director Zhang's eyes lit up, and he strode over. Oh no, if Director Zhang really is here to claim compensation, I don't have enough money right now, I can't pay him. This is so embarrassing. Kai Su seemed distracted and looked nervous. Director Zhang stopped in front of the table, coughed twice, and then smiled. Hello, Li Suifeng. Unable to feign death, Li Suifeng had no choice but to raise his head and force a smile. Hello, Director Zhang. Li, can you tell me why you dropped out of number 2 middle school? He came to me not to ask for compensation for the machine, but because of the matter of dropping out of school. Director Zhang's words put Li Suifeng's mind at ease, and he replied, because I joined Jingxiang Taekwondo Academy. Jingxiang Dojo? Director Zhang suddenly realized that Li Suifeng did not intend to give up the college entrance examination, he simply wanted to represent Jingxiang Dojo in the examination. Li, if you return to school, I can offer you 10 times the benefits of Jingxiang Martial Arts Academy. Director Zhang's bold remark left the surrounding students somewhat bewildered. It has always been the dojos that poach students from public schools. Why is it the other way around today? It just so happens that the person in charge of the fitness center personally came to poach people? What kind of magic does Li Suifeng possess? Director Zhang, thank you very much for your consideration. I have already signed a contract with Jingxiang Taekwondo Academy and will not be able to resume my studies. Li Suifeng felt regretful. If he had known that Zhang Jingyi valued him so much, he shouldn't have signed the contract with Jingxiang Dojo in the first place, but should have gone directly to him. The figure is 200,000 Chinese dollars. That's enough to buy a 3-bedroom apartment in Xingho City. Pity. It was all too late. As expected, the contract was signed. Director Zhang looked extremely disappointed. This guy is a genius who can smash a sandbag. He's definitely qualified to compete with Su Kai for a top 3 finish in the city this year's college entrance exam. Now, however, they can only watch helplessly as their dojo joins another dojo. The losses at number 2 middle school are enormous. Well, there's nothing I can do about that then. But young friendly, let's exchange contact information. You can contact me if you need anything in the future. Director Zhang, filled with regret, took out his phone. Li Suifeng nodded, scanned the other party's QR code with his mobile phone, and added them as a contact. Director Zhang appeared dejected when he left. As soon as he left, a commotion broke out in the Malatang restaurant. All the students stared at Li Suifeng as if they had seen a ghost, whispering about what had just happened. Since there was no need to pay for the sandbags, Li Suifeng was no longer worried. He finished his spicy hot pot as usual before leaving with Kai Su. Students are more interested in gossip than you might imagine. In the following days, Li Suifeng's name quickly spread throughout the entire number 2 middle school. A wave of discussion about Li Suifeng's deeds has also swept through the school. School ends in the afternoon. Looking tired, Lan Aoshua walked out side by side with a slender boy wearing a white vest. Lan Aoshua, you have already been admitted to Tianhuan University through a special admission process, so why bother taking the college entrance examination? The skinny young man asked, looking puzzled. Lan Aoshua calmly said, Su Kai, people say that illusion-type talents are the weakest in the early stages, and I want to prove them wrong. Besides, I can get into the top 8 universities fairly and squarely, why should I rely on backdoor methods? Lan Aoshua, I never imagined that someone as quiet and gentle as you could have such a wild heart. It seems we'll be competing for the top spot in this martial arts exam. Su Kai was filled with awe, his gaze burning with admiration. Lan Aoshua didn't say anything, but Su Kai suddenly sneered again. However, in the afternoon, a rumor spread on campus that there is a student named Li Suifeng who also has the ability to compete for the top score. Li Suifeng? Lan Aoshua's eyes widened. Su Kai continued, I heard that this person smashed the punching bag on the punching power tester. Because he became a substitute test taker for a certain dojo, the head of the physical education center personally approached him and asked him to return to school. What's more, it seems that this person was originally in the same class as you? Buzz. As Lan Aoxue listened to Su Kai's account, she felt as if mosquitoes and flies were buzzing in her ears. Her mind went completely blank for a moment. The Li Suifeng that Su Kai mentioned, isn't he her former deskmate? But my deskmate Li Suifeng only has an E-level talent, so why did he suddenly become a genius who can smash sandbags and compete for the top score? Etc. Could the Li Suifeng mentioned by Kai Su be the same person who defeated Tang Hu? Lan Aoxue woke up with a start, quickly took out her phone, and sent a message to her childhood friend Tang Hu. Tang Hu, are you at Jingxiang Dojo? Send me a picture of Li Suifeng. Moment. Tang Hu sent me a photo. Upon seeing the boy in the photo, Lan Aoxue's pupils dilated continuously. Really? Li Suifeng defeated Tang Hu. It was her former deskmate. Is he the top scorer competitor that Su Kai mentioned? What exactly happened? Lan Aoxue was stunned and couldn't figure out the reason at all. My academically challenged deskmate, how did he suddenly become a super genius? Jingxiang Martial Arts School. Just as Li Suifeng stepped out of the independent training room, a flash of light appeared in the distance. Tang Hu, it's one thing for you to take pictures of me without my permission, but you even used a flash? What do you mean by that? Li Suifeng stared wide-eyed at the corner. Tang Hu stuffed his phone into his pocket, looking panicked. He wanted to say something, but was afraid of exposing his stutter. Yan Hao, standing to the side, forced to smile while trembling. Young Master Li, brother who just thought you were incredibly handsome and wanted to use a picture of you as his screensaver. Just say so next time you want to take pictures, and I'll strike some cool poses for you. Li Suifeng waved his hand domineeringly, making Tang Hu's face turn sour with resentment. I don't think you're handsome at all. If Sister Shui hadn't asked for your photo, I wouldn't have taken it without your permission. Ignoring Tang Hu's shame, Li Suifeng went to the master's office, knocked on the door and called out, Master Zhang, I have something to discuss with you. Chapter 17 Defensive Body Technique, Iron Pole Kung Fu changes in the panel. Young friendly, please come in. Zhang Daong opened the door and personally welcomed Li Suifeng in, then poured him a cup of tea. Young friendly, what brings you here? Master, I have mastered the Taizu Long Fist and wish to learn a new martial art to enhance my strength so that I can achieve good results in the martial arts exam. Li Suifeng got straight to the point. Zhang Daong was not surprised by this. Li Suifeng displayed exquisite boxing skills during his battle with Tang Hu. He was immediately struck by a sudden inspiration. Young friendly, the fist technique you displayed earlier was even more exquisite than the Taizu Long Fist, and it complemented your talent perfectly. May I ask what this fist technique is? Zhang Daong asked with a smile. After mastering the Taizu Long Fist, I started practicing randomly, trying to combine the fist technique with my talent to unleash even stronger combat power. I didn't expect to achieve some minor success. Li Suifeng told the lie he had prepared long ago. Zhang Daong's eyes lit up. The reason why the low-level physical skills in this world only have 2 levels is actually because the government deliberately censored them. The purpose of this is to stimulate students' competitive spirit and thirst for knowledge with limited physical skills content, allowing them to deduce and create the future direction of physical skills on their own. The basic physical techniques are easy to understand. Unlike advanced physical techniques, the simple modifications and deductions are not as difficult as one might imagine. Each year, some students develop the ability to deduce basic physical techniques. Such people often possess extremely high martial arts wisdom. They are also among the talents needed by the country. I never expected that young friendly, besides his amazing talent, would also have such first-rate comprehension of martial arts. You will surely become a pillar of our Dragon Kingdom in the future. Zhang Daong smiled from the bottom of his heart. I can now be sure that your chances of getting into one of the top 8 universities are at least 70%. Is that all? I believe it's 100%. Li Suifeng muttered to himself, but asked aloud, what about the new physical techniques? Of course, no problem. Although the college entrance examination is only 2 days away, with your martial arts aptitude, young friendly, you might be able to learn a new physical technique and improve your strength a little. Zhang Daong then took out the tablet computer. After reading through the text, Li Suifeng's gaze fell on a physical technique called Iron Stake Kung Fu. Iron Pole Kung Fu is a defensive physical technique. Once mastered, the lower body becomes as stable as a stake and as immovable as a mountain. Once you achieve a basic level of proficiency and mastery, your resilience can continue to improve. Isn't this just a form of external martial arts training? Li Suifeng's eyes lit up. Because of the compatibility between physical skills and talent, he could not choose physical skills too casually. He had to consider whether the two could be matched. Fortunately, his new talent, Golden Skin, enhances his skin's resistance, allowing him to withstand simple attacks from sharp weapons. If combined with this defensive iron stakes technique, wouldn't the resistance increase even further, perhaps even making one invulnerable to swords and spears? Li Suifeng immediately said, "Master, I would like to choose this iron pole kung fu." "That's acceptable." Zhang Deong nodded. After mastering some boxing skills, Li Suifeng's best option would be to learn a leg technique as well, to achieve balance and equilibrium between different levels of government. Although this iron pole technique is a defensive martial art, it also requires training the lower body strength to achieve the effect of protecting the whole body. It suits Li Suifeng quite well too. After transmitting the encrypted iron stake technique to Li Suifeng, Zhang Deong said, "It would be excellent if you could grasp the basics of iron stake technique in 2 days. But if you can't, don't worry, young friendly. With your current abilities, you're guaranteed to be in the top 5 of this year's college entrance examination. I can say that with certainty." A level talent. Top-tier martial arts comprehension. In fact, based on the past 3 college entrance examinations, the minimum guarantee is a top 3 finish. Zhang Deong made a conservative estimate because he considered that there were many unusual cases in this year's college entrance examination. "Thank you for your kind words, Master. I will work hard." After receiving the document, Li Suifeng thanked him and left. Because it was getting late, he didn't go back to the private practice room, but went straight home. After eating my mom's braised pig's trotters, I returned to my bedroom and began reading about iron pole kung fu. Half an hour later, having memorized the basics of the iron stake technique, Li Suifeng decisively opened the control panel. Li Suifeng. Realm, Awakening Rank 0. Constitution, 21. Spirit, 17. Talent, Raging Light A level, Golden Jade Skin B level plus. Technique, none. Physical skills, Heavenly Light Long Fist Mastery Iron Pole Skill Beginner plus. Talent value, 2360. In the past few days, Li Suifeng has spent his time either at the dojo or grinding monsters outside the city. His talent value reached a new high, accumulating to 2,400 points. This was even after he spent money to upgrade the Heavenly Light Long Fist to its highest level. If the Heavenly Light Long Fist hadn't been improved, the talent value would have been close to 3,000. As the Heavenly Light Long Fist reached its peak, coupled with the natural improvement in his body, his physique also reached 21 points, completely surpassing his mental strength. System, how many talent points are needed to upgrade iron pole technique to mastery? Li Suifeng silently asked himself. System, requires 200 talent points. 200? That's not much, let's just upgrade it. Li Suifeng decisively muttered a sentence. Consuming 200 talent points, iron pole technique upgraded to mastery. Constitution plus 6. As the system text flashed by, Li Suifeng's lower limbs visibly swelled up a size. The sweatpants that were a bit loose a second ago now looked like tight pants. Such a significant increase in physical fitness? You made the right choice with iron pole kung fu. Li Suifeng's eyes lit up, but then he faced a dilemma: should I max out the Golden Jade Skin first? When the talent value reaches 1,000 points, Golden Jade Skin already qualifies for an upgrade. Li Suifeng held back from upgrading, still somewhat unwilling to give up. He wanted to upgrade his A-level talent, Raging Light, to an S-level talent before considering anything else. However, it seems that even if one's talent points accumulate to 3,000, it's still not enough to upgrade the Blazing Light skill. I heard that the practical assessment of the martial arts exam involves hunting monsters in the trial grounds. I can accumulate talent points while taking the exam, and maybe I'll even have a chance to reach 5,000 points. Let's just bear with it for now. Li Suifeng was open-minded and gave up the idea of improving his Golden Jade Skin. After glancing at the panel again, he smiled. My physique is 27, my spirit is 17, and my total vitality is 44 points, which is far beyond the requirements for a prospective martial artist. Once my total vitality exceeds 70, I will meet the requirements for a formal martial artist and be considered a first-tier martial artist. Will we be able to receive the government's martial arts subsidy every month then? Li Suifeng looked expectant. The martial arts subsidy is a monthly allowance provided by the government to reward martial artists. A first-tier martial artist can earn 5,000 yuan per month. The amount isn't large, but it's stable as long as Li Suifeng is alive. The money will continue to be distributed. This money is probably not of much use to Li Suifeng. But if it were given to my mom, it would definitely greatly improve our family life. I've been living off my parents for so long. Li Suifeng also wanted to repay his parents and help his family as soon as possible. Chapter 18, First Japanese Language Test. Time flies. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The much-anticipated National College Entrance Examination Gokao has finally arrived. Early morning. Li Suifeng walked out of his bedroom and found that his mother had prepared a table full of food. My father, with his graying temples and wearing work clothes, unusually didn't go to work, but instead sat at the dining table waiting. Xiaofeng, today is the college entrance exam. Why are you up so late? Are you under too much pressure? Li Jianming asked without a smile. Today's exam was just a humanities subject, what pressure could there be? Li Suifeng shrugged and sat down at the dining table. It was still early, and Li Jiaoyue, the younger sister, was leaning back in her chair, still dozing off. Upon seeing Li Suifeng arrive, he rubbed his eyes, looking confused, and asked, "Brother, is dinner ready?" "Dinner's ready, girl." Li Suifeng smiled and tapped Li Jiaoyue's nose. Wang Wen got up and went to the kitchen to get rice, serving Li Suifeng a full bowl of rice. "Son, don't be stressed. Study hard. Even if we don't get into Wuhan University of Science and Technology, it's okay. After you graduate, you can work at your dad's factory. You'll have a base salary of over 3,000 a month, enough to support the family." After the family of four started eating, Wang Wen comforted Li Suifeng while serving him food. His parents were clearly unaware of his current changes and still believed that he was a mediocre student with only E-level talent. Li Suifeng smiled but offered no explanation. He was ready to stun his parents on the day of the martial arts exam livestream. After breakfast, the family of four went downstairs together. Dad unlocked the electric scooter, patted the desk behind him, and said, "Xiaofeng, I asked the team leader for leave today. I can be an hour late. I'll take you to the exam hall first." Li Suifeng did not refuse and sat on the back of the electric scooter after a long time. "Go for it, brother." Li Jiaoyue waved her little fists, looking incredibly cute. Wang Wen smiled but didn't say anything, though her fists clenched instinctively, showing her nervousness. "Honey, are you sure you don't want Mom to wait for you outside the exam hall?" "Mom, it's just a small exam, what's the rush? You can just stay home and keep Yeye company." Li Suifeng encouraged his mother with a confident smile. Wang Wen nodded and didn't say anything more, mainly because she was afraid that if she talked too much, her son would get annoyed and it would affect his exam results. The electric scooter sped along, arriving at the entrance of number 3 middle school half an hour later. After getting out of the car, Li Suifeng realized it was still early, with some time before the exam hall closed, so he asked, "Dad, if I had 200,000 yuan, what kind of house could I buy in Xingho City?" Li Jianming glared at him and said, "Kid, why are you asking this?" "No, I was just asking casually." "Oh. With 200,000, buying a second-hand 2-bedroom apartment in the old town shouldn't be a problem. In other words, a new 3-bedroom apartment in the new district might start at 5 or 600,000 yuan. Li Suifeng had a clear understanding of housing prices in this world, and nodded, saying, "Dad, after the college entrance exam, I'll try my best to get our family a bigger house." "What nonsense are you talking about, child? Right now, you should be focusing on your studies. With your mother and me here, how could we let you worry about family matters?" Li Jianming emphasized his words, his heart deeply moved. "My son is still a senior in high school, and he's already starting to think about family matters? It's all my fault for being just an ordinary worker. No one could provide my son with a comfortable life, which is why he's so precocious." "Okay, Dad, I'll listen to you." Li Suifeng grinned, chatted with his father for a while, and then entered the examination hall. After watching his son leave, Li Jianming wiped his slightly moist eyes and rode his electric scooter toward the factory. Student ID. Li Suifeng squeezed through the crowd of parents, but was stopped by the security guard. He showed his Xinjiang Martial Arts Academy ID card, and the gatekeeper glanced at him in surprise. Students selected by the dojo are not necessarily super geniuses, but they are definitely not weak. After all, the various martial arts schools aren't fools. They wouldn't give up their limited college entrance exam slots to mediocre people. They also hope that the substitute test takers will achieve good results, thus generating a strong advertisement for them. "Go in." The security guard let him through, and Li Suifeng entered the school and arrived at the examination room. 9 o'clock in the morning. The exam has officially begun. It's somewhat similar to the college entrance exam on Earth. For liberal arts students, the exam consists of 6 subjects: Chinese, mathematics, foreign languages, and physics. However, this world values martial arts over literature. The written exam was not held over 2 days, but rather within 1 day. The total score for liberal arts is 750 points, and students need to score over 500 points to get into a liberal arts university. However, for students in the martial arts class, even if they get 0 points in the humanities subjects, it will not affect their future. Because the scores for liberal arts subjects only account for less than 10% of the total score in the martial arts exam. Assuming you get full marks in all 6 humanities subjects, that's only equivalent to 75 points in the martial arts exam. The exams in the morning covered Chinese, mathematics, and foreign languages. Li Suifeng, who had never reviewed his studies, didn't have much knowledge in his head. Fill in the blank and multiple choice questions are mostly answered by instinct. Skip over any questions you don't understand. At 5 p.m., the first day of liberal arts exams officially ended. Li Suifeng walked out of the examination room with a relaxed expression. Some students, like him, were indifferent to the exam results. These are all students from martial arts training programs, primarily focused on martial arts exams. Some students were either anxious or frustrated. These are ordinary students who lack awakened talent, or whose talent is too poor, and who can only pursue a doctoral degree through academic studies. I'm home. Wang Wen stood up from the sofa and asked nervously, "Son, how did the exam go?" "Not bad." Afraid of worrying his mother, Li Suifeng made up a bunch of lies. "In my heart, I was certain that I wouldn't score more than 500 on the humanities exam." "That's good." Wang Wen smiled with relief. "Your dad has to work overtime today and won't be home until 9 o'clock tonight. I'll go cook dinner first." She rushed into the kitchen and got busy. After dinner, Li Suifeng returned to his bedroom, still feeling hungry. The number of body points continues to increase. Li Suifeng's body grew stronger and stronger, and his need for food increased. My mother didn't notice anything amiss and prepared the same amount of food as usual. Little did he know that this small amount of food was barely enough to fill Li Suifeng's teeth. Gurgle, gurgle. Li Suifeng took out the only vial of nutritional medicine from the drawer, drank it down in large gulps, and only then did he feel full. Constitution +1. The system text flashed before his eyes, but Li Suifeng was not surprised. Nutritional supplements contain potent energy that not only satisfies hunger but also enhances the user's physical fitness. These days, Li Suifeng has been taking nutritional supplements, and occasionally he will receive a slight increase in his physical condition. This is also why his physical condition surpassed his mental state so quickly. No wonder the rich kids are all strong and powerful. They have plenty of nutritional supplements every day, so it's hard for them to be weak. Li Suifeng grinned inside. He wasn't from a wealthy family, and he had to buy his own nutritional supplements. After killing monsters in the wild, he would cut off some valuable parts and sell them back in the city. Combined with the bonus given to him by Xingxiang Dojo, he was able to afford to take his nutritional supplements every day. The nutritional supplement he just drank was his last dose. He now only has a little over 1,000 Chinese yuan left in his account. If I get good results in this college entrance exam, Zhang Daong will give me a 200,000 yuan bonus. Then I'll find some ways to make money and try to buy a bigger house for my family before I go to university. Li Suifeng's eyes gleamed, and he secretly made a vow. Chapter 19: A Genius of Comprehension. The next morning, Wang Wen, who was making breakfast, heard the noise and went to the kitchen, where she saw Li Suifeng walking out of the bedroom with a leisurely air. "Son, why are you up so early?" Wang Wen asked, puzzled. "As a student in the regular class, my son only needs to participate in the written exam. Therefore, with yesterday's passing, my son's college entrance examination is considered over. Logically, he should be getting some rest, right? Why are you still getting up so early?" "Mom, there's only 1 hour left until the exam." "Is that still early?" Li Suifeng grinned and peeked into the kitchen. "You were lazy this morning? You haven't even made breakfast yet." "It's almost done." Wang Wen went into the kitchen and came out a moment later with a bowl of egg noodles. While Li Suifeng was eating his noodles, Wang Wen sighed inwardly. She believes her son got up so early to rush to the exam venue to cheer on Kai-Su. Despite being born into a wealthy family, Kai-Su doesn't have any of the typical spoiled traits of a rich kid, and he has a very close relationship with his son. "My son, being a liberal arts student, isn't eligible to take the martial arts exam, but it's only right that he cheers on his best friend." Mom, are you alright tonight? Li Suifeng asked while slurping his noodles. It's nothing, why do you ask? Wang Wen asked, puzzled. Li Suifeng revealed a mysterious smile. In that case, remember to turn on Xinghuo Education Channel this afternoon and watch the martial arts exam practice. There will be a surprise then. Surprise? Wang Wen looked suspicious, but Li Suifeng had already put down his chopsticks and clapped his hands, saying, I'm full, Mom. I'm going to the exam hall now. What exactly is the surprise my son was talking about? Wang Wen was still somewhat dazed as she watched Li Suifeng leave home. My dad's electric scooter wasn't there to take me. Li Suifeng arrived at the number 3 middle school examination hall very quickly. After verifying his identity card, Li Suifeng followed the crowd to the number 3 middle school's physical education gymnasium. The fitness center is divided into several areas, namely the comprehension test area, the physical fitness test area, and the mental test area. Following the signs, Li Suifeng quickly arrived at the comprehension test area. There are many students queuing here. Li Suifeng's ranking was low. After waiting for half an hour, Li Suifeng arrived at the front of the line. Before us was a makeshift warehouse, divided into several rooms, with multiple examiners waiting in front of each room. Li Suifeng went to the nearest gate, number 3, took out his ID card, and verified his identity in front of the machine's camera. The examiner then let him pass. Following the passage, Li Suifeng entered a room in the warehouse. The room contained a long table, a wooden bench, and a helmet placed on the long table. This is a virtual reality helmet. Please wear it, candidates. Across the long table sat an elderly man with white hair, who spoke solemnly. Li Suifeng sat down on the wooden bench, picked up the virtual reality headset, and put it on. Virtual reality headsets allow the wearer's consciousness to enter the vast cyberspace, making the virtual world incredibly close to reality. It is one of the greatest inventions in the Kanglan world. The next moment, Li Suifeng's consciousness arrived in a world that resembled an art studio. This is the virtual testing ground for martial arts comprehension. It has a special magnetic field inside that can interfere with and pressure the examinee's mind. A huge blackboard suddenly appeared before my eyes. A picture appeared on the blackboard, depicting a man of indescribable majesty standing atop a high mountain, facing a brilliant starry sky, leaving Li Suifeng with an unparalleled domineering silhouette. Starry sky martial god, battle without song. A fervent light shone in Li Suifeng's eyes. Zhang Wuge, the strongest person in human history. They were also among the first martial arts pioneers to awaken their talents after being cleansed by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He pioneered martial arts cultivation in this world, enabling countless descendants with awakened talents to smoothly embark on the path of martial arts. They even defeated the Demon King and established a free kingdom for humanity, which continues to this day. His great deeds appear in textbooks for students all over the world, and it would take 7 days and 7 nights to tell them all. Li Suifeng himself is also a fervent admirer of Zhang Wuge. Candidate Li Suifeng, in 1 minute, the back view of the god of martial arts will disappear from your sight. You must use your mind as a pen to recopy the back view of the god of martial arts on the blackboard. The system will award you martial arts comprehension points based on the degree of your copying. The old examiner's voice rang in my ears. Then a 60-second countdown appeared in front of you. Li Suifeng stared intently at the God of War's back view painting, trying to memorize every detail of it. A minute passed. The drawing on the blackboard disappeared. The exam has begun. You have 30 minutes. Please copy the God of War's back view as quickly as possible. As the examiner's cold voice faded, the 30-minute countdown began. A minute has passed already? I don't think I've memorized all the details of the martial god diagram. Although Li Suifeng lacked confidence, he still used his mind as a pen to replicate the martial god image on the blackboard. As the lines were drawn stroke by stroke, the majestic figure of the god of war slowly emerged on the blackboard. 10 minutes later, the image of the god of war on the blackboard became three-dimensional. However, compared to before, it is missing colors and some details in the clothing. The imitation accuracy value appearing above the blackboard is 70%. This means that Li Suifeng can get at least 70% of the total martial arts comprehension score. This score is not enough. Li Suifeng continued to use his mind to copy the image, but was surprised to find that the speed at which he was drawing the martial god diagram began to slow down rapidly. Even his head began to throb, and his eyes started to sting. The further you go in copying, the more difficult it becomes, and the more it tests a person's comprehension. Although a 70% copying success rate means my comprehension is above average, as a prodigy, this score is not enough. Li Suifeng gritted his teeth, enduring the discomfort in his head and eyes, and forced himself to depict it with his mind. Time passed once more. The image of the god of war on the blackboard has been copied to 85%. At this moment, Li Suifeng's memory became very chaotic, and he even began to forget what the god of war looked like. His eyes began to bleed, and his head felt like it was being stabbed with needles. Let's give it our all. If it were someone else, they might give up on copying it because of the pain. But Li Suifeng's face turned fierce, and a roar escaped his lips. Then, on the martial god painting, details such as stars, the moon, and clouds have appeared. The accuracy of the imitation has also increased to 90%. If Li Suifeng had given up at this point, he would have gained 180 points of comprehension. This result is already quite outstanding compared to previous years. After all, those who can score 150 points are considered to have exceptional comprehension and talent. That score of 180 points definitely belongs to someone with exceptional comprehension. Not enough. Still not enough. Keep going. Li Suifeng stared intently at the black and white figure with his bloodshot eyes, his mind like a pen, frantically drawing lines. Gradually, blood stained his eyes, blurring his vision. He could no longer make out the image of the god of war on the black and white screen. Just then, the examiner's voice suddenly rang out, 30 minutes are up, the comprehension test is over. Candidate Li Suifeng's copying accuracy is 96%, he scores 192 points. Now, please remove your helmet. Is that all? The blackboard in the image of the god of war suddenly disappeared. The pain in my head and eyes also disappeared without a trace. Li Suifeng took off his helmet and realized that his whole body was soaked in cold sweat. His body was weaker than if he had fought 100 wild monsters. Across the table, the elderly examiner's face revealed a hint of appreciation. Young man, to be able to copy the martial god diagram to 96% in a high-pressure, chaotic virtual world, your comprehension is already on par with the top scorer in the previous college entrance examination. Very good. As an examiner, he had no reason to talk to the students. But it witnessed the birth of a genius. He really couldn't control his emotions. Chapter 20, 368 points in 2 subjects, basic skills not bad. If I grit my teeth and persevere a little longer, maybe the accuracy of the copy can reach 97% or 98%? Unfortunately, it still couldn't hold on. The examiners were very satisfied with Li Suifeng's performance. However, Li Suifeng himself felt regretful about this. The examiner handed Li Suifeng a vial of red potion. This is a recovery potion that can quickly restore your energy. After taking it, shall we go to the next examination room? By the way, are you a natural science candidate? Yes, teacher. Li Suifeng took the medicine and drank it, feeling his energy rapidly returning. Then you'll be going to the mental examination room next. Turn left after you leave. Even the aloof examiners became more talkative when faced with a genius like Li Suifeng. Thank you, teacher. Li Suifeng thanked them, left the examination room, and returned to the hall through the back door. Martial arts comprehension doesn't seem to have a direct relationship with mental strength that tests creativity more? On his way to the next exam room, Li Suifeng reminisced about what had just happened. The later stages of the comprehension test. He couldn't remember what the martial god diagram looked like at all. All imitation is done on instinct. According to the examiner, my martial arts aptitude is 1 in a million, but there is no aptitude value option on the panel, and I have never improved my aptitude through the system, so my aptitude is all natural? Although my talent is terrible, my martial arts comprehension is amazing. I am very pleased. With a little satisfaction, Li Suifeng arrived at the mental examination area. The second stage of the martial arts exam differs between the natural and superhuman types. The test for the Superhuman series focuses on physical fitness, using strength, endurance, agility, and other factors to determine the score. For the natural sciences, the score is determined solely by the strength of one's mental state. After queuing for a while, Li Suifeng verified his identity card and entered the mental examination room. This is a closed, sealed room. There were no examiners present. However, 10 cameras were installed in various corners, locking onto Li Suifeng from all directions. At the top of the secret chamber, there is a half-meter diameter psychosphere with a cyberpunk style. Candidate Li Suifeng, the exam will begin in 30 seconds. You need to showcase your talent without reservation. An examiner's voice came from the speakers, followed by the sound of a countdown. Wait for the countdown to reach 0. Li Suifeng, who was well prepared, had a ferocious expression. His muscles were taut and stretched, and golden light spread across his skin like flames. Talent, a blazing light. In the moment when talent is displayed, Li Suifeng's energy began to drain away rapidly. The sensor ball above my head was also flashing with a cold luster. 30 seconds later, the golden glow on his body surface kept disappearing. Li Suifeng looked surprised. If I concentrate fully and use my talent without holding back, I can only maintain it for 30 seconds? On weekdays, Li Suifeng also uses his talent when fighting. But it won't be used so recklessly. Therefore, the rate of energy consumption will slow down, and the state of raging light can be prolonged. It takes about 2 or 3 minutes. Once his energy was exhausted, Li Suifeng was forced to relinquish his talent. However, after quickly restoring his energy with energy pills and other supplements, he was able to use his talent again. He often uses this tactic when hunting monsters in the wild. The exam is over. Candidate Li Suifeng's mental strength is 17.6, and he scored 176 points. You may leave the examination room now. The cold voice rang out again, and Li Suifeng nodded slightly. The psychosensing sphere in this secret room was actually more accurate than the system's assessment. He even assessed his mental strength down to a decimal point. Amazing! Li Suifeng was in a pretty good mood after leaving the mental test. The total score for the martial arts exam is 1,000 points. Basic cultural knowledge accounts for 75 points, comprehension accounts for 200 points, and mental and physical qualities also account for 200 points. The remaining 525 points will need to be earned through practical assessment. So far, excluding cultural scores, Li Suifeng's total score in comprehension and spirit has reached 368 points. This score is close to the admission score of Wuhan University of Science and Technology, a second-tier university. For Li Suifeng, practical assessments are a strength where he can easily score points. Why? It's very simple. These days, Li Suifeng spends his time either at the dojo or grinding monsters outside the city. He has accumulated more combat experience than any of his students. Li Suifeng knew exactly which monsters were tough, which were soft, and which had less fur. Therefore, if a candidate in the actual test does not get a perfect score, it is considered an underperformance. It seems that the 8 universities are basically secured. Now I need to consider, which university should I attend? While other test takers were still nervous and anxious, dissatisfied with their performance on the exam, Li Suifeng was already looking to the future and popping champagne in advance. Li Suifeng was not afraid to make a promise because he believed that as long as one was strong enough, one could succeed. If you have enough strength, what is there to be afraid of? Noon. Not wanting to trouble his mother, Li Suifeng had lunch at a roadside food stall near the 3rd middle school. Li Suifeng ordered a huge bowl of pork chop rice and took out his phone while eating. "Old Li, how did you do on your test today?" "I only got 100 points in comprehension and 150 points in physical fitness. My performance was just so-so." "Damn it. I heard that Sukai, that monster, got 157 points in comprehension and a perfect score in physical fitness. He's one of only 2 perfect scorers in our school so far." "Old Li, you must be wondering why Sukai is one of only 2 to get a perfect score? It's simple, because Lan Aoshue also took the college entrance exam. Not only did she get 180 points in comprehension, she also got a perfect score in spirit. This girl is outrageous. She's already been admitted to Tianhuan University without taking the entrance exam, but she still wants to take the college entrance exam. She's trying to steal the limelight from us geniuses and leave us no way out. Kaisu finished his 2 exams a long time ago and sends me messages every now and then." Li Suifeng was quite surprised. Sukai's physical abilities are indeed extraordinary, but because of his mediocre comprehension, his total score in the 2 subjects is currently lower than his own. But what about Lan Aoshue? Not only was his spirit perfect, but his comprehension was also not much different from mine. Currently, he is leading by 12 points in both subjects. His mental strength has actually exceeded 20. Lan Aoshue truly lives up to her reputation as a specially recruited monster. After a moment of reflection, Li Suifeng gradually regained his composure. If he has enough talent points, he can upgrade the blazing light to an S-level talent, and his mental strength will most likely exceed 20, which is enough to get a perfect score. Unfortunately, the talent value is still a bit lacking, so it's not possible to upgrade the talent for the time being. However, as long as he continues to accumulate experience, it's only a matter of time before his talent is raised to S rank. It won't be long before he catches up with Lan Aoshua's mental strength. Oldly, how many points did you get on the test? At this moment, Kai Su sent another message to inquire. Li Suifeng said directly, I don't know about his cultural score, but his comprehension is 192 and his mental strength is 176. What? You actually surpassed Sukai? Damn, doesn't that mean you're currently second in number 2 middle school? Only behind Lan Aoshua? Oldly, what have you been up to lately? Have you been taking brain gold every day? That's insane. Kai Su was quite shocked by Li Suifeng's score. Li Suifeng remained calm, brother chicken, it's just basic stuff, don't be so smug. Kai Su. You even installed it on your buddy? Chapter 21 Practical Exam. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The entrance to the number 1 middle school in the city was packed with people. Why are there so many people? Damn the Ministry of Education. I'm being crushed to death. Are you trying to cause a stampede? Why can't you set up 2 more exam rooms? Stop complaining. The secret realm teleportation array is too expensive, and no other school besides number 1 high school has one. Just bear with it for now. When Li Suifeng arrived, he heard constant complaints from those around him. Ignoring the surrounding commotion, he raised a hand and shouted, Brother Chicken. Nearby, Kai Su, who was head-to-head with a burly student who was 2 meters tall, breathed a sigh of relief. Kid, it's not that I can't squeeze past you, it's just that my brother came and I don't want to bother with you. You're lucky. After uttering those harsh words, Kai Su quickly approached Li Suifeng. Oldly, when we get to the trial realm, I'll hold off the monsters. You just need to cheer me on from behind. Kai Su looked completely confident. Alright, let's get into the exam room first. There are too many people here, I'm going to suffocate. Li Suifeng patted Kai Su on the shoulder, and the latter's muscles immediately tensed up, with veins twisting like earthworms. He pushed through the crowd and rushed toward the entrance of number 1 middle school. Oldly, I've already activated my talent great strength, time is tight, you need to catch up. Without Kai Su's prompting, Li Suifeng followed closely the moment Kai Su cleared the way, and stayed with him all the way to the entrance of number 1 middle school. Are you crazy? Activating your talent before even entering the exam hall? What kind of lunatic are you? You think you're so strong? Aren't you afraid of failing the exam? Kai Su's domineering behavior has drawn criticism from many students. After passing the inspection and entering the campus, he threw a rejuvenation pill directly into his mouth, chewing it like a bean, and snorted, I have strength and money, if you're not happy, why don't you use your talent too? The crowd fell silent for a moment, and some people cursed. You fatso, when we get to the trial realm, I'm going to beat you up. Count me in, buddy. This fat guy is infuriating, we have to get him. Kai Su was about to retort stubbornly, but Li Suifeng immediately pulled him back, forget it, brother chicken. According to the rules of the practical assessment, candidates are allowed to fight each other. The more enemies you make, the more pressure we will face when we get to the exam room. Oldly, it seems that's the case, but why didn't you say so sooner? Kai Su's expression changed. The final practical test of the martial arts examination involved teleporting all the candidates in the city to a trial secret realm. The trial realm is home to countless monsters cultivated by the government. Candidates enter the area to hunt monsters and earn exam points. This is the main theme. However, the Ministry of Education has not explicitly prohibited candidates from playing against each other within Peruvian territory. As a result, some students will actively attack others during exams. Some do it for revenge, while others do it to reduce their competitors and gain more points. At the moment, it is absolutely unwise to incur the hatred of everyone before the exam has even started. Kai Su immediately chickened out and took out a mask to put on. You fatso, now you're chickening out? I've memorized your face. You're in for it. Ha ha ha. Serves you right for showing off earlier. Seeing this, some people began to mock him. Kai Su was so angry that his face turned red, and he pulled Li Suifeng toward the teleportation point. Soon, Li Suifeng and Kai Su arrived outside the playground of number 1 middle school. The playground is paved entirely with expensive psionic stones. There are also 8 priceless spatial energy stones in the center and periphery, which together form a huge teleportation array that encompasses the playground. The teleportation array was surrounded by examiners and security personnel. Li Suifeng and Kai Su had their identities verified and put on the scoring rings handed to them by the examiners before they entered. Time flew by, and before we knew it, it was almost 2 p.m. At this moment, the Minister of Education, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, with graying temples and unusually thick knuckles, came to the front of the crowd. His eagle eyes swept across the entire room, and after a solemn nod, he spoke in a loud voice. Dear students, the practical exam is about to begin. You will be teleported to the trial realm. The exam lasts for 1 day, which means you will have to spend day and night, a full 24 hours in the trial realm. There are countless monsters in the secret realm, each of which has a different number of test points. You can hunt them down solo or in teams to earn test points. The total score for this practical assessment is 525 points. Good luck to everyone. After saying this, the Minister of Education strode away, and then the teleportation array flashed with a dazzling white light, engulfing all the students. When the white light dissipated, all the students vanished from the spot. At the same time, after experiencing a dizzying, weightless sensation, Li Suifeng opened his eyes and found that he had left the number 1 middle school playground and arrived on a plain. In the south, there are dense and vast forests. To the north are high mountains covered with snow. In the west, there is endless yellow sand and scorching sun. Including the plains where we are now, there are 4 different environments coexisting in this secret realm, which is quite peculiar. This is the legendary secret realm? How peculiar. Li Suifeng nodded secretly, then looked up at the sky. High in the sky, drones fly by like flocks of birds, their high-definition cameras constantly rotating. Drones are everywhere in the secret realm. Under their surveillance, this college entrance examination will be broadcast live in its entirety. As long as Mom turns on the Starfire TV, she might be able to see me. This is my first time doing a live stream, so I have to give my mom a big performance. Li Suifeng waved his fist and then looked at the red bracelet on his wrist. This bracelet has functions such as location tracking, points calculation, and monitoring of physical condition. If someone is injured, the bracelet will provide a timely physical assessment to determine if they can continue the exam. If an assessment indicates a risk of death, the candidate will be picked up by staff who will then transport them. This is also to prevent anyone from dying during the exam. Fighting monsters is no child's play. In fact, every year during the National College Entrance Examination Gokao, even with adequate security measures, 1 or 2 students will inevitably die. Injuries and illnesses are also unavoidable experiences for many students. Despite such a dangerous situation, the Ministry of Education has not changed the rules of practice, and the reason is quite simple. In this world, monsters roam freely, demons wreak havoc, and alien races harbor treacherous intentions. Ordinary humans are like ants before them, and only powerful martial artists can fight against them. Therefore, martial artists must shoulder more social responsibility and fulfill their sacred duty to protect the nation and the world. Especially powerful martial artists will inevitably have to fight these monsters in the future. While real combat will increase the mortality rate of students, it will also temper their will and give them experience in fighting monsters. Only in this way, after becoming true martial artists, can students have a higher survival rate in life and death battles with monsters. The path of martial arts is not easy. Thinking about all of this, Li Suifeng sighed. Just then, a voice suddenly came from beside him. Bro, what level of talent do you have? Interested in teaming up? Chapter 22 Ruthless and Silent. Li Suifeng turned his head and saw a tall young man wearing a netty combat suit walking towards him with a confident smile. Beside him was a petite girl wearing the Xiangqi combat suit. Chicken bro isn't with me? Looks like he was teleported away. Li Suifeng looked around for a while but couldn't find Kai Su. To prevent candidates from forming groups beforehand, the teleportation array will scatter the candidates' teleportation locations. Chicken bro has probably been teleported to some remote corner right now. Finding him in this vast and mysterious place will not be easy. Even though he couldn't team up with Chicken Bro, Li Suifeng showed little interest in teaming up with others. I'm not interested in teaming up. With that, he turned and left. The boy's smile froze. He glanced at the girl beside him, feeling utterly humiliated, and his face flushed red as he shouted, "Hey kid! Stop right there!" Li Suifeng turned around. Is there anything else? How dare you refuse me, Tang Yunlong? Kid, which high school are you from? The boy suppressed his anger and growled, his face flushed. Li Suifeng said coldly, "It doesn't matter which school I'm from. What matters is that if you dare to delay my monster hunting again, I'll beat you into a flying worm." You're asking for it. Tang Yunlong roared in fury, flames rising from his body and his muscles taut and bulging, giving him an extremely ferocious appearance. Whoosh! In the nearby grass, another blurry figure darted up like an arrow and bit Li Suifeng's arm before Tang Yunlong could make a move. It's a green vine snake. It's highly venomous. The petite girl screamed and hid behind Tang Yunlong. I'm terrified of snakes. This kid got bitten by the green vine snake right at the start? He's going to be eliminated. Ah, serves him right. Tang Yunlong deactivated his fire talent, and the anger on his face turned into schadenfreude. The green vine serpent is a level 1 demonic beast. Although it is small in size, it contains a deadly venom. If you are bitten, the venom will spread throughout your body within 10 minutes. If you do not receive timely treatment, you will surely die. In every previous assessment, if a student was bitten by the green vine snake, they were basically destined to be eliminated. Because snake venom is so difficult to cure, unless the student has a natural talent for detoxification. But such talent is 1 in a million, extremely rare. Kid, you dare to act tough in front of me, Tang Yunlong? This is what you'll get. Tang Yunlong grinned smugly. But what happened next? A huge hand landed on the green vine snake's forehead. With a crack sound, the snake's head exploded, blood and venom splattered, and the snake's carcass fell to the ground. Li Suifeng shook his hand apart from 2 unbroken teeth marks. There were no other injuries on his forearm. Not to mention the signs of being poisoned and turning black. The green vine snake's sharp fangs didn't even manage to bite through his arm? How is that possible? The petite girl covered her mouth, utterly astonished. You weren't poisoned? Tang Yunlong's expression changed slightly. Li Suifeng said coldly, if you don't want to eat my iron fist, get lost. You bastard. Tang Yunlong gritted his teeth in anger, but Li Suifeng had already turned and left. He wanted to chase after him, but the image of Li Suifeng killing the green vine snake with a single palm strike made him inexplicably feel uneasy. Tang, if he doesn't want to join a team, then let's just forget about it. The petite girl tugged at Tang Yunlong's sleeve. Xiao Xiao, I'll give you face and not bother with this guy. However, the direction he went in is causing quite a stir, which means there are many monsters. Let's follow him and take a look. Tang Yunlong went down the steps and then followed Li Suifeng. Slaying the green vine serpent grants plus 10 talent points. On the other side, Li Suifeng, who was walking quickly across the plain, looked at the system text in front of him and nodded in satisfaction. As expected, the monsters in the trial realm, although specially bred by the government and less wild and powerful than wild monsters, can still give me talent points. This trial realm is nothing short of a huge monster hunting paradise. I'm going to be rich. Li Suifeng roared inwardly, then looked at the watch on his wrist. The number 5 appeared above. This dead vine snake gave him 5 points on the exam. One first-tier monster is worth 5 exam points, so if I kill another 105 first-tier monsters, wouldn't I get full marks? This exam is way too easy. Li Suifeng shook his head slightly, looking somewhat disheartened. In the past few days, he has killed far more monsters in the wild than this number. Killing 105 demonic beasts was too easy for him. It posed no challenge whatsoever. Yes, there's been a new discovery. Li Suifeng continued walking and saw 5 large toads, each over a meter wide, with thick limbs and fleshy bumps on their backs, crawling in the grass ahead. The black mist toad is a first-tier demonic beast. The fleshy bumps on its back can release black poisonous mist, which not only contains trace amounts of paralyzing toxins but also interferes with vision. Basic knowledge about the black fog toad popped into my head. Li Suifeng did not rush to make a move, but instead crouched down and slowly approached the 5 black mist toads. He still dared to approach so many black mist toads? He's got some nerve. Not far away, Xiao Xiao looked nervous. To put it nicely, he's bold. To put it bluntly, he's a hothead. Xiao Xiao, watch closely, this kid's about to get into trouble. Tang Yunlong's expression was contemptuous, and he hadn't finished speaking. Far away. Whoosh! A golden glow spread across Li Suifeng's body, and he no longer walked hunched over, but instead strode forward. The 10-meter distance was traversed in an instant. A fist wrapped in golden light slammed into the forehead of a black mist toad. Bang! Before the black mist toad could make any move, its forehead quickly caved in, and blood gushed from its eye sockets and ear canals. Quack quack quack! The other 4 black mist toads roared in anger, while the fleshy bumps on their backs opened like flower buds. Rustling! Black mist spewed from the poison sacs and began to spread through the air. Bang! Bang! Li Suifeng leaped into the fog, his fists slamming down like hammers. 2 more black mist toads collapsed to the ground with a thud. The remaining 2 squealed loudly, ignoring their attack on Li Suifeng, and kicked wildly with their 2 frog legs, leaping away into the distance. They were scared away. What? Tang Yunlong's pupils contracted, and his jaw gaped open, unable to close for a long time due to shock. 5 black mist toads, in just one encounter, 3 died and 2 escaped? Is this kid a monster? The petite girl next to him had her eyes shining. This student is really amazing. Is he Su Kai from number 2 middle school? Or Sun Yu from number 6 middle school? Upon hearing this, Tang Yunlong's face turned red and his whole body felt hot. Just a second ago he said Li Suifeng was going to be in big trouble. But the other party unleashed their power the next second. This is a slap in the face faster than a tornado. How can I let the talent points I've gained slip away? In the black mist, Li Suifeng stared at the 2 black mist toads, wanting to give chase. To his surprise, the black mist felt icy cold, making his limbs stiff. The trace amounts of paralyzing toxins in the fog are affecting my body. I need to leave this area first. Li Suifeng jumped out of the black mist, and the stiffness in his limbs slowly disappeared. When he looked up, the 2 toads had been swallowed up by the weeds and disappeared. Li Suifeng stomped his foot in anger, then turned around and glared at Tang Yunlong. With just one glance, Tang Yunlong's heart nearly stopped, and he stumbled backward. But then Li Suifeng cursed, "You jinx. You made me miss 2 monsters. Damn it." Tang Yunlong looked frustrated. How can you blame me for this? You're being so unreasonable. However, having witnessed Li Suifeng's terrifying strength, he dared not talk back and looked at the girl with resentment. "Xiao Xiao, there are too few monsters here, let's go somewhere else." But who knew? A fragrant breeze wafted by. The girl named Xiao Xiao walked past Tang Yunlong and approached Li Suifeng with enthusiasm. "Hey classmate, you're amazing. I'm Zhong Xiao Xiao from number 7 middle school. Can we team up?" Tang Yunlong almost vomited blood in anger. Was he being called a Mino on the spot? Chapter 23, An unexpected encounter with Tian Rui and her companion, followed by a horde of beasts slaughtered. As Tang Yunlong suffered a humiliating defeat, Zhong Xiao Xiao gazed at Li Suifeng with admiration, awaiting his reply. She believed herself to be incredibly charming, capable of making any student fall at her feet. To everyone's surprise, Li Suifeng said indifferently, "Women only hinder me from drawing my sword. I am not interested in women, especially women who start relationships and then abandon me." Started a relationship and then abandoned it? I didn't. We only just met. Zhong Xiaoqiao looked aggrieved. Li Suifeng ignored her, gave Tang Yunlong a "don't follow me" look, and headed into the depths of the plain. You really abandoned me? Are you gay? Zhong Xiaoqiao was furious that Li Suifeng would ignore her like that, and she stomped her feet and cursed him. After hurling insults for a while, she walked towards Tang Yunlong without batting an eye and said, "Tang, I think we two have better chemistry. How about we team up again? Roll." The practical exam is in full swing. Many citizens of Xingho City turned on their televisions, tuned to Xingho Education Channel, and watched the exam that would determine the fate of many students. Through the drone's bird's eye view, the television screen constantly shifts, revealing the heroic figures of young men and women. The living room is decorated in an old style, giving it a vintage feel. Li Jiaoyue, who was on holiday for the college entrance examination, was licking a lollipop while watching TV. "Mom, why hasn't my brother shown up yet?" After waiting for a while, Li Suifeng still hadn't appeared on the TV, so Li Jiaoyue looked at Wang Wen beside her. The little girl didn't understand many rules. All she knew was that today was the college entrance examination, and her brother happened to be a test taker and should also be participating in the exam, appearing on television. Yeah, your brother isn't feeling well and won't be participating in this exam. He won't be on TV. Wang Wen smiled wryly and stroked her daughter's forehead. To everyone's surprise, Li Jiaoyue pointed at the TV and said, "Mom, you're lying, isn't that my brother?" Wang Wen instinctively saw a familiar figure appear on the screen. Although this figure only lasted for 3 seconds. But Wang Wen was certain that it was her son. Is it really Xiao Feng? Wasn't he unable to participate in the martial arts exam? How come he's in the trial realm? Wang Wen froze, her thoughts as chaotic as a cotton ball. She quickly came to her senses, recalling Li Suifeng's remarks that morning. Her fists clenched, and her face showed excitement and tension. "Xiaofeng, is this the surprise you prepared for your mother?" But this practical exam is full of dangers, so you must be careful. Trial Realm. The western part of the plain. Boom! The earth trembled, and more than 30 monstrous beasts gathered in a group, rampaging and wreaking havoc. In the direction the monster was charging, two figures were desperately fleeing. One of them was slightly chubby, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, and was quite cute. He shouted in a panic, "Sister Rue! Aren't the monsters in this trial realm supposed to be scattered here and there? Why are we so unlucky to encounter a beast tied right from the start?" Tian Rue looked miserable. "Wang Jun, I also want to know why we're so unlucky. Is it because you've been having such bad luck lately that you've infected me?" "I didn't. Sister Rue. I've already prayed to the gods and Buddhas. This bad luck has absolutely nothing to do with me." "So you're blaming me for being unlucky?" "That's not what I meant, Sister Rue." Wang Jun was looking dejected when suddenly the bushes in front of him rustled, revealing a giant white wolf with bared teeth and a ferocious expression. "Sister Rue! It seems like we're doomed." Wang Jun slammed on the brakes and stopped in his tracks, his face contorted with despair. Bang! 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 Tian Rue's expression was cold. After she and Wang Jun stopped in their tracks at the same time, they clasped their hands together, causing the ground to ripple. Suddenly, vines rose up and firmly controlled the wind spirit wolf. "Awah!" The wind spirit wolf roared in resentment. Tian Rue had another thought, and another vine rose into the sky, lashing the wind spirit wolf's belly like a whip. Smack! A hideous bloodstain appeared on the wolf's belly. The wind spirit wolf did not cry out in pain, but stared at Tian Rue and the other person with a cruel and amused look. "Damn it! The beasts are behind us!" When Wang Jun screamed, Tian Rue instantly turned pale, realizing that the wind spirit wolf's purpose was not to kill them. Instead, they were stalling for time, allowing the herd of beasts to approach. The monsters in this secret realm actually know how to use delaying tactics? They're practically supernatural. Wang Jun screamed in frustration, while Tian Rue felt a deep sorrow, knowing that with the approaching horde of beasts, they were unable to escape and would likely be eliminated, prematurely withdrawing from the practical exam. Just when she was in utter despair. Suddenly, splash! A golden radiance shone from the side, as dazzling as the blazing sun. Tian Rue turned her head and looked at it, her face filled with disbelief. A boy dressed in ordinary sportswear, his entire body radiating a brilliant, fiery golden light, charged fiercely into the horde of beasts. Bang bang bang! Bang bang bang! The boy swung his arms and threw punches continuously. With each flash of golden fist light, a monster was thrown high into the air by the force and fell to the ground, dying instantly. In no time, 5 demonic beasts were sent flying and killed. Roar roar roar! At first, the monsters ignored the boy and only had eyes for Wang Jun and Tian Rue. But as more and more of their companions died, they charged at the boy in a rage. Da-day-day-day! Da-day-day! One after another, the ferocious attacks of the monsters rained down on the boy. Yes. The boy blocked with both hands, remaining as immovable as a mountain. No shocking wounds appeared on his body, nor did he fall to the sharp claws and teeth of the monster. Instead, with a sudden swing of his arms, he knocked back a bear-like monster, then lowered his body and threw a punch like a cannonball, which landed squarely on the bear monster's chest. Bang! Crack! The thick layer of fat and fur did not protect the bear demon's body. Its massive, 3-meter-tall body crashed to the ground, pinning down a slightly smaller wolf demon. With a whimper, the wolf demon was crushed to death. The boy then followed up, punching the giant bear in the chest again. Snap! The giant bear's sternum was broken, it coughed up blood, its eyes rolled back, and it died instantly. Such a bloody scene caused the other monsters to stop in their tracks, their eyes filled with intense fear as they looked at the boy. It turns out that the giant bear that the boy killed, although only a first-tier beast, was the strongest in the pack. A figure comparable to a leader. The boy's swift defeat of the giant bear is undoubtedly a case of capture the leader first, effectively intimidating them all. Ha ha! That's awesome! The boy laughed loudly, and while his body was still enveloped in golden light, he charged into the beasts once more, his fists like cannons, unleashing a massacre. Oh my god! Not far away, Wang Jun and Tian Rue were completely stunned. This vicious and demonic young man was none other than the expert they had encountered outside Starfire City. How long has it been? It seems that the expert has gotten even stronger? It's one thing to withstand the bites and claws of monsters without having your defenses breached. Can you instantly kill monsters with a random punch? Is this kind of well-rounded offensive and defensive strength really just for students in the same year? Are you sure he's not a formal martial artist parachuted in from one of the 8 great academies? On the other side, under Li Suifeng's indiscriminate slaughter, one monster after another died violently, leaving only 6 monsters in the end. The fact that these 6 demonic beasts survived was not due to good luck. Rather, they were clever enough to instinctively distance themselves from Li Suifeng. They didn't blindly become cannon fodder. A wind spirit wolf tucked its tail between its legs, let out a mournful howl, and then, ignoring the corpses scattered on the ground, fled into the depths of the grassland. Seeing this, the other 5 demonic beasts naturally fled as well. Chapter 24, Soloing the Beast Horde, alarming the high-ranking officials of Starfire City. How long are you two going to stand there in a daze? Quickly stop these monsters. While Tianrui and Wang Jun were still in shock, Li Suifeng's voice suddenly rang out. Tianrui quickly woke up with a start, forming hand seals. Stop right there. Rustling. Vines rose from beneath the feet of the 5 fleeing monsters, binding their waists and limbs like ropes. Caught off guard, the monsters all tripped and fell to the ground. Taking advantage of this brief moment, Li Suifeng arrived just in time and killed them all with a swift punch. Unfortunately, one of them still got away. After the slaughter, Li Suifeng gazed into the distance, still feeling regretful. Tianrui's lips twitched. You killed 99% of this beast herd, and only one escaped. Is that a pity? You're practically a monster butcher. On the top floor of an impressive office building inside No. 1 Middle School, hundreds of people gathered, all of whom were well-known figures in Xingho City. The elderly man sitting at the head of the table was dressed in a tang suit. His face was deeply wrinkled, with a scar running from the corner of his eye to his chin, making him look ferocious and terrifying. It was none other than Su Sifang, the No. 1 figure in Xingho City and the city lord. Su Sifang stared at the LCD screen at the end of the conference hall, nodding repeatedly. This year's college entrance examination really has a wealth of talent in Xingho City. The enormous LCD screen, exceeding 200 inches, was displaying 4 separate screens. On one screen, Lan Aoshua, with a neck as white as a snow lotus, strolled leisurely beneath an iceberg. Under her control, a series of demonic beasts, their eyes emitting an eerie blue light, slaughtered each other. On another screen, Su Kai, the top student from No. 2 Middle School, was covered in scales, and his fingernails were as long as short knives. He dodged and weaved among a group of monsters, and in no time, the group of monsters was cut into pieces. In the other 2 split screens, geniuses also slaughter monsters in different ways. There is also a ranking in the upper right corner of the LCD TV. First, Su Kai killed 34 monsters, scored 198 on the exam. Second, Sun Yu killed 31 monsters, scored 184 on the exam. Third, Lan Aoshua killed 25 monsters, scored 172 on the exam. Fourth, Zhuang Tianxiang killed 21 monsters, scored 156 on the exam. The top 4 were all famous throughout the city before the exam, and were highly sought-after candidates for the top score. Such results are indeed not surprising. If this trend continues, someone from our Xingho city might be able to compete for the provincial champion this time. The Minister of Education looked quite expectant. The provincial champion? That's very difficult, but it seems that Su Kai still has a chance. City Lord Su Sifang nodded with a smile. Suddenly, the rankings in the upper right corner of the screen have changed. First, Li Suifeng killed 46 monsters, scored 230 points on the exam. This sudden turn of events left both the city lord and the Minister of Education stunned. The other bigwigs present were also stunned. Isn't Su Kai the number 1? Why did it suddenly change to Li Suifeng? Who is Li Suifeng? What's wrong with the director? Why haven't you switched to Li Suifeng's perspective yet? In the hall, the principal of No. 1 Middle School stood up and roared. A 5th split screen appeared on the LCD TV, showing a boy wearing a put-on tracksuit. Corpses were scattered all around him, but the boy was sitting on the ground resting. Did Li Suifeng kill all these monsters? Why didn't the director track his perspective in time? The Minister of Education frowned, clearly displeased. The principal of No. 1 Middle School was sweating profusely. In an attempt to salvage the situation, he decisively shouted, "Rewind to Li Suifeng's perspective." Soon. Rewind time. The screen showed Li Suifeng hunting down a herd of beasts. His body was bathed in golden light, and he remained calm despite being attacked by a group of beasts. Every punch he threw accurately killed a monster. The sight of these demon-slaying events left all the powerful figures present wide-eyed. Putting aside his talent and strength, wasn't his method of hunting monsters a little too smooth? Yes, every punch he throws hits the monster's weak spot with pinpoint accuracy, clearly showing he has extensive experience in killing monsters. Also, the golden glow surrounding his body seems to be a nature-type talent, right? Probably a rank? But his ability to resist monster attacks without injury shouldn't be due to that talent, right? He seems to have two talents, one for offense and one for defense? After a brief analysis, the experts quickly grasped the key point, then looked at each other in bewilderment. Not only does he possess dual talents, but his physical prowess and demon-slaying skills are also top-notch. Why was such a person previously unknown? Give me information on Li Suifeng. The Minister of Education shouted. A staff member quickly brought over a tablet. After reviewing the document, the Minister of Education glanced at the principal of No. 2 Middle School and said, "Old Yang, your school has produced such a dark horse, and you haven't said a word? That's not fair." Everyone looked at the principal of No. 2 Middle School, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. It turns out that this dark horse genius named Li Suifeng came from No. 2 Middle School? Doesn't No. 2 Middle School already have Sukai? Now another Li Suifeng has emerged? What a thriving family! The principal of No. 2 Middle School was a little confused. It was the first time he had heard of Li Suifeng's name, and no one had ever reported it to him before. Ha! That's not right. The records show that Li Suifeng dropped out of No. 2 Middle School and took the exam in place of Xinjiang Martial Arts Academy. Old Yang, what's going on? The Minister of Education looked at the tablet again, his expression turning strange. Drop out of school? That's impossible. The principal of No. 2 Middle School stood up excitedly. Although he had never heard of Li Suifeng, such a person must be a treasure of the school, and there was no reason for him to be allowed to drop out. See for yourself. The Minister of Education handed the tablet to the principal of No. 2 Middle School. After seeing the information at the bottom of Li Suifeng's profile, which reads retired from No. 2 Middle School, Xinjiang Martial Arts School substitute candidate, I realized that. The principal of No. 2 Middle School nearly fainted on the spot. Who the hell let Li Suifeng drop out of school? I'm going to take him down. The trial grounds plain. After a battle, Li Suifeng, who had been using his talent for a long time, was severely exhausted and was resting on the ground. Slayed 46 demons, scored 230 points on the exam. Taking a quick glance at the bracelet, Li Suifeng was fairly satisfied. The exam had only been going on for an hour. He got half of the full score. This is a very good start. Take another look at the personal panel. Talent points have been accumulated to 2,700. It is very close to the 3,000 mark. Hey expert, come drink some nutritional potion. Wang Jun, the sycophant, handed over a nutritional supplement with a fawning expression. Li Suifeng didn't stand on ceremony and started pouring the nutritional supplements down his throat. Because this exam lasts for 24 hours. The Ministry of Education has not prohibited candidates from bringing nutritional supplements, energy drinks, or other recovery items. Taking nutritional supplements is permitted within the rules. Hey bro, it's like fate that we met in the exam hall. How about we team up? Wang Jun showed an expectant expression. Li Suifeng shook his head and said, if I team up with you guys, my exam points will be taken away, which isn't worth it. Let's assume a monster has 5 points on the exam. If Li Suifeng teams up with one other person to kill a monster, he can only get 2.5 points. With one more teammate, the score will decrease by a third. Teaming up with others can indeed increase the efficiency of killing monsters, but in return, it will also take away your exam points. With Li Suifeng's abilities, he could easily take down a horde of beasts on his own. Aside from his close friend Kai Su, he naturally had no interest in mentoring others. Chapter 25, 500,000 in commission, team up to help the boss take the exam. Master, please don't. My awakened talent is a support type, and my combat power isn't very high. It's too difficult for Sister Rue to carry me all by herself. Please, have mercy and help me out, okay? Wang Jun pleaded with a mournful face. Li Suifeng asked curiously, what is your talent? The Zhang brothers helped out a bit during our last encounter in the wild. Wang Jun, on the other hand, was just coasting through the whole thing. Li Suifeng also did not know the specifics of his talent. My talent is the same as yours, brother master, it's also of the light element, but it's a B-grade resurrection light. As Wang Jun spoke, he raised his hand, and a ball of light the size of a walnut floated above his 5 fingers. It looks very similar to Li Suifeng's initial skill light flow. However, it is filled with a sacred aura. Master, if you are injured, the light of rejuvenation I release can quickly stop the bleeding and repair your injuries. Wang Jun gave a wry smile. Li Suifeng was secretly surprised. Support-type talents are actually very rare. Although this kind of talent does not have much combat power, it can be used to assist other martial artists. On the front lines, this type of talent doesn't seem to be very useful. In fact, every country's logistics team has plenty of martial artists with this kind of talent. These types of martial artists are also known as support-type martial artists, and their role in a team is like that of a healer. I never expected that you, little fatty, would be a support-type martial artist. That's quite rare. Li Suifeng sighed, and Wang Jun smiled expectantly. My talent is not only support type, but also belongs to the light attribute, which is the same as yours, master. Master, considering how unique our fates are, please take me under your wing. Before he could finish speaking, Li Suifeng shook his head immediately. I refuse. Master. No. Wang Jun was about to cry. Tianrui glanced around and lowered her voice. Brother Gao Shou, if we offer you a commission like last time, could you give us a hand? Li Suifeng's expression softened slightly, and he casually asked, what's the price range? Tianrui counted a number. Only 50,000? Li Suifeng immediately shook his head. This is the college entrance examination, which determines one's fate. With his help, the two of them might be able to get full marks. You think you can change your fate with just 50,000 yuan? No way. No. Expert, we know that practical assessments are very important, and they might even change our lives. Of course, we can't just take such a small amount of money. Tianrui shook her head repeatedly and added, the price we offered you was 500,000. What? Li Suifeng's eyes widened. It seemed he had underestimated these rich kids. Without parental consent, they can easily come up with 500,000 yuan to bribe me? This is absolutely outrageous. Li Suifeng glanced at the drone floating in the sky, and without trying to bargain, said, deal. Thanks, expert. Wang Jun smiled broadly, while Tianrui whispered, although our actions constitute cheating, they are protected by law. I'll transfer the money to you after we're done. You can record our conversation. She was very thoughtful in order to build deep trust. I've already recorded it. Li Suifeng made it up on the spot. That's fine then. Tianrui nodded, then tapped on the bracelet. Tick-tock. A team-up message appeared on Li Suifeng's bracelet. He clicked OK, and a message indicated that the team had been successfully formed. At this point, Li Suifeng, Tianrui, and Wang Jun were teammates in the trial realm. From now on, the exam points earned by the team from killing monsters will be split equally among the 3 members. Let's go, let's keep grinding. Li Suifeng waved his hand. He. Master, from now on, you are our leader. If you tell us to go east, we will never go west. If you tell me to eat shit, we will never drink piss. Wang Jun once again transformed into a sycophant, showering her with praise. Li Suifeng was speechless, thinking to himself, you really have no ambition. But then I thought about it again. The Ministry of Education allows students to form teams for practical exams. This was presumably to accommodate support-type martial artists like Wang Jun. Because of his relatively low innate combat power, people like Wang Jun find it difficult to achieve the same monster-killing efficiency as other talented individuals. Their participation in actual combat assessments is a natural disadvantage, and only by forming teams can this disadvantage be eliminated. Time flies like water. Before long, it was dusk. 4 hours had passed since the actual exam. The western part of the desert region. Black scorpions, each half a meter in size and completely black as if forged from steel, crawled all over the area. From the air, the sheer number of black scorpions, gathered together, formed a massive black cloud, which looked incredibly eerie. When Li Suifeng and his 2 companions arrived near the scorpion swarm, Wang Jun's face was filled with fear. Brother expert, the venom of these rattlesnakes is not comparable to that of the greenvine snake, but their tails can detach like bee stings and transform into flying needles for ranged attacks. What's even more terrifying is that there might be a second-tier scorpion queen among the scorpions. A second-tier scorpion queen? Li Suweifeng's eyes lit up. He had received an extra talent reward for killing the second-tier demon beast, the saber-toothed tiger, and he was still not satisfied with the reward. If we kill this second-tier scorpion again, will we be able to obtain a new talent? Wang Jun, if I get injured or poisoned, can you use the light of resurrection to help me? Li Suifeng inquired earnestly. Wang Jun scratched his head, a little unsure of himself. Ordinary external injuries are no problem, and I can also expel common toxins, but I might not be able to handle very strong toxins. That's enough. I'll go hunt the scorpions later. You can heal me as needed. As for Tianrui, you create vines to control the scorpions for me. Li Suifeng is considered a big fan of online games on Earth, and he has a lot of experience in monster hunting, dungeon crawling, and team composition. Brother, don't worry, I'll be the man behind you. Wang Jun rubbed his hands together excitedly. The man behind it all? Something sounds off. Li Suifeng muttered something to himself, and with a whoosh, he charged towards the swarm of scorpions. Hearing the commotion, the scorpions that were climbing turned around and stared at the scorpions with their dark, cold, and lifeless eyes. Its scorpion tail, resembling a long whip and studded with silver venom, was raised high, squeaking like a rattlesnake as it trembled. Boom! As Li Suifeng approached the scorpion swarm, a layer of golden light suddenly rose from his body, and with the support of his powerful innate abilities, his speed increased dramatically. With a whoosh, it landed among the scorpion swarm. The scorpion swarm stirred, and one after another, the rattlesnakes with their tails stung Li Suifeng. While using the blazing light, Li Suifeng did not forget to apply the golden jade skin. Its skin was taut and hard, like a soft armor made of leather. Despite the tap-tap-tap sound, it blocked most of the scorpion's attacks. Only a few fine white spots appeared on its skin, and it was not stung. Bang! 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 Just like when he hunted down the beasts before, Li Suifeng used the heavenly light long fist. Each punch was powerful and heavy, like a meteor falling from the sky, and he could always crush a rattlesnake black scorpion flat. Blood and poison splattered together. More than 10 scorpion corpses lay on the ground. It was at this moment. A hissing sound. Li Suifeng looked down and saw a 10-centimeter long poison needle stuck in his shoulder blade. It turned out that a rattlesnake not far away had used a long-range flying needle to break through Li Suifeng's defense. Chapter 26. A ranked talent, Crocodile Skin, Scorpion Queen appears. How could the rattle scorpion's flying needles actually pierce my golden skin? Li Suifeng was startled to feel his shoulders stiffen. The scorpion venom was spreading through his body and beginning to affect him. Master! Let me help you! Wang Jun raised his hand and unleashed a beam of revival light, which landed precisely on the wound on Li Suifeng's shoulder. Bite! As the needle landed, the bleeding hole healed, and Li Suifeng gradually regained feeling in his stiff shoulder. Is this Wang Jun's support talent? That's rather amazing. Li Suifeng nodded secretly, abandoning the idea of retreating, and continued to charge into the scorpion swarm, rampaging wildly. In the time that followed, rattlesnakes died one after another at Li Suifeng's hands. However, Li Suifeng also paid a price for it. He had more than 10 scorpion stingers stuck all over his body, and his body had become stiff and sluggish under the influence of scorpion venom. Fortunately, Wang Jun was a great help, giving Li Suifeng a boost every now and then. Not only did he heal his wounds and eliminate toxins, he also kept Li Suifeng's condition within a stable range. Master! I'm already starting to feel exhausted. The good times didn't last long. Due to prolonged use of his talent, Wang Jun's face turned ashen, and he appeared weak in every movement. Such short battery life? Li Suifeng frowned. They had only dealt with less than a third of the scorpion swarm. Without Wang Jun's support, it would be unrealistic to try to wipe out the scorpion swarm. Outsiders are ultimately unreliable. You have to rely on yourself. Li Suifeng's gaze sharpened, and he immediately looked at the golden jade skin on the panel. System, upgrade my golden jade skin. Unbeknownst to me, the talent points on the panel had accumulated to more than 3,500, but the plus sign for upgrading the talent blazing light never appeared. Li Suifeng had no choice but to abandon his original plan and temporarily upgrade his golden jade skin. Consuming 1,000 talent points, the B-level talent golden jade skin has been upgraded to the A-level talent crocodile skin. Personal physique plus 5. Crocodile skin, a superhuman talent. The skin all over the body resembles that of the monstrous crocodile, possessing not only exceptional toughness and strong resistance to sharp weapons, but also a certain degree of fire and cold resistance. Good. As the system notification flashed by, Li Suifeng's eyes brightened considerably. The great talent, crocodile skin, not only enhances the skin's toughness and defense on top of its original properties, but also provides some fire and cold resistance. This is making myself go further and further down the path of indestructibility. Let's see how it goes. Without thinking too much, Li Suifeng focused his attention on his entire body, causing his skin to naturally tighten. Day. Just then, the scorpion swarm became agitated, and their flying needles pierced Li Suifeng's skin. But this time, Li Suifeng's skin was not pierced. Instead, the scorpion stingers, which were as sharp as iron nails, fell to the ground bent after striking Li Suifeng's skin. This A-level defensive talent really can withstand the scorpion's flying needles. Li Suifeng was overjoyed and restless. Without thinking, he said, "System, continue to improve my Heavenly Light Long Fist." Consuming 500 talent points, Heavenly Light Long Fist has been upgraded to perfection. Personal physique +1. Li Suifeng, already caught up in the moment, was in a hurry to wipe out the scorpion swarm and didn't care about managing his finances. He continued to consume his talent points and max out his Heavenly Light Long Fist. Because the Heavenly Light Long Fist is not yet a physical technique belonging to the spirit level. Therefore, the upper limit of a martial arts skill is perfection. A deeper memory of the Heavenly Light Long Fist surged into his mind. Li Suifeng's mind was surprisingly quick, and he instinctively threw a punch. Whoosh! Boom! 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 Li Suifeng, unleashing his full offensive power, not only punched faster but also with greater force. The rate at which the scorpion swarm was wiped out also increased dramatically. And finally, under Li Suifeng's frenzied slaughter, the scorpion population has been reduced to a quarter of its original size. The remaining rattlesnakes, having suffered the tragic deaths of their brethren, were filled with intense fear of Li Suifeng and instinctively avoided him. Li Suifeng was already in a frenzy, and he strode towards the remaining rattlesnakes. The squeak 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 sound rang out continuously. One by one, the rattlesnakes with their tails pierced the ground like drills, carrying their bodies deeper and deeper into the earth. They were scared away. Damn it! Don't run away! Li Suifeng roared anxiously, having already spent 1,500 talent points to improve his talent and physical skills. For Li Suifeng, the remaining rattlesnakes were not only exam points, but also valuable talent points. Li Suifeng didn't want to let any of them go. Hey expert! Watch your step! During the pursuit, Wang Jun's voice came from behind. Li Suifeng subconsciously looked down and saw the sand beneath his feet break open, and a black scorpion tail like a long whip burst out of the ground, stinging towards one of his eyes. Holy crap! What is that? Li Suifeng's pupils contracted, and his hair stood on end. Driven by his survival instinct, he instinctively pushed off with his feet and leaped backward like a bird, barely dodging the attack of the enormous scorpion's tail. Clatter! After landing, Li Suifeng was filled with lingering fear. Looking at the spot where the scorpion's tail had emerged, he was shocked. The Scorpion Queen? But then, above the endless yellow sand, appeared a rattlesnake with a tail that was 2 meters long. Her tail was as thick as a baby's arm and nearly a meter long. The scorpion's stinger at the end of its tail is sharp and pointed, more like a short dagger than a needle. Then look at its huge eyes, dead black and lifeless, devoid of any emotion, coldly staring at Li Suifeng. Squeak squeak squeak. As the enormous rattlesnake's tail trembled, it suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a drop of dark green liquid the size of a fist. Whoosh! Li Suifeng dodged the attack by jumping to the side. Sizzle! The juice fell into the sand, emitting scalding hot smoke, melting each grain of sand into water. Is the Scorpion Queen's saliva also highly venomous? That's insane! Wang Jun, who was not far away, screamed in frustration. Tian Rui also shouted, "Brother, this Scorpion Queen is a second-tier demonic beast. Fighting it is very risky. Why don't we lay low for now?" Li Suifeng's afternoon of grinding monsters allowed her and Wang Jun to accumulate over 200 points in their exams. At this rate, as long as I keep hunting first-tier monsters, getting a perfect score before the exam ends won't be difficult. Fighting against second-tier monsters can certainly yield more points at once. However, this also carries a higher risk of being phased out. Tian Rui felt that since this was an exam, the main goal should be to gain as many points as possible. Instead of getting entangled in a battle with powerful monsters, lest they fall into a perilous situation. Take a break from the limelight? Tianrui, do you know how long I've been waiting for this Scorpion Queen? A playful smile appeared on Li Suifeng's face, and his eyes were fixed on the Scorpion Queen with intense passion. It was as if this thing was no longer a monster. Instead, it was a stunningly beautiful woman who was completely naked. Master, you? Tianrui looked surprised, but then she heard a whoosh and Li Suifeng activated his raging light once again, transforming into a streak of light and rushing towards the Scorpion Queen. Before she could react, with a loud thump, Li Suifeng's fist, wrapped in golden light, landed heavily on the Scorpion Queen. Chapter 27. First, expose the genius, then kill the Scorpion Queen. Bang! Li Suifeng's powerful punch would have already killed an ordinary rattlesnake, leaving it oozing juices. It landed on the Scorpion Queen's back, but only left a dented fist mark. The Scorpion Queen did not die from this punch. Instead, she stung Li Suifeng's chest with her long scorpion tail. Bite! Protected by the skin of the crocodile, Li Suifeng's skin was already as tough as soft armor. Even though the power and penetrating force of the Scorpion Queen's tail were several times that of an ordinary rattlesnake black scorpion, it could not pierce Li Suifeng's skin. Swish swish swish. However, the powerful impact caused Li Suifeng to stumble back several steps before regaining his footing. Looking at the spot where the stinger had stung, a purple bruise appeared. This Scorpion Queen not only has outstanding defense, but also has formidable attack power. Li Suifeng clicked his tongue in amazement, but he wasn't nervous. He shouted to Tianrui behind him, "Tianrui, use your vines to entangle this Scorpion Queen and create an opportunity for me. I'm going to smash its eyes." Okay, expert. Tianrui took a deep breath and formed a hand seal. For vines formed from wood elements on the ground where the Scorpion Queen was located, trapping her body. Squeak squeak squeak. The Scorpion Queen was furious, and her tail trembled incessantly. Just as Li Suifeng was about to press his advantage, a snort rang out from not far away. Immediately afterwards, a figure approached like a ghost, its arm forming a knife as it struck one of the Scorpion Queen's eyes. Puff! One of the Scorpion Queen's eyes was ripped out, and as blood gushed out, it let out a shrill squeak. After breaking free from the vines, its scorpion tail angrily stung at the unexpected figure. The figure reacted incredibly quickly, retreating swiftly to dodge the scorpion's tail. Once he stood still, he transformed into a young man dressed in silver battle armor. The boy was not tall, but his arms and legs were unusually long, and his whole body was shrouded in a layer of elegant blue mist. Sun Yu, want the Scorpion Queen's head. You all leave immediately. The silver-clad youth turned around and gave a low shout to Li Suifeng and the other two. Wang Jun's expression changed slightly. Sun Yu, the top student from number 6 middle school? Tianrui's expression was grim. This person is said to have been invincible among the senior students of number 6 high school. He has awakened the S-level talent Wrath of the Gale, which not only allows him to accelerate through wind, but also summons wind blades and manipulates wind elements to condense into weapons such as swords. He is extremely powerful. She turned her head and was shocked to find that Li Suifeng's face was as cold as ice, terrifyingly indifferent. Master. Just as Tianrui was about to say a few words of comfort, Li Suifeng suddenly burst out with golden light. With his fierce light fully activated, he transformed into a blazing sun and charged directly towards Sun Yu. You? Sun Yu Dawei was surprised and subconsciously raised his arm. The elegance gathers before him, transforming into a tangible shield. Boom! With a loud bang, the wind dissipated, and Sun Yu staggered back, his arms throbbing with pain as if they had been hit by an iron hammer. This guy's power. Sun Yu's eyes widened, his face showing horror. Li Suifeng did not stop. After smashing through the wind shield, he continued to pursue, his fists shooting out like cannonballs. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Each punch rubs against the air, creating a whistling wind. Sun Yu's expression changed drastically. Taking advantage of the wind enveloping his entire body, he retreated rapidly as his speed increased. Wind-type talents often symbolize sharpness and speed. The stronger the talent, the more obvious the characteristics. Sun Yu's ability to dominate the 6th middle school relies on the speed brought to him by the fury of the gale. However, at this moment, Sun Yu was surprised to find that the young man in front of him, who was bathed in golden light, was not much slower than him. Even more frightening is? The boy pursued him relentlessly, each punch incredibly fierce, like a meteor falling from the sky, leaving him breathless. Sun Yu retreated repeatedly, desperately trying to escape, but he could not shake off the boy's pursuit. Bang! Finally, Li Suifeng landed a punch on Sun Yu's shoulder. With a crack sound, Sun Yu's shoulder blade dislocated, flying high into the air, tracing an arc before landing on the sand. Are you crazy? Sun Yu endured the pain and got up, staring at Li Suifeng with a look of horror on his face. If you dare steal my jungle monsters, you'd better be prepared to be beaten to death by me. Li Suifeng roared and continued charging towards Sun Yu. Stop! I won't fight you for it. I'll give you this Scorpion Queen. Sun Yu screamed in alarm and stumbled backward. Given his temperament, he shouldn't be so cowardly. It's mainly because Li Suifeng's aura was too intimidating, like a madman who escaped from a mental hospital. It was a bit overwhelming for him. He also secretly regretted why he had angered Li Suifeng. Trying to run away after showing off? It's too late. Li Suifeng's face was contorted with rage as he swooped down to get closer. You lunatic! I'll fight you to the death. Sun Yu was furious. He was, after all, a genius with S-level talent, and his patience was already at its limit. Now that Li Suifeng is pushing his luck, he certainly doesn't intend to remain submissive any longer. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A large, flowing robe covered his entire body, and Sun Yu was about to make his move. Unexpectedly, Li Suifeng was incredibly fast, and before Sun Yu could retaliate, he punched him in the face. Bang! Crack! With the sound of bones breaking, Sun Yu once again collapsed to the ground like a kite. This time, he didn't get up. Instead, his eyes rolled back, his body convulsed, and he passed out. This? Not far away, Wang Jun and Tian Rui were both stunned as they looked at Sun Yu's bloodthirsty, swollen face, which resembled a pig's head. The expert actually knocked Sun Yu unconscious with one punch? Fuck your mother! A shout of anger rang out, and Li Suifeng walked up to Sun Yu, raised his arm, and was about to smash it into the latter's face. Is this expert trying to completely destroy Sun Yu? That's too cruel. Wang Jun and Tian Rui both had their mouths twitching at the same time. Just then, Sun Yu's bracelet began flashing red, followed by a voice saying, "Candidate Sun Yu has fainted and is eliminated. Candidate Li Suifeng, please remain calm and refrain from attacking Sun Yu. Otherwise, you will be considered to have violated the rules and will be expelled from the examination room." The massive fist stopped halfway through its trajectory. Li Suifeng's face turned ashen. Were the people above forbidding him from continuing to educate Sun Yu? That's too domineering. A flash of white light appeared in front of him, and a man dressed in an examiner's uniform suddenly appeared. He picked up Sun Yu, gave Li Suifeng a deep look, then grasped a piece of jade, and the two of them suddenly disappeared from the spot. If the examiner hadn't stopped me, I would have beaten Sun Yu to a pulp. Li Suifeng's face showed resentment, and he continued to curse. Master, you defeated Sun Yu, the top student from number 6 middle school, who was also one of the favorites to be the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination. You are really amazing. At this moment, Wang Jun came over, shouting excitedly, almost kowtowing to Li Suifeng. Tian Rui's expression changed slightly as she said, "The Scorpion Queen seems to be trying to escape." Upon hearing this, Li Suifeng turned his head and scanned the area, only to discover that while he was fighting Sun Yu, the cunning Scorpion Queen, whose eyes had been blown out and who had realized the danger, was actually trying to escape by heading towards the ground. Tian Rui! Li Suifeng roared, and Tian Rui reacted quickly, forming a hand seal. Vines sprouted from the ground, binding the Scorpion Queen's entire body. Before it could even burrow underground, Li Suifeng had already flashed over and then smashed his fists toward the Scorpion Queen's head. Bang bang bang! Crack! Finally, after a fierce attack, the Scorpion Queen's head was completely blown off, and she lay motionless on the ground, clearly dead. After killing the rattlesnake black scorpion, your personal talent value increases by 500. The system notification flashed by, but Li Suifeng showed no joy. Why didn't I gain any talent? Is it because the Scorpion Queen is too weak for me right now? Or is it that the sudden burst of talent is also based on probability? Filled with disappointment, Li Suifeng looked at the spot where Sun Yu had lain and cursed, "That bastard must have been so unlucky to have infected me, damn it." That's how I greeted Sun Yu's entire family. Chapter 28, Talent Value Greatly Increased. Meeting Room. Because of Li Suifeng's sudden emergence, a fifth split screen has been added to one of the giant LCD screens, and the main character in it is naturally Li Suifeng. After seeing Li Suifeng and Tian Rui team up, the Minister of Education frowned, Doesn't Li Suifeng know that he's currently ranked first in the practical exam? Teaming up with others will reduce his exam score. Isn't he harming his own interests? City Lord Su Sifang smiled and said, perhaps he has his own considerations. The scene changes. Li Suifeng had already charged into the scorpion swarm and was fighting against many rattlesnake black scorpions. I saw Li Suifeng smashing rattlesnakes into pieces. The eyes of many bigwigs grew increasingly bright. Someone shouted, I'm certain that Li Suifeng has definitely hunted monsters in the wild. Yes, his fighting skills are extremely proficient. Every punch he throws precisely targets rattlesnake's weak points, resulting in an instant kill. He has definitely trained. This kid's combat experience is truly outstanding. While the bigwigs were discussing, an assistant handed a report to the city lord, Su Sifang, for review. This child's talent is a level, and his mental strength is 17.6, but his comprehension score is 192, making him the highest scoring student in Xingho City in this year's college entrance examination. As Su Sifang spoke in surprise, everyone was even more astonished. Outstanding combat skills. His mental strength is also quite good. Although his talent is lacking, his comprehension of martial arts is extraordinary. All things considered, Li Suifeng is undoubtedly a genius. Why would such a genius drop out of No. 2 middle school and join Jingxiang Martial Arts Academy? Buzz buzz buzz. As a barrage of gazes fell upon him, the principal of No. 2 middle school blushed crimson and nearly fainted from anger. He could sense the strange looks in the eyes of his colleagues. This is clearly a mockery of him for letting go of a genius like Li Suifeng. Despite his heartache, the second lieutenant colonel took out his phone and kept sending messages to his subordinates. I also learned about the whole process from my subordinates' reports. That homeroom teacher of class 222 is a complete idiot. He actually let a super genius like Li Suifeng go. I must punish him afterwards. The heartbroken principal of No. 2 middle school silently made a vow in his heart. Soon. The scene changed again. When the Scorpion Queen appeared, Li Suifeng fought her for a while, but he did not gain the upper hand. At that moment, another genius on a separate screen also unexpectedly discovered the Scorpion Queen. It's Sun Yu from No. 6 middle school. He's currently ranked 3rd in actual combat. I never expected him to run into Li Suifeng. Will the two spark a romance? As expected, Li Suifeng engaged in battle with Sun Yu, much to the anticipation of the bigwigs. When he saw Sun Yu being brutally beaten by Li Suifeng and unable to fight back, the big shots were shocked. Sun Yu, an S-level genius, was actually suppressed to the point of being unable to breathe by Li Suifeng, who was only in A-level. How could the difference between these two be so great? At last. When Sun Yu was completely defeated by Li Suifeng and eliminated early, the bigwigs appeared calm on the surface, but their hearts were in turmoil. Sun Yu, a favorite to be the top scorer, was surprisingly defeated by the dark horse Li Suifeng. They were even eliminated outright. This will undoubtedly affect Sun Yu's final exam score. It might even prevent him from getting into one of the top 8 universities. Smack! Suddenly, someone slammed their hand on the conference table. The bigwigs looked in the direction of the voice and saw the principal of No. 6 middle school stand up angrily. This Li Suifeng is too much of a bully, morally corrupt, and a typical talented but immoral trash student. For someone like him to participate in this sacred exam is an absolute stain on our education system. The bigwigs were speechless for a moment. You speak so righteously and shamelessly, but frankly, it's all because Sun Yu from your school was eliminated early. Why didn't you say anything when Sun Yu was bullying other examinees in the secret realm? Old Wang, calm down. However, it was City Lord Su Sifang who spoke. His casual remark made the principal of No. 6 middle school's heart skip a beat, and he quickly regained his composure. He sat down, his face flushed, feeling a sharp pain in his heart. It was all because of Li Suifeng. Their No. 6 middle school suffered heavy losses this time. It hasn't been long, and Li Suifeng's score is already close to 300. I'm very curious about his final number of monsters killed, whether he can break the historical record, fulfill the requirements set by Senior Sun, and obtain the special reward left by him. In the ensuing silence, Su Sifang smiled and spoke, his eyes filled with anticipation. The Minister of Education remained calm. Breaking Senior Sun's record is extremely difficult. Moreover, I still believe that Su Kai is the strongest in actual combat this year. If Li Suifeng were to face Su Kai, his chances of winning would not be very high. Speculation is just speculation. We'll only know the real result after the fight. Maybe Li Suifeng can defeat Su Kai? Su smiled, and the Minister of Education did not say anything more. A group of people once again fixed their gazes intently on Li Suifeng. Time flies. The exam went on late into the night. The moon was obscured by clouds. In complete darkness, candidates have limited visibility and often choose to act cautiously. Some people would even seek shelter in caves or treetops to avoid attacks from monsters. But Li Suifeng was different. Having missed out on the Scorpion Queen, Li Suifeng was practically bursting with rage. Even at night, he continued to lead Tian Rui and the other two to hunt and kill demons without stopping. Hey bro, my test score is almost 400. Let's do a quick practice test tomorrow morning, and we should be able to get a perfect score. Or should we take a break? After hunting down some more monsters, Wang Jun, exhausted, could only manage a bitter smile. Tian Rui echoed in agreement, Brother Gaoshou, just as Wang Jun said, should we take a break first? Upon hearing this, Li Suifeng stopped and glanced at the watch. Slayed 127 demons, scored 460 on the exam. The exam score is only 65 points away from a perfect score. If all goes well, and another group of beasts is found and wiped out, we can basically achieve a perfect score. Li Suifeng was fairly satisfied with this, so he called out, let's set up camp here. Long live! Wang Jun shouted excitedly, then lay down on the ground, panting heavily. Tian Rui then took out a flint and steel, added some weeds she had picked up along the way, and lit them, thus creating a small campfire. Leaning against the campfire, Tian Rui took out some dry rations from her backpack and ate them, not forgetting to hand some to Li Suifeng. Li Suifeng chewed his dry rations while checking his personal panel. Li Suifeng. Realm, Awakening rank 0. Constitution, 33. Spirit, 17. Talents, Raging Light a rank, Crocodile Hide a rank. Technique, none. Physical skills, Heavenly Light Long Fist perfected, Iron Stake skill mastered can be deduced. Talent value, 3760. On the panel, the physique has exceeded 33 points. With the arrival of the crocodile skin, options for further exploration have also emerged behind the Iron Stake technique. His talent points have also accumulated to nearly 3,800. By the time this exam is over, I should have accumulated 5,000 talent points, which should be enough to upgrade Raging Light, right? Li Suifeng looked expectant. With only an A-level talent, his combat power was already enough to sweep away a genius like Sun Yu. If his talent level were raised to S rank, wouldn't he be able to take on several opponents like Sun Yu? I can't wait to think about it. Chapter 29, A slight intervention is all it takes to resolve Brother Chicken's crisis. It was late at night. The campfire burned faintly. Li Suifeng and the other two fell soundly asleep around the fire. Suddenly, don't chase after them! A mournful cry came from afar. Wang Jun jumped up in a jolt, a monster is coming? Tian Rui rubbed her sleepy eyes. It's not the roar of a monster, it's the sound of a human. Who's making such a fuss in the middle of the night? Only Li Suifeng had a strange expression, Brother Chicken? The voice in the darkness sounded familiar, it sounded like Brother Chicken? Chicken bro? Master bro, what are you talking about? Wang Jun was puzzled by this. Let's go take a look. Li Suifeng didn't explain, but got up and rushed towards the source of the sound. Tian Rui and the other person looked at each other, puzzled, but did not hesitate and decisively chased after them. Brothers, I have no grudge against you, why are you doing this? In a forest less than half a mile from the camp, Kaisu leaned against a large tree, his face filled with sorrow. In front of him, more than 10 examinees dressed in different combat uniforms were all furious. You fat bastard, you shoved me before the exam even started and made my hand go numb. Now I'm getting my revenge, is that not allowed? I almost killed that fiery ostrich, and then you just killed it with one move. Isn't that stealing my kill? You fat bastard, you're so despicable, can't we team up to deal with you? The candidates who came to pursue them had clearly made enemies of Kaisu both inside and outside the secret realm. Brothers, there are too many people from outside the school. I'm physically weak, and I can't even get into the exam room without talent. As for stealing monsters, there are so many monsters in this secret realm, isn't it just a matter of who gets the kills? My actions are legal and compliant, otherwise the Ministry of Education would have eliminated me long ago. Kaisu explained loudly. One of the test takers, rubbing his hands together, came over, shouting, You fatso, no matter how many excuses you make, it's no use. If I don't beat you to tears this time, I'll change my surname. Brother, what does your happiness have to do with me? Kai-Su looked miserable, while the student roared in fury, damn it. How dare you mock my accent? I'll kill you. The words were spoken. He used his talent, and one of his arms instantly turned black and gold, smashing towards Wang Jun's face like refined iron. Bang! Kai-Su raised his hand to block, thus dodging the fatal attack, but his two fists were no match for four hands, and he was quickly knocked to the ground. Bang 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 bang! The punches and kicks came from all directions, making Kai-Su suffer terribly. Stop! Just as Kai-Su was in despair, a sharp shout rang out. The candidates instinctively stopped what they were doing and turned around to see a tall, handsome young man walking towards them in the darkness. Old Lee. Kai-Su trembled, and tears streamed down his face. If you had come a second later, I would have been beaten to death. So he's this fatso's friend? The examinees realized who the newcomer was, and one of them said with a livid face, Haley, this fatso deserved to be beaten up by us. If you dare to interfere, don't blame us for being impolite. Before he could finish speaking. But then, with a whoosh, something went wrong. The gloomy forest suddenly became as bright as day. Li Suifeng, bathed in golden light, rushed into the crowd at lightning speed. How dare you! The candidates' expressions changed. They hadn't expected Li Suifeng to be so reckless, daring to launch an attack despite being outnumbered. Kill him! Someone roared and kicked Li Suifeng in the waist and abdomen. Li Suifeng did not fall as he had hoped. The man, however, was struck by the force and slipped, falling to the ground. Before he could get up, a golden light suddenly flashed, and a fist slammed into his cheek. Bang! Before the examinee could even scream, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. The bracelet on his wrist emitted a red light and a sound rang out. Candidate Lu Jin lost consciousness and is eliminated. What? This unexpected turn of events left the other candidates stunned. In just one encounter, this guy surnamed Lee eliminated one of them. Bang bang bang! Several more muffled thuds rang out, and just as everyone was astonished, Li Suifeng launched a swift and decisive attack, knocking several examinees to the ground in succession. All of these candidates were seriously injured after they fell to the ground. It only took half a minute. Of the more than 10 candidates who chased after Kai-Su, 7 have already collapsed and are unable to get up. Only 5 people remained standing, and they had already lost the courage to fight, retreating in panic. Hey kid, let's talk this out. Calm down. The previously unreasonable candidates surnamed who became even more understanding and offered advice with a look of panic. Li Suifeng did not pursue, but helped Kai-Su up from the ground. Brother Chicken, are you alright? Wah-ah. Old Lee, something's wrong. I'm covered in injuries, and it hurts like hell. Kai-Su pointed at the examinees, looking as sorrowful as a student complaining to his parents, these bastards, just because they are jealous of my talent and good looks, they ganged up to hunt me down and made me suffer humiliation. Old Lee, you have to avenge me. The test takers were so frustrated they felt like they were going to vomit blood. You fatso, where did you get your good looks and talent from? If you weren't so despicable, why would we join forces to hunt you down? That's so shameless. Li Suifeng's lips curled up, amused by Brother Chicken's words. Brother Chicken, revenge is something that's most satisfying when done personally, so you just go ahead and do it, I'll be the man behind you. Kai-Su blushed, realizing that Old Lee was mocking his boastful words before the exam. Old Lee, we're brothers, I have to share this thrill of torturing people with you, shall we team up? Kai-Su asked tentatively. Just then, Wang Jun and Tian Rui arrived and realized the general situation. Brother Expert, this year's college entrance exam is related to the fate of many students. If we eliminate them all, it might cause trouble if the proctors are unhappy. Tian Rui offered words of comfort in a low voice. Kai-Su glanced at her sideways, wondering to himself, who is this woman? Why do you seem so close to Lao Li? A sense of crisis swept over him. Kai-Su put his arm around Li Suifeng's shoulder and said in a show of force, as this beautiful lady said, I, Kai-Su, don't want to ruin anyone's future. However, you just humiliated me, so you must let me slap you before you can leave. Kai-Su, don't go too far. The candidate surnamed whose face turned red. Kai-Su waved his hand and said, if you don't agree, then let's fight. Anyway, with my good brothers around, it's either you die or we die. The candidate's lips twitched. If Kaishu-kun were only one person, they would have pounced on him like tigers and crushed him long ago. Alas! Li Suifeng is here. This student is incredibly strong. definitely on par with Su Kai and Sun Yu. How can an ordinary candidate possibly compete? The candidates couldn't help but wonder. When did such a formidable figure emerge in Starfire City? Ironically, he's also a close friend of that scoundrel Kai-Su? A true man can bend and stretch. Everyone, come over here and let this man calm down. Wang Jun started acting as a peacemaker, taking the initiative to pull the candidate surnamed Hu closer to him. Smack! Kai-Su slapped the candidate surnamed Hu across the face and couldn't help but scream. That felt so good. So good. The candidate surnamed Hu had red eyes and was almost crying. Clap, 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 clap. Subsequently, the four candidates were slapped by Kai-Su in turn, and Kai-Su trembled with excitement. The candidate surnamed Hu looked at Li Suifeng with tears in his eyes. Can we go now? Let's go. Li Suifeng waved his hand, and the candidate surnamed Hu then helped the injured but not eliminated candidate on the ground to leave quickly. Even though it was night, the conference hall was packed with people. For a true martial artist, the ability to stay awake at night and practice basic fasting are fundamental skills. Therefore, the city lord and others did not leave, but continued to monitor the exam. Who is this Kai-Su? He's such a troublemaker. Fortunately, Li Suifeng restrained himself, otherwise all these candidates would have been eliminated by him. Li Suifeng's combat strength is too outstanding. Has he already become a prospective martial artist? Become a prospective martial artist before the college entrance examination? It's a pity that the 8 major universities don't know about this, otherwise one of them would definitely extend an olive branch to Li Suifeng. Chapter 30, Medium-Sized Beast Tide? Let's get started. Early morning. Sunlight bathed the secret realm. Beside the now extinguished campfire, Li Suifeng had just gotten up when he found Wang Jun and Kai-Su embracing each other, fast asleep. Tian Rui had woken up and was looking into the distance with a solemn expression. Hearing Li Suifeng's commotion, she immediately said, "Brother expert, there's a noticeable tremor deep in the desert. This can't be caused by a single monster. There might be a medium-sized beast tide over there." A medium-sized beast tide? Doesn't that mean there are at least 500 demonic beasts gathered over there? Li Suifeng's eyes lit up. A gathering of fewer than 100 demonic beasts is called a beast horde. When more than 300 demonic beasts gather, it's called a beast tide. The scale of beast tides can also be categorized as small, medium, large, extra large, etc. A medium-sized beast tide, with at least 500 monsters. How many talent points can a beast tide of this scale bring me? Full of anticipation, Li Suifeng called out to the 2 sleeping men, "Brother Chicken, Wang Jun, wake up." What's wrong? Is the exam over? Kai-Su opened his eyes, his face showing confusion. Wang Jun jumped up. Could it be that some monster has ambushed us? There seems to be a mid-level beast tide over there. This is the perfect opportunity for us to grind monsters. Let's get ready to head over there quickly. Li Suifeng urged. Wang Jun looked surprised. The textbook says that a low-level beast tide is enough to threaten a real martial artist, while a mid-level or higher beast tide requires at least 10 formal martial artists to handle. Kai-Su also expressed slight concern. Yes, Laoli, even if the monsters in this secret realm have been weakened, they are still monsters. It's very dangerous for so many of them to gather together. Li Suifeng scoffed. There are too few demonic beasts, it's not fun killing them. Only a medium-sized beast tide can arouse my fighting spirit. Alright, you two, hurry up and catch up. With that, he headed towards the direction of the beast tide. Wang Jun looked at Kai-Su and asked cautiously, "Are your brothers usually this crazy?" He dominated kindergarten at 5, swept through elementary school at 7, and was unbeatable in junior high at 12. He even dared to compete with Huang for his sister. My brother has always been incredibly fierce. Kai-Su rambled on excitedly. If he dares to actively seek out the beast tide, then he can definitely handle it. We can just follow him and rack up points. Let's go. On the sandy ground 5 miles from the camp. One after another, monstrous beasts gathered here, forming a dark, overwhelming tide that filled the entire horizon. When Li Suifeng and his group of 4 arrived, several hundred examinees had already gathered on the outskirts of the beast tide. For test takers, while the beast tide is dangerous, it also brings opportunities. If they are lucky, they can easily score several hundred points. Therefore, many candidates are willing to take the risk. Isn't that Zhuang Tianxian, the top student in our number 3 middle school? Is that Fang Ruyue from number 7 middle school? And Shen Feixiang from number 1 high school? I never expected this beast tide to attract so many experts. Upon arrival, Wang Jun and Kai Su sized up some of the examinees on the periphery of the beast tide and couldn't help but discuss it. Lan Aoxue and Su Kai are here too? Kai Su pointed to a man and a woman standing side by side at the edge of the beast tide. The boy was dressed in a black martial arts uniform, his burly figure resembling an iron tower, giving him a fierce and imposing aura. The girl stood tall and graceful, with fair skin and a beautiful face, like a lotus on a high mountain. Li Suifeng also noticed the two, his eyes showing a strange look. The school's only 2S level geniuses are here too? Is this small beast tide really enough for us to share? He looked up and saw a vast beast tide, with at least 1,000 demonic beasts gathered, clearly exceeding Tian Rui's estimate and approaching the level of a high-level beast tide. There seemed to be a lot of monsters, but with so many examinees present, there weren't enough to go around. Let's get started. Without wasting any words, Li Suifeng rolled up his sleeves and charged straight into the beast tide. At this moment, on the edge of the beast tide, many examinees have joined forces to fight against the monsters. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a gust of wind blew past, startling many of the examinees. Looking in that direction, they saw a figure rushing into the beast tide. Who is this kid? Why is he so crazy? Even with dozens of us working together, we only dared to test the edge of the beast tide, yet he dared to charge into the beast tide all by himself? Does he not know how to write the word death? What a madman! The examinees were surprised, but they also felt that the student was surrounded by a pack of beasts and would be in danger of dying soon. But who knew? Roar, 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 roar. Ding, 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 ding. Amidst the roars of the beasts, the sounds of continuous collisions resounded. One after another, the demonic beasts pounced on the boy. Strangely, the boy did not die from the attack by the monster's claws. Instead, his skin gleamed with a chilling luster, completely blocking the demon's attacks without sustaining any damage. Drink! The boy roared, enduring attacks from all directions as he advanced, unleashing a punch with every step he took. With a deafening roar, a group of demonic beasts were forced back and fell to the ground by the impact of the fist's energy. In the blink of an eye, the boy had already killed dozens of demonic beasts. What? The candidates, who had initially been pessimistic, were all stunned. Su Kai and Lan Aoxue are fine too. Zhuang Tianxiang, Fang Ruyue, and Chen Feixiang are all good. These top geniuses, faced with such a ferocious beast tide, only probed the periphery. But this young man, all by himself, charged into the beast horde. Not only did he survive, but he also killed so many monsters? Is this person a monster? The monsters that give us headaches are being killed by him like dogs? Which school does he go to? After just one meeting, these candidates were completely impressed by Li Suifeng and dared not utter another sarcastic remark. Slayed the Sky Moon Rat, talent points plus 20. Slaying the Savage Leopard grants plus 20 talent points. Slaying the Snow Mountain Sable grants plus 15 talent points. Amidst the beast tide, system text kept flashing before his eyes, making Li Suifeng increasingly agitated. He had lost count of how many monsters he had killed. All I know is that with each punch I throw, system text flashes before my eyes. The wonderful thing is that, in team mode, his exam score will be shared among his 3 teammates. But talent points don't. Any monster he kills will have its talent value unique to him. So it only takes a few minutes. He visibly accumulated over 400 talent points. This is so awesome. Let's keep killing. Once the beast tide is over, my talent points will be at least 10,000. Li Suifeng roared inwardly and activated his innate fierce light. Without using the fierce light, relying solely on the crocodile skin and the heavenly light fist. His destructive power has already caused immense suffering to the beasts. With the activation of the raging light, the power and speed are increased by 20 times. Li Suifeng was so fast that he transformed into a beam of light, dashing around in the beast tide. Wherever he went, the beasts flew into the air and died instantly upon landing. Time passed. Because Li Suifeng was killing so fiercely here, the number of beasts began to decrease sharply. The beast tide is no longer a matter of scattered actions. Many demonic beasts, angered by the deaths of their companions, began to rush towards the area where Li Suifeng was located. This caused the monsters in other directions to begin to retreat. Ha! Why have all these monsters run away? I'm having a blast killing people. Why are you running away? In the northeast corner of the beast tide, Fang Ruyue, with her hair in pigtails and wearing yoga pants, had just kicked a demon beast to death and noticed that the other demon beasts that had been attacking her were retreating. Beside him, Chen Feixiang, covered in blood, looked into the distance and saw the western region of the beast tide, where beast heads were darting about, golden light was flashing, and every now and then a monster would take flight high into the air. Chapter 31, A Frenzied Beast Slaughter, the geniuses are shocked. It seems that all the monsters are heading in that direction. Chen Feixiang pointed in the direction of the glittering gold. What happened there? How did they manage to lure all the monsters away? Fang Ruyue's face was full of doubt. I don't know, let's go check it out first. With a whoosh, Chen Feixiang rushed towards the direction where the beasts had gone. Hey! Chen Feixiang, wait for me. Fang Ruyue stretched out her arms and shouted, but Chen Feixiang ignored her completely. She was stomping her feet in anger when she heard a noise behind her. She turned around and saw Su Kai and Lan Aoxue coming together. You two actually came too. Fang Ruyue took a step back, her expression becoming wary. Fang Ruyue, I have no interest in bullying someone as weak as you as Sun Yu did. You don't need to be nervous. Su Kai made a sarcastic remark, and Fang Ruyue's face turned red with anger. Su Kai, even if you are the top student in number 2 middle school, I, Fang Ruyue, am the top student in number 7 middle school. What makes you think I am weak? Because I'm stronger than you. You disagree? Let's fight. Su Kai grinned, releasing a fierce aura. You. Fang Ruyue's face turned even redder, but she still dared not accept the challenge. Su Kai's talent is very strong at this stage, and it is most compatible with physical skills, making him far more powerful than Fang Ruyue. If I force a fight, I will undoubtedly lose. Su Kai, say less. Lan Aoxue said, looking in the direction the monsters had gone. No wonder there are fewer and fewer monsters in our area. It turns out they've all gone to the west. What exactly does the west have? She fell into deep thought. Whatever it is, we'll find out when we get there. Su Kai headed in the direction Chen Feixiang had gone. Fang Ruyue, shall we go together? Lan Aoxue extended an invitation, not believing that a few people could eliminate such a large beast tide alone. It would require the combined efforts of other powerful individuals. Lan Aoxue, okay. Fang Ruyue took Lan Aoxue's hand. Actually, I've heard of you before, and I like you a lot. You're much prettier than in the photos online. Lan Aoxue smiled and said, you're very pretty too. Have you seen Sun Yu lately? Sun Yu? I saw him at 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon, but I don't know him now. Fang Ruyue shook her head and asked again, what do you want with Sun Yu? Su Kai wanted to find him and have a one-on-one fight to see who was stronger. Lan Aoxue explained. Oh, so it's this narcissist who wants to find Sun Yu. Lan Aoxue, are you and this narcissist lovers? He's not good enough for you. Fang Ruyue looked serious, while Lan Aoxue rolled her eyes. You're overthinking it. Su Kai and I are actually distant relatives, and we just happen to be from the same sect, so we're only temporarily joining forces. That's fine then. A toad like him is no match for a swan like you. Fang Ruyue stuck out her tongue. As the two women were talking, Chen Feixiang and Su Kai appeared ahead. Both of them stood still, looking surprised, as if they had seen something incredible. What are you two spacing out for? As Fang Ruyue approached the two, she could clearly see a figure standing proudly amidst the beasts, unyielding, not far away, near the center of the beast tide. Covered in radiant light, the man resembled a martial god, charging relentlessly against the horde of beasts. Boom, boom, boom. The vibrations continued. Each punch thrown by that figure possessed a power that shook mountains and rivers, causing the beasts to fly away and die instantly. In an instant, Fang Ruyue was completely stunned. She never expected that the beast tide would be triggered by just one person. Li Suifeng? Beside her, Lan Aoxue's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, and she exclaimed. This expert is called Li Suifeng? Is he from your number 2 middle school? Lan Aoxue, do you know him? Fang Ruyue looked at Lan Aoxue with great curiosity. Lan Aoxue's expression was extremely complicated. Although some news in recent days had proven that the school's awakening ceremony was wrong and that Li Suifeng was not a good-for-nothing but a genius. But now, seeing Li Suifeng galloping through the beast tide, killing hundreds of beasts without leaving a trace, she was still greatly shocked. Although she and Su Kai were S-class, they had to be careful in the face of such a large-scale beast tide, and dared not venture too deep into the tide for fear of being eliminated by the beast's sudden attack. But Ignoring the threat of the monsters, Li Suifeng charged into the center of the beast tide. Despite being attacked from all sides, he was unharmed and could easily slaughter the beasts. Such strength is simply beyond imagination. How can this guy be so strong? At this moment, Sukai gradually woke up, his face showing shame and resentment. His S-rank talent is Dragon Gene, which is easier to develop in the early stages, better suited to physical skills, and makes him a formidable fighter. That is exactly the case. He believed that at this stage, none of the other S-level geniuses in the city could compare to him. He is undoubtedly number one. But now, Li Suifeng's sudden emergence and brutal slaughter of beasts put immense pressure on Sukai, who was also involved in such an extraordinary act. My dragon genes are invincible at this stage. I will only be stronger than Li Suifeng, not weaker. I want to prove myself. Sukai's expression instantly hardened. He took off his combat suit, revealing his muscular upper body. Fine scales grew on the skin and quickly covered the entire body. He looked as if he had donned a layer of dragon scale armor. Sukai, what do you want to do? Lan Ashua's expression changed slightly, realizing that Sukai might be about to lose his temper. Lan Ashua, this top scorer in the college entrance examination is mine. You can't take it away. Even if Chen Feixiang takes it away, Li Suifeng can't take it away either. Sukai roared and leaped more than 30 meters into the air. Long. After falling into the horde of beasts, his legs, covered in dragon scales, crushed the bones of a monster. The impact of the landing caused the surrounding monsters to retreat. I, Sukai, am the true champion. Sukai glanced at Li Suifeng not far away, his hands, covered in dragon scales, swung wildly like knives amidst the beast tide. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. One after another, the demonic beasts were cleaved in two by his hand blade. In no time, Sukai had also slaughtered dozens of demonic beasts. In that case, I, Chen Feixiang, can no longer keep a low profile, otherwise these two will steal the limelight, and how will I survive in the future? Chen Feixiang's expression was unpredictable, and flesh and blood were writhing on his back, bursting through his battlesuit and transforming into a pair of wings covered with blue feathers. Whoosh! Chen Feixiang instantly soared into the sky, his wings flapping, and strands of blue feathers fell like sharp blades, piercing into the bodies of the monsters. Oh dear, is everyone reading because Li Suifeng is too strong? Lan Ashuet, should we also make a move? Fang Ruyue also adjusted herself at this moment, her face full of fighting spirit. Make your move. Lan Ashuet nodded, her pupils suddenly turning a deep blue. Immediately afterwards, several nearby demonic beasts, their eyes emitting an eerie red light, began attacking the other demonic beasts around them. Fang Ruyue chuckled and patted her hand across the air. With a whoosh sound, the elemental energy of the space transformed into a wave that surged into the beast tide. Chapter 32 An amazing leap, a single punch brutally beats Chen Feixiang. I never expected that Li Suifeng's valiant performance would actually ignite the fighting spirit of the other geniuses. The exam is about to reach its climax. Dark Horse Li Suifeng, top scorer favorite Sukai, the only flying genius Chen Feixiang, and special admission student Lan Ashua, who will have the last laugh. What a constellation of stars in this year's college entrance exams. I'm actually getting a little excited. In the huge conference room, as the battle in the secret realm intensified, all the bigwigs were beaming with anticipation. Because they held high positions and were far from the battlefield, and because they were old and physically injured, their fighting strength was no longer what it used to be. But they are, after all, martial artists, and they also have the most basic competitive spirit of martial artists. At this moment, their dormant passion was completely ignited by the blossoming of geniuses. Old One, who do you think is the most likely to win? At the front of the long table, City Lord Su Sifan looked at the Minister of Education with a smile. The Minister of Education thought for a moment and said, Sukai is still the best choice. You don't think Li Suifeng can beat him? Su Sifang was surprised. Li Suifeng is strong in terms of strength, comprehension and experience, but his talent is still a bit lacking. The Minister of Education calmly stated, Sukai's Dragon Gene ranks among the top 5 in S-level talents, especially in the early stages, where it is virtually unbeatable. One of his talents surpasses 2 of Li Suifeng's talents. As long as he performs normally, there is no reason for him to lose to Li Suifeng. Old One, I never expected that after so many years of cooperation, this would be the first time we've had a disagreement. Su Sifang's words surprised the Minister of Education. City Lord, do you favor Li Suifeng more? Of course. This child reminds me of Senior Sun, who won the championship despite not being as talented as others and set a world-renowned record. As Su Sifong was speaking, the Minister of Education shook his head directly. No, Senior Sun's comprehension and willpower are unparalleled. Li Suifeng is an outstanding talent, but he can't be compared to him. He can't beat Su Kai. Old Wen, since you're so confident, let us make a bet. If Su Kai wins, I will fully support your next policy, regardless of its merits or demerits. If Li Suifeng wins, you have to give me your treasured bottle of heavenly demon blood wine. How? Su Sifong had a bright smile on his face. The Minister of Education pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, okay. Trial Realm. Land of Beast Tides. Li Suifeng continued his killing spree. However, as he continued killing, he sensed that the number of monsters around him was decreasing. Such a massive beast tide shouldn't have been wiped out so quickly, so why are the monsters around me decreasing so rapidly? Between battles, Li Suifeng looked up and saw young men and women in the distance, fiercely killing monsters. One of the boys, clad in scales, was almost as efficient at killing demons as the other. Su Kai and Lan Aoshue actually showed up? And they even stole my jungle monsters? Damn it! These are all my talent points. How can I let someone else steal them? Li Suifeng was instantly enraged. Ignoring the surrounding monsters, he charged toward the nearest person. What is Li Suifeng up to? Above the beast tide, Chen Feixiang, who was flying with wings, noticed Li Suifeng approaching out of the corner of his eye, and his expression was very surprised. All the monsters here belong to me. You, leave. Li Suifeng arrived below Chen Feixiang, ignoring the roars of the monsters, and glared at him angrily. Are you fucking crazy? All the monsters in the secret realm are for everyone who sees them, how dare you claim them for yourself? Chen Feixiang was furious. Not to mention that a beast tide of this scale was something that no one person could handle. Take Chen Feixiang, for example. He is a genius. Why is he being threatened by Li Suifeng like this? I'll rely on my fists. If you want to try it, I can grant your wish. Li Suifeng's gaze was piercing, radiating a captivating aura. Ha! Do you think I'm afraid of you? Chen Feixiang's expression was furious. You surnamed Li, you don't really think you're anything special. Before he could finish speaking. But then, with a whoosh, something went wrong. Suddenly a golden light appeared before them, and Li Suifeng materialized. What? Chen Feixiang stared wide-eyed, using his wings to reach a height of 30 meters. In other words, Li Suifeng took off from the spot and jumped into the air, reaching a height of 30 meters. Is that even a human being can jump like that? Call. A fierce gust of wind whistled through the air. Chen Feixiang was quickly awakened and saw a fist coming straight at him, smashing into his face. No! Chen Feixiang was terrified. He flapped his wings, trying to escape from the high sky. But it was a step too late. Bang! A fist as hard as rock slammed into his face, sending him tumbling off the ground outside the beast tide. He slid for dozens of meters before coming to a stop. Then, the wings on Chen Feixiang's back disappeared, and he fainted. What? Some students, while grinding monsters, also secretly watched the battle. Unexpectedly, the conflict ended as soon as it began. Did Li Suifeng knock Chen Feixiang unconscious with a single punch? This is terrifying. Holy crap. Old Li, you're fucking amazing. Are you even human? We're all carbon-based life forms, so why are you the only one standing out? Behind the beast horde, Kaisu stared at his bracelet and was already very excited to find that his test score was close to full marks. Seeing his best friend punch Chen Feixiang so hard made him feel incredibly satisfied. Wang Jun and Tian Rui exchanged glances, despite having witnessed Li Suifeng's power time and time again. But they never expected that Li Suifeng could actually use the favorites to beat up. That's absolutely brutal. There's no way to solve it. Clatter! Li Suifeng's fall from the sky created a gust of wind that sent the surrounding monsters flying. Bang bang bang! Without stopping, he pressed forward, smashing many monsters along the way into the air as he headed towards Su Kai. He didn't even throw a punch. Soon, a girl with pigtails and yoga pants appeared before me. Li Suifeng found the girl familiar and guessed that she was probably the top student in a middle school, so he shouted, "Girl, all the monsters here belong to me. If you don't want to be disfigured, you'd better leave." He thought the girl would resist, but to his surprise, her eyes lit up and she said, "Li, you're so domineering. I'll listen to you, I'm leaving right now." Question mark. While Li Suifeng was still in shock, the girl smiled and said, "My name is Fang Ruyue, and I'm from number 7 middle school. I've long been impressed by your amazing feat. After this college entrance exam, can we exchange contact information? I admire strong people like you the most." As she spoke, her eyes were already filled with lust, and she looked as if she wanted to devour Li Suifeng alive. Li Suifeng was speechless, but he nodded and said, Okay, you can leave now." "Okay, brother Suifeng." Fang Ruyue called out sweetly, crossing her long legs as she ran towards the edge of the beast tide. "She's such a self-aware and good girl." Li Suifeng sighed, then suddenly felt a strong gust of wind coming from behind him. Turning around quickly, I saw a strange black shadow approaching at an indescribable speed. With a whoosh, a fist covered in fine scales slammed into Li Suifeng's chest. Chapter 33 upgrades to S-level talent, knocks out Sukai, the favorite to be the top scorer. Pain. It hurts a lot. An unprecedented pain. Since awakening the crocodile skin, Li Suifeng had not felt such intense pain for a long time. He was certain that the force of the punch from his opponent exceeded 20,000 kilograms. It's almost as powerful as his explosiveness. Thump thump. After taking several steps back, Li Suifeng regained his footing and saw Sukai, covered in scales, looking at him with a ferocious expression. "Li Suifeng, if you want me, Sukai, to leave, you'll have to see if you can take a beating." It turns out that after learning of Li Suifeng's purpose, he did not sit idly by and wait for his death, but instead took the initiative to attack. Li Suifeng laughed in extreme anger. "I've seen many monsters that court death, but this is the first time I've seen a person who courts death. You're the one who's courting death." Sukai roared and appeared again like a ghost, his 5 fingers, the tips of which were sharp as blades, slid toward Li Suifeng's face. Iron Stake Technique. The skin of the mad crocodile. Li Suifeng roared inwardly, raising his arms high to block. With a ripping sound, 5 shocking bloodstains suddenly appeared under his arm. Blood flowed, and Li Suifeng's face darkened. Sukai laughed loudly. "My fingernails can transform into dragon claws, shattering everything in the world. You think you can be so presumptuous in front of me with this rough wild boar skin? Dream on." Hiss hiss hiss. He then launched a series of attacks, his 10 fingers sharp as knives, each strike leaving shallow bloodstains on Li Suifeng's skin. Although the wound was not fatal, it stung terribly, fueling Li Suifeng's growing anger. Raging light. With a sharp shot from his heart, golden light swept over his entire body, and Li Suifeng's aura surged 20-fold. Ignoring Sukai's attack, he punched him in the chest. Laugh. This time, Li Suifeng's sportswear was torn at the chest, and he had 5 more wounds. But Sukai is also having a hard time. Although his dragon scales possess extremely strong defensive capabilities, they are even more effective than the skin of the mad crocodile. However, the impact of Li Suifeng's punch penetrated his body, causing his internal organs to shift slightly. "Haley, if that's all you've got, you won't last long." Sukai endured the pain in his internal organs and revealed a sinister smile. Then, they gave Li Suifeng no chance to catch his breath. He sprinted again. Boom 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 boom. The two then launched a fierce attack, neither of them knowing how to defend. 30 seconds later, the two stepped back. Sukai's body was covered in dense dragon scales, without a single external injury. Li Suifeng's entire body was covered in bloody welts, a shocking sight. In contrast, the outcome seems to have already been decided. "Lord of the city, it seems you are going to lose." In the conference room, the Minister of Education glanced at Su Sifeng. Unexpectedly, the latter remained calm and laughed. "The battle is not over yet, and it's hard to say who will win or lose." The Minister of Education shook his head with a smile, clearly confident of victory. Trial Realm. His combat skills are on par with mine, and his physique is almost the same, but I can't break through his defense. To put it bluntly, his talent is just too high. Is this the strength of an S-rank talent? It's truly monstrous. Panting heavily, Li Suifeng stared at Sukai, but he wasn't particularly angry. My gaze fell on the individual panel. Looking at the talent value column, the number exceeds 7,000. A plus sign has been added after the blazing light of talent. Li Suifeng grinned, inwardly laughing. "I was so engrossed in grinding that I forgot my talent points had reached the required level to upgrade Blazing Light. System, upgrade my Blazing Light." The next moment, the long-absent system text flashed by. Consuming 5,000 talent points, the A-rank talent Raging Light has been upgraded to the S-rank talent Great Sun's Light. Personal Spirit plus 10. Great Sun's Light, S-rank light type talent. Once activated, strength and speed can increase 30 times. Possesses a certain degree of physical regeneration ability. Can also manipulate the light elemental power of heaven and earth in combat. The various uses of talent enter the mind like an instinct. In an instant, Li Suweifeng's eyes widened, radiating brilliant golden light. His aura surged, as if the setting sun at dusk had risen again, transforming into the most blazing midday sun. That unparalleled momentum of ascent made Sukai's heart tremble. What's going on? This kid's aura has changed? What's going on? He still didn't understand what was happening. Li Suifeng suddenly threw a punch. The two were still 10 meters apart. But the fist flashed, then crossed the distance and landed on Sukai's chest. Boom! With a loud bang, Sukai was sent flying high into the air, and upon landing, he vomited a large amount of blood. He looked down and saw that the flesh on his chest had become a blur, large pieces of scales had disappeared, and some had even been blown off. How is this possible? Sukai's pupils contracted. Just moments ago, he had been the one dominating and beating Li Suifeng. But the next second, Li Suifeng's punch actually seriously injured him? What changes did Li Suifeng undergo in that short span of time? Splash! With the wind whistling past his ears, Sukai looked up and saw Li Suifeng, who had transformed into golden light, flashing close by. His face was more ferocious than ever before, and his raised arms were like the hammer of Thor, judging all living beings. No! Sukai screamed inwardly, but he was powerless to stop what was happening. Li Suifeng's fists rained down on him like a storm. Amidst the d-d-d sound, Sukai was enveloped in excruciating pain, curled up like a shrimp, and convulsed and trembled continuously. The sound of bones breaking echoed continuously. Sukai's bones continued to break one by one. In the end, he collapsed to the ground like a corpse, unconscious from the pain. A red light flashed on his wrist, and a tense voice came from the bracelet. Candidate Sukai has fainted and is therefore eliminated. Candidate Li Suifeng, please stop your attack, otherwise you will be deemed to have violated the rules and your college entrance examination results will be cancelled. That concludes the discussion. Li Suifeng stopped, no longer glancing at Sukai on the ground, and instead looked around with his head held high. Wherever his gaze fell, countless demonic beasts trembled in horror. Monsters kept in a secret realm. They possessed some degree of intellectual thinking. They could sense that the boy covered in dragon scales was already as powerful as a demon. However, this golden-haired youth was able to beat him senseless. Its terrifying power is evident. It also instilled an instinctive fear in all the monsters. Oh my god! All around, countless candidates were stunned into silence by the shock. Sukai. More than 80% of the top scorers in the college entrance examination, as recognized by industry insiders, were eliminated early? He was crippled because he couldn't withstand Li Suifeng's punches. Just how strong is Li Suifeng? Sukai actually lost? On one side of the beast hide, Lan Aoshua's beautiful eyes widened. She had been classmates with Sukai day and night, so she naturally knew how terrifying Sukai was at this stage. I thought that Sukai had already secured the title of champion in Xingho City. He could even compete for the provincial top scorer. Unexpectedly, he was eliminated by Li Suifeng during the actual combat. Li Suifeng was only able to defeat Tang Hu not long ago. Now he can beat Sukai up? Why is this happening? The huge conference hall was filled with experts, yet the atmosphere was eerily quiet. The scene of Li Suifeng knocking Sukai unconscious was too shocking and beyond the imagination of the big shots. Ha 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 ha! Suddenly, a burst of laughter rang out. From City Lord Su Sifeng. He slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly, his face filled with ecstatic joy. Excellent! Excellent! I never expected that after so many years, another super genius would emerge from my Starfire City. Heaven truly blesses my Starfire City. Heaven blesses my Dragon Kingdom. The exam is not over yet. However, he was certain that Li Suifeng already possessed the strength to become the top scholar in Xingho City. Even better if you're lucky. It might not be a bad idea for Li Suifeng to compete for the provincial top scorer. Old one. Su Sifeng, laughing loudly, looked at the Minister of Education standing to the side. The Minister of Education looked somewhat lost in thought. He still couldn't believe that Sukai would lose to Li Suifeng. and they lost so badly. Much later, the Minister of Education remarked, "My judgment was largely correct. Sukai is still a dragon. My only mistake was failing to see that Li Suifeng is also a dragon. It's a true dragon, one in a million." Chapter 34, An Astounding Demon Slaying Record. Trial Realm. With Chen Feixiang and Su Kai both eliminated, the two examiners arrived quickly. Roar! A monstrous beast roared as it charged, intending to attack the two examiners. Retreat! One of them raised his arm, and a powerful aura belonging to a martial artist swept across the entire area. Instantly, all the demonic beasts froze, their cruelty turning to terror, trembling on the spot, too afraid to move. The two examiners picked up Su Kai and Chen Feixiang, gave Li Suifeng one last deep look, and then vanished in a flash of white light. Li Suifeng, you eliminated that narcissist Su Kai, which can be considered revenge for me. From now on, I will owe you a favor. As soon as the examiner left, Fang Ruyue rushed over, her pretty face full of surprise, and you're really amazing. What talent did you awaken? How tall and heavy are you? What kind of girl do you like? How about me? She chattered on and on. Li Suifeng looked speechless. Fang Ruyue is still taking the exam. We can talk about it after the exam. Okay, brother Suifeng, I'll do whatever you say. Fang Ruyue's coquettish voice caused Wang Jun and Kai Su, who were not far away, to exchange bewildered glances. This Fang Ruyue is supposed to be a proud daughter of heaven, but in front of Lao Li, she actually becomes a female simp? My god! I, Kai Su, have never received such treatment in my entire life. Kai Su looked sour. Wang Jun said with envy, when will I be able to be as charming and irresistible as Master Brother, making women throw themselves at me? Brother Wang Jun, keep working on improving yourself. When you're as tough as iron, women will line up and beg for your favor. Kai Su comforted Wang Jun, which was also a form of self-encouragement. That's enough, you two. I'm still here. Tian Rui scolded them, stopping them from continuing their nonsense. Roar, roar, roar. With the two examiners gone, the monsters nearby once again went into a ferocious state. They roared and charged at Li Suifeng, looking as if they were ready to fight him to the death. All right, Fang Ruyue, you can step aside now. Li Suifeng called out, and Fang Ruyue obediently backed away, raising her little fist high and calling out in a sweet voice, "Go, brother Suifeng." Li Suifeng was speechless, but he still shouted and gathered the power of light in his body into his arm. Heavenly Light Long Fist. With a roar in his heart, Li Suifeng threw a punch from a distance, golden elemental power transforming into fist energy that fell into the horde of beasts. With a loud bang, golden light exploded, engulfing many demonic beasts. As the golden light faded, the demonic beasts collapsed to the ground, dying instantly. TSK, TSK, TSK. As expected of an S-rank talent, it not only gives my physical body a burst boost, but also allows me to manipulate the hidden light elements in the world, condensing them into fist energy to kill enemies from a distance. Right now, I not only possess extremely strong explosive power, but also ranged attack capabilities? Li Suifeng's eyes were bright. The battle had been intense, and he hadn't had time to fully appreciate the boost to his talent. Now, having calmed down, I observed the power of my new talent. He then realized that his combat strength had increased by at least 3 to 5 times compared to the original level. Especially the ability to manipulate light elements to condense fist energy. This allowed him to diversify his attack methods. When facing a powerful enemy, you can avoid close combat and instead unleash your fists from a distance to deliver a devastating blow. Boom! 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 Having tasted the sweetness of the flavor, Li Suifeng combined his physical technique, the Heavenly Light Long Fist, with his innate talent, the Great Sun Brightness, to continuously bombard the opponent with fist energy. On one hand, they were frantically killing monsters, and on the other hand, they were testing the flight limits of their fist's energy. Hundreds of demonic beasts died instantly under the force of the fist. Through repeated testing, Li Suifeng determined the attack limit of the fist's energy to be approximately 15 meters. A distance of 10 meters is the range where the fist's power is most destructive. The effect of the fist's explosive force was almost equivalent to his strongest burst of punches. It can easily kill any first-tier monster. Kill a flamingo, talent value plus 10. Kill the hurricane crab, talent value plus 20. Killed. As time passed, the once massive beast tide dwindled to less than 1/10 of its original size. These initially ferocious and violent monsters are now in a state of panic due to the deaths of too many of their companions. They disregarded the possibility of attacking the examinees and turned to flee into the depths of the desert. Don't run! Li Suifeng wanted to give chase, but due to the long battle, his energy and strength were severely depleted, and he was somewhat exhausted. Helpless, Li Suifeng had no choice but to stop and look up at his wristwatch. Slayed 866 demons, scored 525 on the exam. Li Suifeng had already achieved perfect scores on his exams long ago. Therefore, killing any monsters afterward will no longer increase his exam score. However, the number of demons killed is still accumulating. At this point, the number of heads had reached 866. My demon killing record should set a new historical record in Starfire City, right? Not bad. Li Suifeng nodded in satisfaction and then opened his personal panel. Li Suifeng. Realm, Awakening rank 0. Constitution, 33. Spirit, 27. Talents, Great Sunlight S rank, Crocodile Skin A rank. Technique, none. Physical skills, Heavenly Light Long Fist perfected, Iron Stake skill mastered can be deduced. Talent value, 3920. Above the panel. The A-level talent Raging Light has long been replaced by the S-level talent Great Sunlight. After my mental strength increased by 10 points to 27 points, the gap between my mental strength and physical strength narrowed. After accumulating talent points again, it still is close to 4,000 points. That's enough. Li Suifeng nodded in satisfaction. Such a generous amount of talent points was enough for him to learn new physical techniques and skills after the exam. The practical assessment that gives countless candidates a headache. But it became a tremendous opportunity, making Li Suifeng rich overnight. Unfortunately, there is only one beast tide in each assessment. In other words, no new beast tides will form in the future. But the exams are almost over, aren't they? The time displayed on the bracelet had unknowingly reached noon. There are only 2 hours left until the end of the exam. Li Suifeng. A voice came from beside my ear. Li Suifeng turned his head and saw Lan Aoshui approaching with a complicated expression. She seemed preoccupied, biting her lip, wanting to say something but unsure how to begin. Lan Aoshui, did you get a perfect score? Li Suifeng asked directly. Got it. Lan Aoshui responded. So, you've become the top scholar. Li Suifeng looked regretful. Although he hunted down 866 monsters. However, the maximum score for the practical assessment is only 525 points. He was unable to break through this score limit, so his final total score was destined to be no higher than Lan Aoshui's. After all, this girl's comprehension and mental strength are too formidable. He was 12 points higher than Li Suifeng. Certainly. If Li Suifeng's cultural score is 12 points higher than Lan Aoshui's, there is still a chance to win the title of champion in Xingho City. However, this possibility is not high. After all, Li Suifeng just randomly answered the questions in the cultural exam. Lan Aoshui, who is usually meticulous and intelligent, could not possibly score lower than him in the humanities exam. Li Suifeng, how many demonic beasts have you killed? Lan Aoshui suddenly asked. 866 heads. It really surpassed that record. Lan Aoshui looked on with envy. What record? Li Suifeng was puzzled. I don't know the specifics, I just heard my father mention it. I came to take the college entrance exam not only to prove myself, but also to break that record, but unfortunately I failed. Lan Aoshui explained, then smiled and said, but anyway, Li Suifeng, I can congratulate you in advance on getting into one of the top 8 universities. Although the 8 universities place great emphasis on the total score in their admissions process. However, some candidates with exceptional abilities may be exempted from admission without examination. Li Suifeng's talent for killing monsters is unmatched in the entire Starfire City. Even if his final college entrance examination score is not good, he will still be admitted to one of the 8 universities. Congratulations on entering Tianhuan University. We have a long life ahead of us. Let's meet in a bigger city. Li Suifeng smiled at his former deskmate. He still has a good impression of her. Chapter 35. The college entrance examination ends. Parents' surprise. 1:50 p.m. Giant barrier spheres appeared prominently above the 4 areas of the secret realm. The candidates then realized that the practical exam was over. My exam score was only a little over 300, which is far from what I expected. I'm in a worse situation than you. My actual combat score is less than 230. I envy Li Suifeng. Not everyone has the ability to slay monsters. Most candidates not only need to team up with other candidates, but also need to go through a tough battle to have any chance of killing the monster. Even when facing a stronger monster, after a fierce battle, the monster may not die, but it will be exhausted and forced to give up. So, most candidates' actual scores were similar to those of previous years, only around 200-300 points. Getting 400 points is already very outstanding. Those who can score over 500 points are either geniuses with S-level talent or masters with A-level talent and excellent physical skills. Should we leave now? Beneath the iceberg, Li Suifeng gazed at the light sphere barrier a mile away, feeling regretful. After ending his conversation with Lan Aoxue, he didn't rest. He led Wang Jun and the others to follow the beast tide to the icy land. Unfortunately, the beast tide was scattered in various places, and Li Suifeng no longer had the chance to enjoy the beasts. They can only hunt and kill monsters individually, which is far less efficient than before. Even so, Li Suifeng's final number of demons killed reached 921. His talent points have also reached 4860. We're just one step away from the 5,000 mark. The exam is about to end. All candidates are requested to return through the barrier before 2 p.m. Those who fail to return on time will be considered to have violated the rules and will have 100 exam points deducted. An examiner's voice echoed throughout the trial realm. The examinees were on high alert, and instead of chasing down the monsters to earn points, they all rushed to the barrier orb to teleport away. Brother Suifeng, shouldn't we be heading out soon? A sweet, delicate voice came from behind me. Li Suifeng turned around and saw Fang Ruyue pouting and acting cute. Just now, after learning that Li Suifeng and Kaisu had teamed up, this girl decisively asked to join the team. Since Li Suifeng figured he'd already gotten full marks on the exam, he agreed to let the girl join the team. However, in order to gain more talent points, Li Suifeng set a rule that Fang Ruyue was not allowed to kill the monsters directly. At most, it can only injure or cripple the monster. The task of finishing off the demon was entirely entrusted to Li Suifeng. Fang Ruyue had already scored full marks, so she immediately injured some of the monsters. This is why Li Suifeng was able to easily reap the rewards and gain points more quickly. Li Suifeng's subsequent exams were so efficient thanks in no small part to this girl. Alright guys, let's head to the barrier and teleport away. Li Suifeng took out his watch and sent messages to several teammates. He immediately took Fang Ruyue to the barrier. On the playground of number 1 middle school, white light flashed continuously. One by one, the candidates appeared. Li Suifeng and his 4 companions also successfully appeared on the playground. The Minister of Education appeared on the high platform. A group of important figures gathered around him. One of them was a kind old man with a bright smile on his face. Is that the City Lord? Wow! It really is the City Lord. I never expected that this year's college entrance examination would even alarm the City Lord. Many test takers recognized the old man and were immediately amazed. Li Suifeng's expression was strange. Is this City Lord staring at me? Or is it just my imagination? It can't be my imagination. Brother Suifeng, you hunted over 900 demonic beasts this time, setting a historical record. It's no wonder the City Lord and the others are paying attention to you. Fang Ruyue praised sweetly, Brother Suifeng, after this battle, you will become famous throughout Xingho City. I hope that when you achieve great success in the future, you will not forget that when you were at your lowest point, it was Fang Ruyue who stayed by your side and never abandoned you. What the hell do you mean by never leaving us? Fang Ruyue, stop talking nonsense. It was Wang Jun and Sister Rui who followed Master Gao all the way. It wasn't you, some guy who barged in halfway. Wang Jun shouted loudly. With a sweet, coquettish smile, Fang Ruyue squeezed out a sentence through gritted teeth. Wang Jun, if it weren't for Brother Suifeng being there, and me having to maintain my ladylike image, you might have already been slapped to death. Wang Jun quickly hid behind Kai Su, crying out, Brother Chicken, save me. Kai Su. You've learned bad habits from Lao Li and started calling me Brother Chicken? Why does old Li call me Brother Chicken? Dear candidates, this practical assessment has now come to a successful conclusion. Your total scores for the college entrance examination will be announced tomorrow morning. You can then log into the China Higher Education Student Information System (KESIC) to check them. At this moment, City Lord Su Sifang delivered a speech on behalf of the Minister of Education, announcing the end of the college entrance examination. Cheers erupted from the test takers on the playground. The National College Entrance Examination Gokao has officially ended. At the entrance of the number 1 middle school, countless parents gathered. As the school gates opened and students walked out, their parents shouted their encouragement. As Li Suifeng and his teammates walked out, he unexpectedly received a message from his mother. "Son, your dad and I are waiting for you outside the number 1 middle school gate." "Huh? Mom and Dad are here? Isn't Dad at work?" Li Suifeng was surprised, but he still said goodbye to Brother Ji and his group and rushed to the location his mother had mentioned. After some time, Li Suifeng saw his parents standing in the surging crowd. "Little Wind." Wang Wen rushed over and hugged him tightly. She was so excited that she couldn't speak at all. "Son, you actually got to participate in the martial arts exam, such an important thing. Why didn't you tell your mother and me?" Li Jianming asked the question, but he didn't seem angry. His eyes were bloodshot, his body was trembling, and he was very agitated. "I was just worried you two would be too nervous, so I saved it for last as a surprise." Luckily, the result was pretty good. Li Suifeng grinned. "Mom and Dad, your son will be a top student at the martial arts university from now on." Okay. Li Suifeng was beaming with excitement. No man doesn't hope his son will become a dragon among men. No man would refuse to let his descendants bring honor to their ancestors. Li Jianming was no exception. "Young man, you must be Li Suifeng? You did very well on the practical exam this time, congratulations." A shout came from the surroundings. It turned out that a parent had recognized Li Suifeng. Immediately afterwards, more and more parents brought their children to the scene. "Li Suifeng, you are truly remarkable. At such a young age, you have already defeated those demonic beasts to the point of running away in terror. Once you become a martial artist, you will surely lead our human race to suppress those damned demonic beasts. Our dragon kingdom will gain another pillar of strength. You two have raised a fine son." Because the practical assessment was broadcast live, countless parents watched the television program and witnessed Li Suifeng's performance. Hearing some parents praise them, Wang Wen and Li Jian were happy, but also felt somewhat ashamed. "My son's growth is entirely due to his own efforts and has little to do with them." "Young friendly." Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Li Suifeng turned his head and saw a black luxury car parked on the street outside the crowd. The car door was open, and Zhang Dayong was waving excitedly. Li Suifeng immediately pulled his parents into the car. After the car door closed, Wang Wen and Li Jianming were both a little confused. They had never ridden in such a luxury car in their lives. This also shows that Zhang Dayong must be an extraordinary person. "My son is just a student, how could he know such an important person?" Chapter 36, College Entrance Exam Results Released, Top Scorer Emerges. "Mom and Dad, this is Master Zhang from Jingxiang Martial Arts Academy." Seeing his parents' confused expressions, Li Suifeng began to explain. The two elders looked even more shocked. Jingxiang Martial Arts Academy is quite famous in the area, and it is said that the tuition is high and the students are all from wealthy and influential families. I was able to participate in the martial arts exam this time because Master Zhang gave me the identity of a substitute examinee. After Li Suifeng gave a brief explanation, the two elders finally understood the reason. It turns out that they were unaware of it. My son actually dropped out of school and joined Jingxiang Martial Arts Academy, where he got the chance to take the martial arts exam. Master Zhang, thank you for helping Xiaofeng. Li Jianming and Wang Wen expressed their heartfelt gratitude. I should be the one thanking you both, because you have raised a fine son. Our Jingxiang Martial Arts Academy can also make a name for itself thanks to Li Xiaoyou's college entrance examination. Zhang Dayong praised him with a smile, then looked at Li Suifeng and asked, Young friendly, what are your comprehension and spirit scores? 192 and 176. Li Suifeng's answer completely put Zhang Dayong's mind at ease. With 368 points in 2 subjects, plus a perfect score of 525 in the practical exam, not counting the academic score, your college entrance exam score is already 893 points. This has already exceeded the admission scores of the top 8 universities. That's fantastic. Zhang Dayong laughed loudly, his excitement causing his martial arts aura to overflow and making the entire car tremble. Seeing that Wang Wen and Li Jianming were startled, Zhang Dayong immediately apologized. I'm sorry, you two, I was just too excited and couldn't control my emotions. It's nothing. Li Jianming smiled, then asked uncertainly, Master Zhang, did you mean that my son's exam scores are high enough to get into one of the top 8 universities? Yes. It definitely can. Zhang Dayong answered decisively. Li Jianming and Wang Wen looked at each other, their eyes both red-rimmed. Those are 8 universities. The cradle of all martial arts masters in the Dragon Kingdom. Graduates from the 8 universities are basically the elite of society. In other words, their son has already accomplished the feat of leaping over the Dragon Gate like a carp. Will he definitely become a social elite in the future? To bring glory to one's ancestors. As the 2 elders were extremely excited, Zhang Dayong immediately took out his phone and fiddled with it for a while. Drop. Li Suifeng's phone received a text message notification. When he opened it, he was surprised to find that he had received a transfer of 300,000 yuan. Master Zhang? Li Suifeng was puzzled. Wasn't it supposed to be 200,000? How did it become 300,000? Young friendly, this extra 100,000 is my personal reward, please accept it. Zhang Dayong said with a radiant smile. Passed. He was unaware of Li Suifeng's family background and assumed that the latter came from a wealthy family. Seeing the 2 elders' attire, one realizes that Li Suifeng comes from a humble background. In such a family environment, even talented people can easily become just another ordinary person. But Li Suifeng rose to prominence, crushing a group of wealthy second-generation martial arts practitioners. Such talent is beyond imagination, and their future achievements are bound to be limitless. Being appropriately generous is an investment in advance. It can build good relationships, so why not? Then thank you very much, Master Zhang. Li Suifeng expressed his gratitude. He was already short of money, and his performance this time would undoubtedly bring a lot of traffic to Xinjiang Martial Arts Academy. I don't feel guilty about receiving an extra 100,000. Mom and Dad, we're rich now. We'll get a bigger house when we have the chance. Now that things had come to this, Li Suifeng no longer hid it from the 2 elders and handed them his phone. The 2 elders were so shocked by the amount of money in Li Suifeng's account that they were completely speechless. Under Zhang Dayong's escort, the family of 3 returned home safely. Wang Wen was filled with excitement and kept sending text messages on her phone. It was a report on her son's grades in the family group chat. Although Wang Wen and her husband usually keep a low profile, but hoping their sons will become successful is also their deepest and most sincere wish. Now their wish has come true, and their son has become their pride. They definitely had to make a big splash this time. Li Jianming was also busy, and for once, he generously distributed red envelopes in the workers' group chat. Brother! You're so amazing! Yaya rushed over and hugged Li Suifeng's leg. Li Suifeng picked her up and showered her with kisses on the face. Brother, you stink! Li Jiaoyue showed a disgusted expression. Li Suifeng then realized that because of the fierce battle, he was covered in sweat and had some monster blood on him, making him smell strongly of blood. After pinching his younger sister's nose, Li Suifeng took a shower before returning to his bedroom. I had just picked up my phone when I saw a text message. Your bank account has received 500,000 yuan of Chinese currency, and your available balance is 801,256.77 yuan. Is this Wang Jun and Tian Rui's commission? These 2 nouveaux riches are quick to pay up. Li Suifeng nodded secretly. According to his father, 800,000 yuan in savings was enough to buy a 3-bedroom new apartment in a good location in Xinghuo City. Now that the college entrance exam is over, I'll take my parents to look at houses when I have time. Let them live a middle-class life from now on. This was a sleepless night for Wang Wen and Li Jianming. Li Suifeng, however, was sleeping soundly. The next morning, Li Suifeng immediately took out his phone and went to the China Higher Education Student Information System (KESIC) to check his scores, and received the expected result. Candidate, Li Suifeng. Humanities, 45 points. Comprehension, 192 points. Mental strength, 176 points. Practical assessment, 525 points. Total score in the National College Entrance Examination, 938 points. Ranked first in Starfire City. What's going on? I'm actually number 1? Shouldn't Lan Aoshua be number 1? Li Suifeng stared at his phone for a long time, somewhat incredulous. Oldly, the results are out. You're the top scorer. Congratulations to Master Brother for winning the top score. Master Brother is forever a god. Master, Wang Jun and I have already transferred the money. Congratulations on winning. The phone kept ringing. It was Kai Su, Wang Jun, and Tian Rui who sent congratulatory messages one after another. Li Suifeng didn't rush to reply. He tapped on Lan Aoshue in his contacts and sent her a message. Lan Aoshue, what was your score in the humanities? Lan Aoshue quickly responded, I did not participate in the liberal arts exam. What? Li Suifeng stared wide-eyed. No wonder his total score unexpectedly surpassed Lan Aoshue's, making him the top scorer. So it turns out this girl didn't participate in the liberal arts exam at all? I just want to prove my martial arts testability and see if I can break that senior's record of hunting 801 monsters. After Lan Aoshue explained, Li Suifeng understood even more. Li Suifeng, congratulations on winning the top score in Xingho City. However, it seems you were just one step away from becoming the top scorer in the province. Lan Aoshue sent another message. She clearly knew about the scores of all the candidates in the province through her family connections. Didn't you get the top score in the province? Li Suifeng felt a little regretful about this, but he didn't dwell on it. When he took the college entrance examination, his talent had not yet reached the S level, and his mental strength was naturally inferior to that of an S-level genius. In addition, his scores in the humanities subjects were also very low because he didn't review them. Under such circumstances, it's already quite remarkable that he was able to become the top scholar in Xingho City. I chatted with Lan Aoshue, Brother Ji, and others for a while. There was a knock on the bedroom door. Xiaofeng, are you awake? A guest is here to see you. Guest? Li Suifeng opened the door and entered the living room, where he found 4 distinguished guests sitting on the old sofa. Chapter 37 Home Visits by Important Figures, Gifts from Seniors. At Wang Wen's invitation, tea, fruits, and snacks were laid out on the coffee table. Li Suifeng immediately recognized the guests sitting on the sofa as City Lord Su Sifang, Minister of Education, Principal of No. 2 Middle School, and Zhang Zhini, the person in charge of the Physical Education Center. Su Sifang, who was sitting on the sofa, stood up and said, Hello, Li. Li Suifeng was somewhat surprised. Lord City Lord, am I really not dreaming? You've come to my house? Ha ha. Young Friendly is truly a humorous person. Su Sifang laughed. The 3 people standing nearby also greeted Li Suifeng. Young Friendly, please have a seat, let's have a chat. Su Sifang waved very enthusiastically. After Li Suifeng sat down next to him, Wang Wen was so nervous that she hid in the living room. Li Jianming took the day off today and didn't go to work. He sat in a corner of the living room, not daring to utter a sound. City Lord Su Sifang is the true number 1 figure in Xingho City, and also a high-level martial artist. Such an important figure, even the factory owner would have to bow and scrape with just a word from him. As a nobody, he was naturally intimidated by the other party's imposing manner and dared not make a sound. Young Friendly, it's like this, you've achieved the top score in Xingho City's college entrance examination this time. According to the rules, our government will award you a scholarship of 100,000 yuan. As Su Sifang spoke, he took out a bank card. There is exactly 100,000 in here, and the password is 123456. Li Suifeng decisively took the bank card without hesitation. Not only in Xingho City, but also in major cities in the same province, there is a saying about a top scorer bonus. Besides the reward, there's another matter. Sun Wanzhong, the demon-slaying general among the 8 great generals of the Dragon Kingdom, comes from our Xingho City. Does Young Friendly know that? Su Sifang asked with a smile. Of course I know. Li Suifeng replied with deep respect. The 8 generals of the Dragon Kingdom are all extraordinary martial artists, possessing not only incredible strength but also truly remarkable achievements. Every general has the blood of at least 1 million demons on his hands. They can be described as the backbone of the Dragon Kingdom and even the entire human race. Such figures not only appear in textbooks, but are also household names in China. Su Sifang then smiled and said, when Senior Sun participated in the college entrance examination, he also won the top score and set a record of killing 801 demons in the practical assessment. To encourage future generations, he set an unwritten rule that if any descendant can break this record, they will receive a gift left behind by him. Li Suifeng suddenly realized that Lan Aoshue and the records she mentioned were actually about this. However, this general's son was a man of extraordinary talent, capable of uprooting mountains and dominating the entire province. The gift he left for himself must have been something extraordinary. Li, this is the gift left by that senior. As Su Sifang spoke, the Minister of Education handed over a square black box. Li Suifeng took it and subconsciously asked, what's inside? We strictly followed Senior Sun's orders and never opened it. Only Li himself knows the specific contents. Su Sifang smiled confidently, but one thing is for sure, it will definitely be something good that will help your martial arts career. Really? Thank you everyone. Li Suifeng clasped his hands in greeting. Besides the above, Mr. Li, our Xingho City government would like to make another deal with you. At this moment, the Minister of Education spoke up. What transaction? In order to better nurture Li, our government can offer you a contract. The contract stipulates that after Li graduates, she will need to return to Xingho City to work for 2 years, and we will also provide you with an advance investment of 3 million. The Minister of Education handed over the draft contract. Li Suifeng glanced at it and said directly, I cannot accept this contract for the time being. The contract offered by the Starfire City government is very generous. With 3 million in cash deposited directly into my account, I can purchase various martial arts resources while I'm in university. However, in return, after graduation, he must return to Xingho City and serve the government for 2 years. This contract was like a short-term indenture. Although the benefits were substantial, Li Suifeng wasn't very interested. Because once you become a martial artist, there are many ways to make money. Li Suifeng was also confident that he would earn several million by the time he graduated. Why sign another contract of servitude? The Minister of Education said, won't Li show it to his parents? Why the rush to refuse? Li Jianming quickly replied, my son is an adult now, and I leave the decision entirely to him. The Minister of Education and Su Sifang exchanged a glance, unsurprised by this. A truly arrogant genius. After entering university, they will venture into a wider world to fight against monsters, demons, and alien races. Few people would be afraid of the risks and return to serve their hometown government. They offered this contract in order to pave the way for the future of Xingho City. Su Sifang cannot remain the city lord forever, he also needs a successor. It is obvious that Li Suifeng does not want to be the successor. He wants to realize his talents in a wider world. Su Sifang and the others felt regret, but had no objections. It's alright if Li doesn't accept it. I just wish Li a bright future and great success. Su Sifang chuckled and took the contract away. At this moment, the principal of No. 2 Middle School stood up, his face full of sorrow, and said, young friendly, it is my dereliction of duty that I failed to discover your talent in time, forcing you to drop out of school. I apologize to you here. Zhang Zhengyi also stood up, his face full of regret and apology. He was the first to discover Li Suifeng. They also tried their best to keep Li Suifeng. Unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances, they were always a step too late, which led to today's tragedy. You're too kind, principal. Without rules, there can be no order. Your second middle school is also following the rules and hasn't bullied me. Li Suifeng was being polite, he didn't hold any resentment towards No. 2 Middle School. At that time, I had only awakened an E-level talent. It was simply following the rules that they wouldn't let me attend a martial arts training class. I greatly admire Li's magnanimity. The principal of No. 2 Middle School made a flattering remark before getting back to the main point. Student Li, you ultimately represented Xinjiang Martial Arts Academy in the college entrance examination, but you also spent 5.5 years at No. 2 Middle School. I wonder if our school might have the honor of promoting you. Li Suifeng immediately understood what the other party meant. Every high school hopes that someone in the school will achieve good grades. When a student achieves academic success, it brings a lot of exposure to the high school, and there is bound to be a lot of publicity within the school. Hanging a banner and displaying a photograph at the entrance are the most basic requirements. Because I was ultimately representing Xinjiang Martial Arts Academy in the college entrance examination. The achievements we have made are thanks to Xinjiang Martial Arts School and have nothing to do with No. 2 Middle School. If No. 2 Middle School uses itself for publicity, it will inevitably be somewhat illegitimate and improper. It's normal for the principal of No. 2 Middle School to come and do ideological work on me. Child, we must not forget those who dug the well when we drink the water. You must agree with the principal on this matter. Li Jianming suddenly spoke up. Although he was honest and simple, he wasn't completely ignorant. He understood the reason behind it and feared that Li Suifeng would refuse and offend someone, so he spoke up to remind him. Li Suifeng nodded and said, as my father said, No. 2 Middle School is also my alma mater. If the principal can promote me, I will be very honored. Thank you for your understanding, Li. The principal of No. 2 Middle School breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Zhengyi also gave Li Suifeng a grateful look. Afterwards, Su Sifang and Li Suifeng chatted about the future, mainly asking him which university he wanted to attend. In this world, college application choices are filled out after the exam. With Li Suweifeng's grades, he would be accepted by any university he applied to. However, Su Sifeng still gave advice based on Li Suweifeng's talent and comprehension, hoping that he would apply to Starry Sky Academy and Wuji Academy. Li Suweifeng's tactful expression suggested he would think things through before acting. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Sifeng and his group left. After the four left, Li Jianming, beaming, said, "Xiaofeng, you've really made something of yourself. Ordinary people facing a figure like the city lord. Everyone will feel somewhat reserved, nervous, and uneasy." But the son, on the other hand, chatted and laughed all the way, remaining completely unmoved. Li Jianming's thoughts drifted, and tears welled up in his eyes. The little one who used to cause him so much worry has grown up and can now stand on his own. Chapter 38, Upgrade the 8 Desolations Limitless Technique and Become a First-Tier Martial Artist. Bedroom. Li Suifeng opened the black box left by the city lord and found a book lying quietly inside. The cover read 8 Desolations Limitless Technique. The gift senior son left me was actually a cultivation manual? Li Suweifeng's eyes lit up. Because of the development of the internet, many physical techniques, skills, and martial arts are stored in the cloud. There are fewer and fewer secret manuals stored in the form of paper books. Secret manuals presented in the form of paper books are often extraordinary techniques. I wonder what specific type of martial arts technique was left behind by a great general of a nation. With anticipation, Li Suifeng opened the cover and saw a line of text on the first page of the ancient book. This technique was created by me in my youth. It is a low-level cultivation method suitable for those in the awakening realm. I left it in Starfire City to encourage future generations. Sun Wanzhong. It's actually a cultivation technique created by Senior Sun? And it's at the Earth level? Li Suifeng was overjoyed. Earth-level cultivation methods already belong to the category of advanced cultivation methods, and very few of them are known to circulate in the world. Only the 8 major universities have a relatively large number of this level of martial arts techniques, but it is not easy for middle school students to learn them. It is said that one must complete numerous university tasks and accumulate a certain amount of contribution points to qualify for study. It is said that such techniques are not found in second or third-tier universities. Even if there were, it would be at most one book. Earth-level cultivation techniques are like peerless divine skills. You can't buy them even if you have money. This senior Mr. Sun is truly generous in nurturing future generations. Li Suweifeng's heart burned with excitement as he perused the 8 Desolations Limitless Technique. Time flies, and it's almost noon. After closing the 8 Desolations Limitless Technique, Li Suifeng pondered, is this the cultivation method for formal martial artists? The content is truly profound and obscure. With my comprehension, I've only understood half of it. Li Suifeng. Realm, Awakening Rank 0. Constitution, 33. Spirit, 27. Talents, Great Sunlight S rank, Crocodile Skin A rank. Technique, 8 Desolate Limitless Technique Plus. Physical skills, Heavenly Light Long Fist perfected, Iron Stake skill mastered can be deduced. Talent value, 4860. Opening the panel, the 8 Desolations Limitless Technique appeared behind the skill list. Li Suifeng smiled slightly. Luckily, I have a system. Even the most profound techniques can be upgraded by spending some money. System, upgrade my 8 Desolate Limitless Technique. The thought crossed my mind, and then the system text appeared. Consuming 3,000 talent points, the 8 Desolations Limitless Technique has been upgraded to level 1. Personal Physique plus 20. One upgrade costs 3,000 points? Holy crap, that's way too much. Li Suweifeng's face was full of bitterness. The talent value is only 140 points away from 5,000. Li Suifeng was still thinking of upgrading his defensive talent, Crocodile Skin, to S rank once his talent value reached the required level. However, due to the emergence of the 8 Desolations Limitless Technique, he had to postpone this plan. Fortunately, as a low-level martial art, the 8 Desolations Limitless skill has an extraordinary effect on physical enhancement. Having only reached the first level, Li Suifeng had already gained 20 points of physique. The 8 Desolations Limitless skill that Senior Sun left me is only the first volume, which has 9 levels, corresponding to the 9 minor levels of a martial artist. Now that I have cultivated this skill to the first level, can I be considered a first-level awakened martial artist? Li Suifeng looked expectantly at the panel again. Li Suifeng. Realm, Awakening Level 1. Physical Fitness, 53. Spirit, 27. Talents, Great Sunlight S rank, Crocodile Skin A rank. Technique, 8 Desolate Limitless Technique Level 1. Physical skills, Heavenly Light Long Fist perfected, Iron Stake skill mastered can be deduced. Talent value, 1860. As expected. As Li Suifeng reached the first level of the 8 Desolations Limitless Technique, his physique soared, and his body underwent a complete transformation, transcending the realm of a prospective martial artist. He can be considered a formal martial artist. Not bad, not bad. Li Suifeng was in a great mood and wasn't so upset about the talent points that had been deducted. However, considering that this cultivation technique is divided into 9 levels, each level of advancement will inevitably become more difficult, requiring more talent points. How many talent points would it take to refine this skill to the 9th level? I still have a long way to go to earn more talent points and keep grinding for the rest of my life. Li Suifeng's eyes shone brightly, his fighting spirit soaring. 2:30 p.m. The Martial Arts Administration Hall in the city center. When Li Suifeng entered the hall, there were many men and women with impressive bearing and strong physiques standing there. Almost all of them are formal martial artists. According to the laws of the Dragon Kingdom, anyone who meets the requirements of a martial artist, you can receive a martial arts allowance simply by registering at the government service hall. A first-tier martial artist receives a monthly stipend of 5,000 Dragon Kingdom coins. It doesn't seem like much, but you should know that in Xingho City, the average wage for ordinary people is only about 2,000 Dragon Kingdom coins. It's clear that 5,000 Dragon Kingdom coins per month is quite a lot. Young man, what brings you here? Upon arriving at the registration window, the clerk asked with some confusion. Judging from Li Suifeng's appearance, he should still be a high school student. Why would they come to this place where martial artists gather? Li Suifeng said, I have already become a martial artist and I am here to register. The teller's eyes widened as she looked Li Suifeng up and down. Then, remembering something, she exclaimed, You're Li Suifeng, the top scorer in the college entrance examination. It is me. Li Suifeng smiled. The clerk's face immediately lit up. Hello, Mr. Li, could you please sign your name for me? Yesterday's practical assessment showcased Li Suifeng's amazing skills, making him famous throughout Xingho City. Nowadays, many communication groups and online forums in Xingho City discuss him. Li Suifeng has become a celebrity in Xingho City. Sign? Li Suifeng was surprised, but still smiled and said, Of course. I took the pen from the teller and wrote my name on the blank paper. The latter was finally satisfied and said enthusiastically, The college entrance exam has just ended, and you've already become a formal martial artist? As expected of a true genius, the speed of their cultivation cannot be measured by ordinary standards. As he spoke, she then took out a device that looked like a blood pressure monitor. Student Li, tie your arms down. This device will calculate your vitality. If it exceeds 70, you will be considered a first-level martial artist, eligible for the Dragon Kingdom martial artist system, and will receive a monthly stipend. Okay. Li Suifeng wrapped the bandage around his arm. As the machine operated, a pressure gripped his arm, almost freezing the blood in his body. Once the bandage was loosened, the number displayed on the instrument was 80. The teller stared wide-eyed at him. Your vitality is 10 points higher than the requirement for a first-level martial artist? My God, Li, how did you do that? Or were you already a first-level martial artist during the practical assessment? No wonder you were able to sweep away those monsters. Li Suifeng just smiled shyly. The teller praised him kindly again, fiddled with the computer for a while, and handed him a green booklet. This is your martial arts certificate, and also your identity document. Now you can leave your identity information and bank card number. On the 1st of every month, the government will promptly deposit a subsidy of 5,000 Dragon Kingdom currency into your account. Li Suifeng nodded, fiddled with the keyboard for a while, and left his mother's bank card number instead of his own. Now, all the rewards, big and small, have been added up. Li Suifeng's wealth exceeds 800,000. Even if you buy a house for your family, you'll still have some money left over, which should be enough for the early years of university. As for the tuition fees in the later stages, Li Suifeng did not intend to trouble his family, he had to earn them himself. Therefore, this martial arts allowance is most suitable for supplementing household income. This was something Li Suifeng had planned beforehand. Chapter 39 So what if he's a formal martial artist? One punch and he's dead. After completing the registration, Li Suifeng was about to leave the government service hall when suddenly someone blocked his way. Fellow Daoist, would you be interested in trying your hand at the fighting arena? Li Suifeng turned around and looked. A man with a hooked nose, narrow eyes, and a small mustache was looking at him with a lewd smile. Judging from the aura emanating from him, he seems to be more than just a level 1 martial artist, perhaps he is a level 2 or even a level 3 martial artist. What is a fighting arena? Li Suifeng asked. I can't explain it clearly, you'll only know if you see it for yourself. The martial artist gestured towards the outside of the hall with his chin. It's right across the street, want to go over and have some fun? Let's go take a look. Please follow me. The martial artist's face lit up slightly as he led Li Suifeng away from the government affairs hall and into a building across the street. Upon entering, the hall was already packed with people. Those gathered there were clearly martial artists. Qi, blood, elemental power, and malevolent energy intertwine and permeate the space. The atmosphere in the hall seemed to freeze. Even those who are not martial artists will feel pressure comparable to shackles just by walking around here. Fortunately, Li Suifeng was already a martial artist, so he could ignore the tense atmosphere and walk around easily. He noticed that in the center of the crowd, there was an octagonal cage where martial artists were fighting. One of them was clearly a nature-type martial artist, wielding a large amount of water element with great force. The other person is a superhuman type of martial artist with an extremely developed physique. A single punch from him can cause space to distort slightly. Boom! Amidst the explosion, the naturalist martial artist was ultimately defeated, struck, and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The surrounding martial artists shouted loudly, some were happy, some were angry, and some cursed. Li Suifeng then realized that this so-called fighting arena was actually a casino. Fellow Daoist, you can choose to go on stage and fight. Winning a match will not only bring you prize money but also the praise of your peers. Alternatively, you can choose to place appropriate bets to make money, just like the other guests. The hook-nosed martial artist smiled. Li Suifeng asked with a strange expression, is this legal? 100% legal. The hook-nosed warrior declared confidently, we warriors fight against monsters and demons to protect our city and country, risking our lives and enduring immense pressure. To compensate us, the government will grant us some privileges. Take this mixed martial arts arena, for example. It might be illegal for ordinary people, but it's legal for warriors. Otherwise, would we dare to open it right across from the government hall? Li Suifeng decisively took out his phone. Fellow Daoist, what are you doing? Check online to see if it's legal. The hook-nosed man's lips twitched. He's using Baidu right in front of me? Kid, you're really something. After searching online, Li Suifeng was surprised to find that mixed martial arts arenas were indeed legal. As this hook-nosed man said, martial artists are under too much pressure, and the government grants them special privileges, allowing them to appropriately vent in this way. To avoid innocent deaths and injuries, there are many rules in mixed martial arts arenas. The most basic rule is that fighting is allowed, but life and death cannot be decided. There are very few deaths in mixed martial arts arenas. Before Li Suifeng could speak, the hook-nosed martial artist smiled wryly and said, Fellow Daoist, do you believe me now? I believe it. Would you be interested in placing a bet? I'm not interested in betting, but can I go up and play a match? Li Suifeng rubbed his hands together, his expression gradually becoming excited. He originally planned to register as a martial artist and then go to Jingshan Dojo to test his strength. After all, he had already mastered the 8 Desolations limitless technique, but he still did not know the power of this technique. I'm a little itchy and restless. The opportunity to fight fairly and squarely is right in front of us, how can we miss it? The hook-nosed man was taken aback. Seeing Li Suifeng's age, he guessed that he was a newcomer who had just been promoted to martial artist. He wanted to bring him over as a gambler, but he did not expect that the other party would actually go on stage to fight. Fellow Daoist, are you sure? Even if the fighting arena doesn't discriminate between life and death, if your opponent doesn't know their own strength, you might end up lying in bed for 10 days or half a month. The hooked-nosed man stared wide-eyed. Li Suifeng grinned, I will take full responsibility for all the consequences. The man with the hooked nose was a little embarrassed. Most of the martial artists here are at least tier 2, and tier 1 martial artists are very rare, so we may not be able to match you with an opponent. Just as Li Suifeng was about to speak, a gambler suddenly recognized him and exclaimed, Young man, are you the top scorer in the college entrance examination? The surrounding martial artists looked over, their eyes becoming very bright. The representative candidate from Jingshan Martial Arts Academy? That top scorer in the college entrance examination named Li Suifeng? It really is him. Why is he in the fighting arena? Hearing the sounds around him, the man with the hook nose suddenly slapped his forehead. No wonder I felt like I recognized you, young friend. You're the top scorer in the college entrance exam. It's only now that you've noticed? Li Suifeng remained speechless. Fellow Daoist Li, if you were unknown, it would be difficult for me to match you with a first-level martial artist as an opponent. But with the title of top scorer in the college entrance examination, it won't be difficult to match you with a first-level martial artist as an opponent. The hook-nosed man's face turned excited as he took out his phone and fiddled with it for a while. Then, a man in a suit, with a very bulky build, walked over, his face full of surprise. Little Eagle, are you sure this young scholarly wants to go on stage and fight? Yes, Brother Lei. After finishing the college entrance examination, Li Zhuangyuan successfully broke through to become a level 1 martial artist after accumulating knowledge and skills. Therefore, he wants to spar with others to increase his strength. The eagle concocted a reason and asked hopefully, can you help him find an opponent? Of course. It's an honor for our fighting arena to have the top scholar come here. The man called Brother Lei laughed and waved. A man wearing combat shorts, shirtless, and with a head covering walked out from the crowd. His code name is Skull Crusher, and he's a substitute fighter in our arena. Lei Gu introduced with a smile. The skullcutter glared fiercely at Li Suifeng and even made a chop gesture towards his own neck. Li Suifeng grinned, let's get started. As he spoke, he walked toward the arena. When you take the stage, go easy on him. Just let him suffer a little, but don't hurt him. Otherwise, it will be hard to explain. Lei whispered a reminder to the Skull Crusher. The top scholar, Li Suifeng, has become the focus of attention in Xingho City. If he gets injured because of this, the city lord will hold him accountable, and it will be difficult to explain to them. Lei Gu agreed to let Li Suifeng play because he wanted to use Li Suifeng's status as the top scorer to generate a lot of buzz. I will be as gentle as possible, and only break one of his arms. The Skull Crusher revealed a sinister smile. Lei's expression changed slightly. He wanted to say a few more words of persuasion, but it was too late. The Skull Crusher had already rushed onto the stage amidst cheers. Ladies and gentlemen, the top scholar is about to battle the Skull Crusher. You are welcome to place your bets. Just then, some people in the venue shouted. The martial artists present were all very interested and placed their bets one after another. Even the little eagle who brought Li Suifeng chose to place a bet. However, his betting target was not Li Suifeng, but the Skull Crusher. Although Li Suifeng's performance in the college entrance examination was outstanding, the person standing in front of him was a true martial artist with considerable combat experience. When players are evenly matched, the more experienced player will naturally have a higher chance of winning. Even though Li Suifeng's potential far exceeds that of the Skull Crusher. But in terms of current combat strength, he cannot possibly surpass his opponent. Because he's too young. The betting volume of gamblers in the venue is about the same. A referee stepped onto the ring, announced the rules, and shouted, the champion versus the Skull Crusher, let's begin. As the referee's voice fell, Lei Gu in the audience looked anxious. If the eccentric Skull Crusher really broke Li Suifeng's arm, would he be in trouble afterward? On stage. The Skull Cutter didn't attack immediately, but instead gave Li Suifeng a contemptuous smile. Little guy, for Brother Lei's sake, I'll only break one of your arms. Before he could finish speaking, the sound of something cutting through the air already rang out in front of them. Before the Skull Cutter could react, he saw a fist coming at him with lightning speed, leaving him no chance to dodge. Bang! When the Skull Cutter's face made intimate contact with the fist, his body flew up like a kite with a broken string, tracing an arc before falling to the ground. The Skull Crusher did not get up again. His face was swollen and purple, and his eyes were white. He had already fainted. The scene, which had just been bustling with excitement, fell into a deathly silence. All the onlookers wore expressions of disbelief. Lei Ji's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. The Skull Crusher was instantly killed? What's going on? Chapter 40. This child is a super genius. What did I just see? The top scholar instantly killed the Skull Crusher? Even if the Skull Crusher has never stepped onto the stage, he's still a prospective fighter, right? How could he be so utterly defeated in front of the top scholar? Is the top scholar too strong, or is the Skull Crusher all show and no substance? After a brief silence, the scene erupted into a frenzy. The martial artists were jolted awake and continued to discuss the events unfolding before them in disbelief. Lei Gu gradually woke up, his expression very complicated. he just broke through to become a martial artist, yet he can defeat an opponent of the same realm so decisively? Is this the talent and strength of a city's top scholar? That Skull Crusher cost me over 200,000 Dragon Kingdom coins to train, and he performed so poorly. He's a complete waste. The gamblers themselves were also martial artists, so naturally they had very high standards. Low-level matches definitely won't interest them. Therefore, the fighting arena will sign some first-tier martial artists in advance and designate them as prospective fighters. In the early stages, some resources will be invested to cultivate their combat abilities and to develop their personal style and persona. The Skull Crusher is such a prospective fighter. He thought he could shine in the fighting arena when he became a second-tier martial artist, but he never expected that Li Suifeng would ruin his career with a single punch today. His entrepreneurial journey ended abruptly before it was even halfway complete. I'm doomed. I'm completely finished. Beside him, the eaglet, its face ashen, cried out incessantly. Lei Ge looked over and discovered that Xiaoying had just bet on the Skullbreaker. He was speechless. You were the one who brought Li Suifeng, but you didn't bet on him for this battle? Little Eagle said with great distress, how was I supposed to know that Li Suifeng's strength was so heaven-defying? That the Skull Crusher was so easily defeated? Lei didn't say anything more. Like a young eagle. 9 out of 10 people bet on Skull Crushers. Only 10% of people bet on Li Suifeng. It's not that I think highly of him. Rather, Li Suifeng's chances of winning are too low, while the odds are too high. It's the best choice to take a gamble and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Is it over already? I haven't had enough fun yet. Amidst the clamor, Li Suifeng on stage waved his hand, revealing an expression of lingering enjoyment. This top scholar is too arrogant. Brother Lei, this is your territory. Someone's trying to challenge you, aren't you going to do something about it? Keep fighting. Let's have some fun. The martial artists below the stage cheered and jeered. Lei Ge looked conflicted. Judging from Li Suifeng's words, does he intend to fight continuously? Should we continue sending fighters to fight him? Brother Lei, the number of people entering is starting to increase. A subordinate whispered in his ear. Lei Ge looked slightly surprised. In an effort to generate buzz, he has already posted news online that the top scorer will be on the field. Unexpectedly, it attracted even more martial artists to watch so quickly. Call the giant bear over. In order to capitalize on this wave of traffic, Lei Ge made up his mind. Soon. Among the crowd, a burly man, over 2.5 meters tall, with a towering physique and a typical fat-covered muscle build, squeezed through the crowd and stepped onto the ring. Li Suifeng, this guy, the Skull Crusher, always provoked me back in the training camp. But the training camp has rules that forbid us trainees from fighting privately, otherwise I would have broken his neck long ago. You killed this guy ahead of time, which is a way of venting my anger as a giant bear. Therefore, I will treat you well. The burly bear forced a cruel smile. I'll have some fun with you, but I won't hurt you. Before he could finish speaking, Li Suifeng looked at the referee beside him. Referee, can we begin? ? The giant bear was taken aback, then its face turned red. Li Suifeng ignored his words, which meant he didn't take him seriously at all. This is intolerable. Absolutely intolerable. Let's begin. The referee, who was reminded, was also speechless. Having presided over so many matches, he had never seen a fighter as impatient as Li Suifeng before. With a shout, the fight resumed. Many gamblers in the audience, who had not yet placed their bets, were grumbling and complaining. On the field. With a slight thought, Li Suifeng activated the 8 Desolations limitless technique, and a powerful force within his body exploded like gunpowder, spreading throughout his entire being. With a light step, he used the amplification from this force to sprint 10 meters in the blink of an eye, arriving in front of the giant bear. Kid. Behold my ultimate move, mountain moving. The giant bear's 2 arms, enveloped in a brown glow, reached out towards Li Suifeng's waist, intending to lift him up in a swift, dramatic fashion. Yes. Li Suifeng's gaze sharpened, and he unleashed another burst of power, dodging the giant bear's arms at the crucial moment and flashing to its side. A hook punch landed precisely on the bear's waist and abdomen. Bang! A muffled thud followed, and the hall fell silent. The giant bear looked at the fist at his waist and grinned. You think this soft fist can blow my liver off? You don't actually think my defense is as weak as that cripple, the Skull Crusher? Before he could finish speaking, Li Suifeng withdrew his fist and threw another punch, striking the same spot once more. The giant bear's smile froze, and its pupils contracted in pain. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Little did they know that this was just the beginning. The next 2 seconds, Li Suifeng threw a series of hook punches, all hitting the same spot. Ah! Finally, the giant bear could no longer hold back and let out a painful scream, saliva and blood gushing from its mouth. His eyes were bloodshot, and he raised his arms high, like a giant axe, to strike Li Suifeng's shoulder. This time, Li Suifeng didn't use the liver-bursting hook instead, he punched the giant bear in the chin. No matter how strong and powerful a human body may be, the jaw is always the most vulnerable part. The giant bear was not surprised. With a crack, his jaw broke, his front teeth fell out, his eyes rolled back, and his heavy body collapsed, causing the entire arena to tremble. The arena fell silent at first, then cheers erupted. Li Suifeng actually managed to knock down this big guy too. 2 consecutive wins without rest. This kid is terrifying. I'm so stupid. Why didn't I trust Li Suifeng? Why did I bet on the giant bear? I've lost so much. All the martial artists were shocked by this scene, and while they were amazed, they were also filled with remorse. Little Eagle wiped the sweat from his forehead, his face showing lingering fear. Luckily, I didn't have time to place a bet on the second game, or I would have been in big trouble. Lei Ji's breathing froze. There are different levels among first-tier martial artists and prospective fighters. If the Skull Crusher is only a B-level player, therefore, the giant bear is grade A. The giant bear, which was of a higher level than the Skull Crusher, was still easily defeated by Li Suifeng? How could Li Suifeng, who was only 18 years old, possess such ferocious fighting power? Doesn't that mean he's already an S-class fighter? This is without any professional training. If he receives systematic training, then his abilities. Hiss. Lei Gu gasped, a look of shock appearing in his eyes as he stared at Li Suifeng. Without a doubt. This child is a born fighter. A true super genius. Chapter 41, Invincible in the same realm, even a second-tier martial artist can fight. Next. On the arena, watching the giant bear being dragged away by the staff, Li Suifeng's expression remained unchanged as he spoke loudly. The cheers in the stadium grew even louder. Lei looked at the surging sea of people around him, realizing that today's fighting arena attendance might break records. Bill. You go. Lei shouted, and the warrior named Bill looked tense. Li Suifeng's victory over the Skull Crusher may have been due to surprise or sheer luck. But his ability to defeat the giant bear was definitely not something that could be achieved by luck alone. Bill, who was also a prospective fighter, was under a lot of pressure. Following Lei Ji's instructions, he deliberately took his time to enter the ring, giving the gamblers more time to place their bets. Place your bet now. Place your bet now. Everyone, you can now place your bets. Because of Li Suifeng's 2 upsets, the bookmakers made a killing off 90% of the gamblers. Therefore, they shouted very actively to attract more people to place bets. I'll pay Li Suifeng 20,000 Dragon Kingdom coins. After suffering heavy losses, the eagle decisively found a bookmaker to place his bet. The initial bets on the Skull Crusher were made because they did not have a deep understanding of Li Suifeng's strength. Now that we realize Li Suifeng's power, what is there to hesitate about? Just go all in on Li Suifeng and you're good to go. There are many martial artists like Xiaoying. Therefore, even before the third match started, the betting situation was already completely different from that of the first 2 matches. More than half of the gamblers bet on Li Suifeng, which is why the odds for the 2 opponents are almost even. After Bill stepped into the ring, he learned his lesson and didn't make any threats like the previous 2. He carefully observed Li Suifeng's movements. With the referee's shout of start, Li Suifeng charged again, leaping out as if springy, and instantly arrived in front of Bill. Despite Bill's prior precautions, the moment he raised his arm, Li Suifeng's fist still landed quickly on his chest. Bang! This time, Bill's defeat was exactly the same as the Skull Crusher's. He landed right on the edge of the ring and couldn't get up. Top scholar, you're a god. Ha ha ha. I won money. I finally won money. Many gamblers seemed to have anticipated this scene and were extremely excited. The eaglet raised its arms and cried out repeatedly. Lei Gu already looked troubled. He actually trained very few prospective fighters. With 3 people eliminated, only 2 remain. The problem is, these two are at most at the level of giant bears. Can they really stop Li Suifeng? The atmosphere reached a fever pitch as the guests screamed loudly. With no other option, Brother Lei had no choice but to bite the bullet and send more people on the field. 5 minutes later. On the arena. Bang! Driven by the explosive power within his body, Li Suifeng's punch struck the chest of the fifth fighter. As the man's sternum caved in and he suddenly collapsed to the ground, shattering the floor, all the martial artists raised their arms. Ha ha ha! I won money! I won money again! So comfortable! So comfortable! Li Suifeng, you are my idol! Li Suifeng's eyes shone brightly, his fighting spirit surging. In 5 consecutive battles, he used the 8 Desolations limitless technique at full power. Each time he circulated his cultivation technique, a powerful force would arise within his body. That power is different from the elemental power of the great sun's light. It is a purer, more direct, and more brutal force. When not in use, this power seems to be hidden in his dantian. Once activated, it will flow throughout the body. Is this the unique qi and blood of a martial artist? Li Suifeng understood immediately. When a martial artist's body reaches its limit, they desire to continue evolving their physical form and undergo a complete transformation. This cannot be achieved solely through physical training techniques. At this point, it is necessary to cultivate qi and blood, and with the help of the violent nature of qi and blood, further temper the internal organs, bones, acupoints, and blood to achieve the goal of strengthening the physical body. The wonders of qi and blood are not only for tempering the body, but also for being mobilized like the elements of heaven and earth, transforming into direct power to enhance combat strength. The path to advancement for superhuman martial artists involves cultivating more robust qi and blood through training techniques, constantly tempering and evolving their bodies. The more abundant one's qi and blood, the deeper one's realm of martial arts, and the more harmonious the combination with one's talent, the stronger one's combat power. The 8 Desolations limitless technique is a low-level cultivation method. Li Suifeng has invested time and effort in its cultivation, and the resulting qi and blood are far more abundant and powerful than those obtained from lower-level techniques. This is why his combat prowess is so outstanding. General Sun, your 8 Desolations limitless technique has truly laid an incredibly solid foundation for me. Thanks to this 8 Desolations limitless technique, my combat power is virtually invincible among those at the same level. Li Suifeng felt a surge of pride and admiration for General Sun, whom he had never met before. But correspondingly, his fighting spirit surged, and he looked intently at Lei Go below the stage. Continue. Lei's pupils contracted, and his breathing became somewhat labored. Firstly, Li Suifeng's gaze carried a captivating aura that made him feel nervous. Secondly, all 5 prospective fighters have already suffered a crushing defeat. There are no more Tier 1 martial artists left in the fighting arena. How can we proceed to the next fight? Unless a second-tier martial artist is sent? Again. 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 At this moment, the surrounding martial artists, inspired by Li Suifeng, also excitedly repeated these 2 words. Lei Go pressed his hand down, waiting for everyone to calm down, and said with a bitter expression, "Top scholar, I don't have any more Tier 1 fighters on my side." Li Suifeng remained unfazed. If there are no first-tier martial artists, then send second-tier martial artists. I can still fight. Hiss. A group of arrogant martial artists looked at Li Suifeng as if he were a monster. There are clear distinctions among martial artists, with each level representing a different realm. This is a consensus in martial arts. Under normal circumstances, no matter how powerful a martial artist is in the first-tier realm, when facing a second-tier martial artist, one can only become a fish on a chopping board, at their mercy. Therefore, although Li Suifeng is very strong and can defeat 5 first-level martial artists in a row, he wants to defeat a second-level martial artist. This is simply impossible and illogical. Lei Go thought so too, and said with a wry smile, "Top scholar, how about we just give up? Once the combat power of a second-tier martial artist is fully unleashed, Li Suifeng will not only lose, but may also be seriously injured, or even crippled. His tiny fighting arena can't possibly bear this responsibility. Such a huge fighting arena, yet it can't even satisfy me? What's the point of opening it?" Li Suifeng's face was full of fighting spirit, and he still had no intention of giving up. His initial motivation for participating in the fight was to test his latest combat capabilities. However, due to continuous battles, he gradually became obsessed with the feeling of victory. On the surface, the chances of winning against a second-tier martial artist are indeed slim. But so what? He made a killing by winning. Losing is just experiencing defeat, it won't affect his honor or confidence at all. Why not continue the fight? Good. Countless martial artists applauded in admiration. The path of martial arts is like climbing a high mountain, a journey full of difficulties and dangers. Without a desire to win, a martial artist cannot climb all the way to the peak. Those incredibly talented and legendary martial artists in history. Which one of them didn't reach the top by facing difficulties head-on and refusing to admit defeat? At the moment. Despite facing the formidable power of a second-tier martial artist, Li Suifeng remained calm and resolute. They clearly possessed the qualities of not being afraid of death and not being afraid of losing that the ancient sages had. This is even more valuable than his talent. What a brilliant scholar! He has awakened a passion that I've kept hidden for so long. I once faced a powerful demon beast and was so frightened that my legs went weak and I fled in panic. If I had the will of a top scholar back then, perhaps I could have succeeded in slaying the demon and achieved a better situation than I have today. This mixed martial arts arena has been open for so many years, is it going to be ruined by the champion today? If you cannot satisfy the top scholar today, then I will not be spending my time in the fighting arena in the future. The martial artists present were deeply moved and cheered for Li Suifeng. Seeing this, Brother Lei could only smile wryly. Since the top scholar is so determined, then I, Yuan, can only play along to the end. He looked at a young man beside him who had a sallow complexion, a thin, stick-like build, and gloomy eyes. Snake Devourer, are you willing to fight in this match? The Snake Swallower revealed a sinister smile. Of course I'm interested in fighting the famous top scholar. After saying that, he leaped over the heads of countless people and landed on the arena. Chapter 42, a battle against opponents of higher ranks, shocked the entire audience. It's the Snake Swallower. If I remember correctly, the Serpent Devourer currently has a record of 3 wins and 1 loss. Among second-tier martial artists, his strength is definitely not weak. The top scholar is in trouble. As the Snake Swallower appeared, the surrounding martial artists began to discuss animatedly, and of course, they didn't forget to place their bets. Many people benefited greatly from Li Suifeng's winning streak. But right now, their betting targets are almost all Snake Swallowers. In their eyes, Li Suifeng's talent and combat prowess were astonishing and far from being undeserved. But the Snake Swallower is too powerful. Many second-tier martial artists believed they had little chance of winning against the Snake Devourer. Not to mention Li Suifeng, who is currently only a first-level martial artist. Oh no! What should we do? Noticing that 95% of the gamblers bet on the Snake Swallower, Little Eagle looked conflicted and troubled. He wholeheartedly supported Li Suifeng. But the difference in their levels is like an insurmountable chasm. On paper, Li Suifeng's chances of winning are less than 10%. Wait a minute, have you noticed that the top scholar hasn't yet used his talent, which shone so brightly in the trial examination? Amidst the clamor, a martial artist's analysis rang out. This statement startled the Little Eagle. Yes. So far. It seems that Li Suifeng hasn't used his radiant talent yet. In other words, he has been holding back until now and has not yet used his full strength. Perhaps in this battle, if he unleashes his full power, he might have a sliver of hope of defeating the Serpent Eater. Thinking of this, Xiao Ying's heart surged with excitement, and he immediately stopped hesitating. Although it might be giving away money, I must bet on the top scholar for this glimmer of hope. Consider it my support for him. So he took 1/3 of his winnings and bet it on Li Suifeng. On the field. From the moment the Snake Swallower stepped onto the stage, Li Suifeng got goosebumps all over his body. He could sense that the Snake Swallower possessed none of the masculine strength of a martial artist. He was thin and frail, and his eyes always carried a hint of effeminacy and coldness. It's like a snake hiding in a deep well, coldly watching you. This feeling made Li Suifeng very uncomfortable, so he simply looked at the referee and asked, "Can we start now?" Referee. Standing opposite you is a second-tier martial artist, someone who is like a boss to you. Are you so eager to get a beating, kid? They're like a newborn calf that's not afraid of a tiger. Are you sure you don't want to take a break? You've already played 5 games in a row. The referee had a favorable impression of Li Suifeng, so he gave him a warning. No need, let's get started. Li Suifeng said confidently. The referee glanced at Lei Gu in the audience, and after receiving Lei Ji's approval, he announced loudly, "The top scholar versus the Snake Swallower, let's begin." As the words fell to the ground. This time, it wasn't Li Suifeng who took the first step. It is the snake swallower. After watching 5 matches, the snake eater had gained a preliminary understanding of Li Suifeng's fighting style. Li Suifeng's boxing skills are very strong and his speed is very fast. He is the kind of person who can only attack and never defends. The best strategy to deal with these types of people is to strike first and disrupt their attack rhythm. Drag them into a passive position, and thus win. In this battle, the Snake Devourer was 100% confident, but he wanted not just to win, but to win decisively and crush Li Suifeng. After all, Li Suifeng, as the challenger, won against 5 prospective fighters in a row, which can be considered as a challenge to the fighting arena. Only by decisively defeating Li Suifeng can we save face for the fighting arena. Rustling. The nimble, snake-swallowing creature swiftly chopped at Li Suifeng's neck with a hand chop in the blink of an eye. Li Suifeng raised his hand to block, and with a clang, the impact on his opponent's arm forced him to stagger back several steps. After barely managing to stand firm, the snake swallower came again, his hands like knives, slashing continuously, using a physical technique of spirit level or higher. Clang clang clang. Although Li Suifeng possesses the A-level defensive talent, Crocodile Skin. However, the difference in their basic levels was too obvious, so every attack from the Snake Devourer was extremely heavy for him and very difficult to withstand. After blocking continuously for half a minute, Li Suifeng's arms were in excruciating pain, and his entire body was so numb and achy that he could not control it. Hiss! At this moment, the snake swallower, eager to win, suddenly opened his mouth. A burst of black light shot out from its huge mouth. A snake? Li Suifeng's eyes widened in disbelief. It turned out that what came out of the snake swallower's mouth was a thin black snake about 7 inches long and 2 fingers wide. The slender snake had a triangular head, sharp fangs, and lifeless eyes, almost identical to those of the snake swallower. The black snake suddenly bit Li Suifeng's shoulder, despite having crocodile skin to enhance its resilience. But the sharp fangs still pierced through the skin, leaving 2 small holes on Li Suifeng's shoulder. Sizzle sizzle. Corroded black venomous blood oozed from the blood hole, and the triangular black snake bit Li Suifeng's shoulder tightly, like a vicious dog, with the momentum of not letting go until he was dead. Li Suifeng felt his body was ice cold and was becoming increasingly stiff and cold. If the battle is not ended quickly, I will surely fall victim to the snake venom. Die. Thinking of this, Li Suifeng's evil intentions were aroused, and with a ferocious expression, golden light instantly enveloped his entire body. At the same time, the blood and qi in his dantian flowed like a river to his right arm. As he thrust his right arm out, he clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and fiercely smashed it toward the face of the snake swallower. Talent, the great sun's light. Physical techniques, heavenly light long fist. Cultivation technique, 8 desolations limitless technique. Without prior rehearsal, Li Suifeng instinctively integrated these 3 methods. The force of the punch caused the space to explode, and it struck the snake swallower squarely on the bridge of his nose. Click, click. Amidst the sound of bones breaking, the snake swallower retreated swiftly to the edge of the arena, crashing into the wire mesh before collapsing to the ground like a lump of mud. Still biting me? You damn snake. Having confirmed that the snake swallower could no longer get up, Li Suifeng looked at his shoulder. The black snake was still biting his shoulder tightly, refusing to let go. Die. Enraged, Li Suifeng used his last strength to slam his palm down on the snake's head. Snap. The snake's head was shattered, and its corpse fell to the ground, black snake blood spreading out. At the same moment, Li Suifeng trembled all over, and under the influence of the cold poison, everything in front of him appeared as double images. Kill the triangular frost serpent, talent value plus 30. The system text flashed by, and Li Suifeng finally couldn't hold on any longer. His consciousness went blank, and his body collapsed to the ground. This? Below the arena, thousands of martial artists looked at each other in disbelief and shock at what they were witnessing. The snake swallower was the first to fall. In other words, Li Suifeng won this battle? He was only a first-level martial artist, yet he actually defeated the second-level martial artist, the Snake Devourer, despite being a martial artist of a higher level. An incredible feat has been accomplished. This is outrageous. Detoxify. Save lives. Hurry. Amidst the shock, Brother Lei's roar rang out, and several medical personnel rushed onto the stage, causing the scene to erupt in chaos. Chapter 43, Reputation Spreads, 2 million in savings. Am I in a hospital? When Li Suifeng woke up, he found himself lying in a hospital bed with a group of people standing in front of him, doctors in white coats, Brother Lei, and some staff members. Little Eagle was also there, of course. "Scholar, you're awake." Seeing Li Suifeng wake up, Brother Lei breathed a sigh of relief, feeling very concerned. He held this place just now because he was afraid that something might happen to Li Suifeng, and he would have a hard time explaining it. Fortunately, Li Suifeng woke up safely, and everything was peaceful. What happened? Because of the snake venom, Li Suifeng's brain nerves have not yet recovered, and his memory is somewhat hazy. That's right, you knocked the snake swallower unconscious first, and then collapsed from the poison, so you can be considered to have won that fight. The little eagle was beaming with excitement. In the previous battle, Li Suifeng's odds were 8-1. He made 8 times the profit from this one deal and directly got half an apartment in Xingho City. He was filled with regret. Why hadn't he gone crazy back then and staked his entire fortune on Li Suifeng? Wouldn't that give you a chance to achieve financial freedom? Is that so? That's fine then. Li Suifeng got out of bed with relief, feeling a little weak, but in excellent spirits. Lega said with a complicated expression, "Top scholar, you have really shone brightly here this time. Now all the martial artists in Xingho City know your name." The title of top scholar would make Li Suifeng known to the entire city. But such an achievement is nothing compared to defeating a second-tier martial artist. Only true martial artists know just how difficult it is to overcome opponents beyond their level. It's not quite reaching the heavens, but it's at least at the level of crossing the sea. Li Suifeng did it. Therefore, his achievements today will surely continue to circulate among the martial artists of Starfire City. When the time is right, he will become a household name. Oh. Can I go now? Li Suifeng didn't care about this and got out of bed to ask. Of course, but according to the rules of our fighting arena, all martial artists who take the stage receive an appearance fee. Although you are a newcomer, your influence is not low, and you have brought us a lot of traffic. We must give you an objective reward. Lei waved his hand, and a staff member handed him a briefcase, which he then opened. Stacks of 100 yuan bills were neatly stacked together. Li Suifeng's eyes lit up. Was there really such a good thing? Looking back, I realized that I hadn't discussed appearance fees with Brother Lei before going on stage. He's still too young to act like this. Try not to make this mistake again next time. Top scholar, here is 1.2 million. 600,000 is the appearance fee for the 6 matches, and the remaining 600,000 is the winning bonus. After explaining, Brother Lei added, considering your victory over the Snake Eater has made you famous, your appearance fee will be increased to at least 300,000 next time you fight. If you defeat your opponent, you will receive a bonus of the same amount. This is an attempt to attract Li Suifeng to stay permanently. This time, with Li Suifeng participating, the number of viewers in the fighting arena exceeded historical records. Lego still wants to use this opportunity to create new glories. I'm going to university now, so let's talk about the fighting arena another day. Li Suifeng took the suitcase and walked towards the door. The fighting arena isn't just in Xingho City. Every city across the country and the world has its own fighting arena, and the data is shared between them. You can enter the fighting arena and participate in battles even when you're in a larger city. Lei shouted from behind, but received no response from Li Suifeng. Brother Lei, I'll be going now. Little Eagle greeted them, quickly burst through the door, and followed Li Suifeng to the outside of the venue. Top scholar, you've really helped me a lot this time. Not only have I been able to pay off my gambling debts, but I've also gained a sum of money for cultivation. Little Eagle followed Li Suifeng, flattering and fawning over him all the way. Li Suifeng said irritably, gambling is a one-way street. Know when to quit while you're ahead. Okay, top scholar, I'll listen to you. But if you want to continue participating in the fighting arena next time, please let me be your manager, okay? I can negotiate higher appearance fees and bonuses for you. The little eagle enthusiastically volunteered. Li Suifeng thought about it and realized that fighting in the arena didn't pose much of a danger to his life, and it could also help him improve his fighting skills. It was a good way to grow and make money. If you're short on money but want to practice, it's a good time to play again. So they exchanged contact information with Xiaoying. Scholar, there's an ATM nearby, would you like to deposit some money? The eaglet became more enthusiastic. Li Suifeng nodded, and under his guidance, he went to a nearby ATM to deposit money. At this point, the bank balance jumped to 2 million. Damn, without realizing it, a 3-bedroom apartment in the city center is no longer worthy of my status. I need to get a large single-level apartment. Looking at the numbers in his bank account, Li Suifeng's mind wandered. Little Eagle was even more enthusiastic, introducing the situation of the snake swallower and not forgetting to lavish praise on Li Suifeng. It turns out that the snake swallower possesses the A-level talent immunity to all poisons. This talent has no active ability, but it can passively resist any toxin. Furthermore, the snake swallower was originally from India and possessed a secret technique for expanding internal organs, allowing him to conceal venomous beasts within his body and launch surprise attacks on enemies. His methods were so bizarre that they were impossible to defend against. Li Suifeng felt a chill run down his spine after hearing this. He won this battle by sheer luck. However, if one were to fight a snake swallower to the death, the chances of winning would still be low. After all, the snake swallower held back during their fight, sparing his eyes and nose from the venomous snakes, instead biting his shoulder. The thick skin on the shoulders also significantly reduces the rate at which the toxin spreads. This gave Li Suifeng enough time to kill the snake swallower. The path of martial arts is long and arduous. We must not be arrogant or complacent. We must learn more and summarize more in order to continuously become stronger. Li Suifeng, a man of great vision, bid farewell to Xiaoying and arrived at Jingxiang Martial Arts Hall. At this moment, a huge photo of Li Suifeng's upper body appeared on one of the walls of Jingxiang Martial Arts Hall. There was also a banner next to it that read, "Congratulations to our student Li Suifeng for becoming the top scholar in the imperial examination." The line of students waiting in front of the dojo was long and continuous. They were all lower grade students who had not yet taken the college entrance examination. Even 3 to 5-year-old children are being led by their parents. Hey, isn't that Li Suifeng? It looks so good. Li Suifeng, could you sign your name for my child? Some parents in line saw Li Suifeng and walked over with great surprise. Time to get out of here. Li Suifeng was slightly startled and turned around to enter the dojo through the back door. Ha ha. Young friendly, you finally arrived. As soon as they entered the dojo and were still walking in the corridor, Zhang Daon and his assistant came to greet them. Because of your reputation, more and more people are coming to Jingxiang Martial Arts Academy to register every day. In order to better popularize education, we have set up multiple classes internally, including kindergarten, primary school, middle school, first and second year of high school, and intensive preparation for the third year of high school, the assistant introduced with a smile. Zhang Daon, beaming with joy and in high spirits, said with a serious tone, "Young friendly, besides this matter, there is another person who claims to be a tutor from one of the 8 great universities waiting for you in my office." Li Suifeng raised an eyebrow slightly, not surprised. The people from the 8 universities have finally arrived, but they seem a bit late. Chapter 44. A single word, Auntie, drives away the admissions officer. The curator's office. A woman wearing a white blazer, with short hair and a neutral appearance, was crossing her legs, waiting for something. Moment. The door opened, and Zhang Daon led in a handsome young man. At a glance, the woman recognized the young man. "You are Li Suifeng, the top scholar of Xingho City?" "It's me." Li Suifeng nodded, but felt a little uncomfortable. Because the woman's eyes were so sharp, she looked at him as if she were appraising a product. "I am the admissions officer of Tianlan Academy, my surname is Ku." The woman tossed a document onto the desk. "I've reviewed your information, and it's acceptable. Therefore, on behalf of Tianlan University, I can award you a C-level admission bonus. Some schools offer admission incentives to attract students. The rewards include not only scholarships, but also cash, resources, and other benefits. The reward levels can also be divided into 4 tiers, C, B, A, and S. Tianlan University, one of the 8 major universities, is located in Nanyang Province of China. Because Nanyang Province is located in the far south, backed by the sea, it faces the threat of sea monsters. Every year, Sky Blue Academy sends a large number of geniuses to the army guarding Nanyang Province to fight against the sea monsters. Therefore, Tianlan Academy has made great contributions to the Dragon Kingdom, and its influence among the 8 major academies ranks among the top 3. This woman surnamed Ko, as a tutor at Tianlan Academy, is indeed of noble status. No wonder she exudes arrogance in every gesture. If I remember correctly, among the entrance awards of the 8 universities, the C-level award is the worst, right? Li Suifeng stared intently at the woman surnamed Ku. The woman surnamed Ku casually said, "Tuition is waived, and the annual reward is 10,000 Chinese yuan." This C-level reward is just right for your current potential rating. I'm at least the top scholar in the city. Before Li Suifeng could speak, the woman surnamed Ku interrupted. Xinghuo City's GDP only ranks 13th in the entire Shannan province. The difficulty of the college entrance examination in this city is naturally incomparable to that of other cities. In the past, the top scorer in Xinghuo City was not even qualified to receive our Tianlan University's admission bonus. It was only because your performance this time was so outstanding that I made an exception and came here on my own initiative. These words made Li Suifeng's face darken. It's one thing for them to usurp Zhang Dayong's office. They clearly came to recruit me. They still act all high and mighty. They didn't give us any room for negotiation. This woman surnamed Ku, she's so pretentious. While Li Suifeng was inwardly annoyed, the woman surnamed Ku was actually secretly observing him. She has a very limited number of enrollment slots and admission award slots. She had just been to the provincial capital yesterday and recruited the top provincial student with an A-level reward, thus completing her recruitment task. In her view, Li Suifeng's potential was indeed decent, but only moderate. Recruiting him was merely adding a little excitement to the mission. Therefore, giving Li Suifeng a B-level admission award was her bottom line. The premise is that Li Suifeng's negotiation skills are high enough to persuade her. If Li Suifeng doesn't have the eloquence, then he can only accept the C-level admission reward. To the surprise of the woman surnamed Ko, Li Suifeng not only did not try to negotiate, but grinned and said, "Auntie, since that's the case, then I can only refuse your Tianlan University." The woman surnamed Ku was stunned for a moment, and after a long while, her face darkened as she asked, "What did you call me?" "Woman. The most taboo thing is being asked your age. This is especially true for older women." Li Suifeng's use of the word auntie inadvertently raised her age to 50. But she's only 39 years old. It's like this, "Aunt Ko, my college entrance exam score was second in the province, so in my opinion, to get into one of the top 8 universities, I should at least get a B-level admission bonus." As Li Suifeng was speaking, the woman surnamed Ku's face turned completely cold, and she angrily stood up to interrupt him. "Alright, there's nothing more to discuss." Given her status and age, it's highly unlikely that she would have angrily cursed Li Suifeng on the spot, using foul language. But in her heart, Li Suifeng had become a student who was talented but lacked virtue. People like that are better off without. Commissioner Ku. Zhang Dayong tried to stop the woman surnamed Ku. Unexpectedly, the latter let out a low shout and released a powerful pressure that stunned Zhang Dayong. Zhang Dayong dared not reach out again and could only watch as the woman surnamed Ku left in anger. "Young friendly, what are you doing? Why did you make Commissioner Ku leave in anger?" Zhang Dayong felt very helpless about this. Li Suifeng remained calm. "He doesn't think much of me and won't give me a higher entrance bonus, so I can only refuse him." "Isn't that normal? There's no need to call someone auntie if you refuse. You've offended them." Zhang Dayong thought to himself that he had something to say about it, but he didn't dwell on the topic. In his view, a woman of Ku's status wouldn't stoop to the level of a young man like Li Suifeng. "Young friendly, you are representing our Jingqiang Martial Arts Academy in the college entrance examination, so the admissions officers from those universities will be coming to the academy to find you. You may be quite busy in the next few days." Zhang Dayong changed the subject. The top scorer in any city is a potential genius. If the scores meet the requirements, not only will the 8 universities actively extend offers to students. In fact, the same applies to top-tier universities. As Zhang Dayong said. The following day, Li Suifeng sat idly in his office, waiting for the admissions officers from various schools to arrive. A total of 7 admissions officers from different universities attended the event. They all offered Li Suifeng the highest level S-class admission reward. Not only is tuition completely free, it also features the school's most luxurious single dormitory. In addition, the annual scholarships start at 6 figures. Some even reached 7 figures. Although there are not many examples of students who meet the score requirements of the 8 prestigious universities but end up in a first-tier university. However, these admissions officers from top-tier universities, hoping for a miracle, would also make a token attempt to persuade Li Suifeng. Li Suifeng didn't directly refuse them, but instead gave them the answer of "I'll think about it," though he was still quite frustrated inside. Why is it that only Aunt Ku is the admissions officer from one of the 8 universities? Why didn't the admissions officers from the other 7 universities come? Does he look down on himself? Should students fill out their college applications themselves? Wouldn't that mean I wouldn't get the admission bonus from the 8 universities? As I felt depressed, night quietly fell. At 7 p.m., just as Li Suifeng's patience was wearing thin and he was about to go home, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Zhang Daon led in an elderly man dressed in a long black robe, who appeared dignified and imposing. Greetings, young friendly. My name is Yuan Shengang, and I am here representing Wuji Academy. The old man in black robes was noticeably more approachable than the woman surnamed Ku. He not only gave her his full name but also explained with a smile, I just came from nearby Xingyue City. My plane was attacked by a monster on the way, which caused a delay. Young friendly, you don't mind, do you? Chapter 45 Yuan Chang'on's Conditions, Join Wuji Academy. Of course I don't mind, Senior Yuan, please have a seat. Li Suifeng stood up and greeted Yuan Shengang. If someone treats me with respect, I will treat them with even more respect. If someone wrongs me once, I will repay them tenfold. This is Li Suifeng's principle of conduct. This Yuan Shengang came from afar, and although he was of noble status, he was not arrogant at all, but rather approachable. She's so much better than that woman surnamed Ku. Li Suifeng naturally had a very good impression of him. Zhang Daong brewed tea for the two of them and sat aside pretending not to see them. I looked at Li Xiaoyou's information and exam videos on the plane. To be honest, I was pleasantly surprised. You not only have dual talents, but your combat skills are also quite remarkable. After some opening remarks, Yuan Chang'on's expression turned serious. Before I state my terms, young friendly, may I ask you a question? Please ask, Senior Yuan. Of the 18 weapons, which one would you choose as your future weapon? Li Suifeng was taken aback, and images of various weapons such as knives, spears, clubs, swords, halberds, and axes flashed through his mind. Finally, instinctively locking onto a weapon, he said, Senior Yuan, I will choose the knife. A knife? Why a knife? Yuan Xiaonan's eyes lit up. Because the knife is the most direct and has the strongest killing power, making it the most efficient at killing monsters. Li Suifeng looked serious. In his mind, although swords were elegant and sharp, they lacked the brutality and directness of knives. Although the spear is long and sharp, its lethality is too low when using techniques such as sweeping, slashing, and downward thrusting, and it doesn't have a high margin for error. Only the knife. Thrust, slash, cleave, reverse slash. It can be used with almost any technique. You can kill monsters in almost any way. For Li Suifeng, the monster-slaying maniac, isn't using a sword the most suitable weapon? It seems that my trip to Starfire City was worthwhile. After a loud laugh, Yuan Shengang solemnly said, Young friendly, the reason I asked you this question is to see if your personality is compatible with our Wuji Academy. Our Wuji Academy was also known as the Extreme Path Academy many years ago. This is because our school's motto is to pursue the ultimate. Not only the ultimate in martial arts, but also the ultimate in killing. Whether they are demonic beasts or alien monsters, they are all mortal enemies of humankind. The students we train must take the elimination of dissidents as their life's goal, without the slightest hesitation. Li Xiaoyu chose the sword because he yearned to slay demons and monsters and pursue the ultimate in killing, which perfectly aligns with the values of our academy. At this point, Yuan Shengang took a contract from his briefcase and handed it to Li Suifeng. Young friendly, these are the admission conditions that I, Yuan, have set for you. Li Suifeng took the contract and examined it. It turned out to be an A-level admission reward, and the contents were quite simple. As long as Li Suifeng joins Wuji Academy, his tuition will be waived for the first year, and he will also receive a scholarship of 100,000 Dragon Kingdom coins. They also enjoy basic benefits such as single dormitory rooms and 2 tubes of nutritional supplements per month. Upon enrollment, students can learn 2 martial arts techniques or body skills for free. It can't compare to the S-level reward of a top university, but it's comparable to Aunt Ku's C-level reward. The terms of this contract are very good. Li Suifeng put down the contract and said, Senior Yuan, if I were to negotiate further, would it be possible to persuade you to raise the entrance reward to S-level? Young friendly is a straightforward person, so I won't hold back anymore. Yuan Chang'on's expression turned serious. The requirements for admission by the 8 major universities are already very high. To obtain an S-level reward, even ordinary geniuses would find it difficult to achieve. One must have SS level or higher talent, or even double S-level talent. In addition, one must also obtain a perfect score in the martial arts exam and the college entrance examination. The many demands he made were all outrageous. Li Suifeng calculated that he could currently reach the level of becoming a first-tier martial artist. As for other requirements, they really cannot be met. That being said, the fact that 8 universities dare to make such outrageous demands means that someone can meet them. This kind of person should be considered one of the top geniuses in the Dragon Kingdom, right? How many are there? It seems this world is vast, and extraordinary geniuses emerge one after another. I'm not yet among the most outstanding geniuses, but that's alright, I have a system. Li Suifeng was filled with fighting spirit. As long as I keep defeating monsters, it's only a matter of time before I surpass these geniuses. Young friendly, an A-level reward is the limit I can give you. Yuan Shangang spoke again, his attitude sincere. Senior Yuan, I think I understand. Li Suifeng nodded, picked up the pen, and signed the contract. Why doesn't this child wait for the conditions of other schools? Yuan Shangang was somewhat surprised. Li Suifeng kept one of the signed contracts for himself and handed the other to Yuan Shangang. Senior Yuan, I am honored to become a member of Wuji Academy. Yuan Shangang's eyes lit up, and he laughed heartily. Young friendly, then I, Yuan, on behalf of Wuji Academy, welcome you. The two stood up and shook hands, Zhang Daon looking excited. Wuji Academy has declined somewhat in recent years. The rankings are also declining. However, looking at the whole of China, it is still something that many students can only dream of. It's a great start for Li Suifeng to get an A-level reward and join the group. The future is limitless. Young friendly, I have already transferred the 100,000 Dragon Kingdom currency reward to you. Then, Yuan Shangang readily made a series of operations on his phone and laughed. Li Suifeng glanced at his phone and, sure enough, received a notification of a 100,000 yuan transfer. The transfer was completed so quickly. Wuji Academy is truly wealthy and powerful. Li, did you see the clause in the contract that says report to the school within 7 days? At this moment, Yuan Shangang asked cautiously. I saw it, and I have no objection. Li Suifeng said. Summer vacation in this world is also 2 months long. The contract requiring him to report to Wuji Academy within 7 days was indeed a bit excessive, but Li Suifeng could barely accept it. Having finished the college entrance examination, he has already stepped into the starting point of his martial arts journey. To reach a higher level and witness a more glorious martial arts world, he must go to big cities and big stages. Since we're leaving Starfire City anyway, what difference does it make sooner or later? That's fine then. Yuan Shangang nodded and explained, the reason we require outstanding candidates to arrive at school early is because the abyss barrier guarding our school has been frequently trembling lately, with alien races constantly breaking out and attempting to invade the human world. Although these alien races have been killed under our powerful suppression, according to General Morong's prediction, a great calamity will befall Wuji City, where our school is located, within a year. In order to prepare for this disaster in advance, our school will devote its utmost efforts to quickly train all students, to make them true martial artists and warriors, in order to prevent the disaster from happening in the first place. The information he revealed filled Li Suifeng with surprise and doubt. Zhang Daon, clearly possessing a wealth of knowledge, explained from the side, young friendly, there are many abyssal barriers in this world. They appear randomly, cannot be sealed off, and are scattered throughout the land. Those alien races are transported to our human kingdom through these barriers. The cities where the 8 academies are located all have abyssal barriers. The 8 academies' responsibilities, besides training martial artists, are to suppress these abyssal barriers and protect the stability of the country. Li Suifeng suddenly understood upon hearing this. In comparison, alien races pose a significantly greater threat to humanity than demonic beasts. The monsters only roam in the uninhabited areas outside the city. Meanwhile, other races could use these barriers to teleport to human kingdoms and slaughter and persecute humans. The General Morong that Professor Yuan mentioned possesses the SS-level talent foresight. She clearly used this talent to foresee the future crisis of Wuji City. Zhang Daong continued speaking, his expression suddenly turning to shock. But it's such a secret, Professor Yuan, is it really okay for you to reveal it to an outsider like me like this? Yuan Shangang laughed and said, this is hardly a secret. Now, all the teachers and students of Wuji Academy know this news. Because of this, the students' fighting spirit is even higher than before. They are all working hard day and night to become stronger quickly in order to cope with this unknown disaster. That's fine then. Zhang Daon breathed a sigh of relief. Li Suifeng's eyes flickered, Senior Yuan, I know the whole story. I promise you, I will definitely go to Wuji Academy to report for duty in 7 days. Chapter 46 Sukai faints from anger, Anka remains stubborn, and they leave Xingho City. Night. When Xiaoman entered the entrance hall of a villa, she was warmly welcomed by a group of servants. Before the servants, an elderly man with graying temples and a prosperous appearance extended his hand with a fawning smile. "Commissioner Ko, my name is Su Shenyan, and I am Su Kai's father." Xiaoman returned the greeting briefly, then her gaze fell on the face of the young man beside Su Shenyan, and she asked, "You are Su Kai?" Su Kai, with several bruises on his face and a somber expression, said without any emotion, "It's me." "Hello, Commissioner Ku." Xiaoman nodded and, led by Su Shenyan, entered the elegantly decorated living room. "Commissioner Ko, this century-old Longjing tea has a delicate and elegant flavor, and it is a specialty of our Xingho city. You should definitely try it." Su Shenyan introduced the tea in front of Xiaoman. Xiaoman wasn't very interested in drinking tea, and looked directly at Su Kai, saying, "Su Kai, you haven't filled out your college application yet, have you?" Su Kai shook his head. "Are you interested in joining Sky Blue Academy? As a representative of Sky Blue Academy, I can offer you a B-level admission reward." Xiaoman said calmly. Su Kai remained silent, still immersed in the grief of failing the college entrance examination and being beaten by Li Suifeng, unable to extricate himself from it. Su Shenyan's eyes lit up. He was very wealthy and not particularly interested in the size of the entrance reward. All he wanted was the attitude of the 8 universities. Now that Xiaoman has come all this way, Tianlan Academy is showing its sincerity. That's suitable. "Commissioner Ko, my son is willing to join Tianlan Academy." Su Shenyan directly decided his son's future. Su Kai remained silent and unresponsive throughout. Xiaoman was somewhat disappointed. This B-level reward was actually prepared for Li Suifeng. Unfortunately, Li Suifeng's foul mouth offended her. She could only settle for pursuing Su Kai instead. It seems that Su Kai doesn't have much of a personality now, and such people often face many hardships on their path to martial arts. Su Kai was originally a favorite to be the top scholar in the city, but unfortunately he suffered a Waterloo at the hands of Li Suifeng. His current depression is mostly due to this. However, his dragon genes are an excellent talent, so his martial arts potential may not be lower than Li Suifeng's. As long as he regains his confidence and gets out of his predicament, he will definitely have the opportunity to surpass Li Suifeng in the future. Xiaoman muttered to herself, still holding a grudge against Li Suifeng for calling her Anku. Both parties signed a contract. Xiaoman was just about to say goodbye. Just then, Su Shenyan's phone rang. He picked it up, glanced at it, and quickly put it away, his expression becoming unnatural. "Father, I saw him." "Was it Li Suifeng?" The usually taciturn Su Kai suddenly let out a low roar. "Son, you've mistaken me for someone else." Just as Su Shenyan was about to comfort him, Su Kai quickly snatched the phone, unlocked it, and stared intently at the video on the screen. Upon hearing the name Li Suifeng, Xiaoman had already stopped in her tracks. Now, she seized the opportunity to come to Su Kai's side and look at her phone screen. Then, Xiaoman's eyes widened involuntarily. But in the video playing on the phone, a boy was on the ring, fighting against a slender martial artist. The gaunt martial artist acted swiftly and decisively, demonstrating considerable strength. He was clearly a second-tier martial artist. Yes. At the crucial moment, the gaunt martial artist was knocked unconscious by the young man. Although the boy eventually collapsed and could not get up due to snake venom. But in this battle, the boy was undoubtedly the winner. Even more outrageous is that this young man is none other than Li Suifeng. How is this possible? After the video finished playing, Xiaoman was completely shocked. Judging from the video, Li Suifeng has undoubtedly become a first-level martial artist, but what's outrageous is that he actually defeated a second-level martial artist. Impossible. This is impossible. Doesn't the book say that the difference in martial arts realms leads to an insurmountable gap in strength? How could Li Suifeng defeat a second-tier martial artist? At this moment, Su Kai woke up with a start, his face flushed red, and threw his phone on the ground, smashing it to pieces. Originally, he wanted to cultivate diligently and reach the realm of martial artist before challenging Li Suifeng to a duel. What's the point of fighting now? Li Suifeng, who is at the first level, is already able to fight against a second-level martial artist. Among martial artists of the same rank, who could be his match? Overwhelmed by these thoughts and the intense shock, Su Kai's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed onto the sofa, fainting from anger. "Someone come here, Xiao Kai is tired, help him to rest." Su Shenyan was startled. He checked his son's pulse and, after confirming that he was all right, he ordered his servants to take Su Kai away. Then he looked at Kusilman with an awkward expression. Commissioner Ku, staying in a hotel is quite inconvenient. Would you like to stay at my humble abode for one night before you leave? No need. Kusilman swallowed hard before answering. Then I'll arrange for a driver to take you. Su Shunyan arranged for the driver to take Kusilman away, his face turning gloomy. This video of Li Suifeng is circulating in all the martial arts groups in Xingho City. And coincidentally, Commissioner Ku saw it. Will she think more highly of Li Suifeng because of this, and thus neglect my son? I hope that won't happen. At the same time, inside the speeding luxury limousine, Kusilman was still in a daze as she recalled the video she had just watched. A genius with the ability to fight across borders. There aren't many like that in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Such talent is undoubtedly extremely rare. Is this foul-mouthed teenager who calls himself Aunt Ko really such a talent? And yet, I missed out on it? After a long time, Kusilman, looking out the window, gradually came to her senses and stubbornly insisted, she has talent, but her personality is too bad. People who are talented but lack virtue often cannot reach the limit on the path of martial arts. She's not worth worrying about. That was the only way she could console herself. Midnight. When Li Suifeng returned home, the dining room lights were on. Wearing work clothes and covered in dirt, Li Jianming is eating noodles. Wang Wen sat to the side, looking at her husband with pity and admiration. Dad, are you working overtime? Li Suifeng walked into the restaurant. Yes, I just got off work. Son, are you hungry? Your mom cooked some noodles, want to eat some together? Li Jianming asked with a smile. I just ate, I'm not eating anymore. Li Suifeng sat down next to his parents, his expression becoming complicated. Son, what's wrong? Wang Wen noticed something was off about her son's face and quickly asked him what was wrong. Mom and Dad, I'm going to Wuji City in 7 days. Li Suifeng told the truth. The couple were taken aback at first, and Wang Wen quickly asked what was going on. Li Suifeng recounted his experience of joining Wuji Academy. So, son, you've already joined the Wuji Academy? That's great news. Since the school requires it, you just need to report on time. The two elders immediately beamed with joy, deeply saddened and worried about their son's departure. But then I thought about how my son would forge his own path in the future. They were genuinely happy. But Mom and Dad, we won't be able to see each other every day anymore. Li Suifeng's face was gloomy. Silly child, the internet is so advanced now, we can video chat every day if we want to meet. Also, you can come back to see us when you have a holiday. Wang Wen smiled brightly, but her eyes were filled with tears. Li Jianming's expression was serious. Since you're studying, you have to work hard and be diligent. Don't listen to your mother. Don't worry about things at home. Just take care of yourself. That night, Li Suifeng didn't rush back to his bedroom to seclude himself, but instead chatted with his parents in the dining room until the early hours of the morning. With the time to leave his hometown drawing ever closer, Li Suifeng only wanted to spend the limited time he had with his family. The next morning, Li Suifeng demanded that his father take leave from work and even threatened him with not going to university. Li Jianming had no choice but to ask for leave and leave home with his wife and children. Half an hour later, the family of 4 took a taxi to the bustling city center. There are significantly more high-rise buildings here than in the old district. Li Suifeng brought his family to a nearby residential complex called Yunxiaohaoding. Wang Wen looked around, puzzled. Son, why did you bring us here? Li Suifeng smiled and said, Mom and Dad, didn't I say that I would move you to a new house after the college entrance examination? Move to another house? Wang Wen was startled, then grabbed Li Suifeng's arm and said urgently in a low voice, Xiaofeng, do you know how expensive the houses here are? Don't worry, everything is under control. Li Suifeng smiled and replied, leading the two elders to the 16th floor of building number 1 before they could say anything more. Zhang Daong, dressed in a suit, was waiting at the elevator entrance. Upon seeing Li Suifeng and his group appear, he quickly greeted the two elders, opened the door, and introduced the situation inside the house. Gentlemen, you've already seen the situation at Cloud Court. The community has green spaces, parks, and small gardens. And what you see here is a fully furnished apartment, totaling 180 square meters, with all the necessary furniture. After his introduction, Wang Wen and Li Jianming started sweating profusely. The old house they lived in was less than 70 square meters in size and the environment was very dirty and messy. Even so, it still took half a lifetime's savings to buy it back then. And how much money would it cost to buy this property, which can be considered a luxury home? The two elders dared not think any further. Li Suifeng pulled Zhang Dayong aside and said, "Master Zhang, the number I gave last night." Zhang Dayong chuckled softly, "My martial arts friend no longer lives in Xingho City, and this property was just sitting idle anyway. When he heard that you wanted to buy it, he agreed to sell it to you for 1.56 million. So straightforward." Li Suifeng's eyes lit up. Earlier, he had mentioned buying a house to Zhang Dayong. Zhang Dayong, after all, ran a martial arts school and had extensive connections in the city, so he had long been keeping an eye on Li Suifeng. Just last night, I learned that a friend was selling his property, so I explained the situation to Li Suifeng. Li Suifeng also gave a tentative offer. Surprisingly, the property owner agreed. "Master Zhang, consider this a favor I, Li Suifeng, owe to your friend. If he ever needs any help in the future, just let me know." Li Suifeng made the promise directly. Based on the findings of the investigation, this Cloud Sky Mansion is one of the top 2 residential communities in Xingho City. The price of the unfinished apartment alone was about the same as Li Suifeng's quote. Not to mention the fully furnished units. Getting this house for 1.56 million is an absolute steal. "Don't worry, young friendly, I will pass on the message to my friend. He sees your promising future and wants to establish goodwill in advance," Zhang Dayong said. After settling the matter of the house, Li Suifeng stopped going outside the city to grind monsters and instead spent the little time he had left with his family. On the 4th day, under Li Suifeng's urging, the family of 4 successfully moved to their new home. That night, Yaya was incredibly excited, and Wang Wan and Li Jianming both cried with joy. On the 7th day, the day of parting arrived. Early in the morning, Li Suifeng arrived at the airport on the outskirts of the city, accompanied by his family. In the waiting room, Li Suifeng, carrying a suitcase and a backpack, was forced by Wang Wan to have a plastic bag shoved into his hand. "Son, here are some boiled eggs and braised beef that Mom prepared. Eat something if you get hungry on the way." "Okay, Mom." Li Suifeng readily took the bag and patted his little sister's head. "Little Yaya, you have to be a good girl while your brother is away." "Wa'ada." "Okay, brother, I'll be good." "Wa'ada." Li Jiaoyue hugged Li Suifeng and cried non-stop, her tears soaking Li Suifeng's shirt. Li Suifeng then instructed his parents, "Mom and Dad, I will earn my own money when I go to university. Use the money I leave you to buy more supplements for Yeye. Also, let her join Jingxiang Martial Arts Academy to exercise more. Children from wealthy families start exercising during their developmental years. Some scientific experiments have also shown that students who train from a young age are more likely to awaken their talents at the age of 17 than students who do not train." With a certain economic foundation, Li Suifeng hoped that his younger sister's path in martial arts would be smoother than his own. "My child, Mom knows. Mom will raise Xiaoye well." Wang Wen made a solemn promise. Li Suifeng stared at Li Jianming again, his expression serious. "Your son is financially independent now, and you no longer need to be exploited like a beast of burden. You are only allowed to work 8 hours a day. If I find out that you are working overtime, I will immediately expel you from school." Li Jianming couldn't help but laugh and scold. "You always use these 2 sentences to threaten your old man. Do you want to get beaten up?" Li Suifeng raised his arm, showing off his impressive biceps. "Wake up, Dad, you're no match for me." "You brat!" Li Jianming said with a laugh, his eyes red. Aircraft M732 is about to take off. Then, the boarding announcement came over the loudspeaker. Li Suifeng gave his family a hug and waved, saying, "Goodbye, Mom and Dad." "Goodbye, yeah. I jogged into the boarding gate with my suitcase." Watching her son leave, Yaya burst into tears. Wang Wen and Li Jianming were also sobbing softly. "Why is this plane so small?" Inside the M732 aircraft, Li Suifeng, carrying a suitcase, walked in and discovered that the cabin was very small, with only about 20 seats. At this time, most of the seats had already been occupied, and the occupants were teenagers around the same age as Li Suifeng. "Student, this plane has been chartered by Wuji Academy. After taking off again, we will not need to transfer and will go directly to Wuji Academy." A flight attendant, who was leading the way, introduced the place with a smile. Li Suifeng suddenly realized. This aircraft is not a large passenger plane, but a small, dedicated passenger plane. The other teenagers on the plane, like him, were outstanding students from various cities in the same province. They had also been recruited in advance by Yuan Shengang and, like Li Suifeng, had gone to Wuji Academy to register ahead of time. Li Suifeng found an empty seat and sat down. A moment later, the cabin shook, the plane took off from the runway, soared into the sky, and left Xingho City under the blue sky and white clouds. Chapter 47: The Super Crowd, Ma Zhanghao. Inside the noisy cabin. Some of the boys and girls put on headphones and closed their eyes to rest. Others curiously looked out the window, experiencing everything with wonder. They come from different cities and are all winners of this year's college entrance examination. Not only did he have excellent grades, but he was also recruited by Wuji Academy with attractive offers, making him a true prodigy. Li Suifeng, also a prodigy, sat by the window, gazing blankly at the scenery outside. Suddenly a voice came from the side, "Brother, aren't you Li Suifeng, the top scholar from Xingho City?" Li Suifeng turned his head and saw a young man wearing a baseball cap and trendy clothes sitting next to him. "It's me," Li Suifeng said calmly. "Wow. It really is you. Bro, I watched your practical exam video, it seems you broke the Starfire City record? That's awesome." The boy was very enthusiastic and didn't forget to introduce himself. "My name is Ma Zhanghao, and I am the runner-up in this year's college entrance examination in Green Shade City." "Oh, hello." Li Suifeng responded, and Ma Zhanghao immediately launched into a conversation. "Brother, is this your first time on a plane too? So you know that the best way for us humans to travel is actually by teleportation array?" "No. Do you also know why we didn't take the teleportation array to Wuji City this time?" "I don't know. It's because our Shangnan province doesn't have inter-provincial teleportation arrays yet at most, we only have intercity teleportation arrays." "I see. Besides teleportation arrays, the second best way to travel is actually by airplane. The wilderness is occupied by monsters, and roads and railways are destroyed by them, and it's too difficult to rebuild them. Airplanes don't need any of that, they only need a runway to take off and soar through the sky." "What a great invention!" Ma Zhanghao sighed. Li Suifeng had figured it out, this kid was a natural chatterbox. "But since I have nothing to do right now, chatting won't be a problem. Aren't there flying monsters in the sky too? Won't they attack our planes?" "Every aircraft in our Dragon Kingdom is equipped with a whistling sound array, which can release extremely strong sound wave frequencies. These frequencies are inaudible to human ears, but they are highly disruptive to demonic beasts with exceptional hearing, causing them great discomfort. Therefore, flying demonic beasts will instinctively stay away when they hear these sound waves. This is why our aircraft can fly safely." As Ma Zhanghao was explaining something, a boy nearby shouted, "Ma Zhanghao, every time you discuss something, things always go in the opposite direction." "Shut your jinx." Ma Zhanghao curled his lip. "You, so what if I took your second place? Is it really necessary to slander me like this?" "I didn't slander you." Yuyu's face tense. "Quickly stop discussing airplanes." "I won't." "Who do you think you are?" Ma Zhanghao snorted, still smiling as he looked at Li Suifeng. "Brotherly, do you know that the safety rate of air travel in our country is 98%? "I don't know that." "So, on average, only 2 out of 100 planes will be attacked by monsters?" "Yes, such a situation is very rare, but even if it happens, it's not a big deal, because according to national law, every plane must have a superhuman martial artist on board. In other words, there must be a superhuman martial artist hiding on our plane." Ma Zhanghao is very confident. Li Suifeng was secretly surprised. Whether it's Su Sifeng, the city lord of Xingho City, or other high-ranking officials such as the Minister of Education, the Deputy City Lord, and the Commander of the City Guard, they are all said to be at the second level of martial arts, also known as the Extraordinary Warrior level. The Transcendent Realm belongs to the third realm of martial artists. Martial artists at this stage possess the ability to fly without relying on talent, and have formidable combat power, with destructive power comparable to a small nuclear weapon. He could easily become a high-ranking official even if he were in the provincial capital. Now he's been assigned to be a bodyguard on an airplane? No wonder air travel has become a safe and popular mode of transportation in this country teeming with monsters. So that's how it is. Even disregarding the fact that there are extraordinary experts on board, considering the 98% probability of an attack, our plane will definitely be safe and sound. So, brotherly, you don't need to be nervous." Ma Zhanghao was trying to reassure Li Suifeng, fearing he might be nervous. Suddenly, "Call out!" A faint shriek could be heard from outside the cabin. "Oh no! It's that jinx!" Ma Zhanghao starting to exert his influence. Yu, who was not far away, roared and rushed to the window to check the situation outside the plane. Li Suifeng also looked out the window immediately and noticed a dozen or so tiny black dots appearing above the clouds in the distance. As they drew closer, the black dots quickly transformed into blue bird demons. From a distance, these bird demons looked to be about the size of a palm. This shows that its true size is at least comparable to that of an adult. It's actually a second-tier demonic beast, the azure peregrine falcon. They have the ability to shut off their eardrums and block out external sounds, making them one of the few demonic beasts in the air that can ignore the whispering array. What a coincidence that we've run into a flock of azure peregrine falcons. What terrible luck! Seeing this, Ma Zhanghao wasn't alarmed. Instead, his expression was playful. The azure peregrine falcon excels in speed, but its attack power is relatively weak. With their abilities, it's simply unrealistic for them to inflict damage on the machine. Unless another bird demon capable of withstanding the howling sound formation, the Raging Wave Giant Eagle, also appears, but the possibility of that is extremely slim. After all, the Raging Wave Giant Eagle is extremely rare. There are only a handful in the entire Shangnan province. Before he could finish speaking, chirp! Another sharp bird cry came from behind the flock of blue peregrine falcons. Immediately afterwards, another black dot approached, transforming into a giant eagle twice the size of a blue peregrine falcon. The giant eagle's feathers were as black as armor, gleaming with a cold luster under the sunlight. Even from a great distance, a pair of eagle eyes radiates a captivating and sharp light. From a distance, they look like two spheres of light. After glancing at the giant eagle, Li Suifeng suddenly turned to look at Ma Zhanghao. But Ma Zhanghao looked embarrassed. How come the raging eagle actually appeared? Aren't we just too unlucky? But it's okay, unless... Shut up! Li Suifeng roared and rushed over to cover Ma Zhanghao's mouth with his hand. Although he did not believe Yu's statement. But every time Ma Zhanghao sets a goal, he is proven wrong the very next second. This is just too mysterious. For the sake of aircraft safety, we absolutely cannot let him continue talking. Overwhelmed with worry, Yu roared, I told you long ago, this kid has a jinx. Every time he opens his mouth, something bad is bound to happen. Now you believe me? Hey buddy, you better shut Ma Zhanghao up right now, to prevent things from getting any worse. Chapter 48 Extraordinary Martial Artist Takes Action, a Crazy Plan. Wah-ah! Unable to speak with his mouth gagged, Ma Zhanghao kept winking at Li Suifeng. Brother, although I don't think you really have any jinx about you, the situation is urgent right now. For everyone's safety, we must act carefully. So after I let go, you must remain silent, understand? After receiving a nod from Ma Zhanghao, Li Suifeng let go of the hand and looked out the window, where he saw blue peregrine falcons flying on both sides of the passenger plane, showing no sign of leaving. The enormous eagle of the raging waves flapped its huge wings and charged toward the passenger plane with a gust of wind. Its momentum was absolutely ferocious. Dear students, we are under attack by a horde of monsters. Please remain seated and fasten your seatbelts. The flight attendant's gentle voice came over the intercom. Li Suifeng quickly sat down, gripping the armrests and seatbelt tightly. Just then, a loud boom was heard. The entire cabin shook violently, as if it had been struck by a giant sledgehammer. The intense impact left everyone inside the cabin feeling weak, dizzy, and disoriented. It hurts so much. Sitting by the window, Li Suifeng felt a metallic taste in his mouth and saw blood flowing from the corner of his mouth through the reflection in the window. This giant eagle's single impact caused me internal injuries? And that's with the possibility of isolating the impact. If it had touched my physical body, wouldn't I have instantly turned into a bloody mist? Li Suifeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked to the side with a startled expression. At this moment, Ma Zhanghao, who was known for his jinxed words, closed his eyes and looked pained, as if he had fainted from the impact just now. In the other seats, all the students had expressions of pain, and some were vomiting and coughing up blood. Splash! The cabin door at the end of the aisle was opened, and the flight attendant appeared. She had taken off her original uniform and put on a silver combat suit that accentuated her figure. Her face was no longer gentle, it was now serious. Beside her stood an elderly man with a full white beard. The old man was nearly 2 meters wide, his massive body taking up the entire passageway. He wore loose-fitting cloth clothes and looked like a low mountain. Dear students, no matter what happens next, you must remain seated. With Senior Gong here, we will be in no danger. The flight attendant, dressed in combat gear, offered a reassuring word and opened the cabin door. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The wind howled and rushed into the cabin, distorting everyone's faces and vibrating their eardrums. Splash! The moment the cabin door closed, the mountain-sized old man had already disappeared into the cabin. Li Suifeng, standing by the window, immediately saw a towering figure appear in front of the giant eagle of the raging waves, which was preparing to crash into the passenger plane again. It was none other than that esteemed Elder Gong. Is war about to break out? A battle between a transcendent-level martial artist and a lord-level demonic beast. Li Suifeng's eyes were bright, and his blood was boiling. Under his watchful gaze, the raging eagle began a fierce attack on Elder Gong. Thump thump. It's unknown what kind of talent that Senior Gong awakened. A long sword suddenly appeared in his hand, and with each swing, it unleashed a streak of azure blade energy that struck the raging wave eagle. The impact of the giant eagle can cause great damage to passenger planes, but it had little effect on Senior Gong. The latter's blade, as majestic as a mountain, always manages to slash back the giant eagle, whose size is comparable to a passenger plane. After repeating this process several times, the process was repeated many times. Many feathers fell from the giant eagle's body, and gaping wounds appeared from the blade energy. Fresh blood was gushing onto the ground. This scene put Li Suifeng's mind at ease. But the next second, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. It seems that Senior Gong has won this battle. We should be safe now. Li Suifeng turned his head and stared, only to find that Mai Zhanghao had woken up and was nervously watching the situation outside the window. Ding ding ding. Just then, the cabin shook again. Li Suifeng looked out the window again and saw that a flock of blue peregrine falcons were ramming the passenger plane with their bodies, trying to stop it. The impact of passenger planes often sends these blue peregrine falcons flying into extremely distant airspace. But they seem oblivious to pain and fatigue, stabilizing themselves in mid-air before crashing down again. This situation caught the attention of Elder Gong, who wanted to fly over to provide support. Chirp chirp. A mocking glint flashed in the eyes of the raging wave giant eagle. Its massive body moved sideways in front of Elder Gong, its wings slashing down like double blades, firmly binding Elder Gong to the spot. These monsters can even use tactics? They're practically geniuses. Mai Zhanghao muttered a complaint, glanced at a certain window, and hesitated before speaking. Following his gaze, Li Suifeng noticed a window that had developed cracks due to repeated collisions with the blue peregrine falcon, posing a risk of breaking. If the window breaks, the airflow into the cabin could throw us out. This must be prevented from happening. Faced with such a crisis, many of the most promising young talents were filled with fear and anxiety, but Li Suifeng remained calm and thought things through rationally. His purpose in traveling to Wuji City was to showcase his talent on a larger stage. He didn't want to die thousands of meters in the air before he could even rise to prominence. Soon, Li Suifeng came up with a plan, took the initiative to unbuckle his seatbelt, and went to the aisle. Hey kid, what are you doing? This isn't a time for fooling around. Get back to your seat right now. The flight attendant thought Li Suifeng was there to cause trouble and angrily scolded him. Sister, Senior Gong is tied up and unable to come to our rescue. These peregrine falcons have launched another suicide attack, and we are in a passive position. If we don't find a way to break this deadlock, we'll all be doomed if the plane goes out of control. Li Suifeng's expression was very serious, and his gaze was penetrating. The flight attendant was taken aback, thinking to herself, this child has such strong composure, how can he remain calm even at a moment like this? He then asked, classmate, do you have any ideas? These azure peregrine falcons are merely commander-level demonic beasts, incomparable to the raging wave giant eagle. If we were to fight at high altitude, we would be unable to fly and would be no match for them. However, if we could lure them into the cabin and engage them in face-to-face combat, we would still have a chance to kill them. Li Suifeng explained his plan, and the flight attendant glared at him, saying, student, these azure peregrine falcons are wild demonic beasts, not the artificially bred, docile demonic beasts you killed in the trial realm. Their combat power is already formidable, not to mention they are all commander level. The official definition of a commander level monster is equivalent to a martial artist's realm. Their combat strength is comparable to that of a mini-boss in the wild. If a single head is led into the cabin, it can certainly be killed. But to simultaneously introduce a dozen or so animals into the cabin? Wouldn't that be suicide? Sister, based on my observation, all the windows will be smashed within minutes at most. Then the turbulence will be so intense that some people will definitely be swept out of the plane and die. Rather than waiting to die, I think we should take the initiative. Li Suifeng said with a burning gaze, I am confident that I can fight them, and I believe others can too. Upon hearing this, the boy named Yu roared, just as this classmate said, rather than waiting to die, we might as well take the initiative and fight back. That way, I can die content. Yes. I also approve of this student's plan. Soon, a second and a third person stepped forward. Although they and Li Suifeng were complete strangers. But like Li Suifeng, they possessed youthful spirit and wanted to decide their own fate at crucial moments. Since that's the case, I'll grant your request. But let me make this clear beforehand, these monsters are extremely dangerous. If you can't kill them, please retreat immediately and don't linger in the fight. Influenced by others, the flight attendant also changed her mind and flung open the cabin door with a whoosh. In a short time, a fierce wind howled in. Instead of attacking the window, a blue peregrine falcon transformed into a black shadow and burst into the cabin. Chapter 49, A Frenzied Carnage in the Cabin. Whoosh! The blue peregrine falcon that rushed into the cabin was about the same height as an adult, around 1.75 meters. Its long wings, once spread, touched the sides of the cabin. Clang, clang, clang. Its wings moved like blades. The blue peregrine falcon that was the first to rush into the cabin actually tried to cut the cabin open from the inside. You fiend, cease your arrogance! A sharp shout rang out, and the tall flight attendant, like a cheetah, instantly rushed in front of the blue peregrine falcon. Hiss, 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 hiss. The flight attendant's arm moved like a spear, leaving after images as she stabbed, instantly creating gashes on the blue peregrine falcon's body, from which blood flowed. Whoosh! The flight attendant was about to give chase when a whistling sound came from behind. She quickly stopped and turned around, only to find a second, a third, more blue peregrine falcons rushing into the cabin. The cabin, which was originally quite spacious, became crowded instantly after the arrival of these animals. Sister, leave these demonic beasts to me. A familiar voice rang out, and the flight attendant was surprised to find that Li Suifeng had appeared out of nowhere, standing behind her and blocking the blue peregrine falcons. Hey kid, hide. I don't need your help. The flight attendant was very touched, but also very nervous. At times like these, someone dares to appear behind you and share the burden. It is clear that Li Suifeng is an upright and kind child. However, such children are often prone to losing their temper, failing to distinguish between right and wrong, and may lose their lives in the chaos. The flight attendant was terrified of this kind of thing happening, and would rather be surrounded by monsters herself than let Li Suifeng be in danger. Sister, we agreed to be teammates, how could I betray you? Li Suifeng stared at the few blue peregrine falcons like a lecherous man looking at a group of beautiful women, his eyes burning with desire. These days, he cherishes his time and spends it with his family day and night, and hasn't gone out to hunt monsters. His desire to grind monsters was constantly rising. On days when there are no monsters to fight, it feels like ants are crawling all over me, it's so uncomfortable. At the moment. Finally, a monster appeared. An opportunity to vent anger and grind monsters is right in front of them. How could you miss it? But the flight attendant was about to say something when she heard a thump. A radiance emanated from Li Suifeng, burning fiercely like flames. Just then, the three blue peregrine falcons cried out in alarm and charged towards them. Hey kid! Get behind me right now! The flight attendant grabbed Li Suifeng's arm, trying to pull him behind her. Although there was another blue peregrine falcon behind them, this animal was already injured and was no match for the three menacing blue peregrine falcons. Li Suifeng could barely handle it. To the flight attendant's surprise, Li Suifeng, who was covered in golden light, seemed to be rooted in an old tree and could not be moved at all. Instead, after breaking free from the flight attendant's arm, Li Suifeng took the initiative and charged towards the three blue peregrine falcons. Hey classmate! Come back quickly! The flight attendant screamed in terror. Even for her, dealing with these three blue peregrine falcons would be difficult. Li Suifeng was just a student. Why did he take the initiative to fight the three blue peregrine falcons? Wasn't he just courting death? Yes. Li Suifeng, undeterred by any obstacle, was like an arrow shot from a bow, with no turning back. Ignoring the flight attendant's voice, he resolutely unleashed a golden fist strike. Boom! With a loud bang, feathers flew everywhere, and a blue peregrine falcon staggered backward, only stopping after crashing into a seat. But then he saw that the spot on his chest where the fist's energy had blasted through was covered in blood. He had actually been injured. How could that be? The flight attendant's eyes widened in disbelief. Despite being at a huge disadvantage of fighting three opponents alone, Li Suifeng's punch actually injured a flaming peregrine falcon first. How did you do that? Whoosh! Seeing their companion injured, the other two blue peregrine falcons cried out in anger, and then their wings slashed at Li Suifeng like blades. The distance was too close, and Li Suifeng had no opportunity to throw a punch, so he could only raise his arms to block. The wounded blue peregrine falcon roared, its eyes reddening as it charged forward to join the fight against Li Suifeng. Li Suifeng shouted sharply, and light elemental energy shone on his raised arms, condensing into a shield-like barrier. Clang clang clang. Clang clang clang. The light shield blocked the slashing attacks from the wings of several blue peregrine falcons. Li Suifeng stepped back, but his defense remained intact and he did not suffer any damage. They actually blocked it? The flight attendant stared in astonishment. As the only service personnel and guard on duty for this passenger plane, she was quite capable. She could even fight back normally against one or two blue peregrine falcons. However, if she were to face 3 or more blue peregrine falcons, even she would find herself in a passive position and unable to defend herself. Li Suifeng, on the other hand, not only injured a blue peregrine falcon. With its excellent defense, it was able to easily block the attacks of the 3 blue peregrine falcons. It's perfect in both offense and defense. This guy is amazing. Not far away, Yu, who was still watching, had admiration written all over his face. Although he was full of fighting spirit and ready to fight the monsters. But mental preparation and actual action are two different things. When he saw the ferocious blue peregrine falcons enter the cabin, he instinctively felt uneasy and dared not make a move. Li Suifeng, on the other hand, not only took the initiative to attack, but also got into a fierce fight with these 3 demonic beasts. That's incredibly powerful. As expected of the top scholar in Starfire City. His combat ability is even more formidable than in the video. On the other side, Mai Zhanghao, known for his jinxing, exclaimed in surprise, "It seems these 3 blue peregrine falcons can't do anything to Li." The words had barely left his mouth. A hissing sound rang out. It turned out that a blue peregrine falcon circled around to Li Suifeng's side, used its sharp wings to cross the light element barrier, and left a wound on his waist and abdomen. Because of the distance, Li Suifeng could not hear Mai Zhanghao's curse and was unaware that he had been poisoned. All he knew was that the 3 blue peregrine falcons were fierce and intelligent, and if he didn't switch from defense to offense, he would only become more and more passive, and might even be in mortal danger. "Someone cover me!" Li Suifeng roared, and Yu was suddenly awakened, immediately striking out with his palm. Flames, like waves, poured down on the body of a blue peregrine falcon. Amidst the chirping sounds, the blue peregrine falcon thrashed about, trying to extinguish the fire. Taking advantage of this lull, Li Suifeng felt a sudden relief from the pressure and seized the opportunity to swoop down and get close to a blue peregrine falcon. Heavenly Light Long Fist. The golden fist energy, resembling a cannonball, merged with the 5 fingers and slammed hard into the chest of the blue peregrine falcon. Puff puff puff. The fist had not yet penetrated the flesh and blood of the blue peregrine falcon. However, the immense power of the light element penetrated its body, completely shattering its internal organs. With a mournful cry, the blue peregrine falcon suddenly collapsed to the ground. The long-awaited system message then appeared before my eyes: slaying the flame falcon, talent points plus 300. Killing one gives you 300 talent points? That's equivalent to killing a dozen or 20 ordinary level demonic beasts. Li Suifeng looked delighted and scanned his surroundings. If I wipe out all the blue peregrine falcons here, wouldn't I gain 3 to 5,000 talent points? Kill. Driven by high morale, Li Suifeng charged without stopping toward the blue peregrine falcon that Yu had ignited. Clang clang clang. The remaining blue peregrine falcon, seeing that Li Suifeng dared to leave his back to it, was naturally enraged and attacked. However, its blade-like wings landed on Li Suifeng's back, but only left some shallow bloodstains. They could not damage Li Suifeng's bones or stop him from attacking the azure peregrine falcon that was burning the fire. Bang! The golden fist energy exploded on the blazing blue peregrine falcon. The powerful impact caused the blue peregrine falcon to fly out of the hatch and plummet towards the boundless earth. Slaying the azure peregrine falcon, talent points plus 300. The system notification flashed again, signifying the death of the blue peregrine falcon. Overjoyed, Li Suifeng touched his back, his fingertips glistening with blood, demonstrating that the azure peregrine falcon, as a commander-level demonic beast, possessed immense attack power, exceeding the limits of the mad crocodile's hide. As a result, Li Suifeng was unable to completely avoid injury. Fortunately, their thick hides and tough skin reduced the peregrine falcon's damage output. Aside from minor external injuries, Li Suifeng was otherwise unharmed. "Hey, let me stop your bleeding," a cute girl in a pink tulle dress called out. Immediately afterwards, she clasped her hands together, and a green light drifted down onto Li Suifeng's back. The gushing blood was stopped. Fresh flesh and blood wriggle and grow. Li Suifeng's back injury healed instantly. This girl is a wet nurse too. Her milk supply is much more than that chubby Wang Jun's. Feeling the healing of his back injury, Li Suifeng's eyes lit up, and he called out again, "Hey girl, my energy and stamina are starting to decline, can you give me a boost?" The girl in the pink dress blushed, "My talent can help you increase your energy and strength, but can't you put it more elegantly?" "Okay, sis, heal me quickly." Li Suifeng howled and charged toward the nearest blue peregrine falcon. The girl in pink skirt. What a brave yet rude person. The girl in the pink dress murmured to herself, then clasped her hands together. More and more green light fell on Li Suifeng's head. Moment. His energy and physical strength are recovering rapidly. This energy recovery speed is practically like taking drugs. Doesn't that mean that with this girl's help, my great sunlight can last indefinitely? Li Suifeng's eyes lit up. Among S-level talents, the Great Sun's light was undoubtedly a bug-like existence. But its problem is that the battery life is too short. The appearance of this nanny girl undoubtedly solved the battery life problem. This talent makes him almost invincible. Dry. With a sudden surge of 30 times in instantaneous power and speed, Li Suifeng was so fast that he was like a phantom, instantly crashing into the chest of another blue peregrine falcon. Bang! The blue peregrine falcon slammed into the cabin wall, causing the entire passenger plane to jolt. The flight attendant was startled. "Young man, take it easy, don't destroy the cabin." Others also shouted, yeah, take it easy a little." "I'm so sorry, everyone." Li Suifeng touched his nose and saw the blue peregrine falcon that had been the first to enter the cabin lying on the ground in front of the flight attendant, barely alive and likely to die at any moment. "Sister, can I have it?" Li Suifeng cast an innocent glance at the flight attendant. The flight attendant was puzzled. Although the blue peregrine falcon was not dead, it had lost its fighting ability and posed no threat. At this point, there are still some blue falcons that need to enter the cabin. Wouldn't it be the best solution to take them out? Why target this doomed monster? Despite her doubts, the flight attendant nodded, "Okay." No sooner had he finished speaking than Li Suifeng brushed past him and kicked him down with a powerful kick. Puff! The blue peregrine falcon's head exploded like a watermelon, and the flight attendant's mouth gaped open as she stared at Li Suifeng as if she had seen a ghost. Is this child a butcher? He seems to take pleasure in killing demons? That's too brutal. Suddenly, a sticky feeling came over her. The flight attendant looked down and realized that one of the eyes of the blue peregrine falcon, whose head had been blown off, was hanging on her chest. Vomit. Even though the flight attendant had received training, she couldn't help but bend over and vomit. Li Suifeng, disregarding the flight attendants, rushed towards the cabin door. Due to the deaths of his 4 companions, the remaining blue peregrine falcons went completely mad, abandoning their plans to sabotage the passenger plane from the outside, and also rushed into the cabin, attempting to avenge their companions. Kill them. Inspired by Li Suifeng, Yu and the others also became more motivated. Although many of them have not yet become martial artists. But how could those chosen by Wuji Academy be lacking in talent? After they unleashed their talents together, various lights shone brightly in the cabin. A group of teenagers, working in perfect unison, charged toward the blue peregrine falcon and engaged it in combat. Just as the geniuses were in high spirits, a fierce wind swept through the cabin, and a beam of light roughly pushed them aside, charging alone towards the many blue peregrine falcons. "These monster heads are mine. You're not allowed to take them." When Li Suifeng's domineering voice rang out, all the geniuses looked at each other in bewilderment. Is this guy out of his mind? Does he have antisocial personality disorder and need to kill demons to control his emotions? How ruthless. We mustn't offend him. Since this brother wants to experience killing, then let's cooperate with him. Therefore, the geniuses deliberately held back, attacking the blue falcon while avoiding overdoing it and stealing the kill. Thanks to everyone's help, the threat posed by these blue peregrine falcons has greatly decreased. Li Suifeng will be able to kill them more easily. The battle raged inside the cabin. High altitude. Concerned about the passenger plane's condition, the elderly Mr. Gong's face contorted with rage as he roared. The long sword in his hand suddenly transformed into a bolt of lightning, piercing through the body of the giant eagle. Chirp! Amidst a desperate and mournful cry, a huge gash, half a meter in diameter, appeared on the chest of the raging eagle, from which blood gushed out like a fountain. It no longer cared about lingering and flapped its wings to escape quickly. Foolish monster! Senior Gong cursed angrily, but did not give chase. This was high in the sky, and even if he could fly, his speed would certainly not be comparable to that of the raging wave giant eagle. Secondly, the passenger plane was attacked by a blue peregrine falcon, and the fate of the students is unknown. Even the venerable Elder Gong could not rest assured in pursuing the raging giant eagle. Call. After speeding through the air and expending a great deal of effort, Mr. Gong finally caught up with the passenger plane. Seeing that the passenger plane had not crashed, he felt a little relieved, but the thought that a genius might have perished in the cabin still caused him some pain. With a mix of trepidation and excitement, the elderly Mr. Gong caught up with the plane, opened the tightly closed cabin door, and jumped inside. The gale suddenly subsided, and the surroundings became unusually quiet. When Elder Gong looked up, he saw that all the young men and women were sitting comfortably in their seats, and not one of them was missing. Looking outside the cockpit door, there were piles of monster corpses like garbage. Among the corpses, the flight attendant, covered in blood, was sitting on the ground, resting wearily. Beside her, a young man was dismembering a monster's corpse with a knife, extracting its core. His movements were so swift and efficient that they reminded Elder Gong of professional butchers. He was momentarily stunned. What's going on? Chapter 50, Old Master Gong's Reward, the Super Bracelet, a show of force from the senior students. Greetings, Elder Gong. The flight attendants greeted Mr. Gong with joy upon his arrival. No need for formalities, what's going on here? Old Gong pointed to the corpses scattered on the ground and the boy. Mr. Gong, this student's name is Li Suifeng. He's the one who helped us resolve the crisis. The flight attendant explained the general situation. Old Gong's eyes widened even more. The passengers on this plane are all inexperienced high school students. When I was their age, I didn't understand anything. This young man named Li Suifeng, however, found a way to save the passenger plane in a moment of crisis and successfully carried it out, killing all the blue peregrine falcons. This record is too impressive. Finally finished cleaning, so tired. At this moment, Li Suifeng, who was at the cabin door, got up and stretched. The backpack at his feet was wet, covered with yellowish-white liquid and bits of flesh, and inside were piles of apple-sized pieces of flesh and blood, which were demon cores. Once a demon beast grows to the level of a leader, a demon core will be born in its body. Demon cores can store demonic energy, which is the foundation of a demon's power. Even after a demon beast dies, its demon core still retains its demonic energy and essence, which is a great tonic for humans. It is excellent for both medicinal preparation and cooking. The price is, of course, not low. Li Suifeng understood this perfectly. After moving all the peregrine falcon corpses, he discussed with the flight attendant about dividing up the demon cores. Seeing that he had contributed the most to the battle and was the greatest contributor, the flight attendant agreed to let him take 50% of the demon cores. The rest will be distributed by Mr. Gong. Mr. Gong was both amused and exasperated after hearing the flight attendant's explanation. Li Suifeng's strength, talent, and temperament are absolutely top-notch. But he seems a bit greedy, doesn't he? However, this is not necessarily a bad thing. The saying "the poor study literature, the rich study martial arts" is by no means an exaggeration. Any powerful martial artist is built on money. A martial artist who is not greedy for money can often see the end from the beginning. Only martial artists who know how to manage money and make money have a better future. Thinking of this, Mr. Gong walked over to Li Suifeng with a gentle smile. "Student Li, my name is Gong Junshan, and I am the captain of this passenger plane. Thank you for saving everyone on this plane. Greetings, Senior Gong." Li Suifeng reached out and shook hands with Old Gong, then looked him up and down. "Li, why are you looking at me like that?" Mr. Gong was puzzled. "I'm just curious, how can someone with such a huge body fly as lightly as a swallow?" Li Suifeng looked serious. The flight attendant smiled. Old Gong was amused, "Because I'm a transcendent-level martial artist." "Isn't flight standard for transcendent-level martial artists? Or do you think I'm too fat and need to lose some weight?" "No, I have two good friends who are just as fat as you, and I quite enjoy rubbing their bellies." After chatting for a while, Mr. Gong became increasingly satisfied. Knowing one's own identity. Li Suifeng's attitude was neither humble nor arrogant, just right, and he could even communicate with him like an old friend. This characteristic is very rare in a student. After chatting for a while, old Gong took out a bracelet and said, I originally planned to give this bracelet to my grandson, but I'll give it to you today as a thank you for saving this passenger plane. Is it a smart bracelet? A bracelet that can not only monitor physical conditions but also be used for storage? I heard that even the most ordinary one costs over 1,000,000 Chinese yuan. Old Master Gong is preparing to give this to his grandson. It can't be an ordinary item, right? Li Suifeng has struck it rich. The students around looked on with envy at the sight. Li Suifeng had long heard of the super bracelet's reputation, and upon accepting it, he said, Thank you, Senior Gong. Mr. Gong smiled and said, Just call me Grandpa Gong. Okay, Grandpa Gong. Li Suifeng was very obedient. What could he do? He was being asked for money. Since the passenger plane was still running, Mr. Gong quickly went to the cockpit to take control. At Mr. Gong's instruction, the flight attendants took some of the remaining Blue Falcons, while the rest were distributed to the students. Li Suifeng returned to his seat, played with the bracelet, and liked it more and more as he looked at it, so he quickly put it on. Click. The sound of the watch strap locking was heard. A line of text appeared on the dial. Current vitality, 80.6. It's pretty accurate. Li Suifeng nodded. His current physical condition and mental state were exactly 80 points. This super bracelet is clearly similar to the bracelet used in actual combat assessments, capable of accurately detecting vitality and helping the wearer determine their level of cultivation. After manipulating the watch face for a while, Li Suifeng discovered that the bracelet could detect his skeletal muscle mass, body fat percentage, height, heart rate, and even physical strength. More importantly, at the end of the bracelet, there is a prompt that Li Suifeng can open the storage space as long as he focuses his mind. So Li Suifeng tried to concentrate, and his consciousness unknowingly entered a peculiar cube-shaped space. This space is over 100 square meters in size and more than 20 meters high, making it a very spacious little world. Is this the built-in storage space of the bracelet? That's amazing. Li Suifeng was surprised, and a thought crossed his mind. The backpack containing the demon core appeared instantly. The thought continued to move. Suitcases and other personal belongings also appeared as a result. From now on, Mom won't be worried about me carrying too much stuff when we go out. Exiting the storage space, Li Suifeng was delighted. He looked down and marveled, this bracelet clearly has volume, but it's as light as a feather and has no weight at all. Wearing it won't affect my combat. It was afternoon. A city appeared below the passenger plane. From the sky, the city's area is more than 10 times larger than that of Starfire City. Above the city, a layer of translucent golden light shrouded it. According to Mai Zhanghao, who was standing next to him, this was a restriction released by the Great Formation beneath Wuji City, which could resist attacks from foreign demonic beasts. The passenger plane then passed through the restricted area and landed at the airport. When Mr. Gong arrived at the cabin, he said with some reluctance, Dear students, I am very sorry that you had to endure such hardship in the air, but fortunately, this ordeal did not cause us to lose any of our members. The path of martial arts is long and arduous, and there is no end to it. I hope this experience will strengthen your resolve to pursue the path of martial arts. Amid applause, Mr. Gong returned to the cockpit. The flight attendant led everyone off the plane and to the roadside outside the airport to wait. A bus belonging to Wuji Academy slowly drove up. Everyone got on the bus and waved goodbye through the glass window. The flight attendant rubbed her teary eyes, watched the car drive away, and then reluctantly walked back. On the bus. As Li Suifeng was admiring the scenery of Wuji City, he sensed the atmosphere becoming tense. Turning around, I saw a group of students walking towards me with an odd expression. What, looking for trouble? Li Suifeng rolled up his sleeves. Hero, you're overthinking it. We're just here to express our gratitude. When that beautiful flight attendant was here, I had my image to maintain and didn't want to bow down to you. Now that she's gone, I have to say a few words. The boy named Yu was beaming with excitement, giving a thumbs up. Brother, you're fucking awesome. You're like an emperor on Earth, you single-handedly saved us all. Yeah, I was almost scared to death before, but thankfully you had the guts and came up with a great plan that saved us. If it weren't for you, I, Sun Liang, would already be dead. I just checked online. Hero, you're from Starfire City, right? My name is Yen Hao, from Hundred Flowers City. If you encounter any trouble at Wuji Academy, please come to me immediately. I'll risk my life for you. Young people are often full of youthful vigor. On the plane just now, everyone ignored each other and was cold towards each other because they didn't know each other and were all dissatisfied with each other. After experiencing the mid-air crisis together, they had gone through life and death together, and the grudges in their hearts naturally melted away, and they became friends. Li Suifeng, in particular, lured the monster into the cabin and went on a killing spree. His series of amazing actions were comparable to a stroke of genius. The students were already completely convinced, and now they were simply unable to control their emotions and wanted to express themselves. Li Suifeng breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that if so many people ganged up on him, he really wouldn't be able to withstand it. Fortunately, that wasn't the case. Then, Li Suifeng chatted with everyone and learned their names and situations. Yu Yu and Ma Zhanghao are from the same city. Yu Yu is the third highest scorer in the city's college entrance examination and has awakened the S-level talent, One Flame. The healer who kept spamming herself with healing spells was named Yu Shanshan. She came from Yushi City and was the top student in the city. Not only did she awaken the S-level talent revival wind, but she was also the only one among all the students to receive an S-level reward from Yuan Shengang. Brotherly, are you really only getting an A-level reward? That doesn't make sense. After listening to Li Suifeng's sharing, Yan Hao was indignant. What's going on with Commissioner Yuan? It's one thing for him to give me a B-level reward, but why did he only give Brotherly an A-level reward? I'm not having it. I disagree. I'm going to file a complaint against Yuan Shengang. Why should we only get an A-level contract from our savior? Why? Seeing everyone's red faces and swollen noses, Li Suifeng found it inexplicably amusing. I have no problem with Senior Yuan, so don't try to stir up trouble with me. Okay, Brotherly, we'll listen to you. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The bus slowly drove into Wuji Academy. From the outside, Wuji Academy is not much different from the universities on Blue Star. When the bus stopped in the school square, 3 or 5 students gathered around, holding up signs. Hello everyone, I'm Hu Junkai, a second-year student. I'm your senior. Do you need help carrying your bags? I'm strong, I can help beautiful ladies carry their bags. Like universities on Earth, Wuji Academy also has a welcoming atmosphere for new students. These 3 or 5 students looked mature, and were all upperclassmen. After Li Suifeng and his group got off the bus, Hu Junkai, one of the senior students, smiled and said, "Fellow students, a teacher gave us a task to welcome you and give you a brief introduction to the school. But before that, please wait here until we've seen off the female students." Before Li Suifeng and the others could answer, he carried bags and moved luggage for Yu Shanshan and the other female students. Come on, junior girls, the registration building is over there, and your dorms are over here. I'll take you there to put your luggage first. Yu Shanshan and the others tried to resist, but Hu Junkai and his group were too enthusiastic, so they were forced to leave. Are these bastards really that lecherous? There should be a limit to favoring girls over boys, right? Are you just going to leave us hanging like this? That's ridiculous. Yu Yu and Yan Hao complained indignantly. Ma Zhanghao said earnestly, greed and lust are human instincts, which is understandable. However, these senior students look kind and gentle, and should be easy to get along with. As they were talking, a series of stares came glaring at them. What's wrong, brothers? Ma Zhanghao was a little nervous. You're starting to jinx things. I have a feeling these bastards are going to cause us trouble later. Yu Yu looked certain. Yan Hao and the others raised their hands. We agree. TNT. Ma Zhanghao looked at Li Suifeng with a wronged expression. Brotherly, they discriminate against me like this, aren't you going to say something for me? Li Suifeng laughed and said, Little Ma, as long as you promise me to talk less in the future, I'll give you my position as the eldest brother. Ma Zhanghao looked miserable, covering his face with his hands. Even Brotherly thinks there's something wrong with me? I don't want to live anymore. On the other side. After watching Yu Shanshan and the others go up to the dormitory building, the smiles on Hu Junsai's and his 4 companions' faces suddenly disappeared, replaced by cold and arrogant expressions. Hey guys, if any new students are going to complain later, you can go a little harder, just don't cripple them. Hu Junkai rubbed his hands together, his expression cold. Last year when I enrolled, I got a terrible lesson from those third-year students. I still feel a pang of pain when I think about it now. This year, is it finally my turn to crush them? Standing 2 meters tall, wearing a white vest and black shorts, with thick body hair, James roared excitedly, looking like a baboon. It turns out that Wuji Academy's management style and atmosphere are very much like a military. It's a standard procedure for senior students to intimidate freshmen every year. Hu Junkai and his group waited enthusiastically in the square, but their real purpose was not to flirt with pretty female students, but to educate Li Suifeng and his group of freshmen. Ha ha! How should I deal with these greenhorns later? How about beating them up and then making them wash my underwear? LeBron, are you crazy? There are so many ways to play, why did you have to do this? Several second-year students arrived at the square chatting and laughing, only to find it completely empty. All those freshmen have disappeared. Everyone was slightly taken aback. James was the first to snap out of it, roaring furiously, "Without our orders, how dare these freshmen leave the square?" The tall, handsome Hu Junsai's face twisted slightly. "You dare to disobey my orders right after entering school? Are you going to fly to the heavens in the future?" His decision to have Li Suifeng and the others wait where they were was the first step in his show of force. But to my surprise, they didn't listen at all. They just left. They simply didn't take them seriously. I've changed my mind. I don't want these guys to wash my underwear. I want them to wipe my butt. If you don't like it, I'll break your legs. James roared and pounded his chest, looking just like a baboon. Hu Junsai's face darkened as he looked at the nearby news building. "It should be over there, let's go together." Considering my Zhang Hao's uncanny ability to jinx people. After much deliberation, Li Suifeng decided not to wait for Hu Junkai and the others in the same spot. He led his younger brothers to the registration building to complete the registration. Everyone received a student ID. This is their pass to enter and exit Wuji Academy, and also a symbol of their status. The teacher in charge of registration also gave each person a booklet. The rules of Wuji Academy are listed above. Li Suifeng nodded slightly after reading the manual. They must not kill each other. You must not do evil. These are the most basic rules within the university. In addition, the school has an internal credit system. Except for the first year's tuition, which is settled in Dragon Kingdom currency, the school will not use Dragon Kingdom currency for tuition in the second, third, and fourth years, but rather for academic credits. Academic credits are like a form of currency circulating within the university. It can be used to exchange for cultivation techniques and physical skills, purchase elixirs, food, equipment, pets, etc., and can also be used to rent training rooms, ask for help, and post tasks. It has a wide range of uses. Students have many ways to earn credits, such as completing tasks, exchanging monster corpses, and participating in school activities. After enrollment, all students will receive varying amounts of credits according to the signed contract. After linking their campus accounts to their mobile phones, smartwatches, etc., everyone can check their academic credits. Ma Zhanghao, Yu Yu, and several others generally received 5 credits. Li Suifeng unexpectedly discovered that he had 7 credits. It seems that because of the A-level contract, I get 2 more credits than the average person? This hidden benefit, Commissioner Yuan Xiangang didn't even tell me about it? What a pleasant surprise! As Li Suifeng and his companion walked out of the news building, he was pondering these thoughts. Suddenly, a figure charged down the steps like a tank. "A bunch of rookies, daring to disobey my orders, I'll kill you all." Chapter 51. So what if I'm a veteran? Let's just do it. After a thunderous roar. Without saying a word, the figure threw a punch at the crowd. This punch had no predetermined target, but the dense blood and chi gathered into a huge fist aura, enveloping Li Suifeng and his group. What's going on? Is this person crazy? Why is he attacking us for no reason? Yu Yu and the others were startled and instinctively tried to defend themselves, but it was too late. The enormous fist aura arrived less than half a meter away from them, and they didn't even have time to unleash their talents. Snort! Just then, a muffled sound rang out. Ignoring the oppressive force of the fist, a figure also took the lead and unleashed a golden fist beam. Boom! The moment the 2 fist beams collided, the enormous impact forced Yu Yu and his group back onto the high platform. After barely managing to stand, they discovered that Li Suifeng had somehow already walked down the steps and was striding towards the attacker, who was none other than Zhan Lixer, a man with a thick body hair. Brother Li is awesome. Thank you so much, Brother Li, for saving my life. We didn't follow the wrong leader. Realizing they had been saved by Li Suifeng, the crowd cheered excitedly. However, Yu Yu's expression quickly changed. The guy who ambushed us is a second-year student. Is Brother Li trying to start a fight with him? Can he win? With that, he rolled up his sleeves and followed Li Suifeng without hesitation. Brother Li, how can we miss out on a fight like this? And us too. Others, influenced by this, also followed suit and walked towards James. This kid? At the bottom of the steps, Jean Leisure stared in astonishment at Li Suifeng walking towards him. Just now. In his rage, he only used half his strength in that punch. Even so, it wouldn't be a problem for him to easily outperform 90% of freshmen. However, this guy named Li Suifeng actually managed to block the fist's energy? This doesn't make sense. Humph. So what if this guy surnamed Li is talented? Who in Wuji Academy doesn't have a few tricks up their sleeve? Anyone who dares to disobey us and challenge our dignity must be taught a lesson. Jean Leisure quickly snapped out of his daze, glaring at the approaching Li Suifeng and shouting, "Boy, I told you to wait in the square, why did you leave? Do you know that in Wuji Academy, freshmen must obey the orders of senior students?" Before he could finish speaking, Li Suifeng suddenly accelerated. Amidst the d-d-d sound, the floor vibrated violently with each powerful step he took. The tremor was not only felt by Jean Leisure, but also by Hu Junkai and others who were further away. This guy? Hu Junkai and the others widened their eyes slightly. Li Suifeng's waist twisted, his fist swung back, and his whole body resembled a drawn bow. You fucking dare to lay a hand on me? Seeing Li Suifeng's actions, Jean Leisure's expression was one of unprecedented shock. Almost simultaneously, Li Suifeng's fist, coated with a thick layer of blood and qi, slammed straight into Jean Leisure's chest like a cannonball. Puff! Caught off guard, Jean Leisure was forced to retreat quickly, spitting out blood halfway through his fall. Holy crap! Did I see that right? This freshman dared to attack LeBron James? The second-year students behind them all stared wide-eyed, their expressions as if they had seen a ghost. When they first entered the school, they didn't dare to utter a word when bullied by sophomores, and could only silently endure it. But Li Suifeng is something else. He dares to attack Jean Leisure at the slightest disagreement. Such behavior cannot be described as bold, it is downright insane. Utter madness. If you're going to fight, then fight. What's with all the fuss? Having landed a punch, Li Suifeng's expression turned contemptuous. I'll cripple you. James wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face contorted in a ferocious roar. The hair on his body grew longer and longer, and his whole body seemed to swell up like an inflated balloon. He looked more like a gorilla, and the air pressure he released was several times higher than before. Brotherly! This Jean Leisure is only a second-year student, should we just let it go? The second-year students behind James are all formal martial artists, and at the second or third level. If it really comes to a group fight, it seems like our chances of winning are slim. Should we run away? When Yu and the others saw Jean Leisure transform, they were all genuinely uneasy. After coming to Li Suifeng's side, they began to persuade him. Passionate enthusiasm is clearly insignificant in the face of a gap in strength. They are still able to recognize this. It's alright, it's just a curly-haired baboon, I can handle it by myself, you guys step back. Li Suifeng spoke in a very domineering manner. When Yu and the others tried to persuade him further, he shouted, "If you really consider me your elder brother, then get out of here immediately." Brotherly! Yu and the others were deeply moved and stopped trying to persuade him, retreating one after another. Thus, a battlefield was formed for Li Suifeng and Jean Leisure. You surnamed Li. I'm going to snap your neck. With a dull pain in his chest, Jean Leisure lost his mind. With a whoosh, his strong body leaped into the air and plummeted towards Li Suifeng with the force of Mount Tai crashing down. 8 Desolation's limitless technique. Li Suifeng silently chanted in his heart, his blood and qi surged, and boundless power exploded in his limbs and bones. Taking advantage of the momentum, he flashed away from this area. Boom! The next moment, James fell, creating a crater half a meter in diameter on the ground. Without any hesitation, Jean Leisure leaped into the air again to pursue Li Suifeng. Boom boom boom! The ensuing battle was fierce because Jean Leisure was too violent, and his skill level was more than that of a first-tier martial artist. Even if he uses the 8 Desolation's limitless technique, he still has a good chance of winning in a head-on confrontation. Li Suifeng understood this well, and evaded Jean Leisure's pursuit without taking the initiative to fight back. As James continued his pursuit, he left craters in the ground. LeBron, who's gone mad, couldn't even win against this freshman in a minute? How come this freshman's dodging skills are so outrageous? Has he been trained? Judging from the scene, Li Suifeng was undoubtedly being severely suppressed by Jean Leisure. But Hu Junkai and the others behind them looked at each other in disbelief. A sophomore student was even more eager to help. If this keeps up, LeBron will run out of energy. Should we step in? They didn't come here to have a fair fight with the freshmen. Rather, he simply wanted to teach these freshmen a lesson and train their obedience. As long as the goal can be achieved, there is no difference between fighting alone and ganging up. Let's wait a bit. Knowing LeBron's personality, he'll definitely be unhappy if we interfere, and it'll be troublesome if he blames us afterwards. As Hu Junkai was speaking, his expression suddenly changed drastically. Oh no! Old Jean is in trouble. At the same time, suddenly, an unexpected change occurred on the field. Due to the relentless and prolonged offensive, James's physical condition had clearly declined, and his speed and momentum were no longer what they had been before. Boom! After landing once again and creating a deep crater, James has not yet jumped up a second time. With a whoosh, golden light, like flames, spread across Li Suweifeng's body. Under the intertwining and radiance of golden elemental power and red vital energy, Li Suifeng instantly closed in front of Jean Leisure, and with a punch so fast that no one could see the trajectory, he slammed it into Jean Leisure's jaw. A click sound. James collapsed suddenly, his massive body shrinking rapidly to its original size like a deflated balloon, and his thick hair thinning out. In the silence, James did not get up again, for he had already fainted. Chapter 52 Capture the King to Catch the Thief, Hunt Down Hu Junkai. Am I seeing things? LeBron got beaten by this rookie? Holy crap! Am I dreaming? As James fell, the senior students looked at each other in disbelief. While Jean Leisure's strength may not be exceptionally high, he is at least at the second stage of awakening. Furthermore, after a year of training at Wuji Academy, his strength is quite impressive compared to others in the same realm. But now he's been defeated by a freshman? This new student seems to be only at the first level of awakening? This is a bit outrageous. Brotherly is too awesome. Holy crap! Brotherly is ruthless against monsters, but I never expected him to be this ruthless against humans too? Brotherly, I want to kneel down and sing Conquer for you. You bunch of old students, aren't you fond of putting on an act? Keep it up now. You and the others initially didn't believe it was true, but after waking up, they were all flushed with excitement, screaming loudly, and some even mocked them. The menacing voice made the older students blush. Hu Junkai gritted his teeth and said, "If Lao Zhan isn't up to the task, then we'll have to do it ourselves. Everyone, let's get started." The words were spoken. With a flash of light from the super bracelet on his wrist, a wooden flying sword appeared in the air and flew straight towards Li Suweifeng's face with a whoosh sound. Bite! The wooden sword came at lightning speed, striking Li Suifeng unexpectedly between the eyebrows. He staggered back several steps, touched his forehead, and discovered a small bump. Ha! This kid's got a hard head? He didn't even faint? Hu Junkai was stunned. He had awakened the S-level talent, Mind Amplification. He follows the path of a naturalist martial artist, possessing extremely strong mental power, and has now reached the stage where he can control objects remotely. Don't be fooled by the fact that this wooden sword only delivers a seemingly insignificant blow. However, it actually carries a force of nearly 1 ton and is extremely penetrating. It landed on Li Suweifeng's brow, but didn't break his skin. A war of attrition, huh? Damn it! With a throbbing headache, Li Suifeng cursed angrily and immediately activated the Great Sunlight, rushing towards Hu Junkai. This fierce momentum startled Hu Junkai. Thinking of the image of James being knocked down, he knew that Li Suifeng was incredibly powerful and should not be underestimated. So he shouted, "Cover me! Don't let this kid get close to me!" The remaining 3 senior students were eager to try, and they activated their talents and surrounded Li Suifeng. Trying to gang up on Brotherly and annoy him? You don't take us seriously, do you? Brothers! Kill these old guys. Depend on. Amidst shouts of anger, Yu and the others, their fighting spirit ignited by Li Suifeng, joined the battle. They unleashed their talents and physical skills, rushing towards the 3 senior students before Li Suifeng could. Day. The 3 senior students were clearly no weaker than Jean Leisure. Not only is he incredibly talented, but his physical skills and combat techniques are also exceptionally high. Soon, several freshmen were knocked away by them, falling to the ground and crying out in pain. Li Suifeng did not participate in the melee. In the gap between his brothers attacking the 3, he crossed the edge of the battlefield and rushed straight towards Hu Junkai. Li Suifeng is not afraid to challenge all the senior students to one-on-one matches. But once the group battle started, he didn't think his team could win. The main problem is that my teammates are too weak, their strength is far inferior to mine, and they are completely useless. So, to avoid getting beaten up by the senior students in the end, we must first capture the king to capture the thief. Hu Junkai appears to be the most respected among the five, and is likely a leader or similar figure. If we can take it down, we might be able to resolve this conflict. You bastard! Hu Junkai was distracted by the battlefield when he felt the strong wind coming towards him and suddenly saw Li Suifeng rushing towards him. He was startled and kept backing away while continuing to wield the wooden sword to attack Li Suifeng. Ding ding ding! Ding 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 ding! Li Suifeng charged forward, not forgetting to use his defensive talent, crocodile skin, to maximize the toughness and resilience of his skin. With a casual wave of his hand, he could always knock the wooden sword away. However, Hu Junkai was very cunning and fast. Whenever Li Suifeng approached, he would suddenly accelerate and flee, clearly possessing a movement technique type of physical skill. Li Suifeng chased after him, while Hu Junkai fled frantically. The two even left the area of the news building and came to a nearby playground. What's going on? Isn't that Hu Junkai? That sword cultivator in the second year? He seems to have some skill? But why is he being chased and beaten? Who are the people chasing him? I've never seen them before. On the playground, some students were chatting and exercising. When they saw the commotion, they all looked puzzled. Damn! This is so embarrassing. Hu Junkai was secretly pleased with himself, thinking he had dragged Li Suifeng into a daze, but after hearing the surrounding discussions, he couldn't help but blush. Li Suifeng had just enrolled and wasn't even a first-year student, yet he was beating up this second-year student. Once this situation escalates, he will definitely lose face big time. If this continues, my reputation will be ruined. I must act swiftly to take down Li Suifeng and save face. Thinking of this, Hu Junsai's face turned fierce, and with another thought, another flying sword appeared in front of him. It was not a wooden sword, but a real sword forged from fine iron. This sword is Hu Junsai's weapon of survival, and he only uses it when fighting against monsters or in real combat. He didn't bring it out to kill Li Suifeng, but rather to make the latter back down and then defeat him. Go! Under Hu Junsai's control, the iron sword slashed through the air and reached Li Suifeng's abdomen. I thought the latter would dodge, but to my surprise, he neither dodged nor avoided, and continued to rush towards me. Bite! The iron sword pierced Li Suifeng's lower abdomen, and a strong sense of resistance swept through his mind. Hu Junkai felt as if Li Suifeng's abdomen was pierced by iron armor. However, under his powerful mental control, the iron sword eventually pierced through his skin and into his flesh. Gurgle! Hu Junkai could even feel blood gushing from Li Suifeng's abdomen. Incredibly, Li Suifeng, despite being pierced through the abdomen by an iron sword, was still charging forward like a ferocious tiger, refusing to stop. After seeing the icy chill in Li Suifeng's eyes, Hu Junkai was shocked and realized that Li Suifeng might be a ruthless person who had seen blood on his hands. Such a person should never be judged by common sense. We have to run. When Li Suifeng came to him again, Hu Junkai felt uneasy and wanted to escape again. But this time, Li Suifeng suddenly threw a punch while still halfway through. The golden fist-shaped energy flew out of his hand, instantly covering a distance of 5 meters, and landed on Hu Junkai. Boom! With an explosion, Hu Junkai was thrown 5 meters away, and his clothes were stained with blood when he landed. At the same time, the wooden sword that attacked Li Suifeng's back fell to the ground out of control, and the iron sword in his lower abdomen stopped drilling into his body. Laugh! Li Suifeng, holding the sword hilt, forcefully pulled the iron sword out of his abdomen. Hiss! Such a scene sent chills down the spines of many onlookers. Just thinking about that sword-piercing flesh must be painful, right? How could he pull it out on his own? Aren't you afraid of the pain? You? Hu Junkai scrambled to his feet, his face unusually pale. It's not just because of the injury. What's more, despite suffering a penetrating wound to the abdomen, Li Suifeng managed to hold on for so long without collapsing or crying out in pain. Such unwavering will is rare even among seasoned warriors. But this happened to a student? This guy is a monster. I think I messed with the wrong person. Chapter 53 Hu Junkai, my acquaintance with Junior brotherly began with a fight. This guy is a monster. I think I messed with the wrong person. At this moment, Hu Junkai was filled with regret. Li Suifeng is clearly not an ordinary pushover freshman, but a super iron plate that he can't break. He's already this strong so soon after entering school. This kid's future potential will definitely be on par with Zhong Shenyuan, Gongsun Jiao, Yiling Tian. It's really bad luck that I ran into him on my first day teaching new students. Just as Hu Junkai was regretting his actions, footsteps suddenly sounded. He looked up and saw Li Suifeng walking towards him with a sword in his hand. The violent look in his eyes made his scalp tingle. Li Suifeng, what else do you want to do? Hu Junkai subconsciously stepped back. Li Suifeng grinned, his smile menacing. Of course we'll continue fighting to the very end. Both he and I were seriously injured, but we still wanted to keep fighting. It was just a simple skirmish. Why did he want to escalate it into a life or death struggle? What a madman! Hu Junkai was frustrated, but he also knew that once Li Suifeng made up his mind about something, he would never give up until he achieved his goal. There are only two options to resolve the current problem. Either knock Li Suifeng unconscious or kill him, so that he is completely incapacitated. Either admit defeat and surrender. Li Suifeng. Stop. I admit defeat, okay. As Li Suifeng drew closer, Hu Junkai quickly made a decision, gritting his teeth and growling. Li Suifeng stopped in his tracks, raising his eyebrows slightly. Wasn't this guy very pretentious before? They've actually surrendered now? Is this a trap? If you really want to surrender, transfer 20 credits to me first. Otherwise, there's no room for negotiation. Li Suifeng held a long sword and threatened them. Don't push your luck. Hu Junsai's face turned red with anger. It's one thing that he didn't steal Li Suifeng's credits. And then this guy actually tried to steal it from him? This is completely upside down. If we don't hand over our credits, only one of us will stand today. Li Suifeng had a domineering look on his face. You. Hu Junsai's face grew even angrier, but he still gritted his teeth and said, Li Suifeng, you're ruthless. Give me your campus account ID. Li Suifeng glanced at the student ID and read out the number. Hu Junkai picked up the bracelet and operated it for a while. With a ding, Li Suifeng received a text message on his phone, showing that he had received a transfer of 20 credits, bringing his total personal credits to 25. The university's internal credits can also be used for online transfers and other transactions, just like the currency in China. Li Suifeng, are you satisfied now? Hu Junsai's face turned ashen. Instead of educating Li Suifeng, he lost 20 credits. They tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing the rice instead. Can. Li Suifeng nodded reluctantly. Hu Junkai pointed at the long sword in his hand and said, Give me back the Qingfeng sword. This is my spoils of war. Without saying a word, Li Suifeng threw the long sword into the super bracelet. You! Hu Junkai nearly fainted from anger. Stealing credits was bad enough, but now they're even trying to steal weapons? Li Suifeng is truly a super bandit. But from the moment of surrender, Hu Junkai completely abandoned his self-respect. Although the long sword was his weapon, it was not particularly valuable. He could only grit his teeth and ignore it, and toss Li Suifeng a pill. What's this? Li Suifeng asked. Hemostatic pills. Hu Junkai pointed at Li Suifeng's abdomen. Li Suifeng then realized that the wound on his abdomen was still bleeding. It's amazing he didn't even realize it. Gurgle. After swallowing the pill, a fiery medicinal effect quickly spread to the wound. The flesh and blood move, forming a scab at a speed visible to the naked eye, stopping the bleeding. As the pain in his abdomen subsided, Li Suifeng glanced at Hu Junkai and said, With so many people here, you still surrendered to me willingly. Don't you feel ashamed? Hu Junkai snorted coldly and did not answer the question. It's really shameful to surrender in front of so many people. But Hu Junkai was certain that Li Suifeng was no ordinary freshman. His strength and potential are extremely high. As long as he doesn't perish prematurely, he will definitely be a figure on the rankings of each grade in the future. It's even highly likely that they'll grow to the same level as monsters like Zhong Shenyuan, Gongsun Jiao, and Yiling Tian. Because of school rules, Hu Junkai cannot completely kill Li Suifeng today at most, he can only injure the latter. If we really do that, we can indeed save face for a while. But we can wait until Li Suifeng recovers from his injuries and grows to a certain level before seeking revenge. What should we do then? Could I really stop Li Suifeng at that time? Hu Junkai lacked this confidence. Within the Wuji Academy, he was merely an ordinary talent. There is still a significant gap between them and geniuses like Li Suifeng, who are 1 in 100 or 1,000. It was precisely because Hu Junkai understood this point that he preferred to swallow his anger rather than accept Li Suifeng's help. Alright, my brothers have probably been badly beaten. Let's go stop the fighting. Li Suifeng said something and walked towards the news building. With too many strange looks around, Hu Junkai had long since decided not to stay there, so he immediately followed. Outside the registration building, Yu Yu and his group squatted on the ground, their hands covering their heads, all of them with bruises and swelling. Don't look up. You, my Zhanghao, if you dare to spy on me again, I'll rip your ears off, you hear me? 3 senior students stood behind Yu Yu and the others, like judges, exuding an aura of authority. Yu Yu and the others felt humiliated but were powerless to do anything about it. The gap between them and the 3 second-year students was too great. Even when outnumbered, they couldn't win. At this moment, Zhang Lishir had also woken up and was sitting on the ground, his face full of anger as he growled, "Why hasn't Lao Hu returned yet? Could it be that he was also defeated by that guy surnamed Li? Old Zhang, you're overthinking it. Old Hu's strength is undeniable. As long as he doesn't let his guard down, there's no reason for him to lose to Li Suifeng." As one of the older students was speaking, the smile on his face suddenly froze, and his eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. What? The other senior students, including Zhang Lishir, followed his gaze to the playground, and they all looked bewildered. There. Li Suifeng and Hu Junkai walked side by side, their demeanor harmonious, showing no sign of enmity, making the scene extremely eerie. You guys, let go of these junior students. Before long, Hu Jun called out, and Zhang Lishir and the others suddenly woke up, their expressions confused and depressed. Old Hu. What's going on here? Why does this guy surnamed Li look so relaxed? Did you teach him a lesson or not? Faced with his companion's complaints, Hu Junkai pretended to be calm. Li and I became friends after a fight. You guys can leave the other juniors alone. Damn it! Lao Hu, are you crazy? Zhang Lishir flew into a rage. This kid ambushed me, and you're calling him brother? Are you deliberately trying to provoke me? Cough cough. Old Zhang, calm down. Hu Junkai was about to persuade him when Zhang Lishir had completely lost his temper and rushed towards Li Suifeng like a madman. LeBron! Stop! With a loud shout from Hu Junkai, the flying wooden sword landed on Zhang Lishir's shoulder. Zhang Lishir staggered back in pain, staring at Hu Junkai in disbelief. You actually attacked me for this newcomer? Old James, let me explain. Before Hu Junkai could finish speaking, Zhang Lishir, his eyes bloodshot, stomped his foot and walked away. Hu Junkai, from this day forward, we are brothers. Chapter 54. Li Suifeng's reputation is beginning to emerge, and the 4 major professors are vying to take him as a disciple. Hu Junkai. Old Zhang, Li Suifeng, and I became friends because we were thinking about the future of the team. We've really offended this incredibly ruthless person. Will we still be able to focus on our studies in the future? Knowing that Zhang Lishir was impulsive, Hu Junkai didn't explain, but looked at his 3 teammates and said, "Quickly release these junior brothers." The 3 were unwilling, but they had no choice but to let Yu Yu and the others go. Brotherly, what exactly is going on? Having regained their freedom, Yu Yu and the others approached Li Suifeng, their bruised and swollen faces filled with confusion. Li Suifeng casually said, just as Senior Hu said, "We became friends after our initial conflict." Everyone. What you're saying is pointless. Alright, Junior Li, feel free to contact me if you need anything in the future. Goodbye. Seeing that the situation was almost settled, Hu Jun said goodbye and turned to run away. Brother Hu, now you can give us an explanation, right? As they left the registration building, an older student asked Hu Junkai, looking frustrated. The 2 people next to him nodded in agreement. Hu Junkai then sighed and said, "Just now, in my battle with Li Suifeng, although I stabbed him, he actually pulled the Qingfeng sword out of his abdomen." The 3 teachers were all taken aback. One of them said incredulously, "He pulled it out himself?" Right. Hu Junkai said with lingering fear, "If a sword were piercing your body, would you have the courage to pull it out directly? That would hurt so much." The 3 were stunned and speechless. When a sword is pierced into the body, a normal person will experience excruciating pain and may even lose the ability to move. Li Suifeng, on the other hand, actually drew his sword himself. Putting everything else aside, this level of composure is something many veteran martial artists lack. All I can say is that Li Suifeng is truly ruthless. Now you know why I risked losing face to make peace with him, right? This kid's fighting strength isn't much worse than mine, and he's so ruthless. If he grows up next year and wants revenge, won't we be in big trouble? Hu Junkai explained with a look of distress, and his three teammates smiled wryly in response. Brother Hu, you did the right thing. Li Suifeng is indeed a freak, we can't afford to offend him. Wuji Academy reveres martial arts, and its atmosphere is combative, with frequent daily sparring and internal conflicts within the school. The students were used to this and didn't even bother to pay attention to the battles between some of the lower-level students. But when the video of Li Suifeng's fight with Hu Junkai was uploaded to the school's intranet, it still attracted a lot of attention. I know the person controlling the flying sword. His name is Hu Junkai, and he's a second-year student at the Natural Sciences Academy. Who is the person fighting him? He seems very young. Is he a freshman? This person's strength and fighting style are very experienced. How could he be a freshman? Besides, have you ever seen a freshman who can remove a weapon from his body right after entering school? This is simply not the willpower a freshman should have. Many people question Li Suifeng's identity, but the campus intranet was full of hidden talents, and someone quickly investigated and found all of Li Suifeng's information. This ruthless junior is called Li Suifeng? And he's actually a freshman? So ruthless at only 18? It seems our Wuji Academy has gained another formidable talent. I wonder how far he will grow in the future. With a firm will as a foundation, as long as Li Suifeng is lucky enough not to be killed by monsters and alien races in advance, he will definitely become an extraordinary talent in the future. After learning some basic information, many alumni expressed their feelings and were very optimistic about Li Suifeng's future. Inside the office building of Wuji Academy Center. To effectively plan the future destinations of new students, school leaders gathered together for an emergency meeting. Halfway through the meeting, a scruffy bearded school leader said, speaking of which, there is one child among this batch of new students who is quite remarkable. Is it Yu Shanshan? Someone asked. The unshaven leader shook his head and said, no, Yu Shanshan's talent is invaluable, but she hasn't experienced much hardship yet. She's still green and her will isn't strong enough. The child I'm talking about has the strongest will to fight in martial arts among all the children I've ever seen. Who is this child? All the school leaders became interested. Talent can determine a martial artist's minimum potential. But a martial artist's true potential is determined by their will. A martial artist's life will be filled with life and death struggles and hardships. Without a firm will, it is difficult for a martial artist to realize their talent and reach the pinnacle. For the leaders present, a student's talent was of great importance. But martial arts comprehension and martial arts will are equally important. His name is Li Suifeng. Not long ago, he performed a great service on the passenger plane we chartered. This afternoon, he fought with a second-year student at school and beat him until he surrendered. The unshaven old man briefly explained the situation, and the school leaders all looked surprised. Old Zhao, are you sure you're not joking? Some people have expressed doubts. First, they killed many monsters to save the passenger plane. He fought with an older student at school again, and beat him until he surrendered. Li Suifeng's day was so exciting that even novels wouldn't dare to write it like this. How could it be fake? Old Zhao raised an eyebrow and pressed the remote control. Two videos were playing on the LCD screen in the conference room. A video shows Li Suifeng slaughtering a blue peregrine falcon inside a passenger plane. Another video, though blurry, was clearly recorded on a student's phone. In the video, Li Suifeng is equally fierce, knocking a student who controls a sword with his mind flying, while he himself is stabbed in the abdomen, looking very miserable. What's unimaginable is, despite his severe injuries, Li Suifeng did not fall to the ground. Instead, he pulled the long sword from his abdomen and resolutely walked towards the student who was wielding a sword. The moment the blade was pulled from the flesh, many leaders subconsciously felt a slight pain in their lower abdomen. But Li Suifeng's expression didn't change at all in the video. My goodness! Is this kid born in the year of the donkey? How can he be so patient? Old Zhao, no wonder you're so interested in Li Suifeng. He remained calm and fought to the death against the demonic beasts, and he also faced the challenge head-on against the stronger seniors, showing no sign of yielding. Li Suifeng's willpower is truly astonishing. This child is destined for greatness. After watching the video, the leaders were all very enthusiastic and showed a great deal of appreciation for Li Suifeng. Old Zhao immediately said, I'm telling you this just to announce that I've taken a liking to Li Suifeng, and no one is allowed to take him away. Upon hearing this, the leaders exchanged bewildered glances. Within Wuji Academy, most students do not have a master-disciple relationship. If they want to learn, they must attend teachers' open classes, earn credits, or purchase martial arts manuals themselves. However, a few students, due to their exceptional talent, are noticed by professors and mentors and taken on as their personal apprentices. These individuals have essentially received mentorship and access to resources far exceeding those of ordinary students. Their status is also extraordinary. Old Zhao's intention was clearly to take Li Suifeng as his personal disciple. "Old Zhao, could you let me have Li Suifeng?" A middle-aged man with graying temples and a refined appearance smiled and said, "This child reminds me of myself when I was young. I want to pass on the heaven-returning sword technique to him." "Old Su, this kid is so fierce, how can he learn your effeminate swordsmanship? He should learn spear fighting from me." A man who was sitting as tall as a woman standing up, with long arms and legs, and wearing a fisherman's hat shouted. Another man with a bald head, light eyebrows, and big eyes said, "Old Zhao, if you give me Li Suifeng, I'll give you the third-tier demon core I got earlier, how about that?" Other leaders originally wanted to poach him, but it's clear that these four professors had already started arguing over Li Suifeng, and they also knew that it would be too difficult to win him over. Thinking that Yu Shanshan and the others had not yet been chosen, he remained silent and did not speak again. "I don't care about your broken demon pill. Li Suifeng is destined to be my disciple, Zhao Wangsuan's disciple. No one can take him away." Zhao Wangsun disdained it. The bald man laughed and said, "Old Zhao, I'm only being polite to you because we're friends. Don't forget, Li Suifeng hasn't formally become your apprentice yet, so we both have a chance to take him down." "You!" Zhao Wangsun glared angrily. At that moment, the man wearing the fisherman's hat suddenly stood up, his nearly 2.5-meter height resembling a bamboo pole. Before anyone could say anything, he darted out the door with a whoosh. "You surnamed Lu, how dare you steal my Zhao Wangsuan's woman?" Zhao Wangsun roared angrily and rushed out of the conference room. "He's just a student, is it really necessary to be so proactive?" As the refined-looking man spoke, he took advantage of his last opponent's inattention, got up, and rushed out of the hall. The other mentors were dumbfounded. "Did the three of you treat Li Suifeng like a hot commodity, with everyone rushing to take a bite?" Seeing that the bald professor remained unmoved, someone asked curiously, "Su Yan, aren't you very interested in Li Suifeng? Why aren't you going to snatch him away?" The matter of becoming an apprentice is not about first come, first served, but about fate. At this point, the bald man slowly got up and walked out of the hall. "The child's talent, fighting skills, and even physique are exactly the same as mine back then. If he sees me, he will definitely fall in love at first sight and immediately become my disciple. So, giving these three guys a minute won't hurt." Chapter 55, Becoming Su Yan's Apprentice and Receiving the Demon Hunting Blade as an Entry Gift. "Li Suifeng, this will be your dormitory from now on." Inside room 308 of the men's dormitory, a counselor led Li Suifeng in, introducing the room with a smile. "This dormitory room is 30 square meters in total. It is equipped with air conditioning, wireless network, refrigerator, TV, wardrobe, and low-level energy gathering array, among other facilities. It is the highest standard single dormitory room in our school." After listening to the introduction, Li Suifeng walked around the dormitory and nodded repeatedly, saying, "This dormitory is more luxurious than I imagined. Thank you for showing me the way, Teacher Li." Just now, he and Yu and their group arrived at the dormitory building and met the enthusiastic counselor Li Guanyao, who also brought them here. "We're all from the same family, no need to be so polite. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask me." Li Guanyu smiled. The fact that Li Suifeng received an A-level entrance award shows that he must have exceptional talent, and he might become a top student on campus someday. Li Guanyu understood this perfectly and acted with great enthusiasm. "Li, all of you freshmen need to be at gymnasium number 3 by 8 o'clock tomorrow for intensive training. I've sent you the location of the gymnasium on your phone." Li Guanyu said this while operating his phone. "What are the specific contents of the training camp?" Li Suifeng was somewhat curious. In the past, every freshman class started with open classes as the main course. However, since your class of freshmen enrolled early during the summer break, some professors and advisors are currently busy and unable to teach open classes. Therefore, the school has arranged a training camp for you, which can be considered as an early start to your classes. Li Guanyu gave a brief introduction, then shook his head and said, "I'm not very clear about the content of the training camp, but it will definitely be very beneficial for you freshmen. After the training camp ends, each of you will surely have improved your skills." "Is that so?" Li Suifeng's eyebrows twitched slightly, showing some anticipation for tomorrow's training camp. Teacher Li, where are the books? Li Suifeng then asked what the contract he had signed stipulated, that he could learn 2 martial arts techniques for free during his enrollment. Li Kuan Yu pointed to a building outside the window. That's the building. You've only just enrolled and you're already eager to learn new techniques? You're really eager to learn. The training camp is coming soon, so of course I have to study hard and improve my skills as much as possible. Li Suifeng smiled. Then put your luggage down first, and I'll take you there? Li Kuan Yu was very kind. I can put my luggage in the wristband. Please take me there now, Ms. Li. Li Kuan Yu nodded and was about to leave with Li Suifeng. Suddenly, rumble. The corridor trembled, as if some ferocious beast was running wildly. The commotion drew students from other dorm rooms out. People like Yu and Ma Zhanghao are also among them. They also signed varying enrollment incentive agreements. It has single or double dorm rooms. As soon as Li Kuan Yu poked his head out the door, he saw a giant wearing a fisherman's hat, standing 2 meters tall, rushing toward him from the end of the corridor. Where is Li Suifeng? Da Yuan, deputy director of the gunnery department? Li Kuan Yu was taken aback, thinking to himself, such an important person, why would he suddenly come to the boys' dormitory to find Li Suifeng? What are they trying to do? Just as he was about to raise his hand in response, with a whoosh, another figure appeared, overtaking Da Yuan. Li Suifeng, come out and become my disciple, Zhao Wangsun. Da Yuan, who had been preempted, hurriedly said, Li Suifeng, this Zhao Wangsun is illiterate. If you take him as your master, you will ruin your future. You will have a better future if you follow me, Da Yuan. Upon hearing this, Li Kuan Yu was completely dumbfounded. These 2 renowned mentors came in such a hurry because they wanted to take Li Suifeng as their disciple. What is it about Li Suifeng that makes him so attractive to the 2 of them? Are you looking for me? As Li Suifeng walked past Li Kuan Yu and reached the door, Zhao Wangsun immediately locked onto him, rushed forward, and grabbed his shoulder. Li Suifeng, kneel down before me. Become my disciple. Old Zhao, a discipleship should be a mutual agreement, how could you force me? Da Yuan roared and attacked Zhao Wangsun's back with one arm that looked like a spear. With a clang, Zhao Wangsun remained unmoved, while Da Yuan's expression subtly changed. Child. Do you see that? This guy with the bamboo pole isn't even as strong as a single hair on my head. Only by becoming my disciple can you truly learn something. Zhao Wangsun smiled proudly, his gaze toward Li Suifeng becoming even more ardent. Da Yuan was furious and a 13-foot-long spear appeared in his hand. The silver-plated spearhead gleamed with a cold, menacing light. The gun barrel swayed continuously like a dragon or snake. It seemed as if the spear would pierce Zhao Wangsun's back at any moment. Unfazed, Zhao Wangsun didn't even bother to turn around, his gaze still fixed intently on Li Suifeng. Li Suifeng, I, Zhao Wangsun, am the strongest instructor in the physical arts department. By becoming my disciple, your future is destined to be bright. Come, become my disciple. You, surnamed Zhao, do you really think I wouldn't dare mess with you? Da Yuan roared angrily from behind. Zhao Wangsun ignored him. You're going to get rough with me over a student? Wearing a bamboo pole, are you trying to get fired? Da Yuan's expression shifted between anger and uncertainty. In the end, he put away his spear and said angrily, You surnamed Zhao, I won't bother with you. But Li Suifeng, do you want to choose me or this illiterate Zhao? At this point, Li Suifeng gradually realized that the 2 men who were fighting each other seemed to be fighting for his custody. That's quite interesting. Professors, how did you come to know me? Li Suifeng did not rush to make a choice, but asked instead. Before the 2 could speak, another voice laughed, with the internet so developed now, it's easy for us to find out about you. Li Suifeng looked up and saw a very refined-looking man in a suit walking towards him with a smile. Hello, Li Suifeng. My name is Su Yunji, and I am a teacher in the Kendo department. I am very interested in you. I currently have 3 disciples, all of whom are very beautiful and hot girls. They will definitely welcome you, their junior brother. Li Kuan Yu was speechless. It was one thing for 2 big shots like Zhao Wangsun and Da Yuan to come and snatch people away. Why is Professor Su from the Kendo department here too? He even brought out his beautiful apprentice to seduce Li Suifeng? Isn't that a bit despicable? Brother Li, of course we should choose the Kendo major. Forget about hot and sexy upperclassmen and underclassmen. The main thing is that men look cool wielding swords. Yes, Brother Li, could you please give us a hand and let us become students of Teacher Su? Ma Zhanghao, Yu, and the others understood what had happened. Shocked, they immediately turned red-faced and shouted. As the eldest brother, Li Suifeng was sought after by so many teachers to take on his apprentices. These young guys are also very proud. Looks like I'm not too late. At this moment, another voice rang out lightly, and then a bald man appeared among Dai Yuan and the other two as if by teleportation. He grinned at Li Suifeng and said, "Kid, I just contacted old Yuan. He said you wanted to practice swordsmanship? Then following me, Su Yan, is the most suitable. In this Wuji Academy, who doesn't know that I, Su Yan, am the Blazing Blade God? What kind of bullshit Blazing Blade God is this? Stop bragging. Anyone who's been on campus long enough knows you, Su Yan, are a poor drunkard." Dai Yuan dismissed the sarcasm. Su Yan wasn't angry and maintained a smiling expression. "Student Li, Commissioner Yuan, and I are sworn brothers. If you don't choose me, he will be very disappointed." Li Suifeng was speechless, thinking to himself, "You four are supposed to be top mentors, after all. To get me, they resort to threats, moral blackmail, or seduction. How come they all act like thugs and hooligans, using any means necessary?" However, this also shows that his talent truly impressed the four of them. Li Suifeng was satisfied with this. Through the campus handbook, he already knew that there were differences among the students at Wuji Academy. Many students may not have a private teacher even after 4 years of study, making them all alone. Some students are favored by certain mentors and taken in as their last disciples, receiving far more educational resources than other students. More importantly, I now have a powerful backer on campus. When something happens, there's no need to panic so much. As a qualified adult male, can I have all 4 mentors? Clearing his throat, Li Suifeng spoke, and his words made the four of them stare in disbelief. Dai Yuan then asked, "What does one at all mean?" "That means I can be taught by all 4 of them. I'll take Teacher Zhao's class on Mondays, Teacher Dai's class on Wednesdays, and these 2 teachers' classes on Fridays and Sundays." Li Suifeng offered a somewhat greedy explanation, while Dai Yuan angrily retorted, "You think you can just get on whenever you want? Are you treating me like a public bus? Child, that's not fair. I'd rather not take this disciple." The arrogant Dai Yuan disliked Li Suifeng's attitude and left in anger. Su Yan maintained his smile, unconcerned. Su Yunji, a student in the Kendo department, was caught in a dilemma. He was a refined man, and his swordsmanship style was also somewhat feminine. Li Suifeng's words reveal his personality. Like Su Yun, Zhao Wangsun, and others, he is unconventional and acts casually. If someone were to become my disciple, would their swordsmanship not be a good match, thus preventing them from mastering the art? Li Suifeng, the 4 of us are not a public bus you can't just get on. You can only choose one. Zhao Wangsun said with a stern face, "I was the first to discover you, and I have long since designated you as my successor. If you don't choose me, I will be angry. The consequences will be severe. Teacher Zhao, I'm sorry, but I have to decline your offer." Li Suifeng's so-called wanting them all was just a joke, and he knew that it was impossible for all 4 mentors to accept him as a disciple at the same time. Dai Yuan has now left the scene. Su Yunji was conflicted. Zhao Wansuan's words were even more threatening. Li Suifeng immediately made a decision in his heart. Zhao Wansuan's eyes widened, and he said angrily, "Child, are you really going to refuse me?" "Teacher Zhao, I hate being threatened the most. I'm sorry." Li Suifeng's attitude was neither humble nor arrogant, and Su Yan clapped his hands. "Good, this is the kind of personality that we martial artists should have. Zhao, you've been eliminated, go." Zhao Wangsun was already pale and deeply shocked. "I actually got rejected by this kid? This is the first time that I, Prince Zhao, have ever taken on a disciple on my own initiative." Zhao Wangsun quickly came to his senses and roared angrily. Given his status, he certainly wouldn't cause trouble for Li Suifeng. Unable to swallow his anger, he looked at Ma Zhanghao not far away and said, "Child, come here and become my disciple." Ma Zhanghao was a little confused. Wasn't Brother Li the main character? How did I suddenly have a role? Realizing how difficult it was to find a master within the school, Ma Zhanghao suddenly understood and rushed over, kneeling on the ground. "Disciple Ma Zhanghao greets master. Little Ma, from now on, you'd better study hard with me. You must surpass Li Suifeng and become the number 1 student in this year's class. If you fail, I'll spank your bottom." Zhao Wangsun tossed a wooden plaque to Ma Zhanghao and left without looking back. Holding the token, Ma Zhanghao realized that this was his initiation gift. When he thought of the second half of Zhao Wangsuan's words, he was immediately frightened and turned pale. How can he surpass Li Suifeng and become the top freshman this year? Isn't this giving him an impossible task? How is that even possible? Ha ha! Another competitor is gone. Su Yunji, are you sure you still want to compete with me? Bald Su Yan smiled as he looked at Su Yunji. Su Yunji sized up Li Suifeng for a moment and asked, Li, have you made your decision? Li Suifeng replied, Teacher Su, I have made my decision. Su Yunji sighed. He had already guessed Li Suifeng's choice. As a gentleman, he was self-aware and wanted to maintain his dignity, so he said, in that case, congratulations to old Su on the birth of your beloved disciple. He simply left. Li Suifeng, am I your final choice? The competitor has left, Su Yan asked with a hopeful smile. Li Suifeng's expression was serious, of course. Just as he had promised Yuan Shengang before enrolling. For the rest of my life, I will focus on one weapon. That must be a knife. Although Dai Yuan, Zhao Wangsun, and Su Yunji are all strong in their respective fields. But they are not experts in swordsmanship. Only Su Yan is one. Therefore, Li Suifeng chose him very early on. Good boy. Su Yan looked pleased and said, then why don't you become my disciple? Li Suifeng immediately knelt down and performed a disciple acceptance ceremony. Disciple pays respects to master. Very good. Su Yan helped Li Suifeng up, his gaze intense. I know about your deeds. Your talent may not be the highest in Wuji Academy, but your martial will is absolutely the best. I believe that with this will, you will surely reach the limit on the path of martial arts. These words were tantamount to an endorsement of Li Suifeng, which inexplicably stirred the blood of people like Li Kuan Yu. Even before it reached the very beginning, it was noticed by a big shot. Which young person wouldn't want this kind of thing to happen to them? Now that you have become my disciple, it is necessary for me to give you an initiation gift. This demon hunting knife is for you. A black knife flashed on Su Yan's wrist bracelet. The black knife is about 1.2 meters long, with a thick spine and a sharp blade. The handle is bound with a white bandage stained with dried blood. The knife looked old and rustic, but the moment it appeared, the entire passageway became somewhat somber. The moment Li Suifeng saw the knife, he couldn't take his eyes off it. He could feel that the blood on the hilt of the knife was somewhat familiar. It seems to be the blood of a demonic beast? It wasn't just the blood of ordinary demonic beasts he had killed, but the blood of a truly powerful demon. When Su Yan placed the knife into Li Suifeng's hand, his expression changed slightly. This knife, it's so heavy. Chapter 56, Crazy Spending to Upgrade the Shaking Prison Blade Technique and the Heavenly Mountain Refining Divine Method. The moment Li Suifeng grasped the knife, his entire arm tensed, and his face showed astonishment at the effort he was putting in. A rough estimate suggests that the demon hunting knife in his hand weighs at least 300 kilograms. Disciple, are you capable of wielding this sword? Noticing Li Suifeng's expression, Su Yan asked. Sure. Li Suifeng gradually got used to the weight of the demon hunting blade, took a deep breath, and began to swing the blade. Whoosh! 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 Even though the blade moves very slowly, the casual movement of the blade can create a noticeable gust of wind, making a slap-slap sound when it hits the wall. This knife is incredibly powerful. Li Suifeng's eyes were bright. He was just testing it casually and didn't use much power, but the knife was already able to create a noticeable gust of wind. If you swing it with all your might, the force of the wind will increase. Wouldn't that also be able to injure people? And what about the power of this knife itself? How terrifying would it be? To be able to wield the demon hunting blade at only the first level? My disciple, your talent is truly astonishing. Su Yan's face lit up with surprise. The demon hunting blade is very heavy, so heavy that most first-tier martial artists would find it difficult to control. He originally thought that Li Suifeng would need to reach the second or third level to control this sword. Now it seems that's not the case. Even at the first level, Li Suifeng could wield the blade. With practice and adaptation, he will soon be able to wield the knife skillfully. This demon hunting knife was my weapon during my awakening realm period. It is a mid-grade spirit level weapon, forged from 3 pieces of meteorite iron. It is heavy and sturdy, yet sharp enough to cut a hair in two. Su Yan grabbed Li Suifeng's head and pulled him up. Li Suifeng felt a sharp pain in his scalp and realized that Su Yan had plucked a hair from his head and placed it on the blade. I have no hair, so I can only borrow yours. Su Yan smiled and blew on the strand of hair. Silently, the hair was cut in two by the blade and slowly fell down. Li Suifeng's expression changed. A single hair could be cut off with a gentle breath. The sharpness of this knife is beyond imagination. How painful would it be if the blade struck a demon beast? Could it be cut in two? Filled with anticipation, Li Suifeng asked, "Master, I can sense the bloody scent emanating from this knife." Su Yan laughed and said, "Your master has experienced 6 massive beast tides in his life and fought against alien races many times in the Abyss battlefield. Back then, it was with this sword that I reaped the lives of tens of thousands of enemies. It's normal for this sword to be stained with blood. I can tell you clearly, this knife is not for fighting, but for killing." Upon hearing this, Li Suifeng's face lit up with even more joy. To accumulate more talent points, he was destined to fight against demonic beasts throughout his life. Relying solely on fists and feet to kill demons is inevitably inefficient. With this demon hunting knife, my monster killing efficiency will definitely increase dramatically. You can also get more talent points. Thank you, Master. Li Suifeng was sincerely grateful. If you consider me one of your own, then there's no need to be so polite in the future. As for your talent, although I know about it from written records, it's not complete. Describe it to me orally so I can consider it for your future. Master, my talent is. Li Suifeng recounted the situation of the Great Sun's light. You clearly have a Logia-type talent, yet you possess Paramecia-type abilities? My disciple, your talent is quite rare. Su Yan was quite surprised. Seeing Li Suifeng's strong physique and fierce fighting style, he had thought he was a superhuman martial artist. But now it seems he's actually a nature-type martial artist? Master, is this strange? Li Suifeng asked. Generally, the natural science martial artists in our school focus on tempering their spirit and secondarily on training their physical body. Their combat methods mostly rely on using their spirit to drive their talents and attack enemies from a distance. There are very few natural science students like you who can fight hand to hand. After Su Yan's explanation, Li Suifeng suddenly understood. Superhuman talents often directly enhance the physical body, making hand-to-hand combat the most suitable path for such people. Nature-type talents can manipulate the energy of heaven and earth, making them more suitable for ranged attacks. To put it simply, Paramecia-type warriors follow the warrior melee combat route. The nature-based classes follow a ranged path, such as mages, archers, and psychics. But I am an outlier. Despite awakening a nature-type talent, it possesses the ability to instantly increase burst damage and is also exceptionally skilled in melee combat. Many natural-type martial artists excel in ranged attacks, but their close combat abilities are utterly terrible. But you, my disciple, will not be like that. With this special talent, your future will be without any weaknesses. Upon learning about Li Suifeng's situation, Su Yan's face lit up with excitement. His disciple was destined to become an extraordinary figure in the future. Disciple, you signed an A-level reward contract, right? Then you are now qualified to learn 2 cultivation techniques for free. My suggestion is that you first learn the Heavenly Light Chi and Blood technique to embark on the path of cultivation, and then learn a sword technique to form the foundation for combat. Shaking Prison Mad sword technique, Blood Drinking sword technique, Heavenly Pivot sword technique, are all quite suitable for you. Su Yan offered his advice. Li Suifeng glared and said, Master, are you sending your disciple to the library to learn martial arts techniques? Shouldn't you be directly passing on your skills to your disciple? Su Yan grinned and said, Of course I will pass on my skills, but not right now. Use this free learning opportunity first, and I will teach you other things after this training camp is over. Li Suifeng was somewhat disappointed, but he didn't ask any more questions. He nodded and said, Then, Master, I'll go to the library now. Good boy. Su Yan patted Li Suifeng on the shoulder, gave him some instructions, and then left. Congratulations, Brotherly. Congratulations, Brotherly. Brotherly already has a mentor on his very first day at school? He's already taking off like a rocket. Brotherly, from now on you'll be our good older brother. As soon as Su Yan left, Yu and his group swarmed over to fawn over him. Seeing this scene, Li Kuan-yu felt a pang of sadness. He studied at Wuji Academy for so many years but was not noticed by his advisors, so he had no choice but to stay at the school as a counselor. Li Suifeng was fortunate he was accepted as a disciple by Su Yan as soon as he enrolled. The future can no longer be described as bright. It was not a display of brilliance and splendor. He'd be lying if he said he wasn't envious. Teacher Li, could you please take me to the library? Ignoring the boasts of his underlings, Li Suifeng went to find Li Guangyao. Li Kuan Yu forced a smile. Li, please come with me. 10 minutes later. A group of people rushed into the library. It was Li Suifeng and his henchmen. Yu and the others had just enrolled and were given the opportunity to study for free. When they heard that Li Suifeng was coming, they followed him along the way. Dear students, this library has 3 floors. The first floor mainly contains spirit-level cultivation techniques. The second floor mainly contains earth-level cultivation techniques. The third floor mainly contains heaven-level cultivation techniques. Since you are new students, you are only qualified to learn spirit-level techniques and can only operate on the first level. That's the physical training area, that's the cultivation techniques area, and that's the spirit refinement area. After Li Kuan Yu gave a brief explanation, everyone suddenly understood. They awakened different talents and pursued different martial arts paths, so they went their separate ways to find the techniques that interested them. Li Kuan Yu followed Li Suifeng, intending to gain as much goodwill as possible. Li Suifeng said, Teacher Li, thank you for leading the way. I'll take care of the rest myself. If you're busy, please go back. We can go back on our own later. Li Kuan Yu did not try to be brave and left the library. Li Suifeng watched him leave and then walked into the martial arts section of the library. 10 minutes later. Standing in front of a bookshelf, Li Suifeng kept shaking his head. Judging from the descriptions, none of these spirit-level cultivation methods can compare to the 8 Desolate Limitless technique. For cultivation, the 8 Desolate Limitless technique is enough for me right now. These 2 learning opportunities could be used to improve swordsmanship and spirit cultivation techniques? Li Suifeng went to the sword techniques section, picked and chose among the books on the shelves, and found the sword techniques books that Su Yan had recommended. These sword techniques each have their own merits. Some are characterized by their fierce and domineering nature, while others are characterized by their wide and sweeping movements, all of which are very compatible with Li Suifeng's fighting style. Su Yan's recommendation was clearly well thought out. Let's take this one. Li Suifeng quickly made a decision and chose the Shaking Prison Mad Blade technique. This sword technique belongs to the upper-level spirit grade and is divided into 6 stages. If one can reach the final stage of mastery, one can create the extraordinary phenomenon of hell descending upon the world, which not only greatly increases the power of the sword technique but also instills fear in the enemy in terms of aura. After memorizing the book number of Shaking Prison Mad Blade technique, Li Suifeng went to the Refining Spirit method area again. As the name suggests, the Refining Spirit method is a cultivation technique for the spirit, and there are many different types and focuses. After some consideration, Li Suifeng chose a book of the same high-grade spirit level, Guan Tianshan Refining Spirit Method, and remembered the book number before heading to the library exit. Hand over your student ID to the staff. After checking, the latter said, Student, you have the qualification to learn spirit-level cultivation techniques twice for free. After using this qualification, you will have to pay the equivalent of the credits for the book if you want to learn it again. Clear. Li Suifeng nodded, then glanced at the computer screen and realized that both the sword technique and the spirit refinement technique required 5 credits to learn. If there are no free learning opportunities, he had to use up all his credits just to study one course when he first enrolled. I will send the contents of the exercise to your email address in text form. You must memorize it within 3 months, after which the email will be automatically deleted. The staff explained the situation again before returning the student ID. Afterwards, Li Suifeng arrived at the library entrance and waited for half an hour before all his brothers gathered. I've heard that even top-tier universities only have 100 or so spirit-level cultivation techniques like this, but this huge library has an entire floor dedicated to them. All in all, there must be at least 10,000, right? Is this the foundation of the 8 prestigious universities? No wonder everyone is desperate to get in. On the way back to the dormitory, everyone was excited and chatted about their choices. Once back in the dormitory building, the group, who had been chattering incessantly just moments before, all rushed to their rooms to shut themselves in. Don't be fooled by how flamboyant these guys may seem. Those who get into Wuji Academy are all geniuses among geniuses. They are not only talented, but also very hardworking in their studies. It seems everyone wants to master the new technique as soon as possible to prepare for tomorrow's training camp. A bunch of roll kings, a derogatory term for someone who was overly enthusiastic about writing. Li Suifeng sighed, ate some nuts and bread for dinner, and took out his phone to start reading the contents of the Shaking Prison Mad Blade technique. Half an hour later. The contents of the book were carefully studied. Because of his good comprehension, Li Suifeng instantly felt the urge to practice swordsmanship. I have a cheat code, why bother with cultivation? I can just add points directly. Li Suifeng suppressed his emotions and did not get up to practice his swordsmanship. Instead, he flipped through the method of refining the spirit by observing the heavenly mountain. After some time had passed and he had finished reading the refining spirit technique, Li Suifeng decisively opened the panel. Li Suifeng. Realm, Awakening Level 1. Physical Fitness, 53. Spirit, 27. Talent, Great Sunlight S rank Crocodile Skin A rank plus. Cultivation Technique, 8 Desolate Limitless Technique Level 1 plus Observing the Heavenly Mountain Refining Spirit Method plus. Physical Skills, Shaking Prison Mad Blade Technique plus, Heavenly Light Long Fist Perfect, Iron Pole Skill Mastery can be deduced. Talent Value, 70-10. Because of the killing on the plane. His talent points accumulated to 7,000 without him even realizing it, making him qualified to upgrade Crocodile Skin and 8 Desolations Limitless Technique. Now, the Shaking Prison Mad Blade Technique and the Heavenly Mountain Refining Divine Method have also appeared on the panel. Li Suifeng couldn't help but feel a headache. There are just too many things to improve, and 7,000 talent points are not enough. He resisted the urge to use his talent points because he wanted to first upgrade the Great Sunlight to SS level. This talent is the key to his survival, and theoretically, the higher the grade, the greater the boost to his combat power. However, with 7,000 talent points at present, the upgrade prompt for Great Sunlight has not yet appeared. It seems that upgrading this talent might require over 10,000? Even a talent value of 20,000, 30,000. I heard that there are teleportation arrays inside Wuji Academy that lead to secret realms teeming with strange beasts. After this training camp, I must go to those secret realms and grind some experience. After planning his future, Li Suifeng's gaze fell on the Shaking Prison Mad Blade Technique. When I get to university, fist techniques alone won't be enough. I should first improve my swordsmanship and enrich my offensive methods. System, upgrade my Shaking Prison Blade Technique. Consuming 500 talent points, the Shaking Prison Blade Technique has been upgraded to the beginner level, and Constitution has increased by 1. Only 500 points were consumed? That's acceptable, but the increase in physique is too small. As expected, once you become a martial artist, the only way to quickly improve your physique is to focus on improving your cultivation method. After thinking for a moment, Li Suifeng tried again, saying, "Let's try leveling up one more time." Consuming 1,000 talent points, the Shaking Prison Blade Technique has been upgraded to the minor mastery level, and Constitution has increased by 1. Another wave of memories about the Shaking Prison Mad Blade Technique flooded into his mind. Li Suifeng hadn't done anything, yet he had gained a profound understanding of the sword technique. This feeling of confidence boosted his morale, making him believe that he could easily kill a blue peregrine falcon with a single strike if he faced one of them again. I've already spent 1,500 talent points? Then I might as well spend them all. Consuming talent points is similar to spending money. You can be frugal when you don't spend them. Once you experience the joy of spending money, you simply can't stop. System, upgrade my Heavenly Mountain Divine Refinement Technique. Consuming 1,000 talent points, the Heavenly Mountain Divine Refinement Technique has been upgraded to level 1. Personal Spirit plus 10. The system text flashed by. A surge of powerful spiritual energy filled his mind, making Li Suifeng even more perceptive and quick-witted. Fortunately, level 1 only costs 1,000. If it were like the 8 Desolations Limitless Technique, which costs 3,000 per level, I wouldn't be able to handle it. System, upgrade the Heavenly Mountain Divine Refining Technique by 1 level. Use the remaining talent points to upgrade the Shaking Prison Mad Blade Technique. As Li Suifeng continued to silently recite the instructions, his personal panel underwent a dramatic change after the system messages kept flooding the screen. Chapter 57, Training Begins, Decapitation Strikes. Li Suifeng. Realm, Awakening Level 1. Physical Fitness, 56. Spirit, 52. Talents, Great Sunlight S rank, Crocodile Skin A rank. Cultivation Techniques, 8 Desolate Limitless Technique First level Observing the Heavenly Mountain Refining Spirit Method Second level. Physical Skills, Shaking Prison Mad Blade Technique Mastered, Heavenly Light Long Fist Perfected, Iron Pole Skill Mastered can be deduced. Talent Value, 1,010. After spending a lot of money, his talent value was reduced to only 1,000, and his personal panel changed, with the most obvious change being his mental strength. Because the Heavenly Mountain Refining Spirit Technique was upgraded to the second level, the spiritual power increased to 52 points, only 4 points away from the physical constitution. We've gone further and further down the path of balanced development. Li Suifeng nodded in satisfaction. As Su Yen said, natural type and superhuman type martial artists pursue different paths and each has its own advantages and disadvantages. However, Li Suifeng will not face this problem in the future. Firstly, his physical and mental development is in a balanced way, and there will not be a big gap. Secondly, Li Suifeng's talent quantity is not constant. In the future, by killing powerful monsters, he may obtain the third, fourth, and even more talents. If you have enough talent, what weaknesses could you possibly have? I've already reached the second level of the Heavenly Mountain Refining Spirit technique, but my spirit value hasn't exceeded my physical value. This shows that the 8 Desolate Limitless technique is too powerful. The physical boost it brings far exceeds that of spirit level techniques. The more powerful the cultivation technique, the more benefits a martial artist will receive. The 8 Desolations Limitless technique, as an earth level technique, is a level higher than the spirit level observing the Heavenly Mountain Refining Spirit technique. Even if it's only at the first level, the resulting increase in physical constitution is extremely exaggerated, even exceeding the increase from 2 levels of the observing the Heavenly Mountain Refining Spirit method. For me, it's not difficult to catch up with my physique in terms of spirit. I just need to learn a few more spirit refining techniques. Of course, the prerequisite is that I have enough credits. Li Suifeng's eyes shone brightly as he looked at the bracelet. The watch face displays a vitality rating of 108.58. There are 2 more lines of text below. Second tier martial artist's life force requirement, 140. Estimated time to completion, 3 months. This super bracelet is really advanced. It can even estimate when I'll break through to a higher realm? But the estimate isn't accurate because I have a cheat code. Li Suifeng smiled slightly and summoned the demon hunting blade into his hand again. Call. Memories of the mastered shaking prison blade technique flooded into my mind. Li Suifeng swung his arm and unleashed a slash from a distance. Call. The strong wind generated by the blade traveled more than 10 meters and landed on the wall. With a rustling sound, dust splattered, leaving a faint scratch on the wall. If the mere aura of a blade can leave a mark on a wall, wouldn't the blade itself be able to slice flesh in two? Is this the power of a master-level shaking prison blade technique? Truly terrifying. Li Suifeng grinned. The next morning. Entrance to gym number 3. All the new students gathered here. Unlike most high schools which only have 1 gymnasium, Wuji Academy is wealthy and powerful, with a total of 9 physical training centers of various sizes. Each fitness center has different facilities and functions. Inside gymnasium number 3, there is said to be a teleportation array that leads to the number 3 secret realm trial ground, which is under the control of the school. In a corner of the crowd, Yu craned his neck, looking left and right, quite astonished. There must be over 1,000 people here? Is this the number of new students admitted to Wuji Academy this year? Li Suifeng was also quite surprised. There were a total of 23 students from Hunan province who came with him by plane. However, there were thousands of students around at that time. That's a bit of an exaggeration. The great disaster predicted by General Tianmeng may strike at any time. In order to better cope with it, our school has relaxed its admission requirements, and this year's students are more numerous than in previous years. Beside him, Councillor Li Guangyou explained, among the 36 provinces of China, your Hunan province has the fewest new students. The other provinces each have nearly 30 new students. Everyone suddenly realized, and Li Suifeng raised an eyebrow and asked, how many people received the S-level entrance award this time? Li Guanyu rubbed his nose. I don't know about that, but I heard there are more than in previous years. Those who get S-level rewards basically all have SS-level talent. Li Suifeng's eyes revealed a fighting spirit. SS-level talent? I wonder how strong these students are, and whether they can withstand a single blow from me? Dear students, please enter the library. After a while, the doors of the fitness center opened, and a voice came from inside. Li Suifeng and the others said goodbye to their counselors and followed the crowd into the building. Inside the empty gym, all the equipment had been removed, leaving only a raised platform. A group of school leaders stood on a high platform, scrutinizing the new students below. Among this year's students, there are 24 SS-level talents, double the number of previous years. Although a great calamity is imminent, our Wuji Academy is clearly quite lucky. Vice Principal Hua Rongji, surrounded by admirers, smiled and sighed. She had a full head of silver hair, a face full of wrinkles, and a gentle expression between her brows, a typical image of a kind and benevolent old woman. The head of Gym 3 said, colleagues, because there are many new students this year, you have more choices for taking on students. Remember not to just select people based on their talent, but also to consider whether your abilities match the students' talents. The prominent figures standing around were all professors and mentors from various departments of the university. Their purpose in coming here, besides overseeing the training, is also to select suitable students to take on as apprentices. Vice Principal, that bastard Su Yan broke the rules you set and took on a disciple ahead of schedule. The unshaven Zhao Wangsun came to the old woman to complain. Because there are many geniuses in this year's class, Hua Rongji planned this training camp. On the one hand, it was to help the geniuses improve quickly, and on the other hand, it was to give the geniuses a chance to perform so that the professors and mentors could take on apprentices after the training camp ended. However, Zhao Wangsun and his group actually rushed to take on disciples even before the training camp began. Isn't this a bit hasty? What happened? Hua Rongji looked at Su Yan. The latter grinned and said, Principal Hua, Zhao Wangsun started the apprenticeship thing yesterday. He couldn't compete with me, so he maliciously filed a complaint. If you want to punish me, you can, but you can't let Zhao Wangsun off the hook either. He also accepted an apprentice. Hua Rongji was even more confused. Su Yunji, however, explained the situation in detail. A child with only S-rank talent has caused such a fuss among you? What kind of magic does he possess? After listening, Hua Rongji became very curious about this Li Suifeng. Principal Hua, once the training camp begins, you'll see just how magical my disciple is. Su Yan smiled confidently. Zhao Wangsun was so angry that he gritted his teeth and snorted, I admit that Li Suifeng is quite good, but my newly accepted disciple Ma Zhanghao is also good. He will definitely be able to defeat Li Suifeng in the training camp. Put. Su Yan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Zhao Wangsun became even more furious and howled in a low voice. All right, you lot, quiet down. Don't keep the students waiting. The gym owner called out and then looked at Hua Rongji. The latter nodded and smiled, Dear students, I am Hua Rongji, the vice principal of this academy, and also the person in charge of this training camp. After a brief speech, Hua Rongji got straight to the point. The content of this training camp is very simple. After it begins, you will be teleported to trial ground number 3. The trial ground is similar to the trial realm where you took the college entrance examination, but there are no monsters there. Upon hearing this, the students were confused. The practical assessment for the college entrance examination involves them killing monsters in a secret realm. But there are no demonic beasts in Trial Ground 3, so what should they do? One of the more astute students exclaimed, Principal, are you suggesting we fight each other to the death? Hua Rongji smiled and nodded, that's right. The purpose of this training camp is to have you fight each other in the secret realm to hone your combat skills and temper your martial will. Hiss. A collective gasp and gasps of surprise rippled through the room. The answer had clearly taken all the students by surprise. Even Li Suifeng and the crowd frowned, no monsters to kill? What's going on? He guessed last night that this training camp might be for killing demons in a secret realm. It seems that's not the case now. Is his target the students in the surrounding area? There is a huge barrier in the trial grounds. Initially, it covers the entire trial grounds. Every once in a while, the barrier will shrink. At that time, you need to make sure that you are always inside the barrier. If you unfortunately fall out of the barrier, you will feel suffocated, faint, or even be in danger of death due to the air pressure. Once the barrier shrinks to its limit, the 10 students who are not eliminated will be the winners of this training camp and will receive rewards of varying amounts of credits. Hua Rongji maintained her smile as she explained, your head-to-head records will be monitored in real time, and the final top 10 rankings will be determined based on the number of opponents you eliminate. The person who gets first place in this training camp will receive 100 credits. The second place winner will receive 50 credits. The third place winner will receive 30 credits. Rankings from 4th to 6th will earn 20 credits. Rankings from 7th to 10th will earn 10 credits. As for those who are outside the top 10, there will be no academic credits. As Hua Rongji explained all the rules, the scene immediately erupted in excitement. Many students wore expressions of excitement and greed. After enrolling, they realized that every credit was extremely valuable. Can the top student in the training camp get 100 credits? If I can get it, I won't have to worry about anything for the whole semester, right? This seems kind of interesting. On one side of the crowd, Li Suifeng muttered to himself, his eyes burning with intense fighting spirit. Although this training camp didn't allow me to kill demons and gain talent points. But getting 100 credits is pretty good too. Sir, are we allowed to bring weapons to this training camp? Amid the noise, a student called out a question. Hua Rongji smiled and explained, those who enter the trial grounds can equip a weapon. The trial grounds actually contain various rewards, including temporary equipment that can improve defense, speed, and attack, as well as chi and blood elixirs and spirit elixirs that directly increase strength. The spirit elixir directly increases mental strength, while the chi and blood elixir increases chi and blood. These rewards will not be many in total, they are extremely limited, and you will have to rely on your own experience and luck to find them. Furthermore, you can fight each other without worry in the trial grounds. I have a way to save you, so there's no need to worry about injuries or deaths. Hua Rongji spoke again, and the students became even more excited. Even if they don't achieve good results in the end, it would be good to find some spirit and blood nourishing pills to take in the trial grounds. Isn't this a battle royale? Li Suifeng muttered softly in the crowd. As a former PUBG champion, Li Suifeng was very familiar with the rules of this training camp. The trial grounds may be vast, but as the shrinking circle begins, students will eventually gather in one area and fight each other for factors such as grades and rewards. The fighting may be brutal, but it will also increase students' combat experience and temper their martial arts will. This is the school's real purpose. Alright everyone, the training camp is about to begin, please get ready. As Haney's voice fell to the ground, a huge teleportation array appeared beneath everyone's feet. A series of white lights flashed, and students, including Li Suifeng, disappeared from their spots. The sky and earth are vast and boundless. The grass is lush and green. When Li Suifeng opened his eyes, he found himself in a vast and primitive space. It does look quite similar to the trial realm for the college entrance examination. Wow! I got defensive gear right at the start? That's awesome. Before they could even check their surroundings, shouts of alarm rang out. Li Suifeng looked in the direction of the sound and saw a ball of light floating on the grass not far away. Within the light was a folded black cloth, clearly equipment from the secret realm. A student picked up the black cloth and unfolded it. It was a black cloak. He quickly put on the cloak, and with a whoosh, he began to speed away, excitedly shouting, "Wow! This cloak of light can actually increase my speed? This is amazing, this is so awesome." As he ran, the student noticed a boy standing on the grass. Aside from being a bit taller, more handsome, and having a refined air, the boy had no other distinguishing features and was instantly seen as a thorn in the student's side. You just picked up some equipment and already ran into a fat sheep? You're unlucky to be the first one eliminated by me, Lu Dizhi. A flash of light appeared on the cloak of light, and Lu Dizhi suddenly accelerated, rushing towards the young man. He pulled out a dagger, intending to end the boy's life. Who would have thought? The boy, who had been looking rather dazed, suddenly produced a 1.2-meter long black knife in his hand. Clang! The black blade was not drawn, but it still made a metallic scraping sound as it sliced through the air. Lu Dizhi felt a sharp pain in his neck and was overwhelmed by a dizzying sensation. When he came to his senses, he saw a headless body wearing a cloak of ethereal light, standing there with a dagger raised in its hand. Blood gushed out like a fountain from the severed neck. That's my body? Where's my head? The moment Lu Dizhi had this thought, his consciousness plunged into darkness. At the same time, holding the demon hunting knife, Li Suifeng stared expressionlessly at Lu Dizhi's head rolling on the ground. Is this kid really that weak? I killed him with a single strike? Wait, did I kill someone? Li Suifeng suddenly woke up with a start, his face showing a look of fright. The next moment, whoosh! Two beams of light appeared out of nowhere and landed on Lu Dizhi's body and head. Immediately afterwards, Lu Dizhi's head flew off and stuck to his severed neck. Flesh and blood grew back on the neck, eventually healing completely. A spiritual light enveloped Lu Dizhi's body. He did not wake up, but he seemed to have regained signs of life. Don't worry, he won't die. Hearing Hua Rongji's voice in his ears, Li Suifeng breathed a sigh of relief and suddenly realized what was happening. Was it the vice principal who saved this unfortunate student? Is the vice principal's talent to be able to bring the dead back to life? Is it really that amazing? Chapter 58 Geniuses from all walks of life, wild chi, and blood elixir occurs. The ability to bring people back to life, the vice principal's talent must be at least SSS level, right? Is this the power of the person in charge of Woji Academy? I wonder if I will be able to master this kind of talent in the future. Hua Rongji's voice had long since faded away, but Li Suifeng's thoughts still drifted far away, contemplating the future. Ding dong! The bracelet made a sound, and Li Suifeng looked down. The watch face now includes a training results screen. Student, Li Suifeng. Number of eliminated, 1. Overall training camp ranking, 1. The super bracelet is linked to the campus network, so can it display the training camp results? Li Suifeng suddenly realized that he was currently ranked first because he was in the early stages of entering the trial grounds, when most students were busy collecting equipment and thus neglected killing. He was probably the first person in the entire trial grounds to kill. Being in the top 10 is not very meaningful. If you're going to do something, you should do it to the best of your ability. I must win first place in this training camp. Li Suifeng, filled with fighting spirit, looked up at the horizon. I don't know when it started, but a deep blue barrier, like an inverted bowl, covered the entire secret realm. Now, the massive barrier appeared to be shrinking at a visible rate. They're starting to shrink the safe zone already? That's great, saves me the trouble of searching for people to kill. Li Suifeng's face lit up with a slight smile. He looked around and was surprised to find that he was located at the center of the shrinking circle. Perhaps soon, more and more enemies will appear around him. Then we can have a good, satisfying fight. The trial grounds are located near the edge of the poison circle. Wearing a pink tracksuit and with her hair tied in a single ponytail, Yu Shanshan was running wildly. A dark-skinned, short, stocky boy with a fierce expression was chasing after her. Yu Shanshan, you are the only S-level award recipient in Hunan province, how come you don't even have the courage to fight me? The dark-skinned boy who was chasing after them roared angrily. His name is Fang Shilei, and he is the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination in Linan province. Because of his fierce and combative nature and love of killing, he ignored the offers from 3 top universities and resolutely joined Wuji Academy, just so he could have a good fighting addiction in the academy where the atmosphere was tough and martial arts were respected. To this end, he had already surveyed all the new students yesterday and had a general idea of who was stronger and who was weaker. Yu Shanshan is the only recipient of the S-level award in Hunan province. He was also one of the challenges he considered. Fang Shilei, stop chasing me. I don't want to fight you. Yu Shanshan ran while biting her lip, tears welling up in her eyes. Women are just women. They clearly possess extremely strong dual talents, yet they dare not fight me. Trash. Fang Shilei couldn't catch up with Yu Shanshan, so he stopped cursing. Raising his wrist and looking at the bracelet, he frowned upon seeing that Li Suifeng was currently ranked first in the training camp. Who is this Li Suifeng? I don't recognize him. His investigation last night primarily targeted S-level admission award recipients. Therefore, he doesn't know much about people who receive S-level rewards or lower. Li Suifeng must have some skill to be the first to score in the trial grounds. I hope I can run into you next. With that thought in mind, Fang Shilei headed towards the center of the circle. Northwest of the trial grounds. A boy, 2 meters tall with shoulders as broad as a wall, was wearing a black cloak and carrying a long spear, walking aimlessly. Suddenly, amidst the whoosh 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 sound, students rushed out from all 4 directions, blocking the tall boy, all with ill intentions. The student wearing glasses even said with a mocking expression, "Niodali, you, the top scorer in the college entrance examination of Dadong province, have run into the 4 of us as soon as you entered the trial grounds. You're really unlucky." In order to survive until the end of the training camp, some players frantically search for equipment at the start of the game. Some players hide everywhere at the start of the game, just to survive until they win. Some people go out and challenge others alone, while others gather others to form alliances and increase their chances of survival. The 4 people blocking the way were clearly a hastily formed team. Faced with the encirclement, Niodali remained cold-faced, showing no fear whatsoever. Niodali isn't saying anything, he's obviously scared. Brothers, don't hold back, kill him. The student wearing glasses shouted sharply, about to display his talent. Suddenly, with a flick of his wrist, Boss Nio's spear trembled, its shadow spreading out and covering the students blocking his way. Blood filled the sky, and screams of agony rose one after another. When the gunshot disappeared, the 4 students who had blocked the way lay on the ground, riddled with bloody holes. The lead student's eye socket was pierced by a gunshot, leaving it bloody and mangled, with his black-rimmed glasses shattered beside him. Swish swish swish. A series of divine lights descended from the sky, landing on the 4 students and stopping their injuries. Only wild beasts roam alone, while cattle and sheep flock together, Niodali said coldly, continuing his solitary journey with his gun in hand. Southern part of the trial grounds. The 2 students were walking carefully. Old Juan, do you think we can find Brotherly? It's hard to say. This trial ground is too vast. Brotherly could be anywhere. If we're lucky, we might be able to hold out until we find him. But if we're unlucky, we might get killed halfway through. We're geniuses from Hunan province, after all. If we join forces, we shouldn't be wiped out, right? Who knows? Hopefully we can find Brotherly soon. If we can get on his good side, a top 10 finish is guaranteed. As the two were talking, the space in front of them suddenly distorted. Immediately afterwards, a massive fireball, comparable in size to a mountain, crashed down from in front of them, the immense pressure preventing the two students from moving. They stood there dumbfounded until they were hit by the fireball, felt intense pain, and their consciousness quickly went blank. Not long after, next to the two students who had fainted and collapsed, stood a boy with fair skin, a long, narrow face, and an effeminate appearance. He, under my illusionary magic, no matter how talented you are, you can't last more than 10 seconds. The effeminate young man looked at the unconscious student on the ground, then glanced at his bracelet, confirmed he had received 2 elimination points, and revealed a sinister smile. Recalling the conversation between the two students before they fainted, I became curious again. Who exactly is this Brotherly that these two are talking about? Can he withstand my illusion magic? Hopefully, I'll run into this Brotherly again. An hour passed quietly. The poison circle enveloping the trial grounds has shrunk by half. The heart of the poison circle. Wearing a cloak of spiritual light, Li Suifeng walked swiftly, feeling that his speed was 30% faster than normal. He was satisfied but also regretful. It's a pity that the equipment in the trial grounds is all temporary. Otherwise, how wonderful it would be if we could take it out of the trial grounds. Just then, a flash of inspiration appeared on the grass ahead. Li Suifeng looked closely and saw a blue pill the size of a fingernail in the center of the spiritual light. The pills floated off the ground, releasing a unique and very enticing medicinal fragrance. I didn't expect to find a wild chi and blood elixir an hour after the training camp started. Am I that lucky? Subconsciously, Li Suifeng moved closer, intending to bend down and pick up the chi and blood elixir. Suddenly, on the nearby grass, a patch of turf suddenly stood up, transforming into a figure in camouflage, a triangular military knife in its hand gleaming coldly, which plunged viciously into Li Suifeng's back. Chapter 59 Shark Li Suifeng, 1 against 3. Ha ha ha. Guys, we've caught fish again. The moment the military knife stabbed Li Suifeng, a chorus of laughter erupted. Bite. A crisp sound rang out quickly, and the laughter abruptly stopped. The boy in camouflage stood there dumbfounded, staring blankly at the triangular military knife in his hand. What's going on? The knife didn't even pierce the prey's back? Is this a dream? Ouch, that hurts. The stinging pain in his back made Li Suifeng look annoyed. He turned around, looked at the bewildered boy in camouflage, and immediately understood what was going on. You dare try to fish with me? I'll fuck your mother. Li Suifeng roared and cursed, then punched the boy in camouflage in the chest. Zhuang Tianxian, run! Not far away, a boy in a military green combat uniform shouted loudly, while his hands were folded together. Vines formed in front of Li Suifeng, turning into a wooden wall that blocked his powerful punch. Snap! Even so, the furious fist still managed to break through the wooden wall, landing on Zhuang Tianxiang's chest in the process. Puff! Zhuang Tianxiang coughed up blood, his body fell backward, and the triangular military knife in his hand fell to the ground. You! Zhuang Tianxiang stared at Li Suifeng, then quickly crawled backward with his hands on his back, his face showing fear. It's one thing if a fatal blow doesn't kill the prey instantly. The prey's backhand punch not only shattered the wooden wall but also injured him. Where did this monster come from? How could it be so ferocious? You ambushed me, I'll fuck your mother. As Zhuang Tianxiang was still in shock, Li Suifeng cursed and summoned his demon hunting knife, charging towards him with the blade in hand. Zhuang Tianxiang! What are you standing there for? Run! A companion's voice rang out. Zhuang Tianxiang suddenly woke up and scrambled to his feet, fleeing the scene. Boom boom boom. At the same moment, the student who had summoned the wooden wall made another move, with vines and branches bursting out of the ground, like ropes binding Li Suifeng's feet. Whoosh whoosh. In another direction, a student with a watermelon-shaped haircut was folding his hands and manipulating a large amount of wind elements, turning them into sharp white wind arrows that shot towards Li Suifeng's upper body. If someone were to suddenly trip over their foot, they would inevitably fall. However, because Li Suifeng practiced iron pole kung fu, his lower body was exceptionally stable, and he was still able to maintain his body's stability even when pulled by the vines. Ding ding ding. However, the wind arrows that landed on him made Li Suifeng feel a stinging pain, as if he were being pricked by needles. Fortunately, the crocodile skin provided extremely strong defense, making Li Suifeng's skin resilient, which prevented it from being pierced by the wind arrows. Otherwise, he might get injured in just one exchange. That was close. With the help of his two companions, Zhuang Tianxiang had already escaped to a distance of more than 20 meters. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, still staring at Li Suifeng with lingering fear. This guy is so freakish, could he be Niu Dali or Feng Shilei? That's not right. Niu Dali is said to be 2 meters tall and uses a long spear. Feng Shilei, on the other hand, is as dark as charcoal, ugly, and short. This guy is so tall, handsome, and dashing, which doesn't match Feng Shilei's description. Who is he? Zhuang Tianxiang couldn't figure it out for a moment, but he didn't intend to let Li Suifeng go. He and his two companions used this qi and blood elixir to fish and have already killed 4 students. Although the assassination attempt has failed, Li Suifeng is also hampered by his two companions and is clearly at a disadvantage. With a little effort, winning over the other party shouldn't be a problem. No matter how powerful you are, can you take on 3 opponents at once? As Zhuang Tianxiang was thinking this, his entire right arm suddenly turned red, like the color of a red-hot iron, and was even emitting thick smoke. A great superhuman talent, molten iron body. Driven by qi and blood, the body can undergo a transformation, comparable to iron that has been scorched by lava. Zhuang Tianxiang charged back at Li Suifeng, his raised molten iron arm reaching for Li Suifeng's throat. The sun is bright. 8 Desolation's limitless technique. Although Li Suifeng was hampered by the wind arrows and vines, he managed to multitask and keep a close watch on Zhuang Tianxiang. This person dared to assassinate me, so he must be the leader of the 3-person team and must be the strongest. Therefore, Li Suifeng was on guard the moment Zhuang Tianxiang set off. The instant that S-level talent and Earth-level cultivation technique are activated simultaneously. Li Suifeng was enveloped in a layer of fiery golden light. It contains a powerful and intense mixture of qi and blood. Click click click. The tree branches and vines binding Li Suifeng's ankles all snapped. Each gust of wind arrow struck the body and dissipated completely. At that moment, Li Suifeng swung his sword and slashed across the molten iron arm. Clang! Amidst the clanging of metal, the powerful force carried by the blade struck Zhuang Tianxiang as if he had been struck by a heavy blow, sending him flying backward. After barely managing to stand, his talent was forcibly removed, and his arms were no longer as hard as molten iron. Zhuang Tianxiang was horrified to discover that his right arm had turned bluish-purple as if it had been poisoned, and was filled with a numb sensation. He couldn't even feel his right arm anymore. How terrifying is the power of this strike! Zhuang Tianxiang looked up again, staring at Li Suifeng in horror. He didn't even have his arm severed by me? This guy's talent is quite interesting. Li Suifeng narrowed his eyes and slowly walked towards Zhuang Tianxiang. The other 2 sides. Both of Li Suifeng's companions were shocked by his actions and did not make a move for a long time. We think we've caught a shark. Soon, the boy with the bowl cut shouted, "Brother, if we give you the qi and blood elixir, can we live in peace?" Of course we can get along peacefully, but only after the training camp is over. Li Suifeng grinned, revealing a sinister smile, and stared intently at Zhuang Tianxiang. As for now, all 3 of you will die under my blade. I just wanted to survive to the end and get that chicken dinner. How did I run into this monster halfway through? The bitterness on the boy's face turned into determination. Since there's nothing to talk about, there's no need to hold back anymore. The words were spoken. He quickly clasped his hands together. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose between heaven and earth. Visible wind elements rapidly condensed around Li Suifeng, transforming into a massive tornado with a diameter of 2 meters and a height of 15 meters. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The tornado swept rapidly toward Li Suifeng, with a distinct layer of wind blades on its outer edge, shredding all plants into powder. S-rank talent, Storm Control. Kill. The boy who had summoned the vines also let out a sharp shout and slammed his hands on the ground. Splash. A plant beside Li Suifeng transformed into a towering tree in the blink of an eye. As if it had come to life, more than 10 thick, long branches, like giant pythons, swept across Li Suifeng's waist. Zhuang Tianxiang had initially considered quitting, but seeing his 2 teammates giving it their all, he gritted his teeth and activated his talent once more. Gurgle. His flesh and blood hardened and turned bright red, emitting thick smoke. Zhuang Tianxiang instantly transformed into a non-human monster that looked like it had been forged from molten iron. Whoosh! With a single stomp that sank the ground half a foot, he shot down like an arrow, enveloped in thick smoke and molten fire, instantly landing in front of Li Suifeng. His still powerful left arm stabbed Li Suifeng in the face like a spear. At the same moment, storms and ancient trees descended from different directions, and Li Suifeng, surrounded, seemed to have no way out. Chapter 60, Counterattacking the Attackers and Unexpectedly Encountering the Nanny, Yu Shanshan. Time turns back. A giant light screen floats above Gymnasium number 3. Through the images displayed on the light screen, the school leaders monitored the situation of various geniuses from a godlike perspective. Although the leaders' attention is mainly focused on super geniuses like Fang Shilei, Niu Dali, and Wei Yunuan, who are provincial champions and have received S-level admission awards. However, because Su Yan had taken him as a disciple beforehand, Li Suifeng had attracted their attention to some extent. Seeing that Li Suifeng was about to fall into the trap of the three students, a professor looked at Su Yan and said, "Old Su, it seems your apprentice is in trouble. Ever since that incident, Su the drunkard has been a jinx. Now that Li Suifeng is following him, of course he'll get his bad luck too. He's ended up like this because he was blind and chose the wrong master." Zhao Wangsun promptly interjected with a sarcastic remark, still unable to forget the humiliation of having his apprentice snatched away yesterday. Su Yan looked melancholy. Only an hour had passed, and his own apprentice had already fallen into the trap of three cunning students. It was indeed a bit unlucky. Although Li Suifeng was able to kill the Azure Peregrine Falcon and defeat Hu Junkai, a second-year student, his personal combat strength was extremely high. But the three students who were lying in ambush on him were no ordinary people either. They were all top scorers in their respective cities' college entrance examinations, possessing remarkable talent and ability. How could Li Suifeng survive being ambushed by the three of them? Very difficult. "Vice Principal, my apprentice might get injured. Please keep a close eye on him." Su Yan didn't have much confidence in Li Suifeng at this point, so he immediately sought Hua Rongji's help. Hua Rongji smiled and said, "Don't worry, if his life is in any danger, I will treat him immediately." As they were talking, a student named Zhuang Tianxiang attacked, stabbing Li Suifeng in the back with a triangular military knife. That's outrageous. Li Suifeng wasn't instantly killed. His back seemed to be pierced by a steel plate, and he withstood the stab of the military knife. What the hell? How can this child's defenses be so tough? Does he have a natural talent for defense? Or has he cultivated a physical training technique? This scene caused many school leaders to widen their eyes, and even Hua Rongji showed surprise. The next second, the image on the light screen changed again. Despite being harassed by two students, Li Suifeng used his blade to force Zhuang Tianxiang back, gaining the upper hand in a 3-on-1 situation. Wow! This kid's got some skills. No wonder you wanted to take him in early, Lao Su. One professor couldn't help but shout. To be able to escape danger when ambushed is already a remarkable feat. Can they even turn defense into offense and suppress three people? This is a testament to top-tier strength. Regardless of whether Li Suifeng can survive this time, judging from his current performance, he is already no worse than top geniuses like Fang Shilei, Wei Yunuan, and Niu Dali. Damn it! This kid is even better than I predicted. I suffered a great loss by not taking him as my apprentice. Zhao Wangsun was so jealous that he was unrecognizable. When he saw Su Yan scratching his bald head with a smug and proud smile, he felt even worse. Just in time. The three attackers steadied themselves and unleashed their full potential to attack Li Suifeng. Zhao Wangsun felt a little better and muttered, "This kid is indeed on par with Fang Shilei and the others, but unfortunately he's just too unlucky. He's destined to be eliminated this time." Su Yan sighed inwardly. Just as Zhao Wangsun said. The apprentice's performance so far has been excellent. Unfortunately, his opponent was no weakling either. Most apprentices will likely be eliminated. Trial grounds. Li Suifeng is facing an unprecedented predicament as he is surrounded by three talented students. But at this critical moment, he did not panic at all. Instead, he calmly assessed the situation and quickly made a judgment. Clang! The moment Zhuang Tianxiang's molten iron arm stabbed at him, Li Suifeng swept his sword horizontally, striking Zhuang Tianxiang's wrist with pinpoint accuracy. Zhuang Tianxiang was thrown backward and spun like a top by the impact of the blade. Clap 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 clap. Clang 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 clang. At the same time, the wind blades and python-like tree branches released by the huge storm all landed on Li Suifeng. The sportswear was torn, and the exposed skin showed whip marks and sores. In the blink of an eye, dozens of hideous and terrifying wounds appeared all over Li Suifeng's body. The crocodile skin has good defensive capabilities, but it's obviously too far-fetched to withstand the S-rank talents of 2 students. It hurts like hell. With his body covered in wounds, most people would have fainted. Li Suifeng still had the strength to roar, and he swung his sword again despite the pain. This time, the golden radiance representing talent and the power of blood and chi from the cultivation technique merge into a massive blade aura under the skill of the shaking prison mad blade technique. The blade's energy struck precisely at the middle of the tree. With a crack sound, the towering tree snapped in two. Amidst the flying wood chips, the sword energy still lingered, cutting through the storm despite the swirling wind blades. Boom! After the violent explosion, the raging wind swept in all directions, sending Zhuang Tianxiang flying far away. The 2 students who were further away were also forced to retreat by the strong wind. Because their talents were broken, their energy was suddenly severely depleted, and their heads felt as if they had been hit. My head is about to explode. As the mushroom-headed student clutched his hair and screamed in agony, a figure came along with the wind, slashing down with a knife. Sizzle! The mushroom-headed boy was chopped in 2 like firewood, his red and white contents spilling onto the ground along with his internal organs. Vomit! Upon witnessing this scene, another student completely broke down and began to vomit violently. But before he could vomit for long, footsteps sounded, someone was rapidly approaching. The student screamed in terror, "Help! Principal, help! I want to quit the training camp. I don't want to play anymore." Wah! Overwhelmed with emotion, he burst into tears. Having just killed Mushroom Head, Li Suifeng showed no mercy and coldly drew his knife, intending to annihilate this last enemy. He has surrendered, that's enough. Suddenly, Huarongji's voice rang in my ears. Li Suifeng then stopped and spat at the weeping student. "You were so cool when you ambushed me, but now you're chickening out? Trash." The student lowered his head in shame, wiping away tears and sobbing. Li Suifeng turned around with his sword and saw that the mushroom-headed boy, who had been cleaved in 2, was enveloped in spiritual light and his flesh and blood began to regenerate, indicating that he was out of danger. Zhuang Tianxiang, who had been blown away by the strong wind, lay on the ground, unable to get up for a long time, and was clearly incapacitated. "That's all there is to it," Li Suifeng said dismissively before putting away his demon hunting knife and looking at the bracelet. Student, Li Suifeng. Number of eliminated, 7. Overall training camp ranking, 4. Overall ranking first, Wei Yunhuan. Second place overall, Niu Dali. Third overall, Feng Shilei. With 3 new eliminations, plus the scattered students eliminated in the trial grounds, Li Suifeng has eliminated a total of 7 people. However, he was not satisfied with the 4th place ranking. "I've already eliminated 7 people, and I'm only ranked 4th. The 3 guys above me are SS-level talents and S-level entrance rewards? To win first place in the training camp, I either need to continue accumulating more eliminations than these 3, or I need to find these 3 and eliminate them before they're eliminated. Hopefully I'll run into those 3 guys next." Li Suifeng's thoughts drifted away for a moment before his gaze fell on the grass not far away. The chi and blood elixir that almost eliminated Li Suifeng still radiated light. Can this thing really directly improve blood and chi? Li Suifeng picked up the pill and swallowed it with some skepticism. Is this Li Suifeng a monster? Yes, facing such a dangerous situation, not only did they withstand it, but they also managed to kill Zhuang Tianxiang and the other 2? Hiss. Wasn't that slash that killed Fengling a bit too brutal? It actually cleaved him in 2. Fortunately, the principal is exceptionally talented. Anyone else would not have been able to save Fengling. Inside gymnasium number 3, various school leaders were engaged in heated discussions, their words filled with shock. Zhao Wangsuan's facial muscles were twitching involuntarily. He had thought that Li Suifeng's excellence was on par with Feng Shilei and others. Judging from the situation just now, even Feng Shilei and his group might not be as good as him. After all, in the event of a surprise attack, no matter how talented someone is, they will eventually find themselves in a passive position, with no effective strategies. Li Suifeng, however, tenaciously managed to turn the tables and kill his opponent. This move can only be described as godlike. You despicable drunkard Su. I have an irreconcilable hatred for you. Thinking of all this, Zhao Wangsuan's mentality exploded, and he roared at Su Yan. Ha 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 ha. Su Yan burst into wild laughter, feeling incredibly happy. Despite the leader's pessimism, the apprentice not only survived but also killed 3 of his attackers. Such a record undoubtedly embarrasses the leaders of all sides. Certainly. It also swept across his face. My disciple, it seems I underestimated you. In just one night, you were able to master the demon hunting blade and even complete the hell-shaking mad blade technique? Truly a monstrous talent. I, Su Yan, have had the worst luck my whole life. I never expected that at this age, I would be able to take such a genius as my disciple. This is truly a stroke of good luck. Trial grounds. A powerful surge of qi and blood, like a rushing river, exploded in his dantian and spread wildly throughout his limbs and bones. Gurgle. As his body became increasingly hot, Li Suifeng felt his injuries worsen. Looking down to examine them, he was surprised to find that some of his wounds were bleeding profusely. This qi and blood pill is so potent, it actually made my wound bleed profusely? Li Suifeng was taken aback and quickly tensed all his muscles to stop the bleeding from the wound. After a period of time, the body slowly absorbs the vital energy and blood. As soon as Li Suifeng relaxed, system text flashed before his eyes. Constitution +2. It actually increased my constitution by 2 points? The effects of this qi and blood elixir far surpass those of nutritional supplements. Li Suifeng's eyes lit up. Taking nutritional supplements can also improve physical condition. However, it requires long-term use, along with physical exercise, to have a chance to improve one's physical condition even slightly. However, this qi and blood pill can increase your constitution by 2 points as soon as you take it, and its effect is much better than that of nutritional supplements. This qi and blood elixir is definitely a top-grade spirit-level treasure. Li Suifeng made a judgment. Elixirs are also divided into different grades. Nutritional potions are already considered spiritual items, but at most they are of low grade. This qi and blood elixir is so potent that it's guaranteed to be at least a high grade, or even a special grade, spiritual item. So, does that mean the spirit elixir also has the effect of directly increasing mental strength? This thought came to mind, and Li Suifeng's face showed a slight annoyance. My luck isn't very good. I haven't encountered any equipment or pills along the way. Have I been infected with bad luck by the jinx my Zhenhao? As he was muttering to himself, he suddenly heard a noise behind him. Li Suifeng quickly lay prone on the ground, blending into the surrounding flowers and plants, becoming a Voldemort. 1 minute later. A figure slowly approached and called out, Li Suifeng, is that you? Li Suifeng jumped up quickly, looking at the petite girl in front of him with surprise. Yu Shanshan, how did you know I was here? The girl who suddenly appeared was Yu Shanshan, a student from the same province. This girl helped Li Suifeng a lot on the plane back then. Besides the wind of rejuvenation, I also have another S-rank talent, heart of the plant, which allows me to share the senses of many plants. Yu Shanshan explained in a soft voice. Li Suifeng's eyes widened. Isn't your talent equivalent to a personal radar? The trial grounds were filled with flowers, plants, and trees. Yu Shanshan, relying on the heart of plants, is practically a super radar, which is no different from having a cheat code for seeing through objects. You could say that, but my mental strength is limited. I can only perceive plants within a 30-meter radius. Yu Shanshan said, looking Li Suifeng up and down with pity. Li Suifeng, who were you fighting with just now? How did you get so badly injured? 3 guys ambushed me, but I killed them in return. Li Suifeng offered a casual explanation, then his expression turned serious. Yu Shanshan, although we are fellow villagers, we are enemies in this trial ground. You came looking for me on your own initiative. Aren't you afraid of being killed? Li Suifeng, you won't kill me. Why do you say that? Because you are a good person. Yu Shanshan's expression was serious, and her eyes were as gentle as autumn water. Staring into those big, bright eyes, Li Suifeng's emotions inexplicably stabilized, and even his state of mind became much more peaceful. Girl, praise me if you want, but don't just give out these good guy cards randomly. Don't say things like that to guys in the future. Li Suifeng smiled again. What is a friend zone card? Yu Shanshan was confused, and Li Suifeng didn't explain, but said, can you help me heal my injuries? All right. Yu Shanshan approached without any sign of wariness. This action increased Li Suifeng's positive feelings towards her. Boom boom boom. As the winds of revival spread, beams of green light fell upon the wounds, causing the damaged flesh to grow and the injuries to heal rapidly. As the burning pain in his body gradually subsided, Li Suifeng sighed, no wonder support-type martial artists are so sought after. There's a big difference between a team with a healer and one without. Yu Shanshan nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Li Suifeng grinned again and said, Yu Shanshan, from now on you'll stick with me? I'll help you get into the top 10 of the training camp? Okay. Yu Shanshan revealed an innocent smile. She was terrified of fighting, and the only reason she has survived to this day is because of her talent for constantly dodging enemies. She considered herself extremely fortunate to have Li Suifeng as a powerful patron. Time passed. Li Suifeng's injuries had mostly healed when Yu Shanshan suddenly remembered something and said, Li Suifeng, when I passed a basin earlier, I sensed that Yu and Ma Zhanghao were there. They were being chased by Feng Shilei. His two younger brothers are being hunted down? Is the pursuer Feng Shilei, who is currently third on the training list? Damn, we have to do something about it. Li Suifeng raised an eyebrow and immediately drew his demon hunting knife. Yu Shanshan, lead the way. Chapter 61, The Leader's Astonishment at the Slaying of Feng Shilei. Within a basin. A strong wind blows, and the flowers and grasses sway. Ma Zhanghao and Yu joined forces, raising a black shield high, their faces both showing bitterness. At the other end of the shield, a short, dark-skinned boy, carrying a pair of reddish-gold brass knuckles, relentlessly pounded the shield with his fists. Clang, clang, clang. Under the boy's fierce attack, the shields continuously emitted the clanging sound of metal striking metal, causing the two shield-wielding men to feel numbness and pain all over their bodies, and their arms to feel like they were about to break. Yu shouted in frustration, Feng Shilei. Are you crazy? We have no grudge against you. Why are you targeting us like this? Not long ago, he found Ma Zhanghao in the trial grounds and teamed up with him, and was lucky enough to get this shield as temporary equipment. Just when everyone thought good luck was on its way, Feng Shilei unexpectedly appeared after the circle shrank. He attacked the two men like a vicious dog without warning. The two fought with him for a while, but when they realized they couldn't win, they were forced to raise their shields to defend themselves. It's already quite remarkable that they've managed to persevere until now. Do you need a reason to fight in the trial grounds? You two cowards. If you have the guts, put down your shields and fight me. Feng Shilei was somewhat frustrated after failing to break through Feng's defenses for a long time. Feng Shilei, you want us to put down our shields? Fine. But you have to leave here first. Yu roared loudly. Two weaklings have no right to negotiate with me. Feng Shilei roared, an earthy yellow elemental energy rose from the ground beneath his feet, then adhered to his arms. Mountain crushing fist. With a fierce shout, his fists landed on the black shield like cannonballs. Boom! Although the black shield blocked most of the power, the terrifying force that erupted in that instant still knocked Yu and the other person to the ground. Clang! The black shield flew high and landed with a crisp sound. Yu and Ma Zhanghao tried to get up, but found that their arms were injured to varying degrees, and they were in pain and weak. Finally, your shells have been broken. Now, you can leave your last words, and then die. Feng Shilei looked pleased and walked up to the two men, about to raise his fist to strike. Ma Zhanghao screamed in anguish, we're doomed. The next moment, footsteps suddenly sounded behind them. Feng Shilei sensed something, looked up, and saw a figure pouncing towards him like a cheetah. He was terrified and instinctively threw a punch. The figure then unleashed a flash of swordlight. Clang! After the fist collided with the blade, Feng Shilei retreated continuously, leaving deep footprints on the ground. Once he regained his footing, he felt a burning sensation in his eardrums, nostrils, and eyeballs. It turned out that the blow had weakened his blood and qi, causing internal injuries. Feng Shilei suppressed his discomfort and glared angrily at the newcomer. But then they saw the uninvited guest standing in front of Ma Zhanghao and his companion. He was a young man dressed in ordinary sportswear and holding a simple black longsword. The boy was a full 1.8 meters tall, with firm and well-proportioned muscles, and a handsome face like that of a male celebrity. Looking at the handsome young man and thinking of his own appearance, Feng Shilei felt inferior and cursed angrily, where did this pretty boy come from? How dare you ambush me? Are you tired of living? The boy ignored Feng Shilei and looked at the two people on the ground, are you two alright? It's brotherly? Am I dreaming? Yu struggled to his feet, his face filled with disbelief. Ma Zhanghao got up, staring in astonishment, did my jinx work again? I actually managed to shake brotherly over? Before Li Suifeng could say anything, she cried out with a long face and a pitiful expression, "Brotherly, this guy surnamed Feng is a lunatic. We clearly didn't provoke him. But he won't let us go and even injured us. Please avenge us." This pitiful look is just like that of a primary school student who goes to his parents to complain. "Old Zhao, isn't this my Zhanghao, your apprentice?" Inside gym number 3, the confrontation between Li Suifeng and Feng Shilei attracted the attention of many instructors. One of the mentors felt that my Zhanghao sounded familiar, so he subconsciously asked Zhao Wangsun, "If you can't beat Feng Shilei, then so be it. Now they're actually going to complain to Li Suifeng? I don't have such a spineless disciple." Zhao Wangsun roared inwardly, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Thinking back to his boast yesterday that my Zhanghao will surpass Li Suifeng, he felt even more ashamed and embarrassed. "Hee, Lao Zhao, are you alright?" Su Yan spoke with a smile, which was tantamount to rubbing salt into a wound. "Get the F out of here." Zhao Wangsun cursed loudly. Trial grounds. Listening to my Zhanghao's shameless accusations, Li Suifeng said irritably, "Alright, I know everything about your business." Then he turned to Feng Shilei and said, "You chased after my sister before, and now you're chasing after my 2 underlings. If I don't make sure you bleed today, how can I be a big brother?" Feng Shilei's face darkened. Although Yu and my Zhanghao lacked backbone, their strength was definitely not weak, otherwise they would not have been able to hold out against him for so long. The boy who suddenly appeared looked exactly like the parents of my Zhanghao and his companion. In addition, the way he gripped the knife was so imposing that he was definitely a formidable opponent. Trying to appear knowledgeable without speaking? Then you'll be eliminated. As Feng Shilei was trying to guess the other party's identity, Li Suifeng casually dropped a sentence, and then with a whoosh, he approached like an arrow released from a bow, his demon hunting knife slashing towards the latter's face with intense pressure. Feng Shilei's pupils contracted, his legs suddenly sank down, and his arms shot out to meet the blade. Clang! After a deafening roar that could shatter eardrums, Feng Shilei and Li Suifeng remained unmoved. In this clash, the two were evenly matched. "You bastard!" Feng Shilei's face was contorted. He was virtually invincible in Linen Province. Any student in his class would turn away when they saw him. Why didn't he take down Li Suifeng with one punch today? This was not a blessing for him, but a disgrace. Grip of the earth. Under Feng Shilei's furious roar, the originally solid ground began to ripple like the sea. With a whoosh sound, dust billowed up, and a large amount of earth-yellow elemental power condensed in the sky, transforming into a giant arm more than 10 meters long, which reached out to grab Li Suifeng. "Here it comes!" Feng Shilei's SS-level talent, Earth Grip, and instructor shouted excitedly in the fitness center. The other mentors remained silent, but their expressions were also full of anticipation. Can Feng Shilei, who possesses SS-level talent, defeat Li Suifeng? Su Yan crossed his arms, appearing calm, but a bead of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. By this point in the training camp, his apprentice's talent had already won him over. But this time, the apprentice will be facing Feng Shilei, an SS-level genius. Can the apprentice continue his winning streak this time? Su Yan had no answer in his heart, so he was extremely nervous. Trial grounds. When the earth-yellow palms arrived with overwhelming force, Li Suifeng's brow twitched, a rare occurrence. Was this large hand so dangerous that it triggered my instinctive alertness? I didn't even feel this way when I fought Hu Junkai back then, did I? Is Feng Shilei stronger and more dangerous than Hu Junkai? That's interesting. In that instant, countless thoughts transformed into a powerful fighting spirit. Li Suifeng activated the 8 Desolations limitless technique, mobilized all the qi and blood in his body, and awakened his innate great sunlight. Boom! When golden light swept over my whole body like a wave of fire, Li Suifeng unleashed his demon hunting blade in one fell swoop. What appears to be an ordinary strike is actually the application of the profound secrets of the master-level shaking prison mad blade technique. The blade carries a powerful aura the moment it strikes. The size of that blade energy was comparable to that of a large hand. Splash! Because the sword energy was so sharp, the space itself was distorted, as if it was about to collapse under the pressure. Just then, the large, earthen yellow hand finally arrived. The momentum of the sword energy also reached its peak. Then something strange happened. Hiss, 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 hiss. Amidst the continuous resounding sounds, the earthen yellow hand-shaped blade energy swept down, breaking apart inch by inch, and finally dissipating like smoke. At the same moment, Feng Shilei suddenly coughed up a long stream of blood. He controlled the grip of the earth remotely, and now that the grip of the earth has been broken, his physical body is also unable to extricate itself from the situation and has been injured as a result. My earth grip was broken by him with a single strike? How could that be? Compared to his physical injuries, Feng Shilei was more deeply affected by the emotional blow. He stared blankly at Li Suifeng, finding it hard to believe that what he had just witnessed was real. Not bad. Li Suifeng, having broken the earth's grip, nodded and gave Feng Shilei a very high evaluation. Then, he tapped his foot again, moving like a cheetah as he approached and unleashed the demon hunting blade. Exclamation point. Feng Shilei was terrified and instinctively raised his arms to block. After two sharp swoosh sounds, his palms were severed by the blade and he fell to the ground. Ah! Feng Shilei knelt on the ground in excruciating pain, screaming and howling. At the same moment, Li Suifeng raised his knife again, showing no mercy, intending to kill Feng Shilei and replicate the scene of cutting in two with one stroke. Feng Shilei has been eliminated, that's enough. Hua Rongji's voice rang out at an inopportune moment, followed by two streaks of green light falling. As the severed wrist and hand began to heal, Feng Shilei's face turned as pale as paper. He held his head high, staring intently at Li Suifeng, wanting to imprint the other's image deep into his soul. Stopping at another crucial moment? How boring. Li Suifeng pursed his lips, thinking that the vice principal was too much of a spoilsport, but he didn't care. After putting away his demon hunting knife, he turned and left. Who exactly are you? Feng Shilei roared excitedly. Li Suifeng continued walking, ignoring Feng Shilei's words, and came to Yu and the other person. Oh my god. Yu belatedly realized what was happening and stared at Li Suifeng with the eyes of someone looking at a monster. Brotherly, this guy is Feng Shilei, the #1 in Linen province. You actually killed him like a dog? You're too monstrous. I told you long ago, Brotherly is invincible. Ma Zhanghao was about to speak when Yu covered his mouth, saying, Alright, it's not too late to talk about being invincible after Brotherly eliminates the other freaks. Wah-ah! Ma Zhanghao winked at Li Suifeng with a very aggrieved expression. Brotherly, save me. Li Suifeng was amused by the two and clapped his hands. Yu Shanshan, who had been hiding outside the basin, cautiously approached and said, Ma Zhanghao, Yu, let me heal your wounds. Is Shanshan here too? Yu and his companion were surprised. Feng Shilei, watching from afar, felt his pupils contract repeatedly. Yu Shanshan was the first person he chased in the secret realm, how could he not recognize her? He realized that the boy who defeated him, along with Yu Shanshan, Yu, and Ma Zhanghao, were all clearly from Hunan province. It seems there is only one student with the surname Li in this year's graduating class from Hunan province? You are Li Suifeng. Upon realizing the truth, Feng Shilei roared loudly. Li Suifeng turned his head and said indifferently, You eliminated stray dogs should stop trying to make your presence known. If it weren't for the vice principal stopping you, I would have already cut your head off. Feng Shilei's face was contorted with rage, but he was unable to utter a word. Not long after, Ma Zhanghao and the other man's injuries were repaired. Li Suifeng then asked with a smile, You two will be working for me from now on? I couldn't be happier. Yu and Ma Zhanghao almost burst into tears on the spot. After suffering so much injustice for so long, I've finally found my big brother. Now, the top 10 is a sure thing. Li Suifeng smiled slightly and looked up at the sky again. At this point, the safe zone shrank again. Their location is no longer at the center. Perhaps it won't be long before we're outside the poison circle. Let's go to the center of the poison circle and see if the other brothers are still there. Li Suifeng waved to Shanshan and the other two, then led the way. There were more than 20 students from the same province this time. With so much time having passed since the training camp, there must have been quite a few people eliminated. But there should still be some people left. If they are willing to join the team, Li Suifeng, as the senior member, will certainly welcome them without affecting his own ranking. After watching Li Suifeng and his group leave, Feng Shilei's injuries had almost healed. He got up, ready to continue fighting. Feng Shilei, you've been eliminated. Hua Rongji's voice rang in my ears. Feng Shilei gritted his teeth and said, Vice Principal, I'm not convinced. I want to fight Li Suifeng again. You'll have plenty of opportunities to spar with him after the training camp ends, but not this time. Although Hua Rongji's voice was gentle, it was also full of unquestionable authority, so Feng Shilei could only lower his head in resentment. Who would have thought that Li Suifeng would actually win? Although the victory was narrow, we won in the end. Fang Shilei is no ordinary kid. His talent and strength definitely make him a strong contender for the heroes ranking in the near future. Yet he has lost to Li Suifeng. Doesn't that mean that Li Suifeng's future ascent to the heroes ranking is a foregone conclusion? Old Su, congratulations on having a worthy successor. Even after the battle ended, the leaders in the fitness center were still talking about it with great relish. The fight between Li Suifeng and Fang Shilei just now was the most exciting of all the battles in this training camp. The main reason is that both of them are top talents in their respective provinces, with little difference in talent and strength. In addition, they displayed their unique abilities in a fair and just environment, resulting in a brilliant clash. This feeling is like Mars colliding with Earth, full of passion and grandeur. The leaders were still savoring the victory and saw that the two players had unlimited potential and were destined for a bright future. Su Yan chuckled and scratched his head. He had never been very noticeable on campus, but he became the focus of attention because of his newly accepted apprentice. He was delighted by this, but also felt immense pressure. In this training camp, Li Suifeng has undoubtedly stood out and become the focus of attention for leaders from all walks of life. If he hadn't taken on apprentices in advance, other leaders would inevitably scramble to recruit Li Suifeng once the training camp ended. That's why Su Yan is under so much pressure. He's mainly worried that if he doesn't teach his apprentice well, he might ruin the apprentice's future. It seems I should drink less alcohol and focus more on my religious beliefs in the future. Su Yan silently made a decision in his heart. Chapter 62. Come and fight me together. Southern part of the Poison Circle. Niu Dali stood holding a gun, with two students lying on the ground in front of him, both with bloody holes in their chests, having fallen into a coma due to excessive blood loss. 2 more people have been eliminated. Should I overtake Wei Yunhuan now? Niu Dali murmured as he looked at the bracelet, his pupils suddenly contracting. Student, Niu Dali. Number of eliminated, 53. Overall training camp ranking, 3. Overall ranking first, Li Suifeng. Second place overall, Wei Yunhuan. Third overall, Niu Dali. I don't know when it started, but the training camp rankings have been refreshed again. Niu Dali did not overtake Wei Yunhuan to become number 1. Instead, they were pushed down to third place because of Li Suifeng's appearance. Isn't Li Suifeng the first person to appear on the list after the training camp started? Who is this person? How did he suddenly appear and become number 1? Niu Dali's face darkened slightly, feeling resentful about the current ranking. He looked up at the sky. The area covered by the poison circle seemed to be within 2 square kilometers. Everywhere you look, there are students standing. Some people are wary of each other and are not taking action. Some people have already started fighting. In some places, the fighting was so fierce that more than double digits of students were involved in the melee. Niu Dali had little interest in participating in this chaotic battle, and roared, Li Suifeng, Wei Yunhuan, where are you? This Li Suifeng has actually reappeared? And he even stole my first place? Where is he? I'm going to kill him. On a hillside in the northwest corner of the drug den, Wei Yunhuan, with skin as white as paper and an effeminate demeanor, had anger written all over her face. He has eliminated 64 people since the start of the training camp. I thought this achievement would be enough to make other students look up to me in the dust. Who would have thought that Li Suifeng would emerge not long ago, and the number of eliminated players would increase rapidly, easily surpassing him. In order to overtake Li Suifeng, he has been looking for people to mess with. No matter how hard he tried, he could never surpass Li Suifeng in the number of people eliminated. This left him in a state of turmoil and extremely irritable. Do you know where Li Suifeng is? As the poison circle shrank again, Wei Yunhuan moved to another location, used his talent to defeat a student, and then grabbed his collar and roared. Intimidated by Wei Yunhuan's imposing presence, the student pointed tremblingly to a spot. There was a group of people over there just now, and the leader seemed to be called Li Suifeng. A group of people? The leader is called Li Suifeng? They're already close to the finals, and Li Suifeng is still teaming up with other people? Could it be that he achieved this exaggerated number of eliminations through his team? Is he not acting alone? I thought Li Suifeng was a super genius, but now it seems he's nothing but a bunch of good-for-nothings who stick together for warmth. Wei Yunhuan threw the student to the ground and headed in the direction he pointed, his face full of rage. The center of the poison circle. Flowers and plants sway in the breeze. A figure lay prone in the grass, like a corpse, not daring to move at all, not even daring to breathe heavily. His name is Wei Rong, and he is a student from Hunan province in this year's cohort. Along the way, he encountered countless elite students, and each time he managed to get away with it by feigning death. Clatter! Suddenly, footsteps sounded from behind, as if a large group of people were approaching. Wei Rong's face changed drastically, and he silently prayed in fear, "Don't find me. Don't find me. Please don't find me." Unfortunately, it turned out that the footsteps abruptly stopped beside me. Wei Rong's heart nearly burst from fear. "Wei Rong, it seems Shan was right, you really were hiding here." A familiar voice suddenly rang out. Wei Rong's fear turned into astonishment. You? He turned over and saw a group of familiar faces looking down at him. They were students from Hunan province, a total of 11 of them. Upon seeing one of the faces, Wei Rong scrambled to his feet, his face beaming with joy. "Brotherly, you're here too?" Although he was Voldemort, he checked the training list quite often. "I also know that Li Suifeng is currently at the top of the list, an absolute big shot. Xiao Wei, your skill in playing dead is quite impressive." Li Suifeng smiled as he looked Wei Rong up and down. Wei Rong scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. There were too many monsters in this training camp. If I hadn't played dead, I probably wouldn't be alive now. But brotherly, how did you find me? Li Suifeng pointed to Yu Shanshan standing to the side. Yu Shanshan explained the uses of the plant heart. Wei Rong suddenly realized something was wrong, then noticed that Li Suifeng's outfit was strange, and glared at him, saying, "Brotherly, what's wrong with your gear?" Turn out to be unlike other students who only wore battle uniforms and sportswear. Li Suifeng was wearing black armor, a golden hat, and fiery red boots that shimmered like flames. His cloak was also adorned with a wisp of azure energy. That outfit was anything but stylish. Some were gifts from brothers, and some were stolen. Li Suifeng said casually with a smile. After eliminating Feng Shilei, he led Yu, Ma Zhanghao, and Yu Shanshan to sweep through various parts of the drug circle. Thanks to Yu Shanshan's heart of plants, he could easily find students nearby. Students from other provinces are eliminated directly, while those from the same province are included in the team. As the number of participants increased, the team's strength continued to grow, and the elimination rate naturally increased dramatically. As the leader, Li Suifeng only needed to finish off the remaining opponents to easily overtake Wei Yunhuan and take first place. To date, the team has expanded to a total of 11 people. As for this makeshift set of equipment, as Li Suifeng said, some of it was stolen from other students. Some of them were offered as tribute by the underlings who joined the team. With this equipment, Li Suifeng's defense, speed, and attack all skyrocketed to an unbelievable level. It's no exaggeration to say that if he encountered Feng Shilei again now, with the added benefit of this equipment, he could easily take him down. Wei Rong nodded, still somewhat bewildered. Then, as if remembering something, he asked, "Brotherly, are you planning to lead all the brothers into the top 10? "Certainly," Li Suifeng answered confidently. "Can I join?" Wei Rong's face was full of anticipation. Anyone from Hunan province can join. However, Wei Rong, only the top 10 in this training camp will receive academic credits. You are the 12th person to join us. Towards the end of the training camp, you must voluntarily admit defeat and give up your 10th place. However, in the spirit of harmony and mutual assistance, once the training camp is over, the 10th ranked fraternity will give you some credits. Wei Rong, you need to think this through. After listening to Li Suifeng's explanation, Wei Rong weighed the pros and cons. Because it's a team activity, the credits earned for winning in the end are indeed not many. But, this is better than not getting a single credit. Don't be fooled by the fact that he can still lie on the ground and hide for now. But as the poison circle continues to shrink, when the space he can move around in is no more than 100 square meters, and there are people everywhere around him, where can he hide? Can he really survive to the end in this chaotic battle? Wei Rong lacked confidence, so he quickly made a decision. "Brotherly, I've thought it through, I want to join the team." Can. Li Suifeng patted Wei Rong on the shoulder. At the same time, inside the fitness center. The purpose of this training camp is to stimulate the students' potential through dangerous situations such as battles, fights, and trials, so that they can temper themselves and become stronger. But Li Suifeng actually assembled such a team? Is he trying to lead his team to dominate the top 10 in the training camp? If students can get into the top 10 by just going through the motions with the team, doesn't that go against our goal? That Li Suifeng is really outrageous. Initially, the leaders from all sides were quite appreciative of Li Suifeng's abilities and talents. However, as he recruited more and more helpers and revealed his ultimate goal, The school leaders couldn't hold back any longer. One of the leaders glared angrily at Hua Rongji. "Principal, Li Suifeng's behavior is so outrageous, aren't you going to stop him?" Hua Rongji said, both amused and exasperated. "When we set the rules for the training camp, we didn't prohibit team formation. But we didn't know Li Suifeng would be so wild back then. Of the students who are still here, his team makes up 1/7. Others form teams of 2 or 3 people at most, but he goes and forms a team of 12. How can anyone beat him?" The school leader was very frustrated. Hua Rongji said helplessly, "It wouldn't be proper to change the rules at this point in the training camp. Let's just take it one step at a time." The frustrated leader looked at Su Yan again. "Is this the good apprentice you've trained?" Su Yan smiled awkwardly. "I never expected that a perfectly good training camp would be turned into a farce by my student." Time passed. The poison zone within the trial grounds has shrunk further, leaving only a 500 square meter area for movement. Most of the 1,000 students who participated in the training were eliminated, leaving more than 60 students. In such a small area, there were so many enemies that the students could not coexist peacefully and began to attack each other, thus starting a chaotic battle. In the midst of the melee, Niu Dali, who was 2 meters tall and wielding a long spear, casually used his spear to repel a student before shouting loudly, "Where is Li Suifeng?" "Niu Dali, you're looking for Li Suifeng too." No one answered. Instead, a sinister voice rang out. Niu Dali turned around and saw a effeminate young man walking towards him with a smile. "It's you!" Niu Dali's eyes were filled with intense fighting spirit. Although his main target was Li Suifeng. But Wei Yunhuan had been able to suppress him for so long, and he had long regarded him as a thorn in his side, someone he wanted to get rid of. Now that the opportunity has arrived, Niu Dali silently grips his gun, ready to fight at any moment. "Niu Dali, your fight with me this time is just a waste of your energy. If Li Suifeng appears later, you will be in poor condition and will lose to him. You should think it over carefully." Wei Yunhuan smiled sinisterly. Niu Dali frowned. It seemed to make sense. Eliminating Wei Yunhuan now certainly secures second place. But Wei Yunhuan is no ordinary person. Fighting him requires using all your strength, and even if you win in the end, you will inevitably have to pay a price. If Li Suifeng appears, then I, whose strength is no longer at its peak, may not be able to defeat him. Wei Yunhuan and Niu Dali are actually here. These two are both very strong. How about we join forces and eliminate them first? Shouts came from the surrounding area, and some more students noticed Wei Yunhuan and his companion, and were filled with murderous intent. Of those who have survived the training camp until now, a few might be Voldemort-like figures, but most are simply powerful geniuses. They came from various provinces and, during the intensive training, experienced battles and acquired treasures such as chi and blood essence and spiritual elixirs, resulting in a rapid improvement in their strength. Having survived to this day, it can be said that it has been tempered through countless trials and tribulations, and has acquired the brave and fierce demeanor that a martial artist should possess. Even knowing that Niu Dali and his companion were formidable rivals, they showed no fear and instead tacitly surrounded and approached each other. A tree that stands out in the forest will surely be felled by the wind. Niu Dali and Wei Yunhuan secretly set their sights on Li Suifeng, who was ranked first. The disciples ranked below the top 3, aren't they also aiming to be like those 3? Wei Yunhuan, shall we join forces for now? As the students approached, Niu Dali looked at Wei Yunhuan. Wei Yunhuan said with a smile, "In order to conserve my strength to deal with Li Suifeng at the end, I will make an exception and cooperate with you this time." He silently leaned towards Niu Dali, and the two stood side by side. Just then, another voice rang out, "I heard you're looking for me?" Whether it was Wei Yunhuan and his companion, or the students around them, everyone subconsciously looked towards the source of the sound. Then they saw a team of 12 people walking towards them in the distance. In the center of the group, a young boy was surrounded by admirers, clearly becoming the protagonist. He was dressed in black and gold plate armor, wore a silk spirit hat, wore cloud and fire boots, and was covered in his spiritual light cloak. He also held an ancient black knife in his hand. Arriving in a flamboyant manner, it was quite an impressive sight. Wei Yunhuan and Niu Dali's expressions changed slightly at the same time, and their eyes were filled with jealousy as they looked at the boy. Even though they were the best in the training camp, many people were eliminated, and the temporary equipment they received was at most 1 or 2 pieces. But what about this boy in front of me? They were armed with makeshift gear from head to toe. This is simply too gorgeous, too extravagant. Compared to the teenager, Wei Yunhuan and his companion felt like country bumpkins. Before long, the team of 12 people approached in a flurry of activity. Nyo Dali understood immediately and stared at the dashing young man, saying, "You are Li Suifeng?" You, now acting as the number one lackey, said proudly, "In this training camp, besides Brother Li, who else is as handsome?" Even though someone as handsomeness might rival Brother Li's in the trial grounds, how could his temperament possibly compare to Brother Li's? Wei Rong, the second lackey, added, "You two are exaggerating. My looks and temperament are just average." Li Suifeng smiled gently. Mai Zhanghao, the third lackey, immediately objected and shouted, "Being handsome, tall, and having an otherworldly air is one thing, but Brother Li, you also possess the most precious quality of a genius, humility. Not to mention the entire training camp, no one in the entire Wuji Academy can compare to you. You will surely be the guiding light of Wuji Academy in the future, and we will all have to bow down and worship under your radiant light." Many students looked surprised. Shouldn't these three guys be proud and arrogant geniuses to be able to join Wuji Academy? How come everyone becomes Li Suifeng's lackey? After exchanging glances, Wei Yunhuan and Nyo Dali's expressions simultaneously turned ugly. Not only is their outfit so extravagant, but they also have a bunch of lackeys following them around. Li Suifeng is such a show-off. Just in time. Li Suifeng pressed down on his hand to stop the lackeys from continuing to flatter him, and then raised his demon-hunting knife towards Wei Yunhuan and the others. The sharp blade gleamed with a cold light, and then an arrogant voice rang out, "We're already in the final rounds, so don't waste any more time. Come at me all, and fight me." Chapter 63, The Sword Kills Nyo Dali, prompting the students to join forces. What does Li Suifeng mean by this? Does "let us all come at him" mean he wants to take on all of us one-on-one? So arrogant? Damn it. I can't take it anymore. I really want to kill him. The students who originally aimed to recruit Wei Yunhuan and Nyo Dali were all furious and swore when they heard Li Suifeng's arrogant words. Wei Yunhuan and Nyo Dali were even more furious, glaring fiercely at Li Suifeng. "I alone am enough to deal with you." Taking advantage of everyone's inattention, Nyo Dali shouted and his tank-like body shoved aside several students, then charged at Li Suifeng with his gun raised. Whoosh! When the distance was close enough, he thrust out with his spear, the shaft of which was covered with red blood energy, and the tip of the spear was even more intense with blood energy, creating a huge phantom of a spearhead. "Brotherly! Be careful! This Nyo Dali has awakened an SS-level alien bloodline, and his bloodline strength far surpasses that of ordinary people. Every attack he makes is incredibly powerful and should not be underestimated." The moment Nyo Dali set off, Yu shouted in alarm from behind to warn Li Suifeng. Li Suifeng remained expressionless, only raising his demon-hunting blade and slashing out when the enormous spear shadow arrived. Shaking Prison Mad Blade Technique. Splash! The golden blade energy, like a crescent moon hanging upside down in the sky, instantly shattered the spear shadow and flew towards Nyo Dali's face. My marksmanship has been broken? How could that be? Nyo Dali looked panicked and raised his spear to block the blade's attack the instant it arrived. Clang! Although he managed to block the remaining blade energy with the gun barrel, the force carried by the blade energy still caused Nyo Dali's internal organs to churn, making him extremely uncomfortable. If I'm not mistaken, Li Suifeng's strike just now used the subtle force of the Shaking Prison Mad Blade technique, right? But this subtle force requires mastering the technique to at least the proficiency stage to unleash. Could it be that Li Suifeng has already mastered the Shaking Prison Mad Blade technique? In the gymnasium, the refined professor of Kendo, Su Yunji, looked at Su Yan. Su Yan's expression was equally astonished. Although the disciple had used the Shaking Prison Mad Blade technique many times before. However, since he was not present at the scene, he could not directly determine the level of his disciple's swordsmanship. After observing him many times, he can now be certain that his apprentice's swordsmanship is definitely at the master level. You just practiced this sword technique last night, right? How come you've mastered it today? And even reached the proficiency stage? Is it really that outrageous? Su Yan was utterly shocked. Practicing swordsmanship is by no means easy. Especially for ordinary people who want to master knife skills, they must study and practice diligently. Even those with exceptional talent need 1 or 2 years of practice to master a sword technique of this high-level spiritual quality. Mastery overnight? This is absolutely shocking. Unbelievable. Could it be that my disciple is a born swordsman, which is why he can master sword techniques so easily? But only 2 people in the entire history of Wuji Academy have been born with a natural talent for swordsmanship. Being born a swordsman, being born a knife master, is actually a kind of talent. Such people are like those with genius disorder, possessing an incredible aptitude for a particular skill. They can learn things that are difficult for ordinary people to understand and easily master them. After some deduction, Su Yan concluded that his disciple might be such a person, and his heart was filled with more joy than shock. However, he did not show his emotions, mainly because he was afraid that his apprentice's talent would be exposed too much, which would arouse the jealousy or even hatred of these professors and mentors. I've truly unearthed a peerless gem. Su Yan was filled with excitement and unease. You bastard. At the trial grounds, Niu Dali looked at Li Suifeng with a pale face. In that last shot, he not only drew upon his innate talent for qi and blood, but also infused it with the techniques of the evil slaying spear technique he had learned. You could say that's his strongest move. That's outrageous. His strongest move was easily countered by Li Suifeng. It is clear that Li Suifeng's swordsmanship surpasses his spearmanship. I started practicing shooting at the age of 8, and I vowed that no matter what talent I awakened, I would continue to pursue the path of shooting. Now that I am 18, there should be few people in the country who can match my shooting skills. Why would I be inferior to this Li Suifeng? I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Niu Dali's tall body trembled, and his Dao heart showed signs of breaking. He screamed inwardly, attempting to raise his gun again. However, this time Li Suifeng took the initiative to act first. Whoosh! He looked bulky despite wearing a full set of clothes. But Li Suifeng's speed was faster than the wind. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Niu Dali, and the demon hunting knife in his hand resolutely slashed towards Niu Dali's neck. No! Niu Dali screamed in terror. He realized that Li Suifeng's slash was incredibly fast, so fast that he didn't even have a chance to parry with his gun. Sizzle! As the domineering blade fell, blood splattered, and Niu Dali's body flew out as if struck by a heavy blow. By the time he landed, the black spear had already slipped from his hand. A hideous gash appeared on his broad chest. Fresh blood gushed out from the wound, and his writhing internal organs could even be seen through it. Ah! The intense pain caused Niu Dali to scream in agony before falling into a coma. In the deathly silence, Wei Yunhuan and the other students stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with astonishment. Niu Dali lost? He was defeated by Li Suifeng in just one exchange? Is the gap between the two really that big? What level of combat power does Li Suifeng possess? Is it that easy to cut? Seeing Niu Dali fall into a coma, Li Suifeng felt unsatisfied and turned to look at the other students. If you want to get into the top 10, you'd better join forces to take me down now, otherwise you may not have a chance. Li Suifeng's words were still very arrogant. But this time, no student felt ashamed. It was simply because Li Suifeng's victory over Niu Dali was too amazing. As a result, everyone assumed that Li Suifeng had the right to be arrogant. This guy is too strong. We really can't eliminate him unless we all attack together. One student gritted his teeth and looked at Wei Yunhuan, his intention to form an alliance very clear. Niu Dali was defeated, and logically speaking, Wei Yunhuan was the strongest player on the field besides Li Suifeng. After all, he was the top scorer in the provincial college entrance examination and an S-level contract holder. Before Li Suifeng appeared, he firmly held the top spot on the training list. Its strength cannot be weak. Wei Yunhuan snapped out of his daze, his expression returning to normal. Li Suifeng's close combat ability is indeed unmatched among this year's freshmen, but I'm a natural counter to close combat martial artists. You guys go first, I'll find an opportunity to take him down. After exchanging glances, the students formed a tacit understanding and cautiously approached Li Suifeng. Brother Li, are they really going to shamelessly gang up on you? Are you sure you don't want us to help? Upon seeing this, Yu shouted. Li Suifeng didn't even turn his head, they're just a bunch of worthless scoundrels. I can easily handle them. Just watch the show. Brother Li is invincible. Brother Li is domineering. Brother Li will definitely succeed. Ma Jianhao excitedly raised his fist, but before he could finish speaking, Yu and his group quickly covered his mouth. Don't jinx it yet. Let's wait until Brother Li wins. Chapter 64. If you've had enough fun, then lie down. Rustling. Rustling. The sound of footsteps hitting the grass rang out continuously. More than 10 students slowly surrounded Li Suifeng. They were all geniuses from Wuji Academy, each with their own pride. Normally, they would never do something like ganging up on someone. But today, because Li Suifeng is too powerful, he is pursuing a top 10 ranking. They were willing to set aside their pride and join forces. Kill! A student roared, flames erupting from his body like a long dragon, sweeping towards Li Suifeng's chest. Rustling sound. At the same moment, the power of many elements crashed down on Li Suifeng. There were also awakened Paramecia-type talents who, together with their companions, charged in to attack. The world was filled with a chilling atmosphere, and Li Suifeng had become the target of everyone's anger. You've come at the perfect time. Li Suifeng let out a long roar, unleashing the radiant light of the sun, his body enveloped in a layer of golden-red aura. When he unleashed his blade, the golden aura merged with the sword's energy, permeating all directions. A boy who approached was instantly forced by Jin Hui to have his arm severed. He screamed and retreated. Just as Li Suifeng was about to give chase, a multitude of talents flew over and poured down on him. Clang, clang, clang. Tap, tap, tap. Various chaotic sounds continued to rise. Li Suifeng did not fall down. He caught up with the one-armed student as if nothing had happened, slashed open his chest with a knife, and caused him to fall to the ground severely injured and unable to fight. What the hell? Our talent is ineffective against him? No. It's because his armor is too strong. It can withstand our talents. Damn. That's outrageous. The students, who had initially been quite confident, were utterly frustrated when they saw their talents completely blocked by the black armor. Again. Li Suifeng, however, became somewhat addicted, shouting to the nearby students. The feeling of dominating others while decked out in god-tier gear is incredibly satisfying. It's exactly the same feeling as killing people in online games by spending a lot of money to gain an advantage in equipment. He was already completely infatuated. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In the following time, Li Suifeng charged forward with his equipment. Even if the student's attacks could avoid the equipment and land on his skin, he could use the crazy crocodile skin ability to negate the damage. Li Suifeng, who was under heavy attack, seemed to be in a very passive position. But he fought his way through with virtually no injuries. On the contrary, the students initially tried to pull Li Suifeng along. But as Li Suifeng got into the swing of things, he could kill a person with a single stroke of his blade. In just a few minutes, only 5 students remained standing in the room. The remaining students completely broke down. Our offensive is having absolutely no effect on him. How are we supposed to fight him now? That's so unfair. I'm not playing anymore. In a fit of anger, some people turned and left with tears in their eyes. I'd rather be Voldemort than fight Li Suifeng. This guy. In more distant areas, Wei Yunhuan was also left speechless. He originally intended to lure Li Suifeng into a prolonged fight before delivering a fatal blow. Unexpectedly, Li Suifeng, with the added advantage of this luxurious equipment, became incredibly powerful in combat. Like a super boss, he wiped out the students in no time. We have no choice but to act now. Hopefully, we can take down Li Suifeng. Wei Yunhuan was also unsure of himself, but he still formed a hand seal and released a blue aura. Something's fishy. Li Suifeng, engrossed in the killing spree, did not let his guard down. He was actually on guard against Wei Yunhuan at all times. As soon as the sound of something cutting through the air rang out, he turned around and swept his sword horizontally. The blade pierced through the blue aura but did not shatter it. Instead, a blue aura descended upon Li Suifeng like a shadow. In that instant, a dizzying sensation swept over him, and Li Suifeng's vision blurred as a giant gorilla, over 100 meters tall, suddenly appeared before him. The gorilla was covered in thick fur, its eyes were bigger than copper balls, and its huge arms were like mountains. Standing there, its domineering aura was so overwhelming that Li Suifeng's heart trembled. Where did this gorilla come from? Aren't there no monsters in the secret realm? What the heck is this? As Li Suifeng was still wondering, the gorilla let out a roar and an arm came crashing down on him. I'm finished. Li Suifeng's expression changed drastically. Faced with such a behemoth, he felt deeply insignificant and didn't even have the courage to fight. No. I was just fighting with other students, and suddenly this gorilla appeared in front of me. This all seems too unreal. Could I have fallen into an illusion? When the crisis struck, Li Suifeng remained surprisingly calm. He recalled the knowledge from his textbook and quickly came up with a way to break the illusion. The next moment, Li Suifeng raised the demon hunting knife, but instead of confronting the gorilla head-on, he slashed at his own neck. Laugh. Blood splattered, intense pain struck, and a strong feeling of dizziness almost made Li Suifeng faint. He struggled to open his eyes and, in a daze, saw his headless corpse gushing blood. The moment the head hit the ground, the surrounding scenery shattered like glass, and the intense pain vanished abruptly. A blinding white light swept in, and Li Suifeng's consciousness began to return. Ha ha! Li Suifeng has been controlled by my illusion. He will soon be immersed in the illusion and fall into a coma. In the end, I, Wei Yunhuan, have won this battle. I, Wei Yunhuan, am still that same killer. Outside, seeing Li Suifeng standing there dumbfounded, Wei Yunhuan laughed wildly with immense pleasure. Brother Li, wake up! Yu Shanshan, do you have any way to save Brother Li? Around them, Yu and the others were shouting in terror. Just moments ago, Li Suifeng was incredibly strong and imposing, but after being touched by the illusory aura released by Wei Yunhuan, he stood frozen in place, completely unresponsive, and could not be woken up no matter what. This greatly worried Yu and the others. I have no choice. Yu Shanshan looked bitter. Her revival wind could only heal external injuries and did not have the ability to repair the spirit or dispel illusions. Let's fight Wei Yunhuan to the death. Wei Rong roared in fury and charged at Wei Yunhuan first. Killing Wei Yunhuan might be the only way to free Brother Li from this illusion. Yu also shouted and led a group of people to rush towards Wei Yunhuan. You think you're worthy to play with me? Wei Yunhuan's expression was contemptuous. He formed a hand seal, and a large expanse of blue energy, like a cloud, enveloped everyone. For a moment, everyone stood there dumbfounded, just like Li Suifeng, their eyes glazed over. Wei Yunhuan's illusionary talent is too abnormal at this stage. Li Suifeng and the others don't yet have the means to break the illusion, and they've all fallen for it. Inside the gymnasium, the expressions of many school leaders became complicated. On the one hand, Li Suifeng's team had too many slackers, and he himself was too unruly. The school leaders hoped to eliminate some of the slackers and make Li Suifeng suffer. On the other hand, Li Suifeng may be mischievous, but his strength and talent are undeniable. In theory, he should have no problem securing a top spot or even ranking first in the training camp. It's such a shame to be eliminated like this, not even making it into the top 10. Su Yan, you've taken on such a precious disciple. Why don't you even teach him the techniques to break illusions? Upon seeing this, Zhao Wangsun angrily questioned him. Su Yan said angrily, I've only been a disciple for 1 day. Where would I find the time to teach him so much? As for Zhao Wangsun, didn't you say your disciple was very talented? How come he's been a slacker all this time since the training started? You've been hanging around in school for so long. Can't my apprentice even attend one training camp? Zhao Wangsun retorted with a sarcastic remark, and Su Yan, not to be outdone, cursed and swore. Seeing the two arguing, Hua Rongji waved her hand and said, You two calm down first. Li Suifeng seems to be acting strangely. Something's not right? Zhao Wangsun and Su Yan simultaneously stopped their argument and stared intently at the light screen. Through meticulous observation, they noticed a hint of emotion in Li Suifeng's eyes. Ha! Both of their eyes lit up at the same time. Could it be that Li Suifeng had already broken the illusion? Trial grounds. Ha ha! I never thought that in this battle, I, Wei Yunhuan, would have the last laugh. Seeing the group of students who were dumbfounded, Wei Yunhuan burst into laughter. Because of prolonged use of his abilities, his face was as pale as paper, and his mental state was not very good. You've been able to withstand my illusions for so long, your will is quite strong. But so what? You'll still be eliminated by me. However, he showed no fear. Instead, he walked up to Li Suifeng and stabbed the latter in the neck with a small knife in his hand. Instead of the expected scene of flowing blood, the pain of being stabbed in the metal plate swept over my arm. Upon closer inspection, there was only a white spot on Li Suifeng's neck where the blade had pierced him. This strike didn't even break through Li Suifeng's skin. Is this guy's skin that tough? Wei Yunhuan was stunned for a moment. Realizing that this scene might be captured by the school leaders, he began to angrily strike repeatedly with his knife. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. After being stabbed more than 10 times, more and more white spots appeared on Li Suifeng's neck, but the skin was still not broken. On the contrary, Wei Yunhuan's arm was sore, numb and swollen from the continuous recoil. Damn turtle! Why is your skin so hard? Wei Yunhuan roared in frustration. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out, Have you had enough fun? Wei Yunhuan was startled, but upon closer inspection, he saw that Li Suifeng's previously unfocused eyes had regained their sparkle, which was now filled with obvious contempt. He broke my illusion? How could that be? As Wei Yunhuan was deeply shocked, Li Suifeng spoke again, if you've had enough fun, then lie down. The next moment, the demon hunting blade flashed like lightning, and Wei Yunhuan lost consciousness completely. His head separated from his neck and rolled to the ground like a ball. He was beheaded. Chapter 65. You are now surrounded by me. I never expected Li Suifeng to break the illusion and kill Wei Yunhuan. At such a young age, he actually understands the art of breaking illusions? Which method of breaking illusions did he use? Inside the gymnasium, the school leaders, unfazed by the bloody scene of Li Suifeng beheading Wei Yunhuan, were surprised by how quickly Li Suifeng escaped the illusion. They also realized that Li Suifeng would cut off the head when killing someone, but would never pierce the heart. It can split a person in two but will never break their hands or feet. He didn't have any of the naivety a student should have. He was more like a ruthless butcher. Perhaps it was a way to commit suicide. Su Yunji stroked his chin and analyzed, with his current abilities, he certainly can't put up much resistance in the illusion created by Wei Yunhuan. The only realistic way to break the illusion is to commit suicide. Then he's quite remarkable. Martial artists all have a survival instinct, especially the stronger they are. To ask them to abandon their life's cultivation and wealth and glory to commit suicide? Even knowing it's an illusion, many people wouldn't dare to do that. One professor exclaimed in amazement, Li Suifeng is so young, yet he kills people like flies, and he even dares to wield his knife so bravely against himself? If he were to join the army in the future, his character alone would be enough to make him a major general. What kind of bullshit major general is he? Let's talk about him when he's alive enough to reach the transcendent realm. Someone spoke sourly, but it wasn't Zhao Wangsun, but Dai Yuan, who was wearing a fisherman's hat and was 2 meters tall. Many school leaders looked at Dai Yuan in surprise, wondering if his words had gone too far. Su Yan was even more furious and said, "You surnamed Dai, watch your mouth. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." He doesn't really care when people call him an old drunkard or a scoundrel. He absolutely could not allow his disciple to be insulted. Dai Yuan realized he had gone too far and changed his tune, saying, "Su Yan, I just think your apprentice's personality is too much. People like that tend to offend others, whether in school or in society. So what if I offend people? As long as I have enough talent, what use are other people's opinions?" Su Yan's gaze was piercing. With my disciple's talent, if he falls below the sovereign realm in the future, it'll be my fault for not taking good care of him. You, surnamed Dai, just open your dog eyes and watch when the time comes. Dai Yuan's face flushed red, and he remained silent. At this moment, Zhao Wangsun pointed at the light screen and said, Li Suifeng is going to be in trouble. Dai Yuan and Su Yan looked up at the same time and saw the figures of students appearing around Li Suifeng through the light screen. It turned out that during the battle between Li Suifeng and Wei Yunhuan, the poison circle shrank further, with an area of only 150 square meters. Not counting Li Suifeng's group, there were still more than 30 students alive, making the space naturally crowded. As luck would have it, Li Suifeng was right in the center of the poison circle, so the students swarmed around him and recognized him as the number one on the training list. Although the students didn't say anything, they tacitly stopped their killing spree and instead stared intently at Li Suifeng. That look was like someone staring at prey. Yu and the others are still asleep, and Li Suifeng is surrounded by enemies. He's in trouble. Su Yunji looked regretful. Li Suifeng's talent and strength have undoubtedly won over everyone, including Su Yunji. However, due to the frequent battles, Li Suifeng's condition must be poor at this moment. With the training camp coming to an end and so many students opposing him, can he really survive to the end? Su Yunji was pessimistic about this, as were most of the school leaders. Only Hua Rongji asked with anticipation, I wonder if this child can continue to create miracles? At the same time, inside the trial grounds, why haven't you and the others woken up yet? Li Suifeng could certainly sense that students were closing in on him. But he didn't care, his gaze falling on his stunned companions. What can be done? No matter how he shouted, Yu and the others remained in a daze, seemingly unable to escape the illusion. I've already killed Wei Yunhuan, yet his illusion hasn't been dispelled? That bastard. As Li Suifeng was cursing, a laugh suddenly came from beside him. You're Li Suifeng? Li Suifeng looked over and saw a group of 3 or 5 students approaching. The boy in the lead, with a black mole on the corner of his mouth, revealed a malicious expression. You were able to take down Wei Yunhuan and Niu Dali, which is quite impressive. But now that your companions are all gone, how are you going to resist so many of us? Nearby, there were some students, all in small groups of 2 or 3. Even behind and to the side of Li Suifeng, students were forming groups to approach him. Li Suifeng frowned slightly. Were these people treating him like an easy target, trying to take advantage of his weakness? Seeing that Li Suifeng remained silent, the student with the mole on his lip chuckled mockingly. Li Suifeng, if you obediently surrender, you can suffer less physical pain. If you remain stubborn, then we'll have no choice but to. Before he could finish speaking, a flash of golden light appeared. The boy with the mole on the corner of his mouth didn't even have time to react before he was struck by the blade's energy, coughing up blood and collapsing to the ground. A bloody knife wound appeared on his chest, revealing the bare white bone. Ah! The boy with a mole on the corner of his mouth let out a shrill scream. His companions were stunned for a moment, then heard Li Suifeng say with a disdainful look, "If you want to fight, just do it. When will this nonsense end?" The companions were dumbfounded. "You're surrounded by so many people. And you blame us for being too long-winded? Isn't this giving you a chance to surrender?" Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of something cutting through the air rang out again. It turned out that Li Suifeng had arrived beside the boy with the mole and was sweeping his sword horizontally. Hiss hiss hiss. The sound of blades slicing into flesh rang out one after another. One by one, the students collapsed to the ground like blades of grass, letting out painful screams. This? Further away, the students who were still observing were stunned. Li Suifeng killed the boy with the mole and his 4 companions in a single encounter. What kind of operation is this? Kill a chicken? But these students aren't chickens. They are super experts who made it to the final round. How could we be so exploited? Whoosh! While the students were still in shock, Li Suifeng continued to move swiftly, appearing in the middle of another group of students and decisively eliminating several of them with his sharp demon hunting knife. Hiss! Another group of students were eliminated. Finally, the other students couldn't hold on any longer. They gasped, staring at Li Suifeng with fear in their eyes. This guy is an absolute monster. No one in the entire trial grounds could possibly be his match. Why is there such a monster among this year's freshmen? That's not fair. Li Suifeng. Wait a minute. We have no intention of being your enemy. One student was so frightened that he broke down and started yelling. Li Suifeng turned to look at him, his face expressionless. We're already in the final rounds, and you still expect to coexist peacefully with me? The student was stunned. Yes, it was the final round, and only 10 people could remain in the end. What good will begging for mercy do? Everyone, Li Suifeng is too strong. Should we move together? The student suddenly realized what was happening and, suppressing his fear, tried to call for help. But before he could finish speaking, a golden light flashed. The next moment, the student's head fell to the ground like a ball, his face still bearing the terrified expression from before. His companion was completely terrified and, upon waking, let out a pig-like scream. This Li Suifeng is inhuman. I'm not playing anymore. I'm not playing anymore. The noisy chatter abruptly ceased with Li Suifeng's single strike. As the students fell to the ground with a pig-like squeal, amidst terrified stares, Li Suifeng scanned them all with a sinister smile. You are now surrounded. Do you surrender now, or do you want to be chopped in two? Chapter 66, Training Camp ends, everyone makes the top 10. Li Suifeng's words left the surviving students dumbfounded. We still have 17 or 18 people left. You are all alone. As a result, we were the ones who ended up being surrounded? What is this reversed heavenly stems? I was dumbfounded, but that's how it is. But no one dared to refute Li Suifeng. It's simply because Li Suifeng's actions just now were far too ruthless. Anyone with eyes can see that whoever dares to speak will become Li Suifeng's first target for elimination. Swish swish swish. The deathly silence was finally broken after a few seconds. Amidst the continuous whooshing sounds, the students simultaneously and in perfect unison charged towards Li Suifeng with frenzied expressions. The training camp is coming to an end. They've persevered until now with great difficulty. They were just one step away from earning the required credits. Should we make them surrender and give up? This is absolutely unacceptable. So, even though they were terrified of Li Suifeng, they still acted on instinct. You've come at the perfect time. Seeing the people rushing towards him, Li Suifeng grinned and unleashed the full power of the Great Sun Radiance and the 8 Desolations Limitless technique. With the support of Golden Radiance and abundant vital energy, Li Suifeng launched a series of attacks from a distance. Swish, swish, swish. Golden blade energy swept across the sky, and any student who touched it would burst into blood, suffering severed hands or feet and a miserable end. However, there were too many people attacking at the same time. Some people still came to Li Suifeng's back, side, and other positions. Their attacks rained down on me like a raging storm. Li Suifeng remained unmoved, showing no signs of being breached. Holy crap! How come his armor is so tough? It can't be penetrated. It's simply impossible to penetrate it. How are we supposed to play like this? At that moment, the students were filled with despair and broke down. Their strength is formidable. He was also covered in equipment. Li Suifeng is like a mountain peak right now, one that they simply cannot overcome. Hiss hiss hiss. The rest of the time became a personal showcase for Li Suifeng. Using his superior equipment, he ignored the attacks from all sides and eliminated all the students he had his eye on. 1 minute later. When the last student was also eliminated, only Yu and 11 other companions remained in the entire trial grounds. Covered in blood, Li Suifeng sheathed his demon hunting knife, walked over to his nearby companion, patted his cheek and said, "The training camp is over, wake up." The atmosphere inside the gym was quiet. The school leaders stared at the light screen, their faces no longer showing any shock. Simply because they had gotten used to Li Suifeng's madness. They discovered that whatever amazing things the child did were perfectly normal and nothing to be surprised about. Although his equipment is excellent, if the number of enemies is more than 30, it will be difficult for Li Suifeng to win by virtue of his equipment advantage. What's outrageous is that he was so clever that he eliminated more than 10 people before the battle even started, preventing the enemy's numbers from increasing and allowing him to defeat them one by one. Su Yunji stared at the light screen and said with deep emotion, "Courageous and resourceful, with an amazing nature, our Wuji Academy has really struck gold this time." A group of leaders nodded in agreement. Su Yan's face was filled with a confident and proud smile. Only Hua Rongji wore a wry smile. "This child is indeed a rare gem, but he has also caused me a lot of trouble." After the battle, more than 30 students had lost hands or feet, or even their heads, and some had knife wounds an inch deep in their chests, all of whom were undoubtedly seriously injured. Even if I have the talent to bring the dead back to life, it would still be very difficult to save so many people at the same time. This is the reason for Hua Rong's sorrow. Su Yan, after the training camp ends, you must teach this child that while you can be ruthless and cruel to enemies, you should still be gentler to your own kind. An elderly professor looked at Su Yan and gave him instructions. Su Yan looked embarrassed. "I will teach him properly. My head hurts so much." After regaining consciousness, Yu felt a sharp pain, as if his head was about to explode. He opened his eyes in a daze and found that Ma Zhanghao and the others were also scratching their heads in pain. Looking ahead, a figure stood solemnly, his cloak billowing in the wind, exuding an air of dashing elegance and domineering presence. Yu tried calling out, "Brotherly?" Li Suifeng turned around. "You're awake. What just happened?" "I seem to remember being in a very dark space, with a terrifying monster trying to devour me." "How did the monster suddenly disappear?" Yu rubbed his temples, looking somewhat bewildered. "You've fallen under Wei Yuan's illusion. Everything you see is fake. It's a mental attack he's launched against you." Li Suifeng explained calmly, and Yu suddenly realized that his memories had just returned. He remembered that before he was under the illusion spell, Li Suifeng seemed to have also been under the illusion spell. "Brotherly, where's Wei Yunhuan?" Yu asked, confused. Li Suifeng pointed casually to the ground. Yu looked down and saw Wei Yunhuan lying on the ground with his eyes closed. There was a line of blood on his neck, which was healing under the influence of spiritual light. This? Yu realized that Wei Yunhuan must have been beheaded by Li Suifeng, which made him even more confused. Didn't Brotherly fall under the illusion spell first? How did he escape the illusion? Wait. How come there are still so many corpses? Wei Yunhuan scanned his surroundings and found students lying around him in a haphazard, corpse-like manner. The sheer number of them is astonishing. At this time, Ma Zhanghao and the others gradually came to their senses, and they were shocked to find corpses all over the ground. Li Suifeng casually said, "After Wei Yunhuan was eliminated, these guys tried to take advantage of my weakness and kill me, but I killed them all." A complete counter-kill? Yu and the others stared in disbelief. Although they had become accustomed to Li Suifeng's invincibility. But he single-handedly killed more than 30 people. Isn't this a bit too crazy? Is this really something humans can do? Alright, the training camp is over. Wei Rong and Tang San, you two should surrender. At this point, the safe zone shrank further, leaving only a few dozen square meters of space to move around. But there were still 12 survivors, and Li Suifeng didn't hesitate and spoke directly. Wei Rong nodded nervously, then walked out of the poison circle. Ouch, that hurts. Wei Rong let out a scream, but was quickly enveloped by a burst of spiritual light from the sky, and immediately felt much better. A student named Tang San also stepped out of the poison circle and received the same care. That concludes the discussion. Only 10 people remained in the final training camp. All 10 of them are from Hunan province. Training camp is over. Congratulations on surviving to the end. At this moment, Hua Rongji's voice rang out from the sky. In addition, in this training camp, Li Suifeng eliminated a total of 112 people, ranking first. Yu killed 16 people, ranking second. Ma Zhanghao killed 11 people, ranking third. Yu Shanchan killed 7 people, ranking fourth. Lin Yingjun killed 3 people, ranking fifth. Hua Chang killed 1 person, ranking sixth. Hua Rongji finished reporting the results. All the students raised their arms and cheered. Soon another white light shone down, engulfing them all. All the students, including the injured, left the trial grounds. Inside the fitness center. When Li Suifeng returned, he found that many of the students around him had recovered to a considerable extent. However, their faces were still pale, and they also had some injuries. You monster! Someone noticed Li Suifeng nearby and ran away in fright. Although the others remained silent, their eyes were filled with apprehension and fear as they looked at Li Suifeng. All our equipment is gone? Ignoring the surrounding disturbances, Li Suifeng looked around and discovered that all his temporary equipment had vanished. He quickly turned his gaze to the bracelet's space and found that the chi and blood essence pills he had obtained were still there, which made him breathe a slight sigh of relief. Treat your compatriots a little gentler after Chapter 67. 3 chi and blood elixirs and 2 spirit elixirs floated in the bracelet space. They were mostly stolen from other students. Li Suifeng did not take the medication because he was worried about being attacked by other students while taking it. To digest the elixir, one needs to meditate for a period of time, which makes it easy for others to launch a sneak attack. Most of the students eliminated by Li Suifeng kept their pills for this very reason. Dear students, this training camp has come to an end. Those who did not achieve satisfactory results should not be discouraged. The new semester has just begun, and you will have many more learning opportunities. Those who made it into the top 10, don't be arrogant. At this moment, Hua Rongji's voice rang out, and she appeared on the high platform, surrounded by leaders from all walks of life. After giving her closing remarks, Hua Rongji added, "Next, those of you whose names I called out, please stay after the training camp ends. Those of you whose names I didn't call out, you may leave now. Wei Yunhuan, Niu Dali, Fang Zhilei, Yu Shanchan, Sun Mao." After Hua Rongji finished calling out a list of names, the training camp officially ended, and the students left with their own worries. Only a few of those who were named remained. Hua Rongji looked at the various leaders standing to the side and said, "You may begin." Dai Yuan immediately stepped forward and called out, "Niu Dali, I am Dai Yuan, the deputy director of the gunnery department. Would you be willing to become my disciple?" Niu Dali was just recovering from his injuries, but he was still sullen because of this defeat, and would occasionally peek at Li Suifeng with a resentful look. He was taken aback by what was said on stage, but when he understood, his face lit up with joy. "I do." "Very good." Dai Yuan smiled with satisfaction. Su Yan sneered, "No wonder you were so hostile to my apprentice before. So you've been eyeing Niu Dali all along?" Dai Yuan didn't say anything. He had indeed taken a liking to Niu Dali long ago, which was why he was hostile towards Li Suifeng. Why did Li Suifeng beat up the apprentice he had his eye on? "Young man, would you be willing to become my apprentice?" With Dai Yuan's opening remarks, the other leaders stopped pretending and personally went down from the stage to find their favorite students. Wei Yunhuan and Fang Zhilei are among the most sought after. Although neither of them made it into the top 10 of the training camp. Before meeting Li Suifeng, both of them had performed exceptionally well, standing a level above the others. In addition, they possess SS-level talent, making them all highly promising talents. It's only natural that they would be targeted by leaders from all walks of life. Li Suifeng stood in the crowd, feeling rather bored. It turned out that the vice principal had kept these people behind because they were being eyed by leaders from various factions who intended to take them on as apprentices. Disciple. Amidst the noisy crowd, Su Yan walked towards Li Suifeng with a smile. Li Suifeng clasped his hands in a fist salute. Master. It won't be long before 100 reward credits are deposited into your account. Su Yan gave a brief explanation, then leaned closer and lowered his voice, saying, Your performance in this training camp has shocked all the leaders. If I hadn't taken you on as my apprentice beforehand, you would probably be in high demand right now. Yeah. Li Suifeng didn't care, and instead asked, Why aren't these leaders interested in my friends? Of the 12 companions, only Yu Shanshan remained? Other trainees who ranked in the top 10, such as Ma Zhanghao and Yu Yu, did not catch the eye of the leaders from various sides. Li Suifeng felt indignant about this. My disciple, although your friends have all made it into the top 10, they haven't really shown themselves much throughout the training camp. They've just been clinging to you. The professors can't see their strengths and potential, so why would they be so eager to take them on as disciples? All professors have a limited number of disciples they can take on each year. Su Yan's explanation was both laughable and exasperating. Li Suifeng suddenly realized that he was right. He had performed too well, which allowed Ma Zhanghao and his gang of scoundrels to make it into the top 10 without him being able to showcase his talent and strength. It's understandable that the leaders don't dare to bet on them. As for why Yu Shanshan was allowed to stay, the reason is quite simple. Things are valued for their rarity. There is no other martial artist in this generation with such dual S-level support talents as her. It's perfectly normal for a leader to take a liking to her. Is the purpose of this training camp not only to train us, but also to hold a ceremony to recruit apprentices? At this moment, Li Suifeng finally understood the truth. That's how it is. Su Yan nodded, noticing that Hua Rongji was staring at him, and said, Disciple, although your performance this time was excellent, it's a bit too much for you to lead all your friends to dominate the top 10. The vice principal and the others are not very happy about it. Oh. Li Suifeng gave a perfunctory reply, saying that his actions were in accordance with the rules anyway. So what if the leaders don't like it? And my disciple, the talent and strength you displayed this time were astonishing, but your bloodlust was too strong. I hope that you can be a little gentler when dealing with your fellow human beings in the future. Su Yan put it very tactfully. Li Suifeng understood what he meant and said, Master, then I will be more careful in the future. When sparring with people, I will try not to cut off their necks. Let them die a more pleasing death. Su Yan looked bewildered. So you're planning to spar with people in the future, with the goal of severing their necks? You're so young, why do you act like a butcher? The apprenticeship ceremony is still ongoing. Feeling bored, Li Suifeng told Su Yan and left the gym. Many students lingered at the entrance of the gymnasium, their faces showing resentment. The new students selected by the vice principal are all individuals with exceptional talent and reputation. Everyone is smart enough to guess the truth behind these people's actions. Brotherly, are those school leaders planning to take Wei Yunhuan and the others as their personal disciples? Yu Yu and his group were also waiting, and when they saw Li Suifeng come out, they all swarmed around him eagerly. That's how it is. Li Suifeng said. Damn it! Why don't these leaders think much of me? I'm just as good. I'm the third best player in Moonlight City. Wei Rong said, looking indignant. Other friends also complained. Yu Yu, even more envious, said, Old Ma, repeat after me, may all the school leaders live to be 100 years old, and may their future apprentices have a bright future. Ma Zhanghao was completely dumbfounded. So what if I wasn't selected? Is it really necessary to be so vicious? Also, I'm not a jinx. Li Suifeng was amused by Yu Yu and said with a smile, Alright, there's no end to learning. It doesn't matter if you don't become disciples. As long as you're strong enough, you'll be able to make a name for yourselves in the future. As the older brother, it's necessary to properly comfort the younger brother. Night falls. In a single dormitory room. Li Suifeng sat cross-legged on a futon by the window with his eyes closed, accompanied by the quiet night outside. Beneath the futon was a low-level energy-gathering array depicted in red lines. 4 spirit stones are connected to the floor at the edge of the energy-gathering array. Within the energy-gathering array, wisps of azure spiritual energy rose like smoke. Li Suifeng's pores involuntarily opened, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy within the array. Moment. Li Suifeng opened his eyes and glanced at the ring. This training session lasted 1 hour and 13 minutes, and my vitality increased by 0.3. Chapter 68 Heading to the Third Monster Realm. This super bracelet can even record my training time and progress in real time? It's really smart. Li Suifeng's eyes brightened slightly as he looked at the chi gathering array beneath the futon. This array uses spirit stones as its base and array patterns as its auxiliary, which can concentrate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, bringing better cultivation results. For the past hour, he had been circulating the 8 Desolations limitless technique, using the spiritual energy entering his body to stimulate his blood and chi. The results were surprisingly good, about 30% faster than normal training. It's a pity I'm so short on talent points lately. Otherwise, with my cheat-like abilities, I could just spend some money to upgrade my cultivation techniques. Why would I have to go through all this hardship of cultivation? Li Suifeng touched his nose, slightly annoyed. There's no talent value to spend money on improving your skills. To make continuous progress, one must practice using the most basic methods. Because the 8 Desolations limitless technique is very powerful, and with the help of the chi gathering array, Li Suifeng's cultivation efficiency was actually very fast, but he was not satisfied. When a person gets used to upgrading their skills like a rocket, why would someone enjoy upgrading their car? I need to go to the monster realm to grind some monsters and accumulate some talent points during this period. Li Suifeng made plans for the future and then took out 1 chi and blood elixir and 1 spirit elixir to consume. Boom! Once the pill entered the stomach, the medicinal properties of the chi and blood elixir exploded like flames in the dantian, spreading to the limbs and bones. The effects of the elixir of life have dissipated. A flame also burned fiercely in my mind. The intense heat, both physical and mental, is an extremely unpleasant sensation. But we had previous experience. Li Suifeng quickly closed his eyes, circulating the 8 Desolations limitless technique to absorb energy from his dantian, while also using the observing the heavenly mountain refining spirit method to absorb energy from his mind. After an unknown amount of time, Li Suifeng, covered in sweat, opened his eyes and saw system text flashing by. Constitution +1. Spirit +1. As expected of a miraculous pill, its effects are immediate and effective. Li Suifeng nodded in satisfaction and then took out the remaining pills to consume. Both of these elixirs are special grade spiritual items and do not have the drawback of causing the body to explode if consumed in excess. As long as you have enough energy, you can take it continuously and absorb it. The next morning, Li Suifeng got up, opened the window, and breathed in the fresh air, feeling more relaxed than ever before. After becoming a formal martial artist, sleep is no longer a necessity. If one's mental strength is strong enough, one can even sleep and practice simultaneously. Li Suifeng was in this special state last night. He practiced meditation in a hazy state while maintaining a deep sleep. Surprisingly, I was in pretty good shape first thing in the morning. Li Suifeng. Realm, Awakening Level 1. Physical Fitness, 62. Spirit, 50. Talents, Great Sunlight S rank, Crocodile Skin A rank. Cultivation Techniques, 8 Desolate Limitless Technique 1st level Observing the Heavenly Mountain Refining Spirit Method 2nd level. Physical Skills, Shaking Prison Mad Blade Technique mastered, Heavenly Light Long Fist perfected, Iron Pole Skill mastered can be deduced. Talent Value, 1010. After a night of cultivation, Li Suifeng's physical condition and mental strength increased by 4 and 3 points respectively. On one hand, it was the help of the elixir, and on the other hand, it was the improvement he made through proper cultivation. Ding dong. Suddenly, the bracelet gave a notification, and Li Suifeng looked down to check it. It turns out that 100 credits were deposited into the campus account, bringing the total number of credits accumulated to 107. The training camp reward came at just the right time. Li Suifeng's eyes lit up, and he went out to the cafeteria. The foundation of a martial artist lies in their body. The foundation of maintaining the body is food. For this reason, Wuji Academy has very strict requirements for food quality. The food served in the cafeteria is all organic, healthy, and highly nutritious. Li Suifeng went to the food serving window, showed his student card, and the cafeteria lady said, "This freshman, would you like to apply for a semester meal card? It only costs 2 points, and you can eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner in the cafeteria for the whole semester, and it's all self-service." "What are the fees if I don't get a semester card?" Li Suifeng asked. For those with a big appetite, one meal is about 0.1 credits, while for those with a small appetite, 0.1 credits can be used for 2 to 3 meals. After the aunt finished speaking, Li Suifeng estimated that he, a big eater, would need to eat at least 0.1 credits per meal. It would be worthwhile to get a meal card for a semester with 2 credits. "Then get me a meal card for the semester," Li Suifeng said. The ant nodded and operated the machine for a while. Li Suifeng's bracelet beeped, and he received a notification that 2 credits had been deducted. The ant returned the student ID and then let Li Suifeng choose his own food. 5 steaks, please. 3 cups of rice porridge, please. 6 fried dough sticks in total. Take fewer apples, 3 will do. Li Suifeng didn't stand on ceremony and kept picking out his food. The ant's eyes widened, and she thought to herself, this child is only a newborn and he can eat so much? What will happen in the future? However, Wuji Academy never skimps on the cost when it comes to food. The cafeteria lady quickly filled Li Suifeng's plate with food. I've had breakfast. Li Suifeng used his phone's map to locate the teleportation building on campus. Because it was morning, there weren't many students in the hall. There are 9 service windows at the end of the hall, but only windows 1 through 3 are currently open. Having learned beforehand, Li Suifeng knew that window number 1 led to the number 1 monster realm, which mainly contained ordinary level monsters, with the highest being rank 5. There were approximately 1,000 of them. Window number 2 leads to the second monster realm, where the monsters are mostly of the common level, with the highest being rank 9. There are approximately 5,000 of them. The third window leads to the third secret realm, which contains a small number of ordinary level monsters, but is predominantly composed of commander level monsters, with the strongest being a 4th tier commander level monster. There are approximately 1,000 of them. The number and strength of the monsters in the secret realms that windows number 4 and above lead to will increase progressively. With my current abilities, I can only manage to get by in the third secret realm. At most, I definitely can't handle secret realms above the 4th level. With that thought in mind, Li Suifeng went to window number 3 and handed over his student ID. I want to go to secret realm number 3. The staff inside the window, after reviewing Li Suifeng's information, said with some surprise, you're still a freshman. I suggest you go to secret realm 1 or 2 first. Secret realm 3 is a bit too dangerous for you. It's alright. Li Suifeng disagreed. The staff member said earnestly, student, I know you have your pride, but our school's secret realm is different from the trial realm during the college entrance examination. The monsters here are not artificially tamed, they were captured from the wild. They retain their wild nature, their strength has not been weakened, and they pose a great threat. Li Suifeng's attitude was firm. I know everything. Please let me go to the third secret realm. Seeing this, the staff member said helplessly, since that's the case, I won't force you anymore. But once you get to the secret realm, your life may be in danger, and our rescue may not be timely. Would you like to find 4 teammates? Unnecessary. Li Suifeng refused outright. The staff thought to themselves, where did this hothead come from? Are you so fearless? However, he didn't insist. Instead, he said, give me your bracelet. Keep the equipment and resources you need for now. Li Suifeng took out a demon hunting knife and a military backpack, and handed the bracelet to the staff. The latter put the super bracelet into the storage box and handed Li Suifeng another bracelet. The monsters you kill in the secret realm can be stored in this temporary bracelet. 70% of all the resources you obtain will be handed over to the school, and you can keep 30% for yourself. In addition, entering the third secret realm requires 30 credits and has a 24-hour time limit. After the time limit is exceeded, an additional 10 credits will be charged for every minute. The staff briefly explained the rules and opened the iron gate next to the window. Li Suifeng passed through the passage and arrived at a 5-square-meter teleportation array. A staff member announced, the teleportation is about to begin. Please get ready. The next moment, a white light filled the teleportation array. When the white light disappeared, Li Suifeng had vanished. Hopefully, this hothead won't die in the secret realm. The staff muttered with some concern. Chapter 69 Clearing out the giant horned deer. In a valley shaded by green trees. 2 monsters, with plum blossom-like markings, robust bodies like rhinoceroses, and horns like tree branches, were bowing their heads to eat. The flesh and blood on the ground were torn apart by the monster, making it impossible to tell what kind of monster it was before it was born. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A breeze blew, and a monster that was feeding suddenly raised its head, its dark eyes staring at a patch of grass 50 meters away. Its eyes held a wary look, as if it sensed some threat lurking in the bushes. A full minute passed, and the grass remained still. The food on the ground had been mostly eaten by its companions, and only then did the monster continue to eat. This giant elk almost spotted me, its senses are even more acute than described in the data. Li Suifeng, dressed in a black tracksuit, lay prone in the grass, blending into the bushes. Valleys are the perfect habitat for monsters. After being teleported to the third secret realm and discovering this valley, he explored his way here and quickly locked onto the two prey. These two giant antlered deer are of normal size, both being first-tier commander-level demonic beasts, roughly on par with the azure peregrine falcon. The reason I was able to slaughter the blue peregrine falcons was that these stupid birds abandoned their best skill, aerial combat, and entered the cramped cockpit, thus losing most of their combat power. This does not mean that I have the ability to slaughter commander-level monsters at will. Li Suifeng's gaze gradually burned with fervor, but his heart remained calm. The combat power of a commander-level demon beast corresponds to that of a martial artist in the awakening realm. Statistically speaking, the combat power of a first-tier demon beast is equal to that of a first-tier martial artist. However, since demonic beasts are naturally skilled in combat and grow up in harsh and dangerous environments, they are full of wildness and aggression, and are often stronger than martial artists of the same level in actual combat. That's exactly what I understand. Li Suifeng did not rush to make a move after spotting his prey. He was waiting for the perfect moment to arrive. Time passed quietly. After the two giant elk finished eating the food on the ground, one of them slowly walked towards the bushes where Li Suifeng was. They've come, just as expected. Li Suifeng's eyes burned with passion. The grass he was in was made up of mint. Many monsters have the habit of eating mint after finishing their food to relieve greasiness. Li Suifeng deliberately laid an ambush here, all for this moment. Finally, the giant elk approached and began chewing on mint. Rustling. The next moment, the blade flashed, and sharp blade energy swept across the land, turning many mints into dust. Laugh. Caught off guard, the giant elk's head was struck by the blade's energy, leaving a bloody gash on the top of its skull between its two antlers. Awah! The giant elk let out a painful howl and quickly retreated. The more alert giant elk also roared angrily and charged forward on all fours. Li Suifeng's gaze sharpened, and before the giant antlered deer behind him could get close, he activated the great sunlight and unleashed a series of slashes with his sword. Sizzle! 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 Li Suifeng's every strike was incredibly fast and precisely aimed at the same spot. The first giant elk's head was quickly sliced off on one side, and it slumped helplessly to the ground. Just then, the second giant elk arrived in a rage. When it comes to a one-on-one fight, I'm not afraid of you. Li Suifeng smiled contemptuously and swept his sword out horizontally, the golden sword energy covering the body of the second giant antlered deer. Mastery of the Hellfire Blade technique. Hiss hiss hiss. A series of sounds, like blades slicing through flesh, rang out. The giant elk also collapsed suddenly under the force of the blade. Killing a giant antlered deer grants plus 200 talent points. Slaying the giant antlered deer, talent points plus 200. The long-awaited system text flashed by, and Li Suifeng nodded in satisfaction. Without further ado, he put the two deer carcasses into his temporary bracelet. The purpose of Wuji Academy in opening up the 9 demon beast secret realms is, on the one hand, to provide students with a convenient place for practical training. On the other hand, it is to create opportunities for students to make money. Although 70% of the monster corpses obtained in the secret realm need to be handed over, as long as enough monsters are killed, the remaining 30% is still a considerable fortune, and it is not difficult to exceed the 30 credits entrance fee. Especially when the team enters the secret realm. Just 2 demonic beasts give me 400 talent points, killing 10 giant horned deer would give me 4,000, and I only need to kill a few dozen to break 10,000 talent points. Commander-level monsters are still more valuable. Li Suifeng looked excited and then turned his gaze to the distance. A place far from here. There are still some shadows of giant elk. Without triggering a beast tide, Li Suifeng was full of confidence in eradicating them. Let's get to it. Li Suifeng rubbed his hands together, eager to get started, and headed off into the distance. Time flows on. 6 hours passed in the blink of an eye. At the end of the valley, trees are sparse, and there is a huge cave about 10 meters high in the mountain wall. On the mountain wall next to the cave, 4 giant elk with antlers leaned against the ground, all trembling. Before them stood a human covered in blood, holding a long black knife, his face contorted in a ferocious grin. There were more than 10 corpses lying haphazardly around him and at his feet. It was the carcass of a giant elk. Wah! The 4 giant elk were terrified by the humans and cried out in distress. It's a commander-level demon beast, so why does it act like a grandson in front of me? Am I that ugly? Li Suifeng looked at the four giant antlered deer, a sinister smile on his face, and slowly approached. Grumble. Overwhelmed by the pressure, a giant elk howled in despair, closed its eyes, and charged forward with its antler-covered head in a desperate struggle. The other three giant elk also knew how terrifying these humans were, and together with their companions, they charged forward desperately. Slow. Too slow. Why can't you be faster? Li Suifeng smirked, and only drew his sword when the four giant deer approached. Shaking prison blade technique, perfect level. Whoosh! A golden blade flashed across the sky like lightning. As the sword energy dissipated, the four giant antlered deer suddenly froze in place. Li Suifeng slowly put the knife into his bracelet, revealing a calm smile. The next second. Rustling. Bloodlines sprouted from the bodies of the four giant elk, and blood gushed out along these lines, causing their bodies to crumble into pieces of flesh and blood that slid to the ground. Slaying the giant antlered deer, talent points plus 200. Slaying the giant antlered deer, talent points plus 200. Killed. The system text message flooded the screen again. Li Suifeng was already used to it. He gathered up all the giant elk carcasses from the ground and sighed, I've cleared this valley. Another 800 talent points have been credited to my account. My talent points should have exceeded 20,000 by now, right? Can I upgrade to Great Sunlight? Full of anticipation, Li Suifeng opened the panel. Chapter 70, Upgrade to SS level talent Holy Light Battle Body, Breakthrough to awaken the second stage, and kill the Deer King with one strike. Li Suifeng. Realm, Awakening Level 1. Physical Fitness, 64. Spirit, 51. Talent, Great Sunlight S rank plus Crocodile Skin A rank. Cultivation Techniques, 8 Desolate Limitless Technique Level 1 plus Heavenly Mountain Spirit Refining Method Level 2. Physical Skills, Shaking Prison Blade Technique Perfect plus Heavenly Light Long Fist Perfect Iron Pole Skill Mastery can be deduced. Talent Value, 20200. As the giant elk in the valley were slaughtered, Li Suifeng gained over 20,000 talent points as a result. Behind the S-rank talent, Great Sunlight, an upgradable plus sign has finally appeared. It wasn't easy. Li Suifeng sighed deeply. His deer killing process did not go smoothly at first, because the deer herd was too concentrated, and he was not strong enough to fight them head-on. He also relied on tactics such as sneaky ambushes, fishing alone, and defeating them one by one to slowly deplete the deer population. Later, after fully understanding the characteristics of the giant elk, its slow movement speed and vulnerable belly, and with the experience accumulated from killing, Li Suifeng became almost adept at killing deer, and his monster killing efficiency returned to normal. In fact, to farm deer faster, Li Suifeng even upgraded his sword technique, the Shaking Prison Mad Blade technique, to the perfect level after he had enough talent points. As his swordsmanship became faster and stronger, and his deer hunting skills approached perfection, Li Suifeng finally gained the ability to directly confront a herd of deer. This also completed the operation of slaying 4 deer with a knife. Is my long-awaited SS level talent finally coming? Li Suifeng was full of anticipation. Don't be fooled by his brutal beating of Fang Shirlei, Wei Yunhuan, and Niu Dali, 3 SS level talents, during training camp. In truth, he was somewhat envious of these 3 defeated opponents. After all, he doesn't yet possess the SS level talent that the 3 of them have. Moreover, the reason why the 3 were able to stand out is because they were too talented. Now, Li Suifeng no longer needs to envy the 3 of them, because he's about to obtain an SS level talent. System, upgrade me to Great Sunlight. Filled with burning passion, Li Suifeng roared. Consuming 20,000 talent points, the S-rank talent Great Sunlight has been upgraded to the SS-rank talent Holy Light Battle Body. Constitution plus 20. Spirit plus 20. Holy Light Battle Body, SS rank Light Type talent. Active effect, once activated, strength and speed can increase by 50 times. Passive effect, nourished by the light energy of heaven and earth, your physique undergoes a transformative change, increasing your basic attributes. When bathing in sunlight, your energy, health, and stamina recovery speed doubles, and you possess extremely strong self-healing abilities. You can also manipulate the light energy of heaven and earth in combat at a deeper level. Not only is there a boost to mental strength, but also to physical constitution. Is this what SS level talent enhancement is? This is amazing. Li Suifeng was overjoyed, and while carefully sensing his body, he was surprised to find that the sunlight falling from the sky onto his skin. He is recovering the strength and energy he lost in the battle. The speed was comparable to taking elixirs and meditating in spiritual cultivation. But the problem is, he's not taking any elixirs or practicing any cultivation. Just by standing there, the recovery speed is this fast? Laugh. Li Suifeng came up with another idea, to cut off his index finger with the demon hunting blade. The blood flowed down the narrow wound for 3 seconds before being stopped. The original wound healed quickly under the sunlight, and even the traces disappeared. As long as it's sunny, under the sunlight, my health, mana, and stamina bars recover at a rate comparable to taking drugs? Doesn't that mean that as long as there's enough light, my combat endurance will be infinite? This holy light battle body truly lives up to its SS level talent. My 20,000 talent points were well spent. Li Suifeng suppressed his joy and looked at the panel again. Li Suifeng. Realm, Awakening Stage 2. Physical Fitness, 84. Spirit, 71. Talents, Holy Light Battle Body SS Grade, Crocodile Skin A Grade. Cultivation Techniques, 8 Desolate Limitless Technique First Level Observing the Heavenly Mountain Refining Spirit Method Second Level. Physical Skills, Shaking Prison Blade Technique Perfected, Heavenly Light Long Fist Perfected, Iron Pole Skill Mastered can be deduced. Talent Value, 200. Because of the upgrade cost, the talent points remaining on the panel are a paltry 200. However, with the significant improvement in physique and spirit, his vitality reached 156 points, far exceeding the 140 points required for a second-tier martial artist. So, the system has already identified Li Suifeng as a second-stage awakened martial artist. Under normal circumstances, it takes a freshman half a semester, or even a whole semester, to advance to the second-level martial artist level. I haven't even officially started my university life yet, and I've already become a second-tier martial artist. That's ridiculously fast. Despite his emotional expression, Li Suifeng had a bright smile on his face. A martial artist's skill level guarantees their minimum combat strength. However, talent level, physical skill level, and cultivation technique grade are the factors that guarantee the upper limit of combat power. He possesses SS level talent, a perfected level shaking prison mad blade technique, and the 8 Desolate Limitless skill as his foundation. Li Suifeng felt that his true combat strength was roughly the same as that of a third-stage awakened martial artist. Encountering a monster that commands a third or even fourth tier shouldn't be a big problem. Let's try out the new talent again. Trying to calm his mind, Li Suifeng focused his gaze on the mountain wall 10 meters away. Whoosh! The next moment, a beam of light flashed, and as if struck by a hammer, a distinct dent appeared on the mountainside. Li Suifeng looked astonished. My speed just now was so fast. It turns out that the ray of light he just saw was neither sword energy nor long-range energy condensed by him using light elements. Rather, it was because his movement speed was too fast, so fast that he turned into a beam of light. The dents on the mountainside were also left by his punch. Whoosh! Soon, 2 more beams of light struck the mountain wall in quick succession, their speed still incredibly fast. When the light disappeared, Li Suifeng reappeared in the same spot, his face somewhat pale. To perfectly integrate the body with light energy, achieving an effect similar to a light speed dash, is this the inherent ability of the Holy Light Battle Body? This ability can increase my instantaneous speed, catching any enemy off guard. However, the side effects are also obvious. It consumes a lot of energy and stamina, so it can only be used as a trump card or a killing move. Li Suifeng understood and decided to name this new ability. Let's call it Shining Assault. Then, Li Suifeng continued testing. After advancing to the Holy Light Battle Body, his control over the light energy in the world became more profound. He could easily mobilize this light energy for his own use, transforming it into blade light, fist light, and so on. Furthermore, after activating his talent, he indeed gained incredible strength and speed. However, although it is fast, it is still much slower than Bright Strike. Based on this, it can be inferred that the Holy Light Battle Body's inherent ability, Bright Strike, might be able to instantly increase speed by 100-fold? After the test, Li Suifeng gained a clearer understanding of his new talent. He then stopped, slightly out of breath, and accepted the baptism of the heavenly light, quickly recovering his strength and spirit. Boom! Not long after, the mountainside began to tremble. At the enormous cave entrance, a colossal creature, the size of a truck, was slowly emerging. Before it even revealed its true form, 2 bright red eyes had already emerged from the darkness, locking onto Li Suifeng with overwhelming fury. When it emerged from the cave and its true form was exposed to the sunlight, it was indeed a giant elk. Its size is at least 3 to 5 times larger than that of its predecessors. The momentum is even more astonishing. I never imagined that a giant elk king would be hiding in this quiet cave. According to the data, the giant horned deer has limited genetic potential, and its upper limit is the third level of the commander class. In other words, although you are very large, you cannot possibly exceed the third rank of a commander. Li Suifeng looked up at the giant deer, his face showing no tension, but rather amusement. I wonder if you can withstand my holy light battle body? The next moment, a beam of light shot up from the ground and then quickly fell back down. Li Suifeng stood still, holding the demon hunting knife, seemingly doing nothing. But we just used a dazzling attack to strike the giant antlered elk king. Li Suifeng looked down at the demon hunting blade and saw that the blade was stained with deep red blood. Dear blood. He looked up again and saw that the giant elk king, which had been glaring down at him, now had lifeless, unfocused eyes, and a 3-meter-long wound on its jaw. Splash, splash, splash. Fresh blood belatedly gushed from the wound, rushing towards the top of his head. Li Suifeng dodged the waterfall of blood with a quick movement. At the same moment, with a loud thud, the enormous antlered elk king crashed to the ground. Slayed the giant antlered deer king, talent points. Chapter 71 upgrades to the S-rank defensive talent, demonic rhino body, triggering a beast tide. Kill the giant antlered deer king, talent value plus 2000. A fleeting system message announced the death of the giant antlered deer king. It's supposed to be a mini boss, yet it only has 2000 talent points? That's far too little. It seems that this giant antler elk king should be at the second level of the ruler realm. If it were at the third level, it would be impossible for it to only have such a small amount of talent value. Li Suifeng put away the demon hunting knife and muttered to himself, his eyes brightening. Regardless, this fallen giant elk king was at least 10 times stronger than an ordinary elk. But he was killed instantly by his own attack? This shows that after acquiring the SS level talent, one's strength increased at least tenfold. I seem to be unbelievably strong right now. Those 20,000 talent points were totally worth it. Li Suifeng looked excited as he put the corpse of the giant antlered deer king into his bracelet and then headed out of the valley. There are approximately 1,000 monsters in the number 3 secret realm. After deducting all the giant antlered deer in the valley, there are still about 900 monsters left. These are all talent points, we can't waste them. At the third passage of the teleportation building, the board staff looked up at the sound of footsteps and saw 5 young men and women, dressed in matching light green combat uniforms, approaching together. Good morning, Sister Xia. In the 5-person team, the girl at the head greeted everyone with a smile. She is not tall, has short hair that reaches her ears, and a pure smile, giving her a dashing and spirited air. Xiaoko, what brings you here again? If I remember correctly, this is the 4th time you've come this week, right? Xia Jia was both amused and exasperated. Sigh, we had bad luck in the first 3 trips. The monsters we encountered were either too strong or too weak, and our gains were very limited. We only got 20 points each, which wasn't enough to live on. We thought we'd try our best again this time. Ku Jialan said with a smile. I wish you all the best this time and that you make a fortune. Since they were old acquaintances, Sister Xia didn't stand on ceremony and didn't even read out the rules before opening the passageway door. The 5 arrived at the teleportation point and prepared themselves. Sister Xia suddenly remembered the boy from that morning and said, Xiaoko, if you see this boy when we get to the secret realm, could you look after him? She pointed to the computer screen, which displayed a photo of a boy's face. Who is this? Ko Jialan was puzzled. This morning, a young man named Li Suifeng went to the number 3 secret realm. He is 18 years old and a freshman in college. He entered the secret realm alone and has not come out yet. I am a little worried about him. Sister Xia sighed and said that she was only responsible for helping students teleport. If any student encounters life-threatening danger in the secret realm, it has nothing to do with her. But perhaps it was because the boy she saw this morning was quite handsome and was her ideal type that she subconsciously paid attention to him. 18 years old? A freshman? Entering the 3rd secret realm alone? Holy crap, is this junior student insane? Upon hearing this, Ku Jialan's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. The other 4 people in the group looked at each other in bewilderment. Most of the monsters in the 3rd secret realm are commander level. The strongest among them are even at the 4th level of leadership, comparable to a major boss. As sophomores, they entered the secret realm 3 times a week to accumulate credits, and each time they had to gather 5 people to act. I'm just worried that if there aren't enough people, something might go wrong. But this junior student is different. Entering the third secret realm alone? That's absolutely insane. That's why I'm worried about him. This kid is obviously a hothead, unaware of the dangers of the third secret realm, and no amount of persuasion can change his mind. It's been 7 or 8 hours since he entered the secret realm, and I suspect he might already be. Xia Jie didn't continue. Xiaoke said seriously, Sister Xia, when we enter the secret realm later, we will try to look for him. It would be best if he is alright. If something happens, you don't need to be sad, after all, you have tried your best to persuade him. This is the only way. You guys get ready, the teleportation is about to begin. The third secret realm. Should we find that junior first? Kajialan asked her teammates as the group appeared at the teleportation point. The young man codenamed Dazhuang shook his head and said, our purpose in coming here is to earn credits. Finding someone is just a side job. Let's kill enough monsters first, and then we can go find him when we have time. Kajialan then looked at the 3 people beside her. The 3 teammates remained silent, clearly acknowledging Dazhuang's statement. Why? Kajialan sighed. Although she had never met Li Suifeng, she could tell from the blurry photo on the computer that he was a handsome young man. Despite being a girl who values appearance, she actually had a compassionate heart and wanted to save the junior student. Unfortunately, her 4 teammates showed little interest, so she could only say, we can find this junior again another time. For now, let's go to Deer Valley. We have to go to the Deer Valley. Last time we only managed to kill 10 giant antlered deer before they attacked us, and we suffered a great loss. This time we have the experience, and we must get our revenge. Dazhuang is full of energy. Let's go then. So, Kagurun led his team to the nearby Elk Valley. As soon as she entered the valley, she sensed something was wrong. A faint smell entered her mouth and nose, making her feel uncomfortable. Can you smell blood? It seems so. I can smell it too. Wearing black-rimmed glasses, the petite Du Lihua pinched her nose. This smell is so pungent. Could it be the blood of those giant elk? Why are these giant antlered deer bleeding all of a sudden? Did they fight amongst themselves? Or did someone else get there first? Dazhuang's face turned ashen. All students could enter this third secret realm. It's not uncommon for other teams to steal monsters from you. Given my relationship with Sister Xia, if any team wants to get there first, she'll send me a message, right? I think about it for a moment and then I say it, Kajialan said. What caused these giant antlered deer to bleed, resulting in such a strong smell of blood? Some teammates looked on with suspicion. We don't know the truth yet, so let's proceed with caution. As she spoke, Kajialan turned her gaze to the distance. In the past, whenever they entered the valley, they would more or less find giant elk. But now, there is no sign of the giant elk in sight. Kagurun had no doubts about this. Because deep in the valley, there is a cave where the king of the deer herd lives. Occasionally, the king would call his people to come and rest in the cave. The 5-person team then carefully ventured into the valley, spending 20 minutes to reach the cave at the end of the mountain wall. What exactly happened in this deer valley? Why are there dried bloodstains everywhere along the way, yet we haven't seen a single giant antlered deer? Dazhuang's face turned pale. He was starting to lose his composure. Normally, they would have encountered the giant elk and started a battle long ago. But they hadn't found a single giant antlered deer along the way. However, wherever they went, there were dried bloodstains on the ground, which was the source of the bloody smell. A team has definitely been here before. Kajialan said with certainty, the ground should be covered in the blood of giant elk. They've probably been wiped out by this group. In her view, if the monsters in Deer Valley were eradicated, that would necessarily be a team effort. It would be impossible for an individual to achieve such a feat. Look! There are footprints on the ground. They're so huge, could they be the footprints of that giant elk king? There are also deep pits here. I feel like they are the marks left by the fallen elk king. The 2 teammates became bolder and searched the surroundings for clues, and soon made a discovery. The king of the giant antlers is dead too? Is this early arrival team that powerful? Kajialan's expression changed drastically. Her main purpose in coming here was to clean up this Deer Valley. Based on her previous scouting trips, she estimated that there were at least nearly 100 giant elk in the Elk Valley. If they kill them all, these deer carcasses will be enough to heal the 5 of them. Therefore, she specifically devised a battle plan for the Elk Valley. Now, it seems the battle plan is about to be scrapped? Damn it! Did we come all this way for nothing? Dezhuang was on the verge of a breakdown and angrily rushed into the cave. Dezhuang, take it easy, Kujialan whispered a protest. Unfortunately, Dezhuang was already too engrossed in his work to hear any commands. He rushed into the cave, only to find it empty, without a single deer in sight. Damn it! What on earth is going on? As Dezhuang stomped his feet angrily, Kujialan and the others belatedly arrived and, upon discovering the situation, exchanged bewildered glances. Sure enough, all of these giant antlered deer have been killed. This team not only stole our prey, but they also left no one alive? That's going too far. Who is it? How awful. So awful. The four of them, including Kujialan, were in a state of shock, and curses echoed continuously in the cave. A plain less than 2 kilometers from the Elk Valley. Li Suifeng stood holding a knife, his body covered in blood. Around him lay the corpses of various monsters, still slightly warm. 23 more have been taken down. Li Suifeng muttered to himself, gazing into the distance. After upgrading to the Holy Light Battle Body, he can run endlessly without using his talents or physical skills, thanks to the sunlight. Even if they encounter monsters and fight them. His stamina will never drop to 0 thanks to his superhuman recovery ability, he can always maintain it above the passing level. Therefore, his demon-slaying style changed drastically. He no longer ambushed and fished, but charged straight in and attacked any demon he encountered. Worked tirelessly. Under his ferocious onslaught, any monsters below the commander level died upon sight. Even a commander of first or second tier monsters couldn't withstand it for 3 seconds. So far, he has killed over 100 more monsters. These monsters, being of lower strength, did not provide the same amount of talent points as the giant horned deer king. However, his accumulated talent points have now exceeded 10,000. Li Suifeng. Realm, Awakening Stage 2. Physical Fitness, 84. Spirit, 71. Talents, Holy Light Battle Body SS Grade, Crocodile Skin A Grade Plus. Cultivation Techniques, 8 Desolate Limitless Technique Level 1 plus Heavenly Mountain Spirit Refining Method Level 2. Physical Skills, Shaking Prison Blade Technique Perfect plus Heavenly Light Long Fist Perfect Iron Pole Skill Mastery can be deduced. Talent Value, 11200. Taking a quick glance at the panel, Li Suifeng shook his head slightly, dissatisfied with the situation. Although my talent points are accumulating quickly, I've already been in the secret realm for almost 9 hours. There are still about 800 monsters left in the secret realm. At this rate, I might not be able to clear them all out in the next 15 hours. We need to think of a way to gather all the monsters together and wipe them out in one go. A fierce look appeared on Li Suifeng's face, and a crazy plan began to form in his mind. However, before implementing this plan, he felt it was necessary to further enhance the immediate combat capabilities. Otherwise, if there are too many monsters and one's own strength is not strong enough, it is easy to lose more than one gains by trying to steal a chicken. Currently, the Crocodile Skin, the 8 Desolations Limitless Technique, the Heavenly Mountain Divine Refining Method, and the Shaking Prison Mad Blade Technique are all qualified for improvement. Which one should I focus on improving first? Li Suifeng examined the panel, and after some thought, he had an answer in his mind. After acquiring the Holy Light Battle Body, his endurance, output, and burst power all increase exponentially. The immediate concern is no longer whether or not the monster can be killed. The real question is whether they can survive the onslaught of the monsters. The Shaking Prison Blade Technique, the 8 Desolations Limitless Skill, and the Heavenly Mountain Divine Refining Method offer limited help in resisting demonic beasts. Only the skin of the mad crocodile can enhance his defense and survival ability, allowing him to survive the siege of monsters. With this in mind, Li Suifeng made a decisive decision: system, upgrade my crocodile skin. Consuming 10,000 talent points, the A-grade talent Frenzied Crocodile Skin has been upgraded to the S-grade talent Demonic Rhinoceros Body. Constitution plus 10. Demon Rhinoceros Physique, an S-rank superhuman talent, possessing a physique comparable to the demonic beast Black Sky Demon Rhinoceros. It has resistance to fire, ice, and poison, and its skin is extremely resilient, comparable to a defensive magical artifact. Furthermore, it can actively manipulate its skin to generate recoil force, repelling enemies. That seems pretty awesome. Li Suifeng's eyes flashed with a sharp light. The Black Sky Demon Rhinoceros is a commander-level demon beast, renowned for its powerful physique. Their abnormal defenses have caused countless martial artists a headache. Now, he actually possesses a defense comparable to the Black Sky Demon Rhino? This is a huge improvement. Both are S-rank talents, but when I upgraded Great Sunlight, it only cost me 5,000 talent points. How come it costs 10,000 for Demonic Rhinoceros Body? Could it be that the requirements for improving the second talent are higher than those for the first? Thinking about this, Li Suifeng felt a headache coming on. If he wanted to acquire more talent in the future, the talent value he would need would inevitably be a massive number. The task is arduous and the road ahead is long. No time to think ahead, let's focus on grinding monsters. Li Suifeng calmed his mind, and with a slight thought, moved the many giant antlered deer corpses stored in the temporary bracelet, piled them together, and turned them into a mountain of corpses. Soon, the monsters scattered in small groups on the plain, resting, foraging, and moving about, all smelled the strong scent of deer blood and looked in this direction. Their eyes turned bloodshot with greed, and saliva dripped from their mouths. A whoa! A demonic beast roared and charged towards the herd of deer carcasses. Many monsters followed suit, even rushing forward in a frenzy. Not long after, on the plains, herds of beasts galloped, transforming into a raging tide of creatures. At the same time, standing beside the herd of deer carcasses, watching the surging tide of beasts approach, Li Suifeng's face was contorted with madness. Finally, I can have some fun grinding. Chapter 72 Kujalan Shock, Li Suifeng's frenzied beast tide spending money like crazy. Deer Valley. The 5 members of the group, including Kujalan, were feeling depressed as they emerged from the cave. Rumble. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from somewhere. The 5 people subconsciously looked up and gazed at a certain area outside the valley. The tremor seems to be coming from that direction? Such a commotion seems to indicate a stampede of beasts, forming a beast tide? Judging from the frequency in decibels, it's probably a medium-sized beast tide? The 5 were experienced in the wild. By observing the ground tremors, they determined that a large number of monsters were gathering inactive north of the valley, possibly forming a medium-sized beast tide. A medium-sized beast tide consists of more than 500 monsters. The total number of monsters in the third secret realm is only around 1,000. Doesn't that mean that most of the demonic beasts are gathered outside the valley at this moment? What exactly happened there, and why did it trigger a beast tide? Let's go check it out quickly. Dazhuang, like a wild bull, charged wildly toward the mouth of the valley. Kujalan and the others followed. 2 minutes later, on the plains west of Elk Valley, the group stopped, all panting heavily. Ignoring the sweat and the others, Kujalan and the others gazed into the distance. In sight, countless enormous monsters rushed toward a certain area, turning into a beast tide. Judging from the naked eye, the beast tide is indeed larger than 500. It really is a medium-sized beast tide. That's not right. The monsters in these secret realms of the school were all put in through strict screening by the school authorities. They formed a cannibalistic ecosystem, hating each other and fighting each other. Why would they unite and turn into a beast tide today? This situation seems a bit strange. Should we report it to the school? Everyone craned their necks, trying to see what was really happening in front of the herd of beasts. Unfortunately, the monsters were a dark mass, and dust was flying everywhere, obscuring their vision. This made it impossible for the group to see what was in front of the monsters. The only good news was that the monsters were too frenzied to notice the 5 people, including Kujalan, behind them. Otherwise, if the beast tide surged in, the 5 of them would have no choice but to slink away for their lives. Should we go around to one side of the beast tide and check the situation? Kujalan pondered. The 5-person team approached the medium-sized beast tide, which consisted mainly of commander-level monsters. It was indeed somewhat reckless and crazy. If they are not careful, all 5 of them may perish. But right now, Kujalan can't worry about that anymore. They gained nothing from their trip to the Deer Valley. Entering the third secret realm cost each of them 30 credits. It's not easy to make it to the third secret realm. Let's not even talk about whether it can make money. At least they need to break even and make enough to cover the ticket sales, right? The current beast tide seems to be fraught with danger. But it also holds the promise of destiny. With a beast tide of this scale, even wiping out just one wave would yield a considerable amount of valuable monster corpses, right? Maybe we can give it a shot. Let's go. Dazhuang and the others had no objections, so Kujalan led the team to circle around to the side of the beast tide. The Song of Dawn in the Wind. Dulihua, a girl wearing black-rimmed glasses, clasped her hands together, and a bluish hue appeared between the legs of the crowd. The team's speed increased by 30% instantly, and a few minutes later they circled around to the side of the beast tide. Taking advantage of their geographical location, the group finally saw the scene ahead of the beast tide. There, the carcasses of giant elk with antlers were piled up like mountains. A stronger stench of blood than that of the Deer Valley filled my nostrils. All 5 people simultaneously experienced a sense of physical discomfort. Those vanished giant antlered deer are all here? Was someone deliberately piling them up? Was it the work of the team that entered Deer Valley before us? What is their purpose in using this method to incite a beast tide? The 5 people were shocked by the sight of the deer carcasses, but they were also filled with confusion. Kajalan even took out a pair of binoculars and put them on, and clearly saw that there was actually a human figure standing next to the herd of deer carcasses. I'm not seeing things, am I? Kajalan covered her mouth in disbelief. What's wrong? The 4 teammates were confused, but they also instinctively pulled out their binoculars. Then, they saw that there was indeed a figure standing next to the mountain of deer carcasses. Compared to the carcasses of deer and the tide of beasts, this human figure was as insignificant as a grain of sand. He stood beside the herd of deer carcasses, facing the overwhelming tide of beasts, without making the slightest reaction. This person looks familiar. Is he Li Suifeng, the one Sister Xia asked us to keep an eye on? It looks like him. He's still alive? How come he's alone next to the deer carcasses? He's about to be swallowed by the beast horde. Aren't you going to run? Upon learning the truth, everyone was even more surprised, and Kajalan frantically raised her arms and shouted, Li Suifeng, run! Run! In her view, Li Suifeng must have just happened to appear next to the herd of deer carcasses. As for why they didn't run, it's simple, they must have been terrified. Normal people would be shocked, terrified, or even have their bodies disobey them when faced with such a beast tide. Li Suifeng was just a freshman, and this was the first time he had encountered such a large-scale beast tide. It's normal to be scared. Unfortunately, no matter how much Kagarin shouted, the figure beside the deer carcasses did not move. Try using a flare gun. Kajalan became even more anxious and, taking advantage of the limited time, took out a red signal gun from the bracelet. Bang! Pulling the trigger, a beam of light shot from the muzzle, which exploded upon reaching the sky above the beast horde, transforming into a dazzling firework. The bullets for this signal gun are mixed with special powder. When the bullets explode, the resulting fireworks will disperse the powder into the air. Monsters have a hypersensitive reaction to this powder and will usually avoid it. However, because this beast tide was too massive. At the moment the signal flare exploded, many monsters panicked and scattered in all directions. But most of the monsters ignored their hypersensitive reactions and charged toward the herd of deer carcasses. I can't do anything about it. Kajalan's pretty face was pale, and her eyes were uneasy. Although she did not know Li Suifeng. But seeing such a handsome junior tragically perish, she was still heartbroken. Captain Ke, you've done enough. It's just that Li Suifeng is unlucky, and there's nothing we can do about it. Du Liuwa held Kajalan's arm to comfort her. De Zhuang also shook his head and said, the secret realm is so vast, yet Li Suifeng had to appear next to the deer carcass. This is all his own fault. During their conversation, the beast tide had already reached the deer carcasses. Some of the monsters began to tear apart the deer carcass. Some rushed towards Li Suifeng, opening their blood-red mouths to bite his body. This junior is doomed. Kajalan put down the binoculars and closed her eyes with a heavy heart. Ha! What's going on? The next moment, De Zhuang's exclamation rang out. Kajalan opened her eyes and saw De Zhuang's shocked expression. That kid is still alive? Wasn't he surrounded by monsters? How is he still alive? Kajalan was startled awake and picked up the binoculars again. Then, she saw a great golden light shining brightly amidst the surrounding demons. Despite his diminutive size, Li Suifeng somehow managed to leap to the top of the deer carcass horde. He stood atop the corpses, wielding a long, black, ancient-looking sword. Golden energy adhered to the blade, transforming into a sword aura over a meter long, which continuously slashed into the beast tide as the blade danced. Because they were too far away, Kajalan and her group could not hear the sounds from the battlefield, but they could clearly see that under the golden blade energy, weak monsters were instantly cut in two and died instantly. How could this be? At that moment, Kajalan's mind went completely blank. It's good that Li Suifeng didn't die. How could they possibly fight back and kill the monsters while surrounded by a horde of beasts? Doesn't this seem a bit fake? Not only did he not die instantly, but he's actually causing trouble in the beast tide? Am I fucking seeing things? He killed 3 demonic beasts in a single move? Damn it! A hallucination. This is all a fucking hallucination. Beside them, De Zhuang and the others also showed shocked expressions, and some even swore. Sizzle! 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 The sound of blades slicing through flesh echoed in my ears. Li Suifeng had lost count of how many demonic beasts he had killed. At this moment, he was bathed in the radiance of the heavens, and his whole body was filled with an unprecedented power. He tirelessly activated his holy light battle body, combining light elemental energy with the shaking prison blade technique to generate golden blade energy that cut through the beast tide. Slaying the Azure Fawn Leopard grants plus 200 talent points. Killed a poison wave ant, talent points plus 100. Slay the 8-armed red spider, talent points plus 200. Killed. The system text scrolled by several times per second. In just a few dozen seconds of killing, Li Suifeng received so many notifications that he lost count. Suddenly, a feeling of weightlessness came from beneath my feet. Li Suifeng looked down. It turned out to be the deer carcass below, which began to scatter under the attack and tearing of the monster. The mountain of corpses naturally began to collapse. If we can't get to the high ground, let's go down. Li Suifeng was decisive. He leaped into the midst of the beasts. Roar! A beast as large as an elephant, resembling both a tiger and a lion, opened its blood-red maw, attempting to catch and swallow Li Suifeng whole. Sizzle! Li Suifeng arched his back in midair and slashed down with his sword in both hands. A massive golden blade of energy entered the beast's mouth, pulverizing its tongue and slicing off its sharp teeth. As a fountain of blood gushed from the beast's throat, Li Suifeng landed on its back end, before the beast could fall, unleashed a flurry of attacks. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The monsters from all directions were cut to death like weeds, collapsing to the ground dead. Bang, bang, bang. Having lost his aerial advantage, Li Suifeng's physical body was also attacked by some demonic beasts while he was slaughtering those around him with his sword. A toad-like monster lashed out its tongue, which was over 10 meters long, and whipped his chest, leaving only a pale bruise. A creature, no more than 20 meters long and resembling a lynx, pounced on him at lightning speed and bit his neck. But with a clang, its teeth shattered, and the lynx cried out in agony, its mouth full of blood, while Li Suifeng remained unharmed. There was also a huge black bear, as big as a mountain, which smashed the belly of the beast under Li Suifeng's feet, and then slapped Li Suifeng's chest with a paw covered with sharp claws. Bang! Li Suifeng flew backward, knocking over a demonic beast before falling to the ground. He then sprang up with a somersault and slashed at the giant bear with his knife. Question mark. A human-like look of astonishment flashed across the giant bear's enormous eyes. Clearly, it didn't understand why its palm strike, powerful enough to pulverize most demonic beasts, hadn't killed this naive human. Laugh. The giant bear only awoke with a start from a sharp pain in its throat, clutching its neck in agony, but unable to stop the blood from gushing from between its fingers. Boom! When the giant bear, having slit its own throat, fell to the ground, several other monsters were unfortunately crushed by it. A notification also flashed before Li Suifeng's eyes at the same time. Slaying the tyrant bear grants plus 2,000 talent points. 2,000 talent points were added at once? It seems to be a second-tier demon beast, but when it comes to killing, it's no different from a first-tier demon beast. Li Suifeng was distracted when he felt a slight pain in his shoulder. Looking down, he saw that a small, greenish-blue snake with 3 heads had bitten his shoulder. The snake demon's 3 heads had very sharp teeth, but because Li Suifeng's demon rhinoceros body was too strong, its teeth could not penetrate flesh and blood. Therefore, the toxins from its teeth could only flow through Li Suifeng's skin. The toxins seeped down the skin and onto the ground, turning the flowers and plants there into sap. Li Suifeng's skin was perfectly fine. The eyes of the snake demon's 3 heads were filled with the same astonishment as those of the dead giant bear. They clearly did not understand why this human body was so sturdy. Puff, puff, puff. Li Suifeng freed his left hand and slapped down, smashing all 3 snake heads. He then swept through the beast tide, taking a moment to glance at the panel. But then I saw that my talent points had unknowingly accumulated to more than 60,000. This outrageous number made him think he had misread it. That's over 60,000 talent points? But why isn't there an upgrade plus sign for the Holy Light Battle Body yet? Does this mean that even with over 60,000 talent points, I still can't get an SSS level talent? Li Suifeng was frustrated, but he didn't have time to think too much. His thoughts flashed through his mind, and he started spending money continuously. Consuming 10,000 talent points, the shaking prison blade technique has been upgraded to the intense stage. Consuming 200 talent points, iron pole technique has been transformed into golden bell shield. Consuming 3,000 talent points, the golden bell shield has been upgraded to the perfect stage. Consuming 6,000 talent points, the 8 Desolations limitless technique has been upgraded to level 2. Personal physique plus 40. What was a perilous beast tied for others became Li Suifeng's place of enlightenment. While indiscriminately slaughtering demonic beasts, he consumed the talent points he had just received, completing an extremely astonishing upgrade. I don't know how much time has passed. Li Suifeng, who was in the midst of the battle, suddenly realized that something was wrong. He stopped what he was doing and then made an unexpected discovery. Within 100 meters around, there were corpses of various monsters lying everywhere. Their numbers far exceed those of the deer carcasses by several times. Even 100 meters away, some monsters could still stand. But in their eyes, there was no longer madness or anger, only deep fear. They stared at Li Suifeng from afar, their feet constantly retreating, actually trying to create distance and get away from Li Suifeng. What are you doing? Li Suifeng's expression changed. He wasn't afraid of the monsters being too crazy, but he was afraid of them being too rational. Oh, whoa! A canine monster let out a mournful cry, and after retreating a certain distance, it turned around and ran away. It's twice as fast as it was coming. Oh, whoa, whoa! The canine monster's actions inspired more and more other monsters to imitate it. They did not linger any longer, and scattered in terror like birds and beasts. Li Suifeng's eyes immediately turned red with anxiety. They just ran away? You're supposed to be in charge of the monsters, how come you're all such cowards? That's too much. Chapter 73. They were taken advantage of in their misfortune. Don't run. On the plain littered with corpses, Li Suifeng roared loudly, his body spreading with fiery golden light, transforming into thin golden threads, instantly catching up with a horde of beasts. As he swept his knife across the battlefield, slaughtering everyone in his path. The distant region. The 5 people, including Kujalan, looked at each other in bewilderment. Just now. Because Li Suifeng's actions were too shocking. They were so deeply moved and overwhelmed that they were only now slowly coming to their senses. This Li Suifeng wiped out this beast tide? Not only that, he also scared away the remaining demonic beasts? Is he really a freshman? His strength is terrifying. People would believe he's a senior about to graduate. Why did Sister Xia ask us to take care of this monster? The 5 people who had just awakened were still deeply moved. Soon, Du Liwa stared at the corpses scattered on the ground and said, "How much are all these demon beast corpses worth?" De Zhuang and the others were also shocked, their eyes shining brightly. They weren't very interested in killing demons or anything like that. I came to the 3rd secret realm purely to earn credits using monster corpses. With Li Suifeng having just defeated the beast tide, there are hundreds of monster corpses left on the ground. If all of them were converted into academic credits, it would be an absolutely terrifying number. You could become rich overnight. Captain Ke, how about we go and collect the monster's corpse while Li Suifeng is still far away? De Zhuang decisively looked at Kujalan. Kujalan hesitated, isn't that a bit inappropriate? These monsters were all killed by Li Suifeng, we didn't do anything. There is no rule in this secret realm that the corpses of demonic beasts must belong to the person who killed them. Da Zhuang knew he was in the wrong, but human nature often fails to withstand scrutiny when faced with self-interest. Kujalan bit her lip, still hesitant. De Zhuang's face hardened, and he said, since Captain Ke wants to guarantee his innocence, how about we few do this shameful thing? He looked at his 2 male companions, who nodded in unison. Du Liwa, who was standing nearby, also said, let's hurry up and make our move while he's chasing those monsters, otherwise there might be trouble when he comes back. As she spoke, she gave Da Zhuang a push. De Zhuang, his face contorted with greed, charged into the area littered with corpses like a bulldozer, activating his super bracelet to collect the remains. With him leading the team, the other 3 were no longer afraid and went to different areas to reap huge profits. Hey, as upperclassmen, is it really okay for us to bully a freshman like this? Seeing this, Kujalan felt uneasy. She also wanted to collect some monster corpses to exchange for academic credits. However, if this requires sacrificing one's conscience, then it would be a losing proposition. Slaying Lei Tanju, talent points plus 300. Slaying Lei Zmo grants plus 300 talent points. Killed. At the same time. After catching up with and slaughtering a group of demonic beasts, Li Suifeng turned around and looked towards the place where the beast tide had ravaged the area, as if sensing something. He saw 4 figures in the distance picking and choosing, harvesting the corpses of monsters on the ground. Taking advantage of someone's misfortune? Li Suifeng raised an eyebrow. He had noticed the existence of this 5-person team before the beast tide arrived. One of the girls risked her life to shout for help and even fired a flare gun bullet for herself. Li Suifeng did not recognize the woman, but he was very fond of her kind and virtuous character, and even planned to give her some monster corpses as a reward afterward. But this doesn't mean he condones the squad's freedom to plunder his prey at will. Especially without my consent. You stole my things, you're asking for death. Enraged, Li Suifeng roared and activated Bright Strike, transforming into a beam of light that instantly closed the distance by 20 meters, charging towards the 4 people. He spotted us. Du Lihua looked panicked when she saw Li Suifeng approaching in a fit of rage. This kid can wipe out the beast tide, his strength is unbelievable. Should we avoid him for now? One of the teammates looked hesitant. With 3 teammates nearby, Da Zhuang initially didn't think much of it, but recalling the scene of Li Suifeng slaughtering the beast horde, he began to feel a chill run down his spine. Finally, he made up his mind and said loudly, "This haul is enough, let's go." He ran wildly in the opposite direction from Li Suifeng. Seeing this, Du Lihua also used her talent, causing a gentle breeze to waft around the legs of her 3 companions. With a burst of speed, the 4 quickly ran far away. When Li Suifeng arrived, he found that more than half of the corpses on the ground were missing, and his face immediately turned ashen. He glared at the 4 people who had turned into black dots, knowing that it was virtually impossible to keep up with them because of the distance. He then turned and glared at the girl not far away. Although he didn't say anything, his furious eyes still made the girl's heart tighten. "Junior Li, my name is Kujalan. On behalf of my teammates, I apologize to you." Despite feeling flustered, Kujalan mustered her courage and approached, bowing with a look of shame. Li Suifeng suddenly realized that, judging from the voice, this Kujalan was the sister who helped him before the beast tide. No wonder she didn't participate in the looting. Her character is far superior to those 4 thieves. With your character, how could you be on the same team as these 4 scumbags? Li Suifeng suppressed his resentment and asked. Kujalan smiled wryly. "They and I are classmates, and we both needed to earn credits, so we hit it off and formed a team. I didn't expect them to completely disobey my orders just now and insist on stealing the monster's corpse." Li Suifeng understood the whole story and asked, "Then how did you know my name?" Kujalan recounted Xiaojia's situation. "I didn't expect that staff member to care about me so much. It seems there are still good people in Wuji Academy." Li Suifeng thought to himself, then regained his calm expression. "Senior Sister Ko, how about I take 70% of the monster corpses on the ground and you take 30%? Kujalan stared wide-eyed, initially thinking she had misheard. "Junior Li, are you kidding me? You just wasted a signal flare for me, and I know it's quite valuable. Consider these monster corpses as your reward." Li Suifeng spoke casually as he bent down to pick up the monster corpses. Kujalan stood there, somewhat embarrassed to make a move. "Senior Ko, I'm not so stingy as to be unwilling to part with a mere bit of a monster corpse. Please take it, don't be shy." Li Suifeng urged him on. Kujalan swallowed hard before carefully beginning to collect the monster's corpse. 5 minutes later. After the 2 finished picking up the remaining monster corpses on the ground, Kujalan estimated that even if she only got 30% and handed over 70% of the profits, the remaining 30% of the profits should still bring her more than 150 credits. "Even after deducting 30 credits for the train ticket, I still managed to net over 100 credits. This trip was not only profitable, it was a huge win." However, upon closer reflection, it becomes clear that Da Zhuang and his group had just collected more than half of the monster corpses at the scene. Their gains are probably greater than what they themselves have achieved. However, Da Zhuang and his companions' actions were based on theft, which is extremely shameful. To think that my teammates were such despicable people. Kujalan felt sad and disappointed. "Senior Sister Ko, there are very few monsters left in this secret realm. Staying any longer is just a waste of time. Let's go." Li Suifeng headed towards the nearest teleportation point. There are indeed still some of the monsters that escaped earlier, but they have been affected by this. They certainly wouldn't dare to roam freely in the secret realm. They must have all hidden themselves away. Li Suifeng had no interest in finding these remnants of the defeated army and planned to leave directly. There is only one teleportation point for the arrival of the third secret realm. However, there are 6 people who leave the teleportation point. Distributed in different areas, students can contact the staff member once they arrive at the teleportation point, and she will take them away by teleportation. On the way to the teleportation point, Kujalan carefully examined Li Suifeng's profile. I discovered that this junior is not only handsome from the front, but his profile is also stunning. Especially his furrowed brows and pursed lips when he was thinking. It further demonstrates the unique fortitude and determination of men. It fascinated her to some extent. Junior, which province are you from? Seeing that the atmosphere was quiet, Kujalan tried to strike up a conversation. Southern Hunan province. Is he the top scorer in the province? No, I'd say top 3. Only in the top 3? Kujalan was shocked. Your ridiculous fighting ability is only in the top 3 in Shangnan province. What kind of monster is the top scorer? I didn't perform well in the college entrance exam, but I improved after the exam. After Li Suifeng gave a brief explanation, Kujalan nodded slightly. Li Suifeng's combat prowess is absolutely top-notch among the geniuses of Wuji Academy, making him a super top-tier prodigy. Such a person's combat strength and rate of progress cannot be judged by ordinary standards. It takes an average genius 4 years to complete their studies. But a top-tier genius like Li Suifeng might be able to complete his studies in just 1 year. In fact, throughout the history of Wuji Academy, 1 or 2 extraordinary geniuses like Li Suifeng have emerged every year. Junior, my classmates. When Kujalan asked this sensitive question, her face flushed, and she seemed very embarrassed. My junior is such a nice person. Dazhuang, why did you steal it? We'll discuss it properly when they get back. The junior might be able to share some monster corpses with you. She was clearly unaware that Li Suifeng's generosity was based on the premise that she had helped him beforehand. If it weren't for his previous act of kindness, Li Suifeng would never have given her the monster's corpse. Please send me the information on those 4 guys after we leave the secret realm, senior sister Ku. As Li Suifeng spoke casually, Kujalan's expression froze, realizing something was amiss. Junior Li, are you planning to cause them trouble? Senior Ku, this isn't called causing trouble, this is called revenge. Li Suifeng corrected him earnestly, they stole my spoils and created a grudge first, so even if I wiped them all out, it would still be in accordance with the code of the martial world. Kujalan's face tense, Junior, you need to calm down. Killing is forbidden on our campus. Of course I know. Li Suifeng grinned, I won't kill them, I'll just make them suffer. Li Sui's smile was clearly radiant. But Kujalan was very nervous and asked, how do you feel uncomfortable? You'll find out then. As they spoke, the 2 arrived at the teleportation point. Li Suifeng fiddled with the temporary bracelet for a while and sent a message to Sister Xia. On the other side, as Xia Jia operated the teleportation array, 4 figures appeared. It turned out to be Dazhuang and his 3 companions. Why are you all sweating so much? Are you hiding from monsters? Where's Xiaoko? Where did he go? Seeing that Dazhuang and the other 3 were covered in sweat, their faces were slightly pale, and they looked nervous, Sister Xia asked in confusion. Something came up. Captain Ku is still in the secret realm, but she's fine. Sister Xia, could you please help me redeem the credits? Dazhuang took off the temporary bracelet. The other 3 followed suit. Xia Jia was taken aback, thinking to herself, you've only been in the secret realm for less than an hour, what could you possibly have gained? And why are you in such a hurry? Even so, Sister Xia took the bracelet, examined it briefly, and then froze. The number of monster corpses piled up in Dazhuang's bracelet space was so large that it could be considered a small mountain. That's outrageous. The bracelets of Du Lihua and the other 2 also showed a scene of mountains of demonic beasts. My god! So many demonic beasts, what have you 4 been doing? Xia looked at the 4 of them incredulously. Dazhuang and the other 3 remained silent, keeping their mouths shut. Xia Jia didn't ask any more questions. She was just a staff member responsible for delivery, registration, and exchange, not a detective. It was perfectly legal for the 4 of them to ignore her. Lu Zhuangzhuang, all the monster corpses in your bracelet are worth 1,000 credits. After deducting 700 credits for tax, you have 300 credits left. Du Lihua, your bracelet is worth 866 credits from the monster corpse. After deducting 599 credits for tax, you can get 259.8 credits. Wu Lei, Yu. Xia Jia quickly redeemed the credits. De Zhuang and the other three covered their mouths, their eyes shining, almost screaming with excitement. This wave. Each of them will receive at least 200 credits. This amount is enough to support their studies for more than a year. For the next year, they can do whatever they want with their lack of effort. No more worrying about grades. Our actions just now were undoubtedly wise. De Zhuang and the other three exchanged glances, their eyes filled with smugness. The slightest sense of guilt I felt vanished long ago in the face of such enormous profits. Thank you, Sister Xia. We'll be going now. After successfully redeeming their earnings, all four received notifications that their credits had been credited to their accounts, and left without further ado. Xia watched them leave, wondering to herself if the four of them could really kill so many monsters. Just as I was wondering, the alarm on the table suddenly went off. This means that someone is returning to the secret realm. Xia Jia quickly pressed a button, and then two white lights appeared in the teleportation array, which contained Li Suifeng and Ku Jialan. Xiaoku, Li Suifeng, it's actually you two? When Sister Xia saw the two of them appear, her eyes lit up and her heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled. Sister Xia, have Lu Zhuangzhuang and the others returned? Ku Jialan stepped out of the teleportation array and asked. Just got back, exchanged their loot and left. But your four teammates are really something. They actually killed so many monsters. Xia Jia spoke subconsciously, and Ku Jialan's face showed shame. What's wrong? Sister Xia asked. Ku Jialan did not answer, but instead handed over the bracelet. After checking, Xia Jia found that Ku Jialan's bracelet contained fewer monsters than Lu Zhuangzhuang and the others, but it was still worth a lot of credits. After completing the exchange, he looked at Li Suifeng and said, Li Suifeng, I'm really glad you're not in danger. But next time you enter the secret realm, you'd better learn from Xiaoku and find four teammates to help you. Li Suifeng handed over the bracelet with an annoyed expression. I'm already annoyed by one of these scoundrels wearing it, let alone four. That would be disgusting. Sister Xia frowned, feeling that Li Suifeng's words were a bit vicious, but after checking the bracelet, her face was immediately filled with shock. Chapter 74 Generous Credits, Revenge at the Door. What came into Xia Jia's view was a mountain of monster corpses. The visual impact was so strong that it made Xia Jia's heart flutter. My god? There are actually 413 demonic beasts in Li Suifeng's bracelet? What on earth did he do? The number of monster corpses he collected is almost equal to the total number collected by Lu Zhuangzhuang and the other three. After taking inventory, Sister Xia learned the total number of monsters in the bracelet. There are only about 1,000 monsters in the entire secret realm. Lu Zhuangzhuang and his three companions, along with Ku Jialan, have a combined total of over 300 head of cattle. In addition, there are Li Suifeng's 400 heads. Wouldn't 7 or 8 out of 10 of the monsters in this secret realm be dead? What exactly did they do? Why have they all become so ferocious, capable of killing so many demonic beasts? Because her thoughts were too chaotic, Xia Jia's face showed not only shock but also confusion. Li Suifeng remained calm. Sister Xia, what credits can I get? Sister Xia woke up with a start and used the instrument to calculate Li Suifeng's score. She swallowed hard and said, Li Suifeng, the total value of the monsters you obtained is 3,109 credits. After deducting the 70% that must be handed over, you have 932.7 credits left. Li Suifeng frowned, only this much? Only this much? Sister Xia was stunned, and then roared excitedly, do you know that most students don't even earn this many credits before graduation? Do you know that this amount of credit is enough for you to live comfortably for 4 years in college? Do you know how many cultivation techniques, weapons, equipment, and elixirs you can exchange for these credits? Did you know? She launched into a frantic explanation. Li Suifeng nodded slightly, subconsciously recognizing the credits as Chinese currency. In fact, these two concepts of objects are completely different. At Wuji Academy, the living expenses for an average student in a semester are actually only 5 credits. Including the exchange of cultivation techniques, equipment, pills, and so on. A few dozen credits are enough for a semester. So, these nearly 1,000 credits are indeed enough for me to have a good time during my 4 years of university. Calculations suggest that the 4 students, including Lu Zhuangzhuang, stole approximately 700 or 800 credits. Li Suifeng was starting to lose his composure. Xiaoku, what's going on? How come you all managed to get so many monster corpses? At this moment, Sister Xia couldn't help but ask Kojalan. Kojalan bit her lip and shook her head, offering no explanation. Sister Xia, could you please settle my credits? I have some things to take care of. Li Suifeng rolled up his sleeves and said. Xia Jie tried to calm herself down and operated the machine. With a ding, the bracelet notified her that Li Suifeng had earned 932.7 credits. Senior Sister Ko, can you take me to find them? After taking back the super bracelet he had stored in Sister Xia's hand, Li Suifeng turned to look at Kojalan. Kojalan sighed, although betraying teammates was wrong. However, since his 4 teammates had already made mistakes, Li Suifeng had the right to confront them morally. Besides, I've earned so many credits from Li Suifeng, it would be a shame not to do something in return. Junior Li, I can take you to them, but before we take action, could you give me a chance to persuade them to return your credits to you? I pleaded, said Kojalan. Li Suifeng thought for a moment and said, if they obediently return the credits to me, they can avoid a lot of physical suffering. Let's not talk about the physical pain. Even if they repay their credits, Junior, you still have to take action? Kojalan realized that Li Suifeng was playing word games, but she didn't delve into it. I'll say it again. The 4 teammates made the first mistake in this matter. If they are to be punished, it is only right. Alright then, Junior, let's go. Kojalan said something, greeted Sister Xia, and left with Li Suifeng. As she watched the two leave, Xia Jie's eyes were still filled with shock. Listen to the meaning behind their conversation. The monster corpses that Lu Zhuangzhuang and his 3 companions obtained were all stolen from Li Suifeng. In other words, so many monsters died, all because of Li Suifeng alone? How is that possible? Am I just hallucinating? Regardless of the truth, based on the number of monsters killed by these 6 people, there are no more than 200 monsters left in the number 3 secret realm. This is far below the threshold of the food chain and must be reported to the school leaders. After some time, Sister Xia tried to calm herself down again and took out her phone to contact her boss. Because the university has a large number of teachers and students, and the school is very wealthy. Therefore, there are 10 dormitory buildings on campus. The 2 buildings are for professors and mentors to live in. The other 8 buildings are for students of different grades. Lu Zhuangzhuang and his group, as sophomores, lived in the sophomore boys' dormitory building, which was not far from the freshman dormitory. In a dormitory room. At this moment, Lu Zhuangzhuang, Du Lihua, and the other 2 were celebrating. The coffee table was filled with various kinds of roasted meat, fruits, and beverages. The 4 of them enjoyed the delicious food and drinks, having a wonderful time. The credits I've earned this time are enough to keep me financially secure until my senior year. From now on, I won't go out except for necessary missions. I'll try my best to break through my cultivation level in seclusion. After this drink, we'll see if fate allows us to meet again. Slightly tipsy, Du Lihua raised her glass. Xiao Du, if I remember correctly, you weren't a homebody, were you? You've earned so many credits, and you're not planning on having any fun afterward? That's not like you at all. De Zhuang chuckled and raised his glass to clink with it, teasingly asking, are you perhaps afraid of Li Suifeng and trying to avoid him on purpose? Bai Fong, a student with a small mustache, chimed in, that's for sure. But Xiao Du, even if Li Suifeng comes looking for trouble, he'll definitely come after the 3 of us first, and then you. Don't panic, the 3 of us will take care of any trouble for you. Old Bai is right. That Li Suifeng really dares to cause trouble. The 3 of us will definitely take responsibility. De Zhuang was a little drunk. He slammed his wine glass on the coffee table and slapped his thigh, shouting, even if that kid has some skills, the 3 of us brothers aren't pushovers. If he dares to come, we'll make sure he regrets it. Before he could finish speaking, a knocking sound suddenly rang out on the door. The once bustling atmosphere instantly became deathly silent. Du Lihua's face paled slightly as she said, no way? Li Suifeng really dares to come knocking on our door? Does he have that much guts? She had initially held onto a sliver of hope, thinking that Li Suifeng wouldn't dare to confront them because they were older students and there were many of them. Now it seems that's not the case? De Zhuang and the other 2 froze, their hearts filled with unease. Just then, Kojalan's voice came from outside the door, it's me. Junior Li is outside the dormitory building, he hasn't come up yet. The 4 breathed a sigh of relief. Trusting Kojalan's character, Bai Fong opened the door and found that Kojalan was indeed the only person in the corridor. Captain Ko, has Li Suifeng really come? Bai Fong invited Kujalan in and quickly closed the door. Before Kujalan could speak, Du Lihua went to the window, craned her neck, and sure enough, saw a handsome but cold-faced young man standing outside the dormitory building. The boy seemed to realize he was being stared at, raised his head, met Du Lihua's gaze, and gave her a cold smile. Du Lihua's face turned pale instantly. She rushed back to the coffee table, her voice filled with panic. Li Suifeng is really downstairs. What should we do? All right, Xiaodu, calm down. After some reassurance, De Zhuan looked at Kujalan with a questioning gaze. Seeing the food on the coffee table, Kujalan said angrily, you stole other people's things, you should feel guilty, but you actually have the nerve to celebrate? Du Lihua, Bai Fong, and the other two lowered their heads, feeling somewhat ashamed. Only De Zhuang said coldly, Captain Ke, judging from your tone, you're on Li Suifeng's side. Are you not planning to team up with us in the future? Kujalan snorted coldly. From the moment the four insisted on seizing the monster's corpse, the team had fallen apart. Lu Zhuangzhuang, I'm here today to negotiate with you on behalf of Li Suifeng. If you return the stolen credits to him, he may give you a lighter punishment. Kujalan said earnestly. A lenient punishment? For us? Ha ha. Does this kid think he's the discipline committee member? Lu Zhuangzhuang laughed heartily, clutching his stomach, then his expression turned slightly cold as he said, Kujalan, these credits are what we redeemed, so they belong to us. We can't give them to him. If this kid really wants to cause trouble, you can just tell him. He was about to say something harsh. Kujalan ignored him and said to Du Lihua and the other two, what do you three think? Bai Fong mustered his courage and said, we think the same way as De Zhuang. Du Lihua nodded gently. I really misjudged you. Kujalan shook her head in disappointment and then left the dormitory. As soon as she left, Lu Zhuangzhuang raised his glass again, looking nonchalant. Come on, let's drink. Bai Fangxiang raised his glass with a smile. The school has rules that fights can take place anywhere, but not in the dorms. Even if this kid wants to cause trouble for us today, he definitely can't succeed. After all, the school rules still apply. He was about to clink glasses with Lu Zhuangzhuang. Driven by curiosity, Du Lihua went to the window to look out again, and her face suddenly changed drastically as she exclaimed, oh no. Li Suifeng has entered the dormitory building. What the hell? This kid really dares to cause trouble on our turf? Lu Zhuangzhuang slammed his wine glass on the table, walked to the window, and sure enough, he couldn't find Li Suifeng anywhere. Pat pat. Just then, the sound of footsteps stopping came from outside the door. Lu Zhuangzhuang and the other three looked at the tightly closed dormitory door and couldn't help but gasp. Li Suifeng not only dared to enter the dormitory building, but he actually dared to come to the door? What exactly is he trying to do? The next moment. The answer has been revealed. Clang! With a loud bang, a hole appeared in the iron dormitory door. A fist bathed in golden light passed through the hole, then gripped the doorknob and pressed down. Snap! The lock was opened, and the hand forcibly pulled open the broken iron door. Then, Lu Zhuangzhuang and the other three saw Li Suifeng, bathed in golden light and with a cold expression, walk into the dormitory. Chapter 75 Madman Li Suifeng, chasing down a four-man thief group. You? Seeing Li Suifeng swagger into the dormitory, Lu Zhuangzhuang and the other three stared in astonishment, their expressions as if they had seen a ghost. They're in? Li Suifeng simply and crudely barged into their dormitory? Does this count as trespassing? Li Suifeng. What do you want to do? Lu Zhuangzhuang was the first to wake up, and shouted loudly, though his voice was fierce. This is, after all, his bedroom, and as the owner, he has a duty to do something. With a flash of light from the bracelet, a massive iron rod, 2 meters long and 3 fingers thick, appeared in his hand. Lu Zhuangzhuang's face turned fierce, attempting to intimidate Li Suifeng. To everyone's surprise, Li Suifeng's gaze sharpened, and a long knife suddenly appeared in his hand. Whoosh! The long sword sliced through the air, bringing with it a wisp of blade energy as it came towards him. In that instant, Lu Zhuangzhuang went numb. Not only did Li Suifeng dare to break into his dormitory, but he also dared to take action against him? Is this insane? Fuck you! With the blade's energy almost upon him, Lu Zhuangzhuang finally awoke, his long staff sweeping across the room, imbued with thick blood and qi. Clang! Amidst the tremors, the power contained within the long staff shattered the blade's energy, but Lu Zhuangzhuang was not faring much better. The impact of the blade's energy caused him excruciating pain in the webs between his hands, causing the iron rod to slip from his grasp and fall to the ground. He was also thrown backward, knocking over the coffee table. Food and drinks spilled all over the floor. Before Lu Zhuangzhuang could even stand up straight, Li Suifeng suddenly charged forward like a cheetah, wielding a demon hunting knife and exuding a ferocious aura. Du Lihua was terrified at the sight. Instinctively, she swung her soft hand, unleashing a series of dart-like wind blades, while shouting, "Li Suifeng! Stop! Don't be impulsive!" Clang! Li Suifeng ignored this and coldly drew his sword, shattering the oncoming wind blades. He then reached the four people and slashed down with his sword. Splash! The golden blade energy shattered the overturned coffee table. The food scattered on the ground was shredded into scraps by the blade's energy. The sharp blade energy made Lu Zhuangzhuang and the other three feel as if their skin was being scraped by a knife. They instinctively scattered to the sides, barely dodging the attack of the blade's energy. Long! However, the floor suddenly shook, the sword energy dissipated, and the four people were horrified to find that a clear sword mark had appeared on the floor. "You're insane! You're a complete madman!" Bai Fong cowered in the corner, his voice a mixture of shock and anger as he growled at Li Suifeng. "This is a dormitory building for second-year students. Li Suifeng was just a first-year student, yet he dared to trespass here and attack them without saying a word. Such a crazy act is unprecedented in the entire history of Wuji Academy. Li Suifeng, let's talk this out. If you make a big fuss, your fate won't be good. You might even be expelled." A frightened Du Lihua raised her hands in an attempt to calm her down. However, Li Suifeng's face remained cold, like an eternal iceberg that never dissipates. He gave the four of them a chance by having Ku Jialan come to negotiate. If the four people don't take it seriously, then the negotiations have already fallen apart. Any further negotiations at this point would be a complete waste of time. Dry! Li Suifeng roared inwardly and drew his sword, sweeping it horizontally. Swoosh! Crash! The sharp blade energy swept towards Bifeng. He instantly crouched down on the ground, the blade energy still flying overhead before striking the wall and leaving another mark. Hiss hiss hiss! Then Li Suifeng frantically drew his sword and danced wildly. The sharp aura of a blade filled the entire dormitory room. In just 10 seconds, most of the facilities and equipment in the dormitory were destroyed. There were obvious knife marks on all four sides of the wall. What's going on? The dormitory door next door was quickly opened, and a group of second-year students appeared in the corridor with puzzled expressions. When they saw Ku Jialan standing outside Lu Zhuangzhuang's dormitory with a bewildered look on her face, they immediately approached her in confusion. "Ku Jialan, this is a men's dormitory. What are you doing here, a woman? Also, is Lu Zhuangzhuang destroying the house? Or is he having a mental breakdown?" Some second-year students came to the door with suspicion and saw an unfamiliar student in the dormitory room, wildly slashing with a long knife. Under his blade, Lu Zhuangzhuang and the other three sophomores fled in terror, not even having time to fight back. Holy crap! What the hell is going on? A sophomore rubbed his eyes frantically, thinking he was hallucinating because he had taken a long nap and his brain was foggy. Only after removing my hand did I realize that the scene in the room was not an illusion. There really was a strange young man relentlessly chasing Lu Zhuangzhuang and his three companions. Who is this person? A cult? Or an alien disguised as a human? A sophomore student widened his eyes, instinctively pulled out a weapon, and intended to rush into the house to rescue Lu Zhuangzhuang and the others. A lotus root-like arm reached out and stopped the man. The sophomore looked at the owner of the arm in astonishment. "Ku Jialan, why are you stopping me? If this continues, Da Zhuang and the others will be hacked to death." Ku Jialan's face paled slightly. She hadn't expected Li Suifeng to be so crazy, daring to go on a killing spree in Lu Zhuangzhuang's dormitory without a word. But things have developed to this point. It's inevitable that things will escalate. In any case, Li Suifeng would not escape the school's punishment afterward. Why obstruct him halfway now? Why not let him vent his anger? Ku Jialan stared intently at Li Suifeng's figure and said to the second-year student, "His name is Li Suifeng, he's a first-year student, not a cult member, nor is he an alien disguised as a human." What? The second-year student was even more confused. A first-grade student chasing and attacking a group of second-grade students? Is it really possible for something this absurd to happen in real life? Ku Jialan, are you kidding? This guy is as fierce as a ghost, is he really a freshman? Another student asked, wide-eyed. Also, what grudge does he have against Da Zhuang? Why does he dare to be so crazy? Kajialan bit her lip and said, Li Suifeng is indeed a freshman. As for why he's acting so crazy, it's a long story and hard to explain. Please give me some face and observe the situation without interfering. The second-year students who were watching looked at each other in bewilderment, but dared not rush into the dormitory again. Without external assistance. The 4 people in the dormitory, including Lu Zhuangzhuang, were completely caught in Li Suifeng's offensive rhythm. Despite their own decent strength. However, the dormitory room was too small. In addition, Li Suifeng's offensive rhythm was extremely fierce, like waves on the sea, continuous and endless. They had trouble even dodging, let alone activating their talents or counterattacking. Therefore, they could only desperately dodge and weave in the confined space to avoid the fierce blade. Laugh. The good times didn't last long. With a crisp sound, the student named by Fong's shoulder blade was slashed by the blade. Blood splattered everywhere, and his left arm was cleanly severed. The severed arm flew out of the dormitory and crashed into a group of onlookers. It's Bifeng's arm. Damn it! Get out of the way. A group of second-year students scattered in terror. When the severed arm hit the ground, they found that the 5 fingers of the arm were still twitching. It was clear that the cut was so fast that Bifeng's nerves had time to react and thought that the arm was still on his body. My God! There's blood. This Li Suifeng is a complete lunatic. A sophomore covered his mouth, trying hard not to vomit, while shouting. Kajialan quickly returned to the doorway and saw that, in addition to Bifeng, Du Liwa and another student also had a deep knife wound on their bodies and were seriously injured. They were trembling and crawling towards the corner of the wall. At this point, Lu Zhuangzhuang was the only one who was still uninjured. He had somehow gotten to the window, picked up the iron rod from the ground, and was now wary of Li Suifeng with a look of fear on his face. Just then, Li Suifeng flashed to the bedside and slashed at Lu Zhuangzhuang with his long sword. You're insane. I'll fight you to the death. Terrified to the extreme, Lu Zhuangzhuang went berserk, simultaneously smashing the iron rod in his hand towards Li Suifeng's chest, intending to die together with his opponent. Chapter 76 Reclaiming Credits alarms the vice principal. The moment the long sword and the iron rod clashed, Lu Zhuangzhuang's eyes widened as he stared intently at Li Suifeng. He would inevitably be injured if struck by a blade. But the blow he delivered was powerful and heavy, containing the force of tens of thousands of pounds. If Li Suifeng is determined to kill him, he will inevitably be unable to defend against this blow. In the end, they will also be injured by the iron rod. So, does Li Suifeng dare to trade injuries with him to the very end? Time flies by in an instant. The iron rod struck Li Suifeng squarely in the chest. Amidst the vibrations, a tingling, numb pain swept through my body from my arm. Lu Zhuangzhuang's eyes widened in astonishment, but he didn't flinch. Why didn't Li Suifeng dodge his desperate attack? He would rather take the blow than cut himself. What a madman! As Lu Zhuangzhuang was still in shock, he heard a hiss sound, followed by an unprecedented pain in his shoulder blade. He subconsciously looked down and found that his right arm had been severed by the blade, and the flesh at the severed arm was writhing, with blood gushing out like a fountain. My hand! Ah! Lu Zhuangzhuang belatedly screamed in agony, then collapsed to the ground and writhed in pain. Li Suifeng, who was standing with his knife in hand, glanced at his chest. The tracksuit that had been hit by the iron bar had a tear in it. There were some purple bruises on the skin inside the wound. With your skill level, you think you can break my demonic rhinoceros body and trade injuries with me? You're not worthy. Patting his chest to confirm he was unharmed, Li Suifeng delivered a dismissive soul-crushing remark. Lu Zhuangzhuang nearly fainted from anger upon hearing this. Just then, footsteps sounded, and it turned out that Li Suifeng was approaching with a devilish sneer. Don't come any closer. Lu Zhuangzhuang trembled all over, his face as pale as paper, and he screamed in terror. However, Li Suifeng ignored him, approached with his knife, and then slashed down with the demon hunting blade. Laugh. With a crisp sound, Lu Zhuangzhuang's raised left arm was also severed at the shoulder. The intense pain caused him to let out a pig-like scream, and then the sound stopped abruptly, because the excessive bleeding and intense pain overwhelmed his will and made him completely faint from the pain. I haven't even turned you into a human pig yet, and you're already dizzy? You're such a weakling. Li Suifeng shook his head dismissively, his gaze falling to the side beside him. Bifeng, Du Liwa, and the other 2, who were already terrified, trembled all over, then fell to the ground and closed their eyes tightly, playing dead. You think I'm an idiot? You think you can play dead and I'll let you off the hook? Li Suifeng's face turned fierce. You dare steal my spoils? I'll chop you all into human pigs. As he spoke, he walked towards Du Liwa. My God! Isn't this monster satisfied yet? Does he really want to cut off everyone's hands and feet? Kujalan, is this guy named Li Suifeng really not a terrorist? Outside the dormitory, as Lu Zhuangzhuang's arms were severed, many second-year students felt a chill run down their spines, and their gazes toward Li Suifeng were filled with fear and awe. Now, seeing him become even more ruthless, they want to exterminate him completely. Everyone was about to lose their composure. Kujalan was also startled and shouted, Li Suifeng, stop! Give them a chance to get your credits back. Upon hearing this, Du Lihua stopped pretending to be dead, got up, and cried out in a sob, Li Suifeng, stop! I'll give you all my points. I really will. Li Suifeng said coldly, transfer the money quickly. Du Lihua sobbed as she manipulated the bracelet to transfer money. Ding dong. When Li Suifeng heard the notification on his bracelet, he looked down and saw that he had received a transfer of 300 credits. More than I expected. A look of surprise flashed in Li Suifeng's eyes. Little did he know that Du Lihua was so terrified that she not only returned the 260 credits she had given him, but also gave him all the remaining 40-odd credits of her own. You can live. Li Suifeng nodded coldly, then stared at Bai Fong and another student. The two had already broken down and no longer cared about the credits. They both started transferring money. Bai Fong, in particular, picked up the severed arm with the bracelet on it and, despite the pain, completed the transfer with one hand. The speed is so fast it gives off a feeling of being physically disabled but determined. After recovering 3 debts, Li Suifeng picked up an unbroken bottle of iced beer from the ground, pried open the cap with one finger, and poured it over Lu Zhuangzhuang. Whoosh! The cold beer poured onto his face, and Lu Zhuangzhuang, who had just woken up, saw Li Suifeng with a cold smile. Ah! His body trembled involuntarily, and he almost fainted again. Transfer your credits to me right now, or I'll kill you. With a slight flick of his wrist, Li Suifeng brought the blade of the demon hunting blade close to Lu Zhuangzhuang's neck. With just a little force, the tragedy of decapitation would occur. I'll transfer it to you. Lu Zhuangzhuang couldn't take it anymore and cried out with a mournful face, but my hands are broken, I can't do it. Then transfer the money to me with your feet. Li Suifeng growled fiercely, and Lu Zhuangzhuang burst into tears. I'm already disabled, and you're still so fierce? Are you even human? Final. Kujalan entered the dormitory and, following Lu Zhuangzhuang's instructions, picked up his short arm and used it to transfer money to Li Suifeng. Li Suifeng thus regained his last 300 credits, and the bracelet showed that his total credits had reached 1910. That's more like it. Li Suifeng nodded slightly, and his expression improved considerably. Apprentice. Just then, a familiar voice came from outside the dormitory door. Li Suifeng turned around and saw Su Yan and Hua Rongji walk in. Seeing the mess and bloodstains in the dormitory, Su Yan's eyelids twitched violently. He looked at Li Suifeng in disbelief. You've caused a huge disaster, kid. Hua Rongji's expression was stern. Without saying anything, he quickly formed hand seals and released a dense green light that landed on the wounds of the 4 people. The wounds healed rapidly as the flesh and blood began to move, and within a few breaths, the 4 were essentially out of the critical injury stage. What have you done? At this moment, Su Yan spoke with a strained voice. Li Suifeng shrugged and said, these bastards stole my spoils and won't give them back. I'll just have to teach them a lesson they'll never forget. Su Yan felt both admiration and fear towards that nonchalant attitude. What he admired most about his disciple was his righteous indignation and fearless, courageous character. This was what he appreciated most about his disciple. What he feared was that his apprentice had seriously injured 4 people, which was a serious violation of school rules and had already blown things up. Is he still able to help his apprentice through this ordeal? Vice Principal. This Li Suifeng is insane. Wah-ha-ha. With the adult present, Du Lihua was no longer afraid after her injuries healed, and she rushed into Hua Rongji's arms and cried. Lu Zhuangzhuang and the other 2 lowered their heads, their faces filled with anger, shame, and other emotions. With so many people present, and being men, they felt incredibly wronged, but it wasn't to the point of complaining. However, when they caught a glimpse of Li Suifeng's calm expression out of the corner of their eye, the 3 of them still felt a tremor in their hearts. If I'd known this guy was this crazy, I shouldn't have stolen his loot in the first place. Now look what's happened. Even if this kid gets fired, I've already lost face big time. How am I supposed to get along at school from now on? Chapter 77, One Major Demerit, Another Beating for Lu Zhuangzhuang. In the conference room on the top floor of the Academic Affairs Building, Vice Principal Hua Rongji sat in the second seat, while the first seat was occupied by an elderly man with graying temples, wearing reading glasses and a gray shirt. His name is Wen Lanshan, and he is the principal of Wuji Academy. Principal 1, that kid surnamed Li almost ruined my apprentice. We must expel him this time as a warning to others. Some school leaders were sitting around the long table. The one who spoke was a woman with sallow skin. Her name is Peng Rou. She is a school leader and also Du Lihua's mentor. Da Yuan, with his long arms and legs, chimed in, although I admire Li Suifeng's talent and ability, attacking others in the dormitory building violates school rules and has a negative impact on the school. If this is not handled properly, it will greatly damage our school's reputation. After a long silence, Su Yan said indignantly, Da Yuan, all my disciple did was defeat Niu Dali once. Why are you so resentful of him? Da Yuan turned his head away, looking like he couldn't be bothered to pay attention. Su Yan looked at Wen Lanshan with a serious expression and said, Principal 1, my apprentice has made a mistake this time, but a major demerit is enough. Expelling him directly? That punishment is too severe. When he openly attacked my apprentice with a knife, did he ever consider how serious the situation would become? Peng Rou shouted angrily. Su Yan knew that arguing with an angry woman was just asking for trouble, so he gritted his teeth and said, Principal, if you insist on expelling my apprentice this time, then you might as well fire me as well. The leaders who remained neutral were all taken aback. Su Yan has only been taking Li Suifeng as his disciple for less than 3 days, right? In such a short period of time, how could they have developed such a deep bond as master and disciple? So much so that Su Yan would risk losing his job to protect Li Suifeng? Su Yan, you're over 40 years old, how can you be so childish as a child? Peng Rou's face was disdainful. Your apprentice must be punished for making a mistake. That's a school rule. Without rules, there can be no order, understand? Also, do you think you can threaten the principal with this and he will give in? Su Yan glared at Peng Rou, about to say something. Wen Lanshan, who was in charge, waved his hand and said, You two calm down. It's just a small matter. There's no need to make things so tense. Li Suifeng will definitely be punished, but we can discuss the severity of the punishment later. He looked extremely old and spoke slowly, but no one dared to contradict him. After he finished speaking, Hua Rongji whispered, Principal, the cause and effect of this matter is as follows. After listening to the report, Wen Lanshan's cloudy eyes shone brightly. Do you know why that kid Li Suifeng is causing trouble for Lu Zhuangzhuang and his 3 companions? Everyone shook their heads. They just received news that Li Suifeng broke into the sophomore dormitory building and chased after Lu Zhuangzhuang and 3 others. Shocked by Li Suifeng's strength, they arrived at the scene according to school rules to discuss punishment for him. As for why Li Suifeng was chasing Lu Zhuangzhuang and his 3 companions, they had no idea. Xiao Hua, you tell us. Wen Lanshan gave Hua Rongji a look. Hua Rongji stood up, holding a report, and said, Not long ago, Li Suifeng killed a group of demonic beasts in the 3rd secret realm. While he was chasing other demonic beasts, Lu Zhuangzhuang, Du Lihua, Baifeng, and Yuan Mao stole the corpses of the demonic beasts he had hunted and exchanged them for academic credits ranging from 150 to 300. The expressions of the leaders from various departments changed slightly. 150 to 300 credits? How many monsters must there be? At least 30 to 50, right? Everyone took 30 to 50 heads. Doesn't that mean Li Suifeng killed 200 or 300 demonic beasts? But isn't the 3rd secret realm mainly inhabited by commander-level monsters? How could Li Suifeng kill so many demonic beasts? Is it true or false? Seeing everyone's surprise and doubt, Hua Rongji picked up the remote control on the table and pressed it. A video appeared on the screen at the very front of the conference room. In the scene, Li Suifeng stands atop a field of corpses, wielding his demon hunting blade to wreak havoc. One after another, the demonic beasts died like weeds under the blade's energy. The visual impact, comparable to a science fiction blockbuster, left all the school leaders wide-eyed. A beast tide? Or a medium-sized beast tide? Li Suifeng not only withstood the beast tide, but also defeated it? Isn't he a bit too strong, being a freshman? Halfway through the video, the leaders from various departments were already whispering among themselves in shock. Da Yuan was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He had assumed that under his tutelage, the apprentice Niu Dali, feeling ashamed, worked hard and was soon able to surpass Li Suifeng. Now it seems like I was just overthinking it. While Neo Dali is making progress, Li Suifeng is also making progress. If we say that Neo Dali's progress is comparable to riding in a car, Li Suifeng's progress is like a rocket. I still remember that although he showed great skill during the training camp, his actual strength was extremely limited. But now, he actually managed to slaughter the beast horde all by himself? Or is it a beast tide dominated by commander-level monsters? That's incredible. At this point, the video reached its end, and the shadows of Lu Zhuangzhuang and his 3 companions appeared on the screen. Ignoring Li Suifeng's advice, they forcibly took away the corpse of the dead monster and then fled. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the scene. Su Yan roared in fury, "These demonic beasts were all killed by my disciple. How dare Lu Zhuangzhuang and his 3 companions steal them? No wonder my disciple is so enraged. These bastards deserve what they got." A hint of shame and anger flashed across Peng Ro's old face. She thought her apprentice was a very honest girl. I never imagined they were so despicable in private. However, Peng Ro refused to back down and retorted, "Su Yan, even if my disciple was wrong in this matter, is your disciple innocent? Anyway, there are so many monster corpses, what's wrong with sharing some with our colleagues?" Su Yan looked at Peng Ro in disbelief. The latter added, "Furthermore, even if my apprentice's behavior wasn't exactly honorable, did she violate any school rules? There's no rule that says you can't steal someone else's loot in a secret realm, is there?" Su Yan was so angry that his face turned red, and the veins on his bald forehead twisted and turned. But he was just a big, burly man, how could he possibly argue with an old boxer like Peng Ro? He was choked and couldn't say a word, he could only clench his fists tightly. "Director Peng, please calm down. It's just a small matter, there's no need to make such a fuss." When Lanchan spoke up, silencing Peng Ro, and then slowly said, "Li Suifeng's actions this time were indeed unacceptable, but as you have all seen, he is so young yet possesses such outstanding combat strength, he is a rare talent." Hua Rongji understood immediately and added, "There will be a disaster befalling Wuji City someday, as everyone can see. We are recruiting students to cultivate more talent to cope with that unknown catastrophe. Li Suifeng's talent is astonishing. If we continue to give him room to grow, perhaps on the day the disaster strikes, he will become a pillar of society and make a great contribution to the disaster. My idea is to give Li Suifeng a major demerit this time, but not to expel him, and to give him another chance to redeem himself." Peng Ro was furious upon hearing this, but she remained silent due to Hua Rongji's authority. Dai Yuan harbors hostility towards Li Suifeng, but it's purely because of his apprentice. He feels a bit jealous of Li Suifeng. Even Peng Ro, the person in question, didn't dare to utter a word, so he had no choice but to give up. It's impossible for anyone else to have any objections to Li Suifeng. Seeing that the scene was quiet, when Lanchan finally smiled and said, "Then let's do it Xiaohua's way." Outside the conference hall, the 4 parties involved, Li Suifeng, Kojialan, Lu Zhuangzhuang, and others, are all standing here. Li Suifeng stared coldly at Lu Zhuangzhuang and his 3 companions. All 4 of them felt uneasy, and Bai Feng and Du Lihua lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Only Lu Zhuangzhuang said fiercely, "Mad dog, you're about to be fired. What are you pretending for?" Li Suifeng remained silent, his gaze growing even colder. Crunch! The door suddenly opened, and a group of school leaders came out, looking at Li Suifeng with complicated expressions. This child is truly a dragon. But isn't this personality a bit too crazy? Hopefully, he'll be more tactful in the future and cause less trouble. With mixed feelings, the leaders left. Su Yan and Peng Ro then walked out. "Director Peng, has that mad dog been fired?" Lu Zhuangzhuang looked at Peng Ro with hope in his eyes. Peng Ro's face turned ashen, and she ignored him, saying to Du Lihua, "Come with me." Du Lihua was pulled away by Peng Ro, leaving Lu Zhuangzhuang and the other 2 completely bewildered. "Disciple. Although you have caused trouble, I can understand you this time." Beside him, Su Yan chuckled and patted Li Suifeng on the shoulder. "Master, judging from your expression, am I alright?" Li Suifeng asked. "He wasn't expelled, but he'll get a major demerit," Su Yan said with a smile. "A major demerit? That would mean I lose 100 credits? The school rules of Wuji Academy stipulate that a minor demerit will result in a deduction of 30 credits, and 4 minor demerits will lead to expulsion. A major demerit results in a deduction of 100 credits. 2 such demerits will lead to expulsion. You've made so much money this time, do you really need those 100 credits? If it were anyone else, you would have been expelled easily for what you did." It's only because the vice principal and the principal appreciate you that you're not in any serious trouble. Su Yan was still in a good mood. Beside them, Lu Zhuangzhuang and the other two looked as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, their faces turning deathly pale. Li Suifeng committed the crime in full view of everyone. He wasn't fired? Why should that be? I'm not having it. I was just asking for what was mine, and my behavior was a little too aggressive, so why am I being given a major demerit? Across from him, Li Suifeng roared like a ferocious tiger, his mood extremely bad. He suddenly turned to look at Lu Zhuangzhuang. You just said I would be fired? Lu Zhuangzhuang instinctively retreated, quickly finding himself with his back against the wall, with nowhere left to go. You just called me a mad dog, someone who likes to pretend? Li Suifeng's expression grew increasingly fierce. Lu Zhuangzhuang was so frightened that his scalp tingled, and he looked at Su Yan with pitiful eyes for help. Master, if I beat this idiot up here, it'll only be a minor demerit, right? To everyone's surprise, Li Suifeng also turned to look at Su Yan. The latter chuckled and said, according to school rules, you can only have one minor demerit. A major demerit and a minor demerit won't get you expelled, but you won't get any more leeway in the future. Oh. Li Suifeng nodded, then walked towards Lu Zhuangzhuang and raised his hand to frantically lash out. Clap 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 clap. A series of crisp, continuous slaps rang out, accompanied by Lu Zhuangzhuang's screams and cries. Bai Fang and his companion lowered their heads, not daring to look at him. What's going on? Hearing the commotion, Huarongji and Wenlanshan came to the corridor and found Lu Zhuangzhuang squatting on the ground, his face swollen like a pig's head. Li Suifeng angrily shook his hand and cursed, bad luck. Huarongji and Wenlanshan stared at each other in bewilderment. We just gave him a major demerit, and now this kid is causing trouble again? This is absolutely insane. Chapter 78 Collective Idol Li Suifeng, Panel Status. Disciple, is it really worth spending 30 credits just to vent your anger? Outside the Academic Affairs building, Su Yan stood with his hands behind his back, casually leading the way, his bald head glistening in the night. Master, what we martial artists seek is to do what we want. Lu Zhuangzhuang made a mistake first and still dared to disgust me. I can't stand not doing something. Li Suifeng followed behind, saying casually, beating him up again cost me 30 credits, but I feel better now. That's the most important thing. Just now, Li Suifeng successfully beat Lu Zhuangzhuang up, and he finally vented his anger. However, the two principals did not let him off the hook. After discussing it, they gave him a minor demerit as punishment. Su Yan turned around and laughed, scolding, little guy, you're all comfortable now, but your master isn't. Didn't you see the way those two principals looked at me just now? It was as if I'd neglected to discipline you. Li Suifeng laughed and said, this is my fault. Next time I have the chance, I will do something great to make you proud. You've got some conscience, kid. Su Yan's expression softened a bit. But you should still be more calm in the future. I'll try my best. The master and apprentice chatted as they arrived at the dormitory building. Disciple, starting tomorrow, I will officially begin teaching you. Come to the Academic Affairs office to see me tomorrow afternoon. Su Yan gave instructions. Okay, master. Li Suifeng nodded respectfully, and after Su Yan left, he was about to enter the dormitory building. Suddenly, day. A series of footsteps sounded. It turned out that a group of freshmen rushed out of the building like a horde of beasts. Brotherly, you're amazing. That's a sophomore. And you treated him like a dog. You're too invincible. Brotherly is invincible, a god forever. The group of freshmen surrounded Li Suifeng, their faces flushed and filled with fervor. Among them are old friends such as Ma Zhanghao and Yu Yu. There were also some familiar yet unfamiliar new faces, freshmen from other provinces. Li Suifeng then realized that the news of his brutal attack on Lu Zhuangzhuang and the other three had already spread throughout the new student community. Because of his protection, Yu Yu and others were not bullied by Hu Junkai and other senior students. New students from other provinces were not so lucky. They were bullied by upperclassmen when they entered the school, and they were full of resentment towards the upperclassmen but dared not speak out. Upon learning that Li Suifeng had brutally defeated the senior students, they were naturally overjoyed and regarded Li Suifeng as their idol. Don't move the foundation trench, everyone calm down. Li Suifeng waved his hand to signal everyone to calm down, and then said loudly, you call me brotherly, which means you acknowledge me. I will do my best to protect you. If any senior students dare to bully you in the future, just come to me. Long live brotherly. From now on, I, Xiao Junjia, will be Brother Li's lackey. Many of the freshmen were so excited that they forgot themselves. Li Suifeng also returned to his dormitory surrounded by the crowd. Closing the door shuts out the noise in the hallway. Li Suifeng took out his phone and checked the school forum, only to find that there were many posts on the campus forum. Many of the posts contain the name Li Suifeng. I only killed a few scumbags, but I didn't expect it to make me a celebrity at Wuji Academy? How interesting. Li Suifeng browsed the forum for a while, then put away his phone and checked the points on his smart bracelet. The incident of chasing and attacking Lu Zhuangzhuang and his 3 companions resulted in Li Suifeng receiving a major demerit and losing 100 academic credits. Later, when he beat up Lu Zhuangzhuang again, the principal gave him a minor demerit and he lost 30 credits. After deducting these 130 credits, Li Suifeng currently has 1780 credits in his campus account. According to the information I saw on the forum, 30 credits are enough to learn a spirit-level physical technique. Learning an earth-level physical technique requires 100 credits. That means I have enough credits to learn 17 earth-level techniques? When you think about it this way, the credits earned at school are actually quite valuable. However, you don't need too many cultivation techniques, 3 or 5 will suffice. I've heard that the Academy's armory has a lot of impressive equipment. I'll find a chance to take a look tomorrow. With that thought in mind, Li Suifeng's gaze fell on the control panel. Li Suifeng. Realm, Awakening Stage 2. Constitution, 134. Spirit, 71. Talents, Holy Light Battle Body SS rank, Demonic Rhinoceros Body S rank plus. Cultivation techniques, 8 Desolate Limitless Technique 2nd level plus Heavenly Mountain Spirit Refining Method 2nd level. Physical skills, Shaking Prison Mad Blade Technique Intent, Heavenly Light Long Fist Perfect, Golden Bell Cover Perfect. Talent value, 68290. In the later stages of the 3rd Secret Realm, Li Suifeng not only fought against the Beast Tide but also spent a lot of money on in-game purchases. Subsequently, due to the despicable behavior of Lu Zhuangzhuang and his 3 companions, he was too busy with revenge to check the panel. Looking at it now when I have some free time, I'm somewhat surprised. Because of the improvement from the 8 Desolations Limitless skill, my physique reached 134 points, which is quite outrageous. His mental value is only 71 points, but that's still quite high for a freshman. Furthermore, the Shaking Prison Mad Blade technique has been upgraded to the Intense stage. The original Iron Stake technique was also evolved into the spirit-level low-grade physical technique Golden Bell Cover. The Golden Bell Cover is a type of external martial art. When used, it allows the body to be taught, achieving a state of invulnerability to swords and spears. When combined with the innate demonic rhinoceros body, the effects complement each other perfectly. This is why he remained unmoved amidst the raging beast tide. This is also the reason why he and Lu Zhuangzhuang were able to exchange injuries and remain unharmed. After spending some money, my talent points are still close to 70,000. Which shows how fertile this 3rd secret realm is. Then, how many demonic beasts are hidden in the more advanced secret realm number 4, number 5, number 6? Number 9? How many talent points can I accumulate if I clear them all? Thinking of this, Li Suifeng got goosebumps all over his body from excitement. If it weren't for the fact that I already made an appointment with my master for tomorrow. He even considered trying his luck in the 4th secret realm. With my current talent points, there's no need to be too reckless in the future. Although I killed 90% of the demonic beasts in the 3rd secret realm, 10% of them are still alive, and I haven't encountered any 3rd or 4th tier commander level demonic beasts. The safest time to go to the 4th secret realm will be when I have the combat power to easily defeat a 4th tier commander level monster. Li Suifeng pondered the future for a while, then his gaze fell on the demon rhinoceros body. Now a plus sign appears after the demon rhino's body. This means it can be upgraded to an SS level talent. Li Suifeng had an urge to upgrade, but seeing the SS level talent Holy Light Battle Body, he hesitated. With the demonic rhinoceros body and golden bell shield, my defense is already formidable at the 2nd stage of awakening, so there's not much point in further improving it. Moreover, the talent points required to upgrade the 2nd talent will exceed those of the 1st talent. Upgrading the demon rhinoceros body may require 30,000, 40,000, or even 50,000 talent points. It's not that cost-effective in the long run. Let's save these talent points for now and see if we have a chance to upgrade the Holy Light Battle Body to SSS level. As for the Tianshan Refining God technique and the 8 Desolations Limitless technique, the talent points required for upgrading shouldn't be too exaggerated, so I can upgrade them. However, I'm currently leveling up a bit too quickly, so to avoid arousing suspicion from outsiders, I'll stabilize for a while first. Anyway, my talent points are there, and I can upgrade whenever I want. With a carefree attitude, Li Suifeng lay down on the bed and began to sleep. Following the proper steps of meditation and spiritual practice is something only geniuses should do. Li Suifeng is a genius, but he's also an overpowered character. With these 70,000 talent points, he can level up whenever he wants. What's the point of meditating? Chapter 79, Mastering 2 New Techniques, Intelligence on the Alien Race. The next day. The passageway on the second floor of the library. Student, the books on the second floor mainly consist of Earth-level cultivation techniques. The building manager stopped a teenager from going down the stairs. The boy nodded and said, "I know." "Then are you still going?" The administrator expressed his doubts. The boy looked very young, and based on his years of experience judging people, he was probably a freshman or something similar, and in principle, he shouldn't be qualified to go up to the second floor. "I have enough credits, do you want to verify?" the boy asked. "Are there enough credits?" The manager stared wide-eyed, somewhat incredulous, but still accepted the student ID the boy handed over. Drop. After the boy's documents were verified using a small machine similar to a POS machine, his information was displayed. Student, Li Suifeng. Grade, 1st grade. Access permissions, sufficient credits to access the second floor of the library? The administrator's eyes widened. Is this young man named Li Suifeng really a freshman? Are there enough credits to get to the second floor? But you need at least 100 credits to get to the second floor, right? He just enrolled, so where did he get 100 credits? When the library was first established, there was no rule about verifying funds before going up to the second floor. Later, as more and more people went to the second floor to watch the excitement, it became so crowded that the school came up with this rule. This administrator, who has worked for many years, has never encountered a freshman who was qualified to go up to the second floor right after the start of the semester. "Excuse me, you can go up now." The administrator returned the ID to Li Suifeng. Li Suifeng walked upstairs beside him. Isn't Li Suifeng the freshman who's been all over the news? He even got into trouble with the school leaders yesterday because he attacked someone in the dormitory building. Watching Li Suifeng's disappearing figure, the administrator suddenly slapped his forehead as if he had just realized something. "I thought this crazy Li Suifeng was a wicked and ugly man, but I didn't expect him to be so handsome and refined in person?" Because Earth-level cultivation techniques are relatively rare compared to Spirit-level techniques, the space on the second floor of the library is only 1/3 the size of the first floor. In second or third tier universities, the library often only has a handful of Earth-level martial arts techniques. However, at Wuji Academy, there are relatively many Earth-level cultivation techniques, which are dazzling at a glance. Similar to the first floor, the books on the second floor are also categorized. Li Suifeng first went to the swordsmanship area to look for sword techniques. After reaching the realm of artistic conception, the shaking prison mad blade technique has reached its limit. To further improve your swordsmanship, you either need to use your talent points to advance your swordsmanship to the Earth-level standard, or you need to come to the library to learn new swordsmanship techniques. Li Suifeng hasn't decided which path to take for improvement yet, and he's only here in the swordsmanship section to browse around. Spring and Autumn Blade Technique, low-grade Earth-level blade technique, suitable for superhuman-level martial artists who excel in speed. It emphasizes speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness, with unpredictable blade speed that can be changed at will to confuse the enemy and strike. Exchange for 100 credits. Flaming Blade Slash, low-grade Earth-level technique, suitable for fire-talented martial artists. It fuses blade energy with innate talent energy to create wide-area damage, ideal for group battles. Exchangeable for 120 credits. In the following time, Li Suifeng browsed through the various sword techniques on the bookshelf. Through the written descriptions, he could see that these Earth-level sword techniques were quite powerful, all of which were above the shaking prison mad sword technique. However, none of the sword techniques particularly attracted attention. Just as Li Suifeng was losing interest, a sword manual he casually flipped through caught his eye. Aurora Eclipse Blade Technique, high-grade Earth-level blade technique, suitable for light-type talent martial artists. It merges blood and talent energy to create a powerful blade aura that can first sting the enemy's eyes before finishing them off. Exchange for 500 credits. According to what's written, my innate holy light battle body and this Aurora Eclipse blade technique should have an extremely high compatibility. At least 90% or more. If I master this blade, my destructive power should increase dramatically. This sword technique is classified as a high-grade earth-level skill, and it costs 500 credits to exchange for it? Isn't that a bit too much? Li Suifeng looked troubled. Although there are many credits. But that's how you spend almost a third of your time learning a sword technique. I'm a little reluctant to part with it. Fine, with my abilities, I can kill demons like flies, and earning academic credits in the future won't be too difficult. Let's switch. After a moment's thought, Li Suifeng memorized the sword technique and its book number, then wandered around other areas. Then for the next half hour, Li Suifeng strolled around the second floor. He then chose a movement technique called Starry Sun Shadow Step. This movement technique is also of the earth level, but only of the lower grade. It costs 100 credits to exchange for, but it is quite compatible with the light type talent, making it extremely cost-effective. Li Suifeng currently possesses outstanding swordsmanship, and his defense is also astonishing thanks to his defensive talent, the demonic rhinoceros body, and the golden bell shield physical technique. The only thing he lacks is movement skills. After mastering Starry Night Shadow Step, his mobility will be greatly improved, allowing him to avoid a lot of enemy damage in the melee, and theoretically, his ability to survive will also be greatly enhanced. After exchanging the two cultivation techniques at the exit, I had spent 600 credits. Li Suifeng then went straight to the nearby armory. The armory, also known as the Weapons Museum, contains many weapons, armor, bracelets, and other auxiliary items, and the prices are naturally not cheap, sometimes even exceeding those of books. A spirit-level weapon typically requires 30 to 50 credits. Weapons of the earth level require at least several hundred credits to acquire. Li Suifeng thought he was very wealthy, but after browsing around the Weapons Museum, he realized he was overestimating himself. With the 1,100 credits I have left, I can only exchange them for a mid-grade earth-level weapon. I'm still a bit poor. It's not cost-effective at all. I'll stick with the Demon Hunter blade for now. Because it was Su Yan's apprenticeship gift, and because they had spent so much time together, Li Suifeng still had a lot of affection for the demon hunting blade. Furthermore, at this stage, this knife is clearly sufficient, and there is absolutely no need to replace it. As for other equipment, with the demon rhinoceros body and golden bell shield by his side, Li Suifeng had no shortage of defense. Now, with the addition of Starry Night Shadow Step, mobility has been greatly improved, and there is no shortage of speed-boosting auxiliary equipment. Provided that you are tough enough, the usefulness of equipment is not as great as you might imagine. After leaving the weapons hall, Li Suifeng made one last trip to the medicine hall. The shelves in the huge venue were filled with all kinds of pills. Besides the dazzling array of pills, the pill hall also had the Qi and Blood Elixir and Spirit Elixir, which were highly sought after during the training camp and in considerable quantities. This pill can directly improve physical fitness and mental strength, and it only costs 20 credits per pill? That's a great deal. Li Suifeng's eyes lit up. After browsing around, he went to the counter and exchanged 20 Qi and Blood Elixir and 20 Spirit Elixir, spending a total of 800 credits. Back in his dormitory, Li Suifeng casually popped a Qi and Blood pill and a Spirit pill into his mouth, and while sitting in the Qi gathering array to digest their effects, he began reading Aurora Eclipse Blade Technique and Starry Sun Shadow Step. I was only halfway through reading when a system message flashed by. Constitution +1, Spirit +1. Just like before, the effects of the two kinds of pills were immediate. Li Suifeng's eyes brightened slightly, and he became more enthusiastic about reading. Half an hour later, the contents of both books were read through. 2 new body-based spell options have been added to the panel. System, spend some points. Without hesitation, Li Suifeng's thoughts began to stir. Consuming 5,000 talent points, Starry Sun Shadow Step has been upgraded to the Intense stage. Consuming 15,000 talent points, the Aurora Eclipse Blade Technique has been upgraded to the Intense stage. 2 physical techniques that require ordinary people to study and practice diligently for many days to master. And just like that, it was easily elevated to the realm of artistic conception. Because the required talent points for improvement vary significantly depending on the grade of physical skills. Information about the 2 body techniques flooded my mind. Even though Li Suifeng was extremely mentally strong, he still felt a slight mental disorder. A minute later, Li Suifeng regained his senses and absorbed the physical techniques, his eyes brightening. Leaving aside the Starry Sun Shadow Step, the profound meaning of the Aurora Eclipse Blade Technique is far more sophisticated than the Shaking Prison Mad Blade Technique. It truly lives up to its reputation as a Class Earth Blade Technique. Splash! The demon-hunting blade appeared out of thin air. A glint of light flashed in the dormitory room. Bright sunlight streamed out through the window. The passing students couldn't help but look up and notice that the light source had disappeared. What happened in that dormitory room? Why was it so bright just now? I don't know, I thought it was a fire. Inside the dormitory, Li Suifeng recalled the flash of the knife just now, his face beaming with joy. He didn't use his blood and chi to accumulate sword energy for that last strike. He merely experimented with the profound principles of swordsmanship, yet the blade was enveloped in a dazzling light that was extremely blinding. Even he himself felt somewhat uncomfortable looking directly at the flashing blades. If an enemy were to accidentally stare at this flash of light during battle, would they be temporarily blinded? If the enemy goes blind, wouldn't they become a sitting duck, completely at our mercy? Thinking of this, Li Suifeng couldn't help but laugh out loud. Even without talent, just with this swordsmanship, I'm enough to sweep aside all opponents of the same realm. Earth-level swordsmanship, truly powerful. Afternoon. After having lunch, Li Suifeng went to the academic affairs office. Apart from Su Yan, no one was in the academic affairs office. The other tutors were obviously still taking their lunch break. Disciple, you've arrived. Su Yan was drinking and eating when he saw Li Suifeng come in and quickly waved him over, saying, Come, have a couple of drinks with your master. Master, your disciple has had lunch. Li Suifeng approached. Eating is eating, drinking is drinking, these are two different things. Su Yan poured Li Suifeng a glass of wine. The wine is clear as water and has a mellow aroma. In his previous life, Li Suifeng had experienced many tests of obedience at social gatherings, and on one occasion he was even forced to drink until he blacked out and had to go to the hospital. Therefore, he had little interest in alcohol. However, seeing that Su Yan was quite drunk, I didn't want to spoil the fun, so I also raised my glass and took a sip. Wow, this tastes so much better than mutai. Upon tasting the beverage, Li Suifeng was somewhat surprised, but quickly understood. This is a transcendent world where spiritual energy is reviving. The flesh and blood of demonic beasts, nourished by spiritual energy, taste far superior to that of earth. The wine is imbued with spirituality, transforming into a spiritual wine, and its taste is naturally incomparable to that of any wine from earth. Half an hour later. All right, my disciple, come with me. After a hearty meal, Su Yan slammed his hand on the table, stood up, and led Li Suifeng away from the administration building, heading towards a certain place. Wuji Academy covers an area of 2.63 million square meters. The remaining space available to students occupies 70% of the campus. Another 30% of the area belongs to the core of the university, and students are not allowed to set foot there. The area Su Yan is leading Li Suifeng to right now is one of the core areas. The surrounding buildings suddenly became antique, with pavilions, towers, and waterside terraces resembling those in poems. Compared to modern playgrounds, gymnasiums, libraries, and other modern facilities, this place has a unique charm. On both sides of the cobblestone road, there appeared figures with straight postures and wearing military uniforms. They blend in with the trees along the roadside, and are very difficult to notice unless you get close. Soldier? Li Suifeng's expression changed slightly. How could there be soldiers inside the Wuji Academy? Could this area be the heavily guarded area of the abyss barrier that Yuan Xiangang mentioned? At this moment, Su Yan, who was leading the way, pointed to a building in the distance and said, Disciple, look over there. Following the direction it pointed, Li Suifeng saw a huge building located about 1 kilometer away from this place. The building was square and upright, and its exterior walls shimmered with spiritual light, seemingly protected by array formations and restrictions. Although they were far apart, Li Suifeng could feel a chilling wind blowing through the barrier from the area where the building was located, making his skin feel cold. Master, could that building be the place where the abyss barrier is suppressed? Li Suifeng asked curiously and helplessly. Good. Su Yan nodded. Your father, old Yuan, must have told you about the abyss barrier, right? Commissioner Yuan briefly explained it to me back then, Li Suifeng said. As he said, our world is not safe. The reason we have been able to establish a civilized order to this day is because of us awakened warriors. Without us, not to mention the monsters outside the city, the abyss barrier that might appear randomly is enough to bring us annihilation. Su Yan was filled with emotion. Li Suifeng continued to ask, Master, behind those abyssal barriers, could it be the world inhabited by alien races? Although there is no conclusive evidence, based on existing patterns, each abyssal barrier leads to a world inhabited by alien races. That is, what we commonly call the abyss. Master, don't we humans have powerful marshals and generals in command? With their ability to fly, teleport, and destroy cities, is it possible for them to use barriers to teleport to the world of other races and cause destruction? Li Suifeng felt that he still knew too little about this world, and now that he had the opportunity to acquire information, he naturally became greedy. Su Yan glanced at him sideways. There are many reasons. First, the process of teleporting to the alien world through the abyss barrier is extremely unstable. Even a general-level expert can easily perish along the way. Second, the abyss world is filled with darkness, slaughter, and death. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it the legendary hell. Humans would find it very difficult to adapt to this place. Third, our human generals possess strength comparable to gods, but do you think there aren't any similarly powerful beings among those alien races? Li Suifeng suddenly realized that even if there were supreme experts among humans, there were also experts among alien races. When powerful humans enter the passage of the abyss barrier, they will encounter a wave of risks and are prone to perish. Even if you're lucky enough to officially enter the alien world, you'll still face an environment that's difficult to adapt to, and your condition will plummet. With the added threat of attacks from powerful alien races, the chance of death was almost 100%. This is also the key reason why humanity has been unable to solve the problem of the abyss barrier. Master, with our human strength, can we destroy these abyssal barriers? Of course not. If it were possible, why would it have taken so long? At this point, Su Yan's face showed sorrow. Don't be fooled by the current flourishing development of human civilization. In reality, if we were to engage in a full-scale war with the alien races, we would have no chance of winning. The strength of the alien civilizations is beyond your imagination. We were able to protect our homeland by sealing off the abyss barrier in advance, thus preventing the alien races from launching a large-scale attack. Even so, from time to time, alien races still teleport into the various abyssal barriers that we humans have suppressed. Most of these aliens are instantly killed as soon as they show their faces, but a few manage to escape using special means and infiltrate our society. Li Suifeng's expression showed slight surprise. Master, do you mean that there are some alien races hiding in our society? This kind of thing has always existed. These damned alien races infiltrate our human society, hiding their identities to gather intelligence. Some of them occasionally surface to carry out terrorist attacks. Every now and then, something like this happens. It's just that it's covered up by governments around the world, so the general public doesn't know about it. If they knew about this, society would surely be plunged into turmoil and panic. Su Yan looked at Li Suifeng meaningfully and said, I am telling you this because you have become a martial artist and have the authority to know these things. Secondly, one day in the future, you may encounter alien races. I hope that at that time, you will remember that you are a martial artist and have the duty to protect civilians and kill alien races. Master, rest assured, if I ever encounter any alien races, I will surely use their blood to consecrate my sword. Li Suifeng made a solemn promise while secretly wondering. If killing monsters can earn talent points, can you gain talent points by killing alien races? If you can obtain talent points, and how many are there? Could it be more than killing demons? Thinking of all this, Li Suifeng couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. When will we encounter a member of another race? Chapter 80, Methods to Enhance Talent, Begin Special Training. Master, are these alien races really as similar to humans in physical characteristics as described in the books? With the burning desire to annihilate the alien race in his heart, Li Suifeng did not forget to gather intelligence. That's basically it. Strictly speaking, alien races are also a type of humanoid being, but they live in different worlds and have evolved some abilities that we humans don't have. However, in terms of general characteristics, they are basically the same as us humans. At this point, Su Yan said with a sad expression, this is also why it is so easy for alien races to infiltrate our society, they are just too similar to us. Li Suifeng pondered silently. Imagine you actually encounter a different race on the road. It's practically impossible to recognize him just by his appearance. Are there any special methods to accurately locate them? Judging from Su Yan's words, it seems that no country in this world possesses such methods. As the two men talked, they arrived at a peach grove 2 kilometers away from the barrier building that suppressed the abyss. Disciple, there is no need to panic once the teleportation begins. Su Yan stopped and stood among the peach trees with his hands behind his back. Li Suifeng looked around and asked, Master, isn't this a peach blossom forest? Why do we need to teleport? Where is the destination? You'll find out soon enough. Su Yan smiled faintly and reached out to touch the trunk of a peach tree beside him. Splash! It was as if some kind of mechanism had been activated. Golden lines outlined a complex array pattern beneath their feet. As the white light flashed, the two disappeared. At the same time, the dazzling light gradually faded. Li Suifeng rubbed his eyes and found himself in a secret realm. This secret realm is different from those monster realms. It has a vast space. The boundaries of the secret realm are visible to the naked eye. Li Suifeng was located in the middle of the secret realm. To the west is a small, lush hill, only 100 meters high, with a waterfall cascading down and flowing into a lake at its foot. Along the shimmering lakeside, there are rows of pavilions and terraces with an antique charm. One can see figures appearing and disappearing among the pavilions and terraces. Ha! Is that Professor Su Yunji? Is that my Zhanghao's master, teacher Zhao Wang's son? Li Suifeng was somewhat surprised to recognize the two figures fishing by the lake. Su Yin explained with a smile, "This place is a secret realm, a spiritual land, and also the common dwelling of us teachers. It is used for quiet cultivation and lodging on ordinary days." Li Suifeng suddenly realized that from the moment he entered this cave dwelling, he had felt as if he were bathed in a spring breeze. This was a manifestation of the rich spiritual energy within the cave dwelling. This place is a sacred and mysterious realm. Martial artists who train here will inevitably make greater progress than those outside over time. Ordinary people living here will also benefit from the environment, leading to longer lifespans and better health. Master, was this sacred land formed naturally? Li Suifeng asked curiously. Of course not. Su Yan shook his head, revealing a secret. Disciple, you must have read about the deeds of generals in books, right? I've been studying since I was a child. Do you know exactly where the strength of these generals lies? Master, please enlighten me. Li Suifeng appeared to be a scholar. Su Yan laughed and said, to become a general in my dragon kingdom, one must make great contributions and also possess the dominator level of cultivation. The classification of awakened martial artists into different realms is actually quite simple. Above the awakening level is the extraordinary level. Above the extraordinary level is the superhuman level. Beyond the extraordinary level, one becomes the ruler level. Above the dominator level is the god level. Dominator level martial artists possess many extraordinary abilities, including the ability to tear space on a small scale. At first, the torn space can heal, but as the number of tears increases, the laws of space are broken, and the terrifying interior of the tear becomes hollowed out. When the hollowed out space expands to a certain extent, it becomes a secret realm. This cave-dwelling and spiritual land was constructed by a sovereign-level expert using this principle day after day, year after year. Upon hearing this, Li Suifeng looked shocked. If placed on Earth, its spatial stability would be so great that even a nuclear bomb could not break it. But in this world, a supreme-level powerhouse can actually tear apart space and use it to create a secret realm? Such power is truly astonishing. Master, is this how the 9 demon beast secret realms of our academy were opened up? Li Suifeng asked. You're quite clever, kid. Su Yan grinned, that's right. Our school's 9 demon beast secret realms in this cave were all created by humans. However, the creators were not a single person, but rather a joint effort by our school's historical sages and some military experts. Is that so? Li Suifeng was greatly enlightened. Ha! It's you guys? Just then, a voice rang out from the side. Li Suifeng and his companion turned around, and 2 more people appeared inside the teleportation array at some unknown time. The man, wearing a fisherman's hat and with long arms and legs, was Dai Yuan, the instructor of the gunnery department. The other man was burly and tall, no less than Dai Yuan, and carried a long spear. Who else could it be but Niu Dali? The one who spoke was Dai Yuan, who looked surprised, not expecting to run into Su Yan and Li Suifeng at this moment. You! From the moment Niu Dali saw Li Suifeng, he no longer cared about admiring the beautiful scenery of this secret realm. His large eyes stared at Li Suifeng, filled with hatred, indignation, and fear. Li Suifeng remained expressionless, ignoring Niu Dali. There's nothing to say to a defeated opponent. Old Dai, you brought your apprentice to train too? Su Yan stood with his hands behind his back, smiled faintly, and greeted him. My apprentice has some talent, but his strength is still lacking. I thought I'd bring him here to see if I can help him grow faster. Dai Yuan responded politely, but Lao Su, your apprentice is so talented and strong, and you've already brought him here for intensive training after only 3 days of school? Is it really necessary to be so ruthless? Are you trying to deny my apprentice any chance of survival? Not at all, your apprentice's talent is outstanding even among this year's freshmen. He was just unlucky to lose to my apprentice last time. I believe that with your guidance, Lao Dai, he will definitely be able to defeat my apprentice. Su Yan said this, but his face showed a mocking smile. You bastard. Dai Yuan looked annoyed and stopped arguing with Su Shi. He made an excuse and led Niu Dali to a row of small pavilions in the distance. Let's go, apprentice, let's start our special training too. Su Yan patted Li Suifeng on the shoulder and led him away from the teleportation array. Soon, the master and his apprentice arrived at the foot of the mountain. Li Suifeng then realized that the waterfall was extremely turbulent, cascading down from the mountaintop like the Milky Way in the sky, truly capturing the essence of Li Bai's poem. The waterfall sweeps across one side of the mountain wall, which, perhaps due to years of erosion, is devoid of trees and remains smooth and unobstructed. The lake formed by the confluence of the waterfalls, though small, has clear water, and fish and shrimp can be seen swimming in it. Beside the lake, there is an oval boulder, 3 meters high and 2 meters wide, with a dark red color that looks somewhat eerie. Disciple, do you know that a martial artist's talent is not constant? Standing beside the lake and the giant rock, Su Yan suddenly asked. Master, that's not right. The textbook says that an awakened martial artist's talent is constant, isn't it? Li Suifeng was puzzled. Could it be that he remembered it wrong? The content in the book is correct, but it is also wrong. The talents that most martial artists awaken remain unchanged. However, some awakened martial artists can still upgrade their talents and become stronger through hard work. At this point, Su Yan raised a finger. At his fingertips, a red aura twisted like flames. At first, the breath was only the size of a wisp of flame. It can quickly become powerful and vigorous, much like a raging fire. Disciple, I have already used my talent. What do you think is the grade of my talent's strength? Su Yan asked with a smile. Li Suifeng stared at the distorted red aura and subconsciously asked, Rank A? Rank S? I haven't tested the specific level, but the strength of my talent back then is incomparable to that now. The raging red flames melted away like melting ice and snow. It quickly dwindled to the size of a fist. The limit of the blood flame talent that I summoned back then was this level. It was only after years of hard training that I was able to reach the level I just saw. Su Yan explained with a smile. Li Suifeng's eyes widened. The blood flame that Su Yan is currently summoning is undoubtedly stronger than his original E-level talent, Lightstream. But it's not much better. Judging by the naked eye, this talent is at most at level E or C. But the blood flames just now were like a raging fire, and even from a distance, Li Suifeng felt a sense of unease. This shows that his talent is exceptional, at least at the A level or higher. How did Su Yan manage to develop his low-level talent to its current level? Doesn't the book say that the grade of talent is constant and cannot be improved? What exactly happened? Li Suifeng was filled with confusion. Su Yan extinguished the blood flames on his hand and explained, martial artists before our generation believed that talent was constant and unchangeable. However, through the efforts of our generation of martial artists, this law has been broken. We humans don't possess the innate strength of demons and monsters, but we do have potential that they lack. By tapping into our potential and breaking through our limits, the growth potential of humankind far surpasses that of demons and monsters. For example, someone's first running limit might only be 1 kilometer, but with repeated training and breaking that limit time and time again, the running distance will increase to 2 kilometers, 10 kilometers, 100 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers. Li Suifeng seemed to understand and asked, Master, is the growth of talent also based on this principle? By using talent again and again, pushing the limits of the body, and breaking through potential time and time again, the strength of talent will increase accordingly? My disciple, that's roughly how it is. Su Yan sighed and said, when I was a student, my talent was only C level, but I refused to accept my fate. I wanted to become a powerful martial artist, protect my homeland, and contribute to humanity. So I worked extra hard back then, fighting against demonic beasts, risking my life, and using many methods to break my physical limits and tap into my potential. That's how I continuously improved my talent and cultivation, and achieved what I have today. Compared to those generals and commanders, my deeds are insignificant. I'm telling you this so you understand that the strength of talent is not constant. As long as you're willing to work hard, you still have a chance to raise your talent to SS level. SSS level. Su Yan spoke like a politician giving a passionate speech. I thought Li Suifeng, being a passionate young man, would also be excited. But to everyone's surprise, his expression was calmer than ever before. This made Su Yan feel frustrated. Disciple, how come you're not excited at all after hearing such good news? Master, I'm so excited. Li Suifeng was somewhat perfunctory. I didn't see any excitement on your face? Su Yan's eyes widened. Li Suifeng waved his arms, revealing a joyful smile. Master, my talent can actually grow? This is wonderful. Yay! The exaggerated performance made Su Yan's lips twitch. My apprentice, your acting skills are worse than a dog's. That's enough. He obviously didn't know. Li Suifeng, who is a cheater. Methods to enhance talent have long existed. This method is simpler and more direct than the so-called breaking limits theory. With the help of cheat codes, Li Suifeng's talent had already reached the SS level, and he was only a few talent points away from the SSS level. In Li Suifeng's view, it was only a matter of time before the Holy Light Battle Body evolved into an SSS level weapon. Therefore, Su Yan's motivational speech had little effect on him. Disciple, I'm telling you all this so that you can be mentally prepared in advance. After all, the purpose of this special training is to break through your physical limits, tap into your core potential, and enhance your talent. It will be very tough. Let's begin this special training. Su Yan pointed to the red boulder and said, this bloodthirsty stone is a rare object from the abyss world. It can absorb the blood and strength of us human martial artists in a short time. Stand on it first, exhaust your blood and strength, and put your body into its limit. Is it really that amazing? Li Suifeng tried to jump onto the boulder. That instant, a strange force was coming from beneath my feet. It rapidly drained his vital energy and strength. That's really amazing, Li Suifeng said, quite surprised. Su Yan explained, with your current strength, it will only take 1 minute for this bloodthirsty stone to drain all your energy. At that time, you will feel your body reaching its limit, completely exhausted, and extremely uncomfortable. We will then begin the second phase of the special training. Okay, Master. Li Suifeng nodded obediently. With his cheat code at his disposal, he wasn't very interested in special training. However, not wanting to disappoint Su Yan's good intentions, he planned to cooperate if possible. Time travels. A minute passed very quickly. Li Suifeng remained standing on the bloodthirsty stone, showing no abnormalities except for a slightly paler complexion. Disciple, you. Su Yan's eyes widened slightly. Under normal circumstances, with his disciple's strength, he should be exhausted, drained of energy, and even unable to stand, right? Why does the apprentice seem like nothing happened? Master, I'm a little tired, but I don't feel like I've reached my physical limit yet. Should we wait a little longer? Li Suifeng tried asking. Wait a little longer. Su Yan tried to calm himself down and shouted. Another minute passed. Li Suifeng's face turned even paler, and large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, but his posture remained ramrod straight. Su Yan was dumbfounded. Even ordinary awakened third-tier martial artists would be unable to hold on at this point in time. Why is the apprentice still acting as if nothing happened? Time continued to pass. 3 minutes. 4 minutes. 5 minutes. Under Su Yan's ghost-like gaze, Li Suifeng's face grew paler and paler until it finally became as white as paper. His body began to hunch and tremble involuntarily. Master, I think, I can't hold on any longer. When Li Suifeng's weak voice, barely audible, rang out. Su Yan's face was filled with shock. Disciple, are you a monster? How can you last 5 minutes on the bloodlust stone? Even I can't do that. Chapter 81 The Recovery Speed of the Holy Light Battle Body, the bet under the Enlightenment Waterfall. Master, it's probably because I have a lot of hair. Or maybe it's the apprentice, who's more handsome. Li Suifeng's weak voice came from the bloodlust stone. Su Yan's lips twitched. He still had the mind to joke? Looks like you're still not tough enough. Disciple, you don't seem to have reached your limit yet. Stay for another 10 seconds. Su Yan grinned mischievously, using this method to get back at his apprentice. 10 seconds later. Buzz buzz buzz. Li Suifeng, sitting on the bloodthirsty stone, felt bees buzzing around his ears, and an unprecedented feeling of weakness swept over his body, making it extremely difficult for him to even stand. All right, apprentice, come down now. Su Yan's voice came, and Li Suifeng gritted his teeth and jumped down. Whoosh! Tap! After landing, Li Suifeng stumbled and fell to the ground. It looked like he was about to fall flat on his face. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his shoulder and held him firmly in place. Disciple, it must be very painful, right? Everyone experiences extreme pain when they reach their physical limits. They want to fall asleep, want to rest, and even want to commit suicide. So it's normal for you to have negative emotions right now. But you must overcome this mentality. Su Yan gradually released Li Suifeng's hand, pointed into the distance and said, "From now on, you must charge towards the tree with the determination to fight to the death. Only when you reach the foot of that tree can you stop. If you stop halfway, your master will use special methods to spur you on from behind. This is the second step of your special training, break your limits." Snap. As soon as he finished speaking, a long whip appeared in Su Yan's hand without him noticing. It landed on the ground and knocked a patch of grass away. Li Suifeng's face stiffened. "If I don't reach my destination, master, you're going to hit me? Is this a standard part of the special training, or is master taking revenge for personal reasons? Start." Before Li Suifeng could think further, Su Yan roared. Li Suifeng subconsciously walked towards that tree. The tree was about 200 meters away from the bloodlust stone. It seems short, but considering that Li Suifeng is currently in a state of physical collapse, this distance seems very long. In this state, the only thing an ordinary person can do is lie down on the ground and sleep like a dead pig. It was only thanks to Li Suifeng's strong will that he did not faint and was able to keep moving. Da day. Da day. At first, Li Suifeng moved very slowly, like an old man walking with a cane. But after a few steps, the speed suddenly increased. Li Suifeng moved forward as if running. Another second passed. Li Sui's stride frequency began to increase. Each step covers 2 meters. Then, Li Suifeng stopped, having already reached the foot of the tree. This second round of special training doesn't seem as difficult as I imagined? It's even a bit easy? Li Suifeng was surprised. He turned around and saw Su Yan standing not far away, looking like he had seen a ghost. "Master, have I completed the second stage of the special training?" Li Suifeng asked the question. "What's wrong with you, kid? Wasn't your body supposed to be at its breaking point? How can you still run so fast? Also, your complexion seems to have recovered, you're like nothing happened?" Su Yan awoke with a start, came over holding a long whip, and looked at him as if he were a ghost. "That's right. My body doesn't seem to feel like it could collapse at any moment anymore." Li Suifeng came to his senses, glanced at the sky again, and immediately understood the reason. The dome of this secret realm also has a sphere that looks like the sun, radiating bright sunlight. After upgrading to the Holy Light Battle Body, Li Suifeng gained the ability to nourish himself with light energy. He lasted 5 minutes on the Bloodlust Stone before being drained because he absorbed light energy to nourish himself. Later, he jumped off the Bloodlust Stone, and his body absorbed light energy to restore his strength. By the time he started walking, his physical condition had been steadily recovering, and he was no longer in a state of extreme weakness. Right now, his internal strength has quietly recovered by 1/10, an absurdly efficient recovery. "Disciple, what's wrong with your body?" Su Yan asked with a serious expression. Now that things had come to this, he could see that something was wrong with Li Suifeng's health. "Just endure it for 5 minutes on the Bloodlust Stone." Within 10 seconds of getting down, my strength had recovered so much. This is so illogical. Master, ever since the last training camp, I've noticed something strange about my body. Considering Su Yan's concern, Li Suifeng recounted the story of absorbing light energy. "Disciple, as long as you are in a place with light, your body will recover faster?" Su Yan's eyes widened upon hearing this. "Master, this is what happened." Li Suifeng touched his nose. "I don't know why my body changed like this after the training camp." Su Yan slapped his forehead, his eyes lighting up as he exclaimed, "It must be because you fought for a long time during the training camp, breaking your physical limits, stimulating your core potential, and allowing your talent to quietly evolve." "Master, it seems that's how it is." Li Suifeng echoed this with an affirmative tone, but inwardly he was sweating bullets. Thankfully, my mentor filled in the blanks for me. Otherwise, exposing the cheat code would be a bit troublesome. "You little rascal, it turns out that long before I gave you special training, you had already evolved your talent through your own efforts." Su Yan put away his whip and laughed arrogantly. "Of the 7 disciples I've taken in, only you have this ability." "Master, I still have 6 senior brothers and sisters?" Li Suifeng was surprised. "I have taught at Wuji Academy for over 20 years, is it strange that I have taken on 6 disciples?" Su Yan casually remarked, pointing to the waterfall in the distance, your talent is too outstanding. This bloodthirsty stone obviously won't have any special training effect on you. Let's change the training location. Let's go. Then, he led Li Suifeng to the other side of the lake, to the source of the waterfall. Li Suifeng then noticed that there was a blue stone slab in the area where the waterfall was cascading. The stone slab is 3 square meters long and floats on the lake surface. It did not move even when hit by the waterfall, which is quite peculiar. On the blue stone slab stood a series of figures, all young people who looked like students. The old acquaintance Nyo Dali also stood on the blue stone slab, using his majestic body to withstand the impact of the waterfall. Whoosh! Nyo Dali was clearly not feeling well under the impact of the waterfall. His body trembled like a sieve, and his body was covered with a thick layer of blood and chi, which clearly indicated that he had used his own talent. His skin was taut like a bowstring, with prominent veins on his forehead, arms, and neck. His expression was one of unprecedented pain and ferocity. Ouch! An unfamiliar student, unable to withstand the waterfall's force, fell into the lake outside the stone slab. In the next 2 minutes, more students were swept off the stone slab. In the end, only Nyo Dali remained on the stone slab, struggling to hold on. However, judging from the frequency of his body trembling, he had clearly reached his limit. Perhaps in the next second, he would suffer the same fate as the other students and be swept off the stone slab. Disciple, this enlightenment waterfall contains immense pressure. Even with talent, it would be remarkable if an ordinary person could withstand it for even a minute. Looking at Nyo Dali struggling to stay afloat, Su Yan explained. Master, is it more painful to be under this waterfall, or to be on the bloodthirsty stone? Li Suifeng asked. Of course, the pain is under the enlightenment waterfall. In fact, this waterfall is the most difficult training ground in this spiritual land. As Su Yan was speaking, a figure walked over. It was Dai Yuan. Holding a stopwatch in his hand, he said sarcastically, Old Su, my apprentice is a bit disappointing. He couldn't even last 2.5 minutes before he couldn't hold on anymore. I'm really disappointed. He said he was disappointed, but a sly smile appeared on his face, clearly showing his smugness and provocation. Su Yan raised an eyebrow and looked at Li Suifeng. You must hold on for 3 minutes under the enlightenment waterfall. At this moment, Li Suifeng certainly wouldn't embarrass Su Yan. He curled his lip and said scornfully, Master, if I hadn't been able to hold out for 5 minutes under the enlightenment waterfall, I would have changed my surname to yours from now on. Instead of being encouraged, Su Yan looked embarrassed. My disciple, I just want you to prove yourself. Not so that you can spout nonsense. It's true that you held out on the bloodlust stone for 5 minutes. However, the intensity of this enlightenment waterfall far exceeds that of the bloodlust stone. Moreover, the two situations are completely different. Just because you can hold out for 5 minutes at the bloodlust stone doesn't mean you can hold out for the same amount of time at the enlightenment waterfall. That kid's finally done for. Just then, shouts came from nearby. It turns out that Nyo Dali, who was on the bluestone slab, finally couldn't withstand the pressure of the waterfall and was washed off the slab, falling into the lake. Dai Yuan checked the stopwatch and said, Only 3 minutes and 1 second, that's not good. He looked at Su Yan with amusement and said, Old Su, your disciple is so outstanding, he can definitely last 5 minutes on the enlightenment stone, don't you think? Su Yan forced a smile and said, Kids will be kids, they always make grand promises. Before he could finish speaking, Dai Yuan smiled and said, Old Su, it seems you have a lot of confidence in your apprentice. Shall we make a bet? If your apprentice can hold on to the stone slab for 5 minutes, I'll give you that bottle of my treasured 50-year-old drunken flower wine. If your apprentice can't last 5 minutes, how about you give me your sword? Upon hearing this, Su Yan's expression darkened slightly. He and Dai Yuan actually had no hatred between them. There have only been some minor frictions recently due to the new apprentice. Unexpectedly, Dai Yuan harbored resentment over these trivial matters, and now he's escalating the situation, using a bet to put Su Yan in his place. That's a bit much. My master's sword is so valuable, how can it be compared to a mere jug of wine? This bet is simply unfair. Su Yan's face was grim when Li Suifeng interjected, Teacher Dai, besides the drunken flower wine, how about you also use your sidearm as a wager? That kid. Dai Yuan narrowed his eyes, staring at Li Suifeng with some displeasure. When adults are talking, who gives a little kid a chance to interrupt? Besides, what right does this brat have to talk to me about bets? Who does he think he is? My apprentice is right, Dai Yuan. If you dare to add your service pistol as a wager, I'll take the bet this time. Su Yan seized the opportunity to speak, hoping to force Dai Yuan to back down. To everyone's surprise, Dai Yuan sneered, "Since you said so, old Su, I'll definitely play along with you to your heart's content today. Just like you said, I'll add a soul-suppressing spear to my bet." Su Yan's heart sank to the bottom. He was a gambler by nature and was never afraid of betting. But this bet was clearly too unfair. He had almost no chance of winning. The terrifying nature of Wudao Waterfall is known to all. The longest recorded time for any student with a master is 30 minutes under the Wudao Waterfall. The person who left the record was not a freshman. Instead, he is a prodigy who is about to graduate and possesses the strength of a superhuman. Such a prodigy, on par with some of the mentors, is it strange that he left this record? Not counting those monsters who are about to graduate or have been studying for a long time. The longest time recorded by a freshman at Wudao Waterfall is 4 minutes and 36 seconds. Li Suifeng's boast of a 5-minute promise. That's 24 seconds ahead of the record. Li Suifeng is very outstanding. Su Yan was certain of this. But Su Yan also knew that the prodigy who left behind 4 minutes and 36 seconds back then was equally outstanding. This person has now become a pillar of the Dragon Kingdom's military. He is also the youngest major general in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. Such an outstanding person is almost certain to be promoted to general in the future. With a bit of luck, he might even become a marshal. The record left by such a prodigy is so difficult for later generations to break that it would be no exaggeration to say that it's as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Dai Yuan, taking advantage of the situation, made a bet, convinced that Li Suifeng could not possibly surpass the prodigy major general of yesteryear. Su Yan hesitated, not wanting to gamble, also because he had similar thoughts. What can be done? The performance-based agreement has been reached. He can no longer turn back. Li Suifeng, there's no one on the stone slab now, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and go over there. Seeing Su Yan's unpleasant expression, Dai Yuan sneered and urged Li Suifeng on. Master, trust me. Li Suifeng gave Su Yan a serious look and walked along the lakeside. We soon arrived at the area closest to the bluestone slabs. Some students are queuing up, wanting to walk on the bluestone slabs again. Li Suifeng called out, "Please make way, everyone." Who are you? What gives you the right to cut in line? A student, soaked to the bone, roared angrily, but upon recognizing Li Suifeng's face, he was immediately startled. "Brotherly." "Brother, who are you?" Li Suifeng asked. "Brotherly, it's me, Gu Yupeng. I'm from Shangbei Province. I was eliminated by you during the training camp. Don't you remember?" The student, soaked to the bone, said. "So it was you." Li Suifeng feigned understanding, but in reality, he had no recollection of it at all. "Please make way, everyone." Gu Yupeng immediately turned into a sycophant, pushing aside the boy in front of him. "Come on, brotherly, you go first." Because of his pursuit and attack on Lu Zhuangzhuang, Li Suifeng became famous among the freshmen, and everyone was filled with awe for him, so naturally no one dared to stop him. Li Suifeng arrived at the edge of the lake without any trouble and leaped onto the bluestone slab. Splash! Splash! The moment my foot touched the stone slab, an unprecedented pressure came from above. The chill from the waterfall swept from the sky to every part of my body, making me feel incredibly stiff and cold. Holy light battle body! Aid Desolation's limitless technique. Li Suifeng activated his talent and began practicing his core cultivation method. The qi and blood, along with the energy of light elements, quickly adhered to the whole body, dispelling the coldness within. At the same time, much of the immense pressure carried by the waterfall was offset by the innate talent and vital energy. Although I still feel a bit unwell, it's much better than before. Call. After regaining his composure, Li Suifeng focused his mind and breath, silently enduring the pressure of the waterfall above him. At the same time, he silently calculated the time in his mind. It's only 5 minutes, right? Damn it, that'll be it. Chapter 82, The Waterfall Sliced by a Blade. Splash! Splash! The waterfall splashed countless water droplets as it cascaded onto the bluestone slabs. Li Suifeng had been standing there for a minute. With the dual talents of Demon Rhino Body and Holy Light Battle Body, this minute wasn't too difficult for him. Also, Li Suifeng discovered the golden bell cover and the iron pole kung fu of the past. It has a very strong effect on stabilizing the lower body. Under the influence of physical techniques, he is like a pine tree rooted in a bluestone slab, as steady as an old dog. However, this situation did not last long. Suddenly, the pressure of the water pouring over me doubled. If the previous water pressure was 10 tons, now the pressure of the water flow has reached 100 tons. The change in water pressure caused Li Suifeng's skin to show grotesque blood vessels, and his originally relaxed face also became slightly ferocious. Will the pressure of the water flow increase over time? After 2 minutes, after 3 minutes, will I feel an increasingly heavy pressure? This enlightenment waterfall is indeed, as Master said, even more challenging than the bloodthirsty stone. No wonder so many teachers send their students here to train. Li Suifeng understood immediately and poured all his energy into his legs. Its soles were like the roots of an old tree, firmly attached to the bluestone slab. He stood more steadily. Almost 2 minutes have passed, and Brother Li still seems quite relaxed. Is this Brother Li's strength? No wonder he could easily beat that Lu Zhuangzhuang guy. No wonder he's the number one among our freshmen. At the landing point by the lake, Gu Yupeng and others whispered among themselves. They had just intended to climb onto the bluestone slab after Li Suifeng. However, some teachers stopped them and told them to observe first, and then climb the board after Li Suifeng was swept away by the waterfall. Unsure of the teachers' intentions, they remained where they were and waited. Beside him, Niu Dali, soaking wet, was also staring intently at Li Suifeng, calculating the time. He held the stone slab for 3 minutes and 1 second. This record is enough to make him the envy of the entire audience. He was also a little proud. But now, 2 minutes have passed, and Li Suifeng still shows no signs of fatigue. This made Niu Dali a little unable to hold back. Could Li Suifeng break the record I just created? Is this guy a vengeful ghost? Every time my life starts to improve, he pops up and haunts me. I hate him. Niu Dali clenched his fists tightly, roaring inwardly. Old Dai, is your drunken flower wine ready? On the other side of the lake, watching Li Suifeng's figure, Su Yan's face was filled with pride. Just now, the look his apprentice gave him was full of confidence. Influenced by this, Su Yan became less panicked. Simply because he had complete trust in his apprentice. Since the disciple believed he could endure the enlightenment waterfall for 5 minutes. As the master, he must unconditionally support his disciple. Even if it's completely unrealistic. Of course it's ready. I'll take it out for you in 5 minutes. Dai Yuan spoke in a sarcastic tone, his face full of ease. He didn't believe that a mere Li Suifeng could break the record set by that major general back then. It is said that Dai Yuan, during his student days, also visited this place and left a record of 3 minutes and 18 seconds. It was precisely because I had experienced the terror of the enlightenment waterfall. He then realized that only a true non-human could last 5 minutes on the first try. Li Suifeng is very strong. He's a prodigy among prodigies. But he is not non-human after all. He certainly couldn't last 5 minutes. This is the source of Dai Yuan's confidence. You too, there's no need to make such a big deal out of this. A voice came from behind. It was Su Yunji and Zhao Wangsun approaching. The two men were fishing when they learned that 2 of their colleagues were making a big bet, so they came over. I've quit gambling for a while now, but Lao Dai is really interested and wants to play with me, so of course I'll play along. Su Yan grinned as he explained. Su Yunji and his companion immediately realized that Dai Yuan was up to something again. Dai Yuan, you were quite interested in this child back then, so why have you turned your love into hatred now? Su Yunji was helpless. Old Su, what do you mean by turning love into hate? I think highly of this kid now, and I don't hate him at all. Dai Yuan directly denied it. You two are just bored. You've ruined your relationship over Li Suifeng. Su Yan, how about I make a sacrifice to salvage your relationship with Dai Yuan? Zhao Wangsun said casually, how about this, I'll give you the treasured 1,000 years of autumn wine, and you can persuade Li Suifeng to join my ranks, what do you think? Zhao Wangsun, all those foreign tribes know about your scheme. Get lost. Su Yan laughed and scolded, isn't Zhao Wangsun's relentless pursuit of his disciple the proof that his disciple is so outstanding that he can't forget him? Humph. I was the one who discovered Li Suifeng first. Zhao Wangsun started bringing up old grievances again. Su Yan ignored him and instead stared at the figure under the enlightenment waterfall with a gradually serious expression. As the 4 were talking, Li Suifeng unknowingly reached 3 minutes. As expected, he successfully surpassed Neo Dali's record, which is certainly good. However, there were still 2 minutes left before the bet expired. In those 2 minutes, the pressure carried by the Enlightenment waterfall will increase dramatically, like a rocket. Can the apprentice really hold on? Su Yan's palms were already sweating. The child has started shaking. It seems like his limit is only 4 minutes. Su Yunji, with his keen eye, exclaimed that, regardless of the stakes, being able to last 4 minutes was already an extraordinary record. He was deeply moved by this. This kid can last 4 minutes on his first attempt at the Enlightenment waterfall? Damn it, why does he have to be so outstanding? The more outstanding he is, the more my heart aches for him. Zhao Wangsun wailed in displeasure. Only a smile appeared on Dai Yuan's gradually paling face. The first Enlightenment waterfall, 4 minutes? He is indeed a complete freak. Fortunately, I had made a bet of 5 minutes. This time, I finally won. Beneath the Enlightenment waterfall. Just as the teachers judged. Li Suifeng's body did indeed begin to tremble due to the strain. As time goes by, the pressure carried by the waterfall gradually increases. The process of resisting the cascading waterfall had already consumed a great deal of his strength. At this moment, his body was close to its limit, just as the bloodlust stone had drained his strength. He could sense that he could only last for 4 minutes at most before his body would collapse. At that time, the Enlightenment waterfall will surely wash him off the bluestone slab. No! This bet is not only about my own dignity, but also about my master's dignity. Even for my master's sake, I will hold on for 5 minutes. But my body is about to break down. I can't keep going like this for long. I must do something to change this unfavorable situation. I must do something. In the critical moment, Li Suifeng's body trembled violently, and his mood became more volatile than ever before. A crazy idea flashed through my mind like lightning. Li Suifeng's face twisted in a grimace. I know what I need to do. The next moment, he struggled to raise his right hand. Splash! The bracelet flashed white light. A long, black, antique-looking sword appeared in his hand. The blade emitted a dazzling golden light. The magnificent golden light even overshadowed the cascading waterfall. In that instant, everyone on the lakeside noticed the long sword enveloped in golden light. What is he going to do? Su Yunji asked with a strange expression. Even in this state, he still has the strength to grip a knife? Zhao Wangsuan's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. This kid can't be. Dai Yuan looked terrified, sensing that something terrible was about to happen. Only Su Yan's face flushed red, his fists clenched, and he let out a low shout. That's it. Disciple. That's it. Use your sword to fight against this waterfall. Just like Zhuang Qianyan back then, fight against this waterfall fiercely. It seemed as if they heard Su Yan's shout. At the same time, despite the immense pressure, Li Suifeng swung his knife. Aurora Eclipse. Artistic conception. The moment the sword technique was unleashed through the demon hunting blade, the intense light not only enveloped the demon hunting blade but also Li Suifeng himself, and finally even the area below the waterfall. In everyone's sight, Li Suifeng was no longer a human figure, but a huge golden shadow. The blinding light he emitted caused Neo Dali and many other disciples to suffer pain, and they couldn't help but cover their eyes and cry out in pain. Dai Yuan and the others were so engrossed in their work that they forgot to avoid the glaring light source. When they realized what was happening, their eyes were stinging as if pricked by needles. They instinctively closed their eyes, and then heard a loud bang, boom. The deafening sound drowned out the roar of the waterfall, leaving everyone's heads spinning. I don't know how much time has passed. The sound finally faded away. Dai Yuan and the others slowly opened their eyes and found that the golden light had disappeared. Li Suifeng stood on the bluestone slab, covered in sweat and panting heavily. His condition is very unstable. It was as if they had reached the limits of their bodies. It will fall over as soon as a gust of wind blows. But he did not fall. Instead, he used the demon hunting knife as a crutch, leaning against the bluestone slab, and revealed a somewhat crazy smile. Even at a time like this, he's still smiling? Everyone was surprised by Li Suifeng's smile. But soon, he realized that something was wrong. Everyone instinctively looked up. Then, everyone's expression turned to unprecedented shock. The waterfall, which was originally like a cascading silver river, has now. It's gone. Chapter 83. Why did you provoke Li Suifeng? What's going on? The Enlightenment waterfall has disappeared? Am I hallucinating? What on earth is going on? The sudden disappearance of the Enlightenment waterfall caused the students on the shore to gasp in surprise. The mentors, including Zhao Wangsun, looked at each other in bewilderment. They know the source of this Enlightenment waterfall and the logic behind its formation. The disappearance of the Enlightenment waterfall has made them think of a certain possibility. Did Li Suifeng's strike just now hit the source of the Enlightenment waterfall, the water-gathering spirit array? The water-gathering spirit array is not a defensive array. If it is attacked, it may indeed become ineffective. But the Enlightenment waterfall carries immense pressure, and Li Suifeng was also exhausted just now. Where did he get the strength to unleash that strike? And wasn't that strike a bit too powerful? Is it really something someone his age can pull off? Su Yunji and Zhao Wangsun spoke to each other, then looked at Su Yan. Old Su, what's the deal with your apprentice? Su Yan didn't answer their questions, but stared at the bracelet with a look of surprise, for minutes and 30 seconds. This is bad. Dai Yuan gasped for breath. As Su Yan said, Li Suifeng had persisted for 4 minutes and 30 seconds under the Enlightenment waterfall, breaking the record set by that major general back then. Not only that, the Enlightenment waterfall has been cut off. The water-gathering array at the source seems to have short-circuited and is no longer able to generate water flow. With the waterfall's high pressure gone for the remaining 30 seconds, wouldn't Li Suifeng be able to withstand it easily? Splash! At this moment, water flows down from the mountaintop. Although it is not in the form of a waterfall, it still flows vertically and splashes onto the stone slabs. Li Suifeng's body trembled again, as if he might collapse at any moment. I still have a chance. Hope appeared on Dai Yuan's face. Su Yan, standing to the side, was filled with tension, his fists clenched tightly. Disciple, just hold on a little longer, just a little longer. 30 seconds. 25 seconds. 20 seconds. 15 seconds. Time raced by wildly under their calculations. The water flowing from the mountaintop was increasing, and it seemed poised to transform into a waterfall. Disciple. Hold on. Su Yan roared at the top of his lungs. If his disciple had fallen earlier, he wouldn't have felt any burden. Losing was losing. But now, the apprentice has the opportunity to set a new 5-minute record. If he were to collapse at this point, the feeling of having worked so hard for nothing would be hard for Su Yan to accept. Splash! Splash! Over time, the water flow at the mountaintop became increasingly dense, forming small waterfalls that cascaded over Li Suifeng. 10 seconds. 8 seconds. 6 seconds. 3 seconds. Under the baptism of the small waterfall, Li Suifeng withstood the most crucial few seconds. No! Watching Li Suifeng sway precariously, yet never quite collapsing. The hope on Dai Yuan's face turned into utter despair. He clutched his chest, his heart breaking. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Beep beep beep. When the countdown on the bracelet reaches 0, it emits a clear ringing sound. Su Yan's face lit up with joy, and he raised his arms and shouted wildly, Disciple! You won! You won! On the side. Dai Yuan's tall figure instantly shrunk. He was hunched over, like a stooped old man, as if he had aged 30 years in an instant. I lost. I actually lost? This little guy actually lasted 5 minutes under the Enlightenment waterfall? Is he even human? Dai Yuan was filled with grief and utterly dejected. Su Yunji and Zhao Wangsun were shocked. They weren't concerned with the stakes themselves. The focus is on the record itself that Li Suifeng set. 5 minutes. That's 24 seconds longer than General Zhuang Qianyan's record back then. Su Yunji swallowed hard. Zhao Wangsun's eyes widened like copper bells as he clutched his chest and wailed, If I had known this would happen, I would have beaten Li Suifeng up and taken him as my disciple. Damn it! Has it been 5 minutes? Below the waterfall, after delivering that final slash, Li Suifeng's body was utterly exhausted. He has been able to persevere until now purely out of instinct and willpower. Hearing his master's overjoyed voice, Li Suifeng knew he had won. So he put the demon hunting knife into his bracelet and let the waterfall wash over his body. Thump! Feeling dizzy and disoriented, Li Suifeng was swept into the lake by the waterfall. The lake water wasn't as cold as he'd imagined. Instead, it carried a warmth that dispelled Li Suifeng's physical and mental fatigue. With the little strength he had regained, he paddled across the lake with both hands and slowly made his way to the shore. A hand reached out and pulled Li Suifeng ashore. Li Suifeng shook off the water and saw Gu Yupeng and his group standing beside him with fanatical expressions. "Brother Li, are you even human? How could you possibly last 5 minutes under that terrifying waterfall? You actually cut off that waterfall? How did you do that?" "Li Suifeng, from now on, I, Wu Hansan, will obey you above all others, no matter who you are." Other students can stay under the waterfall for a little over a minute on average. Li Suifeng's record was a full 4 minutes ahead of theirs. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have found it hard to believe that it was true. Even Niu Dali, who harbored hostility towards Li Suifeng, had complex emotions written all over his face. If possible, he certainly wanted to continue to be hostile towards Li Suifeng. But just now, Li Suifeng proved with his actions that the gap between the two had not narrowed compared to the training camp, but had actually widened. Even though Niu Dali considered himself extraordinary, he understood this clearly. Li Suifeng's talent and willpower far surpassed his. As long as Li Suifeng doesn't let his guard down, Niu Dali has no hope of surpassing his opponent in this lifetime. Thinking about all this, Niu Dali thought he would be angry, but unexpectedly he felt a sense of relief instead. He also clearly understood that from this moment on, he would no longer harbor any hostility towards Li Suifeng. All one can do is accept it. I'm completely convinced. Old Dai, bring the gun. On the other side, Su Yan was overjoyed and reached out to Dai Yuan. Dai Yuan's face was ashen, as if he were constipated, and he handed over his pistol and the drunken flower wine with trembling hands. Su Yunji and Zhao Wangsun remained silent and did not express their opinions. If I remember correctly, this soul-suppressing spear has been with Dai Yuan for at least 10 years. It's truly a shame that he lost to Su Yan. But isn't this Dai Yuan's own fault? Why did you have to provoke Li Suifeng? Ha ha. That's awesome. Store your favorite wines and guns in the bracelet storage space. Su Yan laughed heartily, without kicking the dog while it was down or saying anything humiliating. More than anything else, he wanted to ask his apprentice what exactly happened with that stab. Let's go. Su Yan let out a loud shout and strode into the group of students. Children, make way. Su Yan laughed loudly, and Gu Yupeng and the others quickly made way for him. Master, did you get it? Upon seeing Su Yan, Li Suifeng's face lit up with anticipation. That old bastard didn't dare go back on his word and gave me the stuff. Su Yan smiled. That's good. Li Suifeng nodded with satisfaction. Finally, Dai Yuan had paid the price. Disciple, may I speak to you in private? Su Yan said something and turned to leave. Li Suifeng greeted Gu Yupeng and the others, then followed closely behind. Soon, the master and his apprentice arrived at a deserted place. Su Yan turned around, his gaze sharp. Disciple, that strike you just made, was it the final move of the Aurora Eclipse Blade technique? I could sense the deeper meaning in his words. Li Suifeng's heart skipped a beat. Had his master really seen through him? Chapter 84. Am I a genius with innate wisdom? Master, what I just used was the Aurora Eclipse Blade technique. After calming himself down slightly, Li Suifeng tried to speak. This sword technique was redeemed by my disciple using credits from the library. When was it redeemed? Last night. You only exchanged for the sword technique last night, and you've already mastered its true essence today? Su Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. In this world, as long as one has sufficient understanding and comprehension, mastering the basic martial arts techniques is not difficult. But how could someone master a low-level sword technique to the highest level overnight? This can no longer be described by logic. That was so explosive. Master, perhaps I was too tired yesterday. I fell asleep without realizing it as soon as I finished reciting the sword manual and entered a strange dream. In the dream, I was fully conscious and couldn't feel the passage of time. Li Suifeng was speaking when Su Yan interrupted him with a look of surprise. So you cultivated sword techniques in your dream, until you reached the realm of intent? Master, it seems that's how it is. I don't remember the rest of the dream very clearly, but after I woke up, I was able to use the Aurora Eclipse Blade technique skillfully. Li Suifeng observed Su Yan's expression, feeling uneasy. He had long considered that if he used too much cheating, it would be easy for others to notice, and it might even expose his cheat-like abilities. Despite his recent caution, his master still saw through his scheme. Disciple, I understand. You must possess innate wisdom, which is why you were able to master the Aurora Eclipse blade technique overnight. Su Yan paused for a moment, then his face lit up with ecstasy. Not only do you possess unparalleled talent, but you also have innate wisdom. Disciple, you are truly a favorite of the heavens. Seeing that Su Yan's expression was joyful and not feigned, Li Suifeng's anxiety gradually subsided. Really? The master cared too much about him, so much so that he would fill in any illogical things that happened to him as reasonable in his own mind. This is like a simp seeing his goddess check out of a hotel with someone else. He'll subconsciously assume she just played King of Glory all night, not poker. Master, what is innate wisdom? Li Suifeng changed the subject. Su Yan explained, the term innate wisdom originated in ancient Buddhism and represents innate, supreme intelligence. People with innate wisdom far surpass ordinary people in any learning activity and cannot be judged by ordinary standards. Among the 8 great generals of my dragon kingdom, there is one general with the title of Su Hui. He possesses abilities such as being able to read 10 lines at a glance, having a photographic memory, and having exceptional comprehension. Rumor has it that he mastered 3 earth-level sword techniques overnight. Upon hearing this, Li Suifeng's expression changed slightly. Mastering 3 earth-level sword techniques overnight? Could this General Su Hui be just like me, a cheat code? But why do his cheat parameters seem to be higher than mine? My disciple, you practiced your sword in your dream last night. This is actually a kind of talent, but it cannot be detected by instruments. However, I can ascertain that you and that General Su Hui possess equal abilities. Su Yan laughed so hard that he stroked Li Suifeng's head with his rough, broad hand. I never thought that in my lifetime I, Su Yan, would be able to take such a prodigy as my disciple. It's truly a blessing from heaven. Well, it seems I was just overthinking it. This bizarre and wonderful world has all sorts of strange talents. The idea of achieving enlightenment overnight is indeed absurd. But considering the global context, it's actually not so bad. Li Suifeng's anxiety completely subsided, and he asked again, Master, as you said, I may indeed possess innate wisdom. But what exactly is the source of that enlightenment waterfall? The slash he unleashed beneath the Woodell waterfall was arguably Li Suifeng's most powerful technique to date. Through the sword energy, he could sense that there was an array at the source of the waterfall. It was because this strike passed through the waterfall and hit the formation that the waterfall was temporarily cut off. Disciple, the source of this enlightenment waterfall is a water-gathering spiritual array that can release water to form a waterfall. Otherwise, why do you think there would be a waterfall on this mountaintop? After Su Yan's explanation, Li Suifeng immediately understood, the increasing water flow of the enlightenment waterfall is also due to the water-gathering spirit array? Yes, this was all designed by the professor who set up the formation back then. The purpose was to use the pressure of the waterfall to force you students to gradually break through your own limits. I see. Li Suifeng suddenly realized what was happening. My disciple, you must not voluntarily pass on the matter of innate wisdom to others. I will also communicate with Su Yunji, Zhao Wangsun, and others to ask them to do their best not to expose this secret. As Su Yan said this, a look of worry appeared on his face. A super genius like you, as long as you don't perish, will surely become the backbone of our human race in the future. If those alien races knew about you in advance, they would probably try every means to assassinate you. Will the alien race assassinate me? Instead of fear, Li Suifeng's face showed some excitement. They were just worried about not being able to find any other races. Wouldn't it be best if a foreign race came to kill us? Disciple, what's wrong with your expression? Su Yan noticed that Li Suifeng was acting strangely. Master, it's nothing, I'm just a little scared after hearing about the alien races. Li Suifeng made up a story. Afraid? I sense that you look very excited. It's as if you'd love for a foreign race to come and kill you? Su Yan was speechless, but still said earnestly, in short, during your time at Wuji Academy, you must learn to conceal your talents appropriately. If you are too outstanding, you might attract the covetous eyes of other races. Every year, a portion of our human race's many geniuses are assassinated by those other races who infiltrate society. Master, I understand. Disciple, are you interested in this soul-suppressing spear? With a slight thought, Su Yan saw Daiyuan's entourage and the black spear appear in his hand. This spear is 2 meters long, exceeding Su Yan's height, and is quite imposing, clearly a level above the demon-hunting blade. Li Suifeng is now fascinated by the way of the sword and has no interest in switching to the way of the spear. He said seriously, Master, I only want to practice killing techniques. The way of the sword is enough for me. Su Yan's eyes revealed admiration. Good child, what I mean is not that you should switch to the way of the spear, but if you are willing, I will find a way to integrate this soul-suppressing spear into the demon hunting blade, so that the demon hunting blade can be upgraded in quality. Is it possible to do it this way? Li Su Weifeng's eyes lit up. Even though the demon hunting blade is only a mid-level spiritual weapon, it can greatly enhance combat power. If it can be upgraded to the advanced or special grade spirit weapon stage, wouldn't that increase their own lethality even more? Master, can you forge weapons? Of course not. However, Wuji Academy is full of talented people and experts. I know several teachers in the Forging Institute. With this drunken flower wine, I can just invite a forging teacher for a drink and that will settle the matter. Su Yan spoke in a grand and imposing manner, and Li Suifeng immediately nodded. Master, then please help me upgrade the demon hunting blade. Then I'll find an opportunity to visit the Forging Institute these next few days. You can keep the demon hunting blade for now, I'll let you know when I have news. As for today's special training, it's temporarily over. Come see me again tomorrow afternoon. Okay, Master. After the training camp ended, Su Yan led Li Suifeng away from the secret realm. The two had just left. A young man arrived in the secret realm. The young man was dressed in a fiery red robe, and even his eyebrows were red. He strode over to the vicinity of Wudao Waterfall. When some students who were about to line up to jump onto the bluestone slab saw him, they all looked surprised. Isn't that Lu Ning? That expert on the Wuji ranking? It's him. I never expected that there would be experts from the limitless ranking within this secret realm. Surprised, some people started waving to the young man in the red robe. Hello, Senior Lu. Lu Ning remained indifferent, ignoring the advances of his junior classmates, and said, let me do it first. The students quickly made way for them. At this moment, two students were still training on the bluestone slab. Lu Ning stood by the lake, showing no intention of stepping onto the bluestone slabs. 1 minute later, two students were swept away by the waterfall. Lu Ning snorted coldly, you are not allowed to come near. This arrogant attitude displeased some students, but they dared not say anything. Whoosh! Only then did Lu Ning leap onto the bluestone slab. Splash, splash, splash. The waterfall cascades down like a giant wave. Lu Ning, however, was prepared. Flames spread across his body, forming a circular shield that enveloped him and resisted the raging waterfall. Time passed by, second by second. Soon, Lu Ning stood on the bluestone slab for more than 7 minutes. At this moment, the flames on Lu Ning's body began to fade. His face also began to turn pale. It only improved by 13 seconds compared to last time? My progress has been a bit slow lately. Lu Ning murmured something, no longer trying to hold on, and leaped off the bluestone slab, landing on the shore. Boom! When the flames died down, Lu Ning's robe was neat and clean, without a single wet spot. Compared to the other students who were all soaked to the bone. How dashing! Lu Ning shook his hand, preparing to leave, but unexpectedly discovered he had clearly set a record of 7 minutes. But none of the students around seemed shocked. Their expressions were relatively calm, but the person they were discussing with amazement was not Lu Ning, but another student. Li Suifeng? Even without deliberately eavesdropping, Lu Ning clearly heard that the student being discussed was named Li Suifeng. He deliberately slowed his pace, eavesdropping on the surrounding discussions, thinking disdainfully, this Li Suifeng set a 5-minute record at Wudao Waterfall? Isn't he still 2 minutes slower than me? What's so special about that? I have a feeling that Li Suifeng will break Senior Lu's 7-minute record soon? It should be possible. Brother Li was able to last 5 minutes under the Enlightenment Waterfall during his first training session. Maybe he can last 6 or 7 minutes next time. Only after this comparison did I realize how terrifying Brother Li really is. Just then, another student's conversation reached his ears. Lu Ning suddenly stopped and looked at a certain student. You just said that Li Suifeng lasted 5 minutes under the Enlightenment Waterfall the first time he went? Gu Yupeng, who was being stared at by Lu Ning, panicked a little and whispered, Senior Lu, it's true, we all witnessed what happened. This is impossible. Lu Ning's sudden low growl startled Gu Yupeng. Then he saw Lu Ning approaching with a fierce look on his face. You're lying. When he first tried waterfall training, he only lasted 3 minutes and 27 seconds. This is already considered the best record in the last 3 years. Now, These students actually said that there was a guy named Li Suifeng who lasted 5 minutes at Wudao Waterfall on his first try? This is absolutely a lie. Senior Lu, we didn't lie. Gu Yupeng tried to speak, but Lu Ning yelled, "Shut up!" Gu Yupeng was so frightened that he dared not utter a sound. There's no point in talking to a bunch of liars like you. Lu Ning turned and left. He hadn't gone far when a figure suddenly blocked his path. Teacher Dai? Lu Ning recognized the person. Dai Yuan crossed his arms, his face somewhat cold. Lu Ning, have you heard about Li Suifeng's matter? They just said that Li Suifeng endured 5 minutes under the waterfall during his first special training session. Lu Ning spoke up, expecting Dai Yuan to refute him, but to his surprise, Dai Yuan said with certainty, "That's right, that's how it is." What? Lu Ning was stunned. He believed that Gu Yupeng and the others were simply unhappy with his arrogance, so they fabricated stories in an attempt to disturb his Taoist mind with the story of Li Suifeng. As a mentor, Dai Yuan had absolutely no need to fabricate stories, right? In other words, this guy named Li Suifeng actually lasted 5 minutes under the Enlightenment waterfall for the first time. How did he do that? Lu Ning, I have a pretty good relationship with your master. At this moment, Dai Yuan spoke with a cold expression, but I don't have a good relationship with Li Suifeng's master, Su Yan. If you can do something, I can give you some help with learning resources. Lu Ning was still in shock when she heard this, but she quickly calmed down. Teacher Dai, do you want me to go find Li Suifeng? Dai Yuan interrupted, think about it. Lu Ning fell silent. He didn't know what grudge Dai Yuan had against Li Suifeng's master. So much so that he had to resort to this borrowing a knife to kill tactic. Teacher Dai, I know what to do. After thinking for a moment, Lu Ning gritted his teeth and nodded. He was very arrogant, to the point of being disdainful of everyone. He usually wouldn't even bother to glance at the students outside the Wuji ranking. But he was willing to make an exception for Li Suifeng this time. It was simply because he was exceptionally passionate and obsessed with fighting. From the very beginning of his time at Wuji Academy, he sought out challengers everywhere. After defeating all the students of his year, he went on to challenge some of the older students. Although his win rate wasn't high, he improved his strength through each battle. He just remembered the freshman stabbing incident that had caused such a stir yesterday, and the main character was named Li Suifeng. It seems to be the same person as Li Suifeng, who left behind an astonishing record at the foot of the waterfall. If that's really the case, this Li Suifeng must be an extraordinary genius. It won't be difficult for them to make it onto the Wuji ranking in the future. Such a person is indeed qualified to fight me. As Lu Ning left, Dai Yuan's expression became complicated. When did I become so despicable? To resort to such tricks to get revenge on Su Yan? However, his expression quickly turned gloomy again. Su Yan could have let him go, but he still ruthlessly took away the soul-suppressing spear. Su Yan was so unjust, so what if Dai Yuan was unkind just once? Master, is doing this really okay? Nyo Dali's voice came from behind. Dai Yuan turned around angrily and cursed, isn't it all because of your incompetence, you good for nothing? If you were even slightly useful, how could your master have fallen to this state? He immediately left, cursing and swearing. As Nyo Dali watched Dai Yuan's retreating figure, a sense of sorrow welled up in his heart. He never imagined that the master he admired was actually a despicable person. Then, thinking of the confident Lu Ning, the image of Li Suifeng flashed through his mind. Lu Ning is a genius on the Wuji ranking. If he really causes trouble for Li Suifeng, can Li Suifeng withstand it? Chapter 85, easily advanced to 3rd-tier martial artist by consuming pills. Night falls. In the dormitory, Li Suifeng grabbed a handful of qi and blood pills and spirit pills, stuffed them into his mouth, and swallowed them all as if chewing candy. He then sat cross-legged in the low-level qi gathering array, maintaining his meditation posture. Coo coo coo. Coo coo coo. The elixir's effects transformed into immense energy, exploding within the body and producing a sound. It might take other people several hours, or even half a day, to absorb a single elixir. But for Li Suifeng, such a large handful of elixirs could be completely digested in just 10 minutes. After acquiring the demon rhinoceros body, the strength of his flesh, bones, tendons, and skin quietly underwent a qualitative change, becoming almost equivalent to that of the demon beast Black Sky Demon Rhinoceros. Although he currently has the physique of a human, his physical strength is actually comparable to that of a demon beast. Digesting the medicinal properties of the elixir is as natural as drinking water. Constitution +5. Spirit plus 5. The system text that suddenly appeared indicated that Li Suifeng had successfully consumed 5 Qi and blood pills and 5 spirit pills. I have already consumed half of the 40 elixirs. At this rate, the remaining 20 spirit pills will only last for 2 more days at most. My pill consuming speed is truly outrageous. I have 300 credits left in my account, enough to redeem a maximum of 15 spirit pills. Ugh, I'm a poor student again. Li Suifeng shook his head helplessly. The 1,800 credits earned from completing the third dungeon are enough for a frugal student to get through their entire university life. But he only used up his credits in 2 days and only had 300 left. Ultimately, it's because he's too physically strong. To give an example, other students would be full after absorbing 1 or 2 elixirs a day. But Li Suifeng could easily take 5 or 10 elixirs at a time. This is equivalent to spending 1 or 200 credits. At this rate of spending money, how could he not be poor? When I have time, I'll go to the third secret realm again, kill all the remaining monsters, and accumulate another batch of talent points and credits. I heard that every now and then, the school leaders capture a batch of monsters and throw them into the secret realm to maintain the total number of monsters in the secret realm. I wonder if the number of monsters in secret realm number 3 has increased in the past few days. With that thought in mind, Li Suifeng opened his personal panel. Li Suifeng. Realm, Awakening Stage 3. Constitution, 144. Mental State, 82. Talents, Holy Light Battle Body SS Rank, Demonic Rhinoceros Body S Rank Plus. Cultivation Techniques, 8 Desolate Limitless Technique 2nd Level plus Heavenly Mountain Spirit Refining Method 2nd Level. Physical Techniques, Aurora Eclipse Blade Technique Intent, Shaking Prison Mad Blade Technique Intent, Starry Sun Shadow Step Intent, Heavenly Light Long Fist Perfected, Golden Bell Cover Perfected. Talent Value, 48290. Without consuming talent points. Li Suifeng's physique and spirit were both improved with the help of the elixir. His total vitality has long since surpassed the 200-point mark. Therefore, the system determined his cultivation level to be at the third stage of awakening. Just as the book says, the life force requirement for a third-tier awakened person is 200. Without improving my cultivation technique, I actually became a third-tier martial artist with ease. If I use my talent points to continue upgrading the 8 Desolations Limitless Technique and the Heavenly Mountain Refining Spirit Method, wouldn't I be able to easily become a 4th tier, 5th tier, or even 9th tier martial artist? For a moment, Li Suifeng was impulsive enough to want to max out both of his martial arts techniques, but he restrained himself. Becoming a 3rd tier awakened martial artist in just a few days after enrolling is beyond description. It's like riding a spaceship. Because of their concern, the master would imagine that all the illogical things that happened to him were reasonable. But this doesn't mean that outsiders would do the same. Once outsiders learn about their own cultivation progress, they will inevitably become suspicious and may try every means to investigate them. As long as the cheat code is still there, I will definitely become the strongest person in the world. But we still have a long way to go before we reach the top. We are not yet invincible. It's still very necessary to keep the secret of the cheat ability to avoid bringing about a fatal disaster. So, even if it's easy to upgrade right now, I must also suppress this impulse. A small act of impatience can ruin a great plan. A steady, long-term approach is the best way. There are 2 important watersheds in a martial artist's awakening realm. The first watershed is between the 3rd and 4th tiers, which requires 140 points of life force to break through. The second watershed is between the 6th and 7th tiers, which requires 180 points of life force to break through. In other words, the required life force for awakening to the 4th stage is 340 points. Right now, I'm still 120 points away from that. Right now, if I slightly enhance my mental focus, I shouldn't be able to advance to the 4th stage of the awakening realm, nor should I arouse suspicion from outsiders. With this in mind, Li Suifeng made a decision: system, upgrade my Heavenly Mountain Divine Refining Technique. Consuming 3,000 talent points, the Heavenly Mountain Divine Refinement Technique has been upgraded to level 3. And personal spirit has increased by 20. With nearly 50,000 talent points, a mere 3,000 talent points are just small change, so Li Suifeng naturally wouldn't care. As his mental energy increased, Li Suifeng felt as if a veil was being slowly lifted from his head. His thinking ability, hearing, vision, and other senses all improved simultaneously. In addition, a small world inexplicably appeared in his mind, though it was only 1 cubic meter in size. But it was as independent and transcendent as the internal space of a super bracelet. Li Suifeng could easily enter this small world with his mind and could see many white light spots floating there. After counting, Li Suifeng discovered that there were 112 points of light, which corresponded to his 112 points of mental energy. There are exactly 112 of these points of light. Are they manifestations of my spiritual power? What is the space that stores this spiritual power? Is it my sea of consciousness? Li Suifeng's eyes brightened. The textbook states that when a martial artist's mental strength reaches a certain level, their mind will be further developed, giving rise to a sea of consciousness. After the sea of consciousness is formed, martial artists will gain more special abilities. For example, one can use mental energy to introspect and examine their own internal condition. Another example is projecting one's mental energy outward to achieve intangible control over objects. This is the principle behind Hu Juansai's use of mental power to control his sword. TSK, I didn't expect that this time, when I improved the Heavenly Mountain Refining Spirit technique, I would unexpectedly open up my sea of consciousness. Not bad. Li Suifeng looked satisfied. The natural opening of the sea of consciousness. It signifies that the spirit of an awakened martial artist has reached a certain level of strength. Those who have opened up their sea of consciousness naturally far surpass those who have not in a contest of the mind. Let's see how it goes. Li Suifeng's gaze locked onto a pen on a desk 3 meters away. Without a sound, with a whoosh, the weapon slashed through the air at an extremely high speed, crashed into the wall with a thud, and then broke off and fell to the ground. Is this what it feels like to control a sword remotely? It's interesting, but I'm a sword cultivator, and ultimately I still have to use my sword to kill people. This technique of controlling objects remotely is just for auxiliary purposes, not for primary use. Li Suifeng's thoughts were in turmoil as he continuously released his mental energy, manipulating various objects in the room to conduct tests. Beep beep beep. A few minutes later, as Li Suifeng was remotely controlling the teapot to pour water into the cup, his bracelet suddenly rang. Li Suifeng put the teapot down, opened his bracelet, and was surprised to see a message. Lu Ning student ID 66121 challenges you to a fair fight. Do you accept? Chapter 86 Wuji Ranking. Who is this Lu Ning? Why is he challenging me? Li Suifeng stared at the bracelet, thought for a moment, and quickly made a decision. I don't know this guy at all. He must have the wrong person. He decisively clicked decline to accept the challenge, then lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. At the same time, in a dormitory room in the sophomore dormitory building, Li Suifeng student ID 77777 has rejected your request for a fair fight. Looking at the notification on his phone screen, Lu Ning was stunned. He had actually been rejected? Are you kidding me? Under normal circumstances, members of the Wuji ranking are very protective of their reputation. It is almost impossible to actively challenge members outside the leaderboard. They won't get any benefits from winning the challenge. If you lose, you will be replaced in the rankings by the opponent. It is entirely harmful and offers no benefit whatsoever. His reason for making an exception and challenging Li Suifeng was to complete Dai Yuan's mission. Unexpectedly, Li Suifeng, who had benefited from the deal, refused. Could it be that this kid is scared of me and doesn't dare to fight me? I thought he was some kind of expert, but it turns out he's just a coward. Lu Ning's expression turned disdainful, but he still sneered. But you think you can escape me like this? Not so easy. Tomorrow morning, I'm going to challenge you to a duel in person. You can't escape. The next morning. Knock knock knock. A knock on the door woke Li Suifeng up. Who is it? Li Suifeng frowned. He had nothing to do in the morning and planned to sleep in a little longer, but he didn't expect someone to be so insensitive. Li, it's me. The voice of Counselor Li Guangyao came from outside the door. Teacher Li, is something the matter? Li Suifeng opened the door, still a little grumpy from waking up. Li, a second-year student is looking for you. Li Kuan-yu realized he had woken them up and felt a little embarrassed. A second-year student, Kojalan? Lu Zhuangzhuang? Or Hu Junkai? Li Suifeng was puzzled, as he only knew a few second-year students. No, his name is Lu Ning, and he's a master on the Wuji ranking. Li Kuan-yu looked somewhat nervous and lowered his voice, saying, if I hadn't stopped him just now, he might have already stormed into the dormitory building to cause you trouble. Li, what exactly did you do to offend this person? Question mark. Li Suifeng raised an eyebrow and fell into thought. Isn't Lu Ning the guy who challenged him remotely last night? After being rejected, this guy actually came knocking on my door? So, this guy is challenging himself, so he didn't pick the wrong person. Or was it a deliberate targeting? Teacher Li, I don't know this Lu Ning. Is he famous? Li Suifeng asked. Although Lu Ning is only a second-year student, he is quite famous on campus because of the Wuji ranking. Li Kuan-yu asked, Student Li, are you familiar with the Wuji ranking? I roughly know, it's an internal ranking of students' combat strength within the academy, and those who make it up are basically the school's top fighters. Li Suifeng said casually. Yes, that's how it is. Generally speaking, the students who make it onto the Wuji ranking are third or fourth year students, and second year students may only account for less than 5%. Although Lu Ning is only ranked 98th on the Wuji ranking, considering he's only 19 years old, this is truly remarkable. Hearing this, a glimmer of light appeared in Li Suifeng's eyes. Teacher Li, according to you, this Lu Ning is very strong? There are no weaklings among those who can make it onto the Wuji ranking. Every single one of them is an exceptional individual, even those at the bottom of the list. At this point, Li Kuan-yu said with a slightly bitter expression, students on the list receive a fixed amount of credits every week, which makes the competition on the list very fierce. Generally, those who make it onto the list cherish their reputation and will not actively challenge those in lower ranks, let alone challenge members outside the list. Now, Lu Ning is challenging you, Li, who isn't on the list. This behavior is very strange, which shows that he must have some grudge against you. Does being on the list guarantee a fixed academic credit reward? Li Suifeng ignored the latter half of the sentence, his eyes shining brightly. Because he bought too many elixirs, he has been spending money like water lately and is now worried about not having enough credits. So this is how the way to earn academic credits came about? Teacher Li, tell me about the Wuji ranking credit rewards. Li Suifeng rubbed his hands together, very curious. Li Kuan-yu's expression was one of utter astonishment. You've been targeted by a master from the Wuji ranking. Why do you seem so calm? You still have the mind to ask about credits? However, they still explain seriously, students who make it onto the Wuji ranking for the first time will receive a reward of 50 credits. Students ranked 100 to 90 will receive a reward of 50 credits every week. Students ranked 89th to 80th will receive an additional 50 credit points on top of their 50 credit points each week. Students ranked 79th to 70th will receive an additional 50 credit points on top of their 100 credit points each week, and so on. In addition to the weekly rewards, students on the Wuji ranking receive 50 credit points for each rank they climb. Li Kuan-yu then gave a lengthy introduction. Li Suifeng's eyes grew brighter. Once you make it onto the Wuji ranking, you're guaranteed a minimum wage, with 50 credits credited to your account every week. The higher the ranking, the more fixed academic credits you will receive. For each rank you rise on the leaderboard, you receive 50 credits as a direct reward. If you rise 10 places in the rankings, wouldn't you get 500 credits directly? If someone jumps straight to first place, how many academic credits will they receive? That's enough to make you rich overnight. Seemingly anticipating Li Suifeng's thoughts, Li Guanyo said, Li, things aren't as simple as you think. There are many rules regarding the Wuji ranking, one of which is that you cannot launch a challenge that spans more than 5 places. For example, if you're ranked 100th, you can only challenge a student ranked 95th. Moreover, if you launch a challenge, the student ranked 95th has one chance to refuse. After being refused, you cannot launch a challenge again for 3 days. He then listed many rules. After understanding, Li Suifeng's expression became excited. Teacher Li, according to your explanation, if I accept Lu Ning's challenge and kill him, can I replace him and ascend to 98th place on the Wuji ranking? That's how it is. I had just nodded when a gust of wind brushed past me. Li Kuan-yu was shocked to find that Li Suifeng was no longer there. As soon as he turned around, a shadowy figure had already reached the end of the corridor, ready to go downstairs. Li, what are you doing? Of course we're going to take down Lu Ning and steal his ranking. Li Suifeng's voice rang out, jolting Li Guanyo awake. He frantically chased after him, shouting, Li, calm down. The ranking battle is no joke. A slight mistake could result in serious injury, or even death. When they reached the stairwell, Li Suifeng had already disappeared. Oh no! Li Guanyu slapped his forehead, realizing the situation was starting to turn bad. Even if Li Suifeng is exceptionally talented, he is still too young, has not experienced enough hardships, and lacks a solid foundation. How could they possibly compare to Lu Ning, who has honed his skills through numerous ranking battles? Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Li Suifeng will not only suffer a setback this time, but may also be severely injured. We must notify Teacher Su first, in case Li Suifeng gets injured later and can't receive timely treatment. Chapter 87. One strike is enough to kill you. Lu Ning from the Wuji ranking has approached Suifeng? What's going on? Inside the spiritual land's secret realm, Su Yan's eyes widened as he read the message on his phone. The geniuses on the Wuji ranking are all arrogant and only want to challenge those in higher ranks, while they look down on those in lower ranks or those who are not on the list. Although his apprentice was gaining recognition and possessed amazing talent, he ultimately failed to make the list. Why did Lu Ning seek him out? Unable to understand the reason, Su Yan quickly left his hut and headed towards the exit of the secret realm. In another small house, Dai Yuan slowly walked out, watching Su Yan's departing figure, his eyes narrowing. Why is Su the gambling devil so anxious? Could it be that Lu Ning has already made his move? Hopefully, Lu Ning can pull it off this time and teach Li Suifeng a lesson he'll never forget, and ideally, destroy the kid's Dao heart. As his thoughts raced, Dai Yuan's face became somewhat distorted. Freshman dormitory building. Lu Ning, dressed in a naughty combat suit, stood at the entrance of the building. He did nothing, yet he attracted the attention of countless students doing morning exercises on the roadside. Isn't that Lu Ning? Lu Ning, ranked 98th on the Wuji ranking? It's him. What's he doing in our freshman's dorm so early in the morning? He seems a bit arrogant. Some freshmen had just finished their morning exercise and wanted to go back to their dormitories to take a shower, but when they saw Lu Ning blocking the entrance to the building, they didn't dare to approach and could only whisper among themselves. As time goes by, more and more students are becoming aware of Lu Ning's existence. At this moment, not only were students gathered on the roadside behind them. Even from the windows of the dormitory building, heads were peeking out, curiously observing Lu Ning. Time passed by, second by second. Lu Ning's brows furrowed slightly. Not long ago, he met Li Guangyao, the dormitory manager and counselor, as soon as he arrived at the dormitory building. Upon learning of Lu Ning's purpose, Li Guanyu said he would inform Li Suifeng and told him to wait where he was before leaving. So much time has passed now. Li Suifeng has not yet come out. This made Lu Ning even more certain of his speculation from yesterday. Li Suifeng must have been frightened by his identity. Not only do they dare not fight back, they don't even dare to confront each other directly. Rumor has it that this kid beat up several second-year students and is an absolute prodigy, but now he's avoiding me like a dog. Is this how a prodigy should behave? The rumors are absolutely exaggerated. This Li Suifeng is nothing but a coward. Thinking of all this, Lu Ning finally lost his temper and roared, "Li Suifeng! If you have the guts, come out and fight me." The sound was like thunder, echoing throughout the entire dormitory building. The sound even reached the distant playground. It caused an uproar. Lu Ning actually came to see Li Suifeng? How could he, a master on the Wuji ranking, challenge an ordinary person like Li Suifeng? What did Li Suifeng do to make Lu Ning so crazy? It's said that Li Suifeng chased after Lu Zhuangzhuang and the others and beat them up. Could it be that this angered Lu Ning? Lu Ning is a master on the Wuji ranking, far superior to the likes of Lu Zhuangzhuang. Li Suifeng is in for a terrible day. More and more students gathered around, discussing the matter and concluding that Li Suifeng's fate would be dire. It was at this moment. A teenager walked out of the stairwell unhurriedly, wearing a white t-shirt and athletic shorts, with sleep still sticking out of his eyes, looking lazy and like he had just woken up. Barking so early in the morning, didn't your owner feed you a bone? The boy's sudden remark silenced the chaotic scene instantly. Everyone was shaken to their core, staring at the boy as if they had seen a ghost. Is he Li Suifeng? How could his very first sentence be so humiliating to Lu Ning? Is he trying to make a big enough scene? Is Lu Ning not angry enough? Isn't he afraid of being crippled by Lu Ning? The students were filled with astonishment and doubt. Lu Ning's face turned extremely gloomy. This was the first time he had met Li Suifeng. Before this, he had never even heard of Li Suifeng's name. If it weren't for Dai Yuan's request, he would never have come to find Li Suifeng. In his eyes, Li Suifeng was nothing more than a random passerby. To put it bluntly, they're nothing but ants. However, at this very moment, Li Suifeng, this ant, was clearly terrified of him. Yet you still dare to be so stubborn and humiliate him? Damn it! You, come here and die. Lu Ning pointed his finger at Li Suifeng's nose. Why are you in such a hurry to bite me? Is it rabies and can't wait any longer? Li Suifeng continued his mockery unhurriedly. Lu Ning trembled with rage, his ferocious expression looking as if he could devour someone. Li Suifeng ignored him and looked around, saying, "Everyone, this guy is currently ranked 98th on the Wuji ranking. If I kill him, I'll take his place, right?" The students watching were a bit confused, and soon someone shouted, "Li Suifeng, isn't this rule common knowledge? Why are you asking a question you already know the answer to?" "I'm just confirming this, so that if I beat this guy up and he doesn't make it onto the Wuji ranking, it would be a huge loss. After all, my time is very precious." Li Suifeng chuckled and teased, but Lu Ning instantly exploded. "Go to hell!" he roared, flames spreading from his body, and before anyone could get close, a long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Swish, swish, swish. He unleashed a series of sword strikes, creating waves of fire that swept towards Li Suifeng. Would they start a fire over a mere disagreement? If this happened on Earth, this kid would probably be locked up for life. Facing the scorching flames, Li Suifeng remained calm and casually threw a punch. Boom! The golden fist energy exploded the instant it collided with the wave of fire. The blast wave swept outwards from the epicenter of the explosion. Click, click, click. Many windows on the first floor were cracked by the blast wave, as if they might collapse at any moment. "Lu Ning, this is a dormitory building, you can't fight." The students behind were startled. "Yes, Lu Ning, the ranking competitions of the Wuji ranking must be held in an open space. This is a school rule. Have you forgotten?" "Lu Ning, calm down." More and more people are speaking up. Lu Ning possesses a fire-type talent. If he causes even a little trouble, he could easily start a large fire. That would be troublesome. Lu Ning was certainly aware of the rule people were talking about. Li Suifeng's mouth was just too foul, so he didn't want to tolerate it for a second and just wanted to kill him instantly. Unexpectedly, Li Suifeng seemed to have some skill. It actually neutralized his fire sword technique? "Trash, come with me to the playground and fight." Lu Ning eventually regained some composure, uttered some harsh words, and turned to walk towards the playground. Things have escalated to this point. He doesn't believe Li Suifeng would dare to avoid battle. "Unless you don't want to stay in school anymore. Someone like you could be taken care of with one slash, why bother going to the playground?" Li Suifeng's voice came from behind. Lu Ning turned around angrily and saw a flash of golden light. The gleam of the blade resembled the blazing sun high in the midday sky, giving one a feeling of brilliance, heat, and holiness. The immense energy contained within the blade's gleam even caused space itself to distort slightly. The moment he stared at the flashing blade, the intense burning pain made Lu Ning instinctively close his eyes. Immediately afterwards, an indescribable pain swept through Lu Ning's chest. He didn't even have time to resist before his consciousness went blank due to the intense pain. Chapter 88. Lu Ning is seriously injured, an unprecedented record. As the blade flashed, all the students watching instinctively closed their eyes due to the stinging pain. I don't know how much time has passed. Some students mustered up the courage to open their eyes and found that the blinding glint of the blade had disappeared. Li Suifeng stood at the entrance of the building, his hands behind his back, his face calm. Beside him, the once arrogant Lu Ning collapsed to the ground, his eyes rolled back, and he had lost consciousness. However, he had a half-foot-long wound on his chest. Through the churning flesh and gushing blood, one can see the bare bones and the throbbing internal organs. Hiss! Countless students gasped in astonishment, because the scene was so surreal that they even thought they were dreaming. Is this really true? After what seemed like an eternity, someone finally spoke, their voice trembling. Immediately afterwards, the surrounding students all woke up, their faces filled with shock. Lu Ning lost? They actually lost to Li Suifeng? He couldn't even block one of Li Suifeng's swords? Isn't he a genius on the Wuji ranking? Why did they lose to Li Suifeng, a freshman? What exactly happened? Holy crap! Am I dreaming? In a corner of the crowd, Zhang Lishir clung tightly to Hu Juansai's sleeve, staring at Li Suifeng with fear in his eyes. Hu Juansai's handsome face was also filled with shock. But soon, he woke up with a start, laughing loudly as he patted Zhang Lishir on the shoulder and said, "Old Zhang, I told you long ago that Li Suifeng is a monster. You thought I was exaggerating back then, but what about now?" James was unable to refute. When they were causing trouble for the new students, Hu Junkai was beaten by Li Suifeng and took the initiative to admit defeat. James muttered about it for a long time, thinking it was too embarrassing. But numerous events have proven this. Hu Junkai was right to do it. First place in training camp again. It's another chase after Lu Zhuangzhuang and his 3 companions. Now they've even defeated Lu Ning from the Wuji ranking. The series of things Li Suifeng did undoubtedly proved that he was a super monster. If they had insisted on offending such a monster in the first place. Can I still sleep peacefully now? Li actually won? At the same time, Lee Kuan Yew, standing in the hallway, covered his mouth tightly, trying his best not to scream. To prevent Li Suifeng from being seriously injured afterward, he deliberately chose this location so that they could rescue Li Suifeng at any time. Unexpectedly, Li Suifeng didn't need his help at all. Instead, taking advantage of his momentary lapse in attention, he instantly killed Lu Ning with a single strike. Because they were so close, Li Kuan Yew had also had to close his eyes because of the blinding glint of the blade. He didn't know exactly how powerful Li Suifeng's strike was. But one thing is certain, Lu Ning is definitely seriously injured right now. Without timely treatment, he could die. Does anyone possess healing abilities? Come help! Li Kuan Yew rushed out of the building, squatted down, and pressed on the knife marks on Lu Ning's wound to stop the bleeding. Soon, a sophomore girl rushed over and used her talent to heal Lu Ning. He's too badly injured. I can't save him. A moment later, the girl looked terrified, her face contorted with grief. Oh no! Do we need our mentor to treat us? But there aren't any healing professors nearby. As Li Kuan Yew looked terrified, a figure pushed him aside. I'll do it. Li Kuan Yew stood up and was surprised to find a bald man squatting on the ground, checking Lu Ning's pulse, stuffing a pill into his mouth, and sprinkling some golden powder on the wound on his chest. After the bald man finished doing all this, Lu Ning's pale face regained some color, and his chest began to rise and fall, indicating that he was out of danger. Teacher Su. Teacher Su. Li Kuan Yew breathed a sigh of relief and called out. Xiaoli, thank goodness you notified me beforehand, otherwise Lu Ning would really be beyond saving. The bald man stood up, smiled at Li Guangyao, then turned and glared at Li Suifeng. Your strike just now cost me a special grade spirit level pill and a bottle of high grade spirit level external wound powder. Calculate for yourself how much that costs? Master, since you have money, it's okay for you to spend a little more, right? Li Suifeng shrugged casually. Besides, I remember there's a rule in the Wuji ranking tournament, the loser is responsible for their own life and death. Even if Lu Ning really dies, I won't be held legally responsible. It's okay that you chose not to help him just now. Su Yan remained speechless. He's still a member of our Wuji Academy, how could I not save him? Master is great. Li Suifeng gave a thumbs up. Su Yan was choked and didn't know what to say. But, thinking that his disciple could easily ascend to the Wuji ranking if he defeated Lu Ning, he was overjoyed. He maintained a stern face on the surface, but inside he was overjoyed. Looking back at the history of the Wuji ranking, those who made the list were all 3rd or 4th grade students. Only a very small number of 2nd grade students have made it onto the list. 1st grade students who made the list? Only 2 people have ever appeared in the history of Wuji Academy. Because it has been so long since one of them, there is not much information about his deeds, but it is certain that he was an outstanding figure of that generation. The other person is Zhuang Qianyan, the youngest major general in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. That's the person who left the original record at Wudao Waterfall. Now, how did a freshman apprentice defeat Lu Ning and climb the Wuji ranking? Doesn't that mean he has become the 3rd person in the history of Wuji Academy? Even more frightening is, the apprentice's record seems to be a bit more impressive than those 2 sages. After all, the apprentice had only been enrolled for 4 days. Zhuang Qianyan and that ancient genius were both in the 2nd semester of their 1st year when they made the list. So it is calculated that. Isn't the record set by the apprentice unprecedented? Sigh. You are truly an extraordinary prodigy. But didn't I tell you yesterday? You still need to keep a low profile. Although he was very excited, Su Yan also had a headache. Although Li Suifeng's previous deeds were sensational, their spread would only be limited to the 1st and 2nd graders. After all, the 3rd and 4th graders, especially the top students, are all incredibly strong. They don't usually stay on campus, but instead travel to dangerous places like wilderness, secret realms, and abyss battlefields. They naturally wouldn't pay attention to Li Suifeng, an unrelated junior. But the feat that Li Suifeng accomplished this time surpassed that of those monstrous old students back then. They will be very surprised when they hear about this, and it will be hard for them not to pay attention to Li Suifeng. Besides these prodigy senior students, if the other 7 universities and those hidden alien races knew about this, they would definitely pay close attention to Li Suifeng. In conclusion, after this incident, the apprentice's reputation will surely soar. While he reaped prestige, he also attracted the attention of some ill-intentioned individuals. This is what Su Yan is worried about. Master, I also want to keep a low profile, but Lu Ning publicly provoked and humiliated me. If I don't teach him a lesson, wouldn't I be making you lose face too? Li Suifeng offered a casual explanation. Su Yan shook his head helplessly and arranged for several students to carry Lu Ning to the infirmary on a stretcher before saying, "Disciple, no matter what, it is indeed an extraordinary feat for you to reach the Wuji ranking this time. I am very pleased with this and have decided to give you a gift during the special training this afternoon." Any more gifts? Li Suifeng's eyes lit up. His master's gift to him was a demon hunting knife, which had accompanied him in slaying demons and killing people, making many contributions. Now, has Master prepared a second gift? What could it be? You'll know the details this afternoon. For now, you should go back and rest. Seemingly sensing Li Suifeng's thoughts, Su Yan chose to remain suspenseful. As soon as Su Yan left, Li Suifeng noticed that the students watching outside the dormitory were staring at him like he was a monster. He shrugged and decisively went back to the dormitory to catch up on sleep. Chapter 89, shocking to all, successfully making the list. In the conference hall of the Academic Affairs building, school leaders are holding their weekly morning meeting. Creak! The door was suddenly pushed open, which made many leaders frown. The morning meeting had already started, so who was late and dared to make such a commotion? Upon seeing that the person who arrived was Su Yan with a bald head, someone questioned with dissatisfaction, "Su Yan, why are you late?" Su Yan sat down in a corner with a smile and said, "I'm sorry, everyone. My apprentice was fighting Lu Ning and even injured him. I'm dealing with the aftermath, which is why I've been delayed." What did you say? The amount of information contained in that sentence stunned the teacher who had been questioning it. The other teachers around also looked at each other in bewilderment, their expressions blank. Dai Yuan, sitting in the other corner, had a sudden change in expression. Lu Ning was injured by Li Suifeng? That's impossible. Lu Ning was, after all, a powerful figure on the Wuji ranking. His abilities are among the best in the second year. They are worlds apart from the likes of Lu Zhuangzhuang and Hu Junkai. Take yesterday's Wudao waterfall for example, how long did it take to stay upright? Lu Ning is far superior to Li Suifeng. How could he have been injured by Li Suifeng? Su Yan is lying. At this moment, Hua Rongji spoke up, "If I remember correctly, Lu Ning is the student ranked 98th on the Wuji ranking, right?" It was this Lu Ning. I don't know what went wrong with this kid just now. He challenged my disciple and made a huge scene. My disciple had no choice but to kill him with a single blow. Su Yan grinned, his face full of pride. If possible, he didn't want his apprentice to stand out too much, lest he attract assassination attempts from the alien race. But things have already escalated to this point, and the apprentice's brilliance can no longer be kept secret. Since it can't be hidden anymore, there's no need to keep it a secret. Why not just say it directly and give these leaders a real shock? Boom! Just as Su Yan had guessed, all the teachers were stunned when they heard the truth. Their pupils trembled, their faces filled with utter shock. Given Su Yan's status, it's highly unlikely he would lie in front of so many people. So just now, Li Suifeng really defeated Lu Ning. If I remember correctly, in the history of our Wuji Academy, no freshman has ever made it onto the Wuji ranking, right? After a long time, a teacher finally spoke, his throat dry. Another teacher chimed in, "That's right. I clearly remember that no freshman has ever made it onto our Wuji ranking." In other words, Li Suifeng has set a record? Su Yan. What exactly happened during the battle? Did you record any video? And the teacher asked eagerly. The teachers would secretly follow the battles of these prodigies. In particular, the geniuses ranked high on the Wuji ranking are close to their mentors in strength, and some are even stronger than their teachers. Their battles are imaginative and visually stunning, and wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them science fiction blockbusters. Many mentors are still fascinated by it. Su Yan made Li Suifeng's victory over Lu Ning sound easy, but the mentors were also curious to see the actual process. Of course I recorded it, I'll show it to you right now. Su Yan projected the recorded video onto the large screen using his mobile phone. In the video, an incredibly dazzling blade of light flashed in front of Lu Ning and killed him with a single strike. The whole process took less than a second, but the dazzling flash of the blade was deeply imprinted in the minds of all the mentors. What kind of swordsmanship is this? Why do my eyes feel stinging even through the screen? I don't understand swords, but I can tell that the sword technique Li Suifeng used is most likely at least earth level. Moreover, the realm he has mastered is probably at the intent realm. If it weren't for the atmosphere, how could his sword light evoke the feeling of blazing sun in us? After the short video ended, the scene became completely chaotic, with countless mentors discussing in shock. Hannah Eri, sitting in the main seat, had very bright eyes. Although she is a support-type martial artist, her theoretical knowledge is very solid. She had memorized most of the martial arts techniques in the library. She could tell at a glance that Li Suifeng was using the Aurora Eclipse blade technique, a powerful earth-level blade technique. Such swordsmanship. Even some of the teachers on site who used knives failed to grasp the level of artistic conception. But Li Suifeng did it? With surprise, Hua Rongji gave Su Yan a look from afar. Su Yan blinked in response. Hua Rongji nodded gently, understanding what the other person meant. Li Suifeng indeed mastered this sword technique in a short period of time. Logically speaking, no matter how extraordinary a person's comprehension is, it is impossible for them to master a low-level sword technique to such a profound degree in a short period of time. Perhaps it truly is the legendary innate wisdom, or perhaps there are other reasons. In short, Li Suifeng is hiding a big secret. However, Haney no longer seemed interested in investigating. Every extraordinary martial artist possesses their own destiny and secrets. Without these, they would hardly have achieved such success. Take Hua Rongji herself, for example. She had a secret back then, which was what allowed her to get to where she is today. The subsequent morning meeting was spent in an atmosphere of shock. After the morning meeting ended, many mentors approached Su Yan to congratulate him on taking on a super prodigy. Su Yan smiled in response, then suddenly stared at Dai Yuan, who was passing by with a gloomy expression. "I heard you talked with Lu Ning yesterday." Dai Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and he stopped in his tracks, saying, "I did talk to him for a bit." "What do you mean by asking me this? You know the answer in your heart." Su Yan's eyes seemed to turn into two flames, and the anger surging from them made Dai Yuan's cheeks sting. "I don't know what you're talking about," Dai Yuan said forcefully, but his heart was breaking. The weapons were lost, so let it go. Lu Ning, whom they have now brought in, has become a stepping stone for Li Suifeng, enabling the latter to further enhance his fame and reputation. His move was a terrible one. Su Yan sneered and said nothing more. He was already certain that Lu Ning was looking for a disciple because Dai Yuan was behind it. He simply couldn't understand that Dai Yuan, as a teacher at Wuji Academy, was essentially cultivating geniuses for the country. Even if his apprentices don't meet his expectations, they are still top geniuses. Shouldn't he fulfill his duty as a teacher and nurture the child properly? Why continue to suppress them like this? Really? A profession is just a profession and does not represent a person's character. A talented but immoral scoundrel. After saying that, Su Yan turned and left. Dai Yuan stood there, his face contorted in extreme pain, unable to utter a single word. Li Suifeng defeated Lu Ning? I'm not seeing things, am I? In a girl's dormitory, Kujialan, who was brushing her teeth, glanced at her phone and saw this shocking message through the campus group chat. She didn't even bother brushing her teeth. She picked up her phone and searched online, learning what had just happened. Oh my god. Kujialan covered her mouth. Of course she knew that her junior, Li Suifeng, was very strong, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to slaughter the beast tied in the secret realm. She just hadn't expected that this junior would be so strong. I wonder what Lu Zhuangzhuang and Du Liwa are thinking right now. After putting down her phone, Kujialan sighed with emotion. In another dormitory room, Du Liwa's first reaction upon learning of this was unease. She paced back and forth in her dormitory for a long time before finally mustering her courage to pick up her phone and dial Kujialan's number. With a pained expression, she said, "Captain Ko, could you please apologize to Li Suifeng for me? Damn it! I was planning to get revenge on this bastard. But he killed Lu Ning? What revenge am I supposed to get now?" In another boys' dormitory, Lu Zhuangzhuang covered his face with both hands, looking extremely pained. "Brother Dazhuang, this is Li Suifeng, an incredibly talented prodigy. We must put aside this grudge. One of his companions spoke up, his face filled with terror. Bai Fong trembled as he echoed, "We must make peace with him, otherwise I won't be able to sleep peacefully anymore." "Do you think I don't understand this principle?" Lu Zhuangzhuang slammed his fist on the table angrily, his face filled with shame and anger. "It's just that I can't bring myself to go to him." "Then let Captain Ke help?" Bai Fong said cautiously. "I have no choice but to ask her for help. I don't want to get entangled with Li Suifeng any longer." After saying this, Lu Zhuangzhuang's face turned dejected. "I thought I was fearless, until I met this monster, Li Suifeng, and I realized I was wrong." Bi Fong and his companion looked at each other, both with deep fear in their eyes. "Big Zhuang, I don't blame you. It's all because Li Suifeng is too abnormal." In a dark and desolate secret realm filled with a chilling atmosphere. "Oh, whoa!" After a mournful cry, a massive beast, as large as a Western-style building, crashed to the ground, causing the entire secret realm to tremble. The young man, clad in heavy red armor bathed in demonic blood, sheathed his halberd and, within 5 minutes, dismembered the enormous beast. After finishing all this, the young man took a moment to look at his phone, and his large eyes flashed with astonishment. An 18-year-old freshman has made it onto the Wuji ranking? Soon. The young man put away his phone and burst into loud laughter. An unknown catastrophe is about to strike, but thanks to the blessing of good fortune, Wuji Academy has actually given birth to another super prodigy. I just wonder how much longer this monstrous genius named Li Suifeng needs to grow before he can fight against me, Zhongshan Yuan? I hope that day isn't too far away. In yet another deserted secret realm. 2 orbs of light, one blue and one white, collided high in the sky above the secret realm. Boom, 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 boom. A series of earth-shattering explosions rang out as the 2 orbs of light collided. The entire space of the secret realm appeared distorted. This secret realm seemed about to be destroyed by the collision of the 2 orbs of light. "Yiling Tian, you still can't do anything to me this time, isn't that enough?" The blue ball of light fell to the ground and transformed into a woman in a blue dress. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, and she was spotless, as if she had nothing to do with the battle that had just taken place. "Gongsun Jiao, I didn't expect you to have improved so much in just half a month." The white ball of light landed and transformed into an ancient-looking man dressed in white, with a sword at his waist and long, flowing hair. "You're always eyeing my second place on the Wuji ranking, how can I not hurry up and become stronger?" Gongsun Jiao smiled slightly, put a blue ribbon into her bracelet space, took out her phone and said, "Although it was still a close match this time, you were still a step behind me in the battle just now. Do you have any objections?" Yiling Tian's face was flushed with anger. Fine, you win again, okay? But don't get cocky, it won't be long before I defeat you." Gongsun Jiao's beautiful face, which was staring at her phone, suddenly froze. "What's wrong?" Yiling Tian asked, puzzled. "Just now, another super prodigy was born in our school. He's only been here for 4 days, and he's already taken down Lu Ning." Gongsun Jiao's face flushed with excitement. "Who is Lu Ning?" Yiling Tian was puzzled. "The one ranked 98th on the Wuji ranking." "Never heard of it. I'm 3rd place, why would I pay attention to someone ranked so low?" Yiling Tian shook his head, but his expression turned serious. "But this freshman has made it onto the Wuji ranking in just 4 days, he really has some skill. He's more than just a little bit skilled, he's absolutely amazing. Yiling Tian, I have a feeling that Li Suifeng will break into the top 3 of the limitless ranking in just 1 year." Gongsun Jiao had bright eyes and thought highly of Li Suifeng, whom she had never met before. "Top 3 in a year? Gongsun Jiao, are you out of your mind? It took us more than 2 years to get to where we are now." Yiling Tian expressed his disbelief. "Yiling Tian, we'll see about that." Gongsun Jiao put away her phone and snorted. "You don't even know this Li Suifeng, yet you think so highly of him? And you're even willing to make a bet with me?" Yiling Tian was somewhat confused. "Because he's handsome," Gongsun Jiao said confidently. Yiling Tian looked annoyed. "Am I not handsome? But I've never seen you think highly of me." Gongsun Jiao saw through Yiling Tian's thoughts and said with a smile, "Although you are handsome, you are too effeminate." "I like Li Suifeng's masculine handsomeness." "Ha, women." Li Suifeng student ID 77777, congratulations on ranking 98th on the Wuji ranking. You have received a ranking bonus of 150 credits. If you maintain your current ranking for a week, you will receive a fixed reward of 50 credits. 50 credits have been credited. At noon, Li Suifeng had just woken up when he saw a series of messages flashing on his bracelet. The money transfer speed is really fast. Li Suifeng nodded in satisfaction and then opened the details page of the Wuji ranking. Wuji ranking. First place, Zhong Shenyuan, 46 wins and 0 losses in 46 ranked matches. Second place, Gongsun Jiao, ranked 51 matches, 45 wins, 2 losses, 3 draws. Third place, Yi Lingtian, 40 wins, 4 losses, 3 draws in 48 ranked matches. The names recorded on the list. They are all shining examples of Wuji Academy. They are undoubtedly all currently active and powerful students of Wuji Academy. Leaving aside those ranked lower. Those who can make it into the top 30. They are all household names. Even though Li Suifeng had never met them, he had heard about their remarkable achievements. Shifting his gaze down to the very bottom of the list, Li Suifeng quickly found his own information. 98th place, Li Suifeng, 1 win, 0 losses in ranking battles. Detailed battle record, defeated Lu Ning, who was originally ranked 98th, on June 6, 2024. The battle lasted 36 seconds. In addition to the basic rankings, clicking on your own name allows you to view detailed match records. The detailed battle record even includes videos. Click to open. In the video, he instantly killed Lu Ning with a single strike. How domineering. I didn't expect I'd be so photogenic. Li Suifeng smiled. The intelligence work within Wuji Academy was quite good. The records here were basically accurate. It's a bit of a waste for me to be ranked 98th with my strength. In the future, besides killing demons, I should also try to improve my ranking. After planning his future and washing his face, Li Suifeng headed to the cafeteria. He hadn't forgotten what Su Yan had said that morning and planned to go see what gift the latter had prepared after lunch. Chapter 90: A Future Lying in a Pool of Blood? A gift from General Tianmeng. Wuji Academy. The entrance to the demon ceiling tower. Who goes there? The soldiers in military uniform gave a stern shout. Su Yan stopped and took out a blue ID card. My name is Su Yan, and I am a teacher in the Sword Dao department of Wuji Academy. After the soldier finished his inspection, he looked at the boy behind Su Yan and asked, "Where is he?" "He is my student, Li Suifeng. According to the rules, your teachers are allowed to enter the demon ceiling tower, but students are not allowed." The soldier firmly refused. "Of course I know this rule, but today Shui came to the demon ceiling tower and asked me to bring the students to see her. You can go to her to verify it." After Su Yan finished speaking, the soldier stepped back a few steps, picked up a walkie-talkie, and said something. Moment. He waved his hand and said, "You two may enter." "Thank you." Su Yan clasped his hands in a fist salute and led Li Suifeng through the gate guarded by dozens of soldiers, heading into the interior of the demon ceiling tower. "Master, isn't this demon ceiling tower the place where the abyss barrier is sealed? Did you bring me here this time to let me enter the abyss world and slaughter the alien races?" In the pitch-black passage, Li Suifeng followed Su Yan, asking questions out of curiosity. After having lunch, he went to the spirit land to find Su Yan, who then led him directly to this demon ceiling tower. Su Yan said irritably, "The abyss world where that alien race lives is extremely risky even for generals and commanders. You want your little minions like me to take you there? You want to die, but I want to live a few more years. But have you killed too many demons, brat, and become so arrogant that you're thinking of attacking other races? Let me tell you, those other races are all cunning and powerful, not like the brute force that surpasses intelligence of demonic beasts. You're too weak right now, so don't even think about attacking them. I just wanted to kill a member of another race to see how many talent points I could get." Li Suifeng thought to himself, but changed the subject aloud. "So, Master, why did you bring me to the demon ceiling tower this time? Also, what was the gift you mentioned this morning? You'll find out soon enough." At this point, Su Yan turned up his collar, smoothed out the wrinkles in his shirt, and took several deep breaths to calm himself down. Looking at Master, why is he so nervous, like he's going on a blind date? Is it because of that Shui? But not only is she able to enter the demon ceiling tower's important territory, but she also made an exception for me, her student, to enter. Shui seems to be an extraordinary person. Seeing Su Yan's nervous appearance, Li Suifeng secretly chuckled and pondered the identity of this Shui. "My disciple, the person you are about to meet is one of the most dazzling figures in the Dragon Kingdom. You must be very polite when you meet her." Su Yan turned around and gave Li Suifeng a look before leading the way into the inner hall of the demon ceiling tower. The dimly lit hall was still guarded by many soldiers. These soldiers were taller and more robust than those outside the demon ceiling tower, and were clearly much stronger. In the center of the hall, a group of people were gathered, all wearing military overcoats with medals tattooed on their shoulders. They were all officers, each exuding an air of distinction. Among the officers, an elderly woman with a full head of silver hair stood out. She was only about 1.6 meters tall, and looked very petite among a group of tall male officers. But just by standing there casually, she became the star of the show. Anyone who sees her for the first time cannot ignore her. Tianmeng General Morong Shui? Li Suifeng was drawn to the signature silver hair and showed a surprised expression. Morong Shui, one of the 8 great generals of the Dragon Kingdom, nicknamed General Tianmeng, commands 300,000 soldiers and is responsible for guarding the capital. His status was second only to those of the Grand Marshals. He is absolutely the most outstanding figure in the Dragon Kingdom. How could such a person appear in this demon's ceiling tower? On the other side, upon hearing Li Suifeng's exclamation, the old woman with a full head of silver hair turned around, revealing a face that wasn't too old. It was none other than General Tianmeng, who often appeared on television. Upon seeing Su Yan, a smile flashed in her deep eyes. Old Su is here? Come over here quickly. Su Yan, usually so carefree, scratched his bald head and approached, looking somewhat awkward and reserved. Shui, I didn't expect so many people to be around you. They are all my subordinates. Morong Shui chuckled softly, then lowered her voice and said, as you know, I'm seen as a huge threat by the alien races. They've gone to great lengths to assassinate me, so I have to be careful. Ah Shui, your importance to the Dragon Kingdom is no less than that of those marshals. You truly need to be closely protected. Su Yan nodded and asked softly, how long do you plan to stay in Wuji City this time? Normally, I should leave after checking this demon sealing array, but I can stay a little longer for you, Lao Su. Although Morong Shui had many wrinkles on her face, her smile carried a unique sense of innocence. Because they were so close, Su Yan felt Morong Shui's breath, and his cheeks flushed slightly. He looked a little flustered. Have you finished checking the demon sealing array? Morong Shui nodded and said, it's been checked. There are no signs of breakage. It will last another 100 years before its energy runs out. During their conversation, Li Suifeng first curiously observed Morong Shui and found that this legendary figure was more approachable than described in the book. Despite being a general, she had no airs whatsoever. In addition, Li Suifeng also noticed that in front of Morong Shui and the others, there was a barrier with a diameter of 1 meter, which looked like a black hole, appearing in mid-air. Below the barrier, an extremely complex array was inscribed. The area around the formation was filled with countless psionic stones. The light released by the psionic stone transformed into a golden barrier, sealing off the black hole-like enclosure. Occasionally, black energy would surge out from the barrier and then disappear. Is that the passage connecting to the abyss world where the alien races reside? Li Suifeng was very curious. The demon sealing array is so sturdy that those alien races certainly couldn't break through here and invade our Wuji city. In other words, Shui, the unknown catastrophe you predicted shouldn't have started from here? On the other side, Su Yan looked puzzled. I can't be sure if the great disaster is related to this place, but what I can be sure of is that the current demon sealing array is extremely effective. Even if 10 king-level alien races attacked in the abyss world, they would definitely not be able to destroy it. Morong Shui was full of confidence, but she also gave a wry smile. I'll say it again, I can only see part of the future. The whole future is beyond my current comprehension. All right. Su Yan nodded slightly and pointed to Li Suifeng behind him. Axu, let me introduce you. This is my apprentice, Li Suifeng. Hello, Li. Morong Shui smiled at Li Suifeng. Li Suifeng immediately bowed respectfully. Student Li Suifeng greets General Morong. Li, there's no need for such formalities. Morong Shui approached, her soft hand gently grasping Li Suifeng's wrist, maintaining a light laugh. Student Li, you are so young yet you have made it onto the Wuji ranking. You are sure to have a bright future. The thought that my Dragon Kingdom will have such a talented person as you to lead it makes me very happy. Just as Li Suifeng was about to say something, Morong Shui's face showed a strange expression, and she let go and took 2 steps back. Ah Shui, what's wrong? Su Yan looked worried. Did Ah Shui see something in her apprentice? Old Su, let's talk in private. Morong Shui smiled at Li Suifeng, then led Su Yan to a corner, her expression turning serious. The moment I touched your disciple, I used my talent and saw some glimpses of his future. Su Yan became nervous. Judging from your expression, is my disciple in danger in the future? Morong Shui glanced at Li Suifeng in the distance and said solemnly, I saw him lying in a pool of blood, with a strange race member shrouded in shadow beside him. As expected, there are some damned aliens trying to kill my disciple. Su Yan's face instantly turned ferocious, and fiery red blood surged around him. Day. The atmosphere suddenly turned tense, and a group of officers rushed toward Morong Shui. Morong Shui raised her hand and said, "Calm down, everyone. Old Su is my good friend and he can't possibly pose a threat to me." The officers stopped, but still stared at Su Yan with cold eyes, wary of his every move. Su Yan realized his mistake and immediately apologized. "Shui, I'm sorry, I was just too worried about Shaoli and got emotional." "Of course I know, after all, before Shaoli, you had several other disciples who died at the hands of alien races." Morong Shui patted Su Yan on the shoulder and said, "I know you haven't gotten over these things yet, which is why you're paying extra attention to Shaoli." Shui, it's good that you understand me, but in the scene you saw, is my apprentice already dead?" Su Yan was so nervous that he stopped breathing. "He's just lying in a pool of blood, it's uncertain whether he's dead or not. However, if things proceed as normal, the alien race shrouded in shadow will definitely take action against your disciple until he's killed." At this point, Morong Shui reassured him further, "Old Su, you should know that the future I see with my talent is not fixed. Sometimes, as long as we put in enough effort, we can change the future." Su Yan nodded emphatically. "Shui, I know this precisely because I'm not pessimistic, on the contrary, I'm quite fortunate. You foresaw my disciple's future, which allows me to take preventative measures. From now on, I will better protect him, change his future, and prevent him from being assassinated by the alien race. Do you have any important self-defense items on you to give to Shaoli?" Morong Shui suddenly posed a soul-searching question. Su Yan was on the verge of tears. "Shui, we're friends after all, why are you trying to hurt me like this? Have you started gambling again recently?" Morong Shui's eyes widened. "No, I've been abstaining from gambling for 6 months now. Especially after taking on such a good apprentice, I was determined to quit gambling and educate him better." Su Yan touched his nose. "But you still lost all your savings." A hint of helplessness flashed across Morong Shui's face. "Never mind, the reason you became addicted to gambling back then was because those children were killed by the alien race, and the pressure was too great." Suddenly, she held a nearly transparent oval stone in her hand. "Shaoli is your apprentice, so he's practically my junior apprentice. Consider this space spirit stone a gift from me." Shui, this won't do." Su Yan was startled and firmly refused. The value of a spatial spirit stone is comparable to that of a top-tier treasure. As a high-ranking official of the Dragon Kingdom, Morong Shui had been assassinated by foreign tribes at least dozens of times throughout her life. This spatial spirit stone can save her life in a critical moment. But now she's giving it to her apprentice? It's clear that she's very generous to herself. He also values his apprentices very much. We're all old friends, no need to be so polite. Besides the spatial spirit stones, I have other means of self-defense, not to mention I have so many followers. Even if some alien race nearby wanted to attack me, they wouldn't succeed." Morong Shui forcefully stuffed the spatial spirit stone into Su Yan's hand. "I did this not only for you, but also to protect a genius for my Dragon Kingdom." Su Yan's eyes were red-rimmed, deeply moved, and he didn't know how to speak. Morong Shui glanced at Li Suifeng again, secretly saying, "Besides the prophecy, I also peered into your disciple's body to see the upper limit of his future strength, but I found that I couldn't see through him." "Can't see through it? Are you tired, Shui?" Su Yan looked stunned. "With Morong Shui's abilities, apart from the marshal, is there anyone in this world she cannot see through? How could I be tired if I eat well and sleep well every day?" Morong Shui rolled her eyes in annoyance. "In this situation, either the other party is much stronger than me, or the other party has an unbelievable upper limit of strength. Your disciple's situation is clearly the latter. An incredible ceiling to achievement? Could it be that my apprentice has the destiny of a marshal?" Su Yan was deeply shocked. "Your disciple can reach the Wuji ranking at the age of 18. At this rate, is it any wonder that he will become a marshal in the future?" As Morong Shui was speaking, an officer not far away called out, "General, it's almost time, we have to go." "All right, Lao Su, I have to go now. I'll let you know next time I come to Wuji City, and we can have a drink then." Morong Shui patted Su Yan on the shoulder again and said meaningfully, "Your disciple is the third young person I've met in my life who can't see through the future. You should be able to guess who the first two were. So, cherish your disciple." With that, she walked toward the group of officers and left under their escort. Su Yan stood there, still pondering Morong Shui's words, when a burly soldier approached and said, "Gentlemen, it's time for you to leave." Su Yan woke up, pulled Li Suifeng out of the demon ceiling tower, and stuffed the spatial spirit stone into the latter's hand. Disciple, this spatial spirit stone is a gift from Shui. You should know how to use it, right? Space spirit stones? Really? Li Suifeng couldn't believe it. The world is full of extraordinary talents, each unique and wonderful. But talents related to space are said to be even rarer than phoenix feathers. The same applies to weapons, elixirs, and spirit stones related to space. Space spirit stones, when infused with vital energy, possess the ability to teleport to distant places at any time, which is truly magical. It's said that the market price is over 100 million. And you can't buy it even if you have the money. This is a truly priceless treasure. How could something given by Shui be fake? You're really lucky, kid. I've known Shui for so many years, and she has never given me such an expensive gift. Su Yan's tone was sarcastic as he warned, although this thing is only usable once, next time you encounter a problem you can't solve, don't hesitate to use it to protect yourself, understand? For a fleeting moment, he wanted to tell Li Suifeng about Morong Shui's earlier prophecy. But after thinking about it, I held back. The main concern was that if his disciple knew about his future, he would be filled with anxiety day and night, unable to eat or sleep, and his chaotic mind would hinder his cultivation. Chapter 91: The Cost of Predicting the Future, Practical Training. Master, don't worry. If I encounter any danger I can't handle in the future, I will definitely use the space spirit stones to run away. I will never be stingy. Li Suifeng made a solemn promise. If he were all alone, even with enough money, he wouldn't be able to buy this spatial spirit stone. After having a master, he obtained these spatial spirit stones for free without spending a single penny. This is evident. Within the Wuji Academy, the difference between those with different master-disciple relationships is as vast as the difference between heaven and earth. Afterwards, the master and disciple returned to the spiritual cave. Li Suifeng asked, Master, the gift you mentioned this morning, is it this spatial spirit stone? The real gift is Shui's prophecy about your future. However, it's not convenient to reveal the outcome of the prophecy to you at the moment. Su Yan muttered to himself, but said aloud, That's right. But Master, wasn't this spatial spirit stone given to me by General Morong? How can it be considered your gift? Li Suifeng curled his lip. If it weren't for my sake, would Shui have given you a gift? Little one, don't act innocent after getting a good deal. Su Yan kept a straight face, but his tone was still sarcastic. He has never received a gift from Shui. All right, Master, thank you and General Morong for the gifts. Li Suifeng sensed that Su Yan was hiding something from him, but didn't press the matter. He thanked him and then remarked with considerable emotion, Master, I never imagined that someone as lowly as you, a mere university professor, would know such an important figure as General Morong. Su Yan's face lit up with pride. Before I joined the army, Shui used to follow me around every day. Are you childhood friends? He's my childhood friend, and also my classmate in junior and senior high school. That's not right. Li Suifeng noticed something suspicious. General Morong looks older than you, Master. How could you be the same age? My disciple, I am 43 this year. Actually, Shui is a year younger than me. Su Yan's expression turned sorrowful. Li Suifeng looked bewildered. General Morong Shui looks to be in her 50s or 60s, old enough to be her master's aunt, right? He was only 42 years old? Seemingly sensing Li Suifeng's thoughts, Su Yan said meaningfully, peering into the future comes at a price. Will prying into the future come at a price? Li Suifeng pondered the words carefully, and something came to mind. The SS-level talent predict the future has an excellent effect, but it also has the side effect of reducing lifespan. Because of the prolonged use of her talent, General Morong Shui's lifespan has been constantly diminishing, so she looks much older than her actual age. Thinking of this, the image of Morong Shui appeared in Li Suifeng's mind, and he felt a deep sense of respect. Lifespan is a precious thing for everyone, especially for generals. General Morong Shui was willing to sacrifice herself for the peace and stability of the country. Isn't this the so-called great hero who serves the country and the people? Everyone envies Shui's abilities, but they don't know that Shui has to pay a huge price every time she uses this ability. Su Yan's face grew increasingly sorrowful, and he stared at Li Suifeng with a serious gaze. Disciple, Shui sacrificed herself so much to protect the country and to protect you, these flowers that have not yet bloomed. To live up to Shui's sacrifice, you must cherish your time even more, grow stronger as quickly as possible, and prepare for the future crisis. Getting back to the main point, now that you've made it onto the Wuji ranking, your fame has soared, but in the days to come, you'll inevitably become the target of many students' challenges. To help you solidify your ranking, I have decided to launch a new round of intensive training for you." The words were spoken. He took out a knife from his bracelet. It was an ordinary longsword, but made of wood and looked light. "Master, is the next part of the special training going to be sparring between us?" Li Suifeng asked curiously. "Good." Su Yan raised the wooden sword. "To be fair, I will only use 1/10 of my power. Even so, you may still get injured. You need to be mentally prepared." The words had barely left his mouth. But then I heard a buzzing sound. A blade flashed overhead, aiming straight for Su Yan's face. "You little rascal?" Su Yan was stunned. Li Suifeng, knowing that he was going to fight him, was not intimidated and even dared to take the initiative to attack. "Call!" The black demon hunting blade fell, leaving a mark half a foot deep in the ground. After taking 2 steps back, Su Yan stood still, his face slightly angry. "Disciple, how could you ambush your master?" "Master, there's no such thing as sneak attacks or honorable ambushes on the battlefield. Survival to the end is the only true measure of success." Li Suifeng grinned, tapped his foot, and closed the distance again, slashing out with his demon hunting blade glowing with golden light. Knowing Su Yan's strength, Li Suifeng held nothing back and fully utilized the profound meaning of the Aurora Eclipse blade technique. Whoosh! As the golden blade energy flashed, a powerful light swept into their eyes. Su Yan seemed to have anticipated this, closing his eyes beforehand and striking with the wooden sword while his vision was obscured. Boom! The golden light of the blade shattered. The demon hunting blade was plunged into the ground. Li Suifeng stared at his right hand, grimacing, and then realized that his wrist was swollen and purplish, indicating a serious injury. "I used the profound essence of the Aurora Eclipse blade technique in this strike, yet my master managed to break it? How did he do that?" Li Suifeng looked astonished. Su Yan grinned. "Disciple, now you know how big the gap is between you and a true master of swordsmanship, right? I won't bully you. From now on, during special training, as long as your sword can hit me, you win. If you can't hit me, then prepare to be taught a lesson by me." He. As he finished speaking, Su Yan's smile turned mischievous. He was clearly prepared to suppress Li Suifeng's arrogance. "I don't believe it." Ignoring the throbbing pain in his right wrist, Li Suifeng picked up the demon hunting blade with his left hand, roared, and swung it at Su Yan once more. Night falls. Li Suifeng lay on the grass, spread-eagled, panting heavily. He was covered in sweat, his skin was bruised in many places, and even the corners of his eyes were swollen. That concludes today's special training. Now you know how powerful your teacher is, right? Su Yan put away the wooden sword and said with a smile. "Master, you are indeed very strong. There is still a huge gap between us. But it won't be long before I defeat you." Li Suifeng got up from the ground, still full of confidence. He spent the entire afternoon in private training with Su Yan. At first, he couldn't even withstand a single blow from Su Yan. Later, after becoming familiar with Su Yan's fighting style, he was able to exchange a few simple blows with him. There was even a time when he lasted for 2 minutes before being defeated by Su Yan. Compared to being instantly killed at the beginning, I have made great progress. At this rate, defeating the master is just around the corner. Arrogant. I started practicing swordsmanship at the age of 18, and have now been immersed in the way of the sword for 24 years. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call me a grandmaster. You little brat have just started on the path of swordsmanship, and you think you can defeat a grandmaster like me? You're dreaming. Su Yan was tough on the outside, but he was actually a little ashamed inside. Li Suifeng's progress in actual combat was faster than anyone could have imagined. At first, he only needed to use 10% of his strength to find a flaw in Li Suifeng's sword technique and defeat him instantly. But later, Li Suifeng's every strike became increasingly meticulous, leaving almost no openings. This makes it much more difficult for him to defeat Li Suifeng, and he has to put in much more effort. He said he only used 10% of his strength. In fact, he had already mobilized at least 30% of his strength in the previous battles. For a powerful expert of the extraordinary level, it would take 30% of their strength to deal with a lower-level user who was less than the 4th level of awakening. This is actually quite embarrassing. Su Yan's verbal attacks on Li Suifeng were merely intended to curb his arrogance and prevent him from becoming too proud and disrespectful, which could lead to future disasters. In reality, Su Yan still held Li Suifeng in high regard. He was also certain that his disciple's current strength did not match his age. With a little more time to mature, it wouldn't be a problem for him to break into the top 90 on the Wuji ranking. Chapter 92, 80 Credits of Compensation, Revisiting the Third Secret Realm. Disciple, take this nutritional medicine and the hemostatic pill. In no more than half an hour, all your injuries will be healed. Su Yan handed the nutritional supplements and anti-stasis pills to Li Suifeng. After taking all the pills, Li Suifeng grinned and asked, Master, after training with you all afternoon, I feel that my strength has improved again. Tomorrow I want to try to reach a higher ranking on the limitless ranking. With your current strength, reaching the 95th place shouldn't be a problem. However, according to the rules of the Wuji ranking, everyone only has one challenge qualification per day, and the challenged person also has the right to refuse the challenge once. However, once your challenge is refused, you cannot challenge the other party again for 3 days. You must go to the island for 3 days before you can challenge again. According to the rules, the other party will not be able to refuse you at that time and will be forced to accept the challenge. Su Yan explained. So, if I challenge someone who's 5 ranks higher than me, he might refuse? And if I want to challenge him again, I'll have to wait 3 days? Li Suifeng's eyes widened. That's how it is. The school set up this rule to protect those who succeeded in climbing the rankings after a major battle. Everyone needs time to recover. Previously, this rule didn't exist, and some students exploited loopholes, challenging those who had fought fiercely and hadn't yet recovered before ranking up. Even worse, some would arrange for 3 to 5 accomplices to take turns challenging those on the rankings, using a tit-for-tat approach to wear them down before defeating them and stealing their rankings. Because these kinds of incidents happen so frequently, the school has implemented a 3-day protection law. If a high-ranking student is not in good condition, they can refuse the challenge and wait 3 days before accepting the challenge again. I see. Li Suifeng suddenly realized what was happening. That's enough for today. Come back for more special training tomorrow afternoon. Su Yan made a casual remark and headed towards his residence. Okay, master. After watching Su Yan leave, Li Suifeng easily left the spirit land cave and headed to a nearby canteen to fill his stomach. For non-martial artists, 1 vial of nutritional supplements is enough to last a day. However, for martial artists, it can only be used as an after-meal drink and cannot completely satisfy their hunger. The cafeteria is open almost 24 hours a day, so even if Li Suifeng arrives a little late, he can still enjoy delicious food. After having dinner, and with the help of nutritional supplements and anti-bruising pills, the injuries on my body have healed. When Li Suifeng returned to the dormitory building, he was surprised to find a fair-skinned and beautiful girl standing outside his room. Yu, Ma Zhanghao, and others were surrounding the girl, showering her with concern and care. Senior Ko, you've been waiting for so long, aren't you tired? Why don't you come to my dorm for a bit? Senior Ko, please don't go. Ma Zhanghao is not only a jinx, but also a jinx. Anyone who stays with him will get bad luck. Why don't you come sit in my room instead? I have a cat that can do backflips. Yu, Ma Zhanghao, senior sister Ku is here to see Brother Li. Are you trying to steal Brother Li's girlfriend? Aren't you afraid that if Brother Li finds out about this, he'll skin you alive? I was wrong, Senior Ku. Please don't tell Brother Li what I just said. Seeing this, Li Suifeng was speechless and deliberately coughed twice, ahem. A group of people immediately turned their attention to him. Brother Li is back. Ma Zhanghao and Yu turned pale and kept shrinking back into the crowd. Kujialan, standing in the crowd, smiled and said, Junior, you're back. Senior Ku, did you come to see me? Li Suifeng approached and asked curiously. Yes, Junior Li, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Won't you invite me to your dorm for a bit? Ko Jialan was very proactive. Please. Li Suifeng opened the door, gestured for Ko Jialan to enter, and then looked at everyone and said, if there's nothing else, you can all leave. As he spoke, he went into the dormitory, making sure to close the door behind him. My God. It's only been a few days since school started, and Brother Li is already dating a female student? I heard that Senior Ku is quite famous in the second year. She's even known as one of the 4 beauties of the second year? Brother Li is so lucky with women, I'm so envious. In the dormitory. Li Suifeng poured Ko Jialan a cup of tea, and after drinking it, the latter smiled and said, first of all, congratulations on making it onto the Wuji ranking. Thank you very much. Li Suifeng was polite, but got straight to the point. Senior Ku, you came to see me this time, it wasn't just to offer your congratulations, was it? Ko Kujalan nodded, her expression turning serious. After what happened last time, Lu Zhuangzhuang and the other three have deeply realized their mistakes and want me to apologize on your behalf. You think an apology is enough to take my credits? If apologies were enough, what would we need the police for? Li Suifeng remained calm, and Kujalan, as if she had expected this, continued, to better express their apology, they offered to give you a credit as compensation. Oh? Li Suifeng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Lu Zhuangzhuang and the others each transferred 20 credits to me. Li, can I transfer them to you now? Kujalan asked, blinking. Li Suifeng understood the unspoken meaning in her words. After receiving the academic credits as compensation, all grudges between him and Lu Zhuangzhuang and the other three would be wiped clean. But I taught them a lesson last time. Even if he's still unhappy with the four of them, at most he only harbors a slight resentment. If I can get 80 credits in compensation, it doesn't matter whether I vent this anger or not. Thinking of this, Li Suifeng said, Senior, these four bastards are quite sincere, so I'll reluctantly accept their compensation. Thank you very much. Kujalan beamed with joy and took out her phone to transfer money to Li Suifeng. Ding dong. Soon, 80 credits arrived in my account. Including the credits awarded by the Wuji ranking and my previous savings, my total credits reached 530. We can purchase another batch of elixirs. Li Suifeng was delighted by this, while Kujalan chatted with him about all sorts of things. Half an hour later, Kujalan got up to say goodbye, and Li Suifeng saw her to the door. As soon as the door was opened, the group of people who had been waiting outside scattered like birds and beasts, running back to their dorm rooms and making sure to lock the doors tightly. A bunch of idiots. Li Suifeng chuckled and cursed, then escorted Kujalan downstairs before returning to his room. A moment later, the door to one of the dorm rooms opened, and Ma Zhanghao's head popped out. Only half an hour? This doesn't seem like Brother Li's ability? A head popped out from the next dormitory room. In my opinion, with Brother Li's vigorous physique, it would take at least 2 hours to get him going. Perhaps it's because senior sister Ku is too delicate, and Brother Li takes pity on her? I never expected that the fierce and domineering Brother Li would also have such a gentlemanly side. We should learn from Brother Li. The next morning. Teleportation building. Xia Jia was yawning at her work post when she saw a familiar figure approaching and exclaimed with delight, Li, classmate. Hello, Sister Xia. Li Suifeng greeted her with a smile. Back then, Sister Xia was worried that she wouldn't be safe alone in the third secret realm and had asked Kujalan to take care of her. After learning about this, Li Suifeng developed a good impression of Sister Xia. Hello Li, are you alone again this time? Sister Xia asked warmly. I'm going to check out the third secret realm by myself. Li Suifeng explained his purpose. It was still early, and many students were still lost in their dreams. It would be somewhat inappropriate to challenge the strongest on the Wuji ranking at this time. Li Suifeng plans to clear the third secret realm first before attempting to climb the rankings. It's the third secret realm again. But Li, after you caused such a ruckus in the third secret realm last time, there are less than 200 monsters left. Among these 200 plus demonic beasts, there should still be 2 4th-level commanders and 12 3rd-level commanders left, right? Li Suifeng asked. No one has come to the third secret realm lately, so the situation of the monsters in the secret realm should be similar to what you described. Sister Xia asked curiously, so, you came here for these 3rd and 4th tier demonic beasts? Right. Li Suifeng made no attempt to hide it. He was now a 3rd-level awakened martial artist, and venturing into the 4th secret realm wouldn't be a problem for him. But what he was pursuing was not fighting monsters, but frantically grinding monsters to accumulate talent points. The monsters in the 4th secret realm are far stronger than those in the 3rd secret realm. With his current abilities, it is unrealistic for him to efficiently farm monsters in the 4th secret realm. On the contrary, the difficulty of the 3rd secret realm is not too high. With his ability, it shouldn't be a problem for him to clear out all the monsters in a short time. The 12 heads command the 3. It commands both ends of the 4 ranks. All things considered, there are still quite a few talent points left in the 3rd secret realm. Eating it all would also be a considerable fortune. Considering that you have been to the 3rd secret realm once and have also made it onto the Wuji ranking, your strength is extremely powerful, so I will not repeat the rules again. In short, once you reach the secret realm, please be careful and do not act rashly. Sister Xia gave a brief instruction, told Li Suifeng to take his place, and immediately activated the teleportation array to send him into the number 3 secret realm. Chapter 93: The True Face of a 4th Order Monster. In the lush green forest, the flowers and plants swayed in the gentle breeze. A soft rustling sound rang out. A 3-meter-tall monster, covered in long gray fur, with muscles as bulging as rocks and a face resembling a human's, was cautiously advancing. The human-faced gray ape commands third-tier demonic beasts. It is named for its human-like appearance and possesses intelligence close to that of humans. It is cunning by nature. Question mark. Suddenly, the tall, human-faced gray ape stopped in its tracks, its black eyes revealing anthropomorphic surprise as it stared at a corpse under a tree ahead. The remains were those of a golden-furred monkey, which had been disemboweled by some creature, its abdomen gushing blood. The brain-eating monkey, also a third-tier leader, is not as tall as the human-faced gray ape, but its speed and agility far surpass the latter. Because they carry a mad virus, the brain-eating monkeys are inherently violent and have a penchant for eating human brains, making them a key target for many martial artists to be wary of in the wild. Furthermore, due to their incompatible personalities, the brain-eating macaque and the human-faced gray ape are natural enemies, and they will fight each other whenever they meet. The dead brain-eating macaque is indeed very tempting to the gray ape, but it is instinctively wary. Most of the monsters in this world have perished, and there are very few that can pose a threat to the brain-eating mad monkey. Given how fast the brain-eating monkey is, it should be able to escape even if it encounters a monster it can't defeat, right? But it still died. It might not have been a monster that killed it. Instead, it was that group of cunning human warriors. With these thoughts in mind, the human-faced gray ape suppressed its impulse and did not approach the corpse. Instead, it turned around and tried to escape. Whoosh! At the same moment, a whooshing sound came from the side. Roar! The gray ape instinctively turned its head and saw an incredibly dazzling golden blade of light, so fast that it had no time to react. Laugh! With a flash of light, the human-faced gray ape's body was split in two like firewood, its blood and internal organs spilling out, dying without any pain. Slayed the human-faced gray ape, talent value plus 4,000. Hidden in the grass, Li Suifeng smiled as he glanced at the system text that flashed by. Finally, all the third-tier demonic beasts have been wiped out. During his time in the third secret realm, he traveled around hunting monsters. Any monsters that encountered that were at the first or second tier of leadership were instantly killed with a single strike. Although those who command the third tier can easily fight him. But as long as the Aurora Eclipse Blade technique is used, without any surprises, these demonic beasts will be shattered like the human-faced gray ape. With the blessing of double S level or higher talents, plus Earth level swordsmanship and Earth level cultivation techniques. Although Li Suifeng was only at the third level of awakening at this time, his actual combat strength was already equivalent to that of the fourth level of awakening. Therefore, what is a huge threat to third-tier demonic beasts that are martial artists of the same level is at most a slightly larger grasshopper in his eyes. He can be killed anytime he wants. Li Suifeng. Realm, Awakening Stage 3. Constitution, 144. Spirit, 112. Talents, Holy Light Battle Body SS rank, Demonic Rhinoceros Body S rank plus. Cultivation techniques, 8 Desolate Limitless Technique 2nd level plus Heavenly Mountain Divine Refining Technique 3rd level. Physical techniques, Aurora Eclipse Blade Technique Intent, Shaking Prison Mad Blade Technique Intent, Starry Sun Shadow Step Intent, Heavenly Light Long Fist Perfected, Golden Bell Cover Perfected. Talent value, 95290. The monsters killed during this period brought an increase of nearly 50,000 talent points. As a result, Li Suifeng's total talent value reached 95,000, just one step away from 100,000. Although a plus sign has not yet appeared after the SS level talent Holy Light Battle Body. But Li Suifeng had a vague premonition that once his talent value exceeded 100,000, the plus sign would appear. He might just get his first SSS level talent. There shouldn't be many demonic beasts left in the entire secret realm. However, 2 4th-tier demonic beasts haven't shown up yet. As long as I take them down, my total talent points will definitely exceed 100,000. After calming himself down, Li Suifeng emerged from the bushes, collected the broken ape carcass and the monkey carcass used as bait into his temporary bracelet, and then left the forest, heading towards a certain part of the secret realm. During this time, Li Suifeng swept through 4/5 of the secret realm, but still could not find the 2 4th-tier demonic beasts that commanded it. After using the process of elimination, the only possible hiding place for these 2 4th-tier monsters is ahead. When Li Suifeng walked out of the forest, a small drone was floating 100 meters above his head. The camera on the drone kept changing angles, locking onto Li Suifeng's every move. Meanwhile, in an office in the administration building, Principal 1 Lanshan and Vice Principal Hua Rongji were staring at the computer screen. Principal 1, Li Suifeng will basically wipe out all the monsters in the third secret realm this time. We'll have to trouble you to catch another batch of monsters and throw them into the secret realm. Hua Rongji looked at Wen Lanshan with a smile. When Lanshan blared and bristled, this kid is always causing me trouble. Ever since Li Suifeng caused such a big commotion in secret realm number 3, Hua Rongji has instructed the staff of the teleportation building to report to her immediately if Li Suifeng enters any secret realm. Hua Rongji did this for 2 reasons. First, to protect Li Suifeng, so that if he encountered a life or death crisis in the secret realm, she could immediately come to his rescue. Secondly, he wanted to witness Li Suifeng's growth, which can be seen as an elder's concern for a younger generation. Therefore, not long after Li Suifeng entered the third secret realm, Hua Rongji received a message from Sister Xia and began to pay attention to the latter. Principal, I know you long to retire and enjoy your old age, but Wuji Academy is at a critical juncture. Before the great disaster strikes, I urge you to continue to lead the overall situation. Hua Rongji's expression was serious. When Lanshan waved his hand to interrupt, saying, Alright, La Hua, I'll find time to capture 1,000 demonic beasts and throw them into the number 3 secret realm. But that kid Li Suifeng is about to encounter the temperamental couple, which might cause him a lot of trouble. You have to keep a close eye on him. Don't worry, Principal. Li Suifeng has become my focus of attention. I won't let him perish prematurely. Hua Rongji stared intently at the screen. The southwestern part of the third secret realm. The terrain here is uneven and covered with weeds and pebbles. As Li Suifeng walked along the complex road, he suddenly felt as if he were being watched. Something is watching me. Could it be those 2 4th-tier demonic beasts? Before they could stop, a beast's roar came from an unseen depression. Immediately afterwards, a shadow leaped out and rushed straight towards Li Suifeng. This aura, it really is a 4th-tier demonic beast. Li Suifeng was not afraid but rather delighted, and summoned his demon hunting blade to unleash a strike. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Aurora Eclipse Blade Technique, the essence of it. Splash! The golden light of the blade, like the rising sun, illuminated the world. The sharp blade energy flashed in the golden light and struck the oncoming shadow hard. Clang! After a piercing bang, the shadow was sent flying by the impact of the blade energy, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater before leaping up again. It was a leopard covered in fine black scales, with a large nose and sharp fangs. At this moment, the leopard's right forelimb had scales missing and a bloody knife wound. However, the knife wound was clearly not fatal to it. I never expected that one of the 4th-tier demonic beasts would actually be a leopard. It withstood my attack without any problems? Its defense is truly impressive. Li Suifeng looked surprised, and didn't forget to raise his arm so that the bracelet was facing the leopard. Ding dong! A line of text flashed quickly on the dial. Twin bloodthirsty male leopards, commanders of 4th-tier demonic beasts, possess extremely strong defense, outstanding speed and strength, and an astonishing bite force. Their weak point is their abdomen. Due to their twin nature, the male and female often travel in packs. There are countless kinds of monsters in this world. Li Suifeng could not be familiar with every single demon beast. Fortunately, the super bracelet has a remote scanning function, which can find information about monsters in a short time. A pack of males and females? Doesn't that mean there's a female leopard nearby? Could it be? After reading the information displayed on the bracelet, Li Suifeng was slightly surprised and realized something. He was about to turn around, but it was too late. A blur of motion appeared silently from behind, and sharp claws struck his abdomen. Chapter 94 Killing 2 Leopards, Obtaining the S-Rank Talent Hunter's Instinct. Clang! After the sound of metal clashing, Li Suifeng's body shifted several meters to the side, leaving multiple white claw marks on his abdomen. The shadowy figure that launched the sneak attack didn't give chase, but instead paused for a moment, seemingly surprised by Li Suifeng's exaggerated physical strength. Luckily, my demon rhino body is tough enough, otherwise I would have been injured. Li Suifeng grinned and turned away. As expected, the attacker was also a pair of bloodthirsty leopards, but judging from their physical characteristics, it was clearly female. Coo coo coo. At this moment, the bloodthirsty mother leopard lay prone on the ground, staring fiercely at Li Suifeng, assuming a pouncing posture, and letting out a roar like a motor. Another male leopard pounced on Li Suifeng's back while he wasn't paying attention. You even know how to use a pincer attack tactic? You guys are something else. Hearing the wind, Li Suifeng raised an eyebrow, ignored the male leopard behind him, activated the flash strike, and transformed into a beam of light to rush towards the female leopard. As a super monster slaying maniac, Li Suifeng knew that when surrounded by multiple monsters, panicking and haphazardly hacking away was a major taboo. This often results in being pulled and exhausted by monsters, leading to a tragic death. To break this situation, the best solution is to target a single monster and kill it at all costs, thus reducing the number of monsters in the group. Clang! Utilizing the speed of the flash strike, Li Suifeng closed in before the mother leopard could react, and the demon hunting knife in his hand slashed at the mother leopard's head. If it were any other monster, that slash would have resulted in its head exploding long ago. But the mother leopard was extremely strong even after taking such a blow. Her jaw slammed heavily to the ground, knocking out a few teeth. Even though a knife mark with visible white bone appeared on the top of its furnace, it did not die. Instead, it opened its mouth and spat out arrow-shaped red light at Li Suifeng. You still dare to resist? Li Suifeng twisted his foot to dodge the red light, then slashed wildly at the mother leopard's back with his knife, yelling, "Fuck you!" Clang clang clang. Clang clang clang. The sound, like the clanging of iron, continued to ring out. This wasn't just the sound of Li Suifeng's knife striking the mother leopard's back. And there was the noise from the male leopard attacking Li Suifeng's body. Despite the conflicting voices, Li Suifeng ignored the male leopard's attacks and relentlessly targeted the female leopard, launching a fierce assault. A minute later, several bones in the female leopard's spine were shattered. The male leopard, its eyes bloodshot with rage, opened its mouth and bit into Li Suifeng's neck, refusing to let go. However, with the help of his talent, every inch of Li Suifeng's skin was comparable to that of the demonic beast black sky demon rhinoceros. Even though the male leopard's teeth were very sharp, they could only leave shallow teeth marks on his skin. It cannot bite through the skin and damage the flesh. Snap! Instead, the sound of bones breaking rang out again. The mother leopard rolled, convulsed, and spasmed on the ground, writhing in excruciating pain due to a broken bone in her back, which she could not control. Kill! Seizing the opportunity, Li Suifeng's demon hunting knife slashed down like light, precisely striking the mother leopard's belly. Laugh! Unlike other sturdy parts, the abdomen of the twin bloodthirsty leopard is extremely vulnerable. Therefore, this knife easily sliced open the mother leopard's belly, causing blood to gush out and her life to be lost rapidly. Awah! Seeing this, the bloodthirsty male leopard forgot about tearing at Li Suifeng and rushed to the injured female leopard, letting out a shrill howl, filled with extreme grief and rage. Li Suifeng, carrying a knife, walked expressionlessly towards Gong Bao, intending to send the couple on their way. Suddenly, the male leopard lowered its head and licked the female leopard's blood, and then its skin turned completely blood red, and its body trembled violently. A dangerous aura emanated from the male leopard and spread throughout the land. The leopard finally turned around, its scarlet eyes filled with overwhelming rage and killing intent, and locked onto Li Suifeng. Call! As the strong wind swept in, Li Suifeng instinctively drew his sword to parry. Clang! The powerful impact sent Li Suifeng crashing to the ground like a sandbag. Awah! Before Li Suifeng could even get up, the leopard's roar reached his ears, followed by its claws repeatedly striking his body. Clang 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 clang. Initially, thanks to his demon rhinoceros body, Li Suifeng was able to withstand the attacks of the male leopard. But just 10 seconds later, the male leopard not only struck with even faster claws, but its strength also began to double. Li Suifeng finally succumbed to the leopard's claws. His skin was scratched in many places, leaving shocking scars. This male leopard has become stronger. It's definitely more than just a 4th-tier commander now. Was it the mother leopard's severe injuries and near death that triggered its potential, causing it to temporarily evolve into a 5th-tier demon beast? Intense stinging pain spread through his body, and Li Suifeng's face contorted with rage. He came here to kill the demon, instead of being killed by monsters. This male leopard dared to bully him like this. They must be killed. System, upgrade me. He realized that the difference in their levels of cultivation was the main reason why he was suppressed by the leopard. Li Suifeng was also very decisive, putting aside the idea of accumulating talent points to break 100,000 and decisively spending money. Consuming 9,000 talent points, the 8 Desolations Limitless technique has been upgraded to level 3. Personal physique plus 60. After the system message, a whopping 60 points of physique entered his body, instantly boosting his depleted strength. Li Suifeng jumped up from the ground as if he had been injected with chicken blood, grabbed the demon hunter blade and slashed out. Splash! A golden blade flashed across the sky, colliding precisely with the bloodthirsty leopard. Boom! The moment the blade energy exploded, the powerful airflow sent the bloodthirsty leopard flying, tumbling several times in the air before crashing to the ground, creating a deep crater. Whoosh! Before the bloodthirsty leopard could get up, Li Suifeng used the flash strike to close the distance and drew his demon hunting blade to slash wildly. Click clack click clack. The sound of blades piercing bone rang out repeatedly. The power vanished like a tidal wave. After a while, Li Suifeng felt an unusual swelling and pain in his hands and body, so he stopped what he was doing and looked down. At some point, the once frenzied, bloodthirsty leopard turned into a puddle of mud, its bones and flesh shattered beyond recognition, and it was completely dead. Oh whoa! Not far away, the female leopard, who was clearly seriously injured and dying, let out a mournful cry and miraculously got up from the ground and charged towards Li Suifeng again, showing a determination to avenge the male leopard. Not only are you still alive, but you also have the strength to attack me? Looks like you're having a final burst of energy before you die. Li Suifeng acted decisively, drawing his sword and slashing at the oncoming female leopard. Go to hell and join your husband. Laugh. The bloodthirsty mother leopard's body was cleaved in two like firewood. At the same moment, the system text finally flashed before my eyes. Slaying the twin bloodthirsty leopards, talent points plus 8,000. Killed twin bloodthirsty female leopards, talent value plus 8,000. Gained S-level talent Hunter's Instinct. Chapter 95. After many days of waiting, it was all for today's level up. Hunter's Instinct, an S-rank superhuman talent. Like the twin bloodthirsty leopards, your sense of smell, hearing, and vision are greatly enhanced, and you possess incredible beastly instincts, allowing you to anticipate life or death crises within a 20-meter radius. There are talent rewards? Really? As the system text disappeared, Li Suifeng stood there, stunned, his face filled with disbelief. Several days ago, he obtained a second resilient skin, and only by constantly consuming his talent points was he able to upgrade the talent to the S-rank talent, Demonic Rhinoceros Body. Now, after killing the two bloodthirsty leopards, he not only obtained a third talent, but this talent was already at the S-rank level? This is so awesome. Li Suifeng. Realm, Awakening Stage 3. Constitution, 204. Spirit, 112. Talents, Holy Light Battle Body SS rank plus Demonic Rhino Body S rank plus Hunter's Instinct S rank. Cultivation Techniques, 8 Desolate Limitless Technique triple level plus Heavenly Mountain Divine Refining Technique triple level. Physical Techniques, Aurora Eclipse Blade Technique Intent, Shaking Prison Mad Blade Technique Intent, Starry Sun Shadow Step Intent, Heavenly Light Long Fist Perfected, Golden Bell Cover Perfected. Talent Value, 115290. Suppressing my excitement, I checked the panel, and sure enough, the third talent, Hunter's Instinct, appeared in the talents section. But that wasn't what Li Suifeng was most concerned about. Instead, a plus sign finally appeared behind the Holy Light Battle Body. My Holy Light Battle Body can finally be upgraded. I've been waiting for this day for so long. Li Suifeng's face lit up with ecstasy. He didn't bother testing his hunter instincts and just wanted to maximize his Holy Light Battle Body. But suddenly, he heard a faint noise overhead, which made his heart skip a beat. He looked up and saw a very small drone hovering high in the sky. The 360-degree camera below the drone kept changing its angle, but no matter what angle it changed to, it was still centered on Li Suifeng. There's a drone spying on me? Li Suifeng was stunned. The drone overhead looks like it's been there for a long time. I can't believe I didn't notice this thing before. Why did you suddenly discover this now? It's a hunter's instinct. Li Suifeng quickly awoke. After gaining the hunter's instinct, his senses were greatly enhanced, reaching the same level as the twin bloodthirsty leopards. With this amazing sensory instinct, he can easily perceive the subtle things around him. This is why he was able to spot the high-altitude drone. Call. Taking a deep breath, Li Suifeng quickly regained his composure and began to think. Is the person spying on me Sister Xia or a school leader? Whoever they are, they probably don't mean any harm, they just want to check on my progress. Although improving one's talent won't bring about any extraordinary phenomena, spending money to upgrade while being monitored still carries some risk. Let's leave this place first, and then upgrade our Holy Light Battle Body. Li Suifeng acted decisively, collecting the two leopard corpses and heading towards a nearby teleportation point. At the same time, in an office, when Lanchan's eyes widened in disbelief, this kid actually killed this tantrum couple? Isn't that a bit outrageous? Twin bloodthirsty leopards are a very special species in the monster food chain. Due to their nature, they hunt together, making them a super nightmare for many prey. In addition, the twin bloodthirsty leopards have a special ability: when their partner is injured or killed, the other leopard will unleash its hidden potential, become hysterical, and temporarily increase its combat power. This is why the male leopard suddenly became so powerful. For ordinary martial artists, being alone in the wild and encountering twin bloodthirsty leopards carries a high risk of death unless their cultivation level is significantly higher. However, without overwhelming each other in terms of cultivation level, Li Suifeng managed to kill the pair of twin bloodthirsty leopards on his own. Such combat power can only be described as terrifying. As the headmaster of a school, Wen Lanshan had seen countless geniuses throughout his life. But there are very few people with Li Suifeng's monstrous talent. Old Hua, now I finally understand why you're so concerned about this child. It's because he's not human at all, but a super ferocious beast in human skin. Wen Lanshan looked on with a sigh. Hua Rongji, standing to the side, said with a gentle smile, I told you long ago, this child is exceptional even among geniuses, otherwise I wouldn't be paying so much attention to him. Li Suifeng's astonishing transformation happened right under her nose. At first, she was shocked by Li Suifeng's feat. But after getting used to Li Suifeng's extraordinary talent, Hua Rongji could remain relatively calm and unsurprised no matter what sensational things he did. Old Hua, this child's teacher is Su Yan, and Su Yan is a gambler. I'm afraid Li Suifeng will follow in his master's footsteps. You have to be careful. Wen Lanshan said meaningfully. Hua Rongji said with a confident expression, Su Yan was so depressed before because he was affected by the things that happened to his previous disciples. Now he knows that Li Suifeng is a gem and has begun to turn over a new leaf. Even without my supervision, I believe he can educate Li Suifeng well. That being said, it's always good for you to keep a close eye on things. I understand, Principal. Li, you're out so quickly this time? When Li Suifeng appeared at the teleportation building, Sister Xia greeted him curiously. Seeing Xia Jie's appearance, Li Suifeng was certain that the person who had been spying on him using the drone was probably not her, but someone else. It's probably the school leaders or something. I'm now a genius on the Woji ranking, and I caused such a big incident in the third secret realm, so it's normal for people to pay attention. Thinking this through, Li Suifeng smiled and said, there aren't many monsters in the third secret realm to begin with. I'll just clear them all out and come back. You really finished playing them all? Xia Jie was somewhat surprised. Those two fourth-tier demonic beasts have been living in the third secret realm for 2 years. During this period, many students entered the secret realm in teams, attempting to kill them, but all of them failed in the end. At the moment, Li Suifeng killed the monster all by himself? The bodies are all here. Could you please help me calculate how many academic credits they're worth? Li Suifeng handed over the temporary bracelet. After Xia Jie checked it, she was so shocked that she was held captive for a full 10 seconds before she woke up. Little Li, you are a real monster. After her initial shock, Sister Xia tried to calm herself down and began using the instrument to calculate the price of the animal carcass. 10 minutes later, the animal carcasses have been counted. Sister Xia said seriously, Student Li, the monster you killed this time is worth 5,310 credits. After deducting 70% for tax, you will have 1,593 credits left. 1,600 credits? That's not bad. Li Suifeng was fairly satisfied. The number of monsters hunted this time was actually less than 200, which is incomparable to the previous number. However, the 12 third-tier demonic beasts and 2 fourth-tier demonic beasts made the quality of the beast corpses this time far exceed that of the previous ones. So, all things considered, the credits I received this time were only a few hundred points less than last time. After receiving his credits, Li Suifeng said goodbye to Sister Xia and made a detour to the alchemy shop, where he spent 800 credits to exchange for 20 spirit pills and 20 blood and chi pills. Back in his dorm room, Li Suifeng popped several spirit pills into his mouth and chewed them like candy. He then opened the control panel and locked onto the Holy Light Battle Body. System, how many talent points are needed to upgrade the Holy Light Battle Body? Li Suifeng tried to silently recite a number, and a number appeared before his eyes. 100,000. 100,000? Just as I expected. But this aloof system actually responded to me. It seems it's willing to answer some simple questions. Li Suifeng had anticipated this number and felt no pressure. All that talent I've accumulated over so long, wasn't it all for this day? So what is there to hesitate about? System, upgrade my holy light battle body. Chapter 96, upgrade to SSS level talent, the God of Light descends. System, upgrade my holy light battle body. With a silent recitation, the system text finally flashed before my eyes. Consuming 100,000 talent points, the SS level Holy Light Talent Battle Body is upgraded to the SSS level Talent Descent of the God of Light. Personal Physique plus 40, Personal Spirit plus 40. Light God descends, SSS level Light Type Talent. Active effect, after activating this talent, you are like a God of Light descending to Earth, your speed and explosive power increasing by 100 times. Passive effect, you possess unparalleled affinity for light energy, allowing you to easily manipulate the light elemental energy of heaven and earth. You can effortlessly use numerous talent skills such as Light Burst, Halo, and Light Blade. Bathed in sunlight, your body's recovery speed doubles, and you can also absorb light energy to enhance your cultivation. My talent has been activated, and my strength and speed have increased 100-fold. Have I transformed into a Super Scion? No, even Super Scion can only increase your power 10-fold. Mine is 100-fold increase. The effect far surpasses Scion mode. No wonder this talent is called the God of Light. After reading the talent description, Li Suifeng was overjoyed to the point of ecstasy. He finally got his wish and obtained his first SSS level talent. Looking across the entire Dragon Kingdom, martial artists with SSS level talent are extremely rare, numbering only a handful. Take the 8 major universities for example, they can recruit around double-digit SS level geniuses every year. However, even the 8 major universities can hardly recruit one SSS level talent per year. It's simply because the probability of an SSS level talent appearing is extremely low. An S level talent is 1 in 10,000. Therefore, an SS level talent is 1 in a million. As for SSS level talent value, that's absolutely 1 in a million. Therefore, at present, we are able to obtain this talent that is 1 in a million. How could Li Suifeng not be moved? Phew. Calm down. I have to calm down. With this outrageous cheat, I can get 10, 100, 1,000 more SSS level talents in the future. So this descent of the God of Light is just the beginning of my extraordinary life, there's no need to get too excited. Li Suifeng muttered to himself, forcing himself to regain his composure, and then fell into deep thought. The attribute boost from the new talent isn't exaggerated, but judging from the description, its strength far surpasses that of the Holy Light Battle Body. Recovery speed is doubled. It also grants a new ability to enhance cultivation by basking in sunlight. Doesn't that mean that even without using cultivation techniques or spending money to improve them, you can level up naturally just by leaving your room and going out to bask in the sun? Is it really that outrageous? With disbelief, Li Suifeng went to the window. It's noon now. The sun outside the window was at its most intense. Splash! Pull open the curtains and windows one by one, letting the sunlight stream in and fall on you. The next moment. Li Suifeng's unexpected discovery. His stagnant blood and qi in his body inexplicably increased slightly under the illumination of light energy. It wasn't very obvious, but it definitely added a little bit. Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. I can actually improve my cultivation level just by basking in the sun. Li Suifeng was in utter shock. Normal talent, regardless of its intensity, can only guarantee a martial artist's minimum potential. If a martial artist does not diligently cultivate, their realm will not improve, and in the end, they will find it difficult to fully utilize their talent. But the descent of the God of Light is clearly different from other talents. Just by basking in the sun, one's cultivation level can be naturally improved. Such an outrageous ability is unparalleled in the entire world. It was precisely because of this ability that Li Suifeng could increase his cultivation level simply by basking in the sun. The lower limit is ridiculously high. A minute later, Li Suifeng stood by the window, testing the speed at which sunbathing could level up, and quickly concluded, the speed at which sunbathing levels up is significantly slower than taking drugs or meditating. But that's enough. Even if my talent points aren't high enough in the future, I won't need to suffer through meditation and cultivation. I can just eat some elixirs and bask in the sun, and my leveling speed won't be too slow. Just thinking about it makes me feel great. Nodding contentedly, Li Suifeng had a sudden thought and looked at the web of his right hand. Splash! Splash! The sunlight streaming down from the sky condensed and took shape at the tiger's mouth, transforming into a light blade of the same size as the demon hunting blade. This light blade does not possess elemental properties such as iron or copper. It is formed purely from the condensation of light energy between heaven and earth. I can condense this light blade in the blink of an eye? Is this the new innate skill brought by the descent of the God of Light? I wonder how powerful the lightsaber is. Driven by curiosity, Li Suifeng summoned the demon hunting blade, held it in his left hand, and slashed at the light blade in his right hand. Clang! The resounding vibrations echoed in my ears. Sparks flew between the two knives. The demon hunting knife was intact, but the color of the light blade had faded slightly. The strength of this light blade is comparable to that of a spirit weapon, but it is still a little weaker than this demon hunting blade. This is probably because my mental strength is not strong enough, and the intensity of the light blade I condense is limited. If my mental strength continues to increase, the intensity of this light blade will most likely also increase. Li Suifeng's thoughts stirred again, and the light blade in his right hand silently disintegrated. At the same moment, a golden phantom appeared on the demon hunting blade in his left hand. It was the light blade. The afterimage of the light blade perfectly enveloped the demon hunting blade, as if enchanting it. It seems that the light blade can be fused with a magical weapon to achieve an enchanting effect, which is not bad. Li Suifeng nodded in satisfaction, focusing his attention on the center of the room. Splash, splash, splash. The light element energy hidden in the air condensed together, forming a light sphere the size of a watermelon. Keep going. Keep going. Li Suifeng continued to manipulate the light sphere with his mind, absorbing the light energy from the vicinity. 1 minute later. The sphere of light floating in the air grew to a size of half a meter in diameter. Li Suifeng's eyes were filled with fervor. He was confident that as long as he made the thought, the huge ball of light would explode like TNT. Its exact power is uncertain. It's certain that this dormitory room will not be saved. Compressing and condensing light elements into a sphere, then releasing it instantly to create an explosion. Is this another innate skill, light burst? Li Suifeng's breathing became rapid with excitement. Talent skills, as the name suggests, are skills that one is born with after acquiring a talent. Absorbing light energy to quickly recover one's condition is a type of innate skill. Shining Strike is a type of talent skill. The light blade attack we just saw was actually a type of innate skill. While Light Burst and these three talent skills may seem to lead to the same goal, their core principles are actually quite different. The first three talent skills can be categorized as support skills. Light Burst is a skill that uses time to accumulate and compress light energy, and then explodes to release its power in an instant. It belongs to the category of ultimate moves. Splash, splash, splash. The ball of light floating in the air shrank rapidly like a deflated balloon and soon disappeared. If my guess is correct, the power of the light burst will be terrifying. It will definitely blow up this dormitory room. I wonder if it can blow up the entire dormitory building? A hint of madness flashed across Li Suifeng's face, but it quickly turned into calm. I'm a respectable college student, how could I have such terrorist thoughts? Never mind, I'll go to the gym to test the power of the light burst when I have time. Taking a deep breath, Li Suifeng continued to examine himself and soon made a new discovery. Ha! My sea of consciousness has actually expanded? It seems to be due to the mental boost brought about by the new talent. Li Suifeng's sea of consciousness also quietly expanded. Previously, it was only a space of 1 cubic meter. Now it has 5 cubic meters. In addition, in the middle of the enlarged sea of consciousness, there was a radiant object floating. What is that? As his consciousness drew closer, Li Suifeng was astonished to discover that the object enveloped in radiance was actually a palace. The palace has 8 white jade pillars carved with dragons and phoenixes, and the 4 walls are also engraved with intricate fire patterns. There are also artificial hills and pond-like facilities in front of the gate, making it as exquisite as a work of art. However, because of its small size, it looks like a miniature toy from a distance. The Divine Palace of Talent, it contains immense secrets. If you can open the Divine Palace of Talent and uncover its secrets, you may obtain extraordinary fortune. Chapter 97 is just 4 SSS level talents, right? Let's just go for it. Perhaps it was a change of heart on the part of the system, for a line of text appeared next to the palace in the Sea of Consciousness. After reading the annotations, Li Suifeng was still puzzled. Talent Divine Palace? What exactly is this thing? How did it suddenly appear in my Sea of Consciousness? Also, what is this so-called great fortune inside? System, aren't you going to answer these questions? The text stopped flashing, indicating that the system had returned to its aloof mode. Li Suifeng curled his lips and continued to observe the Divine Palace of Talent. He discovered that there were large windows on all four sides of the palace, and a bronze door at the main entrance. A hazy, spiritual light emanated from the doors and windows, completely concealing the interior of the palace. Li Suifeng's consciousness reached out, but an invisible resistance, like an iron plate, appeared, making it difficult for him to touch the gate of the divine palace. I can't even touch the door, how am I supposed to open this shrine? Li Suifeng was a little puzzled, but then he noticed a row of grooves next to the gate that looked like keyholes. There are 4 grooves in total, and in one of them is a glittering golden sphere. The other 3 grooves, though containing round beads, are transparent. Li Suifeng stared at the dazzling ball of light, a thought flashing through his mind. Could this ball of light represent the arrival of my first SSS level talent, the God of Light? Do the other 3 slots represent different SSS level talents? Only after upgrading 3 more SSS level talents will the transparent spheres in these 3 slots become bright, and only then can I open the gate to the Divine Palace? If that's really the case, it's such a rip-off. Li Suifeng looked sullen. An SSS level talent is someone that countries around the world would fight over. 2 SSS level talents? Li Suifeng was very skeptical. Did such a person really exist anywhere in the world? Then, feeling very frustrated, Li Suifeng wandered around the palace, trying to touch the doors and windows repeatedly, but all his attempts failed. He was certain that resistance completely surrounded the divine palace of talent from all 360 degrees. Only by lighting up the 3 keyhole-like grooves can the gate be opened and the palace entered. Fortunately, I have a cheat code. As long as I have enough talent points, I still have a good chance of upgrading 3 more SSS level talents. If it were someone without a cheat code, they probably wouldn't be able to open this divine palace of talent in their entire life, right? But it's also possible that I have a cheat code, so the system deliberately created the talent divine palace to trick me? Li Suifeng muttered to himself, his mood returning to calm. Now that the divine palace of talent, which contains great fortune, has appeared, I must find a way to open its gates. The amount of talent points required to upgrade 3 SSS level talents is bound to be enormous. This process is destined to be anything but easy. But so what? His monster-killing efficiency was comparable to that of a professional gamer. If 1 day isn't enough, then 2 days will do. If 2 days isn't enough, then 1 year, 3 years, 5 years. Just keep grinding monsters. One day, I will collect all 4 SSS level talents and unlock this damn talent palace. With this in mind, Li Suifeng took a deep breath and opened the panel. Li Suifeng. Realm, Awakening Stage 4. Constitution, 244. Spirit, 152. Talents, Descent of the God of Light SSS rank, Demonic Rhinoceros Physique S rank, Hunter's Instinct S rank. Cultivation Techniques, 8 Desolate Limitless Technique triple level plus Heavenly Mountain Divine Refining Method triple level. Physical Techniques, Aurora Eclipse Blade Technique Intent, Shaking Prison Mad Blade Technique Intent, Starry Sun Shadow Step Intent, Heavenly Light Long Fist Perfected, Golden Bell Cover Perfected. Talent Value, 15290. The arrival of the new talent brought an 80-point increase in vitality, and the total vitality also exceeded 340 points, so it was also judged by the system to be in the 4th stage of awakening. In the talent section, the SSS level talent God of Light Descends is clearly visible. Li Suifeng had a slight thought and tried to click on the Light God's Descent, which unexpectedly opened the auxiliary panel. Light God's Descent SSS rank talent skill. Light Blade, a blade formed by condensing light elements. Light Burst, compresses light elements into a small area, detonates them instantly, and creates widespread damage. Light Armor, allows light elements to spread throughout the body, transforming into armor to protect the body and enhance defense. As expected of an SSS level talent, it possesses a vast array of innate skills. Li Suifeng was even a little overwhelmed by the sheer number of things he was seeing. His gaze shifted downwards, and he saw that the talent value was less than 16,000. Li Suifeng's face was slightly bitter. This round of leveling up has made me poor again. I'll have to work hard to grind monsters again. After the main talent is upgraded to SSS level, Li Suifeng's next plan was also very simple. Upgrade both Demon Rhino Body and Hunter Instinct to SSS level. This will not only enhance our strength, it can also help you open the gates of the Divine Palace of Talent faster. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After exiting his sea of consciousness, Li Suifeng went online to find information that surpassed the gifted Divine Palace. But nothing was found. It seems that no genius in the world possesses this thing. Of course, it's also possible that this thing is confidential and no one would share it online. Beep beep beep. The bracelet suddenly rang. Li Suifeng looked closely and realized it was his master calling. Hey, master, what's up? Disciple, I have something urgent to attend to today and will not be on campus, so I will not be teaching the special training class. You can cultivate on your own, or you can go to the Spirit Land Enlightenment Waterfall to challenge your limits. Su Yan's words surprised Li Suifeng. Master, you didn't go gambling again, did you? During the time they spent together, Li Suifeng did not see his master engage in any bad behavior such as gambling. However, rumors were circulating on campus that Su Yan was a gambler. This inevitably made him suspicious. Disciple, you're overthinking it. That stuff is pointless. I've already given it up. I'm meeting an old friend this time. Su Yan explained, and Li Suifeng didn't question it anymore. He hung up the phone and left the dormitory. Since there are no special training sessions, let's go to the fitness center to test the true power of our new talent. At the same time, inside the dimly lit tavern, the man, dressed in an old suit and with only one arm, was pouring wine for Su Yan with his one arm. Old Su, it's only been a year, but your energy and spirit seem completely different from before. It's like you've come back to life? People change. Su Yan picked up his wine glass, clinked it with the one-armed man's, and drank it down in one gulp. Old Wu, when your arm was cut off by the alien race back then, didn't you say that you wouldn't return to the rear until you had killed all the alien races in the cloud-like battlefield? Now, aren't you breaking your vow and coming back? The one-armed man's expression turned grim. I've returned this time to prepare for the extermination of all the alien races. Before Su Yan could say anything, the one-armed man said meaningfully, I heard you've taken on a good disciple? Su Yan forced a smile. What good disciple? He's just a little brat. Old Wu, don't believe the rumors outside. Old Wu was silent for a moment, then said, because of my promotion and disability, I have lost my qualification to enter the cloud-like battlefield. The Black Wolf Army has probably been having bad luck lately, and they're facing a talent gap, with few talented new recruits. And those alien brats are causing trouble in the cloud-like battlefield again. Old Su, do you know that I spend every day feeling like my heart is being torn apart? Su Yan did not respond. Old Wu continued, I came back this time to find some promising talents at Wuji Academy and recruit them into the military ahead of schedule. Didn't you just recruit a batch of geniuses from the Wuji ranking? But we still don't have enough manpower. There are too many ravenous youngsters among the alien races lately. With just this few people, we simply can't handle them. Hearing this, Su Yan glanced at his watch, stood up, and prepared to leave. Old Wu, I have something to do, I'll be going now? Old Su, wait a minute. Old Wu grabbed Su Yan with his one arm and said solemnly, I can tell you don't want your new apprentice to follow me, but I've already heard about this kid's deeds. He's extraordinary, much more impressive than you and I were when we were young. Besides drinking, there's only one other thing I wanted to talk to you about this time. Would you be willing to let Li Suifeng join our Black Wolf Army? Chapter 98 Forced Enlistment, Explosive Power Test. A single sentence from his best friend instantly turned Su Yan's face ugly. As the renowned commander of the Black Wolf Legion, Lao Wu's status far surpasses that of a university teacher. Under normal circumstances, if an apprentice can work under Lao Wu, his future will definitely be bright. However, due to Morongshua's previous prediction, Su Yan felt deeply uneasy about his disciple's future and also rejected the idea of letting his disciple join the army early to make meritorious contributions. He only wanted his apprentices to accumulate strength in the campus, by his side, in an extremely safe environment. Until the day I can stand on my own and fear no foreign race. Su Yan was so cautious because he feared that Morongshua's prophecy would come true, and that one day his weak disciple would indeed fall in a pool of blood, and be cruelly murdered by the alien race. This is absolutely unacceptable to Su Yan. Old Wu, I've already lost 3 of my apprentices in battle. Looking at the solemn-faced Old Wu, Su Yan's voice was very strained. I know, but Wuji Academy has always had a deep cooperation with our military. This is why we send people to guard the Demon Ceiling Tower, and it is also why your Wuji Academy regularly sends a batch of talents to join the army. Even if I don't draft Li Suifeng this time, he will have to be drafted someday to meet the graduation requirements. At this point, Old Wu's eyes shone with a captivating light. This child can reach the Wuji ranking at the age of 18. His potential is terrifying. If he can complete his training on the battlefield sooner. I even have reason to believe that our Dragon Kingdom will have a new Grand Marshal in the future. Fool, do you think being a marshal is so easy? Su Yan instantly flew into a rage. You said back then that Xiao Wei and Xiao Guang had the potential to be great generals. But what happened in the end? They still died in battle on that damn Jin Guang battlefield, leaving no trace of their bodies. Old Wu frowned. Old Su, Xiao Wei, and Xiao Guang's sacrifices were ultimately worthwhile, and there's no need to bring up the past. Speaking of which, aren't you being a bit too protective of this new apprentice? You don't know anything. Shui actually made a prediction for this child. Su Yan roared and recounted the future that Morong Shui had predicted for Li Suifeng. Old Wu suddenly realized, no wonder you didn't want this kid to join the army early, you were worried the prophecy would come true? I've lost too many disciples, and I don't want another one to die. Old Wu, I know the situation on the front lines is critical, but my disciples are too young to go to the battlefield. Su Yan shook off Lao Wu's hand, but the latter still wouldn't give up. General Morong's prophecy can be changed, you and I can both be sure of that. Lao Su, you can't use that excuse to fob me off. If I remember correctly, you still owe me a favor, and now that I'm conscripting your apprentice into the army, it's giving you a chance to repay that favor. You bastard, you're willing to break ties with me just to screw over my apprentice? Su Yan became even more enraged and gripped the knife at his waist. The patrons in the tavern were startled, and security personnel arrived nearby to try and stop the two from fighting. Old Su, as a man of your word, do you intend to go back on your promise from back then? Old Wu sat down again, holding his wine glass with his one arm and drinking slowly. You bastard, you're ruthless. Seeing the security personnel arrive, Su Yan stopped losing his temper. He cursed once, sat down again, forced himself to calm down, and pondered, I can let my apprentice join the army, but not now. When? Lao Wu decided to give the other party a way out. At least until he reaches a higher ranking on the Wuji ranking, like the top 10. Su Yan originally wanted to say the top 3, but he was afraid his best friend wouldn't agree. Under normal circumstances, those who make it into the top 3 are all super geniuses who are about to graduate. This is a law that even a prodigy cannot break. Making it into the top 10 is very difficult, but given the potential my apprentice has shown so far, it may take about 2 years to achieve. If we could gain another 2 years, my apprentice would be several levels stronger than he is now, and he would have a good ability to protect himself on the front lines. Top 10 on the Wuji ranking? That's difficult, but I have a lot of confidence in this nephew I've never met before. Old Su, I agree to this deal. Old Wu poured Su Yan another drink and raised his glass again. When my nephew really makes it into the top 10 of the Wuji ranking, I hope you won't forget your promise today. Alright, old man, let's have a drink. Clang. The two wine glasses touched together. Wuji Academy. I swiped my student ID to enter the fitness center. Li Suifeng then realized that the venue's interior space was at least 10 times larger than the physical education halls of various high schools in Xinghe City. He had never seen such a vast building even on Earth. The huge venue is divided into hundreds of areas of varying sizes. Some areas are training rooms for testing explosive power, while others contain different sizes of energy-gathering arrays and serve as cultivation rooms. There are also alchemy rooms, forging rooms, combat rooms, and more. This place should have any of the places you can think of. Following the signs on the wall, Li Suifeng arrived at the training area and handed his student ID to a counselor. Hello, I need a top-level training room. You're only a freshman and you already want the highest-level training room? Isn't that a waste? The counselor was initially skeptical, but quickly widened his eyes and said, wait, your name is Li Suifeng? Are you that prodigy on the Wuji ranking? It's me. Li Suifeng did not deny it. Nice to meet you, classmate. The counselor changed his attitude and became much more polite, but still advised, under normal circumstances, only the top 30 students on the Wuji ranking can use the highest level training room. With your current strength, renting the highest level training room is a bit of a waste of money. See this explosive power ranking list? Because the people on the list are also monstrous, the unit used to express explosive power intensity is no longer tons, but joules. Li Suifeng looked at the light screen behind the counselor, where there was indeed a leaderboard. This represents the explosive power records left by students from all walks of life in the training room. Those who made the list are all well-known names, and the records they left behind are all over 300,000 joules. The top performers are those with millions of joules. Tons and kilograms are units of pure force. The joule is a unit of energy, which can more intuitively measure the explosive power of a martial artist than the unit of force. Hundreds of thousands of joules of energy are enough to destroy small buildings. Energy in the millions of joules. destroying some medium to large-sized buildings wouldn't be a problem. In other words, those who can leave records in the training room are monsters comparable to human explosives. Teacher, thank you for saving me money, but I still want to rent the highest level training room. After a brief inquiry, Li Suifeng still said the same thing. Alright, Li, the highest level training room in the gym is the Class 9 training room, which can withstand an explosive energy of 10 million joules. The minimum rental fee is 30 credits, and the rental period is half an hour. After the time limit, a fee of 5 credits will be charged per minute. The counselor kept Li Suifeng's student ID and handed him a room key. Li Suifeng took the room key and walked to the deepest part of the training area, entering the corresponding training room. The training room, which is over 300 square meters, is very spacious. The walls, ceiling, and floor are all made of aluminum alloy, making it as solid as a rock. There are a few facilities overhead, such as cameras, broadcasting systems, and energy sensors. In this training room, I can unleash all my talents without reservation and test my explosive power. I no longer have to worry about damaging public facilities. Li Suifeng's face was flushed, his gaze fixed on the center of the room. The next second, the light element energy hidden in the space silently condensed and transformed into a light sphere the size of a watermelon. 10 minutes passed quickly. The sphere of light in the air then expanded to a size of 2 meters in diameter. With my current abilities, this is the largest the energy sphere can be accumulated to. Li Suifeng's face was pale, and his body was covered with large beads of sweat, making him appear weak and powerless. I wonder how powerful a light sphere of such size would be when it explodes. With curiosity and madness written all over his face, Li Suifeng's eyes widened, and in the next instant, the huge ball of light slammed into an aluminum alloy wall. Burst. Chapter 99, a talent skill comparable to a mini nuclear bomb. Burst. With a silent thought in Li Suifeng's mind. The enormous ball of light that struck the wall transformed into a blinding burst of light. The intense light is like a nuclear explosion, filled with temperatures of tens of thousands of degrees Celsius and accompanied by a large amount of light radiation. Even Li Suifeng, as the user of the innate skill, instinctively lowered his head, not daring to look directly at the dazzling light. Even so, the intense light carried a powerful force that impacted the body. It still left Li Suifeng with a burning sensation all over his body. After a full 10 seconds, the burning sensation gradually disappeared, and the lights in the training room dimmed, signifying the end of the light burst. At the moment of the light burst, I had already retreated to another part of the training room, about 300 meters away from the explosion point. But even so, the airflow generated by the explosion still made my body feel a burning pain. This is only under the premise that I possess the demon rhinoceros body. If I didn't have the demon rhinoceros body, wouldn't I be tormented to death by this burning pain? Or even have my skin directly burned by the light radiation? Li Suifeng didn't know much about the science of Earth. But one thing is certain. The light burst skill he just unleashed already had a bit of the feel of a nuclear explosion on Earth. In actual combat, this is an absolutely game-changing super move. Slowly raising his head, Li Suifeng quickly saw a dent in the aluminum alloy wall that had been hit by the light burst, about 30 centimeters deep, which was quite exaggerated. A mechanical voice came from the overhead loudspeaker. The intensity of this burst was 1,324,200 joules. 1.32 million joules? Wouldn't that put me third on the burst damage ranking? Li Suifeng looked pleased. Those who can make it onto the burst damage ranking are basically monsters from the Wuji ranking. The higher a person ranks on the burst strength ranking, the more outstanding their strength is, and the higher their ranking will be on the limitless ranking. Based on what the counselor just said, those at the top of the burst damage ranking are all monsters from the top 30 of the Wuji ranking. He was ranked 98th on the Wuji ranking, yet he displayed the explosive power of a top 3 player. It's clear that the skills that come with an SSS level talent are truly outrageous. Unfortunately, the strength of this light burst skill is closely related to the charging time. I can create an explosion of 1.3 million joules of energy because I have been charging it for more than 10 minutes. In actual combat, the enemy isn't stupid, they won't give me time to mindlessly charge up. I'm lucky if I can accumulate 3 to 5 seconds of power. Li Suifeng wasn't arrogant, his ultimate talent move was indeed very strong. However, it's not very realistic to apply it perfectly in actual combat. The good news is, the activation time of this light burst is arbitrary. You can charge up for 10 minutes before releasing the light burst. It can also be charged up for 1 second and then released as a light burst. With a slight thought, Li Suifeng caused a sphere of compressed light energy to reappear on the aluminum alloy wall, only the size of an apple. Burst! Li Suifeng roared inwardly, and the ball of light exploded, releasing a burst of intense light, but this time it did not cause much of a shockwave. Even so, Li Suifeng's eyes were still noticeably sore when he looked directly at the burst of light. The intensity of this burst was 16,019 joules. As the broadcast message played, Li Suifeng's eyes lit up. 16,000 joules? That number should be enough to easily defeat some fourth-tier demonic beasts. In other words, even without charging up, the minimum power of the light explosion is still astonishing. Killing a fourth-tier demon beast shouldn't be a problem. As for other fourth-tier martial artists, those without defensive talents will definitely be stunned by my explosion. TSK, not bad. Li Suifeng smiled contentedly as he swallowed the nutritional supplement and began to regain his strength. Both the large and small light bursts are quite powerful. However, this comes at the cost of considerable effort. The great light burst and similar attacks will deplete all your energy with a single use. Even a small burst of light requires more than 10% of one's energy to use. In general, regardless of whether it is charged or not, light burst is a killer skill. After a minute's rest, Li Suifeng went back to the training room to test various innate skills and sword techniques, such as the light blade, light armor, and aurora eclipse blade technique. Time passed. The training session was about to end when a voice came over the loudspeaker. Are you sure you want to end this training session? Sure. Li Suifeng shouted. Your strongest burst intensity this time was 1,324,200 joules, your weakest burst intensity was 6,781 joules, and your average burst intensity was 100,120 joules. Your record of 1,324,200 joules is enough to earn you a place on the list of current players' explosive power. Do you want to be on the list? The broadcast continued. I didn't expect the intelligent monitoring system in this training room to be so user-friendly. After thinking for a moment, Li Suifeng made his decision. Of course, I'll make the list. Wearing fine clothes in the dark is not something Li Suifeng likes to do. Since you have this ability, why hide it? Confirmed to be on the list. Congratulations on achieving the third place on the burst strength ranking. As the broadcast ended, the aluminum alloy gates slowly opened. Li Suifeng walked out as if nothing had happened. Training area entrance. The counselor was helping other students register. The students at the Martial Arts Academy are busy every day. It requires monster hunting, ranking up, training, etc. The fitness center, in particular, is the most popular spot almost every day, with students arriving at any time. The counselor had just let a few students go when he saw a familiar figure brush past him. Li, you're done training? How did it go? The counselor immediately shouted. Li Suifeng stopped, turned around, and grinned. It feels great. But teacher, thankfully I stuck to my principles and chose the 9th level training room, otherwise there might have been trouble. Will there be trouble? The counselor was somewhat taken aback. You're only ranked 98th on the Wuji ranking. Does that mean you can't train in the 6th or 7th level training rooms? Isn't that a bit too complacent? After watching Li Suifeng leave, the counselor shook his head and was about to register the next student. A student in line stared wide-eyed at the recording screen in disbelief, exclaiming, "The burst damage ranking has been updated. Has someone broken the record for the most explosive performance yet?" The counselor turned around and searched at the bottom of the list. No new records found? Third place, someone shouted. The counselor's heart skipped a beat. Third place? Isn't that a million-level burst record? Only a 9th level training room can easily withstand this level of explosive intensity. Even those in training matches below the 9th rank could withstand such an outburst. However, it will be damaged to varying degrees. You should be able to hear the noise yourself, right? But there wasn't much noise coming from the training area just now? Could this new record for explosive performance have been set in the 9th rank training room? But just now, all the 9th level training rooms were empty except for Li Suifeng's. No way. Thinking of a certain possibility, the counselor felt a chill run down his spine, his gaze shifted upwards, and he quickly looked down at the third place position. Burst strength ranking. Third place, Li Suifeng's burst damage, 1,324,200 joules. The counselor's face was filled with shock, as if he had seen a ghost. Holy crap. It really is Li Suifeng? Isn't he ranked 98th on the Wuji ranking? How could he create an explosion of millions of joules? Did I drink too much last night? Am I hallucinating? As the counselor questioned the meaning of life, the students in line were jolted awake and began whispering among themselves. Is this Li Suifeng, the newly promoted one on the Wuji ranking? It's him. I heard he's exceptionally ruthless when it comes to killing demons, and the freshmen call him the Demon Slayer. What kind of talent does he have? How can he achieve a record of millions of joules at the age of 18? Most of us only reach a level of tens or hundreds of thousands of joules after graduation. What's going on with this guy? Is he even human? My parents and relatives all consider me a genius, but compared to Li Suifeng, I feel like a complete failure. Chapter 100: The Vice Principal's End Shock, Challenging the Narcissist. Principal, I have something to report. In the office, Hua Rongji was working when her secretary's voice came from outside the door. Xiaofeng, what's wrong? Hua Rongji let her secretary in and asked with suspicion. Principal Hua, didn't you tell me to keep an eye on Li Suifeng and to notify you of any unusual activity he might do? Is it about Li Suifeng? Tell me quickly. Hua Rongji immediately urged him out of curiosity. Principal, you can see for yourself. Secretary Xiaofeng inserted the USB drive into the computer and played a video. In the video, Li Suifeng is in a fully enclosed training room, using his talent to condense a ball of light. Boom! The ball of light struck a wall and exploded. A piercing loud noise came from the computer. Forgot to turn the volume down, and Hana Rongji felt like her eardrums were about to shatter. When she came to her senses, all she saw was a blinding flash of light. The bright light filled the entire training room, covering Li Suifeng's figure. 10 seconds later, the bright light dissipated, leaving a circular pit on the aluminum alloy wall. The intelligence system provided a rating for the bright light data. This? Hua Rongji covered her mouth, trying her best not to make a sound. 1.32 million joules? Such explosive power is something that only Zhong Xianyuan, Yi Lingtian, and Gongsun Jiao, currently active students, could achieve, right? But Li Suifeng did it? He's only 18. This is outrageous. Hua Rongji thought she had become immune to Li Suifeng's deeds, but now she realizes she was so wrong. Like a prodigy, Li Suifeng creates an astonishing record every so often. These records were completely beyond Hua Rongji's expectations, leaving her deeply shocked. Call. After a moment, Hua Rongji took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, replayed the video, and examined it frame by frame, finally drawing a conclusion. The ball of light released by Li Suifeng is a talent skill. This innate skill can compress light energy to create an instantaneous explosion. The record set by Li Suifeng is 1.32 million joules. However, this also compressed nearly 10 minutes of light energy. The power of this innate skill is indeed quite terrifying, but the prelude is too long, making it difficult to use in actual combat. As Hua Rongji was thinking this, the video played to the part where Li Suifeng continued to test his talent skills. Ha! I didn't expect this talent skill could also instantly explode. The power of the instantaneous explosion can't compare to the highest burst, but it still exceeds 10,000 joules. Even a typical awakened 4th-tier martial artist would have a hard time withstanding it. Subsequently, Hua Rongji spent 2 full hours analyzing Li Suifeng's training videos and reached a final conclusion. Li Suifeng's talent is even stronger than when he entered the school. It's more than 1 level stronger. That's unbelievably powerful, it doesn't make sense. Since enrolling, Li Suifeng's talent and cultivation have been steadily improving. Improvement in cultivation is still achievable as long as one has excellent comprehension and innate talent. But progress in talent requires pushing physical limits. At most, you can push your limits twice a week. How can you push your limits every day? If you did that, your body would have collapsed long ago. Moreover, pushing the limits only represents a chance to enhance one's talent. It doesn't mean it can be done every time. It's obvious that what happened to Li Suifeng doesn't make sense. If my guess is correct, he must have some kind of great fortune. It is with the help of this fortune that he has been able to make such rapid progress. With this in mind, Hua Rongji earnestly instructed her secretary, Xiaofeng, you must not disclose the contents of this video to anyone. He then deleted the video and returned the USB drive to Xiaofeng, saying, also, regarding the video content of Li Suifeng's training this time, you must delete it from the database immediately, leaving no trace. Okay, Principal Hua. Xiaofeng left the office with doubts. Hua Rongji rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. Can it enhance one's natural talents? Do such bizarre things really exist in this world? Historical records indicate that at the beginning of the Awakening era, a very small number of geniuses possessed the ability to enhance the strength of their talents. This ability is extremely rare, and it is considered a type of talent. Could it be that Li Suifeng possesses this ability, which allows him to enhance his talent? That possibility isn't out of the question. As for the truth, I don't need to investigate it, since everyone has their own unique destiny. As long as Li Suifeng stands on the side of humanity and is a child of my Wuji Academy, that's enough. With her thoughts clear, Hua Rongji smiled again. After leaving the gym, Li Suifeng felt a little weak. During the half hour in the training room, he didn't have a moment's rest. He was constantly unleashing his innate skills and using his swordsmanship to expend his energy. It was truly remarkable that he had managed to stay alive until now. After swallowing 2 nutritional supplements, 2 chi boosting pills, and 2 spirit pills to replenish his energy, Li Suifeng decisively went to the cafeteria for an extra meal before leisurely walking back to his dormitory. As I passed the playground, I saw a row of girls on the roadside, looking infatuated and talking about a young man on the track. Looking down, you can see a young man wearing a Nike tracksuit, with a slender figure and handsome features. He even deliberately flips his hair to show off while drinking water. When he let go and ran wildly, he was so fast that he was only a blur and not a person. Song Yashuan is so handsome. Even if he didn't become a martial artist, he could still be a big star if he sang, danced, or acted. In today's society, actors are considered low class, while martial artists are the real stars. Song Jiji has looks, talent, and strength. Why would she become an actress? Wouldn't that be burying her talent? Yes. Song Jiji is a genius ranked 93rd on the Wuji ranking. After graduation, she will definitely be one of the strongest martial artists in the Dragon Kingdom. Do actors deserve to carry her shoes? Hearing the commotion of these infatuated girls, Li Suifeng shook his head speechlessly. In any world, appearance matters. Even in a world dominated by awakened martial artists, this is no exception. These female students, who are considered geniuses by outsiders, have all turned into infatuated fans once they enter the academy. Wait, these women seem to be saying that Song Yashuan is ranked 93rd on the Wuji ranking? Li Suifeng's eyes lit up. Those ranked lower on the Wuji ranking can challenge those ranked up to a maximum of 5 ranks higher. Li Suifeng, who is ranked 98th, can only challenge the upper limit of 93rd. Isn't that Song Yashuan? Looks like my luck is pretty good. Li Suifeng, with a playful expression, walked past a group of infatuated fans and arrived at the track. The Wuji ranking is related to more than just reputation. There are also a huge number of academic credits. After ranking 98th and earning 150 credits, Li Suifeng had gotten a taste for it and was eager to climb the rankings quickly. Now that I've found someone I can challenge, how can I miss it? On the runway, Song Yashuan was sprinting, trying to break his own record, when he saw someone blocking his way and he instinctively stopped. Seeing that the person who came in looked rather young, as if he had just come of age, Song Yashuan frowned slightly. When did I start having male fans? He held out his hand and said, "Alright, give me the paper and pen, get the autograph and then leave." Li Suifeng was speechless. Did she think of him as a fan? This Song Yashuan was a bit too narcissistic, wasn't she? Why aren't you here yet? Don't waste my time. Song Yashuan was impatient and urged. Li Suifeng laughed. Song Yashuan, how did you figure out I'm your fan? Not my fan? Then what do you want? Song Yashuan's expression turned wary. Just then, a companion caught up, panting, and said, "Young Master Song, you're running too fast, I can't catch up." Wait, isn't that Li Suifeng? The companion was clearly knowledgeable and experienced. Li Suifeng? That genius? Song Yashuan was initially surprised, but her expression quickly turned serious. Li Suifeng, you deliberately stopped me. It can't be just to say hello, right? Unless there are special circumstances. The geniuses on the Wuji ranking are usually hard to come by. Once they meet, it's basically related to a ranking battle. This is a law. What are you saying? I'm here to challenge you. Li Suifeng gave a soft shout, his eyes flashing with fighting spirit. Song Yashuan raised her eyebrows slightly. How could Li Suifeng not be strong if he could climb up the Wuji ranking as a freshman? But is Song Yashuan really that weak? Back then, wasn't he also a rising star on campus, renowned as a freshman? Li Suifeng is a genius, but isn't Song Yashuan one too? Li Suifeng, I accept your challenge. Song Yashwan said arrogantly. However, I haven't finished my running task for today, and I don't have much time to waste. Just come over here. You're really putting on an act. Li Suifeng chuckled and walked towards Song Yashwan. Song Yashwan took off her coat, revealing a white tank top and a muscular physique, her gaze fixed on Li Suifeng with indifference. Wow! Song Jiji is so handsome. Hey Li Feng, why are you, a freshman, challenging Song Jiji? Aren't you just asking for trouble? Freshman, if you know what's good for you, surrender now, so Song Jiji won't waste her energy beating you up. The girls watching erupted in cheers. Song Yashwan's lips curled up slightly, her face radiating confidence. Despite his aloof appearance, he is actually extremely vain. Otherwise, he wouldn't be spending all his time hanging around in front of a bunch of infatuated girls. He agreed to fight Li Suifeng, not for any other reason than to enjoy the cheers of these infatuated girls after winning. It's getting late, let's finish him off in 3 moves. Thinking this, Song Yashwan took the initiative to walk towards Li Suifeng. Just then, his companion behind him exclaimed, "Young Master Song, wait." Song Yashwan stopped and turned around with a frown. "Sun Jian, do you know that I hate being interrupted the most?" Sun Jian's face was filled with terror as he stared tremblingly at Li Suifeng. "Young Master Song, of course I know, but this Li Suifeng, he... What's wrong with him?" Song Yashwan asked, her expression showing extreme impatience. Overwhelmed with fear, Sun Jian stammered, then jogged over and held up his phone. "Young Master Song, see for yourself." Song Yashwan stared at the screen with annoyance, then his handsome face instantly froze, and a tremor seemed to flash in his pupils. That's impossible. Chapter 101 Song Yashwan, I don't want to be beaten to death by Li Suifeng. That's impossible. At this moment, Song Yashwan was filled with unprecedented shock. The photo on the phone screen showed a ranking of the training area's burst intensity, and the third-ranked name was none other than Li Suifeng. The burst intensity was 1.32 million joules. This is a level that only the top 3 students on the Wuji ranking can reach across the entire school. Song Yashwan's strongest burst was only 360,000 joules. That's still almost a million joules short of this figure. Brother Song, I just asked some people in the group, and they said that Li Suifeng, who set a new record in the training area, is that freshman? At this moment, Sun Jian raised his hand with difficulty and quietly pointed at Li Suifeng, that is, the Li Suifeng in front of you. Do you even need to tell me? Is there another Li Suifeng in the entire school? Why are you talking nonsense at a time like this? Are you trying to mess with my mind? Song Yashwan glared at Sun Jian, looking utterly annoyed. And why didn't you tell me this information sooner? If I had known earlier, I could have confidently rejected this guy. Now it's all good. I've already agreed to fight, what am I supposed to do now? Song Yashwan, isn't your time very precious? Why haven't you come over yet? When Li Suifeng's voice rang out, Song Yuqi's body trembled, and she turned around with difficulty to look at Li Suifeng, her eyes filled with trepidation, and her heart filled with sorrow and fear. Even so, he mustered his courage and said tremblingly, "You are a worthy opponent. Out of respect for you, may I prepare a little more, is that not allowed?" Is that so? Then why are you trembling when you speak? Where am I shaking? Song Yashwan tried to put on a fierce expression, but her body trembled even more violently, and her forehead was covered with beads of cold sweat. If an explosive force of 1.3 million joules were to hit me, I would probably be instantly melted into dust. Even if the vice principal were right there, he couldn't have saved her, right? What should we do? You're not shaking? Then maybe I'm seeing things. Li Suifeng nodded casually, took off his coat to reveal his equally muscular physique, and walked towards Song Yashwan. In order not to betray your respect, I have decided to stop holding back and fight you with my strongest strength. As they were talking, golden light spread across the body. An indescribable pressure emanated from him, enveloping the entire space. Song Yashwan's heart almost stopped. She was so terrified that she wanted to abandon her idol image, turn around and run away, and stay far away from Li Suifeng, this monster. However, he simply couldn't do that. It was only because the pressure released by Li Suifeng was too strong, like a mountain pressing down on him, that he was completely unable to move. Young Master Song. Suddenly, Sun Jian let out a scream. Why? Song Yashwan responded almost roaring. Have you forgotten? You seem to have forgotten to scoop the kitten's litter box today. After attracting everyone's attention, Sun Jian continued to shout loudly. It seems so. Song Yashwan also shouted back, as if afraid that Li Suifeng and the people around him wouldn't hear her. The onlookers were all full of questions. You're about to start ranked matches. Are you still worried about forgetting to scoop the poop for your pet? You're insane. My roommates were just complaining. They want you to go back and scoop Xiaobai's poop right now. Sun Jian noticed Song Yashwan's gaze, realized he had done the right thing, and deliberately shouted loudly. Sun Jian, you're a true brother. I owe you my life. Song Yashwan almost burst into tears of emotion on the spot, but said, I hate being gossiped about the most. Since my roommates are complaining, I'll go back and scoop Xiaobai's poop first. He then waved to Li Suifeng, saying, the matter is urgent, we'll fight later. Without waiting for Li Suifeng's reply, he and Sun Jian turned around and ran towards the exit of the playground. The surrounding students were dumbfounded, including that group of infatuated girls. Only Li Suifeng's lips curled up slightly. With his S-level talent hunter's instinct, his hearing and eyesight were so amazing that he could not hear Song Yashwan and the other person's whispering. He had long known that Song Yashwan had lost the courage to fight after learning of his explosive power. Now that Song Yashwan has run away, it's a bit of a pity that we couldn't fight him, but it doesn't really matter. Because Song Yashwan had already accepted the challenge. This means that the ranked battle has begun. Song Yashwan's departure midway through the battle was tantamount to surrendering. So I consider myself the winner of this battle. Soon the rankings will be updated, and I will replace Song Yashwan and move up to 93rd place on the Wuji ranking. Successfully overcoming the challenge of 5 rankings in a row, I can get another 250 credits, not bad. Li Suifeng nodded in satisfaction, ignoring the surrounding disturbances, and headed towards the dormitory building. Is Song Yashwan scared? He's held onto his ranking for at least 2 months, hasn't he? His strength should theoretically be greater than Li Suifeng's, so why should he be afraid? No sooner had Li Suifeng left than many onlookers realized what had happened and began to discuss it amongst themselves. Most people don't know why Song Yashwan was cowardly. However, some people on the spot used their mobile phones to learn about the specific situation through forums and class groups. Just 10 minutes ago, Li Suifeng set a new explosive record in the training area. 1.3 million joules? Is that really true? Are you sure it's not a rumor? It's all over the forums now, how could it be a rumor? Holy crap, this is outrageous. This Li Suifeng hasn't even been to school for more than a few days. How can he possess such explosive power? Doesn't that mean that with this terrifying explosive power, he could easily break into the top 10 of the limitless ranking? The news gradually spread. Everyone present knew the truth. While shocked by Li Suifeng's new record, they also came to understand Song Yashwan's behavior. No wonder Song Yashwan ran away. I would have run too. Yeah. Who could withstand the explosive force of 1.32 million joules falling on them? A corner away from the playground. After wiping the cold sweat off his body with a towel, Song Yashwan patted Sun Jian on the shoulder. Good brother, consider it a debt I owe you. If you ever have any trouble in the future, just come to me. Brother Song, after you helped me solve that problem before, I'm willing to acknowledge you as my elder brother. These things are what I should do. Sun Jian grinned sheepishly, thinking that although his older brother had escaped, his reputation would definitely be affected. After all, the students who had watched weren't fools, they would surely find out later that his brother had fled without a fight. He then said with a wry smile, Brother Song, your reputation might be slightly affected in the future. Reputation is nothing compared to life. Song Yashwan scoffed, I have no problem with dying at the hands of a demon beast or sacrificing myself for the country, but to be beaten to death by this Li Suifeng when we have no grudge against each other? I won't be able to rest in peace even in the afterlife. Sun Jian suddenly realized that Brother Song had already thought it through. That would be fine. Night falls. Beep beep beep. Li Suifeng was sitting on a futon when his bracelet started vibrating continuously, signaling a notification. He had just swallowed a few pills when the bracelet started vibrating. Congratulations on ranking 93rd on the Wuji list. You have received a ranking bonus of 250 credits, bringing your total credits to 1560. The reward credits arrived so quickly? Not bad. Li Suifeng nodded in satisfaction, took out his phone and sent a message to his mother, asking about the recent situation at home. My mother replied quickly, saying that things were going well at home, that they had settled into their new house, and that my younger sister, Li Jiayue, would soon be starting primary school. She said that with the current conditions, getting into a top-tier middle school wouldn't be a problem. Li Suifeng was pleased with this and inquired about the family's expenses. He has already become a 4th-level martial artist. He only needs to go to the martial artist hall to update his latest realm status. The fixed monthly subsidy can be increased to 30,000. Li Suifeng wasn't in a hurry to register because he only used academic credits at school, and he didn't have a great need for money at the moment. However, if household expenses are high, he wouldn't mind going to the lobby early to change the information. Everything is fine at home, just focus on doing well at school. Receiving his mother's response was like a shot in the arm for Li Suifeng, who no longer worried about the situation at home. Chapter 102: Knowledge about different races. Late at night, while many students were sound asleep. However, this caused a stir on the school's forum. Can anyone tell me why a freshman ranked outside the top 90 on the Wuji ranking can unleash a burst of 1.3 million joules? What level of martial artist is Li Suifeng now? Such a burst of power would require at least a 5th or 6th level martial artist to achieve, right? He's only been enrolled for less than a week, and he's already a 6th level martial artist? There's no way he could level up using cheat codes. What's even more outrageous is that I just went to the archives to buy Li Suifeng's training videos, but I couldn't find any. Aren't all the training videos from the training room available for purchase with credits? Why didn't Li Suifeng leave any videos? The competition within Wuji Academy is extremely fierce. Rankings change frequently. Therefore, Li Suifeng replacing Song Yashuan in the rankings did not cause much of a stir. On the contrary, his record-breaking outburst was talked about by many students. Some people went to the archives with the intention of learning, while others were simply curious to purchase Li Suifeng's training videos, but they came up empty-handed. Some students even reported the matter to the database administrators. The management launched an investigation overnight and eventually discovered that Li Suifeng's training videos appeared to have been deleted. Under normal circumstances, videos in the archives are not allowed to be deleted, and ordinary people do not have the authority to do so. This unusual situation drew the attention of the management. He continued his investigation and was about to uncover the truth when suddenly the school leaders sent a message that a thorough investigation is not allowed. Realizing there was more to the story, the management personnel decisively chose to stop. They also had a vague idea that Li Suifeng had most likely become a seed student within the school, receiving special attention and protection from the school leaders. Because only the records of true seed students are deliberately hidden in school. The school did this to protect the privacy of these students and prevent them from being compromised by spies from other races. Because the staff's investigation yielded no results, videos of Li Suifeng's training room remain unknown to outsiders. Many people began to raise questions. Could Li Suifeng have used some special method to unleash such a burst of power? That makes sense. Since there's no video evidence of the training sessions, it's understandable that he might have faked it, right? I heard that he became a disciple of Su Yan, a senior instructor in the 2nd Academy's Sword Dao department. If Instructor Su gave him some extraordinary spiritual weapon or earth weapon, perhaps he could unleash such a terrifying burst of power? If that's the case, it's clear that Li Suifeng's terrifying strength relies more on external forces than on his own abilities. Compared to Zhong Xianyuan, Yi Lingtian, and others, he still has a gap. It's normal for there to be a gap. How can a freshman who hasn't even been to school for more than a few days compare to a monster who has been working hard for 3 or 4 years? Early morning. Li Suifeng woke up from his dream, unaware that the school forum was buzzing with discussion about his situation. After washing his face, Li Suifeng heard a noise in the corridor. He opened the door and saw Yu and his group gathering in a group. Good morning, Brother Li. Congratulations to Brother Li on achieving another great result. Brother Li, how did you create that 1.3 million joule burst? My current limit is only 20,000 joules. We're both freshmen, so why are you standing out from the crowd, Brother Li? Upon seeing Li Suifeng, everyone fawned over him, showering him with obsequious greetings. Li Suifeng simply smiled and asked, "Where are you all going?" Brother Li, classes will officially begin today, and we're planning to attend some open lectures. Yu said with a hint of bitterness. Wei Rong sighed, we have no teachers, so if we want to acquire knowledge and enhance our strength, we can only listen to professors' lectures. Li Suifeng suddenly realized. The start of the semester was much earlier than usual this year, and many professors responsible for freshman courses were away on business trips and were not on campus before. However, with the school's call, all the professors returned to campus and began giving lectures, officially marking the start of the new semester. After becoming Su Yan's apprentice, Li Suifeng had a master, so whether or not he attended public lectures didn't make much difference. But Yu and others are different. If they want to learn and grow, they must attend open classes. Brotherly, we're planning to go to our academic class first, do you want to come along? Ma Zhenghao extended an invitation. Let's go together. Li Suifeng nodded. He had the chance to go back to university, so how could he not experience the campus life to the fullest? Very good. Ma Zhenghao and his group immediately burst into laughter, and then waited with Li Suifeng for the others to arrive. Once everyone had gathered, they went to the cafeteria for breakfast and then headed to the classrooms in the first courtyard. The Wuji Academy can be divided into 6 campuses. The academy focuses on academic courses, primarily teaching students about monsters, alien races, celestial demons, and martial arts theory. The second academy focuses on practical courses and is divided into several departments, including swords, spears, and halberds. The core of the 3 academies is to impart forging knowledge, while the 4th, 5th, and 6th academies correspond to different fields such as alchemy, array formation, and talent research. Hello everyone. I am Mao Xiaojie, the lecturer for this session. What I'm going to talk about today is the background knowledge of the Kanglan realm. Our Kanglan realm covers a total area of approximately 3 billion square kilometers. Of this, only 30% is habitable for humans. The remaining 70% is occupied by demonic beasts. We humans possess 113 kingdoms. Among them, there are 6 major kingdoms: our Dragon Kingdom, the Eagle Kingdom located in the northwest region of the Kanglan realm, and the Giant Bear Kingdom that borders us. The current world order can be divided into 2 poles and 4 powers. While we share the general direction of resisting monsters and alien races, there is also occasional healthy competition between our countries. The professor, who had a small mustache and wore a Zhongshan suit, initially spoke about familiar topics. However, as he got into the swing of things, much of the knowledge he revealed was fresh and new, something that students had previously had little access to. Everyone listened intently. This includes Li Suifeng. All things considered, he has only been here for a few months, and his understanding of the world is only superficial. The professor's clear and concise explanation made Li Suifeng realize that not only are there countless kinds of strange and wonderful monsters. In fact, the alien races that are hated by humans can be divided into thousands of different kinds. In fact, alien races, like humans, are all primates with humanoid forms. However, due to differences in their genetic origins, alien races often possess more supernatural characteristics than humans. For example, the Rock Desert tribe, because they live in an extremely arid world, possesses exceptional heat resistance and can live normally even at temperatures of several hundred degrees Celsius. For example, the Earth Lizard clan has a human body, but a lizard-like head covered in scales. Their defense and endurance at birth far exceed those of their human peers. For example, the Abyss Demons, who want to teleport to the Kanglan realm through the Abyss Barrier, are the alien race that humans regard as their #1 enemy. The world they live in is like a purgatory, with a harsh and dangerous environment. Growing up in such an environment, they are born with strong bodies. Even the weak are invulnerable to weapons, and the strong are capable of withstanding bursts of energy worth hundreds of millions of joules. The reason why the Abyss Demons hate humans so much is because the ecological environment of the 2 worlds is too different. They feel a serious imbalance in their hearts and only want to invade the Kanglan realm, kill all humans, and take over the whole world. Everyone, different alien races may live in different world planes. Although most alien races are extremely hostile to us humans, there are also a few alien races that have actually expressed goodwill towards us and can be considered our allies. At this moment, Professor Mao's explanation caused many people to gasp in surprise. Are there good people among the alien races? Or are they allies of humanity? Is it true? Professor Mao smiled and said, "What I revealed is absolutely true. Ordinary people have no right to know this kind of information. It is only because you all have the potential to become social elites of the Dragon Kingdom in the future that I am telling you this." Everyone was deeply moved, including Li Suifeng. All students in this world are instilled with the idea from a young age that those who are not of our race or are different from us must be punished. Now they have learned that there are still friendly people among the alien races. When one's values are challenged, it's naturally difficult to remain calm. An hour later, Professor Mao concluded his brilliant speech and, amidst thunderous applause, stepped down from the stage and headed towards his seat. What is Teacher Mao trying to do? Many students were still reflecting on the lesson, but Li Suifeng was puzzled. Why did Professor Mao seem to be staring at him? It seems my sixth sense came true. Professor Mao stopped in front of Li Suifeng and smiled. Are you Li Suifeng? Chapter 1031/kills Professor Fei Mao. Did Teacher Mao really come to see me? But I don't know him. Li Suifeng was surprised, but still replied, Hello Professor Mao, I am Li Suifeng. That means you didn't choose the wrong person. Professor Mao smiled, a flash of white light appeared in his hand, revealing a dark, shimmering metal object. He asked, Student Li, do you recognize what this is? What's this? Li Suifeng was taken aback, but quickly realized that the dark metal looked familiar, and subconsciously said, the soul-suppressing spear? That is right, this is the metal fragment I got after melting down that soul-suppressing spear. It's made of excellent material. Don't let its small size fool you, it's actually incredibly heavy. Here, give it a try. Professor Mao handed over the remaining embryo. Li Suifeng took it and found that this thing was more than twice as heavy as the demon hunting blade. The demon hunting knife is 1.5 meters long, and its thickness and width are also astonishing. How big is this embryonic fragment? But it's so much heavier than the demon hunter blade? That's pretty amazing. Professor Mao, is this something my master gave you? Holding the forged artifact fragment in his hand, Li Suifeng instantly guessed the cause and effect. That's right, this soul-suppressing spear was given to me by old Su. It took me 2 days to successfully melt it down. Ma Xiaojie smiled and said, although I dissolved the soul-suppressing spear, I did not agree to help Lao Su strengthen the demon hunting blade. The weapons I forge must fall into the hands of qualified martial artists. If a martial artist does not meet my standards, he is not qualified to wear the weapons I forge. After saying that, he suddenly felt a surge of joy and said, Li, come on, try cutting me with your sword. Li Suifeng was completely bewildered. What's going on? Professor Mao meant for him to cut him? What kind of student attacks a teacher in class? Also, isn't he a professor at the first affiliated hospital? How come he's a blacksmith? He looks so refined, I never would have guessed. Around. The other students, having overheard their conversation, understood the cause and effect and began whispering among themselves. That teacher Su Yan is such a kind person, he actually helped Brother Li upgrade his sword? Brother Li's sword is already a spirit weapon, right? If it's upgraded further, won't it become an earth weapon? This Professor Mao seems a bit strange. Why does he insist that Brother Li stab him? Doesn't he know that Brother Li's explosive power is 1.32 million joules? Amidst the commotion, Ma Xiaojie continued with a smile, Student Li, if you want me to help you strengthen the demon hunting blade, you must prove your strength. If this strike doesn't satisfy me, I won't help you strengthen the demon hunting blade, and your master will have to find someone else. Professor Mao, I think I understand what you mean. You want to test my strike yourself to see if I'm a qualified martial artist? That's how it is. Professor Mao, are you sure? Sure. What if you get injured? Injured? Ha ha ha. Even your master couldn't guarantee I wouldn't get hurt, let alone you who's just a child. Professor Mao laughed heartily. Li Suifeng sighed softly. Professor Mao is quite an oddball. However, the fact that his master sought his help suggests that he must be a skilled blacksmith capable of effectively enhancing the demon hunting blade. That is indeed the case. Then we have no choice but to give in to him. The next moment. Buzz. The sound of a knife ringing out echoed throughout the classroom. A similarly black, ancient-looking longsword appeared in Li Suifeng's hand. Splash. With a flick of his wrist, the longsword, carrying a golden aura, slashed down on Professor Mao's chest. Clang! The powerful impact sent Professor Mao flying back to the podium, smashing it with a loud crack and creating a large crater that shook the entire classroom. Holy crap! What's going on? Was Brother Li's strike that violent? It actually sent Professor Mao flying. Could it have killed Professor Mao? Professor Mao! The students around were stunned at first, but soon some of them snapped out of it and rushed to the podium. Soon the stage was packed with people. I'm fine. All of you, get out of my way. Teacher Mao's voice could be heard coming from that pit. After everyone stepped back, Professor Mao climbed out of the pit. His skin had turned as black as iron and reflected a bright luster. You're all right? Many students noticed that Professor Mao's chest, where he had been slashed, had turned a color like iron, and there were no bloody, blurred knife marks. Is it this hard? Li Suifeng, standing in the crowd, was also very surprised, but he quickly breathed a sigh of relief. His fear was that the blow would be too forceful and might accidentally injure Professor Mao. In hindsight, I was just overthinking it. How could someone who can be a professor at such an important institution as Wuji Academy be a weakling? Ha ha. That felt good. It's been a long time since I've been beaten up like this. If it weren't for my innate alloy limbs defense being strong enough, plus the help of my physical training, I might have actually been injured by you. Professor Mao patted his chest, his face beaming with a bright smile. Li Suifeng. This can be enjoyable? Is Professor Mao perhaps someone in the industry? Masochist? Professor Mao, am I qualified? Li Suifeng asked cautiously. You're just a student, and you managed to send me flying with a single blow. How can you not pass the test? Professor Mao's smile remained unchanged, and he reached out his hand, saying, All right, give me the incomplete embryo and the weapon to be enhanced. So many people were there to witness it. Teacher Mao was also highly respected. Li Suifeng wasn't afraid that he would default on his debt or run away with the money, so he handed over the demon hunting blade and the broken embryo. After Professor Mao put everything into his bracelet, he smiled and said, Child, the enhancement of this demon hunting knife may take 3 to 5 days. I will notify old Su to let you come and pick up the knife then. Okay, Professor Mao, but is the success rate 100%? Li Suifeng was somewhat nervous. This was, after all, his first sword, and he had a deep affection for it. I can't be 100% sure, but even if the enhancement isn't successful, with my abilities, I wouldn't ruin the demon hunter blade. Maintaining its original attributes shouldn't be a problem. Teacher Mao was very confident. Okay, Professor Mao. Li Suifeng felt somewhat relieved and left the classroom with many students. No wonder Lao Su has recently quit drinking and gambling, he seems like a completely different person. Watching Li Suifeng leave, Professor Mao's face was full of emotion. With such a fine gem waiting for him to refine, how could he not give it his all? On his way to the next class, Li Suifeng was surrounded by Yu Yu and others, who fawned over him. Brotherly, you were too brutal just now. Just how powerful was that strike? Was it 1.32 million joules? I checked Teacher Mao's innate alloy limbs, and they're actually S rank. They can transform his skin into a metallic-like material that absorbs damage. No wonder he's known as the strongest defense in the academy. Hearing the crowd's praise, Li Suifeng suddenly realized something. With that last strike, he employed the profound essence of the Aurora Eclipse blade technique. The testing intensity in the training room was around 270,000 joules. Chopping up a truck is no problem. However, it did not leave any substantial harm to Professor Mao. It is clear that the title of Mao Teachers Academy as having the strongest defense is not undeserved. Afterwards, Li Suifeng and his companions arrived at the second hospital and began their second practical lesson. Under the supervision of a highly respected professor. The trainees paired up and battled in a fixed area to improve their combat skills. The professor, from an outsider's perspective, helped the students identify and fill in any gaps in their knowledge, offering guidance and solutions. With Professor Su Yan as his personal sparring partner, Li Suifeng had no need to fight against Yu Yu and the others. He chose to listen in instead. The main reason is that his abilities are far behind those of the other freshmen. Fighting against them is a complete stomp, you won't learn anything from it. After watching for a while, Li Suifeng got bored and quietly left to find Su Yan in the spiritual realm. Chapter 104 Deep Affection Between Master and Disciple. Clang clang clang. A sacred and mysterious place. The sounds of metal clashing against metal rang out continuously. On the green grass, 2 figures were engaged in battle. The figure wielding an iron sword launched a fierce attack, his movements sweeping and powerful, each strike gleaming with golden light. The figure wielding the wooden sword appeared to be at a disadvantage, but in reality, his defense was impeccable, always managing to block the golden sword light. Smack! Suddenly, the wooden sword struck out like lightning, hitting the chest of the figure wielding the iron sword. Ouch! The figure cried out in pain and stopped, rubbing his chest with a slightly annoyed expression. Master, I lost again. Disciple, isn't it normal for you to lose to your master? Putting away the wooden sword, Su Yan joked with a smile, do you still want to beat your master? We martial artists should strive for excellence and face challenges head-on. Master, I am not as good as you now, but as long as I maintain a heart that seeks improvement, perhaps it won't be long before I defeat you. Li Suifeng's eyes were bright, and he showed no signs of discouragement. When he first started fighting Su Yan, he was basically killed instantly, with no chance to fight back. But with each battle that accumulates, His battle with Su Yan not only lasted much longer, but he was even able to take the initiative as the attacker at times. On average. His battle with Su Yan also lasted for about a minute and a half. Take the battle we just fought, for example. Although Su Yan deliberately adopted a defensive counterattack tactic, but under Li Suifeng's relentless and fierce attacks, Su Yan initially couldn't find a way to counterattack. It wasn't until the 2-minute mark that he seized the opportunity to counterattack and win against Li Suifeng. Li Suifeng appeared distressed, but in reality, he was very satisfied with the result. Even without a deliberate investigation, based on the information shared by Yu, Mai Zhanghao, and others in the freshman group, Li Suifeng also learned that his master's combat strength ranked among the top 10 in the entire Wuji Academy. This is just a conservative estimate made by Yu and others based on Su Yan's past achievements. In fact, in recent years, Su Yan has stayed in the academy and has not gone out to kill demons or openly fight anyone. No one knows the extent of his latest strength. Considering that the golden age for martial artists in this world is capped at 50. Su Yan, who is only in his 40s, is theoretically in the prime of his career. His combat strength is no weaker than it was a few years ago. That's why I was able to persevere for so long under my powerful master. That's already very good. You're quite confident, kid. Su Yan smiled, then his expression suddenly turned serious as he asked, "Has your talent gotten stronger again?" "Master, what do you mean by that?" Li Suifeng pretended to be confused, but his heart skipped a beat. Su Yan said, "Although I haven't seen your training video in the gym, the vice principal has already told me." Li Suifeng remained silent. My worst fears came true. Light Burst, Light Blade, Light Armor, and other talent skills are all obtained after upgrading to SSS level talents. Prior to this, I did not possess such skills, and the school leaders must have been aware of this. Given that he suddenly possessed so many new abilities and his explosive power was so outrageous, it's understandable that his superiors would take notice and deduce that he had a secret. My disciple, you don't need to be nervous. I've said it before, every martial artist has his own secrets. Seeing that Li Suifeng remained silent, Su Yan smiled and patted his shoulder. I suddenly brought up this topic because I figured it out. You figured it out? Li Suifeng asked, puzzled. Su Yan said solemnly, a tree that stands out in the forest will surely be felled by the wind. I originally thought you were too high profile and eye-catching, which might attract a lot of unnecessary danger, so I wanted you to keep a low profile. But you're a hot-tempered and competitive guy, not one to hold back. Since that's the case, why not let you unleash your true self and resolutely pursue your own martial arts path? Son, you can be high profile if you want in the future. But if you really get into big trouble, your master will take the blame for you. Hearing this, Li Suifeng felt a surge of warmth in his heart and was so moved that he couldn't speak. Having lived 2 lives, he has certainly experienced the love and care of his immediate family. But this kind of care from someone who isn't a relative, like Su Yan's, is something I've never experienced before. Suppressing his emotions, Li Suifeng's eyes burned with determination. Master. Thank you. We're all family, no need for all this fuss. Su Yan smiled and continued, your teacher and the vice principal have also noticed that you have a great secret. It is with the help of this secret that your talent can continue to grow. Perhaps that's why you're not interested in the trials at the Enlightenment Waterfall and the Bloodthirsty Stone, because you don't need to break your limits to improve. They guessed that. As expected, Master and Vice Principal are quite capable. Li Suifeng thought to himself. Principal Hua has already deleted the video of you in the training room, even I haven't seen it. Others probably won't know the specifics of your secrets, so you don't need to worry too much. Su Yan suddenly changed the subject, saying, however, disciple, you have now become a seed student within the academy, and you are of extremely important strategic significance to the academy. Those alien races lurking in the shadows may regard you as a thorn in their side or even assassinate you directly in the future. Unless necessary, you cannot leave the academy. Even if you want to leave, you must report to your master. Do you understand? Okay, master. Li Suifeng nodded obediently. Su Yan added, with Lao Mao's help, you don't need to worry about your weapons, but it seems you don't have any self-defense equipment on you? Master, are you going to reward me with protective gear? Li Suifeng looked expectant. You're overthinking it. I'm probably even poorer than you right now, where would I get the equipment to give you? Su Yan rolled his eyes. Your ranking is so high right now, you must have a lot of credits in your account, right? These things are useless once you leave the academy, so you don't need to save them. Just use them to exchange for defensive gear. Li Suifeng was somewhat disappointed. How could something he bought with his own money be as satisfying as something he got for free? I know you have a strong physique, but a strong physique may not be enough to stop those alien assassins. Having more defensive equipment will give you more self-protection ability. You cannot slack off on buying protective gear, do you understand? Understood. I'll go to the weapons museum after today's special training. The special training is over. You can go now. Su Yan waved goodbye to the guest. As a place of great importance to humanity, academies would certainly not harbor any alien races. Since I'm not leaving the university, how could I possibly be targeted by assassination? I really don't know why Master is so nervous. Li Suifeng was speechless, but still returned the iron knife to Su Yan. Okay, Master, I'll be going now. Go ahead, go ahead. Watching Li Suifeng leave, Su Yan's face showed a look of longing. This child is growing very rapidly every day. If we buy him some equipment for self-defense, it will be difficult for non-commander level alien races to pose a threat to him. In that case, Shue's prophecy will most likely be changed. This child is destined not to fall in a pool of blood and be killed by the alien race. He will definitely live a good life. Chapter 105, Purchasing the Spirit Light Battlesuit. Ding dong. On the way to the weapons museum, Li Suifeng's bracelet unexpectedly rang. I looked up and saw that it was a message from Sister Xia. Li, all the monster realms will be under maintenance and will be closed recently. You don't need to come to the teleportation building until I give you a proper notification, so as not to make a wasted trip. Secret realm maintenance? What the hell is this? Li Suifeng was surprised. After clearing out all the monsters in the third secret realm last time, Sister Xia took the initiative to add his contact information. They said that if anything happens at the teleportation building, we can notify them in advance. Sister Xia, the monsters in the secret realm were all captured by the school leaders. They have a mutual restraint relationship, forming an ecosystem, and their numbers are limited. Many students come to the secret realm every day, and once the number of monsters is insufficient, the school will close the secret realm for maintenance. Li Suifeng understood that meant that most of the demonic beasts in the 9 secret realms had been killed and few remained. To prevent students from entering the secret realm where there are no monsters to kill, the school simply sealed off the secret realm under the guise of maintenance. Actually, it's giving school leaders time to catch the monster. Sister Xia, thank you for letting me know. Having understood the truth, Li Suifeng promptly expressed his gratitude. He actually has plans to go to the 4th secret realm to kill demons recently. Without Sister Xia's prior notice, I might have made a wasted trip. After ending the chat, Li Suifeng quickly arrived at the weapons museum. Having visited before, Li Suifeng was fairly familiar with the layout of the weapons museum. He didn't linger in the weapons section, but went straight to the armor section. There are many types of protective gear, ranging from outer coats and battlesuits to boots and socks. With the demon rhinoceros body, Li Suifeng's body has a very high tolerance for strength, and he really doesn't care about ordinary armor. Over the next half hour, Li Suifeng picked and chose, finally settling on an all-white battlesuit. Radiant armor, superior grade spirit level defensive gear, providing 90% damage reduction against attacks below 10,000 joules. It also provides 30% damage reduction against attacks between 10,000 and 30,000 joules, and 10% damage reduction against attacks above 30,000 joules. This armor is particularly well suited for light element talents. If the wearer is a light type talent, the defensive effect will be further enhanced. Price, 1,000 credits. Li Suifeng scanned the QR code next to the suit and obtained information about it. 90% damage reduction below 10,000 joules? Doesn't that mean that even if I do nothing, I can withstand the attacks of an average first or second year university student just by relying on this suit? Li Suifeng nodded with satisfaction. Without using swordsmanship or talent, relying solely on physical strength, Li Suifeng can unleash a burst of around 1,000 joules. A burst of tens of thousands of joules requires the use of techniques like the 8 Desolations Limitless skill combined with sword techniques to unleash. If it were Ma Jinghao, Yu Yu, or their friends, whose general attack power is lower than his, they might be able to deal damage of several thousand joules by using their innate skills and physical techniques. For them, damage of tens of thousands of joules might be considered a trump card. In other words, assuming he puts on this spirit light battlesuit, even if Li Suifeng does nothing, he can withstand the fierce attacks of Yu Yu and the others without taking any damage just by relying on the basic defense of the suit. Facing attacks exceeding 30,000 joules. This suit also provides a 10% damage reduction. The numbers look very small. But as long as the enemy's initial burst is large enough, this 10% damage reduction is actually quite exaggerated. Not to mention that this suit is quite compatible with his talent. Theoretically speaking, wearing this garment will provide a level of defense that exceeds the specifications in the manual. Compared to other protective gear, this suit offers exceptional value for money. The only downside is that the price of 1,000 credits is a bit expensive. Li Suifeng was satisfied with everything about the Spirit Light battlesuit, except for the price, which was a bit painful. Perhaps due to his magical rhinoceros physique, he is very confident in his own defense and has little need to buy defensive equipment. If it weren't for my master forcing me this time, it's even less likely that he would come to the weapons store to buy protective gear. Let's just buy it, so the repairman won't nag us later. After a brief struggle, Li Suifeng memorized the number on the Spirit Light battlesuit and went to the front desk of the weapons hall. I want to purchase the Radiant Armor, item number XXX. Li Suifeng revealed his purpose. The managers went to the warehouse and retrieved the genuine Spirit Armor. Your credits 1,000, remaining credits 560. The wristband flashed a text message indicating a point deduction, and the manager handed over the uniform. The moment Li Suifeng picked it up, he found the battlesuit to be quite heavy, weighing about 10 pounds, much heavier than a down jacket or something similar. When you touch it, the material of the suit is very silky, thin and transparent, somewhat like polyfiber. The battlesuit looks like a fairly common sportswear, with the words Wuji Academy on the chest. Upon arriving at the changing room, Li Suifeng changed into his battlesuit and stretched out for a bit, discovering that the suit fit his body perfectly and hardly hindered his movements. Should we test the defense strength? The thought flashed through his mind, but Li Suifeng quickly shook his head. Let's forget about it. All armor has durability. Extensive testing will deplete the armor's durability and render it useless prematurely. There's no need for that. After leaving the locker room, Li Suifeng did not wander around the weapons museum again. Making him spend 1,000 credits to buy a piece of defensive gear is already a nightmare. Then spend the remaining 500 credits? Li Suifeng couldn't bear to part with it. Moreover, defensive gear below 1,000 credits is actually below the mid-grade spirit level, so it doesn't offer much help to Li Suifeng. There's no need to waste this money. Wouldn't it be better to save these credits and buy some magic pills? Hey guys, help me find Lu Qi. After leaving the weapons museum, Li Suifeng did not return to his dormitory. Instead, he sat down on a bench by the roadside and sent a message in the freshman group. Perhaps because Li Suifeng was the leader, the competition among this year's freshmen was not as fierce as in previous years. Instead, they often joked around in the group chat, praising Li Suifeng's strength, and were very united. When Li Suifeng's message appeared, the group chat immediately erupted in excitement. Is the Lu Qi that Brother Li is looking for the one ranked 88th on the Wuji ranking? Besides this Lu Qi, who else could possibly catch Brother Li's eye? Is Brother Li planning to take down Lu Qi? Brother Li, you've only been in 93rd place for a day and you're already pushing for higher ranks? That's too fast. Surprised as they were, many of the guys in the group said they would help find out about Lu Qi. Li Suifeng sent a red envelope in the group, which caused a scramble among the people to grab it. Li Suifeng put away his phone, closed his eyes to rest, and waited for news. After spending 1,000 credits at the weapons hall, Li Suifeng felt poor again. The monster realm is currently under maintenance and cannot be used to farm points. The fastest way to earn credits is to climb the Wuji ranking. Lu Qi, the genius ranked 88th on the list, is Li Suifeng's challenge ceiling. And that naturally became his target. 10 minutes later. The group chat kept buzzing with messages. Li Suifeng opened his eyes, took out his phone, and pieced together fragmented information to learn some details about Lu Qi and his location. Thank you everyone. Li Suifeng sent another red envelope and headed towards the third-year dormitory building. Chapter 106, Aiming for a Ranking on the Limitless Ranking. The third-year dormitory building. In the dormitory. A young man with black-rimmed glasses and side-swept bangs is lying on the bed scrolling through short videos. A series of scantily clad beauties flashed by. A smile would occasionally appear on the young man's face. Is Brother Lu there? Suddenly, my younger brother's voice came from outside the dormitory. The young man put down his phone and said unhappily, "It's not even lunchtime yet, and you're already bringing me food?" "No, Brother Lu, it's that Li Suifeng, who came looking for you." "No way." This monster has its eye on me so quickly? The young man jumped out of bed instantly, his face grim. Li Suifeng has recently become extremely popular within the university. Even without actively investigating, information about Li Suifeng still reached the young man's ears through various channels. First, freshman training camp. Freshmen chase down sophomores. The first freshman in the history of the academy to be listed on the Wuji list. At just 18 years old, he unleashed a burst of power at the level of millions of joules. The series of things Li Suifeng has done recently are more outrageous than the last. Even the proud young man was greatly shocked by this. After replacing Song Yashuan, Li Suifeng ranked 93rd, and theoretically, his upper limit for challenging the top 88 youths. Realizing that she was very likely to become Li Suifeng's next target. Young people face immense pressure and are constantly thinking about ways to cope. He hasn't even figured out a solution yet, and Li Suifeng has already arrived? That's way too fast. What should I do? Feeling frustrated, the young man went to the window and saw a boy in a white battlesuit standing downstairs in the dormitory building. Many students from the same dormitory building stood near the boy discussing the incident and were reluctant to leave. Is this guy making such a big deal out of not giving me a chance to refuse? Lu Qi's face was contorted with anger. According to the rules, those challenged on the Wuji ranking have one opportunity to refuse the challenge. Once refused, the challenger can avoid fighting the challenger for 3 days. However, if the challenger issues another challenge 3 days later, the rejected person will be forced to accept the challenge. Otherwise, they will be considered to have failed, and their ranking will be taken over by the challenger. In other words, Lu Qi still has the right to refuse Li Suifeng's challenge once. But with so many people present, if he refuses, how will he ever be able to hold his head high at school again? Thinking about all this, Lu Qi felt agitated and found it difficult to make a decision. What does face matter compared to academic credits? In 2 more days I'll get my weekly ranking credit reward. If Li Suifeng still wants to challenge me after I get the reward, I'll just force him to accept. Anyway, the loss won't be too great. Besides, since Song Yashuan admitted defeat first, even if I admit defeat, the level of embarrassment will be about the same as his, so it's nothing to care about. A minute later, Lu Qi made a decision, left the dormitory, and went outside with her companions. The moment Li Suifeng saw Lu Qi, his hunter's instincts told him that this man was far more dangerous than Song Yashuan. However, Li Suifeng showed no fear and went straight to the point. You are Lu Qi? Lu Qi narrowed his eyes. I am Li Suifeng. You've come here to challenge me, haven't you? According to the rules, I have one chance to refuse you. As soon as he finished speaking, the students around him started chattering excitedly. Lu Qi is ranked 88th on the Wuji ranking, yet he actually refuses Li Suifeng? I thought Lu Qi was tough, but I didn't expect him to be just as cowardly as Song Yashuan. Li Suifeng can unleash bursts of power at the million joule level. Apart from the monsters at the top of the list, most other people would be intimidated, which is normal. Lu Qi's expression remained unchanged as he listened to the surrounding conversations. Lu Qi, don't be so quick to refuse. If you fight me, someone of lower rank, there's no benefit in winning, and if you lose, you'll be replaced in the rankings. It's definitely more disadvantage than advantage. Li Suifeng seemed to have anticipated Lu Qi's refusal, showing no surprise on his face, but suddenly said, however, I don't like to take advantage of others and I value fairness. If you agree to fight me, I'm willing to wager my remaining 560 credits. If you can defeat me, all the credits are yours, how about that? Lu Qi was taken aback. Even if he successfully challenged 5 people above him, he would only get 250 credits. If I defeat Li Suifeng, I can get 560 credits? Isn't this twice as many as challenging those in power? Li Suifeng, are you sure? Lu Qi's eyes widened, her attitude softening somewhat. Of course I'm sure. With so many people here, how could I possibly renege on my debt? As Li Suifeng spoke, he showed the credit balance on his bracelet. When Lu Qi saw this, greed flashed in his eyes. As Li Suifeng said, the challenge rules of the Wuji ranking are somewhat unfair to those at the top. Not only does fighting require effort, but winning doesn't even earn you academic credits. The effort and reward are completely disproportionate. But things changed after Li Suifeng threw out this credit bet. As long as we defeat Li Suifeng, you can get 560 credits. With such tempting numbers, how could Lu Qi not be tempted? Although this guy can deliver bursts of power in the millions, there are no training videos of him circulating online. Perhaps he really did achieve these million-level bursts using some special methods. Moreover, most of the methods used to unleash a million power burst are trump cards, which leave the user exhausted afterward. These types of moves usually require charging up, making them difficult to execute perfectly in actual combat. With my explosive power, I have a good chance of defeating him if I can catch him off guard. Lu Qi cleared his mind and said with a burning gaze, Li Suifeng, you've shown such sincerity, it would seem unfair of me to refuse you now. So you're agreeing? Li Suifeng's eyes brightened slightly. Of course, let's go to the playground. Lu Qi walked through the crowd toward the playground. Li Suifeng smiled and followed. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at an open space on the playground. The students all hid 100 meters away, watching from a distance. Let's begin. Now that he had accepted the challenge, Lu Qi was no longer hesitant or timid. He took off his school uniform, revealing a black vest and dark skin. The next moment, amidst the clanging sounds, Lu Qi has fingernails that are over 10 centimeters long, resembling knife blades. Thick hairs grew on its skin, and even its originally square face was covered in gray down. He no longer looked like a student, but rather like a monster in human skin. Wolverine? Lu Qi's appearance surprised Li Suifeng, who thought of a character in a certain TV series on Blue Star. Call. Suddenly a strong wind came, and a blurry figure arrived nearby. The fingernails, gleaming with a cold, metallic sheen, came at you like sharp blades. So fast? Li Suifeng's eyebrows twitched wildly, and he subconsciously activated his innate skill. Splash! Golden light elemental energy instantly gathered in front of him, transforming into a tangible shield. Innate skill, Light Shield. Chapter 107 Is Li Suifeng fishing? The innate skill Light Shield and Light Armor have similar effects, both condensing light energy to achieve the effect of defending against physical objects. Just as the Light Shield was formed, Lu Qi's sharp finger blade arrived precisely at that moment. Clang! Golden fragments flew everywhere, and cracks appeared all over the Light Shield before it shattered. Whoosh! As the Light Shield shattered, Li Suifeng leaped backward to quickly create distance, but he was a beat too late. Lu Qi's hands, leaving a dense trail of afterimages, slammed into his chest. Clang 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 clang. Clang clang clang. In less than a second, Li Suifeng's chest was attacked dozens of times by Lu Qi. As Li Suifeng crashed to the ground, Lu Qi followed closely behind and unleashed a barrage of attacks on him as he lay on the ground. The surrounding students stared in astonishment at what they saw. Seriously? Doesn't Li Suifeng have a burst of power of 1 million joules? Why was Lu Qi suppressing them from the very beginning? Why is it being suppressed so severely? Clang clang clang. In the following few dozen seconds, Lu Qi transformed into the legendary werewolf, relentlessly stabbing Li Suifeng's body with his sharp 10 fingers, a truly brutal act. Li Suifeng crossed his arms in front of his chest, maintaining a blocking stance, struggling to hold on. He seemed to be completely at a disadvantage, with no hope of winning whatsoever. What's going on? One of the people nearby was completely astonished. With such a high burst of power, many people thought Li Suifeng had a better chance of winning. But Lu Qi actually gained the upper hand, which was quite unexpected. How come this guy's defense is so tough? Lu Qi, caught up in the battle, was unaware of what the students around him were thinking. He exerted all his strength, disregarding everything, in an attempt to defeat Li Suifeng. After the bombardment, Li Suifeng's clothes and body gave him a feeling that they were as hard as steel and indestructible. Even though he had attacked and killed Li Suifeng hundreds of times in a short period of time. But Li Suifeng's skin has not yet broken. Doesn't the information show that he possesses a light-based talent? Why is his physical strength also so astonishing? Amidst the surrounding clamor, Lu Qi felt a mixture of surprise and bewilderment. Splash! In the brief moment of distraction, Li Suifeng suddenly threw a punch. The fist's energy exploded instantly, and the golden light and airflow forced Lu Qi to jump backward to dodge. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Li Suifeng got up from the ground, his expression serious. Lu Qi, you're really strong. Am I too strong? I've been attacking you for so long, and I haven't even scratched a layer of your skin. Can you call that strong? Just as Lu Qi was feeling confused, Li Suifeng suddenly produced a golden longsword. Innate skill, Light Blade. I thought I could easily defeat you, but it seems that's not the case. You are very strong, unbelievably strong, so strong that you put me under immense pressure. Therefore, I have no choice but to give it my all. Holding a light blade, Li Suifeng's expression was solemn, a stark contrast to his usual carefree demeanor. Whoosh! With a light step, enhanced by the physical technique Starry Sun Shadow Step, he arrived like a streak of light, his speed no faster than Lu Qi's. Clang! Lu Qi raised his arm high, and the light blade fell just in time, striking the finger blade and rippled with a halo of light. That strong? Lu Qi, you really didn't disappoint me. Li Suifeng roared and swung his light blade wildly. His slashes appeared to be random, but in fact he was using the profound principles of the Aurora Eclipse blade technique. Each strike was exceptionally heavy. Lu Qi struggled to block for a full 2 minutes. Throughout the entire gap, he couldn't find any opportunity to counterattack and could only be suppressed by Li Suifeng. Even this can't defeat you? Lu Qi, how are you so powerful? Even as he launched his attack, Li Suifeng didn't forget to take a moment to express his praise. Lu Qi almost vomited blood. I'll fuck your ass. If I were strong, how could I be suppressed by you like this? But you're usually so arrogant and conceited. Why are you praising me so much today? Why exactly? Just as Lu Qi was feeling frustrated, the light blade in Li Suifeng's hand flashed with a dazzling luster. The luster was like the midday sun, appearing before our eyes with indescribable brilliance. Aurora Eclipse blade technique, the essence of it. Caught off guard, Lu Qi felt a stinging pain in his eyes and instinctively closed them. The next moment. Laugh. The beam of light pierced through Lu Qi's arm and struck his abdomen. The intense pain caused him to collapse to the ground. As he tried to get up, the scorching beam of light struck him, grazing his neck. Lu Qi's pupils and heart constricted simultaneously, and the hairs on his body stood on end. Just then, Li Suifeng's voice rang out, Lu Qi, you've lost. I lost. Lu Qi's face turned deathly pale, and he looked utterly dejected, clearly not expecting this outcome. However, I only won this battle by a narrow margin. If it weren't for the support of this spirit light battle armor, I probably wouldn't have been able to withstand your first wave of attacks and would have been defeated. With a slight thought, the light blade dissipated. Li Suifeng took 2 steps back, his face showing no proud joy, but rather a solemn expression. Wasn't Lu Qi supposed to have the advantage at the start? How did the result turn out the other way around? The winner is actually Li Suifeng? This Li Suifeng seems to have something. He withstood Lu Qi's initial burst of power and used his talent and combat skills to turn the tide of battle. It's easier said than done. It might be difficult for anyone else to replicate Li Suifeng's miracle. That's right, Lu Qi's talent Wolf Spirit Avatar has extremely strong explosive power. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been torn to pieces long ago. Only Li Suifeng's amazing defense was able to withstand it for so long and find an opportunity to counterattack. But why do I feel like their skill levels are about the same in this fight? The surrounding students gradually woke up and began to analyze the battle intensely. Many people were surprised by Li Suifeng's victory. But people also discovered that Li Suifeng didn't seem to be as strong as they had imagined. After all, those 3 prodigies who unleashed bursts of millions of joules could easily kill Lu Qi in a single exchange if they were to fight him. What about Li Suifeng? Although he can fire in the millions of joules. But he was on the defensive for most of the time in this battle. In the end, they turned the tide and won through defense and skill. It looked like a hard-fought victory. Many people even believe that Lu Qi actually has a great chance of winning over Li Suifeng. It was just a matter of being a little unlucky. If the two were to fight again, the outcome might be hard to predict. Li Suifeng, you won, congratulations. On the field, Lu Qi finally came to his senses and said with a somewhat bitter expression. Lu Qi, you are a truly formidable opponent. If we were to fight again, I might not be able to defeat you. Li Suifeng's expression remained solemn. Question mark. Lu Qi frowned. Li Suifeng was very humble and respectful of him, which was good. But Lu Qi felt that the other party was talking nonsense. Outsiders weren't involved in the battle and couldn't see anything. As the person involved, Lu Qi knew very well that Li Suifeng had great talent and amazing physique. With the help of the spirit armor, he was definitely in the top 10 of the Wuji ranking in terms of defense alone. Furthermore, Li Suifeng's swordsmanship and movement skills are unparalleled, surpassing many on the list. Lu Qi admits that he is far inferior to him. Even more outrageous is. According to available information, Li Suifeng possesses a long black sword as his weapon. In this battle, Li Suifeng defeated Lu Qi without even using his main weapon. Although he didn't want to admit it, Lu Qi understood that there was an insurmountable gap between his strength and Li Suifeng's. Let's fight again. He will still lose. As for the battle just now, why were the two evenly matched and evenly matched? Lu Qi also had his own guesses. Is this Li Suifeng fishing? Chapter 108. The first fish takes the bait. Meng Fan, ranked 63rd on the Wuji ranking. Lu Qi narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Li Suifeng's expression, becoming even more certain that his guess was correct. Li Suifeng was definitely fishing. Li Suifeng, you're a monster. I can hardly believe that you, at only 18 years old, are so much stronger than me. Lu Qi kept his expression unchanged and spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Li Suifeng's expression remained unchanged, and his voice was very low. Lu Qi, no, our strengths are very close. Stop trying to flatter me to death. You deliberately made us fight to a standstill and praised me just to make others think you're on the same level as me. Do you think I can't see through that? Lu Qi was a little annoyed, and his voice rose a few decibels. Lu Qi, calm down. Li Suifeng was somewhat surprised that Lu Qi had actually seen through his Oscar-worthy acting skills. This kid has sharp eyes. Just as Lu Qi had predicted. Because of the long-term battle with Su Yan, Li Suifeng's combat skills are already astonishing. In his eyes, Lu Qi's speed was actually about the same as slow motion. He also has the ability to defeat Lu Qi in the shortest amount of time. That's why we didn't do it. This is just laying the groundwork for the future. What if I perform too strongly and instantly defeat Lu Qi? How will anyone else on the leaderboard dare to challenge me if they encounter me in the future? Li Suifeng, you cunning fox. Seeing Li Suifeng give in, Lu Qi felt a little better and whispered, all right, I won't expose your plan. With your strength, you shouldn't be outside the top 10. I wish you a speedy climb into the top 10 and challenge those legendary monsters. And just like that, they were defeated by a freshman. Lu Qi thought his Dao heart would collapse. Surprisingly, I found myself feeling very comfortable and without any discomfort. He vaguely understood that the gap between himself and Li Suifeng was too great, so great that it was difficult for him to feel unbalanced. Ding dong. As Lu Qi walked into the crowd, Li Suifeng's bracelet beeped, indicating he had received a text message notification. Congratulations on ranking 88th on the Wuji list. You have earned a ranking bonus of 250 credits. Total credits, 810. So fast? Li Suifeng was initially surprised, but soon beamed with joy. The rise in his ranking was secondary. The main thing was that the 250 credits he received cured his poverty. Hey, who is that guy? After the victory, Li Suifeng intended to leave, but suddenly noticed a young man standing out from the crowd. The young man was also dressed in white battle armor, with short swords hanging on both sides of his waist, looking quite imposing. There's also someone on the Wuji ranking who uses dual swords, named Meng Fan. Could this be him? Attracted by the young man, Li Suifeng conceived a plan and loudly proclaimed, everyone, please spread this message for me. In order to complete my sex mission and pursue the path of combat, I will strive to reach a higher rank on the limitless ranking every day. Anyone with a high ranking who wishes to fight me can come and challenge me directly. To maintain fairness, I will use my remaining 810 academic points as a bargaining chip. Whoever defeats me can take this chip. The students who were about to leave stopped in their tracks, their faces showing surprise. Defeating Li Suifeng will earn you 810 credits? Normally, you need to improve your ranking by 16 places to get this many credits, right? Oh my god. I'm totally tempted. The atmosphere around them suddenly became heated. The young man with two swords hanging at his waist was taken aback at first, but then greed appeared in his eyes. Would Li Suifeng dare to go this far? Should we make an exception and take this money? Li Suifeng, I'm not on the Wuji ranking, may I challenge you? Someone shouted. Li Suifeng smiled faintly and said, my condition is limited to people who are ranked higher than me on the Wuji ranking, even if they are only one rank higher than me. Those around were disappointed, but quickly expressed their understanding. According to the rules, the highest challenge permission for those who are not on the leaderboard is 95th place. Li Suifeng is now ranked 88th, which is completely outside their challenge authority. Xiaoyu, ask Li Suifeng for me if it's possible to make a move now. The young man, with two swords hanging at his waist, nudged his companion's shoulder. His companion understood immediately and shouted, Li Suifeng. Suppose someone ranked high on the Wuji ranking challenges you now, would you dare to accept the challenge? Upon hearing this, the surrounding students ignored the person who had asked the question and instead looked at the young man with two swords hanging beside him. It's Meng Fan. He's ranked 63rd on the Wuji ranking, a full 25 places higher than Li Suifeng. A difference of 5 places on the leaderboard usually indicates a significant gap in skill. 25 places? That gap in skill must be as vast as an insurmountable chasm. Someone as Meng Fan, instead of challenging those ranked higher, actually wants to bully Li Suifeng? Not to mention, Li Suifeng has just gone through a major battle, and his strength and condition are not at their peak. Meng Fan seems to be acting a bit despicable. That's normal. With an 810-point bet in front of you, wouldn't you be despicable? Although Meng Fan remained silent, the students all saw through his obvious thoughts and subconsciously assumed that Li Suifeng would refuse. Judging from the battle just now, Li Suifeng and Lu Qi are evenly matched in strength. The ranking of 88 should be the limit that his current strength can reach. Even the genius Li Suifeng, who ranks 87th, 86th, and 85th, might not be able to win. Meng Fan, who ranks 63rd in the battle, there's practically no chance of winning. Not to mention that Li Suifeng has just gone through a major battle, his strength has declined, and he is no longer at his peak. If he were to fight Meng Fan again, what difference would that be from giving away money? Credits are meaningless to me. What I pursue is the thrill of fighting against others. Unexpectedly, after a moment of contemplation, Li Suifeng solemnly declared, "If there is a high-ranking individual who wishes to fight me now, I can accept it." What? The surrounding students were dumbfounded. This was a situation that was clearly doomed to fail, yet Li Suifeng still agreed to it? Has he gone mad? Brother Meng. The boy who spoke on behalf of Meng Fan looked at him excitedly. Meng Fan's face revealed a hint of smugness. He witnessed the entire battle and could tell that Li Suifeng was stronger than Lu Qi. But it's only slightly stronger. If Li Suifeng continues to challenge higher levels, 85th place should be the limit that he can reach with his current strength. As for the rankings above, they are all beyond his reach. If I were to take action myself, defeating Li Suifeng would be no problem at all. But the problem now is, his ranking was so much higher than Li Suifeng's. Li Suifeng has just fought another battle. If I challenge him again, wouldn't it be a case of bullying the weak and winning unfairly? Won't this give people something to talk about? What do outsiders' opinions matter when it comes to 810 credits? Meng Fan quickly put aside matters of honor and disgrace, stepped forward and said, "Li Suifeng, I am Meng Fan, ranked 63rd on the Wuji ranking. Are you willing to accept my challenge?" They actually came. Meng Fan is shameless. I never expected that someone who specializes in swordsmanship would be so despicable. The crowd stirred, with many verbally mocking Meng Fan while their faces were filled with envy and jealousy. Meng Fan made a move that earned him 810 credits. Many of them might not earn this much in 2 semesters. How can one maintain a calm and balanced mindset? He really is Meng Fan. Looking at the young man with the sword hanging from his arm, Li Suifeng's brow twitched slightly. It was a hunter's instinct telling him this. Meng Fan is far more dangerous than Lu Qi. Meng Fan, I accept your challenge, come on. Li Suifeng was not afraid of this and decisively summoned his light blade, ready for battle. Meng Fan chuckled and said, "You've just finished a battle, shouldn't you take some time to recover your strength?" No need. Li Suifeng took a step and moved closer to Meng Fan. The latter chuckled lightly, "My ranking is so much higher than yours, it wouldn't be fair for us to fight. How about this, I'll give you a 3-hit handicap first." Before he could finish speaking, splash! The light blade tore through space with a loud bang and slammed head-on into Meng Fan's face. Meng Fan's flippant expression turned to surprise, and he instinctively drew his twin swords from his waist and slashed out. Clang! The 2 swords, overlapping to form a cross, perfectly blocked the light sword. The splashes of light landed on Meng Fan's face, causing a burning stinging sensation on his cheeks. Feeling the soreness in his arms, Meng Fan stared in astonishment. How did this guy suddenly become so strong? That's not scientific. Call. On the other side, Li Suifeng used his agility to dodge to Meng Fan's side and swept his sword horizontally. Meng Fan then blocked the attack, which intensified the swelling and pain in his arm. He wanted to take advantage of this opening to kick Li Suifeng in the chest, turning defense into offense. However, Li Suifeng gave him no chance at all. The moment Meng Fan raised his leg, the light blade, with afterimages, fell like a storm. Clang clang clang. Clang 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 clang. In the following time, Li Suifeng launched a fierce offensive, each strike faster and more powerful than the last. Such violent behavior left the onlookers dumbfounded. Meng Fan, who was 25 places higher than Li Suifeng, was actually suppressed by Li Suifeng? Is this real or fake? Among the crowd, Lu Qi, arms crossed, smirked as he looked at the disheveled Meng Fan and chuckled to himself. Meng Fan, you think you've gotten a good deal, but little do you know you've fallen into Li Suifeng's trap. Now, your ranking is doomed. Chapter 109. How could Li Suifeng win like this? What's going on with this Li Suifeng? Why has he suddenly become so fierce? The battle continued, and Meng Fan, who was on the receiving end, was extremely frustrated. In the previous battle, Li Suifeng's attacks and defenses were still full of flaws, according to his observation. He also believed he could take down the other party in a short time. However, once the battle began, Li Suifeng launched a relentless and unstoppable attack. This is a completely different person from the last battle. Meng Fan can't even find a chance to retaliate against Li Suifeng, let alone defeat him. Did I use too much force? At the same time, Li Suifeng, who was on the offensive, noticed the frustration on Meng Fan's face and immediately realized that something was wrong. Because of his hunter's instinctive vigilance, Li Suifeng regarded Meng Fan as a formidable enemy before the battle and did not underestimate him in any way. He was even afraid that if he held back too much in his fight with Meng Fan, he might end up losing more than he gained, giving Meng Fan the opportunity to defeat him. Therefore, Li Suifeng planned to launch a fierce attack at the beginning to exhaust Meng Fan's stamina, and then start to hold back and engage in a tug-of-war with his opponent. But I didn't expect that. Meng Fan doesn't seem to be as strong as I imagined. His current offensive power was at most only 50% or 60% of the intensity he displayed when fighting his master. Meng Fan couldn't hold on any longer? Oh no, I overestimated Meng Fan's strength, or rather, I underestimated myself. Li Suifeng remained calm and began to remedy the situation, deliberately revealing a flaw. Splash! Meng Fan's eyes widened, and seizing the opportunity, he wielded his twin swords and slashed at Li Suifeng, beginning his counterattack. Boom! The Spirit Light battlesuit released a spiritual light, blocking the twin blades, but the enormous impact still caused Li Suifeng to stagger back 7 or 8 steps. Dry. Because he was being suppressed so badly, Meng Fan was already furious and didn't care about using tactics. He chased after Li Suifeng, slashing wildly with his knife, just like a thug. Li Suifeng kept raising his knife to block, but was forced to retreat to the vicinity of the crowd. Get out of the way. Meng Fan has gone berserk. Be careful not to get caught in the crossfire. Get out of my way. Many students were terrified and scrambled to escape. Laugh. Just then, Li Suifeng seemed to be at a disadvantage, and Meng Fan slashed his shoulder blade, leaving a bloody gash. It seems Li Suifeng is about to lose. So sudden? I thought Li Suifeng was going to win. You're overthinking it. Meng Fan is 25 places ahead of Li Suifeng, and his strength is at least 2 levels higher than the latter. How could he possibly lose? Li Suifeng was able to suppress Meng Fan just now simply because he used the same mad dog tactic as Lu Qi. The advantage of this tactic is that it has the opportunity to kill the opponent in one fell swoop. The disadvantage is also obvious: it consumes too much energy in a short period of time. Once the opponent is not defeated, it is easy to run out of energy and be countered by the defense. That's how it is. Lu Qi was out of strength before and was killed by Li Suifeng. Now Meng Fan has countered Li Suifeng, which is the same principle. Li Suifeng is already injured. It seems he's doomed to lose. The onlookers around were all talking about it, and they all agreed that Li Suifeng had lost. Lu Qi's expression tightened. Li Suifeng either overestimated his own strength or underestimated Meng Fan, and had gone a bit too far. He had just experienced the strength of Li Suifeng's body. It was as solid as iron. Now Meng Fan has injured Li Suifeng. This demonstrates its outstanding offensive capabilities. Li Suifeng's combat strength will inevitably decline due to his injury. Perhaps he really will lose to Meng Fan. Splash! Amidst the turmoil in the crowd, Meng Fan, having successfully delivered the blow, did not hesitate at all. He unleashed his twin blades once more, this time clearly employing the profound secrets of swordsmanship. 2 massive, red sword energies converged in the air, falling upon Li Suifeng like a silver river. Boom! With a loud bang, Li Suifeng was sent flying and crashed to the ground, motionless, as if he had fainted. Meng Fanjin has won. Lu Qi felt a chill run down his spine at the sight. The other onlookers were quite surprised. Did Meng Fan use his ultimate move, slicing through the Milky Way? He originally possessed an S-class superhuman talent, and the sword technique he just used was at the Earth level. Although he hadn't reached the mastery stage, his explosive power must have exceeded 100,000 joules, right? A burst of 100,000 joules landed on him, yet Li Suifeng's physical body hasn't shattered? His defense is truly astonishing. What's the use of being amazing? Meng Fan still beat you. While the crowd was still engaged in heated discussion, Meng Fan, wielding two swords, walked up to Li Suifeng. You lost. Before he could finish speaking, Li Suifeng, who was lying on the ground, suddenly sprang up like a carp, and a light blade condensed in his hand, stabbing Meng Fan in the abdomen. All these changes happened far too quickly. So much so that Meng Fan was completely unprepared and was stabbed by the light blade. Intense pain struck. Meng Fan's face turned deathly pale. He looked down blankly and saw that his abdomen had been pierced by the light blade, and blood was dripping onto the ground along the blade. I lost? Meng Fan's blank expression turned into fury. I will not lose. I will never lose to a freshman. He used all his strength to raise his twin swords, intending to slash at Li Suifeng's shoulders. Unfortunately, the rotating blade in his abdomen shredded his internal organs. The intense pain caused Meng Fan to vomit blood repeatedly, leaving him completely powerless. Clang clang. As the twin swords fell to the ground, Li Suifeng drew his light sword, instantly draining Meng Fan's strength. With a thud, he knelt on the ground, his face contorted in pain. You lost. Li Suifeng deactivated his light sword and said solemnly, according to the rules of the ranking battle, a team is not considered defeated until it surrenders or loses its fighting ability. Even though I'm on the ground, I still have the ability to fight. You, on the other hand, have lost your fighting ability. Meng Fan's eyes widened in anger, and he was about to retort when blood gushed from his mouth as if it were free, and his body uncontrollably fell backward. Bang! After a loud commotion, Meng Fan collapsed to the ground, truly unconscious. At the same moment, the scene was deathly silent. All the students looked shocked, as if they had seen a ghost. Defeated? Meng Fan, who was ranked 25 places higher than Li Suifeng, actually lost? At the crucial final moment, Li Suifeng tricked Meng Fan by feigning death, thus catching him off guard and killing him in return. Is this really going to work? That's so dramatic. Hiss. A collective gasp of astonishment rang out. It's Lu Qi. He was the first to wake up, his eyes filled with fear as he looked at Li Suifeng. Outsiders might think that Li Suifeng faked his death and won against Meng Fan by sheer luck. But Lu Qi was certain that the so-called feigned death was actually a plan devised by Li Suifeng. He knew how powerful Meng Fan's burst of power was. I'm confident I can withstand Meng Fan's deadly attack with my bare body. He deliberately let Meng Fan hit him, then pretended to be unconscious. Otherwise, with Li Suifeng's abilities, he could have easily dodged or even countered Meng Fan's killing move. There is absolutely no way that Meng Fan could force us into that situation. His physical defense is far stronger than I imagined. Isn't he a natural type talent user? Why is his defense so much better than ours, who are superhuman type users? Lu Qi was overwhelmed with shock, and his conviction grew stronger. The battle between myself and Li Suifeng. If the opponent unleashes their full power, I might not be able to withstand even a single blow from the opponent. I underestimated him. The gap in strength between us is much greater than I imagined. I really don't know how this guy cultivated. As Lu Qi was pondering bitterly, the surrounding crowd gradually awoke, followed by a commotion. Chapter 110. The whole school was in an uproar, and Su Yan cried in distress. Although he used despicable tactics, Li Suifeng still won in the end. All's fair in war and combat. Meng Fan's defeat is solely due to his arrogance and underestimation of Li Suifeng. Such a disadvantageous situation, yet he managed to turn defeat into victory through trickery? I must say, Li Suifeng is incredibly calm. Is Li Suifeng now considered to have replaced Meng Fan and entered the Wuji ranking as number 63rd? My god! A freshman has climbed to 63rd on the Wuji ranking? Such a terrifying record is unlikely to be broken for hundreds of years to come. As the crowd gradually awoke, they excitedly reviewed the battle and discussed the new record set by Li Suifeng. Meng Fan, who had lost too much blood, had fallen into a coma. Fortunately, some of the students watching possessed support-type talents. Thanks to their treatment, Meng Fan was out of danger, but he still didn't wake up and was carried to the infirmary by several companions. Vomit. Li Suifeng, who had become the protagonist, suddenly bent over and retched, looking extremely uncomfortable. Such a scene further convinced the onlookers. Li Suifeng won this battle with great difficulty. I was almost completely exhausted. In this state, Li Suifeng was practically paralyzed. Even if I went up now, I would still have a chance to defeat Li Suifeng. Looking at the confident expressions of the students around him, Lu Qi almost burst out laughing. Can't you idiots see that Li Suifeng is acting? He's exhausted, my foot. If he wanted to, he could definitely defeat Meng Fan head-on. Why waste so much time fighting? Isn't Li Suifeng going a bit too far with his underhanded tactics? He's a freshman who's already achieved such a high ranking, and he's still not satisfied? Is he still fishing for attention? His appetite is really too big. While Lu Qi was inwardly cursing wildly, more and more people gathered around. It turns out that 2 consecutive battles have caused a sensation on the campus forums thanks to word of mouth. Upon learning of this, countless students dropped what they were doing and rushed over, eager to witness this exciting battle for the Wuji ranking. How did it end? Where is Meng Fan? Did Li Suifeng win? The students who arrived later were confused, but after hearing the explanation from the witness, they understood the truth and were greatly shocked. 2 fishing rods were hanging by the lake in the sacred and mysterious place. Su Yan waited for the fish to bite, occasionally taking out his wine flask and sipping it. Su Yunji, who was standing to the side, said, "Old Su, you've already given up gambling for your apprentice, why don't you just give up drinking too? Gambling and drinking are 2 different things. The former can lead to trouble, but the latter won't. Old Su, if you ask me to quit drinking, I won't have any fun for the rest of my life." Su Yan spoke casually, moving the fishing rod to see if any fish had taken the bait. Su Yunji laughed and said, "Isn't nurturing Li Suifeng, this unparalleled gem, your joy for the rest of your life? I can drink alcohol anytime, anywhere, but I can't raise this child anytime, anywhere." Su Yan retorted, then turned around upon hearing footsteps and saw Zhao Wangsun rushing towards him. "Old Zhao, Old Su, and I have already claimed this spot. If you want a fish, find somewhere else. Otherwise, your body odor will scare away all my fish." Su Yan joked with a smile. "Don't try to shift the blame onto me when your own air force is incompetent." Zhao Wangsun sat down next to the 2 of them, holding his phone and said, "Su the gambler, you're really an incompetent master. Your apprentice is dominating the school's trending topics again, and you still have the leisure to fish? What's the meaning? See for yourself." Zhao Wangsun shoved his Huazi phone into his hand. Su Yan took a look and discovered that the school forum was filled with posts about Li Suifeng. He quickly browsed through several posts and immediately understood the truth. That little rascal is causing trouble again. Su Yan's face immediately turned furious. Stir up trouble? Su Yunji, who was peeking at the phone screen, understood the gist of it and said in astonishment, "Your disciple defeated Lu Qi and Meng Fan in succession. Such an amazing feat is enough to make him go down in the history of the Wuji ranking. It's one thing for you, as his master, to be unhappy, but you even said that he caused trouble? I told you long ago, Su the gambling bastard is a scoundrel. He doesn't deserve Li Suifeng." Zhao Wangsun echoed this sentiment. He initially wanted his cheap apprentice Ma Zhanghao to surpass Li Suifeng and wash away the shame of having his protege stolen from him that day. But Li Suifeng became unstoppable, as if he had a cheat code. Zhao Wangsun had long since given up on this goal. His apprentice, Ma Zhanghao, does indeed have some talent. But they're nothing compared to Li Suifeng. The 2 are simply not comparable. Once Zhao Wangsun understood this, he felt relieved. Now he only admires Li Suifeng. What do you 2 bastards know? It's fine for him to climb the rankings. But he can't climb them too fast. Su Yan blushed with embarrassment. His agreement with Lao Wu was that Li Suifeng would have to join the army if he entered the top 10 of the Wuji ranking. I thought it would take at least 2 more years. But it's only been a few days. Li Suifeng surged to 63rd place on the Wuji ranking? If this trend continues, he'll have a chance to make it into the top 10 in just a month or 2. When Lao Wu comes looking for me, won't I have to release him according to the rules? Can't climb the rankings too quickly? What do you mean by that, Lao Su? Su Yunji was even more puzzled. Zhao Wangsun snorted, "I never thought that you, as the master, would be jealous of your disciple's brilliant achievements? Su the gambler, you are not worthy to be this child's master. I order you to adopt him to me. This is something I can't explain to you. In short, if this brat climbs the rankings too fast, he'll be the one in trouble." Su Yan got up from the ground, no longer caring about fishing, and prepared to leave. Su the gambler, what are you doing? Zhao Wangsun grabbed him and said, why are you, an old man, getting involved in the affairs of young people? Su Yunji also said, old Su, I don't know what your reasons are for stopping Li Suifeng, but according to school rules, we teachers are not allowed to get involved in the Wuji ranking competition. She added, there's someone live streaming it on the campus network right now. If you want to witness your apprentices climb to the top, just watch the live stream on your phone. Su Yan felt helpless, but he also knew that his two friends were right. A teacher like him shouldn't get involved in ranking disputes. Otherwise, he will face further punishment. Forget it, this kid won't make it into the top 10 anytime soon anyway. When he comes for special training next time, I'll give him a good talking to and tell him to slow down his climb. Su Yan sat down again, holding his phone and looking at it, completely forgetting about fishing. After this incident, Su Yunji and Zhao Wangsun naturally lost interest in fishing and were both focused on Su Yan's phone. As Su Yunji said, there were indeed people live streaming in front of the third-year dormitory building. The live streamer was a 1.7 meter tall, youthful and beautiful girl wearing a white skirt, white socks, and white shoes. She held up a selfie stick and moved towards the middle of the crowd. Many students were initially annoyed, but upon smelling the fragrance and seeing the girl, their faces immediately lit up with admiration. It's actually the goddess of early summer? Summer goddess, didn't you go on an off-campus interview? Why are you back all of a sudden? You look even more beautiful, early summer goddess. Hearing the flattering words around her, Hichuxia said with a friendly expression, dear students, I just finished my interview and heard about this important event when I got back to school, so I came to take a look. I see. Goddess Chuxia, you've arrived just in time. This Li Suifeng just defeated Lu Qi and Meng Fan in succession and has already climbed to 63rd on the Wuji ranking. He's only 20 places away from you. Someone shouted loudly. A look of astonishment flashed across Hichuxia's delicate face. She had heard of Li Suifeng's deeds. As the school's ambassador and chief host for all major events, she had long planned to interview Li Suifeng. However, we haven't had a chance to interview them yet. Li Suifeng has actually done something big again? When I was a freshman, I could only look up to the glorious achievements of the senior students on the Wuji ranking. I never expected that this junior, Li Suifeng, would make it onto the list when I was still young and naive, and now he has even reached number 63 on the list. Such a feat is unprecedented, and I think it is unlikely that anyone will ever do it again. Having understood the truth, Hichuxia calmed herself down and spoke to the audience on the phone screen in a magnetic broadcasting voice. The crowd parted to make way. Hichuxia arrived at the front without any trouble and saw the boy in the white tracksuit. At this moment, the boy's face was pale and he was covered in sweat. He seemed to be in very poor condition. Hello, Li Suifeng. Hichuxia found an opportunity to get closer. Li Suifeng's negative state was, of course, all an act. When he saw Hichuxia, who was wearing a short skirt, his eyes lit up immediately. Senior, are you Hichuxia? Li Suifeng, you've heard of me? Hichuxia asked in surprise. As the number one goddess on campus, your name is well known to me. Li Suifeng's swift praise was by no means mere politeness. He often heard Ma Zhanghao, Yu and others talking about Hichuxia in the group. Some people even said that marrying Hichuxia would shorten their own lifespan. Li Suifeng also searched for Hichuxia on Baidu. I learned a lot of information about the other party. She is 1.72 meters tall, with a full and tall figure, youthful and beautiful, and very popular. She is also the school's chief host and publicity ambassador. Junior Li, you're too kind. I just got back from off campus and heard about what happened to you, so I came here specifically to see you. Hichuxia smiled gently. Li Suifeng's face lit up with surprise and anticipation. So, Senior He, did you come all this way to challenge me? Hichuxia?